Transcending into a fantastical realm, Lin Xuan ascends to the position of the young master of the sacred clan, activating the clan fortune system. At the outset, he signs in to acquire the supreme divine scripture, leading his family to conquer the myriad realms. The Flame Emperor becomes his junior, while the martial Ancestor serves as his enforcer. The Lin family rises from the ancient and immortal to vanquish the weakest of foes. Step by step, they ascend from the sacred clan until they dominate the ages with unparalleled authority. Chapter 158. The Resurgence of Conspiracy. After successfully transcending the tribulation, Lin Xuan retracted the terrifying aura surpassing that of a sage and soared towards the crowd. I never anticipated that this tribulation would cause such a commotion, disturbing the cultivation of esteemed elders. I apologize, Xuaner, Lin Xuan said, bowing in apology. Upon hearing this, many elders of the Lin family and clan elders burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha, not at all. We are delighted rather than disturbed. Indeed, the greater the commotion, the more it signifies our Xuaner's prodigious talent and strength. This is a blessing for our Lin family, to have such a monstrous talent as you. Xuaner, are you unharmed? Let me take a look, his mother implored with concern. Just as Lin Xuan felt a bit embarrassed by the praise from the elders and the clan leader, Lu Mengxin seized his arm, inspecting him fervently. She then pinched Lin Xuan's ear and began to rebuke him. You nearly frightened me to death just now, you scoundrel. That was the legendary red lotus calamity of fire. How could you dare to withstand it with your flesh? Will you try and scare me to death? What would have happened if something befell you? What would your father and I do? You. Hee, I apologize, mother, for making you worry, but I am perfectly fine. Rest assured, I am well aware of my limits, he replied cheerfully. Observing his mother in a state of indignation, Lin Xuan dared not act out, instead opting for a playful tone. Limits? You have no concept of limits. You are just like your deceased father in his youth, causing endless worry. No, dear wife, I was referring to Xuaner. Why am I being dragged into this? Lin Tianhai protested innocently. In the next moment, Lu Mengxin cast him a knowing glance. What? Did I say something incorrect? Upon seeing that familiar gaze, Lin Tianhai's heart sank, and he quickly backtracked. No, my dear, you were not wrong. It is all my fault. Ever since Lin Xuan broke through to the Sage Realm, the entire South Ming continent has been in a state of excitement for an entire month, with the major powers across the 5 great states mobilizing all their forces to search high and low for the unparalleled prodigy that triggered the red lotus calamity of fire. Unfortunately, they ultimately faced disappointment. After a month of expending vast amounts of manpower and resources, they remained empty-handed. Helplessly, the major factions were compelled to relinquish their ambitions, yet they had not entirely abandoned hope. They continued to instruct their subordinate forces to remain vigilant for any emerging prodigies or anomalies across the lands. During the course of this month, a conspiracy quietly took root in the Tongtian River of southern Zhongzhou, marking the 10th day since Lin Xuan's breakthrough to the Saint Realm. The Tongtian River, an immense waterway that traverses the entirety of southern Zhongzhou, sprawls across the land like a colossal dragon, cutting through the territories of both humans and demons. Though it is termed a river, it resembles an expansive ocean, with its narrowest points exceeding 30,000 miles, asserting its dominance as a true behemoth among rivers. It is precisely due to its immense grandeur that the river has earned the moniker Tongtian. Within this oceanic expanse, countless islands, both large and small, abound, harboring a wealth of resources and opportunities, and teeming with numerous factions and tribes. Among these, the segment of the Tongtian Sea nearest to the Lin family spans a mere 10,000 miles, and the Tongtian Sea itself resembles a treasure trove contested by many, prompting the Lin family to seek their share. Within this stretch of the Tongtian River, the Lin family possesses a significant number of enterprises and resource points. Particularly after the Lin family's power surged, the benefits they reaped have steadily increased, allowing them to amass an ever-growing array of industries and resources. However, with the Lin family's share of the Tongtian River's benefits expanding, the profits of other factions have correspondingly diminished, especially for the indigenous forces that have long thrived within the river. Consequently, the number of factions clashing with the Lin family has surged, and the intensity of these conflicts has escalated. Yet, Due to the Lin family's formidable strength, these factions dare not act recklessly. Until that fateful day, within the Tongtian River, the Giant Rock Clan, and the sacred island of Giant Rock. Among the myriad races of Zhongzhou, aside from the three dominant races of humans, demons, and devils, there exist numerous smaller tribes, one of which is the Giant Rock Clan. This clan is a peculiar race formed from spiritually awakened rocks. Though not particularly powerful, their strongest members barely reach the Quasi-Emperor realm, making them indigenous inhabitants of the Tongtian River. The homeland of the Giant Rock Clan, the sacred island of Giant Rock, is a supermassive island akin to a continent, inhabited by hundreds of thousands of Giant Rock clansmen. The once tranquil land of the Giant Rock Clan was suddenly beset by ominous clouds, casting the sky into darkness. This disturbance instantly aroused the vigilance of the Giant Rock Clan, and a vast formation enveloped the entire sacred island of Giant Rock in an instant. At that moment, the sky above abruptly fractured. Two figures clad in black robes descended from the void above the sacred site of the Giant Rock Clan, Panshur Peak, their garments billowing in the tempestuous winds, casting ominous shadows over the hearts of the Giant Rock people. The formidable array that the Giant Rock Clan relied upon to withstand several Quasi-Emperor level adversaries was rendered utterly ineffective before these two, unable to impede their advance in the slightest. As one of the intruders stepped forward, the grand formation shattered instantaneously, leaving countless Giant Rock clansmen in utter shock. "Is this the Giant Rock Clan? Truly a feeble alien race," one of them remarked. The voice of one figure in black was notably youthful, laced with arrogance, as if the entire Giant Rock Clan were mere ants in his eyes. "Indeed, my lord, the insignificant Giant Rock Clan must appear as mere ants to you," replied the other, whose voice bore distinct age. As the two intruders advanced deeper into the sacred island of Giant Rock, a thunderous roar echoed from the island. "Who dares to trespass upon our sacred ground?" The commanding voice emanated from the island as the clan leader, Yin Pashan, soared into the air, enveloped in earthy-hued spiritual energy, unabashedly unleashing the overwhelming pressure characteristic of a peak saint emperor. The shorter of the black-robed figures scoffed, adopting a haughty demeanor as he looked down upon Yin Pashan. "A mere saint emperor dares to shout in the presence of this young master?" No sooner had he finished speaking than the other black-robed figure took a single step forward. There was no fluctuation of spiritual energy, no earth-shattering momentum. Simply by taking a step, Yin Pashan was struck as if by lightning, plummeting from the sky and crashing heavily onto the hard ground of Panshur Peak, creating a pit several meters deep. "Clan leader!" Several powerful members of the Giant Rock Clan rushed forward in alarm. Struggling to rise from the pit, Yin Pashan coughed up dark golden blood, his eyes filled with horror. So powerful, at least a quasi-emperor. The entire Panshur Peak fell into an eerie silence. The Grand Elder Yin Tiangang and the Second Elder Yin Liadi emerged from the sacred hall, hastening to support Yin Pashan. Yin Tiangong's expression grew grave as he solemnly addressed the intruders. "Elders have graced our clan. May I inquire what guidance you seek? If our Giant Rock Clan has caused offense, we are willing to offer compensation, and we beseech your esteemed mercy." Chapter 159. The Conspiracy Against the Lin Family. Upon hearing these words, the man in the black robe, referred to as the young master, maintained his proud demeanor as he looked down upon them. "We come not to instruct, but to present you with a choice, an opportunity that will determine your destiny." He surveyed the surroundings, his gaze lingering on the three high-ranking members of the Giant Rock Clan. "Submit to this young master, or face annihilation." At his proclamation, the faces of the three members of the Giant Rock Clan turned ashen. "Arrogance!" roared the second elder, Rockladi, as he formed a seal with his hands, causing the ground to tremble violently. Countless sharp stone spikes shot forth from all directions towards the two black-robed figures. In response, the young master remained utterly unfazed, not even lifting an eyelid. Just as the stone spikes were about to pierce them, the black-robed man beside him merely stamped his foot lightly. Boom! An invisible wave emanated, disintegrating all the stone spikes mid-air into powder. Rockladi was struck as if by a heavy blow, sent hurtling backward, crashing through several stone halls before coming to a halt. Utterly lifeless. "Second elder," cried out Rockrosan and the others in alarm. "Now have you thought it through?" The young master inquired once more. Cold sweat beaded on Rockdong's forehead as he felt the terrified gazes of his clansmen fixated upon him. The Giant Rock Clan, with its legacy spanning hundreds of thousands of years, had never endured such humiliation. Yet, faced with this individual, even their combined strength offered no hope of victory. Senior, my giant rock clan harbors no grievances with you too. Roktangong attempted to negotiate. In the next moment, four quasi-emperors of the giant rock clan appeared, their eyes fixed on the black-robed man. Friend, why must you be so aggressive? My giant rock clan has its own path to follow. The young master, however, appeared surprised by the emergence of the four quasi-emperors and seemed disinterested in engaging in further dialogue. It seems you still do not comprehend, he stated, turning to the black-robed man beside him. Blacklock, let them witness what true power entails. Yes, young master, replied the black-robed man, finally raising his head to reveal eyes as deep as abysses. He slowly lifted his right hand, palm facing up, and gently clenched it. Crack! The entire rock summit shook violently, and the sky darkened abruptly. Roktangong was struck with terror as he realized that the very fabric of space surrounding the sacred island had been completely sealed off, with all members of the giant rock clan being suppressed by an invisible force, rendered immobile. This is the domain of an emperor. You are an emperor. The quasi-emperors of the giant rock clan cried out in horror and despair. Initially, they had believed their opponent to be merely a high-ranking quasi-emperor, only to discover he was the terrifying emperor. It's over. A chill ran through the hearts of the giant rock clan members. The Blacklock's hand continued to press down, causing the members of the giant rock clan to kneel one by one, unable to resist this overwhelming force of nature. Within the emperor's domain, the emperor was invincible. They possessed not the slightest ability to resist. Roktangong struggled with all his might, yet his knees buckled, bones creaking under the unbearable strain. Horrifying screams echoed as one by one, the young members of the giant rock clan succumbed, their bodies exploding into clouds of blood mist. Stop! The quasi-emperors of the giant rock clan cried out, their eyes wide with desperation. We submit. My giant rock clan is willing to surrender. Please, spare our people. In the next instant, the pressure vanished abruptly. Blacklock retracted his hand, stepping back behind the young master, as if the cataclysmic force moments ago had nothing to do with him. The young master nodded in satisfaction. Humph. Would it not have been better to do so from the start? He gracefully descended to stand before one of the kneeling quasi-emperors of the giant rock clan, lifting his chin with his toe. Remember, this is your only choice. The quasi-emperor, suppressing his humiliation, murmured, What commands does my master have? Ha ha. Now that is more like it. Being my dog brings only benefits, never detriments. The young master withdrew his foot, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. I have no time to waste. Here is your first task. You are to seize all properties and resource points belonging to the Lin family along the Tongtian River. The Lin family? Roktangong gasped. Is that the Lin family where Thunder Emperor Lin Xianxia resides? Humph. What? Are you afraid of a mere Lin family? Were it not inconvenient for us to act, I would not require your assistance. You worthless beings, the young master retorted, still arrogant and disdainful. The most powerful quasi-emperor of the giant rock clan, Awaken, remained silent for a moment before speaking. Master, you must understand, the Lin family is not to be underestimated. Especially that Thunder Emperor. I have fought him before, but ultimately fell short. If relying solely on our clan. Awaken was a high-level quasi-emperor at the 9th level, renowned as a formidable figure within the Tongtian River. The Lin family, seeking to expand their interests within the river, had clashed with the giant rock clan, even seizing considerable territory from them. Fear not, the young master interrupted him. This place seals a strike from Blacklock, which is sufficient to grievously wound or even slay him at a critical moment. Moreover, he cast a knowing glance at Awaken. If you perform well, I might consider providing you with techniques and resources to assist you in breaking through to emperor rank. These words struck like thunder in the hearts of the four quasi-emperors of the giant rock clan. The emperor rank. It was the realm they had longed for, especially Awaken, who instantly perked up and eagerly asked, Is this truly your intention, master? The young master wore a knowing smile. This young master never speaks falsehoods. Of course, this is contingent upon your ability to please me. He turned, walking toward the edge of the cliff, gazing down upon the territory of the giant rock clan. I shall grant you half a month to prepare, by the latest, within a month. I expect to see the flags of the giant rock clan planted across the Lin family's territory along the Tongtian River. Awaken took a deep breath and bowed his head, declaring, I shall obey your command, master. The young master nodded in satisfaction and, along with Blacklock, soared into the air. Before departing, he glanced back. Remember, the cost of resistance is one you cannot bear. Once the two black-robed figures had completely vanished from sight, the rock summit erupted into a flurry of discussion. Elder, must we truly obey him? The clan leader, Rokoshan, asked with reluctance. Awaken had surveyed the frightened faces of his clansmen, glancing at the injured elders, and replied bitterly, In the face of an emperor, we have no choice. He clenched his fists, but thought to himself, one day. The immediate priority is to discuss how to deal with the Lin family. Send word, summon all elders and leaders, and convene at once. In the void, Blacklock finally voiced his confusion. Young master, why go through so much trouble over a mere Lin family? I could easily obliterate them myself. Why allow these worthless beings to slowly weaken them? The Lin family is indeed insignificant, but recent rumors suggest that the Heavenly Blade Emperor is inclined to protect them. That is the crux of my concern. Matters concerning the Heavenly Emperor require caution in our actions to avoid unnecessary trouble, the young master explained. By using a false promise to compel the Giant Rock Clan into action, even if they cannot destroy the Lin family, they will inflict significant damage. We need not fear retaliation from the Heavenly Blade Emperor, and even if the Giant Rock Clan fails, we incur no losses, while simultaneously vexing the Lin family and alleviating my own grievances. 3 birds with 1 stone. Why not seize the opportunity? Young master, your wisdom is unparalleled. That night, the Great Hall of the Giant Rock Clan was ablaze with light as a meticulous plan targeting the Lin family's assets was devised. The night breeze brought a hint of chill. From this day forth, the fate of the Giant Rock Clan had irrevocably changed, whether they welcomed it or not. They had been swept into a tempest. Chapter 160, The Assault of the Rock Clan. 3 days after the Heavenly Emperor's grand ceremony, on the banks of the Tongtian River, the morning mist lingered. The Lin family's resource point, the Qinglei spirit mine, operated as usual, with miners gradually entering the depths of the mine. This spirit mine produced Qinglei stones, which were crucial materials for crafting lightning-based artifacts, holding considerable value, especially the high-grade Qinglei stones, whose prices remained exorbitantly high. A single fist-sized sage-level Qinglei stone alone could fetch as much as 30,000 top-grade spirit stones. Annually, the mine yielded over 1,000 sage-level stones. Not to mention the potential for greater, Saint King-level stones, underscoring the immense value of this mine. Thus, the Lin family had dispatched a peak-stage Saint Elder to guard the Qinglei stone mine, as the crew prepared to excavate the eastern sector of the 3rd layer. Overseer Lin Hai shouted loudly, the crack of his whip echoing through the air. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble, the vibrations intensifying rapidly. What was happening? The miners exchanged anxious glances, panic setting in. Lin Hai's expression shifted drastically, as a side descendant of the Lin family with peak king-level cultivation. His perception was far beyond that of ordinary individuals. He abruptly looked up towards the mountains beyond the mine. This was no earthquake. A large force was approaching. Enemy attack. Activate the defensive formation. Everyone retreat. His furious roar reverberated through the mine, yet before he could finish his command, his voice was abruptly cut off. A streak of earthy yellow light descended like lightning from the heavens, carrying an unparalleled force that struck Lin Hai directly. In an instant, there was a deafening explosion as Lin Hai's body was torn apart under the might of this overwhelming power, disintegrating into a cloud of blood mist. This scene unfolded so swiftly that all present were left momentarily stunned. Immediately following, more earthy yellow lights surged forth from behind the mountains, raining down upon the mine like a torrential downpour. These beams of light were not ordinary attacks. They were infused with potent spiritual energy, accompanied by massive boulders. Each boulder was as colossal as a small mountain, hurtling through the air with enough force to shatter rock and split the earth. Boom, boom, boom. With each thunderous impact, these boulders struck the mine's defensive formation. Though the formation activated instantly, it shattered almost immediately in the face of such ferocious onslaught. The miners who could not escape were engulfed in the swirling dust, their anguished cries echoing in the chaos. Who dares to ambush the Lin family's mine? Dozens of figures soared into the air, led by the peak-stage Saint Elder of the Lin family. Amidst the dust, a battalion clad in rock armor emerged slowly. It was the forces of the Rock Clan, numbering in the hundreds. The leader towered nearly 3 meters tall, each step causing the very space around him to fracture. His strength reached the 5th tier of the Saint King realm. Kill. Not a single Lin descendant shall escape. The powerful figure of the Rock Clan issued a sinister command, declaring that this mine now belonged to the Rock Clan. Lin family brats, die? Boom. Quickly. Maintain the formation with me. Xianjin, alert the 10 clan elders guarding Tianyun's sacred island. Inform them of the Rock Clan's assault and request immediate support. Understood, Elder. Similar scenes unfolded not only at the Qinglei stone mine, but throughout the Lin family's various enterprises and resource points along the Tongtian River. The Lin family's Zidian fishery was surrounded by the Rock Clan, witnessing a brutal massacre as their rare spirit fish were plundered, while shops established by the Lin family on various islands also came under simultaneous attack. Clearly, the Rock Clan had no intention of granting the Lin family any opportunity for a counterattack, launching a coordinated offensive. In a mere hour, The Lin family's hard-earned enterprises along the Tontian River suffered devastating blows, incurring heavy losses. Meanwhile, at Tianyun's Sacred Island, this massive floating island above the Tontian River served as the Lin family's dominion in this region, adorned with pavilions and towers, with the central 9-story tower, Lei Xiao Pavilion, standing as its iconic structure. Lin Daoguang, one of the 10 clan elders, was occupied with affairs at the top of the pavilion when he suddenly furrowed his brow, reaching out to catch a flying communication jade talisman. As his divine sense swept over it, his complexion turned ashen. "Elder, what has happened?" inquisitively asked the steward Lin Xuan, noticing something amiss. Lin Daoguang sprang to his feet, sweeping the documents from the table in a fit of rage. His face contorted with fury. "Damn the Rock Clan. They have simultaneously attacked all our enterprises." But he quickly regained his composure. Knowing that the Lin family's strength in the Tontian River was no match for the Rock Clan, they could only request assistance from their clan. He hurried to the window, immediately activate the Sacred Island's defensive formation and command all external personnel to retreat to the Sacred Island. Also, notify the clan for support. No sooner had he spoken than the entire tower shook violently. Boom. In the distance, countless black dots approached rapidly. Upon realizing what those dots were, Lin Xuan gasped. Thousands of Rock Clan warriors were coming on rock warships. There's no time. Lin Daoguang's expression darkened. Damn the Rock Clan. They are mobilizing their entire force for total annihilation. He turned and barked an order. Relay my commands. Full island alert. Activate the 9 Heavens Thunderlight formation. All non-combat personnel retreat to the underground shelters. Channel all spirit stones into the formation. We must hold until the clan can provide support. As the orders were issued, alarm bells rang throughout Tianyun's Sacred Island. Beams of thunderous light rose from the island's edges, weaving into a colossal protective dome in the air. This was the Lin family's island protection formation, rated high at the Quasi-Emperor level, capable of withstanding even the assaults of those at the 7th tier of Quasi-Emperor strength. The Lin family guards quickly assembled, yet unease was evident on their faces. The Rock Clan's momentum was overwhelming, and the Lin family's main forces were absent. The Rock Clan's army soon arrived, surrounding Tianyun's Sacred Island entirely. A flagship, 3 times the size of the others, glided to the forefront. A towering figure clad in heavy armor, standing upon its deck. It was the leader of the Rock Clan, Yin Pashang. "People of the island, heed my words." Yin Pashang's voice thundered, resonating across the entire island. "Today, my Rock Clan targets only the Lin family. Those who wish to live, get out now." Upon hearing this, the previously panicked residents of the island breathed a sigh of relief. Chaos erupted on the island. Besides the Lin family descendants, Tianyun's Sacred Island housed a multitude of wandering cultivators and merchants. Hearing Yin Pashang's threat, they dared not linger. "Quick, flee." The Rock Clan had gone mad. They were intent on war with the Lin family. "Forget about the island's resources. Our lives are at stake. Run." They scrambled in all directions, desperate to escape, fearing that a moment's delay would entangle them in the conflict. Chapter 161. The Final Resistance of Tianyun's Sacred Island. "Elder, should we stop them?" A Lin family steward inquired anxiously. Lin Daoguang shook his head. "Let them go. The Rock Clan has clearly come prepared. We lack the manpower and must concentrate our strength to defend our core areas." In less than 15 minutes, all non-Lin family members had evacuated the island. The once bustling Tianyun's Sacred Island now appeared eerily desolate. "Yin Pashang, do you understand what you are doing? Waging war against my Lin family benefits no one." The 10 clan elders attempted to dissuade him. Regrettably, Yin Pashang merely scoffed. "Lin Daoguang, cease your prattle. Today, the entirety of your Lin family's territory along the Tontian River shall be claimed by my Jianzu tribe. The Jianzu have afforded the Lin family little time for preparation. Attack." At Yin Pashang's command, hundreds of warships unleashed a barrage of firepower simultaneously. Countless spiritual artillery shells bombarded the defensive formation, creating rippling waves. The 9 Heavens Thunderlight formation, a top-tier Quasi-Emperor level array, stood firm against such a ferocious onslaught. The array's counterattack mechanism activated automatically, sending forth bolts of lightning from the protective barrier to obliterate the approaching warships. Yet Lin Daoguang understood that this was merely the beginning. He surveyed his surroundings. Fewer than 1,000 Lin family disciples remained capable of fighting on the island, and among them, only around 40 had reached the Saint Realm. In stark contrast, the Jianzu tribe boasted no less than 200 visible Saint Realm experts. The true situation was likely even more dire. Someone must return to deliver the news. Lin Daoguang suddenly declared, his gaze landing on a young man amidst the crowd. "Beixian, come here." Standing not far away was a strikingly poised youth, Lin Beixian. He had been honing his skills along the Tontian River and had fortuitously arrived at Tianyun's Sacred Island for a respite the day prior, only to find himself caught in the Jianzu tribe's assault today. "Elder, Lin Beixian stepped forward to pay his respects, his eyes betraying no fear. The island possessed a long-distance teleportation array directly linked to their family, but activating it required some time. I have already dispatched someone to prepare it, Lin Daowang stated, retrieving a purple token from his bosom and handing it to him. Take this command token and proceed to the teleportation hall at once. Ensure you report the situation here in detail to the clan leader. Upon hearing this, Lin Beixian solemnly accepted the token, exclaiming, Beixian understands. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, he wasted no time and swiftly made his way to the teleportation hall. Just then, the entire island began to tremble violently. Distant sounds of earth-shattering explosions resonated, and all the windows of the Thunderlight Pavilion shattered. Not good. Lin Daowang's expression changed dramatically. It was the Quasi-Emperor making a move. Beixian, hurry. Lin Beixian dared not delay, employing his body technique to dash towards the teleportation hall. Behind him, Lin Daowang bellowed, all Lin family disciples, exert yourselves to maintain the formation. Meanwhile, in the skies above, four figures hovered ominously. These were the 4 Quasi-Emperor ancestors of the Xianxia tribe. This formation has some merit. It managed to withstand a strike, the Red Rock Quasi-Emperor sneered. But before us 4, it is merely a thin layer of paper. The 4 Quasi-Emperors struck simultaneously. The White Rock Quasi-Emperor unleashed a palm, conjuring a colossal stone hand with a diameter of 1,000 feet in midair. The Red Rock Quasi-Emperor spewed forth searing magma. The Black Rock Quasi-Emperor summoned countless sharp stone spears, while the Gray Rock Quasi-Emperor transformed into a massive rock giant, delivering a fist towards the protective barrier. Boom! The 9 Heavens Thunderlight formation flickered violently, spiderweb-like cracks appearing across the protective barrier. Lin Daowang, who was sustaining the formation, coughed up blood, and the Lin family members behind him directly spewed blood, collapsing to the ground. Hold on. Lin Daowang grit his teeth and roared, channeling spiritual energy frantically into the formation's core. The cracks on the barrier began to slowly mend, but it was evident to all that this was merely a dying struggle. Meanwhile, Lin Beixian had burst into the teleportation hall, where several attendants were urgently adjusting the teleportation array, with the command token of the 10 clan elders. Activate the teleportation array to send me back to the family immediately. Lin Beixian raised the token high. The attendants dared not hesitate, swiftly initiating the array. Complex runes lit up one by one, and the space began to ripple. Young Master Beixian, the teleportation requires 10 breaths to fully activate. Please stand in the center of the array and do not move. Just as Lin Beixian stepped into the array's range, he suddenly felt a wave of trepidation. He abruptly looked up, and through the glazed tiles of the hall's roof, he saw the White Rock Quasi-Emperor coldly fixating on this direction. Not good. He realized the teleportation was destabilizing. Alarm bells rang in Lin Beixian's mind. Indeed, the White Rock Quasi-Emperor snorted coldly and raised a hand, sending forth a beam of gray light towards the teleportation hall. Quick! Accelerate the activation. Lin Beixian shouted. The gray light approached in an instant, and the entire teleportation hall collapsed under the Quasi-Emperor's strike. In a critical moment, the teleportation array finally activated completely, and Lin Beixian's figure began to blur. Bang! A residual wave struck Lin Beixian's back. He felt as if a mountain had collided with him, his internal organs shifting, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. In this dire moment, a piece of armor within him activated automatically, radiating a soft blue light that mitigated part of the impact. This was the Quasi-Emperor level armor, the Xian Turtle Spirit armor, bestowed upon him by the clan leader before his departure, and it saved his life at that moment. As Lin Beixian vanished completely, the entire teleportation array was reduced to dust under the attack. The White Rock Quasi-Emperor coldly huffed, humph. A mere insect dares to flee. The Gray Rock Quasi-Emperor grumbled. Our priority is to seize this island. The 4 Quasi-Emperors struck once more, and the already teetering 9 Heavens Thunderlight formation finally could not withstand it. Shattering with a thunderous crash, bereft of the array's protection, Tianyun's sacred island lay exposed before the 4 Quasi-Emperors like an unguarded lamb. Lin Daowang watched as the Xianxia warriors descended upon them like a tidal wave, a grim smile etched upon his face. Lin family disciples, follow me into battle until death. Within the teleportation passage, Lin Beixian's situation was exceedingly dire. The White Rock Quasi-Emperor's attack had disrupted the spatial passage, turning the previously stable teleportation into a perilous maelstrom. The Xian Turtle Spirit armor on Lin Beixian emitted cracking sounds, and its surface had begun to show fractures. I cannot lose consciousness. I must endure. Lin Beixian bit his tongue to maintain his alertness, but his injuries were too grievous, and his consciousness gradually faded. In a daze, he seemed to see a glimmer of light at the end of the passage. I am nearly home. Just as he was about to be teleported out of the passage, an exceptionally powerful spatial turbulence surged toward him. The Xian turtle spirit armor finally could not bear the strain and shattered completely. Lin Beixian felt the world spin violently before he was abruptly thrust back into the external realm. Meanwhile, the resistance on Tianyun's sacred island was drawing to a close. Lin Daoguang was bloodied, kneeling on one knee, surrounded by the lifeless bodies of several Jianzu warriors. Around him stood a dozen Lin family disciples, backs pressed against one another. Yet each was grievously wounded. Yin Pashing strode forward, looking down upon them. Surrender, Lin Daoguang, out of respect for our shared ties along the Tongtian River. I may spare your life. Lin Daoguang spat out a mouthful of blood. Never. The Lin family knows only the souls of the fallen, not those who kneel to live. Stubborn and unyielding, Yin Pashing shook his head, raising his battle axe. If that is the case, then I shall send you on your way. Boom. A quarter of an hour later, there were no survivors left on Tianyun's sacred island. Chapter 162, The Wrath of the Lin Family. Marching against the Jianzu tribe. In the Lin family's teleportation hall, a wave of spatial energy surged, and Lin Beixian materialized at the center of the array. However, he was now drenched in blood. His aura feeble. The sight of him shocked the attendants in the teleportation hall. Young Master Beixian, exclaimed the two Lin family members guarding the teleportation array, rushing forward to support him. Lin Beixian strained to lift his head, his eyes bloodshot. Take me to see the clan leader. Something has happened at the Tongtian River. His voice was raspy, as though his throat were filled with scalding grit. The two guarding disciples did not dare to be negligent. One supported Lin Beixian, while the other quickly shattered a communication jade talisman, sending an urgent signal to the clan. In the heavenly sacred hall, the grand hall was bustling with activity. The higher-ups gathered for a meeting. Just then, a commotion erupted from outside. Report. Lin Beixian requests an audience. As soon as the guard finished speaking, Lin Beixian rushed in. Upon witnessing Lin Beixuan's dire state, Lin Tianhai's pupils contracted sharply as he stepped forward. His palm glowing with a gentle azure light, channeling pure spiritual energy into Lin Beixuan's heart. Beixian, hold on. Lin Tianhai's voice was grave, veins on his forehead visibly throbbing. Clan leader, I am fine. I have urgent matters to report, Lin Beixian managed to say, albeit with great effort. After forcefully administering a healing pill to Lin Beixian, Lin Tianhai furrowed his brows and inquired, Beixian, what exactly transpired? Weren't you training in the Tongtian River? There has been an incident in the Tongtian River. What? The high-ranking members of the Lin family gasped in shock. Lin Beixian continued, the Jianzu tribe launched a full-scale assault. Our Lin family's assets and territories in the Tongtian River. With each word, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, yet he persevered. The station clansmen suffered heavy casualties. By the time I left, the Jianzu army had completely surrounded Tianyun's sacred island and commenced their attack. They even deployed 4 quasi-emperors. The assembly hall fell into an eerie silence, only to erupt with furious shouts shortly thereafter. What? The audacity of the Jianzu tribe. Lin Tianhai's expression darkened, and he raised his hand to silence the crowd. Continuing to question Lin Beixian, what exactly happened? Why did the Jianzu tribe suddenly turn against us? I do not know. Lin Beixian replied weakly. Upon hearing this, Lin Tianhai ceased his inquiries, his eyes glinting with cold fury as he declared ominously, the Jianzu tribe is courting death. Lin Beixian nodded with great difficulty. The clan leader must provide support to the elders. They are still struggling to hold on. Just as Lin Tianhai was about to rise and dispatch the ancestors for aid, a member of the transmission hall interjected, Clan leader, the transmission array to Tianyun's sacred island has been destroyed and is inoperable. How could this be? Does that mean the elder clansman? Lin Beixian exclaimed in anguish. As soon as he finished speaking, he finally succumbed to his injuries and fainted. The elder of the pill hall hurriedly instructed his disciples to carry him away for treatment. The atmosphere in the hall became so tense that it felt almost palpable. Lin Tianhai gradually rose, an air of murderous intent surrounding him, revealing his inner turmoil. Everyone, Lin Tianhai's voice was low. The actions of the Jianzu tribe are no mere provocation. They are a declaration of war against our Lin family. Quickly, notify the 3 elders, and relay the order for the entire clan to enter a state of readiness. All members must be on standby. He paused, a fierce glimmer flashing in his eyes. As for the Jianzu tribe this time, I shall make them pay 100-fold. Meanwhile, upon hearing Lin Tianhai's account, Lin Xianxiao was filled with immense fury. What audacity the Jianzu tribe has to bully our Lin family. The second elder, Lin Xianxia, also bore a murderous glint in her eyes, but began to analyze the situation calmly. Elder brother, this matter is suspicious. Although the Jianzu tribe has had friction with our clan recently, they have never launched such a large-scale assault. Moreover, after your previous victory over Baiyan, how could they dare to provoke us like this? It seems likely. The third elder, Lin Changfeng, concurred, sister is correct. Bai Yan is not foolish. There must be a reason behind this action. Are you suggesting this is orchestrated by someone else? Precisely. Lin Changxiao paused for a moment. Regardless of the reason, whether it is instigated by others or not, his voice was calm, yet resonated with a force that caused the very air around them to tremble. Whoever dares to harm our Lin family members must pay the price. Regardless of who is behind this, since the Jianzhu tribe has chosen to be the blade, they must be prepared to be broken. He turned to Lin Tianhai. Tianhai, gather the clan's elite immediately and march upon the Jianzhu tribe. Lin Tianhai's spirit lifted. Yes, Ancestor. Lin Changxiao then addressed Lin Changxue and the others, Changxue, Changfeng, Daicheng, Daod, Daowu. We shall proceed to Tianyunsi first in hopes of rescuing some of our Lin family members. Dao Xian, Dao Qing, you two will remain behind to guard the clan. Tianhai, summon 200,000 clansmen to follow shortly. His voice was solemn and commanding. Today, I will ensure that the Jianzhu tribe no longer exists in this world. Lin Changxiao's authoritative voice resonated throughout the forbidden grounds, causing everyone to tremble. They promptly bowed and shouted, "Yes, elder brother." Understood, Ancestor. The entire Lin family sprang into action. Orders cascaded from the assembly hall, and teams of cultivators converged from all directions. In the Lin family's martial arena, 200,000 cultivators formed a precise formation, radiating an aura of ferocity. The weakest among them possessed the cultivation of the Dongtian realm, with many being experts at the Saint and Great Saint levels. Clad in matching azure armor and wielding various magical artifacts, they stood in silent anticipation, awaiting the command to march. Lin Tianhai stood atop a high platform, surveying the army below, his voice booming, "Fellow clansmen, the Jianzhu tribe has unjustly attacked our Tongtian River assets and slaughtered our Lin family members. This enmity cannot be overlooked. Today, we shall make them pay in blood. Blood for blood, blood for blood." 200,000 cultivators roared in unison, their voices shaking the surrounding mountains. Meanwhile, above the Lin family's forbidden grounds, 6 figures hovered in the air, Lin Changxiao and his companions. At this moment, the Grand Elder, Second Elder, and Third Elder had all broken through to the Quasi-Emperor level, albeit only at the 2nd tier. Even the 4th and 5th Elders, who remained with the clan, had also reached the Quasi-Emperor level. Now, the Lin family boasted 8 Quasi-Emperors, a significant increase in strength compared to the past. As for Lin Changxiao and his companions, they had already ascended to the higher tiers of Quasi-Emperors, with Lin Changxiao standing at the pinnacle of the 9th tier, just 1 step away from the Emperor realm. With his profound foundation, he could even contend with an emperor if necessary. Lin Changxue had reached the 8th tier of the Quasi-Emperor realm, while Lin Changfeng had recently broken through to the 7th tier. Lin Changxiao stood at the forefront, his purple robe billowing without wind. He glanced back at the 5 beside him and commanded, "Let us go." A spatial passage opened in response, and the group swiftly plunged into it, vanishing into the Tianyan Sea. Shortly thereafter, numerous spatial passages manifested above the Lin family, with countless war chariots and flying vessels soaring into the air, entering the spatial portals. A great battle was about to commence. Chapter 163, The Thundershark Tribe. The battle begins. Half a day later, at Tianyun's sacred island in the Tongtian River, a solitary figure stood against the vast sky, gazing down at the ravaged landscape, remaining silent as the very fabric of the world trembled around him. This figure was Lin Changxiao, who had made a beeline for Tianyun's sacred island after leaving the Lin family. As he surveyed the devastated island below, the murderous intent in his eyes materialized, overwhelming the cultivators from various factions who had come to investigate, leaving them gasping for breath, drenched in cold sweat. Who was this formidable being? What terrifying murderous intent? Shu, you want to die? Do not speak. If I am not mistaken, this powerhouse is likely a strong figure from the Lin family. The Jianzhu tribe had launched a brutal assault on all of the Lin family's assets in the Tongtian River. Their methods so ruthless they were beyond comprehension. Not only were all station disciples slaughtered, but even the spiritual veins and mining sites in the river were completely looted, destroying their foundation. Though this event had transpired within mere hours, news had already spread throughout this stretch of the Tongtian River. Countless factions were left in shock, simultaneously brimming with curiosity about the Lin family's next move. Smaller factions close to the Jianzhu tribe began hastily retreating, fearing they might be swept up in the impending retaliation from the Lin family. After all, the clashes of these formidable forces are not something that the smaller factions can afford to involve themselves in. Even a mere ripple from such a confrontation could spell doom for them. Thus, if they do not flee now, when shall they? Lin Changxiao had remained steadfastly in place, and after several minutes, a few streaks of light shot forth from the distance, eventually arriving beside him. It was Lin Changxue and her companions. "What is the situation?" Lin Changxiao inquired, his tone unusually somber, a glimmer of hope flickering in his gaze. At his words, Lin Xianxia and her companions exchanged glances, each shaking their heads in defeat, none having escaped unscathed. The flicker of hope in Lin Xianxiao's eyes extinguished, replaced by an overwhelming intent to kill. Let us depart. Today, we shall annihilate the giant rock clan. Lin Xianxiao's voice was calm, yet resonated like thunder across the heavens. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xianxiao and his companions vanished, and the vast sky returned to its tranquil state. Outside the territory of the giant rock clan, the atmosphere shifted ominously. A palpable aura of menace enveloped the entire sacred island of the giant rock clan. In the next moment, the heavens above cracked open. 6 figures descended through the void, exuding an imposing presence that caused the very fabric of reality to tremble with each step. Behind them, the Lin family army loomed like a dark cloud, their murderous intent soaring skyward and staining the clouds in a crimson hue. Not good. It is the Lin family's quasi-emperors and their army. Sound the alarm. A guard at the watchtower of the giant rock clan shouted, his face ashen. Boom, boom, boom. In the heavens above, Lin Xianxiao stood at the forefront, his purple robe billowing, surrounded by crackling thunder. As he raised his hand, a colossal thunder seal appeared from thin air, imbued with apocalyptic might, and descended forcefully upon the sacred island of the giant rock clan. The thunder seal blotted out the sun, radiating lightning as if it were divine retribution, rendering the sacred island a mere ant beneath its weight. The members of the giant rock clan stared in sheer disbelief at this terrifying strike. Some even collapsed to the ground, trembling in fear. What kind of power is this? Can we truly withstand such an enemy? Yet, witnessing the formidable adversary before them, one among the giant rock clan dared to utter such despairing words. An elder promptly chastised, "Humph! A bunch of cowards. Speak no more of such discouraging words that bolster others' spirits while diminishing our own. I shall be the first to execute you should you continue. That Lin family member is merely a quasi-emperor, and our clan's formation has been maintained and improved through generations, attaining the pinnacle of quasi-emperor formations. A mere quasi-emperor's strike can be easily countered by our formation, but before he could finish, the protective formation of the giant rock clan was violently shattered by the thunder seal, crashing down towards the island. Help me, Ancestor! The elder screamed in desperation. As if in response to his cries, 4 quasi-emperors from the giant rock clan appeared simultaneously, using their powers to mitigate the thunder seal that had already lost much of its might due to the formation. Boom. Ha ha ha. Thunder Emperor, you arrived quite swiftly. Unfortunately, it is too late. The quasi-emperor Baiyan laughed mockingly, standing opposite Lin Xianxiao, his expression rife with derision. Internally, however, he was astonished by the Lin family's strength. Indeed, they were formidable with 6 quasi-emperors. Fortunately, I am well prepared, he thought. Conversely, upon hearing these words, Lin Xianxiao's murderous intent surged even higher. Today, my Lin family shall obliterate your entire clan and sink the sacred island. His voice thundered, reverberating throughout the realm. As the final word fell, the heavens trembled, and Lin Xianxiao unleashed his full imperial might, causing the members of the giant rock clan to tremble in fear. Except for the 4 quasi-emperors of the giant rock clan, the others were forced to kneel, spitting blood in submission. Humph! You think to extinguish my giant rock clan? The Lin family is not worthy. The 4 quasi-emperors of the giant rock clan could not allow Lin Xianxiao to crush their morale and immediately joined forces to block his overwhelming pressure from encroaching upon the sacred island. Humph! Just you 4 worthless beings? Lin Changfeng, standing beside Lin Xianxiao, scoffed. Ha ha ha, who said there were only 4? Suddenly, a boisterous laugh echoed from within the depths of the giant rock clan, followed by 3 figures soaring into the sky to join the 4 quasi-emperors. Confronting Lin Xianxiao and his companions from across the void, Lin Xianxiao's brow furrowed as he regarded the 3 newcomers coldly. Lei Qianjue, you dare to meddle in my Lin family's affairs. Do you not fear igniting your own demise? The newcomers were indeed the 3 quasi-emperor ancestors of the Thunder Shark clan from within the Tongtian River, the quasi-emperor of the 9th layer, Lei Qianjue, the quasi-emperor of the 5th layer, Lei Qianjiu, and the quasi-emperor of the 1st layer, Lei Qianhu. The Thunder Shark clan was a quasi-emperor level alien clan within the Tongtian River, having maintained a long-standing friendship with the Giant Rock clan. They were renowned for their thunder-based abilities and possessed ferocious offensive capabilities, standing in stark contrast to the Giant Rock clan's renowned defensive prowess. The leader, clad in blue-purple battle armor and surrounded by raging thunder, was none other than Lei Qianjue, a well-known quasi-emperor of the 9th layer. With a grin exposing his sharp, white teeth, Lei Qianjue declared, "The Giant Rock clan has been friends with my Thunder Shark clan for generations. How could I stand idly by in their time of need?" At this moment, Lei Qianjue spoke with such righteousness, yet he had not hesitated to exploit the Giant Rock clan when they sought his aid for mutual benefit. Had it not been for the promise of a breakthrough experience from the Giant Rock Clan and half of the Lin family's territory in the Tongtian River, along with other incentives, he would not have consented to assist. After all, who would willingly offend a force whose strength matched their own? Of course, while everything else was manageable, it was the promise of the Giant Rock Clan's insights into breaking through to the Emperor level that truly compelled Lin Xianxia to act. The insights they offered had originally been provided by a mysterious figure, for it was understood that for the Giant Rock Clan to perform well, they needed to taste some initial sweetness. After all, without cultivation techniques and resources, Baiyan would never break through to the Emperor level and escape their grasp. Yintian Gang sneered. Thunder Emperor, today our two clans join forces. If your Lin family knows what's good for you, you will retreat obediently. Otherwise, do not blame us for leaving you with no way back. Oh, is that so? Lin Changxiao suddenly fell silent, but this calm seemed to solidify the surrounding space. He surveyed the 7 quasi-emperors opposite him, raising his voice. Lin family disciples, heed my command. Here. From behind him, 200,000 Lin family cultivators responded in unison, their roar shattering the skies. Today, we shall cleanse the Giant Rock Clan, leaving not a single soul alive. Kill. With Lin Changxiao's command, the Lin family army surged forth like a tide toward the territory of the Giant Rock Clan. Chapter 164, A Fierce Battle. Kill. The enraged roars of 200,000 Lin family cultivators shattered the clouds, countless streaks of light cascading down like torrential rain. Above the sacred island of the Giant Rock Clan, various colors of spiritual energy illuminated the sky, resembling a magnificent display of deadly fireworks. Lin Changxiao stood with his hands clasped behind his back in the void, his purple robe billowing amidst the storm of spiritual pressure. His gaze, sharp as lightning, locked onto Baiyan and Lin Xianxia, his murderous intent palpable. Defeated opponents, come forth to meet your death. The words defeated opponents struck like a blade of humiliation, repeatedly piercing the dignity of both individuals, rendering their faces ashen. Arrogant, Lin Xianxia's body erupted with crackling thunder. 9 rings of lightning and a massive thunder shark apparition emerging behind him. I shall see how you manage to face us both. Humph. Do you truly believe that having previously bested us in a single move grants you the ability to confront us at once? Thunder Emperor, today we shall slay you to avenge our prior humiliation. The majestic might of the White Rock Sovereign erupted in an instant, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble. In that moment, the White Rock Sovereign and Lin Xianxia exchanged a knowing glance before simultaneously launching their assaults. The White Rock Sovereign formed intricate seals with his hands, summoning a towering mountain of rock from thin air, bearing down upon Lin Changxiao with an overwhelming aura of suppression. Meanwhile, Lin Xianxia conjured an array of thunderous sharks that roared ferociously as they surged towards Lin Changxiao, as if intent on consuming him entirely. Merely trifles, Lin Changxiao scoffed, his disdain palpable. With a casual lift of his right hand, the elemental forces of thunder converged wildly, coalescing in his palm into a spear crackling with purple lightning. The spear was entwined with black spatial fissures, exuding an aura of annihilation. Break! The purple lightning spear was unleashed, colliding with the mountain. In a spine-chilling cacophony of tearing sounds, the White Rock Sovereign's mountain was pierced through, the spear's momentum unabated as it targeted the swarm of thunderous sharks. With a thunderous roar, the mountain shattered, debris raining down like hail, and the thunder sharks were obliterated. The White Rock Sovereign let out a muffled groan, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. A look of disbelief crossed Lin Xianxia's face. How could my thunderous path falter against you? I warned you. Trash is ultimately just trash. Lin Changxiao retorted with a cold smile, seizing the opportunity to charge forward amidst the tempest of thunder, intent on annihilating the two. Simultaneously, battles raged across the other fronts. Snowflakes danced wildly. Lin Changxia, clad in flowing white garments, waved her jade-like hand, causing the temperature within a 1,000-mile radius to plummet. Countless snowflakes materialized from thin air, each one as sharp as a blade. Opposite her stood the Crimson Rock Sovereign, enshrouded in blazing red flames, vaporizing the oncoming snowflakes into mist. The Crimson Rock Sovereign was the second most powerful of the Giant Rock Clan, second only to the White Rock Sovereign. Boasting a cultivation level at the 8th tier of Sovereign, on par with Lin Changxia's realm, wielding the path of crimson flames to its utmost potential. Snow Empress, your ice cannot contend with my crimson flames. Ha ha ha. The Crimson Rock Sovereign bellowed, thrusting his hands forward as 9 fire dragons roared forth, distorting the space they traversed. Unfazed, Lin Changxia maintained her composure, forming seals with her delicate fingers, snow burial. With a crisp crack, the 9 fire dragons suddenly froze, transforming into ice sculptures. The Crimson Rock Sovereign's pupils constricted in shock as he hastily withdrew, only to see a glimmer of icy radiance flash from Lin Xianxia's fingertip. A line of ice hurtling towards him. With a piercing sound, his left shoulder was pierced through, and before blood could even flow, it was crystallized into ice. He roared in fury, summoning his internal flames to expel the encroaching chill. What a splendid path of snow. Meanwhile, Lin Xianfeng faced off against Lei Qianjiao and the Black Rock Sovereign, who were temporarily empowered to the 7th tier of Sovereign through a secret formation, bolstered by thousands of their clansmen. Despite their combined efforts, they were still merely at the 5th tier of Sovereign, and even with their momentary enhancement, they found themselves retreating before Lin Xianfeng's relentless assault. "Ah, your clan's secret formations are somewhat impressive," Lin Xianfeng remarked mockingly. "But I advise you to concede. You are no match for this old ancestor. Would it not be better to stand still and allow me to strike you down swiftly? Do you truly wish to suffer at my hands before your demise? Rest assured, my blade is quick and painless." Irritated by Lin Xianfeng's incessant prattle, Lei Qianjiao and the Black Rock Sovereign bellowed in unison, "Silence! Wind Sovereign, do you truly believe victory is assured? Who shall slay whom remains uncertain? Thundershark Storm! Dark Devour!" They shouted, launching their formidable attacks. Yet Lin Xianfeng remained unfazed. "Oh dear, why won't you heed my good advice? Mischievous old fool. You are in for a beating." Windshear. With a flourish of his sleeve, countless azure wind blades whirled forth. "Ha ha! The defenses of my giant rock clan are not something you can breach." The Black Rock Sovereign sneered, turning to reveal a layer of black, crystalline armor enveloping him, brimming with confidence in his defenses. "Do you think that just because you've turned black, I cannot strike your age behind?" In the next instant, a multitude of wind blades rained down on the immobile Black Rock Sovereign's rear. In one moment, he was exuding confidence. In the next, a piercing scream echoed through the skies. On another front, the Lin Clan's elder and the second elder joined forces against the Grey Rock Sovereign, who was at the 3rd tier of Sovereign. Despite the opponent's advantage in realm, the two elders displayed impeccable synergy, refusing to yield. Empty bright sword technique. The elder's sword trembled, casting numerous shadows. The second elder then launched a surprise attack from the side, striking at the Grey Rock Sovereign's ribs. With a furious roar, the Grey Rock Sovereign manifested a gray crystalline layer, bracing himself to absorb the duo's assault. With a powerful thud, he was forced back several paces, tiny cracks appearing on his stone armor. A flicker of alarm crossed his eyes. These old fools, at merely the 2nd tier of Sovereign, can breach my defenses. Not far away, the battle between the 3rd elder and Lei Qianhu was equally intense. Both were at the 1st tier of Sovereign, their strengths well matched. Lei Qianhu wielded dual thunder hammers, each strike infused with the might of 1,000 bolts of lightning. The 3rd elder brandished a bronze spear, its thrusts reminiscent of a dragon as they clashed with the thunder hammers, sparking brilliant flashes. Thunder Shark Frenzy. Lei Qianhu suddenly surged, the dual hammers transforming into a tempest of hammering shadows. Unperturbed, the 3rd elder countered, spear breaks mountains and rivers. A beam of spear light materialized, deflecting all hammer shadows. Both combatants retreated 3 steps, their fighting spirit intensifying. Meanwhile, on the battlefield below, the Lin Clan's forces had established a clear advantage. 9 Xian Celestial Spirit Formation. War God Golden Body, charge. With Lin Tianyu's command, the Lin Clan's cultivators swiftly reformed their ranks. Massive War God Golden Bodies emerged, shaking the very heavens. Compared to their previous battles against the Bai and Kai clans, where they had only one team of celestial spirits, the Lin Clan had now summoned 10 War God Golden Bodies, their might far surpassing before, capable of dominating even the 9th tier of the Sacred Emperor realm. These 10 teams of celestial spirits, akin to 10 invincible legions, maneuvered the War God Golden Bodies through the ranks of the Giant Rock and Thunder Shark clans, wreaking havoc. The formations of the two clans appeared feeble before the Lin Clan's 9 Xian Celestial Spirit Formation, crumbling with a single strike. Countless formations had been shattered by the Lin Clan, forcing the allied forces of the Giant Rock and Thunder Shark clans into retreat. A furious Giant Rock clan leader shouted, "Form the Rock Turtle Formation." Instantly, the Giant Rock warriors gathered, their bodies encased in rocky armor, forming the image of a colossal rock turtle. The Thunder Shark clan then transformed into lightning, launching an assault under the cover of the rock turtle. "Merely trifles," a celestial spirit commander scoffed. "War God Golden Body, annihilate." Boom, boom, boom. After a barrage of attacks, the rock turtle's image was left in tatters, and the Giant Rock warriors collapsed, spitting blood. The Thunder Shark clan's assault was intercepted by the vigilant Lin Clan cultivators, plunging both sides into chaotic melee. Chapter 165, Lin Xianxiao Faces 2. Dominating the two sovereigns of the 9th tier. The formidable strength of the Lin Clan thoroughly astonished the myriad factions of the Tongtian River. In the distance, A multitude of silent onlookers from the sects gazed upon the overwhelmingly one-sided situation, their astonishment palpable. How terrifying the Lin family is, they whispered in hushed tones. Despite the collaboration of the Giant Rock Clan and the Thunder Shark Clan, who had revealed all their trump cards, they were no match for the Lin family. Suffering a relentless retreat instead. The battle formation of the Lin family is simply too formidable. That battle spirit, akin to a war god, is undoubtedly a devastating weapon on the battlefield. Indeed, have you noticed that every member of the Lin family, whether in personal strength or equipment, greatly surpasses their counterparts from the Giant Rock Clan and Thunder Shark Clan? The depth of their foundation is astonishing. Goodness, I hadn't realized until you pointed it out. Thank heavens I did not provoke that Lin sage earlier. Otherwise, my grave would be overgrown with grass 3 meters high. Father, it's terrible. I inadvertently bullied a distant relative of the Lin family, who is at the God-See stage. What should I do? Father, help me. What? Slap. Get away. I have no son. Esteemed friends, I implore you to bear witness. This young rascal is not known to me, nor could he ever be my son. Father, you. The crowd was left speechless. In the depths of the void, stars shattered, and a terrifying shockwave rippled through the cosmos. Suddenly, the void fractured, and a purple lightning spear shot forth from in front of Lin Xianxiao. Wherever it passed, the space crumbled like fragile glass, revealing the chaotic nothingness behind. The eyes of Bai Yin, the Quasi-Emperor, narrowed to pinpricks. His prideful Earth Emperor's technique, the towering rock bell, dissolved like snow under the scorching sun before the encroaching black fissures of thunder. This cannot be. Bai Yin felt a sweet taste in his throat, blood of a faint golden hue trickling from the corner of his mouth. After retreating 1,000 feet, Bai Yin bit his tongue, spitting out a mouthful of essence blood. The blood transformed mid-air into intricate runes, each glowing with a rich, earthy hue. True giant rock form. He roared, his voice akin to grinding stones. The earth elements surged toward him, the surrounding stars trembling as countless rocks disintegrated into pure earth spirit energy. This power flowed into Bai Yin like rivers returning to the sea. His form began to swell and morph, mystical rock patterns surfacing on his skin, until he became a towering crystal-white giant of immense stature. This was his ultimate technique, a transcendent secret art known only to the clan leaders throughout generations, the immortal Earth Emperor body. Witnessing this spectacle, Lin Xianxiao scoffed dismissively, a mere parlor trick. A hint of mockery tinged his voice as he slowly raised his right hand, palm upward, fingers curling slightly, and commanded, "Thunder, come." Crack. A rift tore through the heavens above, revealing not ordinary darkness, but a terrifying space brimming with swirling purple-black, thunderous liquid. Boom. Countless bolts of thunder cascaded down like an inverted river, their descent not chaotic but as disciplined as seasoned soldiers, swirling and coalescing around Lin Xianxiao. Gradually, a full-body thunder battle armor began to take shape, its surface adorned with mysterious patterns that seemed to embody the truths of the universe. Upon closer inspection, these patterns continuously evolved, depicting the entire cycle of Thunder's birth and demise. The Thunder Emperor armor. At the moment the armor fully coalesced, Lin Xianxiao's aura surged violently, a terrifying pressure pushing Bai Yin and Lei Qianjue back, while countless stars erupted in explosions. What? Lei Qianjue gasped in shock, the wrinkles on his face twisting in terror. As the elder of the Thunder Shark Clan, he understood better than anyone what this signified. You have comprehended the path of thunder to such an extent? This is impossible. Our Thunder Shark Clan has a legacy spanning hundreds of thousands of years, and the highest among us barely grazed this level. The Thunder Emperor armor. A realm only accessible to the Thunder Emperor. How could you? The disbelief and fear were etched across Lei Qianjue's face. Lin Xianxiao offered no reply. At that moment, he resembled the true sovereign of thunder, each hair transformed into flickering purple lightning, his eyes swirling with thunderous vortices, and wherever his gaze fell, myriad bolts bowed in submission. With each step he took, the void generated thunder lotuses beneath his feet, their blossoming resonating with echoes of profound truths. Your clan's limitations do not bind my capabilities. Lin Xianxiao's voice resonated from the heavens, imbued with an undeniable authority. As the final word fell, the entire world momentarily fell silent. Then, centered around Lin Xianxiao, a visible purple ripple spread forth. Where the wave passed, the space shimmered, and fragments of stars hanging in the air froze as if time itself had halted. Bai Yin and Lei Qianjue exchanged glances, each seeing the unmistakable horror reflected in the other's eyes. Yet, at this juncture, there was no retreat. Having cultivated for over 30,000 years, they understood that their only chance of survival lay in a desperate gamble. Rock fire burning heaven. Bai Yin clasped his palms together, and countless fissures erupted from his towering rock body, spewing forth blazing white magma. The magma rapidly solidified in the air, transforming into numerous fiery red rock spikes, each adorned with flowing patterns and glimmering with a chilling light at their tips. One spike would be lethal to an ordinary quasi-emperor, alas. He faced Lin Xianxiao, a ruthless individual who had elevated his understanding of the path to the level of an emperor. Simultaneously, Lin Xianxiao bit his tongue, unleashing a stream of essence blood. This blood was not a vivid red, but a deep blue reminiscent of the ocean's depths. Thunder Shark devours the world, he bellowed, his voice resonating with the cadence of an ancient tongue. The essence blood morphed into a complex rune, causing the already solidified phantom of the Thunder Shark to swell, transforming into a terrifying beast measuring 10,000 feet in length. The beast's maw opened wide, revealing not ordinary teeth but serrated bolts of pure lightning. In the face of their full-force assault, Lin Xianxiao merely raised his right hand lightly, fingers spread wide, then clenched abruptly. Thunder prison punishment. Buzz. An extraordinary tremor reverberated across 1,000 miles, catching the attention of all combatants, who felt a tightening in their chests, as if some supreme entity was descending. The space suddenly solidified, and thunderous rings descended upon by Yin and Lin Xianxiao. These thunder rings were not mere energy constructs, but intricate formations composed of countless tiny lightning runes, interweaving to form a three-dimensional thunderous cage in an instant. The thunder prison enveloped the two completely. What sorcery is this? Release me. Bai Yan's towering form hammered against the prison, attempting to shatter it. To his dismay, he discovered that the countless rock flames he unleashed diminished within the confines of the thunder rings, as if suppressed by an invisible force, soon coming to a halt. Spatial laws? Bai Yan finally grasped the gravity of the situation, his voice turning shrill. You have simultaneously comprehended the path of space. This is impossible. After more than 30,000 years of cultivation, he had never witnessed anyone mastering two paths concurrently. Yet this Thunder Emperor had done it. A faint smile played on Lin Xianxiao's lips. Annihilate. Boom. Countless bolts of thunder instantly engulfed Bai Yan and Lin Xianxiao. Bai Yan bore the brunt of the assault, his 100-foot rock body instantly riddled with spiderweb-like cracks. He fervently urged the inner spiritual power within him in an attempt to mend his wounds, only to discover that the purple lightning coiling around his injuries was incessantly eroding his vitality. Those bolts of thunder behaved as if they were sentient, burrowing into his body along the fissures, assimilating the rock essence he had painstakingly cultivated over millennia into lightning energy. The White Rock Sovereign emitted a heart-wrenching wail. His cries intermingled with the sound of shattering stone. He sought to break free, yet found his feet ensnared by chains of thunder, tethered to the void itself, rendering his struggles futile. Lin Xianxiao was equally afflicted. The solidified thunder shark erupted in an explosion, leaving him severely injured in the aftermath. It was time to conclude this. Lin Xianxiao stepped forward, a seemingly simple movement that compressed distance, arriving before Lin Xianxiao in an instant. He brought his right hand down with force. No. Lin Xianxiao's primordial spirit fled in panic, manifesting as a miniature thunder shark intent on tearing through space to escape. However, Lin Xianxiao had anticipated this. With a grasp of his left hand, the purple lightning transformed into a cage that ensnared the primordial spirit. Lin Xianxiao, spare me. It was my fault. My Thunder Shark clan should not have interfered in your battle. I beg you, grant me mercy. My clan has been enslaved for eternity. Lin Xianxiao's frantic pleas were devoid of the arrogance he once displayed. Lin Xianxiao scoffed, his fingers curling together. Enough. As the purple lightning surged, the primordial spirit of a once great sovereign let out a final, agonizing scream, ultimately dissipating into motes of spiritual light scattered across the heavens and the earth. Witnessing this scene, White Rock felt his heart shatter. After over 30,000 years of cultivation, he experienced a visceral fear of death for the first time. Without a moment's hesitation, he ignited half of his blood essence and turned to flee, transforming into a blinding streak of white light, vanishing miles away in an instant. Could he escape? Lin Xianxiao snorted coldly, his right hand reaching into the void, summoning a torrent of thunder strikes. With a thunderous boom, a bolt of purple-black lightning descended from the sky. Unlike any ordinary lightning, its core imbued with a profound darkness that seemed capable of devouring light itself. The lightning targeted the white light that was the White Rock Sovereign, but at that critical moment, a peculiar wave emerged, dispersing Lin Xianxiao's lightning instantaneously. What? Lin Xianxiao furrowed his brow. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, the White Rock Sovereign hastily retreated. His appearance was utterly tragic, his once splendid white robe now charred and tattered, his exposed skin marred with burn marks resembling lightning. Lin Xianxiao. The White Rock Sovereign's voice was hoarse, his eyes bloodshot. This enmity shall not go unavenged. After a brief pause, Lin Xianxiao instantly pursued him. He could not allow a formidable threat of a ninth-tier sovereign to escape alive. Chapter 166, Annihilation of Two Clans. The Lin Clan's resounding victory. Meanwhile, on other battlefields, the Lin Clan members had thoroughly subdued their opponents, and killing them was merely a matter of time. The death of Lei Xianxia and the flight of the White Rock Sovereign had significantly dampened the morale of the cultivators from both clans, extinguishing their will to resist as they began to flee in disarray. The Ancestor is dead. Run. The Thundershark clan cannot be annihilated under our clan leader's watch. All members below the Sage Realm, break through with all your might, while the rest hold off the Lin Clan. The Giant Rock clan has fallen. Even our great Ancestor cannot match the strength of the Lin Clan. It's over. The Giant Rock clan is utterly doomed. The Lin Clan would not allow them to escape, launching fierce assaults. Kill. Haha. Our Ancestor has defeated the strongest among their two clans. We cannot disappoint him. Fellow clansmen, follow this elder and annihilate the Giant Rock and Thundershark clans. Indeed. Moreover, all factions are watching. As descendants of the Ancestor, we cannot bring disgrace upon him. Die. Giant Rock clan scum. Take this, Thundershark brat, from Lin Yu. Haha. The death knell tolls for the Giant Rock and Thundershark clans. Meanwhile, in the depths of the void, several figures continued their fierce battle. In the realm of ice and snow, Lin Xianxiao's lips parted, her voice ethereal as falling snow upon a frigid pond. As her words fell, the surrounding void instantly transformed into a world of ice and snow. Countless ice crystals refracted a myriad of colors under the sunlight, both beautiful and lethal. These ice crystals were not static. They rotated slowly along an arcane trajectory, forming a colossal icy domain. Damn it! The Crimson Rock Sovereign was filled with rage and disbelief as the flames he prided himself on, the Inferno Flame, were suppressed to a mere protective barrier extending 100 feet around him. The flames, once capable of scorching mountains and boiling seas, now flickered weakly like a candle in the wind. Snow Empress, do not overstep your bounds, or when my brother frees himself. Ridiculous. Look at the distant void. Is there even a trace of that white rock? Lin Xianxiao sneered. Where is your brother? The Crimson Rock Sovereign's face was a mask of confusion. Previously, he had been thoroughly suppressed by Lin Xianxiao and had been too preoccupied to notice the other battles. He had assumed his brother and Lei Qianjue would team up to defeat Lin Xianxiao, but had not anticipated. Lei Qianjue is dead, and White Rock will inevitably fall to my brother as well. Today, both the Giant Rock and Thundershark clans shall be annihilated. Lin Xianxiao's expression was cold as she delicately pointed at the void. With this simple gesture, the temperature around them plummeted once more. The Ice Phoenix descends. A clear, melodious cry echoed through the skies as the snowflakes coalesced into a magnificent Ice Phoenix, towering majestically. The Ice Phoenix appeared vividly alive, each feather distinct, its eyes radiating a chilling azure aura. As the Ice Phoenix spread its wings, the very fabric of space was frozen. The Crimson Rock Sovereign, in a state of terror, realized that his limbs were beginning to freeze. Desperate, he summoned the inner fire, but it was as futile as pouring a cup of water into a raging inferno. As the Ice Phoenix swooped down, he gritted his teeth, a look of determination flashing in his eyes. If it is to be, then we shall perish together. The Crimson Rock Sovereign abruptly reversed his cultivation method, unleashing a torrent of fiery energy within. His body swelled rapidly, a horrifying red glow emanating from beneath his skin, signaling an impending self-detonation. The self-detonation of an 8th-tier sovereign could severely injure or even kill even the most powerful of peak sovereigns. Lin Xianxiao, naturally, could not afford to be careless. Her gaze hardened, and with a slash of her right hand, she commanded, "Burial." Crack. The Ice Phoenix let out a resounding cry as its wings folded. The space where the Crimson Rock Sovereign was located was instantly encased in a massive ice crystal. Through the crystalline surface, one could see the terror etched on his face, frozen in time. Before he could self-detonate, he was sealed in ice. Subsequently, with a flick of her fingertip, the ice crystal shattered, along with the Crimson Rock Sovereign, who was reduced to a flurry of ice shards, glistening with a tragic beauty under the sun. On the other side, Lin Chongfeng continued to toy with the Black Rock Sovereign and Lei Qianjiu. TSK. Old Black Rock, your backside is much tougher than your face. Lin Chongfeng laughed heartily, manipulating countless wind blades to relentlessly target the Black Rock Sovereign's rear. Those azure wind blades possessed a keen intelligence, sometimes scattering like rain and at other times converging into a spear, honing in on the weakest points of defense. The Black Rock Sovereign was humiliated and enraged. His once proud giant rock physique seemed utterly ineffective against Lin Chongfeng's bizarre wind blades. Though they appeared ordinary, those wind blades could effortlessly tear through his most robust defenses. Wind Emperor, if you have the prowess, face me head on. Lei Qianjiu roared, directing the Thunder Shark Phantoms to pounce. but their forms had diminished significantly, the effects of the secret formation waning. Their time to unleash the might of a seventh-tier sovereign was quickly running out. Lin Chongfeng's smile faded, his eyes glinting with a cold light. Ah? The elder brother and second sister have both concluded their games. Enough of this. It is time to send you on your way. Suddenly, he clasped his hands together, and a vibrant blue light enveloped him, summoning a colossal azure phantom behind him, Wrath of the Wind God. With a roar, a tempest of azure winds erupted across the land. The Black Rock Quasi-Emperor and Lei Qianji were gripped by terror as they realized they were immobile, unable to even twitch a finger. They watched helplessly as the cyclone bore down upon them, their bodies stripped away layer by layer like sand sculptures. No. Their desperate cries were swallowed by the howling winds. After the tempest passed, only a cloud of blood mist remained, which was soon dispersed entirely. The tens of thousands of cultivators of both clans who formed the secret formation were not spared either, as the residual shockwaves obliterated them, transforming them into a mist of blood. With the top combatants of both clans falling one after another, the battlefield tilted irrevocably in favor of the Lin family. 9 Xian Heavenly Spirit Array, transform. Lin Tianyu pointed his sword at the heavens, his voice resonating throughout the battlefield. 10 divine war gods suddenly converged, amalgamating before the astonished gazes of many into a colossal golden-armored war deity, towering tens of thousands of feet high. Its aura surpassed that of a saint emperor. Stepping into the realm of quasi-emperors, the golden deity wielded a golden spear, its shaft shimmering with the brilliance of the sun, moon, and stars. With a single thrust, a rain of spears descended upon the remaining cultivators of the two clans. With each scream of agony, another cultivator from the two clans perished, including those of the Saint King and Saint Emperor ranks. Kill. 200,000 Lin family cultivators surged forward like a tide, unleashing a deluge of divine powers and magical artifacts. Above, the elder of the great clan pierced the brow of the Black Rock Quasi-Emperor with his sword, the destructive spiritual force attached to the blade obliterating his consciousness. Seizing the opportunity, the elder of the second clan shattered his heart vein with a single palm, completely severing any chance of survival. In the distance, the elder of the three clans wielded a bronze spear like a dragon, its tip glowing with a chilling radiance, pinning Lei Qianhu to a forsaken dead star, causing his body to explode with a thunderous roar. Lin Tianhai stood casually in the void, his battle robe stained with the blood of his enemies. He gazed down at the massive island, his voice echoing like divine decree. From this day forth, the world shall know no more of the Black Rock and Lei Shark clans. After a brief pause, Lin Tianhai added, since the Ancestor wishes to sink this island and obliterate all traces of the Black Rock clan's existence, allow me, the clan leader, to fulfill this task. With that, Lin Tianhai struck down with his palm. A colossal handprint descended from the heavens, instantly sinking the sacred island of the Black Rock. Boom. It left behind a massive pit, with torrents of water rushing in. Chapter 167. Pursuit. The Emperor Strikes. Meanwhile, above the Tongtian River, two streaks of light sped through the air, in hot pursuit of one another. Bai Yin, there's no escape for you. Today marks your demise. Lin Xiangxiao's voice thundered like the rumblings of the heavens as he strode through the void, enveloped in dazzling purple lightning, each step leaving behind a trail of thunderous marks in the air. Before him, Bai Yin, the quasi-emperor, fled in disarray, his once magnificent white battle armor now in tatters, revealing a bloodied and mangled body beneath. Just half a day prior, he had confidently led the formidable members of the Black Rock clan to attack the Lin family's Tongtian River assets, believing that he and Lei Qianjue together could easily overpower Lin Xiangxiao. However, upon encountering Lin Xiangxiao in person, Bai Yin realized the extent of his grave misjudgment. In Lin Xiangxiao's presence, they seemed to inhabit entirely different realms, akin to the disparity between an adult and a child, with them being the latter utterly powerless to resist. Boom. Lin Xiangxiao raised his hand, summoning a spear of lightning that tore through the void, aimed directly at Bai Yin's back. Bai Yin hastily turned, conjuring a massive yellow shield, but it disintegrated upon contact with the lightning in an instant. The residual force sent him hurtling hundreds of feet away before he barely managed to halt his flight. Coughing, Bai Yin spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organ fragments, disbelief etched across his face. Why? How can you, a peak quasi-emperor, possess such strength? Despite his incredulity, he dared not linger. After stabilizing himself, he immediately continued his flight. Behind him, Lin Xiangxiao merely chuckled coldly, his right hand forming a long sword entirely composed of lightning. The sword, a deep purple-black, shimmered with intricate silver lightning patterns, and as it swept through the air, the space around it distorted subtly. Die. Those two simple words bore the weight of a death sentence. In the next instant, A colossal beam of lightning sword light sliced through the void, aimed directly at Bai Yin. This strike encapsulated Lin Xiangxiao's entire comprehension of the path of thunder. Even before it reached him, the horrifying might of the lightning had split the waters of the Tongtan River below, as if severing it in two. Bai Yan's face turned pale with terror. He could not withstand this attack under any circumstances. He resolutely activated the trump card given to him by another. Having already used it once to flee previously, this was the last opportunity he had. If he failed to escape this time, he would truly perish at Lin Xiangxiao's hands. Originally intended to be used to slay Lin Xiangxiao, he had been forced to retreat during their previous confrontation, never having the chance to employ it. While Lin Xiangxiao had even grasped the path of space, rendering it impossible to hit him. Now, this hidden attack had unexpectedly turned into a defensive measure for Bai Yin. A last resort for survival. How unpredictable the affairs of the world could be. Just as the sword's edge was about to pierce Bai Yan's skull, a strange black light suddenly erupted from within him, transforming into a pitch-black shield that interposed itself before the lightning sword. The two powers collided, annihilating each other into nothingness. This time, Lin Xiangxiao finally discerned the source of the black light. His gaze sharpened, instantly recognizing that the black light did not originate from Bai Yin, but rather from someone behind him. No wonder he had dared to ambush the Lin family's territory at the Tongtian River. As Bai Yin fled, a bizarre smile crept across his face. Ha, Lin Xiangxiao. What does it matter if you know? Do you think today's events will conclude so simply? The Lin family will eventually pay for the Black Rock clan's downfall. Feigning mystique, Lin Xiangxiao snorted coldly, transforming into a streak of lightning as he pursued. No matter who was orchestrating from behind, today, I shall claim your life. The chase continued for some time. Bai Yin, unwilling to spare any effort, burned his essence to flee, employing several life-preserving techniques. Yet he could not shake off Lin Xiangxiao's relentless pursuit. They traversed from the Tongtian River to a vast desert to the north, leaving devastation in their wake as mountains crumbled and rivers flowed backward. Ultimately, Bai Yin was cornered by Lin Xiangxiao. Bai Yin die? Lin Xiangxiao suddenly accelerated, leaving behind 9 phantoms of lightning as he crossed tens of thousands of feet in an instant, delivering a punch to Bai Yan's back. This punch contained the terrifying explosive power of thunder, crushing Bai Yan's protective aura like paper, sending him crashing like a meteor into the desert below, creating a massive pit with a diameter of 10,000 feet. As the dust settled, Bai Yin lay at the bottom of the pit, barely alive, his bones shattered. Devoid of strength even to raise a hand, Lin Xiangxiao slowly descended beside the pit, once more forming the lightning sword in his right hand. It is time to end this. Just as he raised the sword to strike, the world suddenly darkened. It was not clouds obscuring the sun, but true darkness descending, as if someone had drained all light from this region. Immediately thereafter, a suffocating pressure descended from the heavens, emanating an aura of terror far surpassing that of a quasi-emperor. An emperor? Lin Xiangxiao's brow furrowed, yet the thunder long sword in his grasp did not falter. Instead, it sliced toward Bai Yin with even greater velocity. Child, cease your actions. A raspy voice echoed, as a pale hand emerged from the void, gently flicking to shatter Lin Xiangxiao's thunder longsword. In the next moment, a figure cloaked entirely in black robes appeared beside the quasi-emperor Bai Yin. The visitor's face was obscured, revealing only a pair of eyes aglow with an eerie green light. Merely standing there, the surrounding space began to distort and ripple, as if unable to bear his presence. Thank you, my lord, for your salvation, Bai Yin uttered weakly. Incompetent fool, to fail at such a trivial task. Were it not for that esteemed individual commanding me to intervene, I would have been loath to concern myself with you. The figure in black robes, without awaiting Bai Yan's completion, immediately berated him. The black-robed figure paid no further heed to Bai Yin, instead fixing his gaze upon Lin Xiangxiao. Your Lin family is indeed a peculiar lineage, with Lin Xuan suppressing the younger generation. It seems your esteemed ancestor possesses such strength that even at the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor's 9th realm, he exhibits some semblance of an emperor's might. While Bai Yin might not perceive it, the black-robed figure could discern at a glance that although Lin Xiangxiao remained at the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor's 9th realm, his prowess transcended this level. It was no wonder that Bai Yin and the Thundershark clan's Lei Qianjue were no match for him. In response to the black-robed figure's words, Lin Xiangxiao remained unperturbed, though his expression grew slightly more serious, devoid of any fear. Who are you? My Lin family bears no enmity with you. Why command the Giant Rock clan to assault our family's interests? The black-robed figure did not refute this, merely stating with indifference, your Lin family indeed holds no grievance with me, yet alas, my master desires to eradicate your lineage. Above the desolate expanse, the atmosphere grew so tense that it felt nearly frozen. Regardless of your schemes, today I shall slay Bai Yin, Lin Xiangxiao declared in a low voice. his body radiating with surging lightning. Not even an emperor can impede my path. Chapter 168. Lin Xianxiao versus Mysterious Emperor. The black-robed figure seemed somewhat taken aback. You dare to be so arrogant, knowing I am an emperor? Do you truly believe that a mere hint of emperor-level power can contend with a true emperor? Such ignorance is astounding. The might of an emperor is not something you, a mere quasi-emperor, can rival. Arrogant, Lin Xianxiao scoffed. You are but a newly ascended first-level emperor. Do you truly consider yourself invincible? Lin Xianxiao could sense that the opponent was merely at the first level of the emperor realm, though he had never engaged with a being of emperor caliber. He held confidence in his own strength, believing that even if he ultimately fell short, he could still retreat unscathed. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, Lin Xianxiao had already struck. Thunder Prison's divine punishment. With a thunderous roar, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within a million-mile radius surged violently, transforming into countless chains of lightning that shot forth from the void, enveloping the entire wasteland. Each of these chains contained devastating power, weaving into a tightly knit net of lightning, aimed at ensnaring both the black-robed figure and Bai Yan. Impressive mastery of the lightning path, the black-robed figure remarked with admiration, yet showed no trace of panic. But to provoke me is the gravest error you shall ever make. He raised his right hand, gently grasping Eternal Night's abyss. In an instant, an absolute darkness emanated from the black-robed figure, spreading outward. Wherever this darkness spread, the lightning chains dissolved as if erased by some higher power. Lin Xianxiao's expression grew exceedingly serious. Was this the control over the laws of heaven and earth that an emperor possessed? The power being wielded was not merely a simple dark force, but embodied the essence of the dark path. Child. The chasm between a quasi-emperor and an emperor cannot be bridged by mere talent. The black-robed figure advanced deliberately, each step thickening the encroaching darkness. Since you seek death today, I shall grant your wish. A cold smile crept onto Lin Xianxiao's lips, the radiance of lightning around him intensifying, his fighting spirit solidifying into a palpable force. Is that so? Then I shall witness just how formidable an emperor truly is. Boom. Lin Xianxiao no longer held back. The techniques within him spiraled furiously, and every pore erupted with blinding lightning. His aura surged to terrifying heights, subtly suggesting a breakthrough of the quasi-emperor's constraints. The thunder god descends. With a resounding cry, Lin Xianxiao's form shot upward to a height of 1,000 zhang, transforming into a colossal figure composed entirely of thunder. Upon his head, a purple lightning sun coalesced, illuminating all directions and forcefully carving out a realm of lightning within the black-robed figure's domain of eternal night. Oh, concealing your strength, are you? The black-robed figure finally exhibited a hint of seriousness. No wonder you possess the audacity to contest me. Since it is so, I shall indulge you and engage in a full-scale battle. At this moment, the pressure and sense of crisis Lin Xianxiao evoked in him no longer felt like that of a quasi-emperor, but rather that of a true emperor. Boom. The black-robed figure also ceased to hold back, unleashing his emperor aura without reservation, shaking the very heavens. The two formidable beings faced off, one embodying the all-consuming darkness of eternal night, the other the destructive realm of thunder. The terrifying emperor aura instantly spread throughout the entire human domain, startling countless individuals. Hiss. This is the aura of an emperor. Moreover, there is a force that, while lacking the resonance of an emperor's path, is equally formidable and does not pale in comparison. What is happening? Could it be that two emperors are engaged in battle? The source of this fluctuation was the northern desolate desert. Quickly, let us see what transpires. Thou friend, wait for me. I shall join as well. Meanwhile, those imperial-level forces or dominant powers, even some secretive locations, turn their gazes toward the northern desolate desert. A quasi-emperor at the pinnacle of the ninth realm? To contend against an emperor at such a level, this young man is remarkable. Is that not the Lin family's young man? I did not expect him to possess such strength. Dao friend Shinfeng, do you recognize this youth? Hehe, I have seen him once, but if we are to speak of familiarity, it is Dao friend Tian Dao who knows him better. Moreover, he has a junior named Lin Xuan, which is quite interesting. Even the current heir of the Nangong family has been defeated by him on 2 occasions. Oh, to have vanquished the current heir of the Nangong family, he is indeed extraordinary. I would like to witness his prowess. Shinfeng, are you mocking my Nangong family? Hehe, have I spoken incorrectly? Humph. The humiliation that you've brought upon my Nangong family, we shall take back. Nangong Ju, I shall reiterate, I shall not interfere in battles of equal realms, but should your Nangong family dare to bully the weak, my Tiandao is not without its merits. Tiandao, you. In the northern desolate desert, two utterly opposing forces clashed violently in the sky, causing the space to twist and shatter, revealing the pitch-black void behind. Kill. The thunderous giant, taking the form of Lin Xiao, hurled a fist forward. Where his fist passed, the space shattered like glass. The black-robed figure dared not be negligent. Forming seals with his hands as a barrier as dark as ink materialized before him. Bang! The collision of fist and barrier erupted with a deafening roar. The shockwave radiated outward in a circular fashion, flattening the dunes for miles beneath. Fine cracks appeared on the barrier, yet it ultimately remained unbroken. To force me to this extent, you may take pride in your achievements. The black-robed figure's voice turned cold, but the game is about to end. He suddenly tore open the black robe covering his chest, revealing a peculiar green eye tattoo. The tattoo moved as if alive, suddenly shooting forth a green light aimed directly at Lin Xiao's brow. A sense of foreboding surged within Lin Xiao, prompting him instinctively to sidestep. Nevertheless, he was still grazed by a sinister green light upon his left shoulder. Instantly, a bizarre corrosive force infiltrated his body, voraciously devouring his vitality and spiritual energy. The path of poison? Lin Xiao emitted a muffled groan as the thunderous power surged within him, forcibly suppressing the encroaching corrosion. No, this is a curse. Quite perceptive. The figure in the black cloak sneered. This is a strike from my innate imperial artifact, the abyssal demon eye. Any ordinary quasi-emperor would perish upon contact. Your ability to endure thus far is indeed remarkable. Lin Xiao paid no heed to the taunts, suddenly closing his eyes. Countless bolts of lightning converged from the heavens, enveloping him completely, and shortly thereafter, a magnificent set of battle armor coalesced. The Thunder Emperor's armor. Once the armor materialized, the curse's influence within Lin Xiao was swiftly eradicated. When he opened his eyes again, his pupils had transformed into a pure silver, as if myriad spatial rifts were being born and extinguished within them. Spatial slicing. With a low exclamation, numerous spatial rifts manifested before Lin Xiao, rapidly extending towards the figure in black. The path of space. The cloaked figure's expression shifted. You have even comprehended the path of space. Hastily, he summoned a small black shield, which expanded with the wind into a massive barrier to shield him. The spatial rifts sliced against the shield, producing a grating, teeth-clenching sound, until both forces ultimately dissipated. Good, 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 the figure in black repeated thrice, though his tone was frigid, clearly indicating that if he did not unleash his true capabilities today, he would not be able to subdue Lin Xiao. The figure cast aside all underestimation and began to exert himself fully. He formed seals with his hands, and a black sun materialized behind him, within which countless vengeful spirits could be faintly discerned wailing. This is the Evernight Black Sun, forged from the sacrifice of billions of souls, imbued with the essence of ultimate darkness and death. Evernight descends. All things return to silence. The black sun rose slowly, warping light, freezing space, and seemingly slowing time itself. This was a true imperial-level killing move, embodying the essence of the great Tao, surpassing the realm of ordinary imperial divine abilities. Faced with this terrifying assault, Lin Xiao remained remarkably composed. He formed a complex sigil with his hands at his chest, and a thunderous rune appeared on his forehead. In the name of the Thunder Emperor, summon the divine thunder from the 9 heavens. As he recited the incantation, the thunder core within him trembled violently, its surface cracking with intricate fissures. An ancient and vast aura awakened from within him, as if a dormant power was being stirred. Thunder Emperor descends. As the final word fell, the heavens and earth abruptly changed hue. The sky, once shrouded in evernight, suddenly tore open a colossal rift, from which a gigantic hand composed entirely of lightning emerged, striking down towards the black sun with world-destroying might. The colossal hand of thunder collided with the black sun in the high skies, unleashing an energy storm that swept across miles. The space collapsed extensively, creating chaotic spatial currents, even light being distorted and consumed. In this cataclysmic clash, both Lin Xiao and the figure in black were forced back several hundred feet, each spitting blood from the corners of their mouths. This strike ended in a stalemate. Ha ha! Lin Xiao suddenly burst into laughter, his battle intent surging, exhilarating. Come, let us continue the fight. Lin Xiao's fervor for battle was unprecedented. The figure in black fell silent for a moment before emitting a cold snort. Humph. Arrogant Junior. Do you truly believe this emperor cannot overcome you? Let me show you the true might of an emperor. Chapter 169. The Counterattack of the Great Emperor. The black-cloaked emperor's robes fluttered ominously as a terrifying aura erupted, causing the heavens and earth to shudder. The space within 1,000 miles began to warp and twist, groaning under the burden of such overwhelming pressure. The onlookers in the distance turned pale. Those of lesser cultivation knelt, coughing blood. Junior. To compel this emperor to exert his full strength, you will die without regret. With the black-cloaked emperor's furious bellow, an inky black imperial crown materialized above his head, a halo of 9 dark laws swirling around it. As the crown manifested, the laws of heaven and earth bowed in submission, plunging the entire North Wilderness Desert into an absolute realm of darkness, swallowing the sunlight almost entirely. Is this the true might of an emperor? An elder from a sacred place in the central continent trembled, the whisk in his hand fracturing inch by inch. Yet Lin Xianxiao laughed towards the sky, his battle intent soaring. The Thunder Emperor's armor on him radiated brilliant purple light, and 99,000 thunder runes ignited simultaneously, forming a thunderous domain with a diameter of 1,000 feet around him. The violet lightning clashed against the dark domain, creating blinding sparks in the void. Enough talk. Let us battle. He clenched his right hand in the air, and a long spear of pure purple gold hurtled forth. The spear was entwined with lifelike dragon and phoenix patterns, its tip adorned with 9 thunder runes forming an arcane formation, the imperial weapon, the dragon and phoenix slaying spear. As the spear emerged, the sky resonated with clear dragon roars and phoenix cries. The black-cloaked emperor, infuriated to the point of laughter, formed intricate imperial seals with his hands. Evernight buries heaven. In an instant, 9 pitch-black light pillars, each 100 feet in diameter and piercing the sky, descended. Each light pillar contained the complete essence of the dark laws, tearing apart space wherever they passed, revealing the dark void behind. This was a true imperial killing move, capable of annihilating opponents of the same rank. Witnessing this, Lin Xianxiao's eyes blazed with lightning, and he wielded his spear like a dragon. The thunder core within him, forged through countless thunder tribulations, spun wildly, unleashing an overwhelming force of thunder. Thunder strikes the 9 heavens. Boom! 9 bolts of purple lightning, each as thick as a barrel, burst forth from the spear's tip, each containing the complete essence of the way of thunder. The purple lightning collided with the black light in midair, resulting in a terrifying explosion shockwave that obliterated the vast desert below, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation. Those watching from afar had no choice but to activate various protective treasures. Yet they still could not withstand the residual waves, suffering grievous injuries, with the weaker ones even being killed outright by the aftershocks. Terrified, these cultivators retreated to a much safer distance, no longer daring to linger in place. Is this truly the strength expected of a quasi-emperor? Or are we simply too weak? A quasi-emperor of the 9th celestial layer gazed in astonishment at Lin Xianxiao in the center of the battlefield, engulfed in profound self-doubt. Compared to this fellow, what difference is there between us quasi-emperors of the 9th celestial layer and mere waste? Alas, it seems another monster has emerged from the central continent. In the center of the battlefield, the black-cloaked emperor's countenance darkened like water. He had not anticipated that his full-strength strike would be thwarted by the opponent. A blow to his pride. The abyssal demon eye. The instant the imperial weapon materialized, the ground of the North Wilderness Desert began to collapse. The demonic eye slowly rotated, and any cultivator below the quasi-emperor level who met its gaze was instantly reduced to a puddle of blood. This was a true imperial weapon, containing the complete laws of the Dark Tao. However, those capable of witnessing such a high-level battle were primarily quasi-emperors and above, with only a few unfortunate souls nearby falling victim. Truly, they were mere spectators who brought ruin upon themselves. Lin Xianxiao's pupils constricted, despite the increasing pressure. He did not falter, but rather felt his battle intent swell. He drew a deep breath, unleashing an even purer force of thunder from within. Holding his spear in his right hand, he assumed a peculiar starting stance. Simultaneously, a silver light flickered in his left eye while his right eye crackled with purple lightning. The space around him began to warp, and small spatial rifts occasionally flickered into existence. What a marvel of spatial mastery! This young man astonishingly wields the dual powers of thunder and space. Such a prodigious talent is simply beyond comprehension. The onlookers were utterly astonished. Yet none could recall the existence of such an extraordinary genius in the past. Logically, a cultivator capable of such feats must have been remarkable in their youth. Why then did they fail to remember him? As the crowd marveled at Lin Xianxiao, this unparalleled prodigy, the battle between him and the Dark Robe Emperor raged on. The Dark Robe Emperor suddenly hurled forth the abyssal demon eye, which spun rapidly in the air, transforming into a bizarre black hole of immense diameter. At the center of this void, a vivid green demon eye fully opened, unleashing a terrifying gravitational force that threatened to consume all. Eternal Night, Devourer of Worlds. This was a true forbidden technique of the Emperor, one from which even light could not escape. Where the black hole passed, space itself was torn apart, leaving a rift thousands of miles long, as countless spatial currents surged in, rendering an area of millions of miles into a desolate realm of death. Confronted with this lethal blow, Lin Xianxiao remained strikingly calm. He slowly raised his spear, its tip shimmering with both lightning and silver radiance. As his internal cultivation reached its zenith, thunderous obliteration. With a low shout, a peculiar purple-silver beam erupted from the spear's tip. As it traversed, space did not tear, rather. It simply vanished. This was the perfect amalgamation of the paths of thunder and space, a realm that even emperors could scarcely aspire to attain. Impossible. The dark-robed emperor's countenance shifted dramatically, the halo atop his imperial crown vibrating violently. How could two paths possibly merge? The dark-robed emperor was utterly dumbfounded. While he might have begrudgingly accepted Lin Xianxiao's earlier display of dual mastery, for the history of Nanning continent had indeed witnessed monsters who commanded two paths. The fusion of these paths was beyond anything he had ever heard of. How could he accept such a reality? Nevertheless, Lin Xianxiao was unfazed. His sole focus was to vanquish the dark-robed emperor. The purple-silver beam collided with the black hole, yet instead of the anticipated cataclysmic explosion, the black hole dissipated silently. As if erased by an eraser, the beam surged forward unimpeded, piercing through the dark-robed emperor's chest. The dark-robed emperor let out a heart-wrenching shriek as his imperial body began to disintegrate, the laws of darkness retreating like a receding tide. Even more terrifying was that, at the point of impact, flesh and law alike began to vanish, leaving no chance for regeneration. How could this emperor be defeated by a mere quasi-emperor? Lin Xianxiao floated through the void, each step leaving behind blossoms of purple lightning. In his grasp, the spear pointed directly at the dark-robed emperor's throat, its tip flickering with erratic purple-silver light. Who would dare say that a quasi-emperor cannot confront an emperor? Today I, Lin Xianxiao, shall demonstrate to the world that even a quasi-emperor may challenge an emperor. The spear lunged forth like a dragon, imbued with the overwhelming might of thunder, directly piercing through the dark-robed emperor's skull. The power of the two fused paths erupted, shattering the imperial crown along with the essence of the emperor itself. Boom! The emperor fell, and the heavens mourned. Above the northern wilderness desert, blood rained down as anguished cries echoed through the void. This was the heavens lamenting the fall of an emperor. The battlefield fell into a profound silence. All eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene before them. The great emperor had truly fallen. A quasi-emperor from a certain clan trembled, his feather duster dropping to the ground. The strength to confront an emperor from a quasi-emperor, what unfathomable prowess this was. This individual is destined to leave an indelible mark in the annals of Nanning continent. Lin Xianxiao sheathed his spear, the lightning armor gradually fading. His complexion was as pale as paper, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth, clearly exhausted. Yet the brilliance in his eyes shone brighter than ever, as new resonances of law subtly flowed around him. From this day forth, the world shall know that a quasi-emperor may indeed slay an emperor. His voice, though not loud, resonated like thunder in every ear. Even more astonishing was the faint emergence of a new imperial crown coalescing behind him in the void. The powerful figures from various factions observing from afar exchanged glances, their hearts stirred by tumultuous waves. This battle would undoubtedly send ripples throughout the entire realm of cultivation. Chapter 170. Lin Xianxiao ascends to the Emperor's path. Above the northern wilderness desert, the blood rain began to abate. Lin Xianxiao stood alone in the void, the lightning still swirling around him. As the dragon and phoenix divine spear in his hand trembled slightly, emitting a melodious dragon's roar and phoenix's cry. The cultivators watching from a distance remained ensnared in the aftermath of the earlier awe-inspiring battle, none daring to approach the battlefield. The clash in the northern wilderness desert had reverberated throughout the entirety of Zhongzhou. A quasi-emperor confronting an emperor was a rare occurrence in history. Lin Xianxiao, with unparalleled combat prowess, had slain the dark-robe emperor, achieving the monumental feat of challenging an emperor. After this battle, his name was destined to echo across the Nanning continent, revered by countless cultivators. Is this the omen of an emperor's fall? A cultivator from the great sage realm murmured to himself, gazing at the lingering black dots in the sky, lost in thought. Each of those dots contained fragments of the imperial laws, slowly dissipating into the cosmos. Suddenly, Lin Xianxiao's form wavered, a trickle of blood escaping his lips. The prior battle, though seemingly effortless, had drained nearly all his spiritual power. Just as all believed the battle had concluded, an unexpected transformation occurred in the heavens. Boom! A deep rumble of thunder resonated from the nine heavens, akin to the roar of an ancient beast. The world, which had mourned the emperor's demise, trembled once more. Lin Xianxiao stood poised in the void, the lightning still coursing around him. But at that moment, he abruptly lifted his gaze, astonishment flickering in his eyes. Above, the boundless calamity clouds gathered frantically, dark as pitch, with purple-gold lightning weaving through like great dragons, casting a terrifying pressure that caused the entire northern wilderness desert to tremble. The Emperor's tribulation, someone in the distant crowd exclaimed in shock. The onlookers erupted into a flurry of activity. Countless astonished gazes turned towards the tall figure at the center of the battlefield. No one had anticipated that Lin Xianxiao would summon the tribulation of ascension at this moment. What? He seeks to transcend the Emperor's tribulation, to confront the Emperor and affirm his path to divinity. He is directly stepping into the realm of emperors, to face the Emperor's tribulation through battle. If this young one were to truly enter the Emperor's realm, how terrifying would that be? A voice, shrouded in mystery, echoed from an unknown celestial being. The words remained unspoken, yet all understood their implication. An entity capable of confronting an emperor at the quasi-emperor stage, once genuinely stepping into the emperor realm, would be unfathomably formidable. A wave of shock rippled through the crowd. Even the ancient beings concealed in shadows cast their gazes upon him. Has it finally arrived? Lin Xianxiao took a deep breath, his eyes ablaze with battle intent. He was already standing at the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor realm. Today's battle had completely unleashed his potential. Having slain an emperor, his Tao heart was now complete. And he had finally attracted the tribulation of ascension. Boom. The first bolt of tribulation lightning struck without warning. This lightning was purple gold and as thick as a mountain. Its surface entwined with countless intricate law runes, brimming with the power to annihilate all. Where it passed, space shattered like fragile glass. Lin Xianxiao let out a hearty laugh. Refusing to evade, he struck out with a fist. Break. Bang. The collision of fist and lightning erupted in a thunderous roar, the lightning fracturing into a myriad of dazzling sparks. The furious power of thunder surged through his arm and enveloped his entire being, dancing across his surface without inflicting even the slightest injury. That terrifying imperial tribulation was forcefully shattered by him. What an astonishing physique. The onlookers were struck with awe. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Boom, boom, boom. The heavenly tribulation seemed to have been provoked, unleashing 9 bolts of lightning simultaneously, each more fearsome than the last. With faint runes of law flickering within, Lin Xianxiao's gaze sharpened as he unveiled the dragon and phoenix divine spear. The spear trembled, intertwining the power of thunder and space, transforming into a violet-silver rainbow that soared defiantly upwards. The void of thunder was obliterated. With a resounding crash, 9 bolts of lightning were pierced through by a single thrust, tearing the heavens apart with a colossal rift. Hiss! Countless spectators gasped in astonishment. He could withstand even the imperial tribulation head-on. However, the tribulation was far from over. It grew increasingly violent. Various forms of lightning tribulation, each more formidable than the last, continued to descend, seemingly intent on burying Lin Xianxiao beneath its might. Boom, boom. Hiss! Is this truly the imperial lightning tribulation? This is terrifying. Who could deny it? Even a single strike would be enough to annihilate us completely, possibly costing us several lives. Just as the crowd was in awe, the dark clouds of tribulation above roiled violently, forming a colossal vortex that obscured the sun. At the center of the vortex, a blinding white light gradually coalesced. This light transformed into a gigantic vertical pupil, cold and mercilessly gazing down upon Lin Xianxiao. Within the pupil, countless chains of law intertwined, emanating an oppressive force that was suffocating. Is this the eye of heaven? An ancient being gasped in disbelief. The manifestation of the heavenly Tao. This is the heavenly Tao personally delivering the tribulation. A hint of seriousness finally flickered in Lin Xianxiao's eyes. The manifestation of the heavenly Tao indicated that this tribulation had transcended the ordinary imperial tribulation. Yet, he felt no fear. Suddenly, from the eye of heaven, a pure white beam of light crashed down. The beam appeared gentle, yet harbored the most primal force of destruction. Wherever it passed, even space was completely purified, reverting to its most primordial state of chaos. Come! He let out a mighty roar, his Thunder Emperor battle armor radiating brilliant light, transforming him into a streak of lightning as he charged toward the pure white beam. 9 heavens, thunder, annihilation. Boom! The collision of the two forces caused the world to dim. A terrifying shockwave swept across 100,000 miles, collapsing the northern wilderness desert, shattering the void, and dispersing chaotic energy. Lin Xianxiao was struck down into the ground, bloodied all over, yet his gaze burned with even greater fervor. Again, he shot upwards, the thunder pill within him shattering completely, transforming into the purest essence of thunder, merging seamlessly with his flesh and soul. Today, I shall become an emperor. Boom! The clouds of tribulation roiled as the second pure white light descended, followed closely by the third, fourth, and a total of 9 pure white beams, blotting out the sky and sealing all avenues of retreat. Lin Xianxiao laughed heartily, even closing his eyes at that moment. the way of thunder, the essence of space, merging. His aura suddenly became ethereal, countless tiny spatial rifts appearing around him, within which bolts of lightning danced. What is he attempting? Has he given up? The crowd was bewildered. In the next instant, Lin Xiao abruptly opened his eyes, one violet and one silver, as the spear in his hand erupted with an unprecedented radiance. Thunder Void Unity. Boom. A beam of light unlike any other shot skyward, shattering the white beams inch by inch, penetrating the clouds of tribulation. Silence enveloped the world. Everyone held their breath, staring blankly at this scene. As the clouds of tribulation dispersed, strands of golden light cascaded down. Lin Xiao stood amidst the void, battered and bruised. Yet at that moment, his aura underwent a monumental transformation. A vast imperial might gradually descended. Dong! A resonant bell-like sound echoed through the heavens and earth. Following this, endless radiant light poured down from the 9 heavens. The golden lotus of the great path blossomed in the void, celestial music resonating, and auspicious air swirling in abundance. Strands of pure primordial energy rained down, nurturing this land that had endured much suffering. This is the manifestation of the imperial path. He has succeeded. That formidable being has attained the status of emperor. Countless individuals were astounded, and even the ancient beings hidden in the shadows fell into silence. A new emperor has been born. Lin Xiao, feeling the surging power within him, wore a faint smile. From this day forth, I am the Thunder Emperor. His voice, though not loud, reverberated throughout the heavens and earth, proclaiming the rise of a new emperor. Thunder Emperor Lin Xiao. Chapter 171, Securing the Celestial River. As the clouds of tribulation above the northern wilderness desert dissipated, the lingering essence of thunder still hung in the air. Lin Xiao stood in the void, feeling the surging imperial laws within him, every inch of his skin flowing with world-destroying power. The formidable beings hidden in the void could no longer contain themselves, their overwhelming auras tearing through space, revealing themselves. Congratulations, Thunder Emperor, on attaining the Tao. The first to appear was an elder clad in white, stepping upon clouds of many colors, holding a jade rui, surrounded by a faint fragrance of medicinal herbs. I am the Danxiao Emperor of the Medicine Valley. Honored to meet you, fellow Taoist. Lin Xiao's gaze shifted slightly. The Danxiao Emperor, a renowned figure in the central continent's alchemical circles, though his combat prowess was average. His abilities in alchemy were formidable, being one of the few capable of refining high-grade imperial elixirs. The Medicine Valley he represented was also a top-tier power in the central continent, famed for its elixirs, having produced many renowned alchemists. He nodded slightly. Thank you, Taoist Danxia. Haha, what a splendid Thunder Emperor. Another figure stepped through the air, this one a towering man, muscles coiling like dragons, with a massive blood-colored axe floating behind him. I am the Blood Axe Emperor, and I have the utmost admiration for those who can fight. The Reverse Attack Emperor, I respect you. The burly man exuded a hearty demeanor, his eyes filled with admiration for Lin Xiao. Sensing the unrestrained battle intent from the Blood Axe Emperor, Lin Xiao smiled faintly. You flatter me, Taoist Blood Axe. Ha ha ha, I am but a rough man, fond of straightforwardness. In the future, I hope to witness your thunder path. With such a sincere invitation from a fellow Taoist, I cannot refuse. I shall certainly seek your guidance on the way of the Blood Axe when the opportunity arises. I am the Jinhua Emperor. Congratulations on attaining the Tao, fellow Taoist. Just as various emperors were expressing their congratulations to Lin Xiao, a discordant voice suddenly pierced through the air, sounding particularly jarring amidst the chorus of well wishes. Merely luck. A chilling voice rang out as a man clad in black emerged from the shadows, his face obscured, save for a pair of striking crimson eyes. The atmosphere in the space suddenly froze. The Danxia Emperor frowned slightly, while the Blood Axe Emperor gripped his massive axe tightly. This is the Extreme Shadow Emperor. He harbors a petty heart and cannot stand others surpassing him. It seems this Reverse Attack Emperor has pricked his fragile pride, hence his hostility. The Danxia Emperor conveyed to Lin Xiao. In response, Lin Xiao nodded in gratitude to the Danxia Emperor. He then calmly regarded the Extreme Shadow Emperor, lightning flickering in his eyes. If it is mere luck, perhaps you should come and test it now? The two locked eyes, and the space seemed to solidify. After a brief moment, the great Emperor of Extreme Shadow let out a cold snort, his form gradually fading. This emperor is quite occupied and has no time to indulge you. Once the great emperor departed, several other emperors appeared to offer their congratulations. Lin Xiao responded to each with an air of dignified composure. Some of these beings sought sincere friendship, while others tested him subtly. Yet, without exception, they were all awed by the imposing presence of this newly ascended Thunder Emperor. My friend, Thunder Emperor, should you find leisure in the days to come, do visit me at my Medicine Valley. said the Emperor of Danxia as he presented a jade box. "This is the 9 Xian Emperor pill I have crafted, which will assist you in solidifying your realm more swiftly. Consider it a congratulatory gift." Lin Xianxiao accepted the box, bowing in gratitude. "Thank you, my friend. I shall surely pay you a visit at your esteemed valley when time permits." Once the emperors took their leave, Lin Xianxiao slowly vanished as well. At the Tongtian River, the Lin family had thoroughly annihilated the Giant Rock Clan and the Thunder Shark Clan, leaving not a single member of either tribe remaining in this stretch of the river. The Lin family had executed their customary approach with unwavering resolve, repeatedly eradicating all territories of the two clans 10 times over. Regardless of whether they hid within secret realms or beneath the ground, the Lin family unerringly dragged them out, ensuring their total extermination thrice before incinerating the corpses. The clan lands of both tribes were utterly decimated. The Thunder Shark Clan's territory was turned over 10 times, scattering everything from shark eggs to any other forms of spawn, leaving only resources and treasures untouched, while the Giant Rock Clan's domain was evidently submerged by Lin Tianhai, rendering it completely desolate. As the gathered individuals assessed their spoils, a sudden, excited shout rang out. "The great ancestor has successfully ascended to the Emperor's realm." This proclamation instantly captured everyone's attention, and many members of the Lin family turned toward the source of the voice, Lin Tianhai. Seeing the gaze of the crowd upon him, Lin Tianhai promptly explained, "The great ancestor has just transmitted a message. He has vanquished the Quasi-Emperor Baiyan and has also slain the mysterious emperor who covertly instigated the Giant Rock Clan's attack on our Lin family's assets. Moreover, he has successfully ascended to the Emperor's realm." His words struck like a stone cast upon a placid lake, instantly stirring up tumultuous waves. The entire Lin family erupted in jubilation. "What? My brother truly killed that mysterious emperor? And he has ascended to the Emperor's realm?" Lin Chongfeng grasped Lin Tianhai's shoulder, his face alight with excitement. Indeed, the battle in the northern wasteland shook the central continent. The great ancestor, as a quasi-emperor, confronted the emperor and subsequently attracted the heavenly Tao's thunder tribulation, successfully attaining the Emperor's realm, Lin Tianhai affirmed. In an instant, a fervent uproar ensued. The Lin family cultivators, just returned from the obliteration of the Giant Rock Clan and the Thunder Shark Clan, embraced one another, some of the younger disciples even kneeling upon the ground to bow toward the direction of the northern wasteland. "After countless years, our Lin family finally has an emperor to oversee us. At long last, we possess our own emperor." An elderly clan elder wept tears of joy. "The aspirations of countless ancestors of our Lin family have finally been realized in our generation." At that moment, among the younger generation of the Lin family, Lin Yin, Lin Dong, and Lin Haoran, along with other prodigies, stood at the forefront of the crowd, their fists clenched, their eyes burning with fervent ambition. "One day, we too shall ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts like the great ancestor and safeguard our family." A quarter of an hour later, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, descending upon the Lin family. Lin Changxiao, clad in a purple robe, exuded a restrained yet imposing aura that commanded respect without the need for anger. "Welcome back, great ancestor. Congratulations on attaining the Emperor's realm." The members of the Lin family, led by Lin Tianhai, knelt upon the ground, their voices resounding like thunder. Lin Changxiao smiled slightly, then waved his hand, a gentle force lifting them up. There is no need for such formality among kin. After briefly recounting his recent endeavors, Lin Changxiao inquired about the situation concerning Lin Tianhai and the others. "What of the Giant Rock Clan and the Thunder Shark Clan? Have they been completely eradicated?" Upon hearing this, Lin Tianhai eagerly reported the results of their conquest. "Great ancestor, the Giant Rock Clan and the Thunder Shark Clan have been entirely exterminated, and all their resources have been collected." Lin Changxiao nodded in satisfaction. "Well done. Now that you have attained the Emperor's realm, it is the perfect time to expand our influence. Shall we seize this opportunity to completely claim this stretch of the Tongtian River for our Lin family?" As the clan leader, Lin Tianhai had an impeccable grasp of the timing. This segment of the Tongtian River, aside from the already vanquished Giant Rock Clan and Thunder Shark Clan, was home to 5 quasi-emperor forces, alongside countless other minor factions, holding substantial interests, yet devoid of any imperial forces, making it ideal for our Lin family. The hall erupted in discussion. An elder voiced his concerns. Could this not be too hasty? After all, we have just experienced a great battle. "No, Tianhai is right," Lin Changxiao interjected, his voice calm, yet commanding, silencing the room. "In the martial world, one either advances or retreats. Having ascended to the Emperor's realm, it is my duty to expand our family's territory." He rose, his gaze sharp as lightning, to expedite matters. "I shall handle the 5 quasi-emperor forces, while you shall subdue the other factions. Those who refuse to submit shall be exterminated." "Understood." The crowd responded in unison, their eyes brimming with excitement. Lin Xianxiao turned to Lin Tianhai. Tianhai, you shall arrange the specific actions. Yes. Lin Tianhai bowed in acquiescence and immediately began organizing their plans. At the Tongtian River, within the Xianxiaaudiobooks Palace, the foremost of the 5 quasi-emperor forces, it occupied the most fertile stretch of the river. With 10 quasi-emperors under its command, 2 of whom had reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of quasi-emperor. It was undeniably the dominant power of this section of the Tongtian River. Inside the Xianxiaaudiobooks Palace, the quasi-emperor Xianming was in seclusion when he suddenly sensed a terrifying imperial might descending upon him. Alarmed, Xianming hastily emerged from his retreat, only to behold a young man in a purple robe standing in the void, surrounded by flickering lightning. He immediately recognized this as the newly ascended Thunder Emperor, Lin Xianxiao. Junior Xianming pays his respects to the Thunder Emperor. Xianming bowed respectfully, his heart in turmoil. Lin Xianxiao wasted no time. From this day forth, this stretch of the Tongtian River belongs to my Lin family. You have 2 choices, submit or perish. Upon hearing this, Xianming's expression shifted, ultimately letting out a long sigh. It is an honor for Xianxiaaudiobooks Palace to follow the Thunder Emperor. Wise choice, Lin Xianxiao nodded, before vanishing once more, leaving behind a despondent Xianming and a cadre of demoralized cultivators from Xianxiaaudiobooks Palace. A similar scene unfolded across the remaining 4 quasi-emperor forces. In the face of a true emperor, these once supreme quasi-emperors lowered their haughty heads. Any who dared to resist were swiftly quelled by a mere glance from Lin Xianxiao. Simultaneously, the Lin family cultivators divided into several teams, navigating their flying vessels through the Tongtian River. At each location, they proclaimed the will of the Thunder Emperor. Most factions, witnessing the submission of the 5 quasi-emperors, naturally dared not to resist. Any obstinate holdouts were swiftly suppressed by the Lin family with overwhelming force. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the entire Tongtian River was transformed. The Lin family banners waved proudly at each significant stronghold, declaring the new masters of this territory. Chapter 172. Joining the Lin family is the most astute decision I, Tiandu, have ever made. After completely subduing this stretch of the Tongtian River, the following day, the Lin family army began their triumphant return. Despite having just emerged from a great battle, the members of the Lin family exhibited no signs of fatigue. Instead, they stood tall and spirited, their backs unyielding. At noon, within the Lin family, crack. Suddenly, a series of spatial portals materialized in the skies above the Lin family, and then the Lin family's forces began to surge forth. They have returned. The patriarch and the others have returned. The hearts of every elder and child in the Lin family, once suspended in anxious anticipation, finally found solace, and they began to express their excitement. Meanwhile, core family members such as Lu Mingxin and Lin Xian had eagerly awaited their arrival, rushing to greet Lin Tianhai and the others as they emerged. Greetings, Ancestor. The gathered crowd bowed respectfully to Lin Xianxiao and his companions. Ha ha ha, rise. This journey has gone splendidly, and you may now rest easy, Lin Xianxiao replied with a smile. The crowd nodded in agreement, their faces lit with joy. Just then, Lin Xian spoke up. Great Ancestor, have you achieved the status of an emperor? Although framed as a question, his tone was unmistakably assertive, devoid of doubt. In truth, Lin Xian had long been aware of this development. His inquiry was merely to avoid abruptness. Although he had refrained from participating in the battle to consolidate his cultivation and refine his path, he had received the news promptly through the system. Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, the Lin family members who had remained behind turned their eager gazes towards their esteemed ancestor, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Lin Xianxiao was momentarily taken aback, surprised that the first to notice his transformation was his prodigious descendant, known for his remarkable feats. Yet, recalling Lin Xian's history of delivering astonishing revelations, he felt a sense of acceptance. It is no wonder that this young lad could discern my change. Lin Xianxiao sighed, shaking his head in resignation. Indeed, I have attained the status of an emperor. His voice was soft, yet it resonated in the ears of every Lin family member. After a brief silence, an unprecedented wave of jubilant cheers erupted within the Lin family. Oh, did I hear correctly? The great ancestor has become an emperor. The great ancestor has become an emperor. Ha! The great ancestor is truly my idol. The first emperor in the history of the Lin family. In the ensuing days, the Lin family was ablaze with lights, reveling throughout the night. Everyone poured forth their joy and excitement. 3 days later, since Lin Xianxiao's ascension to emperor, who, aside from the Lin family, was the most elated? Without a doubt, it was the heavenly poison Xianyin python. Indeed, it had enthusiastically resumed its duties. In the northwestern quadrant of the Lin family estate, there lay a designated area for the entrances to various secret realms and miniature worlds. The heavenly poison strutted towards this location, greeted warmly by Lin family members along the way. Ah, Elder Heavenly Poison, are you off to inspect the Xian Lake's secret realm again? Greetings, Elder Heavenly Poison. Indeed, our Heavenly Poison now holds a position within the Lin family. Ever since Heavenly Poison became Lin Tianyu's subordinate and joined the Lin family, it had fully unleashed its latent talents for loyalty, coupled with an astute nature. With each family endeavor, it was always the first to step forward, leading to its successful attainment of the honorary title of an external elder within the Lin family. Though its authority was modest, its status equated to that of an ordinary elder within the Lin family, with benefits no less favorable. With the family's support, its cultivation had soared, now reaching the pinnacle of the great sage realm. Day by day, its life was utterly delightful. As for adhering to demonic virtues, could that grant it access to sacred pills? At the entrance to the Xian Lake secret realm, 2 Lin family members on guard greeted the Heavenly Poison's arrival with a bow. Oh dear, how many times have I told you? There's no need to call me elder, no need to call me elder. We are all family here. Heavenly Poison, unconcerned with its new title as an external elder, treated the Lin family members as old acquaintances, casually draping its arms over their shoulders and asserting, I, Old Poison, am merely a loyal supporter of the Lin family. The title of elder is simply a recognition from the family. We are all part of the same family, so just call me Old Poison. All right. I must go inspect the secret realm now. I'll come back next time with the beautiful snake to visit you. Elder, that's not what we meant, however. By then, Heavenly Poison had already entered the secret realm. The Xian Lake secret realm was the very one that Lin Xuan had originally refined, which had now been relocated back to the Lin family and named the Xian Lake secret realm. Presently, the management of this realm was entrusted to Heavenly Poison, who led the Lin family members in its upkeep. Within the secret realm, as a former native, Heavenly Poison was intimately familiar with the surroundings and quickly arrived at the core of the realm, the island at the center of the lake. The island had undergone a remarkable transformation, now replete with various spiritual herbs and plants. In addition to the Lin family members overseeing daily maintenance, dozens of beast elders with formidable prowess also assisted. Heavenly Poison approached this group of former acquaintances with an air of nonchalance. TSK, it mocked. Oh, a traitor of the Demon Clan, what brings you here? Indeed, you, who have forsaken the pride of the Demon Clan to become a mere lackey of the human race, should leave. Having abandoned demonic virtues, you do not deserve to be called a demon. A chorus of roars erupted from the group of beast elders, their eyes aflame with indignation as they glared at Heavenly Poison. Yet, Heavenly Poison remained unfazed upon arrival. It produced a lounge chair and reclined comfortably while munching on a sacred fruit and sipping from a sacred spring, eventually letting out a resounding belch. Burp. The sight left the beasts both envious and infuriated. Heavenly Poison then slowly spoke. Allow me to clarify. First, you are now my Lin family's slaves. Second, I, Old Poison, am now an external elder of the Lin family. Please refer to me as Elder Heavenly Poison. Heavenly Poison gazed at the group of beasts with an air of superiority, brandishing a gleaming identity badge that it had polished to perfection, now affixed to its waist. Moreover, as for those so-called demonic virtues, what purpose do they serve? Can they grant you access to sacred pills? Sacred pills, do you understand what they are? They are treasures that can replace a century of your arduous training. Come, let me show you my glorious and magnificent scales. Behold this luster, this strength, 100 times more resplendent and resilient than yours. And take a look at my current cultivation, pinnacle of the great sage realm, a height you shall never reach in your lifetime. You mere initial great sages, I could eliminate 10 of you with a single slap. Ha! Heavenly Poison flaunted its prowess before the beasts, reveling in the ridicule. This had almost become a weekly ritual for it. Phew, speaking has left me parched. Lastly, it declared, I have wonderful news. Our esteemed, magnificent, imposing, and handsome supreme being, the great ancestor of the Lin family, has successfully achieved enlightenment, becoming an unparalleled emperor on par with the demon emperors. Under the guidance of that great individual, our Lin family shall inevitably grow stronger. And I, Old Poison, shall ascend to heights previously unimagined, basking in that great being's favor. Ha! And you shall remain slaves of the Lin family for the entirety of your existence, until your last breath. The beast stood frozen in shock, an emperor of the human race, on par with the demon emperors. Ultimately, the beast shed tears of regret. Seeing their dismayed expressions, Heavenly Poison felt a profound sense of relief for its earlier choices. Joining the Lin family is undoubtedly the most astute decision of my life. Chapter 173, The Trepidation of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. For days prior, Central Continent, Heavenly Dragon Empire. In the depths of the royal palace of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, within the sacred grounds of the royal family, Have I not proclaimed my intention to enter seclusion for a decade? Unless it is a matter of utmost significance, I must not be disturbed. It has only been 2 months. Why, then, have I been forcibly awakened? A voice resonating with authority echoed throughout the dimly lit hall. The speaker, clad in a golden dragon robe, had his visage shrouded in shadow, with only his eyes visible, 2 blazing suns radiating a disquieting brilliance. This man is none other than the most formidable and ancient figure of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, a power beyond comprehension, the Emperor of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. The Dragon Emperor. Beside him stood 3 other ancient figures, each enveloped in imperial radiance, the remaining ancestors of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. However, there exists yet another ancestor who, at this very moment, is entrenched in a critical phase of cultivation and could not be disturbed, thus he remained undisturbed. This signifies that the Heavenly Dragon Empire boasts no less than 5 formidable emperors, a lineage of 5 great emperors. Such is the terrifying foundation of this venerable imperial power. This foundation and strength have transcended that of most imperial factions. After all, the majority of imperial powers are comprised of merely 1 or 2 emperors, as exemplified by the Thunder Emperor Palace and the far-reaching connections of the Danxia Emperor in the Medicine Valley. Though the Medicine Valley enjoys a prominent reputation in the central continent, it is largely due to their alchemical prowess. In terms of strength, they possess only the Danxia Emperor. The Thunder Emperor Palace fares slightly better, but it can boast only 2 emperors, a stark contrast to the Heavenly Dragon Empire. The Dragon Emperor's voice, tinged with a hint of righteous anger, caused the figure who had awakened him, the Heavenly Dragon Lord, to tremble slightly, and he responded with caution, "Ancestor." The younger generation had no choice but to summon the esteemed ancestors, as the matter at hand is beyond my capacity to handle. No, I should say that my meager strength is insufficient to manage this situation. Upon hearing this, the ancestors of the Heavenly Dragon Empire were somewhat taken aback. If even the peak of the Quasi-Emperor realm cannot resolve it, could it pertain to an emperor? The ancestor is indeed wise. The usually imposing Heavenly Dragon Lord now appeared as compliant as a docile pup. The ancestors furrowed their brows, urging him to elaborate. "Yes, Ancestor. The situation is as follows. Today, a minute later. Are you saying that Lin Xianxiao from the Lin family not only forcefully slew an emperor with his quasi-emperor cultivation today, but also successfully attracted the heavenly tribulation, thereby attaining the status of an emperor? I report to you, Ancestor, the news is indisputably true," the Heavenly Dragon Empire affirmed with unwavering confidence. In an instant, the hall fell into a profound silence, with only a few barely perceptible breaths hinting at the presence of more than just 2 individuals. What an impressive Lin family. What an impressive Lin Xianxiao. The Dragon Emperor's voice grew increasingly frigid. How audacious of him to achieve such a milestone under the very eyes of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Very well, Ancestor, this matter is of utmost gravity. The Heavenly Dragon Lord continued. The emergence of an emperor from the Lin family may indeed what? The Ancestor coldly interjected, urging him to continue. The Heavenly Dragon Lord took a deep breath. It may very well shake the very foundation of our Heavenly Dragon Empire. In the past, when no other factions had emperors, those with ulterior motives dared not act. But now that the Lin family boasts an emperor, if we fail to manage this situation appropriately, should the Lin family take this opportunity to ally with other factions? Enough. The Dragon Emperor's furious roar reverberated through the hall, causing it to tremble. What is the Lin family, after all? Merely a dog reliant on our Heavenly Dragon Empire. Despite these words, the atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly tense. Everyone understood that a dog possessing an emperor is no longer just a dog. Ancestor, please quell your anger. An aged figure adorned in a silver robe, surrounded by imperial radiance, suddenly spoke. The Lin family may indeed be insignificant, but let us not forget what the Lord just mentioned. They have the backing of that individual. The mention of that individual momentarily quelled the Dragon Emperor's fury. The Blade Emperor, the Dragon Emperor spat through clenched teeth. Why does that old wretch favor the Lin family so? The white-haired elder sighed. Alas, the uncertainties of the world. The hall fell silent once more. The Blade Emperor, a genuine existence of heavenly caliber, stands among the elite of the entire southern underworld continent. Although the Heavenly Dragon Empire possesses several emperors, they remain as mere ants before a heavenly emperor. Shall we simply watch as the Lin family grows in power? An elder clad in silver robes, encircled by imperial light, objected. Our Heavenly Dragon Empire has stood for millions of years. How could we endure such humiliation? For a moment, the scene was engulfed in silence. At this juncture, the Dragon Emperor's eyes glimmered with golden light as he suddenly inquired, "Where is Xiaoxi? Why is he absent?" Xiaoxi is currently in seclusion, striving to break through to the 4th level of the Emperor realm, the white-haired elder replied, uncertain of his success. Just then, A commotion arose outside the hall. The crowd shifted their gazes, and a streak of azure light pierced through the air, landing in the center of the hall and transforming into an elder clad in azure robes. The elder bore an ominous demeanor, with a menacing scar on his left cheek, resembling a centipede that extended from the corner of his eye to the corner of his mouth. Ancestor, second ancestor, third ancestor, the azure-robed elder bowed respectfully, his voice resonating like the clash of metal. Was the mission successful? The Dragon Emperor's eyes held a glimmer of hope. Alas, it ended in failure. Nevertheless, he will eventually break through, the Dragon Emperor replied with a tone of indifference. Subsequently, the others relayed the earlier events to this individual. The elder known as Xiaoxia, the fourth ancestor of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, scoffed. What is there to deliberate? We should simply march straight to their doorstep and annihilate the Lin family. Nonsense. The white-haired elder furrowed his brows, with the Blade Emperor present, who would dare lay a finger on the Lin family. Do you wish for our Heavenly Dragon Empire to bear the wrath of a Heavenly Emperor? Long Tian traced the scar on his face, a flicker of resentment crossing his eyes. Had it not been for that busybody Blade Emperor back then, I would have quietly refined that brat from the Battle Emperor clan into blood essence, thus greatly enhancing my talents. If it weren't for him, would I bear this humiliating scar? Humph. You speak as if you are innocent. Had I not expended 1,000 years of cultivation to timely deploy secret techniques to erase your traces, the Blade Emperor and the Battle Emperor clan would have recognized your identity long ago. Otherwise, our Heavenly Dragon Empire would have already been trampled by them. At this point, the Dragon Emperor could no longer suppress his anger and nearly struck Long Tian down, yet he ultimately restrained himself. Observing the Dragon Emperor's genuine ire, Long Tian had no choice but to fall silent. After a long while, when the Dragon Emperor's fury had subsided somewhat, he finally spoke. Ancestor, there is no need for excessive concern. No matter how formidable the Blade Emperor may be, does he truly dare to act openly against our Heavenly Dragon Empire? The Central Continent is not solely governed by him. Although the Blade Emperor is powerful, he must adhere to the rules of the Southern Underworld continent. As long as we do not openly strike against the Lin family, he has no grounds to intervene. The Dragon Emperor appeared contemplative. Are you suggesting to probe discreetly? Long Tian's eyes gleamed with intensity. Send an ancestor under the guise of congratulations to the Lin family, to first test their strength and stance. Should Lin Xianxiao be wise and not oppose our royal family, it would indeed be mutually beneficial. However, if he harbors ulterior motives, then we shall find an opportunity for his unexpected demise. A cruel smile spread across Long Tian's face. The Dragon Emperor pondered for a long while before finally nodding. It must be done thus. But who shall we dispatch? I shall go, Long Tian declared impatiently. No. The white-haired elder categorically rejected the notion. Your temperament is too impulsive. Should you encounter Lin Xianxiao and conflict ensue, it would invoke the wrath of the Blade Emperor, and the consequences would be dire. Just as Long Tian was about to retort, the ancestor raised his hand to halt him. Xiao San is correct, Xiaoxia. You are indeed unsuitable. Xiao, how about you? The man in the silver robe shook his head. The method of cultivation I practice is unique. At present, I am in a critical stage of breakthrough and cannot wield spiritual power in battle. Should I act rashly, all my efforts will be in vain. He turned his gaze towards the white-haired elder. And you, dear third. The elder, with a wry smile, replied, I would indeed wish to participate, but 3 months prior, I clashed with the master of the Cold Moon Palace in North State and was struck by her cold moon power. I am unable to cleanse it in the short term. The Dragon Emperor furrowed his brow. So it appears that only the fourth remains? Fear not, ancestor, Long Tian confidently declared. Though I may sometimes be impetuous, I am quite capable of discerning priorities. My purpose is merely to test the waters. I shall not let matters escalate unnecessarily. The Dragon Emperor exchanged glances with the other two ancestors, ultimately nodding. Very well, it shall be your task. But remember, it is merely a test. Do not provoke the Heavenly Blade Emperor. Long Tian laughed heartily. Rest assured, I shall prepare and set forth in a few days. Chapter 174. Long Tian's probing 7 days later at the Lin family estate. A streak of azure light sliced through the sky, descending like a comet upon the void before the Lin family gates. As the blue radiance dissipated, it revealed Long Tian, his face marred by a fearsome scar. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, surrounded by an imperial aura, the terrifying pressure causing the Lin family guards before the gates to collapse to their knees. The Heavenly Dragon Emperor has come to congratulate you, friend Lin, on your ascension to the rank of Emperor. Long Tian's voice boomed like thunder, echoing throughout the Lin family's territory. In the Tianyun Sea, at the moment of Long Tian's arrival, Lin Xianxiao, who was in seclusion to stabilize his realm, suddenly opened his eyes, which glittered as if stars were swirling within. At last, he has arrived, he mused. a slight smile gracing his lips as he vanished from his location. Before the gates, Lin Xiao's figure materialized out of thin air. Clad in a purple robe, he stood tall, exuding an aura of sharpness. In contrast to Long Tian's aggressive demeanor, Lin Xiao's presence was restrained yet profoundly unfathomable. "Friend Long, I apologize for not greeting you properly upon your long journey," Lin Xiao said, cupping his hands in greeting, his tone gentle yet imbued with undeniable authority. "However, is it not somewhat unbecoming for a friend to arrive and intimidate the young members of the Lin family?" With a wave of his hand, Lin Xiao summoned a gentle force that lifted the Lin family guards back to their feet, his voice suddenly turning icy. Long Tian squinted, scrutinizing Lin Xiao before him. Although he had heard tales of Lin Xiao's remarkable feat of slaying an emperor with a quasi-emperor's body, witnessing it firsthand still astonished him. The innate sharpness radiating from Lin Xiao made even this seasoned emperor feel a twinge of danger. "Haha, my apologies, friend Lin. I momentarily lost control of my aura. Consider this an apology from me." Long Tian chuckled, the scar on his face twisting as he tossed several items into the arms of the Lin family youths. "Upon hearing of your ascension to emperor, the imperial court has sent me to convey its congratulations. Ah, how thoughtful of your esteemed royal family. Please be my guest." Lin Xiao gestured invitingly as the two walked side by side. Their camaraderie appeared harmonious, yet an undercurrent of tension simmered beneath the surface. With each step, Long Tian discreetly released his imperial might to probe Lin Xiao, who deftly diffused these tests without a trace. "I have heard that when you ascended to your rank, you attracted the heavenly tribulation of thunder. Truly remarkable," Long Tian remarked as they walked, his eyes glinting with a peculiar light. Lin Xiao smiled nonchalantly. Merely a stroke of luck. Their verbal sparring led them to the Lin family hall, where a feast had already been prepared. The elders of the Lin family stood respectfully on either side. Upon the entrance of the two emperors, everyone bowed in reverence. "Everyone, you may leave." Lin Xiao waved his hand. "I have important matters to discuss with friend Long Tian." Once the others had departed, only the two remained in the hall. Long Tian's smile gradually faded, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. "Friend Lin, let us speak plainly. I have come not only to extend my congratulations, but also to ascertain your family's stance." Lin Xiao took a sip from his cup. "Oh? What do you mean by that, friend Long Tian?" Long Tian's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table with a peculiar cadence that seemed to resonate with the very heart. "Is your Lin family choosing to continue its allegiance to my royal family, or will you stand against us?" Lin Xiao set down his cup. The liquid within rippling not a single wave. "My Lin family has its own path to tread. As for being adversaries, we do not advocate for such a stance. Yet neither do we fear it." As his words fell, the space between them suddenly distorted. Invisible forces clashed in the void, yet did not disturb the tangible world in the slightest. This was a covert contest of power between emperors, imperceptible to outsiders. A flicker of surprise crossed Long Tian's gaze. He had intended to suppress Lin Xiao with his imperial might, only to find his own power dissipating like a drop in the ocean, effortlessly neutralized by the latter. Even more alarming was the retaliatory force from Lin Xiao, surging forth like a tidal wave, compelling Long Tian to respond with all his might. "Impressive tactics," Long Tian sneered, his scar appearing more grotesque. Likewise, Lin Xiao remained composed. "I hope this response meets your satisfaction." Their confrontation continued. In the void, two imperial souls emerged. One azure and one purple, akin to two colossal dragons entwined in a fierce struggle. Each collision sent ripples through the void, but curiously remained confined to a minimal area, leaving even the wine cups on the table unscathed. The more Long Tian probed, the more astonished he became. As an emperor of the third heaven, he was expected to dominate Lin Xiao, who had merely entered the emperor realm. Yet, the reality was that not only was Lin Xiao holding his ground, he was making it increasingly strenuous for Long Tian in certain aspects. Long Tian scrutinized Lin Xiao for a prolonged moment before bursting into laughter. "Excellent. What a formidable Lin Xiao. No wonder the Heavenly Blade Emperor holds your family in such high regard. Come, let us drink." He raised his cup. Lin Xiao also lifted his cup. Just as the two vessels were about to clink, a glimmer of malice flickered in Long Tian's eyes. A drop of wine from his cup suddenly transformed into a small azure sword, imbued with lethal intent, aimed straight for Lin Xiao's wrist. This strike was as swift as lightning, carrying a third of Long Tian's imperial power, potent enough to severely injure an ordinary emperor. Yet, Lin Xiao seemed to have anticipated this, as a drop of wine from his own cup morphed into a small purple shield, deftly intercepting the attack. With a soft thud, the two forces neutralized each other. However, the aftermath sent a slight tremor through the grand hall, causing the tableware to clink melodiously. "Friend Long, your wine is indeed quite unique," Lin Xianxiao remarked with a smile that danced on the edge of mockery. Long Tian's expression fluctuated between anger and puzzlement. He had intended to show Lin Xianxiao a display of dominance, but was taken aback by how effortlessly he had evaded the attack. Even more unsettling was the powerful energy he had sensed within Lin Xianxiao during that brief moment. Such strength was not characteristic of one merely stepping into the Emperor realm. Indeed, friend Lin is exceptional. Long Tian set down his cup, rising to his feet. Speak, what are your family's conditions? Lin Xianxiao's lips curled upward as he drained his cup in one swift motion. The spirit cloud pavilion must be eradicated by my Lin family. In exchange, my Lin family shall refrain from intervening in matters concerning the Heavenly Dragon Empire, and if the opportunity arises, we shall depart from the Heavenly Dragon Empire altogether. Long Tian regarded Lin Xianxiao intently for a moment before transforming into a streak of azure light and departing. I hope your Lin family honors its word. Otherwise, even with the Heavenly Blade Emperor backing you, the Heavenly Dragon Empire will not let this matter rest. Once he was gone, the smile on Lin Xianxiao's face gradually faded as he turned and re-entered the Lin family estate. Chapter 175. The plan to annihilate the Spirit Cloud Pavilion Ancestor. What news from the Heavenly Dragon Empire? Have they agreed to our conditions, or? Upon the arrival of Lin Xianxiao, the crowd eagerly gathered around him. With Lin Tianhai expressing his urgency, Lin Xianxiao nodded, affirming that the Heavenly Dragon Empire had consented. Initially, I believed it would require considerable effort, and if all else failed, I was even prepared to shamelessly request the esteemed Tian Dao to intervene, aiding my Lin family in escaping from the confines of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. However, it seems that much trouble has been spared. The crowd chuckled at this, as it could be deemed the best possible outcome at present. If the Lin family wishes to flourish, it inevitably must infringe upon the interests of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. After all, two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. The resources within the territory of the Heavenly Dragon Empire are limited, thus remaining under their jurisdiction would inevitably lead to persistent conflicts with the royal family, which is evidently detrimental to the current development of the Lin family. Therefore, after Lin Xianxiao's ascension to the status of emperor, the Lin family began devising plans to extricate themselves from the Heavenly Dragon Empire and embark on a path of dominance unique to the Lin family. Brother, just now I distinctly sensed two exceedingly subtle fluctuations. It seems you engaged in a clandestine confrontation with the four imperial ancestors of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, did you not? Lin Xianxia suddenly interjected, her gaze tinged with concern. What? Ancestor, are you unharmed? Exclaimed another, filled with indignation. Curse that old dog of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Although he appears dignified, he is indeed despicably vile. The Heavenly Dragon Royalty? Bah, it would be more fitting to call them the Heavenly Dog Royalty. Damn it. When I ascend to the Emperor level in the future, I shall surely urinate on their ancestral graves. The crowd erupted in vehement outrage. Witnessing this, Lin Xianxiao smiled reassuringly. No need for alarm. They merely sought to gauge my strength. Although I did not emerge victorious, I also did not suffer defeat, so you need not worry. Ha ha, Ancestor. You are magnificent. Indeed, what a heap of rubbish that old fool is. Meanwhile, within the royal palace of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, the Dragon Emperor pondered. The Lin family wishes to annihilate the Lingyun Pavilion? Is that the sole condition? Indeed, Ancestor, affirmed Long Tian with unwavering certainty. Furthermore, Lin Xianxiao has stated that at the appropriate moment, the Lin family will voluntarily depart from the Heavenly Dragon Empire and will not oppose us. After a brief contemplation, the Dragon Emperor conceded, very well, if it is merely the Lingyun Pavilion, we can agree to this. It would allow us to dismiss the Lin family without concern for the Tian Dao Emperor. Let it be as the Lin family has proposed. But I hope they proceed with caution, otherwise. By the way, Xiaoxi, you must have already assessed Lin Xianxiao's strength. How formidable is he? Upon hearing the Dragon Emperor's inquiry, Long Tian's brow furrowed. Extremely powerful, he does not resemble one who has merely just broken through. I engaged him in clandestine combat for hundreds of rounds, yet I could not best him, though he could not best me either. What? Xiaoxi, you are at the peak of the third heaven, and he has only just attained his breakthrough. How could he possess such strength? The Dragon Emperor and his companions were taken aback. This youth is indeed extraordinarily talented. Back at the Lin family, after Long Tian's departure, they commenced planning to deal with the Lingyun Pavilion. Eldest brother, you need not intervene this time. My second sister and I are more than sufficient, Lin Xianfeng declared confidently. Dismissing the Lingyun Pavilion entirely. Ha ha ha, why employ a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Ancestor, I believe the third ancestor is correct. This trivial matter is best left to us. Lin Tianyu exclaimed, instantly energized at the prospect of a fight. Similarly, Lin Dong and Lin Haoran, both of the younger generation of the Lin family, shared the same sentiment, one being a brawler and the other a troublemaker. Observing this, Lin Xianxiao turned to Lin Xianxia. The old ancestor of Ling Yun possesses the cultivation of a quasi-emperor at the ninth heaven. Do you feel confident? In response to Lin Xianxiao's inquiry, Lin Xianxia replied coolly, I shall assuredly slay him. Well, if that is the case, I entrust this matter to you. Lin Xianxiao readily acquiesced. However, he added, by the way, it was primarily due to Xian'er's formation that we have reached our current level of development. Otherwise, the Heavenly Dragon Empire would have long since set their sights upon us. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. Indeed, had it not been for the grand formation provided by Xian'er, we would have been unable to entirely seal off the Lingyun Pavilion. And the news of our possession of imperial weapons would have surely reached the ears of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. The fact that the Lingyun Pavilion voluntarily sealed their mountain has indeed benefited us, saving us the trouble of dealing with their scattered disciples. Indeed, initially, after the defeat of several quasi-emperors from the Lingyun Pavilion and their announcement of sealing the mountain, Lin Xuan promptly provided a set of inferior imperial-grade array plates to Lin Xianxiao and the others, enabling them to completely seal off the Lingyun Pavilion and thus granting the Lin family precious time for development. The members of the Lin family, who had been troubled by this issue, were immediately filled with excitement. Lin Xianxiao was the first to rush to the Lingyun Pavilion's base with the array and quietly activated it, entirely sealing the Lingyun Pavilion and effectively preventing any possibility of information leakage. Finally, after concluding their discussions regarding the resolution of the Lingyun Pavilion, the Lin family promptly began their preparations. Tomorrow, we shall annihilate the Lingyun Pavilion. Chapter 176, The Sealed Lingyun Pavilion. Meanwhile, at the main peak of the Lingyun Pavilion, shrouded in mist, this would typically be a common sight in a sanctuary for cultivation, yet now the mist was laced with a hint of crimson, as if the entire mountain was enveloped in an ominous veil. Another failure? The pavilion master, Yun Wuya, stood at the edge of the cliff, gazing at the distorted spatial barrier in the distance, his voice hoarse as if scraped by sandpaper. Behind him, a dozen elders bowed their heads, none daring to respond. The elder's sleeve dripped with blood, the price of forcibly breaking the formation. Months have passed. Yun Wuya turned, his once imposing visage now marred by fatigue and wrinkles. For months, we have endeavored through every possible method, brute force, breaking formation talismans, spatial secret arts, and even several quasi-emperor ancestors personally intervening. But still, we cannot pry open even the slightest crack in this formation. The mountain winds wailed through the main peak, as if mocking their impotence. Master, perhaps we could attempt to negotiate with the Lin family? A timid young elder suggested. Negotiate? Yun Wuya suddenly laughed, his laughter tinged with madness. Do you propose we barter our entire sex lives for negotiation? Do you think the Lin family established such a formidable formation to sit down for tea with us? He violently waved his sleeve, causing a millennia-old tree in the distance to snap in response. From the moment we planned to annihilate the Lin family and failed, today's outcome was sealed. The elder, Yun Songhai, sighed. The Lin family's retribution is likely not far off. Now, with tens of thousands of disciples of the Lingyun Pavilion confined by a single formation, they resembled caged birds, aware of the impending slaughter yet lacking the strength to even struggle. Report. A disciple rushed in, his face pale as paper. What now? Yun Wuya frowned. The medicinal field disciple stammered. The last mature spiritual herb has been exhausted. The alchemy room has announced that all medicinal reserves are depleted. This news struck like a heavy hammer, landing on every heart. Without the replenishment of spiritual herbs, the cultivation speed of the practitioners would drastically decline. Furthermore, within this sealed space, even the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was being slowly devoured by the formation. Relay the order. Yun Wuya closed his eyes. From today onward, all disciples' rations will be halved, elders will receive a 30% reduction, and the ancestors will remain unchanged. Everyone understood what this decision entailed. The disciples would weaken more rapidly, and they could not even ascertain whether such sacrifices would yield a glimmer of hope. Pavilion Master. Another disciple rushed in. The third ancestor requests your urgent presence in the forbidden area. Matters of great importance are at hand. A spark of hope flickered in Yun Wuya's eyes. After the 4 quasi-empire ancestors were injured by the backlash of the formation, they had been in seclusion within the forbidden area to recuperate. The summons at this moment must indicate that they have discovered a method to break the formation. The forbidden area is situated in a cave behind the main peak, its entrance sealed by 9 layers of prohibitions. Yun Wuya hastily traversed through the layers of restrictions and arrived at the innermost stone chamber. Inside, the 4 white-haired elders sat cross-legged on cushions, their faces gaunt and their breaths feeble. The elder in the center opened his eyes, which were murky as if veiled by a layer of dust. Elder, Yun Wuya greeted reverently. Wuya, the spiritual elder's voice was frail, The four of us have searched for several months and have finally found a glimmer of hope to shatter the formation. Yun Wuyo's heart raced. What will be the cost? He inquired directly. He was acutely aware of the ancient formations. The more powerful they were, the heavier the toll. The four quasi-empire ancestors exchanged glances before the spiritual elder spoke. We shall require the essence blood of us four quasi-emperors as a catalyst, combined with the incomplete imperial-level breaking symbol I procured in the eastern state years ago. This will allow us to tear open a fissure in the formation for approximately 10 breaths. 10 breaths, Yun Wuyo calculated swiftly. This duration would suffice for a single cultivator to breach the formation, but a large-scale breakout would be utterly impossible. Moreover, with the three elders still nursing their injuries, the loss of their essence blood was a gamble worth taking. I will go, even if it means sending just one person to seek aid from the Heavenly Dragon Empire, Yun Wuyo declared through gritted teeth. That is also our intention, the spiritual elder nodded. However, we are uncertain if there are any powerful members of the Lin family on guard outside. Elder, I shall go, with my strength, unless Lin Xianxiao intervenes personally. The strongest from the Lin family is merely a holy emperor. No one can stop me, Yun Tianya asserted confidently. Are you certain? You must understand that if Lin Xianxiao has means of rapid arrival, you will. The spiritual elder fixed his gaze on Yun Tianya. At a time when the sect's survival is at stake, what does personal life and death matter? Yun Wuyo replied calmly. Though inwardly he thought of escaping this cursed place first, otherwise he would eventually perish at the hands of the Lin family. As for the spiritual cloud pavilion and the others, once he was safe, he would devise a plan to summon the Heavenly Dragon Empire for assistance. The following day, all the elders of the spiritual cloud pavilion gathered at the forbidden area. The four ancestors sat at the center of the formation, with the incomplete imperial-level breaking symbol hovering before them. Remember, once you exit, head immediately to the Heavenly Dragon Empire and inform the royal family of the Lin family's possession of imperial weapons, the spiritual elder instructed in a low voice. The empire has always placed immense importance on imperial weapons and would certainly take action. Yun Tianyan nodded solemnly. The younger generation vows to complete this mission at all costs. Finally, I am free. Ha! Yun Tianya felt a surge of exhilaration, a thrill that surpassed even the moment he learned of his wife's betrayal. Let us begin. The spiritual elder and the others wore solemn expressions, unaware of Yun Tianya's true thoughts, yet they remained focused on executing the secret technique. The three other quasi-emperors of the spiritual cloud pavilion and the spiritual elder simultaneously sliced their wrists, blood gushing forth like a fountain. However, this blood did not splatter everywhere, but instead coalesced in midair, as if bound by an invisible force. With the incantation of a low and obscure spell, the blood seemed to be imbued with life, swirling in the air. It rapidly converged to form 3 blood dragons, their claws and fangs entwining around the incomplete imperial-level breaking symbol. The blood dragons and the breaking symbol intertwined, tracing an extraordinarily complex rune in the air. The rune flickered with a faint light, as if harboring boundless mysteries. At that moment, the entire forbidden area suddenly began to tremble violently. Dust cascaded from the stone walls, as if the ancient site itself was shaken by this spectacle. Yun Wuyo stood to the side, acutely sensing a formidable and terrifying power clashing against the external formation. This force surged like tumultuous waves, relentlessly battering the formation's defenses. Now, the spiritual elder suddenly shouted, his voice ringing out sharply in the tense atmosphere. As his words fell, the incomplete breaking symbol seemed unable to withstand the impact of this force, exploding with a thunderous roar. A fissure, as fine as a hair, appeared before the crowd, faint rays of sunlight seeping through. Upon witnessing this, Yun Tianya wasted no time and transformed into a streak of light, darting toward the space fissure like a bolt of lightning. His speed was astonishing, as though he had instantaneously traversed the barriers of space, vanishing into the fissure in the blink of an eye. The spiritual elder coughed out a mouthful of blood, hoping that this would bring a glimmer of opportunity for the spiritual cloud pavilion. Outside, upon emerging, Yun Tianya reveled in the sensation of freedom, bursting into laughter. Ha ha! I'm out. I'm finally out. He was overwhelmed with excitement, recalling how he had not felt such exhilaration even when his wife had betrayed him. Yet soon after, the anger sparked by the Lin family's actions surged within him. Bang! He struck a distant towering peak with his palm, shattering it in rage. Lin family, the master of this sect, will never let you go. However, before he could finish his words, an unexpected and terrifying pressure descended upon him, pinning him to the ground like a lifeless dog, unable to move. Then, a voice echoed from above. What was that? Sectmaster Yun. Why not speak it aloud for this clan leader to hear? As Yun Tianya's heart sank into despair, the Lin family's forces continuously poured forth from the spatial passage above. At the forefront were the second ancestor Lin Xianxia, the third ancestor Lin Xianfeng, and the clan leader Lin Tianhai. It was Lin Tianhai who had just spoken. The Lin family. It's over for me. My life is at an end. Chapter 177. The Battle of Annihilation begins. This voice rang in Yun Wuyo's ears like thunder. As he lay prostrate on the ground, his cheek pressed against the cold rock, every bone in his body creaking under the immense weight. The pressure of the quasi-emperors felt like mountains crushing down upon him, rendering him incapable of even raising a finger. Lin Tianhai. Yun Wuyo managed to squeeze out that name through gritted teeth, then turned to Lin Xianxia and her companion, his eyes filled with disbelief. Just months ago, he distinctly remembered that they were merely at the Holy Emperor realm, and Lin Xianxia was even weaker than himself, a Holy Emperor at the ninth heaven. Yet now, the pressure they exuded was unmistakably at the Quasi-Emperor level. Moreover, he sensed that their power was even more formidable than that of the Quasi-Emperors of the spiritual cloud pavilion. How is this possible? Even if they received the Heavenly Emperor's inheritance, it should not be feasible to break through to the Quasi-Emperor level in just a few months, let alone surpass the elders of my spiritual cloud pavilion. In Yun Tianya's eyes, Lin Xianxia approached like a snow fairy, her black hair cascading down to her waist. Crystallized ice lotuses forming beneath her feet with every step. Lin Xianfeng followed closely, his green robe billowing, surrounded by visible azure whirlwinds. Both the ice lotuses beneath Lin Xianxia and the azure whirlwinds enveloping Lin Xianfeng undeniably radiated quasi-emperor level fluctuations, leaving no room for doubt. This was ample evidence that both had entered the quasi-emperor realm. Yun Tianya stammered, his mouth agape, at a loss for words. What filled him with despair even more was the continuous emergence of Lin family experts from the passage. 20 holy emperors, 100 holy kings, and several hundred great saints. This formidable lineup, excluding a few quasi-emperor elders, was sufficient to obliterate his spiritual cloud pavilion. To comprehend the situation, one must recognize that even with the addition of his own forces, the Lingyun Pavilion boasts a mere 16 at the Sacred Emperor level, 67 at the Sacred King level, and a mere 143 at the Great Sage level. In comparison to the Lin family's formidable lineup, they stand no chance whatsoever. Even at lower realms, the Lin family exerts an absolute dominance over Lingyun Pavilion. He could almost envision the Grim Reaper beckoning him. Lin Tianhai looked down upon Yun Wuyo, a flicker of derision crossing his gaze. Where is the sect master going? To Chuanxiang Pavilion? He echoed Yun Wuyo's earlier musings verbatim, but alas, there is no escape for you now. Big brother, Lingyun Pavilion has managed to send him out. It seems they possess quite a few treasures. Heh. Lin Tianyu approached, placing a foot on Yun Wuyo's face, chuckling. His eyes gleamed with anticipation and longing for treasures. Although the Lin family currently lacks for nothing, who would ever refuse the allure of more riches? Lin Tianyu, how dare you tread upon my face? Yun Wuyo roared in fury, but no matter how he struggled, he could not break free from Lin Xianxia's suppression. In the past, as the head of Lingyun Pavilion, he was accustomed to being treated with utmost respect, even by other sect leaders and family heads of imperial status. Never had he endured such humiliation as he did now. His rage momentarily eclipsed the fear he had felt earlier. Lin Tianyu, I shall slay you. Enough of this noise. Lin Xianxia waved her delicate hand, instantly encasing Yun Wuyo in ice. The bone-chilling cold jolted Yun Wuyo back to reality, his eyes wide with terror. Tianyu, finish him off. Lin Xianxia seemed uninterested in dealing with such filth herself, casually tossing the frozen Yun Wuyo to Lin Tianyu to handle. Understood, second ancestor. Lin Tianyu grinned, swiftly drawing out his fabled sacred blade. As he approached with the weapon in hand, Yun Wuyo was plunged into despair. No, don't come any closer. Unfortunately, he was encased in ice, rendering him utterly incapable of escaping or resisting. Perish, Yun Wuyo. Without hesitation, Lin Tianyu's blade struck, sending Yun Wuyo to the netherworld. It is time to settle accounts with Lingyun Pavilion. Lin Tianhai turned to face the Lingyun Pavilion, shrouded in a formation, and began forming seals with his hands. A brilliant azure light erupted above him, revealing complex and profound runes in the air. These runes writhed as if alive, eventually adhering to the grand formation. Heaven's seal. Earth's lock. Commence. With this command, the formation that had enveloped Lingyun Pavilion for months began to tremble violently. Then, to the astonished gazes of countless Lingyun Pavilion disciples, the mysterious grand formation that had imprisoned them for months vanished in an instant. They finally beheld the light of day once more. Yet, before they could rejoice, they were greeted by the sight of the Lin family's formidable army, densely surrounding Lingyun Pavilion, leaving no room for escape. Clearly, the newcomers bore ill intentions. What is happening? Who are these people? Why have they surrounded Lingyun Pavilion? The ordinary disciples of Lingyun Pavilion were bewildered, lacking an understanding of the underlying reasons. I see now, that is the Lin family. They are all from the Lin family. Disciples of Lingyun Pavilion, prepare for battle immediately. A roar echoed from the main peak's forbidden area. The ancestral elder of Lingyun Pavilion, with hair standing on end, soared into the sky alongside 3 other quasi-emperors. Their previously withered features twisted with fury, their eyes ignited with the flames of despair. Following them, the elders of Lingyun Pavilion, both supreme and core, ascended to join the ancestral elder. Lin family, do you truly intend to eradicate us completely? The ancestral elder of Lingyun Pavilion shouted, his complexion slightly pale. His greatest fear was that the Lin family would arrive with imperial weapons to obliterate Lingyun Pavilion. In such an event, they would stand no chance whatsoever. Upon seeing the ancestral elder and the others appear, Lin Xianxia stepped forward, her overwhelming aura of a quasi-emperor at the 8th level bearing down upon them. Old fool. Ever since you sought to annihilate my Lin family months ago, we have been bound in a relationship of life and death. Do you not find it laughable to utter such words now? With each word she spoke, snowflakes began to swirl in the air. Today, we have but one objective, to extinguish Lingyun Pavilion. As the final word escaped her lips, the heavens and earth shifted violently, centered around Lin Xianxia. A chilling winter enveloped a radius of 100,000 miles. This was no ordinary cold. It was an absolute chill capable of freezing even spiritual energy. The structures atop the peak of Lingyun Pavilion rapidly became encrusted with thick layers of ice, while those disciples of lesser strength, who had failed to be rescued by the quasi-emperors of Lingyun Pavilion, were immediately frozen into ice sculptures, caught in the act of fleeing. Quasi-emperor at the 8th level. The ancestral elder of Lingyun Pavilion's pupils constricted. Intelligence gathered months prior indicated that Lin Xianxia was merely at the 7th level of the sacred emperor realm. How could she have risen to such heights in such a short time? The other quasi-emperors of Lingyun Pavilion felt as though they had wasted their training on a dog. The Lin family must have acquired some extraordinary fortuitous encounter. Could it be the inheritance of the heavenly emperor? Such thoughts raced through the minds of the ancestral elder and his companions, simultaneously filled with envy and yearning. Indeed, what else could allow a mere sacred emperor at the 7th level to ascend to the quasi-emperor at the 8th level in just a few short months? Old fool, your time has come. Lin Xianxia's lips curled into a slight smile, her delicate hand raised. Receive my move, 10,000 snow burying the heavens. The flurry of falling snowflakes abruptly froze in midair, then redirected, shooting towards the ancestral elder of Lingyun Pavilion. Each flake shimmered with the light of the laws, carving thin black lines in the space it traversed. Endless cloud sea. The ancestral elder of Lingyun Pavilion dared not hesitate. He formed seals with both hands, summoning a colossal expanse of mist. This mist was not ordinary vapor, but a manifestation of the cloud laws he had cultivated for tens of thousands of years. As the mist collided with the snowflakes, a deafening roar erupted. The 2 laws of the Great Path eroded each other, causing segments of space to collapse. Humph! A battle in the void. The ancestral elder of Lingyun Pavilion understood that today would not conclude peacefully. Thus, he prepared to fight with all his might. What is there to fear? Chapter 178, Lingyun Pavilion, Annihilated. As the 2 top quasi-emperors clashed, another battle erupted. You 3 old wretches, let us face off together, lest I have to slay you one by one. Lin Chongfeng bellowed with laughter as he charged towards the 3 quasi-emperors of Lingyun Pavilion. His azure robe billowed as 9 dragon-like tornadoes manifested out of thin air. These tornadoes were not ordinary. Each was composed of countless razor-sharp wind blades, emitting a chilling shriek as they spun. The 3 quasi-emperors of Lingyun Pavilion, each weaker than Lin Chongfeng, had the strongest among them barely at the 6th level of quasi-emperor, while the others stood at the 3rd and 1st levels respectively. Arrogant, the most hot-tempered among the 3, the Yan Yun ancestral elder, roared as he summoned a crimson long sword. The blade ignited with blazing flames, transforming into a colossal fire python that lunged towards Lin Chongfeng. When wind meets fire, one would expect the wind to intensify the flames. However, to everyone's astonishment, the fire python was torn to shreds upon contact with the tornado. Each wind blade contained the essence of the wind laws, each possessing the power to obliterate the heavens and earth. Damn it! Yan Yun ancestral elder's eyes widened in disbelief. His sky-burning sword technique was renowned in the Tianlong Empire, yet it was effortlessly dismantled by his opponent. Be careful, second brother, the Tsang Yun ancestral elder suddenly shouted. A rapidly moving and immensely powerful wind blade had locked onto Yan Yun ancestral elder. Hearing the warning, Yan Yun ancestral elder reacted just in time, twisting his body. But the next moment, he was still struck by the wind blade on his shoulder. The wind blade, entwined with minuscule currents, began to voraciously consume his vitality. The strike was initially aimed at his neck, but fortunately he managed to react just in time. Otherwise, he would have faced certain death or severe injury. The wind's shadow. Lin Chongfeng's voice resonated from all directions, yet his true form remained elusive. Establish the triad formation. This gives us a fighting chance, otherwise, we won't last long. The eldest among the Xianyun ancestors exclaimed urgently. The three ancestors of Ling Yun Pavilion swiftly formed the formation, each summoning their respective life treasures. The Flame Cloud Ancestor, enduring his injuries, thrust the burning heaven sword into the ground, causing pillars of fire to surge into the sky. The Ocean Cloud Ancestor tossed forth a blue flag, which unfurled to transform into a raging river, while the Xianyun Ancestor produced a turtle shell, which expanded in the wind to form a protective barrier enveloping the three of them. The four elemental forces, wind, fire, water, and earth, clashed violently in the heavens and the earth. Lin Chongfeng's figure finally materialized, standing atop the apex of a colossal tornado, gazing down at the three beleaguered ancestors with a flicker of disdain in his eyes. Wind domain. All swords returned to their source. 9 tornadoes suddenly merged into a colossal azure sword that spanned the heavens, surrounded by countless smaller azure swords. In the next instant, as the giant sword descended, innumerable azure blades were unleashed, slicing through the space as if it were mere parchment, revealing the pitch-black void beyond. Boom. The triad formation shattered in response. The Flame Cloud Ancestor's burning heaven sword was cleaved in two, the Ocean Cloud Ancestor's river flag was torn to shreds, and the Xianyun Ancestor's turtle shell was reduced to dust. The 3 Ling Yun Pavilion ancestors simultaneously spewed blood and were sent flying, their breaths instantly dwindling to the utmost degree. Before they could escape, they were overwhelmed by countless azure wind swords, slain on the spot. Alas, how utterly boring. They perished so easily. Lin Chongfeng remarked disinterestedly, glancing at the lifeless forms of the 3 Ling Yun Pavilion ancestors. He then began to leisurely observe the battle of the Lin clan members below. Ah, not bad, not bad. Although Tianhai's generation is not as formidable as Xianxia's, they can still manage to suppress 2 adversaries at once. He chuckled. Ha ha ha, those little brats of Xianxia's generation shine brightly. It has barely been any time, and they are almost cutting through the younger generation of Ling Yun Pavilion. Wow, does that little brat Xianxia have to be so fierce? He has stormed into the Holy King battlefield, wreaking havoc like no other. He is simply more reckless than I was back in the day. Which family's little brat is this? He can't finish off a single opponent in a one-on-one fight. Clearly, he has been slacking off in his training. This won't do. When I return, I will surely spank him. Meanwhile, below, the Lin family had already breached the Ling Yun Pavilion's defenses. Disciples of the Spirit Herb Hall, heed the command. Activate the 10,000 poison formation. A white-haired elder bellowed from the front of the Spirit Herb Hall. He was the master of the Spirit Herb Hall of Ling Yun Pavilion, at the peak of the Holy King realm. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a golden light descended from the heavens, piercing through his brow, an attack unleashed by Lin Tianyu. Leave none alive, Lin Tianyu ordered coldly. On the Holy King battlefield, Lin Xian flickered in and out of sight, swiftly slaying a Ling Yun Pavilion Holy King. Divine evasion. No, monster, you are a monster. The Ling Yun Holy King exclaimed in despair. Lin Xian's sword trembled, and the blood on its blade vanished in an instant. Young master, slow down and leave a few for us. An elder of the Lin family rushed to Lin Xian's side, anxious. They were in dire need of a chance to fight as well. Fine, fine, Lin Xian replied with a hint of helplessness. All right, I will leave these to you. I shall look elsewhere. Absolutely. Young master, we promise to take them all down for you. The elder exclaimed, immediately charging at the nearest Ling Yun Pavilion Holy King. Lin Xian glanced around the battlefield, realizing there was little for him to do, and turned his attention to the battlefield of the Holy Emperors, where Lin Tianhai and others were engaged. Just as he was about to move, the elders of the Lin family seemed to share a telepathic understanding and immediately stopped him. Young master, no, please don't come. We can handle it, and it has been ages since we old folks fought. Our bones are nearly rusted. Please let us stretch our limbs. Lin Xian chuckled helplessly, deciding not to intrude. He began to wander the battlefield. He would intervene only when a Lin family member was in grave danger. However, such instances were rare, as the battle was overwhelmingly one-sided. At that moment, the disciples of Ling Yun Pavilion were filled with despair as they realized that their once proud techniques and secret arts were utterly ineffective against the might of the Lin family. Their attacks felt like mere tickles against the opposing formation, while a single sword energy from the Lin family could claim dozens of lives. How could the Lin family be this powerful? A Ling Yun Pavilion elder cried out in disbelief as he faced his demise. Just 3 months prior, intelligence had indicated that the Lin family was merely a minor holy clan, Yet their exhibited strength now seemed capable of crushing the Ling Yun Pavilion. High above, the battle between quasi-emperors was drawing to a close. Although the Ling Yun ancestor was slightly higher in realm than Lin Xianxia, his strength paled in comparison. He was now thoroughly suppressed. The seemingly gentle snowflakes carried tremendous power. Each one that landed on the Ling Yun ancestor drained a portion of his vitality. His once prized cloud mirage technique was easily unraveled as Lin Xianxia, with a mere thought, froze the clouds he used for illusions. It's time to end this. Lin Xianxia suddenly spoke, her voice cold enough to freeze souls. End of ice and snow, she uttered four words softly. A pillar of ice blue light shot into the sky. In the next instant, a vortex of ice and snow, 1,000 miles in diameter, appeared above the main peak of Ling Yun Pavilion, from which emerged a spear entirely formed of crystalline ice. As the spear fell, time seemed to stand still. The Ling Yun ancestor, wishing to evade, found himself unable to move. He could only watch helplessly as the spear of death drew near. With a piercing sound, the ice crystal spear pierced through the Ling Yun ancestor's chest, pinning him to the highest stone tablet of the main peak. The spear unleashed a bone-chilling aura, swiftly encasing the once formidable quasi-emperor in ice. A gust of wind swept through, causing the ice sculpture to develop fine cracks before bursting into a flurry of ice shards. With the fall of their top combatants, the resistance of Ling Yun Pavilion collapsed entirely. The cries of battle gradually subsided, replaced by a chorus of pleas for mercy and agonized screams. Yet, the Lin family warriors showed no mercy, strictly adhering to the command of leaving none alive. As the sun set, its fading light stained the main peak of Ling Yun Pavilion a deep crimson. This once glorious sanctuary of cultivation was now left with only crumbling ruins and countless frozen corpses. The cold wind blew, stirring the falling snowflakes. As if to herald the final chapter of this revenge, Ling Yun Pavilion annihilated. Chapter 179, Preparations to depart from the Tianlong Empire, choosing the clan's territory. The news of Ling Yun Pavilion's destruction by the Lin family swept across the entire Tianlong Empire like a tempest. In every tavern, marketplace, and sect, cultivators whispered to one another, their faces etched with disbelief. Countless cultivators were astounded, and various powerful factions dispatched scouts to confirm the authenticity of this astonishing rumor. Is the Lin family truly that strong? They are an old power with multiple quasi-emperors overseeing them. I heard that the Lin family's ancestors have already broken through to the rank of Great Emperor. It seems to be true. Of course, without a Great Emperor at the helm, how could they annihilate Ling Yun Pavilion in a single day? When I first heard of this, I was skeptical, but it appears the Lin family genuinely has a Great Emperor. In the imperial city of Tianlong, the most prosperous area of the empire, there stood the Imperial City Tavern. Are you certain the news is true? A middle-aged man clad in luxurious purple robes asked, his fingers trembling slightly as ripples danced across the tea in his cup. The elderly man in gray lowered his voice. It is absolutely true. My nephew happened to be near Ling Yun Pavilion that day and witnessed the Lin family's forces completely encircling it. The man in the purple robe inhaled sharply, a crack forming in the jade cup he held. It appears the rumors of the Lin family ancestor achieving the status of an emperor are indeed credible. In an instant, the various factions within the Heavenly Dragon Empire were thrown into a frenzy. This marks the first appearance of an emperor among the forces in the empire, aside from the royal family. Consequently, all factions began to reassess their stance toward the Lin family. Those sects that had previously experienced minor friction with the Lin family hastily sent extravagant gifts overnight, fearing they might share the same fate as Ling Yun Pavilion. Meanwhile, those who had maintained amicable relations with the Lin family were overjoyed, eagerly visiting to seek connection with this newly ascended giant. Simultaneously, deep within the imperial palace of the empire, the morning court was being held as per tradition. Your Majesty, the Lin family's actions are a blatant disregard for our Heavenly Dragon Empire, exclaimed a minister, his demeanor reflecting indignation for the empire's sake. Indeed, Your Majesty, the Minister of Rights is correct. The Lin family dares to flout our laws and recklessly obliterate our affiliated forces. They must harbor treasonous intentions. Another minister chimed in. I propose we immediately dispatch troops to subdue the rebellious Lin family and uphold the empire's dignity, restoring peace to the populace. With that, the discussion spiraled out of control. As a throng of ministers, oblivious to the secret dealings between the empire and the Lin family, clamored for military action against them. Agreed. The dignity of our empire cannot be so casually trampled upon by the Lin family. Annihilate the Lin family to assert our authority. Agreed. Agreed. On the dragon throne, the Emperor of the Heavenly Dragon kept his eyes slightly closed, rhythmically tapping his fingertips against the armrest. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, which seemed to shimmer with celestial lights. Have you all finished your incessant chatter? A bunch of imbeciles. Is this how I have nurtured you all, a band of useless fools? Upon witnessing the emperor's fury, the ministers hastily lowered their heads, silenced by fear of incurring his wrath and facing dire consequences. After a moment of silence, the emperor finally spoke. Convey my decree. From this day forth, the heavenly dragon guards shall withdraw from the Lin family's territory. Whoever provokes the Lin family shall bear the consequences alone, and it shall not concern the empire. The emperor felt helpless. This decision was made by several of his imperial ancestors, and he could only feign ignorance. A golden-armored general trembled, forehead pressed to the ground. I obey your command. However, amidst the external turmoil, the Lin family remained unperturbed. At this moment, in the Lin family estate, within the Hall of Divine Sanctity, the upper echelons of the Lin family gathered to discuss a matter crucial to their lineage's future. Inside the Hall of Divine Sanctity, 18 coiling dragon columns supported the dome, and the ground was paved with ancient cold jade, suffused with spiritual energy, reminiscent of an ethereal realm. In the center of the hall floated an enormous map of the central continent, detailing mountains, rivers, and the distribution of sects with meticulous clarity. Lin Tianhai scanned the assembly, his voice laden with gravity. Esteemed elders, having resolved to sever ties with the heavenly dragon empire, our foremost task is to determine a new ancestral territory. Upon hearing this, the elders nodded in agreement. With the presence of an emperor solidifying the Lin family's power, remaining subservient to the heavenly dragon empire would only serve to constrain their potential. Moreover, the imperial family had long harbored jealousy towards the Lin family's rise. Rather than face suspicion in the future, it would be prudent to establish their own independence. Do any of the elders have recommendations? Lin Tianhai inquired once more. Patriarch, I believe the Tongtian River is the most suitable. The third elder spoke first, pointing to the location of the Tongtian River on the map. The Tongtian River is rich in spiritual energy and resources. Furthermore, having just vanquished the Juyin and Laisha clans, we have already secured the northern stretch of the Tongtian River. If the Lin family takes root here, we will surely ascend to greater heights. Not suitable. The second elder shook his head, his white hair resembling snow, his voice cold and piercing. Though the Tongtian River is commendable, it ultimately suffers from limited land availability. What about the eastern Tianxian mountain range? Proposed the fourth elder. The Tianxian mountain range boasts treacherous terrain, making it easy to defend and difficult to attack, ensuring the Lin family's foundation remains secure. The Tianxian mountain range is resource scarce and has an inhospitable environment, which is detrimental to the cultivation of our kin, countered the fifth elder with a furrowed brow. The hall erupted in heated debate. Some suggested the Zhongtian Plains, citing its rich mineral deposits, while others advocated for occupying the central heartland, arguing they should seize the most affluent areas. There were even proposals for overseas celestial islands, far removed from conflict. Yet, each suggestion was met with rejection, as each bore its own merits and drawbacks, complicating the decision-making process. Lin Tianhai furrowed his brow, his gaze sweeping over the assembly before ultimately settling on Lin Xuan, who stood off to the side. Xianna, what are your thoughts? Clad in white, Lin Xuan possessed a handsome visage, his demeanor exuding a maturity beyond his years, with the faint aura of sacred laws swirling around him. Unfazed by the sudden attention, Lin Xuan slowly rose. Father, esteemed elders, allow me to share my perspective. A subtle smile graced his lips as he stepped into the center of the hall, his gaze fixed upon the region of endless yellow sands on the map, the northern wasteland desert, the very battleground where Lin Xianxiao clashed with the mysterious black-robed emperor. I believe this location is quite promising. What? The fifth elder, Lin Tianhua, leapt to his feet, his fiery red hair aflame. Surely, you jest, young master. The northern wasteland desert is desolate to the extreme, and now, following the battle between our ancestor and the black-robed emperor, it has been reduced to a wasteland. How can it serve as the foundation for our Lin family? Indeed, young master, the northern wasteland desert is entirely unsuitable, murmured the assembly, their faces filled with confusion. The northern wasteland desert had always been a barren land, thin in spiritual energy and enveloped in swirling sands. Not long ago, the Lin family's ancestor, Lin Xianxiao, had engaged in a fierce battle with a mysterious black-robed emperor, ultimately slaying him. But that confrontation had shattered the very fabric of this realm. Presently, remnants of imperial laws lay scattered across the northern wasteland desert, with spatial rifts aplenty. Even a quasi-emperor would face peril should they tread here carelessly. How could such a forsaken place serve as the foundation for the Lin family? Chapter 180. Transforming the Northern Wasteland Desert. The new ancestral territory, Northern Wasteland's spiritual realm. In the face of the assembly's skepticism, Lin Xuan remained composed, raising a hand to conjure a jade slip that transformed into a luminous screen. revealing the current state of the northern wasteland desert. The vast yellow sands stretched infinitely, the sky shrouded in darkness, the earth cracked. With countless bolts of black lightning ravaging the void, and terrifying imperial laws intertwining, giving rise to annihilation storms. Esteemed elders, please observe. Lin Xuan lightly tapped the screen, shifting the display to highlight the geographical advantages of the northern wasteland desert. This location lies to the south of the Tongtian River, allowing us to connect with the section of the Tongtian River we previously subdued, integrating it into our Lin family's domain. To the north, the Five Elements Forbidden Zone lies in wait, a place rife with deadly perils, serving as a natural barrier. Furthermore, within 1 billion miles to the east and west, the strongest forces are merely quasi-emperors, posing no threat to our Lin family. Thus we need not worry. Most importantly, his gaze deepened. This area is distanced from the Heavenly Dragon Empire and other competing empires, minimizing the risk of attracting their attention, making it ideal for our Lin family's stable development. However, the seventh elder hesitated, those imperial laws and spatial rifts. Lin Xuan's lips curled into a slight smile. Elder, have you forgotten? Our ancestor has attained the status of an emperor. While clearing the remnants of imperial laws and spatial rifts may be challenging for us, for him, it is a trivial task. Shinner, even so, it is merely a desert, devoid of spiritual energy and resources. While it may be transformed over time, it undoubtedly represents a colossal undertaking, demanding vast amounts of spiritual veins and resources, which is evidently impractical. At this moment, Lin Tianyu also spoke softly, clearly perplexed as to why Lin Xuan had chosen this location. Second uncle, since I have brought it up, I naturally possess a solution. Subsequently, Lin Xuan flipped his palm, and with a hum, a spiritual vein sealed within a sphere of energy materialized in his hand, its interior seemingly flowing with spiritual liquid. As soon as it appeared, the concentration of spiritual energy in the entire hall surged by 30%. Is this an imperial-grade dragon vein? The elder's pupils constricted, his voice trembling slightly. The imperial-grade dragon vein. Even the most esteemed powers regard it as a treasure. How could Lin Xuan so casually produce one? It is worth noting that the Lin family already had a superior imperial-grade dragon vein buried underground, which Lin Xuan had previously revealed, leaving them utterly astonished and elated for quite some time. Now, as Lin Xuan produced another imperial-grade dragon vein, despite having witnessed it once before, they were still unable to suppress their shock. After all, imperial-grade dragon veins are not common. Even in the illustrious Central State, they are a rarity, possessed only by those of imperial stature or dominant powers, and many imperial forces possess but a single vein. However, after a brief moment of astonishment, the elders quickly regained their composure. The elder spoke again. Shinner, although this imperial-grade dragon vein exists, it will at most allow our Lin family to construct a territory twice the current size in the northern wasteland desert. The rest will still require a lengthy period for transformation, and this area likely does not even account for 1/10 of the vast northern wasteland desert. Do not worry, elder. It's merely a spiritual vein. I have plenty, Lin Xuan replied with a faint smile, waving his hand, and hundreds of spiritual veins appeared before everyone. These veins varied in quality, the lowest being first grade, and the highest reaching the pinnacle of imperial grade. Over the past few months, Lin Xuan had amassed a considerable number of spiritual veins, previously unsure of how to utilize them. Now, however, they were perfectly applicable. This is just a portion of them. Elders, do you now believe I possess a means to eradicate the hidden dangers of the northern wasteland desert? Ha. The young master truly is the destined one of our Lin family. I am in admiration, and I concur. Agreed, we must concur. Once we implant a multitude of spiritual veins, it will undoubtedly be transformed into a sacred ground for cultivation. Lin Xuan asserted firmly. The hall fell into silence. Everyone was astonished by Lin Xuan's grand display. Lin Tianhai gazed deeply at his son, his heart already accustomed to his extraordinary nature. Ever since a few months ago, Lin Xuan had frequently produced astonishing treasures, and Lin Tianhai had long since become unfazed. In comparison, even his own wealth seemed paltry. Shinner, how confident are you? Lin Tianhai inquired in a solemn tone. 10 out of 10, Lin Xuan replied confidently. As long as the Grand Ancestor eliminates the Imperial Pathway laws, the rest is up to me. Lin Tianhai exchanged glances with the other elders and ultimately nodded. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. 3 days later, on the outskirts of the northern wasteland desert, the upper echelons of the Lin family gathered, and Grand Ancestor Lin Xianxiao also made his appearance. Clad in a purple robe, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his eyes seemingly containing the weight of countless ages. His aura was vast and profound, and merely standing there caused the void to subtly distort. Let us begin, Lin Xianxiao stated calmly. He stepped forward, instantly appearing in the center of the desert. raising his hand with a flourish. Boom! A dazzling pillar of light shot into the sky, piercing through the clouds. Then, a massive black vortex of thunder appeared above the northern wasteland desert. In the next moment, the thunderous vortex erupted with terrifying suction. The entire northern wasteland desert trembled, and the lingering Imperial pathway laws, akin to encountering a natural enemy, fled in a frenzied escape. Yet, they were still drawn into the thunderous vortex. Lin Xiao snorted coldly, his fingers curling. Annihilate. As his words were spoken, the laws of the heavens instantly solidified before shattering like glass, dissipating into starlight. Then, with a wave of his hand, the power of the Imperial pathway enveloped the entire desert. The terrifying spatial rifts rapidly healed under the might of the Emperor's power. In less than a quarter of an hour, the once perilous northern wasteland desert had transformed into a tranquil expanse. It is your turn, young one. Lin Xiao returned to the group, offering Lin Xuan a slight smile. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xuan soared into the air over the desert, his consciousness sinking into his internal system space. System, extract all spiritual veins. Ding. Commencing extraction of host's inventory of spiritual veins. First grade spiritual veins, x 1000. Second grade spiritual veins, x 500. Imperial grade dragon veins, x 3 ready for deployment. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, streaks of flowing light shot from Lin Xuan's body, cascading like a meteor shower across the northern wasteland desert. Each streak that landed triggered a wave of spiritual energy. Particularly, the 3 Imperial-grade dragon veins dove into the depths of the desert like colossal dragons, causing the entire geological structure to undergo a monumental transformation. Second Ancestor, please summon the waters of the celestial river. Lin Xuan shouted. Second Ancestor Lin Xianxia chuckled upon hearing this. Little Xianer knows how to command. With a graceful wave of her delicate hand, the distant celestial river erupted in towering waves, the waters like a giant dragon spanning thousands of miles. Arriving above the northern wasteland. Fall. A torrential downpour enveloped the entire desert, the rainwater rapidly absorbed by the parched earth. Yet, the downpour continued, ceaselessly nourishing this barren land. Boom. The desert shed its yellow hue, revealing fertile black soil, tender green shoots breaking through the surface, quickly morphing into a lush grassland. The crust of the earth heaved, forming mountains while depressions filled with water, transforming into lakes. More astonishingly, the concentration of spiritual energy in the air increased with every passing moment. As the final spiritual vein settled into place, the northern wasteland desert had undergone a complete metamorphosis. No, it should now be referred to as the northern wasteland spiritual realm. This is nothing short of a world-altering event. Elder Lin Tianhu exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Lin Xuan looked upon his masterpiece with satisfaction. With the aid of the system, he had not only implanted the spiritual veins, but had also arranged them in specific orientations to form a natural gathering array for spiritual energy. From this point onwards, the spiritual energy here would only grow richer. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Grand Ancestor Lin Xiao exclaimed thrice, his eyes filled with admiration. Xiana has achieved a great feat. This northern wasteland spiritual realm shall serve as the foundation for our Lin family for generations to come. The Lin family members cheered with joy, already beginning to plan how to construct a new city. As Lin Xuan gazed at this newly birthed land, a glimmer of profound thought crossed his eyes. This is merely the beginning. Chapter 181. The Merit of Heaven's Path, the Fortune of Heaven's Will. Fifth layer of the Sage Realm. As the final spiritual vein settled into place, the transformation of the northern wasteland desert was finally complete. Once a desolate expanse of yellow sand, it had now become a place where mountains, plains, rivers, and various landscapes coexisted, enveloped in the ethereal aura of a sacred ground for cultivation. The Lin family members stood on this fresh land, their faces alight with joy. Suddenly, the heavens shifted dramatically. The originally clear sky transformed abruptly as heavy clouds converged from all directions. These clouds were no ordinary storm clouds. They shimmered with a faint golden light, and mysterious runes flowed within, as if imbued with some supreme will. What is this? Grand Ancestor Lin Xiao looked up at the sky, a flicker of astonishment passing through his deep-set eyes. With his imperial cultivation, he could distinctly sense a vast power brewing in the world. Second Ancestor Lin Xianxia's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. The heavens have taken notice. As soon as the words fell, a resplendent golden pillar of light, exceeding 1,000 feet in diameter, descended from the heavens, enveloping the entire northern wilderness spirit realm. The golden radiance contained an unfathomable power, and all the members of the Lin family felt a warm sensation, as if they were soaking in a hot spring, their inner spiritual energies involuntarily circulating. The heavenly Tao's merit. This was precisely as described in ancient texts, without a shadow of doubt. Lin Chongfeng trembled with excitement, his beard quivering. This was a blessing from the heavenly Tao. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, countless tiny golden specks emerged from the golden light, scattering like fireflies dancing in the night sky. These luminous points seemed to possess a consciousness of their own, instinctively seeking their respective targets. The largest cluster of golden light, roughly the size of a grinding disc, descended directly upon Lin Xuan, while Lin Xianxiao and other high-ranking members of the Lin family also received golden light of comparable size. Even the most ordinary disciples of the Lin family were not left out, each receiving a portion of the merit's golden glow. "Ha ha, I have broken through," exclaimed a Lin family disciple who had been stuck at the cave heaven realm for several months, laughter erupting from him. His aura surged dramatically, accompanied by crackling sounds from within, as he directly ascended to the Dharma aspect realm. Similar scenes unfolded among all the Lin family members in the Northern Wilderness Spirit Realm and the Lin Clan of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Lin Xuan, feeling the surging power within him, discovered that his cultivation had leaped from the first level of the Saint Realm to the fifth, with only a single step remaining to the sixth. What thrilled him even more was that the spiritual power he had already refined to perfection, after being baptized by the merit's golden light, had further intensified by a third, though it seemed merely a modest increase. Achieving such a step was akin to scaling the heavens. This heavenly Tao merit was indeed a supreme treasure, Lin Xuan marveled, feeling his strength magnified beyond measure. At that moment, joyful exclamations arose from the high-ranking members of the Lin family nearby. "My alchemy skills have broken through their bottleneck," cried Elder 7 in delight. "Ha ha, my cultivation has advanced by a level." Elder 4 laughed heartily. "All my hidden injuries have healed," an elderly clan elder exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. Just as the Lin family basked in the joy of the heavenly Tao's merit, something even more astonishing occurred. A river of purple gold fortune descended from the sky, merging magnificently into the fortunes of the Lin family. This river of fortune divided into countless streams in the air, each precisely locating a member of the Lin family. The fortunes of the Lin clan experienced a notable enhancement, and the overall clan fortune surged dramatically. The state of the Lin family's fortune golden dragon revealed all. Before today, it measured only 100 feet in size, but now, nourished by the heavenly Tao's fortune, it had grown to a staggering 1,000 feet, an increase of tenfold. From this moment forth, the Lin family would be favored by the heavenly Tao, ensuring a smooth and prosperous development. At this time, a notification from the system reached Lin Xuan. "Ding! Congratulations, the host family has received the blessing of the heavenly Tao's fortune, increasing family fortune by 500,000. Current family fortune, 1,356,000. Lin Xuan was taken aback, not expecting such a significant increase. Originally, with Patriarch Lin Chongxiao's breakthrough to the Emperor realm, coupled with the continuous enhancement of the family's strength, the Lin family's fortune had already reached 856,000. Now, with an additional 500,000, the speed of the Lin family's development was bound to accelerate once more. Lin Chongxiao, feeling the surging power within him, mused. "Transforming a desolate place into a blessed land. This is true merit. With this blessing from the heavenly Tao, the Lin family's progress will be swifter and more prosperous." "Ha ha ha, Xuaner. You have achieved great merit this time," Lin Xuan humbly replied. "This is the result of everyone's collective efforts. Were it not for the Patriarch's actions in clearing the Imperial Tao rules and the second Patriarch guiding the waters of the Celestial River, along with the support of all the elders, how could I alone accomplish such a grand feat?" Lin Tianhai looked at his son with pride, clapping his hands and proclaiming, "Well then, since the heavenly Tao has acknowledged our merits, it is time to officially relocate. Everyone, prepare. We shall move into the Northern Wilderness Spirit Realm in 3 days." "Yes, clan leader." 3 days later, the preparations for the Lin family's relocation were in full swing, with only the final move into the Northern Wilderness Spirit Realm remaining. The process of their relocation was indeed awe-inspiring. Numerous spiritual vessels floated above the Lin family, filled to capacity with clan members. "Patriarch, all clan members have boarded the spiritual vessels," Lin Tianhai reported as he approached Lin Chongxiao. Upon hearing this, Lin Chongxiao nodded and spoke slowly. "You shall proceed to the Northern Wilderness Spirit Realm first. I will follow shortly." "Yes, Patriarch." Lin Tianhai respectfully left, leading the fleet of spiritual vessels carrying the Lin family toward the Northern Wilderness Spirit Realm. Meanwhile, Lin Chongxiao unleashed the might of an emperor, forming intricate hand seals as radiant purple gold light erupted from his being. A tremendous wave of power radiated from him, enveloping the entire Lin family's former territory. "Rise," Lin Chongxiao commanded lightly, and to the astonishment of countless cultivators, The land that had borne the Lin family's history for tens of thousands of years was enveloped in golden light, slowly ascending into the sky. Under Lin Xianxiao's control, it soared toward the northern wilderness spirit realm. The relocation of the Lin family was a grand spectacle, passing over the domains of countless factions and drawing the gaze of numerous cultivators. Heavens! Is that the Lin family's territory? They are lifting the entire clan's land. Is this the power of an emperor? Look, there are still buildings and spiritual herb gardens intact. Spectators murmured among themselves, disbelief etched upon their faces. The Lin family's territory floated like an island in the sky, steadily heading toward the northern wilderness spirit realm under Lin Xianxiao's command. The buildings, spiritual herb gardens, and even the small bridges and flowing streams remained unscathed, as if they had been cut out in their entirety. The Lin family's speed was remarkable, and they soon arrived at the heart of the northern wilderness spirit realm. Chapter 182. The construction of the new clan land. In the center of the northern wilderness spirit realm lay the location the Lin family had chosen for their new clan land. This vast area, spanning 1,000,000 miles, was the convergence point of the entire northern wilderness spirit realm's fortunes, earth veins, and celestial momentum, making it the most suitable location for the Lin family's new domain. The spiritual energy here was the densest in the entire northern wilderness spirit realm, with 3 emperor-level dragon veins situated at its very center, alongside numerous saint-level dragon veins of varying ranks scattered throughout. That day, Lin Xuan had procured over 100 saint-level dragon veins of all grades, with several of the highest quality and the 3 emperor-level veins deposited in this central region, while the others were dispersed along with a multitude of 1st to 8th grade spiritual veins throughout the northern wilderness spirit realm. Descend. Lin Xianxiao gazed upon this prime piece of land with satisfaction, then gently lowered the Lin family's original territory. As the Lin family's domain finally settled in the center of the northern wilderness spirit realm, the very ground trembled. Lin Xianxiao then employed his divine powers to perfectly merge the territory with the new earth veins, ensuring unobstructed circulation of spiritual energy. Once the original clan land and this section of the northern wilderness spirit realm were fully integrated, the density of spiritual energy within the Lin family's domain surged exponentially, intensifying to the point where it transformed into a continuous spiritual rain, nourishing the entire territory. The spiritual plants and herbs within the Lin family's gardens flourished wildly, bursting forth with vibrant life. Originally, the Lin family possessed a single imperial-grade dragon vein, and with the addition of 3 more, they now boasted a total of 4 imperial-grade dragon veins and numerous saint-grade dragon veins, leading to an unimaginable concentration of spiritual energy. Following the relocation, the Lin family did not pause for breath. The next undertaking was expansion. Lin Tianhai gazed at the vast northern wilderness spirit realm, his eyes sparkling with excitement. All clansmen, heed my command and commence the expansion as per our original plan. Yes, clan leader. Ha ha ha. Let us begin the work. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can revel in our new clan territory. Indeed, the disciples of the Artifact Refinement Hall, follow me, Elder, to gather materials. The Array Hall swiftly initiated the expansion project, and the entire Lin family immersed themselves in the fervent construction. Lin Xuan personally engaged in the design and planning, extracting a plethora of rare materials from the system's spatial storage: ancient black iron wood, celestial star sand, and colorful glazed tiles, all proving instrumental in the expansion. We shall add a scripture pavilion. The Grand Elder directed the disciples in transporting materials, insisting on the finest divine wood for the bookshelves to prevent damage to the techniques. The spirit herb garden must be expanded 100-fold. Increase the quantity by 10. The second elder led the spirit plant masters in planting new medicinal fields, sowing the ancient spirit herb seeds obtained from the secret realms. The martial arts arena is insufficient. Let us construct 30 more. The third elder waved the architectural blueprints, with one specifically designated for practicing divine abilities, requiring the ground to be paved with black iron rock. Most notably was the construction of the central main hall. This grand edifice towered 1,000 feet high, constructed entirely of white jade, shimmering under the sunlight. Atop the hall was embedded a colossal luminous pearl, the moon pearl, exchanged by Lin Xuan from the system's marketplace, emanating a gentle glow akin to that of a miniature moon. Lin Xuan had meticulously arranged 81 spirit gathering arrays, aligned according to the celestial positions, gradually attracting the spiritual energy from the entire northern wilderness spirit realm. At the center of these formations, 4 imperial-grade dragon veins intertwined with numerous saint-grade dragon veins, continuously supplying spiritual energy to the entire clan territory. The Lin family's efforts were swift. Within merely 3 days, thanks to the relentless toil of hundreds of thousands of clansmen, a brand new Lin family domain was erected. A sprawling complex of buildings stretched across hundreds of miles in the heart of the northern wilderness spirit realm, with pavilions and towers arranged in an aesthetically pleasing manner. Interwoven with floating spiritual islands and structures, while streams and rivers meandered, shrouded in ethereal mist, with celestial cranes soaring above. The overall area exceeded 3 times that of the previous Lin family domain, showcasing an even grander spectacle. Even when compared to those venerable imperial clans, it stood without inferiority, perhaps even surpassing them. The architecture harmonized with the heavenly principles, subtly forming a colossal array. Surrounding the territory were 36 watchtowers, each inscribed with defensive runes. Manned day and night by Lin family disciples. Inside, the layout was meticulously organized into various functional zones, including training areas, living quarters, spirit plant zones, and alchemy and artifact refinement sections. The spirit herb garden cultivated an array of rare spirit herbs, some of which had been extinct for millennia. To the east of the clan territory lay various trial towers, cultivation sanctuaries, and secret realms for training, designated for disciples of the Lin family at different levels. This truly befits the stature of our Lin family, Lin Xuan mused, surveying the newly constructed domain with pride etched across his face. After a brief respite, the Lin family wasted no time in launching their next ambitious project, the construction of an imperial city. In the southern underworld continent, every major power established a grand city, serving as a window to the outside world and a platform for trade and exchange, generating a continuous stream of benefits. The establishment of this imperial city held profound significance for the Lin family, marking a pivotal step in their development within the northern wilderness spirit realm and symbolizing the family's future prosperity. Thus, the high-ranking members of the Lin family took this meeting with utmost seriousness, convening early to deliberate over the various aspects of the imperial city's construction. At the onset of the meeting, Lin Xuan stood and pointed to a map before the assembly. Articulating his thoughts, I propose the imperial city be situated 1,000 miles south of our clan territory. His voice resonated with steadiness and authority, exuding confidence in his decision. All gazes followed Lin Xuan's finger to the designated location on the map, where it was adjacent to the Tongtian River, the winding flow offering advantageous transportation conditions. Furthermore, that area featured flat terrain, devoid of excessive hills and ravines, rendering it exceptionally suitable for large-scale urban development. Lin Xuan continued. Choosing this site for the imperial city not only places it alongside the Tongtian River, but across the river lies the Celestial Empire domain, home to several imperial dynasties, including the Heavenly Dragon Empire. This proximity ensures close ties with the outside world, while the level terrain facilitates our planning for a magnificent city layout. Additionally, this location can serve as a crucial stronghold for the Lin family against potential southern incursions, preventing the flames of war from reaching our clan territory. Upon concluding his explanation, the elders nodded in agreement. Clan leader, your reasoning is sound. I support your choice. The Grand Elder was the first to voice his endorsement. Subsequent elders echoed their approval. I have no objections. The clan leader's decision is final. Seeing there were no dissenting voices, Lin Xuan promptly confirmed, very well. Let us designate this site for the imperial city. Now, let us discuss the details of the construction. Chapter 183, Northern Wilderness Imperial City. The following day, the entire Lin family mobilized. Everyone acted according to the plan. With Lin Xuan's command, the Lin clansmen sprang into action, each brimming with enthusiasm. Those proficient in earth-based techniques. Come to me. Array Hall disciples, assist this hall master in laying the city's foundation. Our artifact refinement hall cannot be outdone by the Array Hall. Let us forge with all our might. Though our battle hall may not specialize in various arts, we are all strong and robust. The transportation of materials falls to us. All alchemists from the alchemy hall were divided into 2 groups, working diligently to concoct restorative pills of various tiers, enabling other clansmen to swiftly regain their spiritual energy. The earth-based practitioners were tasked with leveling the land, while those skilled in formations began establishing the city's foundation. The artifact craftsmen busied themselves with the creation of various building materials. The Lin family procured an enormous stockpile of construction materials for the imperial city, blue stone, renowned for its hardness comparable to sacred weapons, warm jade stone, which could automatically regulate temperature, and sound-absorbing silent wood. A month later, through the collective efforts of every Lin clansman, a magnificent imperial city rose majestically from the ground. At a glance, the city's area even surpassed that of the current Lin family territory by 2-fold, its grandeur rivaling that of the Heavenly Dragon Empire's imperial city. The city walls towered 100 feet high and were 10 feet thick, exuding a subtle pressure with their dark golden hue. Each brick of the city wall was crafted from materials of at least saint-level quality, with the majority composed of quasi-imperial and even imperial-grade materials, attesting to their formidable strength. One could faintly discern that each brick bore an array of top-tier defensive runes. These runes had been intricately inscribed by several quasi-emperors and the great Emperor Lin Xuan himself, collectively capable of withstanding attacks at the emperor level. 3 gates adorned each side of the city walls, with the main gate soaring 30 feet high, intricately carved with lifelike dragon and phoenix motifs. Within the city, the streets were spacious and tidy, paved entirely with blue stone, and an underground drainage system was installed. In the heart of the imperial city lies a vast square, dominated by a statue of Lin Xuan, symbolizing the guardian of this metropolis. Adjacent to the square stands the Lord's Manor, proudly adorned with the Lin family's emblematic banner, fluttering in the breeze, representing the true masters of the imperial city, the Lin family. Radiating from the square, 4 main thoroughfares extend outward, dividing the city into various functional districts. The commercial zone is bustling with diverse shops, restaurants, and auction houses, among which the most magnificent is the Lin family's exclusive North Wilderness auction house. The prime commercial establishments and eateries have long been monopolized by the Lin family, with only a few reserved for the imperial level and hegemonic forces. The residential areas are meticulously planned, categorized into 4 distinct tiers, A, B, C, and D, each with its own set of occupancy requirements. The cultivation zone features public training rooms and arenas, providing ample facilities to meet the training needs of any practitioner below the imperial rank. Within the city, not only are there several top-tier dragon veins of the holy rank and quasi-imperial dragon veins supplying spiritual energy, but the Lin family has also established a formidable grand formation, encompassing the entire imperial city, which integrates defense, offense, and spirit gathering. The quality of this formation reaches the upper echelon of the imperial rank, only a notch below the Lin family's ancestral formation. Amidst these enhancements, despite the vast expanse of the imperial city, the concentration of spiritual energy remains remarkably potent, with even the outer areas achieving 3 times the density found outside, while the central area boasts a staggering 10-fold increase. The high-ranking members of the Lin family gazed upon the superlative imperial city constructed by their own hands, filled with immense satisfaction. Great Ancestor, please bestow a name upon the imperial city, Lin Tianhai respectfully implored. As he spoke, numerous clan members echoed his request. Great Ancestor, grant a name to our Lin family's imperial city. With a hearty laugh, Lin Xuan declared, very well, I shall personally name it. He ascended gracefully above the main city gate, wielding the might of an emperor as his ink. Thus, the city was christened as the North Wilderness Imperial City. His calligraphy, bold and spirited, infused with the will of the emperor, was so awe-inspiring that any ordinary practitioner who gazed upon it would feel their spirit tremble and their soul ache. Unable to bear the sight, to forcefully behold it could even lead to the shattering of one's consciousness. Henceforth, the North Wilderness Imperial City was officially brought into existence. Upon the completion of the city's construction, the Lin family dispatched hundreds of reconnaissance teams to thoroughly explore the entirety of the North Wilderness spiritual realm. The results were astonishing. Under the nurturing of the spiritual veins, the North Wilderness spiritual realm had birthed numerous rare mineral deposits and medicinal herb locales, with many natural blessed lands emerging. In the northern mountainous region, a substantial imperial crystal vein was discovered, with preliminary estimates of reserves exceeding 1 billion imperial crystals. In the southern underworld continent, items above the imperial rank are valued beyond the measure of superior spiritual stones and are instead quantified using a specialized currency, imperial crystals. These crystals, rich in concentrated spiritual energy and infused with elements of imperial principles, are highly coveted by those above the emperor rank. Over time, they have naturally evolved into a universal currency among the powerful emperors and celestial beings. However, due to their rarity, imperial crystal veins are predominantly held by the most elite and hegemonic factions, making acquisition nearly impossible for other forces. For instance, the Celestial Dragon Empire, with its legacy spanning millions of years, possesses merely a single small imperial crystal vein, with reserves not exceeding 100 million. Thus, the Lin family's discovery of a large imperial crystal vein on their own territory is nothing short of extraordinary. Indeed, Lin Xuan speculated that had it not been for the heavenly bestowal, the Lin family's North Wilderness spiritual realm might never have given rise to such a vein. However, since the heavens have provided, the Lin family had no reason to refuse. Consequently, upon discovering the imperial crystal vein, Lin Xuan promptly rushed to the site and personally established an imperial-level grand formation, integrating offense, defense, concealment, and alarm mechanisms. He declared the area a forbidden zone within the North Wilderness spiritual realm, stationing 1,000 Lin family celestial guards and a quasi-imperial powerhouse to oversee it, prohibiting all practitioners aside from those of the Lin family from approaching. Violators would face execution. Moreover, the Lin family uncovered a medicinal herb oasis in the last remaining stretch of desert in the western part of the North Wilderness spiritual realm, where numerous rare herbs, seldom seen in the outside world, flourished. The Lin family swiftly established strongholds at these strategic locations, deploying formations and assigning Lin family disciples for defense. They also set up teleportation arrays linked to the Lin family's ancestral land at each critical resource point, ensuring timely support. To bolster their control over the entire North Wilderness spiritual realm, the Lin family instituted a comprehensive patrol system, led by elder saints, to conduct regular inspections and establish checkpoints at key junctions, while members of the Dark Temple were dispersed throughout the realm to monitor all movements within. By the time the last outpost was completed, the entire North Wilderness spiritual realm had come under the Lin family's dominion. From the southern banks of the Tongtian River to the northern edge of the Five Elements Forbidden Zone, every inch of land was managed by the Lin family. Once all constructions were finalized, the high-ranking members of the Lin family convened an important meeting to discuss the next steps for development. The pressing question was how to rapidly establish the Lin family's reputation in the North Wilderness spiritual realm. Lin Tianhai surveyed the assembly, recognizing that without population mobility, even the finest location would struggle to thrive. Chapter 184, The North Wilderness Conference. Upon hearing Lin Tianhai's words, the elders of the Lin family eagerly offered their suggestions. We could reduce entry fees and provide favorable tax policies, proposed Elder Lin Tianhua, his fiery red beard quivering with excitement. For instance, waiving rent for the first 3 years and having taxes. I've seen many new cities in the Middle State adopt similar measures. Many elders nodded in agreement. Lin Tianhai expressed his approval of this idea, stating, "Very well, we shall temporarily set this proposal aside for further discussion." No problem at all. Elder Lin Tianhua beamed with delight at the reception of his suggestion. However, the Grand Elder seated at the head of the table slowly shook his head, his deep-set eyes resembling ancient wells beneath his gray brows. This is insufficient. The North Wilderness spiritual realm is in its nascent stage. Relying solely on preferential policies will have limited appeal. We require more enticing conditions. A lively debate erupted within the hall. Elder Lin Tianju, stroking his long beard, proposed, "What if we offered a month of free access to training caves?" "Too conservative," thundered Elder Lin Tianshan. "We ought to host a martial competition, rewarding victors with spiritual stones and artifacts. Strength is what we humans value most. The costs of a martial competition are too steep. We should first focus on developing unique industries." Elder Lin Tianxian remarked leisurely. "I have observed the surrounding terrain. The eastern side of the North Wilderness spiritual realm has a mountain range rich in raw stones. Our Lin family could pioneer a gambling stone industry." Voices of contention rose, with many suggestions offered, some practical, others utterly unfeasible. Lin Xuan sat quietly at the side, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the armrest, his eyes sparkling with contemplation. As the debate subsided, Lin Xuan cleared his throat and stood, addressing his father and the assembled elders. "I have an idea." At his words, the hall fell silent, all eyes instinctively turning to the young master, known for his remarkable feats, since guiding the Lin family out of the Celestial Dragon Empire and transforming the North Wilderness Desert. Every decision he made had proven to be more beneficial than detrimental, earning him the respect of the clan, and no one dared to underestimate his wisdom and resolve. "Xianer, please feel free to speak." Lin Tianhai was indeed eager to hear what suggestions his prodigious son might offer. Lin Xuan slowly rose and made his way to the center of the assembly. "We could host a Northern Wilderness Conference." His voice was not loud, yet each word resonated clearly. Approaching the central sand table, he gently tapped it, and the model of the Northern Wilderness Imperial City instantly magnified several times, inviting various factions to participate. During this event, we could hold an auction, martial arts competitions, alchemy contests, and a series of other activities. The elders exchanged glances, and the second elder, Lin Xuanji, furrowed his brow and remarked, "Such gatherings are commonplace in every domain. How can we showcase the uniqueness of our Northern Wilderness?" Lin Xian's lips curled into a slight smile as he produced an ancient jade slip from his robe. "This is our uniqueness. I possess a fragment of an imperial-level cultivation method, which could serve as the highlight of the auction. Our distinguishing feature lies in attracting cultivators with top-tier treasures." "What?" The Grand Elder abruptly stood, his chair toppling over with a loud crash. The other elders also paled, and the teacup in the third elder's hand fell to the ground, shattering into numerous pieces. An imperial-level cultivation method is something even imperial powers cherish dearly. Though it is merely a fragment, it is enough to incite a frenzy among countless cultivators. In the Xiantian continent, A complete imperial-level cultivation method could spark a fierce competition among numerous factions. Young Master, while this is just a fragment of an imperial-level method, its value remains immense. It is a foundational asset for every faction. Are we truly willing to auction it off? Indeed, Young Master. Although our Lin family possesses several imperial-level methods, we are not in a position to casually auction off even fragments of them. Upon hearing this, the elders shook their heads in unison. To them, even a fragment of an imperial-level method should be preserved as a cornerstone of the Lin family. Lin Xuan appeared to have anticipated their reaction and continued with composure. Rest assured, elders, this mere fragment will have little impact on our Lin family. Furthermore, one must take risks to reap rewards. If we do not offer some extraordinary treasures, how can we draw enough interest from various factions and cultivators to visit our northern wilderness spiritual realm? Upon hearing Lin Xuan's words, the elders found themselves momentarily speechless. Observing their silence, Lin Xuan pressed on. Moreover, our Lin family should not only present some extraordinary treasures as bait, but also pledge to host a grand auction every year, on par with this inaugural event, and even hold a Northern Wilderness Conference every decade. Only by doing so can we thoroughly enhance our Lin family's reputation, thereby continuously attracting cultivators from all corners to our Northern Wilderness spiritual realm, generating substantial benefits for our family. The elders of the Lin family were left in awe of their young master's boldness. Additionally, the rewards for the alchemy and martial arts competitions must be substantial. I propose that our Lin family offer high-tier treasures that will entice a large number of cultivators to participate. Lin Xuan then shifted his tone, asserting that if this conference were to be grand, the reputation of the Northern Wilderness spiritual realm would naturally soar, coupled with various favorable policies. We need not worry about a lack of cultivators. Moreover, our Lin family will not leave empty-handed. The bustling crowds during the auction and conference will also yield significant profits for our family's shops and taverns. We can auction off spiritual veins and the rights to fertile lands within our Northern Wilderness spiritual realm, among many other opportunities. The key lies in how we strategize. For while others may profit modestly, our Lin family shall not suffer losses. Lin Tianhai inhaled deeply, his eyes gleaming with intensity. Xianer, are you certain we should offer such a plethora of precious treasures as prizes and auction items? One must take risks to reap rewards, Lin Xuan replied resolutely. And a mere fragment along with a few elixirs will not affect our core interests. The hall fell silent once more as everyone contemplated Lin Xuan's astonishing proposal. After a moment, Lin Tianhai slammed his palm onto the table, his voice booming like thunder. Excellent. Let us proceed. Commence preparations for the first Northern Wilderness Conference in 3 months. With the Patriarch's decisive affirmation, the assembly hall erupted in excitement. The Lin family members then began to deliberate on various matters and arrangements. The meeting lasted for the better part of the day before all details were finalized. At the conclusion of the meeting, Lin Tianhai swiftly assigned tasks. 3rd Elder, you shall oversee the venue arrangements. 6th Elder, you will lead the team to promote the event across various domains. Grand Elder, you will coordinate the reception. After the meeting, Lin Xuan ascended alone to the walls of the Northern Wilderness Imperial City. As the sun set, its rays bathed the new city in a golden glow. In the distance, flickers of firelight could be seen on the horizon. Those were the makeshift abodes erected by wandering cultivators drawn by the news. Chapter 185, The Family's Current Situation. Lin Zai, pursued by the major holy lands and sects of the eastern state. Following the resolution of various issues within the Northern Wilderness spiritual realm, the Lin family, aside from some members preparing for the Northern Wilderness Conference, gradually returned to normalcy. The Lin family also resumed its rapid development. In the Northern Wilderness spiritual realm, within the Lin family's main hall, Lin Xuan concluded his cultivation, yet he did not rise. Instead, he began to assess the present state of the Lin family. System. Open the family panel. Ding. The family panel is opening. Soon, a translucent screen materialized. Host. Lin Xuan, 5th layer of the Sage Realm. Bound family. Zhongzhou Northern Wilderness Lin family. Family rank. Quasi-Imperial Clan. Strongest family member, Lin Xianxia. Patriarch, Lin Tianhai, 7th layer of the Sage Emperor Realm. Family fortune, 1, 356,000. Family members, 541, 809. Family fortune points, 1, 412,000. Evaluation, a top-tier quasi-imperial clan poised to step into the realm of imperial clans. Seeing the over 1.4 million fortune points, Lin Xuan was filled with excitement. Since relocating to the Northern Wilderness spiritual realm, the Lin family had been blessed with a surge of heavenly fortune, leading to a significant increase in their fortune points. However, the thought of the 2 million fortune points still owed to the system made him sigh in resignation. although there was still more than half a year until the deadline. Fortune points are fleeting and easily spent. After all, whether for draws or purchases in the family fortune marketplace, a considerable amount of fortune points is required. They truly are not easily conserved. Lin Xuan expressed his frustration. System, can we settle the debt of 2 million by paying back 1 million first? He decided on an installment plan, as he currently had a surplus of resources and would return half of the debt. The rest could be managed gradually. Ding. Understood, host. In the next moment, Lin Xuan's fortune points decreased by 1 million, leaving him with a meager 412,000. Although he had anticipated this, the sting of loss was still sharp. System, having paid back so much, do ensure some discernment. I've been in the dark for a month now. It seemed Lin Xuan had inherited an unfortunate streak from his previous life. Damn it, a whole month without signing in or winning anything of worth. Just items beneath the Quasi-Imperial tier, which hold little decisive value for either me or the Lin family's strength. Host, are you questioning the professional integrity of your system? The lack of good items is merely a reflection of your own misfortune. This blame does not fall on the system. Upon hearing this, the system was visibly displeased. Professional integrity? System, are you certain you possess any? Of course I do. After engaging in a bit of banter with the sovereign, Lin Xuan finally turned to serious matters. Sovereign, let us commence at 10 consecutive draws. With a grand flourish, Lin Xuan summoned the spirit of 100 draws. Ding. The clan's 10 consecutive draws are in progress. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 10 pieces of the mysterious Empress's undergarments. Confound it. Sovereign, I shall reiterate, I am not that sort of person. The sovereign remained silent, continuing to distribute rewards. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a random personal item of the Demon Empress. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a spring scene painting from the realm of cultivation. Lin Xuan exclaimed in frustration. Damn it, you rogue sovereign, tarnishing my reputation. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving a Heavenly Emperor puppet. At this, Lin Xuan immediately ceased his complaints. Once the 10 consecutive draws concluded, he promptly opened the introduction for the Heavenly Emperor puppet. Heavenly Emperor puppet, a puppet with autonomous combat awareness. Strength, Heavenly Emperor level 5. Huh. Now this is more like it. Sovereign, this is the reward I desired. In high spirits, he decided to seek out Howren for some training shortly. Lin Xuan was indeed a perfect inheritor of the traditional virtues of Lin Tianhai, who was known for both his clever scheming and his care for his younger brother. Finally, Lin Xuan checked the progress of the Lin family's ascension to the Imperial Clan. Lin family, Quasi-Imperial Clan, ascension conditions. 1. Possess 3 cultivators of the Emperor realm. 2. Possess 15 cultivators of the Quasi-Emperor realm. 3. Possess 60 cultivators of the Holy Emperor realm. 4. Family fortune must reach 1,500,000. Both the second and third ancestors had already reached high-level Quasi-Emperor status. With the enhancement effect of the primordial divine tree now at 9-fold, compared to the previous 3-fold. Along with various resources, it was likely that within a month or two, they would attain the Emperor's path. By then, it was estimated that the other conditions would also be nearly fulfilled. The Imperial Clan was not far off. Meanwhile, in the eastern state, northern region, at the Taiyuan Gorge, a conspiracy was quietly unfolding. The setting sun cast a blood-red hue over the cliffs flanking the gorge, while a biting mountain wind howled past, stirring up fine sand and gravel from the ground. This desolate place, which should have been devoid of life, now concealed deadly traps. Brother Imo, are you certain that Lin Zai will pass through here today? From behind a protruding rock above the gorge, Xianxiaaudiobooks, clad in a black robe adorned with dragon patterns, inquired in a low voice. His handsome visage was marred by a sinister aura, and a blood-red long sword hung ominously at his waist, pulsating with a disquieting energy. Xianxiaaudiobooks was the 4th prince of the Xianxia Imperial dynasty. The man beside him, dressed in white, smiled slightly, his folding fan swaying gently in his hand. Rest assured, Brother Xian, my heavenly origin sacred lands, Zhou Tian divination technique, has never failed. Lin Zai, pursued by the 7 sons of Nanling for 3 days, will undoubtedly traverse the Taiyuan Gorge on his way to seek refuge in the southern region. Mo Tianxiao, the 3rd holy son of the heavenly origin sacred land, was renowned for his wisdom and divination skills. He appeared cultured and refined, yet his eyes sparkled with a chilling brilliance. Let us hope so. A cold female voice interjected from the side. To encircle Lin Zai, our 3 great forces have already sacrificed dozens of prodigies. If he escapes again this time. The speaker was a woman in an icy blue gown, her skin as delicate as jade, yet her gaze was as frigid as eternal ice. Bing Liar, the 4th holy maiden of the Ice Crystal Imperial Palace, stood as a paragon among the younger generation of the eastern state, comparable to Mo Tianxiao and Xianxiaaudiobooks. Mo Tianxiao closed his fan, surveying the dozens of prodigies ambushed on either side of the gorge. These were all elites meticulously nurtured by the three great forces and several sacred lands, each at the pinnacle of the cave heaven realm. 3 months prior, the ancient battlefield of the eastern state had opened, and the legacy that rightfully belonged to them had been seized by Lin Zai. Mo Tianxiao's voice grew colder. This legacy must not fall into Lin Zai's hands. It can only be ours. Xian Wujia's eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty glint. Lin Zai is merely at the first level of the king realm, yet he has repeatedly escaped our encirclement. Today he shall not return. Upon hearing this, the other two nodded in agreement. He's coming. Bing Liar suddenly whispered, her slender finger pointing toward the gorge's entrance, 3 miles away, where a figure moved swiftly. Chapter 186, Crisis. At the entrance of the gorge, a figure cloaked in azure appeared like a specter. Lin Zai, tattered and covered in wounds, yet with eyes as bright as stars, appeared to be in his early 20s, his handsome features now marked by fatigue and determination. The 7 sons of Nanling were indeed formidable. Lin Zai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and glanced back. However, to take my life, they have a long way to go. He placed his left hand on his spatial ring, within which rested an ancient token. Quietly hovering and emitting a faint glow, the mysterious legacy that had piqued the interest of the major forces in the eastern state. 3 months ago, when the ancient battlefield of the eastern state opened, Lin Zai had seized this legacy through his cunning. After the news leaked, prodigies from various sacred lands and imperial dynasties of the eastern state had sought to snatch it away, using lofty justifications that the mysterious legacy was rightfully theirs. Crossing the Taiyuan Gorge and traveling another 300 miles would bring him to the southern region's border. Lin Zai took a deep breath. Once he entered the southern region, these adversaries would think twice before acting recklessly. After all, the northern and southern regions had been at odds for years. In a flash, he transformed into a streak of azure light, darting into the gorge. The gorge was eerily silent, devoid of even the chirping of insects or the calls of birds. Lin Zai furrowed his brow, instinctively slowing his pace. Something felt amiss. He keenly sensed the faint aura of malice permeating the air. It was too quiet. Just as he hesitated to change his course, a sound of air being sliced reached him from behind. The 7 sons of Nanling were in pursuit. Damn it! Lin Zai gritted his teeth, forced to press onward. He flipped his right hand, revealing an azure longsword that gleamed with intricate azure light. The gorge narrowed alarmingly, the cliffs on either side towering into the clouds. Lin Zai's unease intensified, but with pursuers hot on his heels, he had no choice but to forge ahead. Suddenly, the ground before him erupted, and 3 blood-red figures burst forth from the earth. Blood-fiend puppets. Lin Zai's pupils constricted. They were from the Xianxiaaudiobooks dynasty. The 3 figures were clad in blood-red armor, devoid of facial features, save for their glaring crimson eyes. They wielded massive axes, encircling Lin Zai in a formation. Almost simultaneously, a voice rang out from above the gorge. Lin Zai, today you will find it impossible to escape. Lin Zai looked up to see Xian Wujia suspended in the air. His blood-red longsword pointed directly at him. What struck terror into Lin Zai was the appearance of dozens of figures on the cliffs flanking him, each radiating formidable energy. The Heavenly Origin Sacred Land, the Xianxiaaudiobooks dynasty, and the Ice Crystal Imperial Palace. Lin Zai recognized several familiar faces among them. The 3 great forces had joined forces, bolstered by dozens of henchmen from various sacred lands and grand teachings. They certainly held him, Lin Zai, in high regard. Lin Zai, surrender the legacy, and you may keep your life. Mo Tianxiao floated down, lazily fanning himself, his tone as mild as if discussing the weather. Bing Liar remained silent, merely raising her hand gently. The temperature within the gorge plummeted, the ground beginning to frost over. Lin Zai gripped his longsword tightly, his spirit energy surging within him. He understood that today's predicament was more perilous than any he had faced before. Ha ha ha, Lin Zai, do you still intend to resist? This will only lead to a more painful demise. Xian Wujia laughed heartily. With the 3 holy sons joining forces, along with dozens of prodigies, Lin Zai knew that no matter his abilities, escaping would be an insurmountable challenge. This legacy was procured by my own merit. Why should I hand it over to you? Lin Zai retorted coldly. You esteemed forces of the eastern state pride yourselves on being righteous, yet your actions are no different from those of bandits. Presumptuous. Xian Wuji bellowed with fury, asserting that the ancient battlefield of Dongzhou was under the collective dominion of the northern region, and thus, all treasures therein rightfully belonged to them. He scoffed at the notion that Lin Zai, not being one of their own, deserved to possess any inheritance. Mo Tianxiao raised a hand to halt Xian Wuji, maintaining a serene smile. Brother Lin, those who understand the times are the true heroes. Over the past 2 months, you have taken the lives of numerous members from my 3 major factions, accumulating grave sins. Should you willingly surrender the inheritance, I can ensure that your backing remains unscathed. A glint of icy malice flickered in Lin Zai's eyes as he glared at Mo Tianxiao, his murderous intent intensifying. You dare threaten me? Mo Tianxiao, your Tianyuan's sacred land wields quite the influence. His family was his final bastion. He would not spare any force that sought to harm the Lin clan. Even if it were a formidable imperial power from Dongzhou, Mo Tianxiao had already been marked for death on his list. Since acquiring that inheritance, although he had only begun to refine it, he had grasped the terrifying potential it held. One could say even the Celestial Emperor might not be his ultimate destination. Before the echoes of his words faded, Lin Zai erupted into action, his azure sword transforming into a streak of lightning aimed directly at Mo Tianxiao's throat. Heaven-locking formation. Activate. Unfortunately, Mo Tianxiao had anticipated this, and with a flick of his folding fan, countless golden runes emerged above the canyon, forming a grand array that enveloped Lin Zai. Instantly, Lin Zai's sword momentum faltered as if ensnared in quicksand. Simultaneously, 3 bloodthirsty puppets swung their axes, sealing off all avenues of retreat. Blade of the 9 heavens. Lin Zai roared, unleashing the thunderous power within him. The lightning surged along the sword, forcefully cleaving through the restraints of the heaven-locking formation, allowing him to evade the axe strikes with a deft movement. Divine technique. Ice-cold killing domain. Ice Lyre finally made her move, forming seals with her hands, instantly transforming the entire canyon into a realm of ice and snow. Lin Zai's actions noticeably slowed, frost promptly forming upon his brow. Ha! Lin Zai, today marks your demise. Xian Wuji cackled maniacally, swinging his blood-colored longsword, unleashing a Tinzhong-long crimson beam that tore through the air towards Lin Zai. Faced with the 3-pronged assault, a flicker of seriousness crossed Lin Zai's eyes. After all, he was merely at the 1st level of the King realm, while his adversary stood at the 7th and 8th levels. He might manage to contend with one, but against the combined onslaught of 3, he found himself somewhat overwhelmed. Boom! The threefold assault of blood light, ice, and the heaven-locking formation struck simultaneously against the protective barrier, triggering a cataclysmic explosion. As the dust settled, Lin Zai knelt on one knee, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet the barrier remained unbroken. Indeed, this inheritance was formidable, allowing him, with merely the 1st level of the King realm, to withstand such a barrage and still survive. A glimmer of greed flashed in Mo Tianxiao's eyes. But how long could you endure at your level? Lin Zai wiped the blood from his lip and suddenly laughed. 3 great sons of the saints joining forces to besiege me. Are you not afraid of being ridiculed? In the end, the victor writes history. Mo Tianxiao replied dismissively. This is your final chance. Surrender the inheritance, and I will leave your corpse intact. Lin Zai slowly rose, scanning his surroundings. The canyon sides were lined with the elites of the 3 major factions, each harboring glimmers of malice or greed in their eyes. With the heaven-locking formation above and bloodthirsty puppets alongside the chilling domain below, it was a veritable net of despair. Desire the inheritance. Lin Zai suddenly revealed a fierce smile. Then come and take it, as long as you are not afraid of death. Chapter 187. The Moment of Life and Death. The key arrival. Lin Zai's voice erupted within the canyon, resonating like thunder, with his right hand gripping the sword and his left forming seals. 7 strands of dark energy shot forth from his spatial ring, materializing into 7 pitch-black humanoid puppets. Each puppet's eyes flickered with eerie blue flames, exuding the pressure of the 1st level of the King realm. The onlookers on the cliff sides, initially spectators, turned pale. Someone exclaimed, 7 fiend puppets. He can control 7 King realm puppets simultaneously. Mo Tianxiao paused, surprise flashing across his face, but he quickly regained his composure. I underestimated you. However, he abruptly unfurled his folding fan, golden runes swirling upon its surface. What could 7 mere 1st-level puppets stir up? Yet, in the next moment, Lin Zai's 7 puppets formed a battle formation, their power surging dramatically. Kill! Lin Zai ceased his banter, issuing the command, and the 7 puppets surged into action. 3 charged at Xian Wuji, 2 engaged Ice Lyre, while the remaining 2 plunged into the throng of lackeys on the cliff sides. Lin Zai himself pivoted, the azure sword pulsating with lightning, aiming straight for Mo Tianxiao's throat. The canyon erupted into chaos. The puppets, undeterred by death, fought with the intent of mutual destruction. One puppet had its right arm severed by Xian Wuji's blood sword, but clung tenaciously to the blade with its left hand, allowing another puppet to claw at Xian Wuji's heart. This forced the son of the Xianxia emperor to retreat repeatedly, utterly beleaguered. Damn puppets! Xian Wuji roared, unleashing a blinding blood light from his sword, shattering both puppets. Yet, from the wreckage, dozens of dark needles shot forth, caught off guard. Xian Wuji was pierced by 3 of the black needles in his shoulder, blood gushing forth. Meanwhile, Lin's eye clashed with Mo Tianxiao. The azure sword met the golden fan, exploding with dazzling spiritual light. Though Mo Tianxiao's folding fan appeared delicate, each swing was as heavy as a mountain, with runes transforming into chains that ensnared Lin's eye. Heaven-locking runes. Mo Tianxiao suddenly tossed the fan into the air, unleashing 12 golden runes that ensnared Lin's eye's limbs like living creatures. Lin's eye's movements faltered, his speed reduced by a third. A prime opportunity. Ice Liar seized the moment, breaking free from the two puppets' entanglement and formed seals with her hands. Extreme ice piercing. A crystalline ice spear coalesced mid-air, shooting towards Lin's eye's back with a bone-chilling intensity. At the critical moment, a puppet lunged forward, sacrificing itself to block the ice spear. With a crack, the puppet was encased in ice, only to shatter into countless fragments. Lin's eye seized the opportunity, unleashing his spiritual power to shatter the golden runes binding him and retaliating with a fierce strike aimed at Mo Tianxiao. Clang! Mo Tianxiao hastily blocked with his folding fan, only to be sent flying back, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. A heavy gravity settled upon him as he realized the truth. This young man possessed extraordinary combat prowess. He could not fathom how Lin's eye, merely at the first level of the King realm, could wield such formidable strength. The battle appeared stalemated. Yet Lin's eye was acutely aware that 3 of his puppets had been destroyed, leaving him with only 4, all bearing wounds. He himself had expended more than half his spiritual power, while his opponents, though injured, were far from incapacitated. A swift resolution was imperative. A flicker of determination shone in Lin's eye's eyes as he formed a peculiar seal before his chest. Soul-burning technique. Activate. In an instant, a ferocious aura erupted from within him. His hair rapidly transformed to a silvery hue, his eyes shining with a pure azure light, while the sword energy surrounding him shifted from blue to a deep purple-black, humming ominously. Is he employing a secret method that burns the essence of life? Mo Tianxiao's expression shifted drastically. Retreat. Everyone, fall back temporarily. He cannot sustain this state for long. We only need to stall for time. Alas, the warning came too late. Lin's eye's speed surged several-fold, nearly becoming a bolt of lightning as he appeared before Xianwuji in an instant. This time, the energy enveloping his sword was no longer azure, but comprised of minute spatial rifts. Void Slash. The azure sword descended with devastating force. Xianwuji hastily invoked his bloodthirsty protective technique, a layer of sanguine armor enveloping him. Yet, the power of this strike exceeded all expectations. As the blood armor was effortlessly torn apart, the sound of the blade piercing flesh resonated clearly. Xianwuji suffered a grievous wound across his chest, deep enough to expose bone, as blood gushed forth. Had he not evaded at the last moment, this strike would have cleaved him in two. Brother Xian, Mo Tianxiao exclaimed, waving his folding fan, unleashing a multitude of golden runes that entwined around Lin's eye like chains. Bing Liar also unleashed her full power, declaring, Absolute Zero. A chilling frost erupted, freezing the very air in its wake. Lin's eye flickered, dodging most of the attacks, yet several golden rune chains ensnared his left leg, drastically reducing his speed. Taking advantage of this, Bing Liar's icy aura surged forth, encasing his right arm in a frost sculpture. With a cough, Lin's eye spat out a mouthful of blood. The backlash of the soul-burning technique began to manifest. He knelt on one knee, the remaining 4 puppets collapsing as they lost their spiritual support, returning to the shadowy confines of his spatial ring. Silence enveloped the canyon, broken only by Lin's eye's labored breaths and Xianwuji's pained groans. It is over. To have achieved this level of power through your own efforts, you may take pride in yourself. Alas, you must ultimately perish. Mo Tianxiao spoke coldly, directing his fan towards Lin's eye's brow. Surrender the inheritance, and I shall grant you a swift end. Lin's eye scoffed, his silver hair stained crimson with blood. Do you wish for the inheritance? It has fused with my soul, and will kill me. You shall gain nothing. Then I shall first cripple you, and then we shall interrogate you slowly. Xianwuji, clutching his chest wound, approached with a ghastly expression. In his hand, the blood sword pulsed with a crimson glow, aimed directly at Lin's eye's dantian. Bing Liar also stepped forward, conjuring icy crystalline chains with her hands. I will freeze your meridians, leaving you unable to live or die. Lin's eye gazed at the approaching trio, a flicker of despair crossing his eyes. The backlash from the soul-burning technique felt as if his meridians were ablaze, leaving him without the strength to raise his hand. He closed his eyes, bracing for his final fate. Just as Xianwuji's blood sword was about to pierce Lin's eye's dantian, a thunderous roar suddenly reverberated from outside the canyon. The sound echoed like heavenly thunder, shaking the entire gorge. Who dares harm my brother? Those who harm my brother shall die. Accompanying these furious cries, a golden streak of light sliced through the sky. arriving in an instant. It was an enormous finger, entirely composed of spiritual energy, gleaming gold and entwined with ancient runes, descending with earth-shattering force towards Xian Wujia. Xian Wujia hastily changed his stance, crossing his blood sword in defense. Boom! In a deafening explosion, Xian Wujia was sent hurtling back like a kite with its string severed. Crashing against the cliff face, blood spewing from his mouth. Almost simultaneously, another pitch-black palm print descended from above, aimed directly at Mo Tianxiao. Mo Tianxiao's complexion turned ashen, and he swung his fan with all his might, conjuring 12 golden barriers before him. Crack! Crack! The barriers shattered in succession. Mo Tianxiao was propelled backward by the residual force, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, with multiple cracks appearing on his fan. Bing Liar reacted the quickest, retreating immediately, yet a sudden sword aura still sliced through her sleeve, leaving a blood mark on her snow-white arm. "Who goes there?" she exclaimed. A mix of anger and astonishment etched across her face. At the entrance of the canyon, two figures approached with remarkable speed. The figure on the left donned a golden battle robe, his features resolute and exuding an air of heroic spirit, while the figure on the right wore black attire, his expression stern, with cold stars seeming to flicker in his eyes. Their imposing presence was akin to towering mountains, each step sending tremors through the air of the canyon. Lin Xuan managed to lift his head, a flicker of light igniting in his dim eyes. "It's you, Brother Xianxiaudiobooks." Indeed. The newcomers were Lin Xuan and Lin Xuan, who had only recently arrived in Dongzhou, having undergone a week of training. Seeing Lin Xuan, battered and bloodied, Lin Xuan's fury intensified. "Dare to injure my brother to this extent? You seek death." Beside him, Lin Xuan, clad in black, remained silent. Yet a chilling aura emanated from him as a pitch-black longsword silently manifested in his hand, the blade's direction causing the air to solidify. Mo Tianxiao's face turned pale as he regarded the two with menace. "Who are you? Do you dare interfere in the matters of my three great factions? Do you not fear bringing calamity upon your own forces?" "Silence!" Lin Xuan bellowed. "For daring to harm my brother, you shall all die today." Chapter 188. Fierce Battle. Lin Xuan's roar echoed through the canyon, his golden robe billowing without wind, crackling with energy. With each step he took, the ground beneath him cracked, the oppressive aura of the third tier of the King realm radiating outward like a tidal wave. Mo Tianxiao's pupils constricted, the cracks on his fan slowly mending. Much like his previously wavering confidence, which now solidified once more. I wondered what unparalleled prodigies had arrived. It turns out to be merely two trifling third-tier kings. The sycophants on either side of the canyon mocked in unison. Such lowly third-tier kings dare to boast before the holy son of Tianxiao. They truly seek death. Indeed, it seems that the previous attack was merely a trump card bestowed by their elders. Otherwise, how could mere third-tier kings repel the holy sun? Lin's eye struggled to lift his head, blood-soaked silver hair clinging to his face, yet a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. "I've caused you trouble." Lin Xuan flashed forward, arriving beside Lin's eye. He knelt, planting his black long sword into the ground, placing his left hand on Lin's eye's back, channeling pure spiritual energy into him. Instantaneously, the searing pain in Lin's eye's meridians diminished somewhat. "Do not speak. Focus on healing." Lin Yuan's voice was as cold as ice, yet it instilled a profound sense of reassurance in Lin's eye. Lin Xuan strode forward, his momentum escalating with each step. His gaze, sharp as lightning, swept over the members of the three factions. "Whether you speak recklessly, you shall soon find out. Who among you wishes to be the first to die?" Xian Wujia struggled out from the indentation in the cliff, his chest wound grotesque and horrifying. Spitting a mouthful of blood, he sneered, "Arrogance. Mere third-tier kings. Today I shall send you all on your way." Before his words had fully left his mouth, he bit down on his tongue, spraying a mouthful of essence blood onto his blood sword. The crimson blade immediately emitted a piercing hum, and bizarre runes began to appear across its surface, releasing an overwhelming stench of blood. "Blood fiend soul devour!" Xian Wujia roared, hurling the blood sword, which transformed into a 10-foot-long blood python, its gaping maw lunging towards Lin Xuan. With a cold snort, Lin Xuan raised his right hand, bringing his index and middle fingers together, pointing into the air. Heaven Source Finger. An even more solid golden giant finger materialized, ancient and mysterious runes coiling around its joints, descending with the power to suppress heaven and earth to meet the blood python. Boom! The clash of gold and blood erupted in a thunderous roar. Energy ripples spread like waves, causing the rocks on either side of the canyon to shatter, debris raining down like hail. The blood python emitted a chilling shriek as it was crushed inch by the golden giant finger. Xian Wujia's expression shifted dramatically. He hastily employed a technique to retrieve his blood sword, only to see Lin Beixian's lips curl into a cold smile. Break. The golden giant fingers suddenly blazed with brilliance, the runes swirling, and the blood python disintegrated, reverting back into the blood sword. However, now the blade was riddled with cracks, and with a sharp sound, it shattered into several pieces, plummeting to the ground. Xian Wujia, as if struck by lightning, spat out a large mouthful of blood, his aura instantly diminishing. His life-bound artifact destroyed, he suffered severe backlash. How is it that the esteemed son of heaven possesses such meager strength? It seems rather unimpressive. Lin Beixian scoffed coldly. Upon witnessing this, Mo Tianxiao's expression darkened like a stormy sea. He abruptly unfurled his folding fan, the golden runes on its surface swirling with fervor. Let us strike together. Do not grant them a moment's respite. Bing Liar had long been poised for action, and upon hearing his command, she immediately formed seals with her hands. Extreme ice domain. Centered around her, an icy chill rapidly spread. Thick layers of ice forming on the ground, while moisture in the air instantaneously crystallized into countless ice shards. The temperature plummeted, rendering even breathing a laborious endeavor. Lin Yuan slowly rose, his obsidian longsword trembling lightly in his grasp, emitting a faint hum. Without glancing back, he said to Lin Zai, "Leave the rest to us." No sooner had he spoken than his figure vanished from sight. "Be cautious." His speed. Bing Liar's exclamation was cut short as a shadowy sword light approached her with alarming swiftness. In a hurried response, she conjured an ice shield to defend, but the sword light abruptly veered, striking from the side. Slicing through, the sword's edge blossomed a crimson flower on Bing Liar's left shoulder. She stifled a grunt, retreating rapidly, while simultaneously unleashing a flurry of ice spikes that shot in all directions. Lin Yuan's figure darted through the barrage of ice spikes like a wraith, each appearance accompanied by a piercing sword light. Bing Liar was forced to retreat continuously, sustaining several more wounds. Damn it! They are merely at the third level of the King's realm. How can they be so formidable? Mo Tianxiao, witnessing this, waved his folding fan, sending 12 golden talismans soaring forth, transforming into chains that ensnared Lin Yuan. However, as the golden light reached halfway, it was intercepted by a golden palm imprint. Your opponent is me. Lin Beixian had somehow appeared before Mo Tianxiao, golden light swirling around his fist, aimed directly at his face. In a frantic attempt to block, Mo Tianxiao raised his fan, but with a crack, the ribs of the fan shattered, and he was sent flying over 10 feet, crashing violently against the rock wall. Cough. Mo Tianxiao spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with disbelief. He was a formidable eightfold King's realm practitioner, yet he had been injured by a mere third-level opponent. Who are you truly? Mo Tianxiao shouted vehemently, simultaneously discreetly shattering a jade talisman. A concealed wave of energy surged towards the distance. Lin Beixian chuckled coldly. A dying man has no need for further inquiries. He formed seals with both hands, his body radiating a blinding golden light, a majestic golden silhouette emerging behind him, imposing as a deity. Great sun burning heaven palm. A colossal golden hand materialized from thin air, its palm distinctly marked, radiating a terrifying heat capable of incinerating everything in its path as it descended upon Mo Tianxiao. Mo Tianxiao's countenance shifted drastically, hastily retrieving an ancient bronze mirror from his robes. 9-turn golden talisman array. The bronze mirror blazed with brilliance as 9 golden talismans flew forth, forming a complex array in midair. The golden palm crashed into the talisman array, erupting in a blinding flash, energy surging throughout the entire canyon. When the light dissipated, although Mo Tianxiao bled from the corners of his mouth, he had successfully defended against the onslaught. He sneered, still defiant. You possess some skill, but it is still insufficient. He bit his finger. Drawing an intricate symbol on the bronze mirror, golden talisman transforms into sword, slash. The 9 golden talismans suddenly fused, transforming into a 3-zhang-long golden greatsword. Its sharp edge aimed menacingly at Lin Beixian. Lin Beixian did not flinch nor evade, bringing his hands together in prayer, murmuring incantations. Just as the golden sword was about to reach him, he abruptly opened his eyes wide, golden flames flickering within his pupils. Indestructible diamond body. This was the body-refining divine ability he had cultivated, boasting formidable defensive power. Clang. The golden sword struck Lin Beixian, producing a resonant clash of metal. Yet it could not breach his defenses. Mo Tianxiao stood agape, unable to fathom the sight before him. Now it is my turn. Lin Beixian seized the golden sword, crushing it effortlessly. In a flash, he appeared before Mo Tianxiao, delivering a punch to his chest. In a hasty reaction, Mo Tianxiao raised his bronze mirror to defend, only to hear a resounding thud as the mirror caved in, sending him hurtling backward, crashing through a section of the rock wall. Chapter 189. Slaughtering dozens of talented individuals from 3 major forces. On another front, Lin Xuan and Bing Liar's battle had escalated into a fierce confrontation. Bing Liar had already unleashed her ultimate technique, the Ice Soul Heavenly Origin Art, enveloped in a crystalline ice armor, emanating frigid air with every movement. Each hand wielded an ice crystal longsword, creating a storm of sword shadows. Ice Soul, thousand illusions, she cried out, as the sword shadows transformed into a multitude of ice crystal butterflies, cascading toward Lin Xuan. Each butterfly harbored lethal coldness, freezing anything upon contact. Lin Xuan moved with fluid grace, darting through the swarm of butterflies like a streak of black lightning. With each swing of his obsidian longsword, he struck precisely at the most vulnerable points of the butterflies, shattering them. Shadow Dance 7 kills. He accelerated suddenly, his figure splitting into 7, each attacking Bing Liar from different angles. Bing Liar hurriedly spun, her ice crystal long swords forming a barrier. 6 figures were intercepted, but the 7th appeared unexpectedly behind her. Swoosh! The obsidian longsword pierced through her ice armor, emerging from her abdomen. Ah! Bing Liar let out a piercing scream, retaliating with a sword strike to force Lin Xuan back. She staggered, realizing the wound on her abdomen was not bleeding but rapidly freezing. What kind of sword is this? Bing Liar gasped in horror as she discovered that her ice soul body could not freeze the strange dark energy emanating from her wound. Lin Xuan offered no reply. His longsword angled toward the ground, advancing step by step toward her. His gaze was cold and merciless, as if surveying a corpse. Bing Liar gritted her teeth, suddenly producing an ice blue orb from her bosom and shattering it. Extreme cold explosion. Boom. A terrifying wave of cold erupted, instantly encasing the entire canyon in ice. Lin Xuan's figure was likewise frozen within a translucent layer of ice. As Bing Liar gasped for breath, preparing to catch a reprieve, she heard a crack as fissures appeared in the ice. A layer of black flames enveloped Lin Xuan's form, rapidly melting the ice. Heavenly Soul Slash. He burst forth from the ice prison, his obsidian longsword carving a strange arc of darkness. Bing Liar hastily attempted to defend, but the black light pierced through her ice crystal longsword, striking her chest. Her ice armor shattered, leaving a gruesome wound that extended from her right shoulder to her left abdomen, blood gushing forth. No, this is impossible. Bing Liar collapsed to the ground, her eyes wide with disbelief. Her ultimate technique had been shattered by a single strike. On the opposite end of the canyon, Xian Wujia seized the opportunity while Lin Beixian and Mo Tianxiao were embroiled in battle, stealthily approaching the recuperating Lin Zai. In his hand, he grasped a pitch-black dagger, emanating a sinister green glow, clearly laced with poison. Die! Xian Wujia suddenly launched himself, the dagger aimed directly at Lin Zai's back. In a split second, a flash of blue light darted past, Lin Zai's figure inexplicably shifting 3 feet away, narrowly evading the lethal strike. Though still healing, his senses remained intact. Soul Ignition Technique. Second transformation. Lin Zai forcefully activated the secret method, his silver-white hair rising without wind, azure light surging in his eyes. He clenched his right hand, and a longsword, forged from pure spiritual energy, materialized in his grasp. Void Slash. The sword light flickered, as if the fabric of space itself were torn. A slender black rift appearing along the trajectory of the sword. Xian Wujia hastily dodged, yet still suffered the severing of his left arm. Ah! Xian Wujia shrieked in agony, blood gushing from the severed limb. He stumbled back, his eyes filled with madness. You have forced my hand. Blood of the Xianxia Emperor, awaken. He slammed his palm against his chest, spewing forth a mouthful of essence blood. The blood hung in the air, coalescing into an eerie symbol that fused into his brow. Boom. A terrifying aura of bloodshed erupted from Xian Wujian's body, causing him to contort and swell, with blood-red patterns densely emerging upon his skin. The severed limb writhed grotesquely, sprouting a menacing, crimson tentacle. This is bad. Be careful. Lin Zai's face turned pale as he hastily retreated. At this moment, Xian Wujian had transformed halfway into a demon, his aura surging from the 7th level of the King Realm to the pinnacle, rapidly losing his rationality. He emitted a roar that was far from human as he lunged at Lin Zai. Zai. Lin Beixian, witnessing the scene, immediately abandoned Mo Tianxiao to turn and assist. He unleashed a punch, with a golden fist imprint hurtling towards Xian Wujian like a meteor. Xian Wujian did not dodge. With a swing of the crimson tentacle, he shattered the fist imprint. He then turned to pounce upon Lin Beixian, his speed increasing several-fold. Lin Beixian, caught off guard, was struck in the chest by a claw. His golden battle robe torn apart, leaving 5 deep blood marks across his torso. He let out a muffled groan and was sent flying. Beixian, Lin Yuan exclaimed. Immediately forsaking the gravely injured Bing Liar, his figure flashing to Lin Xuan's side, steadying his swaying body. I'm fine. Lin Xuan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes brimming with fierce determination. Be careful, this opponent is formidable. Lin Zai, dragging his injured body, approached the two, and the three stood back to back, facing the demonized Xian Wujin and the wounded but still capable Mo Tianxiao and Bing Liar. What now? Lin Zai whispered. His spirit power soared, trembling slightly in his grip. Forcing himself to activate the second level of the soul-burning technique, his body was on the verge of collapse. Lin Xuan stated solemnly, I will join forces with a Yuan to deal with that demonized foe. You first handle the other two. Lin Yuan nodded. Eerie black patterns appearing on his pitch-black longsword. Yin-yang combined strike. Good. Lin Xuan understood, their right and left hands meeting as their spirit powers merged flawlessly, unleashing a terrifying aura far beyond their previous state. Mo Tianxiao's expression shifted dramatically. Not good. They are about to use a combined technique. Quickly stop them. He gritted through his injuries, channeling the bronze mirror to emit several beams of golden light. Bing Liar, gritting her teeth, also rose, gathering her last ounce of strength to release an ice dragon. Lin Zai positioned himself in front of the two, sweeping his spirit power sword, golden light shield. A semi-transparent spatial barrier materialized before them, absorbing most of the incoming attacks. Though the barrier shattered swiftly, it bought precious time for Lin Xuan and Lin Yuan. Yin-yang disruption. Lin Xuan and Lin Yuan struck simultaneously, one golden and one black energy intertwined in the air, forming a colossal Taiji diagram. As the diagram rotated, it unleashed a devastating energy storm. Xian Wujin's demonized form was engulfed by the tempest, the crimson tentacles severing bit by bit, emitting a wretched howl. Mo Tianxiao and Bing Liar were also caught in the aftermath, spewing blood and being hurled back. The storm raged for a full 10 breaths before gradually subsiding. When the energy dissipated, Xian Wujin had reverted to human form, lying on the ground, barely clinging to life, his skin utterly ravaged. Mo Tianxiao and Bing Liar were in even worse condition. The former's limbs were twisted grotesquely, while the latter's body was half frozen, her breath faint like a flickering candle in the wind. Lin Zai knelt on one knee, using his sword to support himself, looking at his two brothers with weak yet gratified eyes. Well done. Lin Xuan and Lin Yuan were also greatly drained, yet in comparison to their adversaries, their condition was far superior. Lin Xuan approached Xian Wujin, coldly gazing at the once mighty Saint Sun. In your next life, remember not to provoke those you shouldn't. With a firm step, he ended Xian Wujin's life. Lin Yuan then approached Bing Liar, his pitch-black long sword poised at her throat. Fear filled her eyes as she struggled to speak. Spare me. Did you ever contemplate sparing my brother when you beset him? Lin Yuan's voice was icy as he flicked his wrist, the sword's edge gliding across. Mo Tianxiao, witnessing this, struggled to escape, only to be pierced through the back by Lin Zai's sword. He turned his head with great difficulty, his eyes filled with resentment. You will regret this. Our three great powers will never let you go. Before he could utter another word, he succumbed to death. Soon, the minions of the three great powers were also slain by Lin Xuan and his companion. The canyon finally returned to tranquility, with only the debris strewn about as evidence of the cataclysmic battle that had just transpired. Lin Xuan exhaled deeply, turning to his brothers with a smile. Lin Zai could no longer hold on, darkness clouding his vision as he collapsed forward. Lin Yuan, quick-witted, caught him. Your injuries are severe. Immediate treatment is essential. Lin Xuan nodded. We must leave this place. The three great powers will soon notice the anomaly. He bent down, collecting Mo Tianxiao's bronze mirror and spatial ring, while Lin Yuan gathered the belongings of Bing Liar and Xian Wujin. The three quickly departed the canyon, vanishing into the vast mountain forest. Shortly after their departure, several powerful auras descended upon the canyon. The leading elder surveyed the sea of corpses, particularly Xian Wujin's mangled remains, unleashing a thunderous roar. Whoever it may be, my Xianxia empire shall ensure their body is torn asunder. The echo of his fury reverberated throughout the valley, startling countless birds into flight. Chapter 190, The Battle of Brothers. Lin family. The morning sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room as Lin Xuan stretched lazily, feeling the surging spirit power within him. After a night of cultivation, his prowess had ascended once more. Refreshing. Lin Xuan grinned, pushing open the window to inhale the crisp air deeply. In the distance, undulating mountains shrouded in mist could be seen, with a few celestial cranes dancing among the clouds. Such a splendid morning would be a waste not to seize the moment. Oh right, I was just thinking of finding that brat Howard to practice a bit. Today's weather is indeed splendid, perfect for guiding my little brother. Just as he pondered, hurried footsteps echoed outside the courtyard. Xiangu. Xiangu, are you there? Lin Xuan's voice brimmed with barely concealed excitement. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Lin Xuan's eyes as a smile crept upon his lips. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Come in, the door is unlocked. Lin Xuan replied languidly, pouring himself a cup of tea. The door was flung open, and Lin Xuan burst in with fervor. Dressed in a brand new azure outfit, with a resplendent long sword at his waist, he radiated vitality, his brows adorned with an unmistakable sense of pride. Ha ha ha, Xiangu, I've broken through the third level of the venerable realm, Lin Xuan announced eagerly, his eyes sparkling with mischief. Ha ha ha, little brother, come see me show off. Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow, leisurely sipping his tea. Oh, congratulations. This response was evidently not what Lin Xuan anticipated. He paused, lips pouting, as he leaned in closer to Lin Xuan. Is that all? Well done. Lin Xuan nodded, his praise sounding perfunctory. Then, a glint of cunning sparkled in his eyes. So, Lin Xuan was left gnashing his teeth at this lukewarm reception. Damn, today, I must force myself to put on a show. He puffed out his chest. So, I would like to ask Xiangu to guide me in a few techniques. As he spoke, his right hand rested on the hilt of his sword, his eyes ablaze with combat spirit. Lin Xuan chuckled inwardly. Just as expected, every time Lin Xuan experienced a breakthrough, his first action was to challenge him under the guise of seeking guidance, truly seeking to redeem himself from past humiliations. Yet, he had never succeeded over the years. Little brother never learns, does he? However, it just so happened that I drew a great treasure yesterday, and in a good mood. I might as well oblige him with some pointers. Pointers? Lin Xuan deliberately elongated the word, gazing at his brother's expectant eyes, before suddenly breaking into a grin. All right. Lin Xuan's eyes brightened, taken aback by Lin Xuan's enthusiastic agreement. He eagerly tugged at Lin Xuan, urging him to follow. Let us go. Let us go to the training ground. At the training ground, the morning mist had yet to dissipate. Several thousand members of the Lin family were engaged in their morning exercises. Upon spotting the two brothers, the crowd instinctively stepped aside. Respectfully greeting them, we greet the young master. Young Master Xuan. Ha ha ha, no need for formalities, you all continue your practice. Brother Xuan and I will go over there to spar a little. Lin Xuan, with an air of humility, laughed heartily, his eyes gleaming with the anticipation of delivering a sound thrashing to Lin Xuan. Upon hearing this, the onlookers became intrigued, abandoning their morning routines to gather around. Oh dear, why doesn't young Master Xuan ever learn? Hasn't he been bested by the young master enough over the years? Heh, I enjoy watching the young master teach that brat Xuan a lesson. He is always acting so pretentious. The duels between the brothers were renowned for their excitement, often culminating in Lin Xuan's dismal defeat. How many moves do you think young Master Xuan can last this time? One member of the Lin family murmured. It's hard to say. The young master's strength is unfathomable. Another shook his head. Standing in the center of the arena, Lin Xuan casually flexed his wrist, declaring, as per our usual practice, I will suppress my realm to match yours. Brother Xuan, if you can't defeat me later, don't resort to using the laws of the sacred path, Lin Xuan retorted confidently, having already assumed his stance. Rest assured, Lin Xuan replied with a smile. Do I really need the laws of the sacred path to defeat you? You're still just a little brother. No sooner had he spoken than Lin Xuan transformed into a fleeting shadow, charging forward. His punch, known as the Black Emperor Fist, was a quasi-emperor level technique that he had just begun to master. The strike surged like a comet, aimed directly at Lin Xuan's chest. Gasps of astonishment echoed from the sidelines. The speed and power of this punch clearly surpassed Lin Xuan's previous attempts. Yet, in the face of this ferocious assault, Lin Xuan did not even flinch. Only when the fist was a mere 3 inches from him did he slowly extend his right hand, using a single finger to block the blow. Boom! A sharp sound reverberated as Lin Xuan felt an immense force transfer through his fist. Shocked to see Lin Xuan effortlessly deflecting his attack with just a finger, he hastily shifted tactics, drawing his sword and unleashing a flurry of sword strikes, enveloping Lin Xuan in a storm of blades. Oh, playing with swords in front of me? You're quite bold, Xuan, Lin Xuan teased with a smirk. Finally, Lin Xuan made his move. He gently stepped back, evading all the sword strikes with the grace of a falling leaf, his movements appearing languid, yet always a step ahead of Lin Xuan. Too slow, Lin Xuan shook his head, suddenly reaching out to grasp the true sword amidst the chaotic onslaught of blades. Lin Xuan was taken aback, desperately trying to exert his spiritual energy to break free, only to find the sword seemingly rooted in place. Gritting his teeth, he formed a seal with his left hand, sending a surge of azure spiritual energy toward Lin Xuan's face. Now this is getting interesting, Lin Xuan chuckled lightly, tilting his head to avoid the spiritual attack, while simultaneously releasing the sword. Lin Xuan stumbled forward, nearly losing his balance before stabilizing himself. Humph, no more holding back. Take this. With a surge of defiance, Lin Xuan inhaled deeply, his spiritual energy surging as a blinding black light enveloped him. Young Master Xuan is utilizing his special physique. Someone exclaimed in awe. Lin Xuan's eyes sparkled with amusement. He remained still, slowly raising his right hand with his palm facing upward, as if to cradle the impending force. Boom! The clash of darkness against Lin Xuan's palm energy erupted with a deafening roar. The shockwave swept across the training ground, sending dust swirling into the air, blocking out the sun. When the dust settled, the spectators were astonished to find Lin Xuan still standing undisturbed, his clothing not even ruffled, while Lin Xuan knelt on the ground, panting heavily. Still want to continue? Lin Xuan asked with a smile, his eyes filled with provocation. Lin Xuan looked up, momentarily stunned. Damn it, Brother Xuan, bring it on. No longer holding back, Lin Xuan was determined to unleash his full strength and deliver a resounding thrashing to Brother Xuan. Incensed by his earlier humiliation, however, reality swiftly dealt him a harsh blow. This time, Lin Xuan didn't even need to use his spiritual energy, relying solely on his physical prowess to counter Lin Xuan's attacks. Yet, even so, every move Lin Xuan made appeared ordinary, yet perfectly countered Lin Xuan's onslaught while delivering precise retaliatory strikes. After 30 exchanges, Lin Xuan was drenched in sweat, feeling a dull ache in his rear, while Lin Xuan remained calm and composed. Damn it, Brother Xuan, you're inhuman. Lin Xuan gasped, frustration and indignation evident in his eyes. This, Lin Xuan replied nonchalantly as he effortlessly parried Lin Xuan's attacks, is the 18 styles of humiliating your younger brother, tailored just for you. And we've only seen the first style. You. Lin Xuan's face flushed with anger. Seizing an opening, Lin Xuan executed a gentle trip, causing Lin Xuan to lose his balance and lurch forward. Just as he was about to fall flat, Lin Xuan deftly caught him by the collar, hoisting him upright. Do you concede? Lin Xuan inquired. Never. Lin Xuan stubbornly struggled. Ah, damn it. I refuse to submit. Ah, don't hit my backside. Ouch. That is too brutal. TSK. Why does that brat Xuan keep seeking punishment? Indeed, he can act pretentious in front of us, but in front of the young master? Isn't that just asking for trouble? Ha ha. Young master, put in a bit more effort. Xuan isn't yelling loud enough, indicating he is definitely not submitting. Exactly. Xuan was just telling us yesterday how he wanted to thrash the young master and seize the top spot on the potential dragon list. You guys. Lin Xuan was dumbfounded. Damn it, you bunch of traitors. Sixth brother. Ah, half an hour later. Still going? Lin Xuan chuckled, preparing to resume his spanking. Wait, Brother Xuan, I concede. Isn't that enough? Lin Xuan exclaimed, unable to withstand the humiliation of being publicly thrashed, especially on his backside. Lin Xuan, with a sly smile, released his grip. All right, let me give you a pat. With a beaming smile, Lin Xuan patted Lin Xuan's shoulder. Startled, Lin Xuan shivered, retorting, no need. Thus, the battle of brotherly humiliation concluded with Lin Xuan thoroughly defeated. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Lin Xuan and Lin Xuan reclined upon a massive rock, gazing into the distant northern wilderness spirit realm. Suddenly, Lin Xuan's eyes sparkled with realization. Right, Brother Xuan. Let us go to the eastern state for training together. Lin Xuan exclaimed excitedly. I heard that Bei Xuan and Lin Yuan have gone to the eastern state for training. Why don't we join in the fun? The eastern state is sure to be interesting. Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow. Are you seeking outside help because you can't defeat me? Not at all. Lin Xuan's expression darkened. Observing Lin Xuan's earnest expression, Lin Xuan felt a stir of interest. It had indeed been a while since they ventured to the eastern state, and it would be a good opportunity to explore. All right, I agree, Lin Xuan replied readily. When do we depart? Really? That is wonderful. Lin Xuan beamed. We'll set off tomorrow morning. I've already prepared the map and essentials. I wonder about the quality of the soul servants in the eastern state. Heh. Lin Xuan chuckled. It seems you've been planning this for a while. Hee. Lin Xuan grinned. As the sun set, the shadows of the two brothers stretched long and far. Chapter 191. Arrival in the Eastern State. Su Qingyu. 3 days later. Eastern State. As the flying vessel gently descended upon the dock of Linhai City, located at the westernmost edge of the eastern continent, Lin Xuan found himself in a state of bewilderment. Is this truly the eastern continent? The architecture here is indeed quite distinct. What are you daydreaming about? Let us go? Lin Xuan remarked, giving him a light pat on the shoulder. The duo intended to embark on a journey of experience as ordinary cultivators. Thus, upon arriving in the eastern continent via an ultra-long-distance teleportation array from the central continent, they opted to take a spirit boat to immerse themselves in the life of a typical practitioner. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xuan followed Lin Xuan down the vessel. The invigorating spiritual energy that greeted him was refreshing, The concentration of spiritual energy here was certainly on par with that of the central continent. No wonder the eastern continent could nurture so many formidable sacred lands and sects, as well as imperial clans. The dock was bustling with people. Various flying vessels moored on the enormous floating platform. In the distance, the architectural ensemble of Linhai City rose majestically against the mountains, tier upon tier, piercing the clouds. Most striking was the towering white spire at the heart of the city, radiant with a spectrum of colors that shimmered even in broad daylight. This was the emblem of Linhai City, the Seaview Tower, said to offer a panoramic view of the entire eastern sea from its summit. Lin Xuan gazed into the distance. Recalling some local introductions he had perused earlier, Lin Xuan nodded, about to speak, when a sudden commotion interrupted him. Several cultivators clad in azure robes blocked the departing crowd at the dock, inspecting everyone's passage tokens. New arrivals? A middle-aged man with a goatee queried, sizing them up with a hint of disdain in his eyes. From the central continent, are you? Lin Xuan replied coolly, indeed. Enough chit-chat. The man with the goatee interrupted impatiently. It's 50 low-grade spirit stones for each of you as an entry fee. What did you say? Lin Xuan was about to protest. Stop wasting time. The man's expression darkened. If you don't pay, you can roll back to your central continent. Several azure-robed cultivators closed in, their hands resting on the magical artifacts at their waists. Young gentlemen, there is indeed such a rule in the eastern continent. A melodious female voice interjected. Lin Xuan turned to see a young girl in a pale green dress smiling at them. She appeared to be around 17 or 18. With skin as fair as snow and delicate features, a slender silver sword hanging at her waist. The girl stepped forward, producing a silken pouch embroidered with cloud patterns from her sleeve, and poured out a small pile of spirit stones. Here are 100 low-grade spirit stones. I will cover your entry fees. Upon seeing the girl, the man's demeanor shifted slightly. After accepting the spirit stones, he even bowed respectfully. Ah, so you are Miss Su's friend. My apologies. The girl waved her hand dismissively, signaling Lin Xuan and Lin Xuan to follow her. Once they had walked a short distance, she chuckled softly. Don't thank me. Those spirit stones are fake. Lin Xuan and Lin Xuan exchanged wary glances, naturally cautious of strangers. The girl winked mischievously. They are an illusion, set to vanish in an hour. Those people are local thugs in Linhai City, specializing in extorting foreign cultivators, especially ordinary ones like you from the central continent. In her view, those who would board these spirit boats were unlikely to belong to any significant powers in the central continent. From her observations, 99% were merely common cultivators unable to thrive back home. Lin Xuan also noticed a string of translucent beads adorning the girl's wrist, each one swirling with a wisp of mist, characteristics of high-tier illusion artifacts. I am Su Qingyu, a resident of Linhai City. She introduced herself gracefully. What are your names? Lin Xuan, Lin Xuan. After exchanging names, Su Qingyu enthusiastically offered to be their guide. Lin Xuan cautiously declined, but Lin Xuan was captivated by her carefree demeanor and, grateful for her earlier assistance, agreed to accept her offer. The three of them strolled along the broad bluestone streets toward the city. Turning a corner, they emerged into a vast square where dozens of resplendent magical artifacts floated in the center, surrounded by throngs of cultivators. Some were calling out bids, while others whispered among themselves, creating a lively atmosphere. This is the Linhai auction house, Su Qingyu explained. It opens promptly at noon every day, and there are many good items, but even more fakes. The trio wandered about, enjoying a glimpse of the eastern continent's local customs, with Su Qingyu primarily guiding the introductions. Her openness gradually eased Lin Xuan's initial wariness, though Lin Xuan's gaze toward her held a hint of something more. Up ahead is the drunken immortal pavilion. The ambience is delightful. My treat, Su Qingyu declared. That would be too much trouble. Miss Su just helped us, so it is only right that we treat you. Lin Xuan interjected before Lin Xuan could speak. Is that appropriate? After all, you've traveled quite a distance and are considered guests. Su Qingyu hesitated. Come on, Miss Su. Let us have the chance to express our gratitude. Lin Xuan seemed determined not to give in. Just as the three were about to leave the square, a group of cultivators clad in black suddenly obstructed their path. Leading them was a middle-aged man with a sinister expression, bearing a blood moon emblem embroidered on his chest. The blood moon sect, Su Qingyu warned in a low voice, do not provoke them. The sinister man's gaze swept over the trio, finally settling on Lin Xuan and Lin Xuan. Where do you hail from? Lin Xuan replied slowly, the central continent. What business do you have with us? The central continent? The man narrowed his eyes. Do you have any proof? Seeing that the man was clearly looking for trouble, Lin Xuan had no intention of engaging. But just as he prepared to lead Lin Xuan away, the man suddenly struck. Without proof, you are suspicious persons. Apprehend them. The group of black-clad cultivators lunged at Lin Xuan and Lin Xuan. Just as Lin Xuan was about to retaliate, In a flash, Su Qingyu drew her sword, a silver beam of light materializing between the trio and the man. What audacity the Blood Moon sect has, committing violence in broad daylight in Linhai City. The man retreated, his expression darkening. You, little girl from the Su family, this matter does not concern you. In Linhai City, it concerns me, Su Qingyu countered, the tip of her sword trembling lightly, emitting a crisp hum. If you wish to make a move, you must first contend with my frostblade. The surrounding cultivators began to withdraw, some recognizing the identities of the parties involved and whispering amongst themselves. That's the young lady of the Su family. How dare the Blood Moon sect's enforcer provoke the Su family in Linhai City? I hear the Blood Moon sect has been searching for someone recently. The man's expression shifted before he finally snorted coldly. Today, I will give the Su family face. He cast a lingering glance at Lin Xuan. We will meet again. Watching the retreating figures, Lin Xuan and Lin Xuan exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent. This is troublesome. Su Qingyu sheathed her sword, brow furrowed. The Blood Moon sect is one of the 3 notorious evil sects in the Taiyuan realm of the Eastern continent, specializing in blood-based cultivation techniques. Their methods are ruthless, and they have been searching for someone recently, and you too may have drawn their suspicion. Lin Xuan asked in confusion. We have just arrived and have no enmity with them. Why would they target us? Su Qingyu regarded Lin Xuan and Lin Xuan thoughtfully. Perhaps they mistook you for someone else? However, the Blood Moon sect has long been tyrannical here. Even a suspicion will not be easily dismissed. Miss Su. Do not worry. Let them come, Lin Xuan replied indifferently. Are you not afraid? The Blood Moon sect is formidable. My Su family pales in comparison. Su Qingyu began but hesitated, fearing it might hurt their pride. Then, Miss Su, may I inquire about the strength of the Blood Moon sect? Lin Xuan asked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Su Qingyu's expression grew exceedingly solemn. The Blood Moon sect has a legacy spanning over 10,000 years and boasts 3 formidable ancestors of the Saint Realm, whereas my Su family possesses but a single one. Otherwise, we would not allow them to act so brazenly in Linhai City. Sigh. Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan nodded slightly, a gentle smile gracing his lips. It matters not. Miss Su, it is merely the Blood Moon sect, which cannot impose upon us. However, should your family require assistance, do not hesitate to seek us out. For today you have indeed rendered us a favor. Indeed, Miss Su, there is no need for formality with us. Let us first depart from this place, he added. Su Qingyu warily scanned her surroundings, evidently dismissing Lin Xuan's words. The Drunken Immortal Pavilion has a private room belonging to my family, which is relatively secure. Chapter 192, The Heart in Turmoil of Lin Xuan. In the luxurious private room atop the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, named Lan Yuxian, one could gaze out the window and behold the splendor of much of Linhai City below. The sea breeze, infused with a unique humid and briny scent, wafted through the intricately carved wooden windows, gently caressing the faces of the 3. The cacophony of the docks and the clamor of the marketplace were filtered by both distance and elevation, leaving only a vague, distant background noise that further accentuated the tranquility and elegance of the room. Su Qingyu was evidently well acquainted with this place. With a delicate gesture of her fingers, several exquisite dishes representing the specialties of Dongzhou, along with a pot of ethereal blue sea dew, were presented by the respectful attendants. During the meal, she spoke eloquently, recounting the sights and stories of Linhai City and the intriguing tales from various regions of Dongzhou, her voice crisp and melodious, like pearls falling on a jade plate. Do you too know that the vibrant colors at the top of the sea viewing tower are not merely for aesthetic pleasure? She picked up a piece of tender, snow-white sturgeon sashimi, her eyes sparkling with a lively and mischievous glimmer. Legend has it that this is an illusionary light array left by an ancient sea power. If one is fortunate enough, they might glimpse the submerged palatial ruins of the East Sea during the shifting of the lights. Alas, few have truly witnessed it over the millennia. Most accounts are but fleeting whispers of legend. Lin Xuan listened raptly, his gaze fervent, nearly forgetting to eat. His naturally exuberant disposition was further captivated by Su Qingyu's unpretentiousness and insight, prompting him to interject. Miss Su, your breadth of knowledge is truly admirable. If given the chance, I would love to experience the mythical palace's illusion, even if it remains merely a legend. Just hearing about it stirs my heart with longing. His tone was sincere, imbued with the fervor typical of youth. Hearing this, Su Qingyu smiled, a dimple appearing on her cheek. Young Master Lin, you flatter me. I have merely been born in Linhai and have listened to many tales. She adeptly redirected the conversation back to them, her demeanor both natural and gracious. Lin Xuan perked up with renewed enthusiasm, eagerly sharing anecdotes about the customs and scenery of Zhongzhou. He intentionally omitted any sensational matters involving the Lin family, instead opting to recount tales of extraordinary mountains, unique waters, and amusing anecdotes from the market, painting a vivid picture that captivated his listeners. When he spoke of a perilous place known as Flowing Fire Gorge, where peculiar stones harboring faint fire spirits surfaced during the full moon, casting the gorge in a molten glow, Su Qingyu could not help but gasp in astonishment, her expressive eyes shimmering with wonder. Such a spectacle truly exists. It seems Zhongzhou is indeed a land of exceptional beauty, brimming with wonders. Her genuine admiration met Lin Xuan's excited gaze for a fleeting moment, both pausing slightly before naturally averting their eyes, though Lin Xuan's ears appeared slightly more flushed. And Su Qingyu's actions of sipping her cup of spiritual tea seemed a tad hurried. Lin Xuan sat quietly to the side, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he leisurely savored the clear, vibrant blue sea dew in his cup, his gaze shifting discreetly between the two animated individuals engaged in conversation. Little did he expect that Lin Xuan was also experiencing the stirrings of young love. With Lin Xuan's spirited demeanor, nearly spilling forth everything he knew, and the unguarded fervor in his eyes when looking at Su Qingyu, how could it escape Lin Xian's keen observation? Su Qingyu, the young lady of the Su family, appeared poised and gracious, yet during Lin Xuan's storytelling, her slight forward lean and attentive expression, alongside the flicker of curiosity and admiration in her eyes, did not go unnoticed by Lin Xian. In the Lin family, the selection of spouses is never constrained by social standing. As long as there is mutual affection, pure hearts, and no malicious intent, the Lin family would only choose to bless the union. Just as his mother, Lu Mingxin, was once a wandering cultivator before marrying his father, the head of the Lin family. And this Miss Su, though her family pales in comparison to the Lin family, possesses a refreshing and unpretentious character. Observing her words and actions, Lin Xian found nothing amiss. Such a girl would undoubtedly receive no objections from the Lin family. They are not as rigidly traditional as ancient imperial clans, insisting on social equality. More importantly, this young lady is far from ordinary. At this moment, he gazed intently at the charmingly smiling Su Qingyu, sensing beneath her seemingly ordinary cultivation level of the sea of consciousness an incredibly subtle, yet extraordinarily powerful ancient fluctuation. Was it a dormant ancestral bloodline? A transcendent treasure residing within her? Or perhaps an extraordinary legacy of which even he had not heard? Thoughts raced through Lin Xian's mind. Yet his expression remained calm and unruffled, though the hint of a deeper, more intriguing smile lingered. He chose to remain a silent observer, allowing Lin Xuan and Su Qingyu to continue their lively exchange, content to watch the unfolding dynamics. As the drinks flowed and the dishes were savored, the atmosphere grew increasingly convivial. Su Qingyu's cheeks flushed slightly, resembling the hues of dawn, adding to her allure. She set down her jade chopsticks, her bright eyes turning towards Lin Xian and Lin Xuan, extending an earnest invitation. It has been a true pleasure conversing with both of you today. It is indeed my fortune. If you do not mind, why not accompany me back to the Su family for a short stay? She paused, her tone imbued with concern. The Blood Moon sect is known for its ruthless actions, harboring grudges that must be repaid. Although the Su family may not be at the pinnacle, they are still capable of ensuring the safety of the two gentlemen within the confines of Linhai City. Lin Xuan instantly responded, his voice tinged with an eagerness he was unaware of. Miss Su, your gracious invitation is one we cannot decline. It would be splendid to witness the splendor of the Dongzhou aristocracy. His eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, as if visiting the Su family were an extraordinary privilege. You rascal. Lin Xian thought helplessly, shaking his head inwardly. Setting down his jade-like porcelain wine cup, he nodded slightly. Then, I shall trouble Miss Su. His tone was nonchalant, as if merely acquiescing to a minor request. Su Qingyu beamed, her smile blooming like spring flowers. Wonderful. Shall we set off then? My father will surely be delighted to know that distinguished talents from Zhongzhou are visiting. To avoid the crowds, Su Qingyu skillfully guided the two down a secluded side street, known as Qingyu Alley. As they traversed halfway through the alley, shadows with ominous intent suddenly loomed at the alley's entrance, casting long silhouettes across the dimly lit ground and blocking their path. A young man clad in an opulent brocade robe stood there, flanked by a group of sycophants, arms crossed, blocking the way with an air of arrogance. He appeared to be around 20 years old, and while his features could be deemed handsome, the extravagance and arrogance emanating from him, tainted by indulgence in wine and vice, along with the burning jealousy in his eyes, distorted his appearance entirely. He fixed his gaze intently on Lin Xuan beside Su Qingyu, and upon noticing the residual blush on Su Qingyu's face from their earlier lively conversation, the flames of jealousy within him threatened to erupt. He was none other than Wu Yong, the young master of the Wu family, another saint family in Linhai City. Chapter 193, Wu Yong, a single palm to annihilate. Oh, is that not our proud Miss Su from Linhai City? Wu Yong drawled, his tone dripping with sarcasm, as his gaze, sharp as a poisoned blade, ruthlessly sliced through Lin Xuan and Lin Xuan. What is this? Just moments ago at the drunken immortal pavilion, you were merrily toasting and laughing with these two dandy boys who seemingly appeared from nowhere, and now you're in such a hurry to take them home. When did the threshold of the Su family become so low that anyone could waltz in? His words instantly chilled the air, causing Lin Xuan and his companions to cast cold glances. The color drained from Su Qingyu's face, replaced by a chilling pallor, as fury ignited in her clear eyes. Wu Yong, she exclaimed sharply, her voice trembling with rage, shut your filthy mouth. My guests do not require your unsolicited commentary. Get out of my sight. Your guests? Wu Yong scoffed, stepping forward 2 paces, his covetous gaze shamelessly roving over Su Qingyu, fixating on her heaving chest, stirred by anger. Sister Qingyu, who in Linhai City does not know that you are the woman I, Wu Yong, have set my sights upon. Sooner or later, you shall belong to the Wu family. Yet here you are, disregarding your rightful suitor, frolicking and laughing with 2 impoverished rascals from Zhongzhou, and laughing so disgracefully. He emphasized the last word, laced with raw humiliation. You are shameless. Su Qingyu trembled with rage, her hand instinctively grasping the hilt of her Qin Shuang sword, the sheath humming ominously as a sharp, frigid sword intent emanated from her. Shameless? Wu Yong's lewd grin widened, his attention shifting to Lin Xuan and Lin Xuan, eyes brimming with jealousy and malice as he scrutinized their handsome features. Look at these 2 scoundrels you've chosen. What do they possess aside from their pretty faces? Clearly, they couldn't make it in Zhongzhou and have scuttled to our Dongzhou in search of favor. Sister Qingyu, do not be deceived by their flowery words. Such pretty boys only know how to beguile naive maidens. In front of me, they are but 2 insects easily crushed beneath my heel. With each taunt, his sense of triumph grew, as though he could already envision the 2 quaking at his feet. He then turned to threaten Lin Xuan. Boy, if you know what's good for you, kneel down and bow 3 times, then crawl out from under me like a dog. If I even see you take a single step closer to Qingyu in Linhai City, I will break your legs, destroy your dantian, and toss you into the East Sea to feed the turtles. His venomous words echoed through the quiet Qingyu alley, sending chills down spines. Su Qingyu's chest heaved violently, her expression grim as she prepared to retaliate. Yet, just as her sword intent was about to erupt, a figure, steady as a mountain, stepped forward silently, interposing himself between her and Wu Yong, severing the latter's nauseating gaze. It was Lin Xuan. He did not glance back at the trembling Su Qingyu, nor did he acknowledge Wu Yong's venomous tirade. His eyes were fixed solely upon the twisted visage of his adversary, devoid of anger or fear. Only an almost indifferent scrutiny, as if he were inspecting a lifeless object. This unervingly calm gaze sent an inexplicable shiver through Wu Yong's heart, as though he were being observed by a cold, invisible beast. Instinctively, he took half a step back, only to be incensed by his fleeting cowardice. Roaring in humiliation, "What are you staring at, you little bastard? Kneel before me." Lin Xuan finally spoke, his voice low yet remarkably clear, carrying a unique penetrating quality that overshadowed the alley's wind and Wu Yong's bluster, resonating in the ears of everyone present. Your mouth truly reeks. At the moment the words fell, Lin Xuan moved. There was no cataclysmic eruption of power, no dazzling display of spiritual energy. He merely took a simple step forward, raising his hand to deliver a strike that sent Wu Yong's teeth flying. The sinister grin on Wu Yong's face froze instantly, his pupils constricting to pinpricks. "Ah, young master, be careful." One of his subordinates, the most powerful among them, managed to scream, though his voice trembled uncontrollably. Wu Yong, a cultivator at the 3rd level of the Divine Sea realm, had been groomed as the heir of the Wu family and possessed numerous life-saving artifacts. A triad of luminous auras interlaced around him, forming a protective barrier with blood-red light, green radiance, and dragon shadows intertwining, emanating a powerful defensive aura capable of daunting even an ordinary 1st-level revered cultivator. Yet Lin Xuan paid it no mind. His outstretched hand remained undeterred. Su Qingyu held her breath, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief as she beheld that hand. She recognized the 3 protective treasures on Wu Yong, the Blood Soul Pendant, the xianxia Bone Pearl, and the Dragon Shield, each worth an astronomical sum, bestowed as precious gifts by the Wu family's ancestors. Even an ordinary revered cultivator's full-force attack might not budge them. How could Lin Xuan? Fear morphed into a twisted expression on Wu Yong's face, replaced by a desperate snarl. "You ignorant fool. Do you think you can break through my—" A dull yet jarring sound interrupted his wild boasts. His triple-layered defenses shattered in an instant. With a thunderous impact, a scream, more beastly than human, erupted from Wu Yong's throat, filled with unimaginable agony and despair down to the marrow. He was struck as if by an invisible hammer, his feet leaving the ground as he flew backward. Bang! 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 A series of explosive sounds, akin to countless dry branches being simultaneously crushed, reverberated from within his flying body. That was his bones disintegrating. A torrent of dark red blood, mixed with bits of internal organs, gushed from his mouth and nose, tracing a glaring arc through the air. Young master. Wu Yong's subordinates rushed to inspect, but alas. The next moment, he is dead. It's over. The young master is truly dead. This time, we are finished. The patriarch and the ancestor will undoubtedly spare us no mercy. Panic seized the hearts of the lackeys. Silence enveloped the scene. Su Qingyu stood frozen, as if turned to jade. One strike? Merely one strike? And then, he became that heap of flesh on the ground, still twitching and oozing foul blood. All his cultivation. Gone. How is this possible? She instinctively turned to gaze at Lin Xuan, who stood resolute before her. His upright figure remained as steady as a mountain, exuding an ineffable, comforting weight. Yet at that moment, this weight bore an unfathomable mystery in Su Qingyu's eyes. You shan't escape either. Lin Xuan hadn't forgotten Wu Yong's lackeys. With a flick of his hand, he unleashed several streams of spiritual energy, swiftly slaying them all. Lin Xuan gradually retracted his hand, his demeanor still composed, as though he had merely brushed away a fallen leaf, not having just dispatched the heir of a noble family. He did not cast another glance at the heap of lifeless flesh that was Wu Yong, as if it were inconsequential refuse. Turning, his gaze settled on Su Qingyu's slightly pale face, which bore the marks of shock. In his previously tranquil eyes, a hint of subtle concern flickered. Miss Qingyu. His voice softened, imbued with a peculiar soothing power that dispelled the lingering bloodshed and deathly silence within the alley. Are you all right? This filth has tainted your eyes. It is my oversight. Su Qingyu parted her lips, yet her throat was parched, rendering her incapable of uttering a sound. She instinctively shook her head, her gaze still somewhat unfocused. At that moment, Lin Xuan, who had been quietly standing at the back as if an observer of the scene, took a step forward. His face retained that gentle, jade-like smile, as though the previous events had been nothing more than an inconsequential farce. Miss Su, we have dispatched this trash. I wonder if it will cause any trouble for your Su family? If so, we might be of some assistance. You all. Su Qingyu's voice was hoarse and trembling, a quiver she was unaware of lacing her words. The Wu family. Yes, they will not let this go easily. You must leave. She instinctively grasped Lin Xuan's sleeve, her eyes reflecting her concern. Lin Xuan, caught off guard by the sensation of her grip, momentarily forgot to respond. Lin Xuan, however, remained composed, replying leisurely, It's of no concern. Miss Su need not worry for us, right, Xuan? Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow at Lin Xuan, his eyes sparkling with playful mockery. Lin Xuan seemed to grasp Lin Xuan's intent, glancing at the delicate hand resting on his arm, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Yes. Miss Su, you needn't worry. The Wu family is no match for us. Su Qingyu's hand trembled violently, releasing Lin Xuan's sleeve instantly. Her cheeks flushed, leaving her at a loss for words. The confidence emanating from the two young men startled her. This confidence was not mere bravado nor born of ignorance. At that moment, Su Qingyu's heart felt as though it had been struck by a heavy hammer, pounding wildly within her chest. A ridiculous yet profoundly potent thought struck her like a bolt of lightning, cleaving through her chaotic mind. Who on earth are they? The Lin family of Zhongzhou. Their unfathomable power, their indifference towards the revered families of saints. An idea she could hardly believe flashed through her mind. Could they possibly belong to a fearsome top-tier sacred clan? Or perhaps an even more formidable family? Lin Xuan observed the sudden shift in Su Qingyu's expression and the unmistakable shock etched across her face. The gentle curve of his lips deepened slightly, exuding an air of serene understanding. He offered no explanation nor clarification, merely brushing off the non-existent dust from his sleeve. His gaze directed towards the Su family estate. Let us proceed, Miss Qingyu. Lin Xuan's voice returned to its usual warmth, breaking the oppressive silence within the alley. The night is deep. We mustn't keep your father waiting. Oh, very well. Please, this way, Mr. Lin. Su Qingyu, pulling her thoughts back to the present, responded hastily. Since they chose not to elaborate, she wisely refrained from further inquiries. A friend must respect the decisions of another. Chapter 194. A visit to the Su family. The night enveloped Linhai City like ink, the daytime clamor gradually succumbing to silence, leaving only the relentless crashing of waves on the shore, adding to the sense of desolation. However, deep within the Su estate, lights blazed warmly, dispelling the remnants of blood and cold from Qingyu Alley. Inside the floral hall, warm jade adorned the floors, and the soft glow of luminous pearls flowed through every inch of space, illuminating the exquisite carvings and paintings with a gentle radiance. The air was thick with the faint, calming aroma of spiritual tea, mingling with the sweet fragrance of fresh spiritual fruits laid upon the table. At the head of the table sat Su Zhengyuan, the family patriarch, dressed in a simple yet elegant azure robe. His visage was lean, and though his eyes appeared gentle, they harbored the depth wrought by years of experience and authority. He wore a courteous smile as he personally poured spiritual tea for his guests, Lin Xuan and Lin Xuan. The amber liquid swayed slightly in the white jade cups, shimmering with a warm glow. "Dear young friends, please." Su Jingyuan's voice was rich and tranquil, devoid of any hint of peculiarity. "It is indeed an honor for my Su family to host you." He raised his cup in a gesture of hospitality, his demeanor exceedingly humble. "You flatter us, Patriarch Su." Lin Xuan lifted his teacup with grace, taking a delicate sip, his smile deepening as he continued. "To be invited by Miss Su to visit a distinguished family in Dongzhou is a privilege we cherish." His tone was natural, devoid of any hint of impropriety. Lin Xuan merely nodded with a polite smile, appearing somewhat reserved, a stark contrast to his usual boisterous self when at home or during training. His gaze drifted past Su Jingyuan to rest on the entrance of the floral hall, where Su Qingyu stood. She had changed into a moon-white dress, her appearance now imbued with a serene elegance, stripped of the previous day's vibrant boldness. With her head bowed, her long eyelashes cast a soft shadow beneath her eyelids. Her thoughts evidently still unsettled. The day's events, Lin Xuan's seemingly nonchalant, yet earth-shattering strike, and Lin Xian's unwavering composure, replayed in her mind incessantly. Her father's probing words weighed heavily upon her heart. Just then, a light-footed, almost reckless patter interrupted the delicate atmosphere of the floral hall. A girl of about 12 or 13, with twin hair buns and clad in a pale yellow dress, dashed in like a nimble bird, none other than Su Qingyu's younger sister, Su Qingya. Her round, bright eyes sparkled with curiosity as she made a beeline for Lin Xuan and Lin Xuan. Sister, is it them?" Su Qingya's exuberant voice rang out. Entirely oblivious to the slightly awkward ambience, she approached without hesitation, her little face tilted upward, her gaze flitting between Lin Xuan and Lin Xuan. "I heard from the guards that the annoying Wu Yong and his gang were dealt with by one of the older brothers with a single slap." She exaggeratedly mimicked a swatting motion, as if swatting a fly, and they were all flattened. "Is that true? Did this big brother do it?" Her little finger pointed at the composed Lin Xuan. "Qingya, mind your manners." Su Qingyu's expression shifted slightly, stepping forward to catch her sister. Her tone laced with mild reproach, though her eyes betrayed an unmistakable fondness. Su Zhengyuan cleared his throat, casting a stern look at his youngest daughter. Yet Lin Xuan merely laughed, his smile warm and genuine, akin to the sun melting ice. He leaned slightly, meeting Su Qingya's innocent gaze, and spoke softly, "Little sister, some bad people are like stones in the road. They block the way and hurt our feet. Clearing them away makes walking more comfortable, don't you think?" He did not directly confirm, yet this playful metaphor brought more joy to Su Qingya than any affirmative response could. Her eyes widened with excitement, and she eagerly nodded, "Yes. Exactly. Wu Yong is the biggest stone in the way. You brothers are amazing." Her gaze towards Lin Xuan and Lin Xuan was now filled with unabashed admiration. Lin Xuan, confronted by the little girl's unabashed gaze, felt a rare, almost imperceptible flush of embarrassment cross his rugged features, instinctively turning his face slightly away. This subtle exchange did not escape Su Jingyuan's notice, deepening his astonishment. Faced with the innocent adoration of the young child, one of the two men gently guided her like a neighborly elder brother, while the other displayed an almost bashful expression. This was in stark contrast to his preconceived notions of the lofty, imperious scions of the supreme sacred clans, who regard human life as mere chaff. His thoughts raced as he tentatively spoke, his tone imbued with greater humility. Young Master Lin's words resonate deeply. That impudent lad from the Wu family, alas, has been accustomed to tyranny in the city. This calamity he faces today is indeed self-inflicted. However, he shifted his tone, a concerned expression gracing his features. The venerable ancestor of the Wu family, Wu Tianxia, is notoriously wrathful and protective of his kin, possessing unfathomable powers, having entered the realm of saints many years ago. He cherishes Wu Yong as his own flesh and blood, and the loss of his beloved grandson will undoubtedly incite his fury. Although you two young masters possess profound cultivation, even a powerful dragon cannot suppress a local snake. I dare to request that you both seek refuge in the Su family until the storm passes. Dad, Su Qingyu was taken aback, having been contemplating how to persuade her father to allow Lin and his companion to stay for a few days to evade the storm, only to find that her father had proposed it himself. Su Jingyuan raised his hand to halt his daughter's words, his gaze earnest as he turned to Lin and his companion, awaiting their response. This was both a means of protection and a deeper test of their intentions. "Rest assured, young Master Lin, our Su family's ancestor is also a saint, capable of safeguarding you. Lin Xuan gently set down the white jade teacup in his hand. The base of the cup meeting the zeatonwood table with a crisp, melodious sound. He raised his gaze, his eyes warm yet imbued with an undeniable calm strength. Locking onto Su Jinyuan's anxious gaze. Your kindness is duly noted, esteemed head of the Su family. However, the Wu family is scarcely worthy of evasion. My brother and I are merely guests here. Should trouble come knocking, we shall handle it effortlessly. The Su family need not worry. The phrase handle it effortlessly rolled off his tongue with such ease, as if he were merely discussing tidying up the courtyard after a meal. The absolute confidence underlying that calm rendered Su Jinyuan momentarily speechless, his heart pounding. Need not worry. Su Qingya tilted her little head, echoing the phrase. Her large eyes filled with innocence. If my brothers are here, we need not fear that very fierce old man from the Wu family? Lin Xuan smiled, gently ruffling her hair, offering no verbal response. Yet, that smile itself was a silent affirmation. The atmosphere in the flower hall subtly shifted due to Lin Xuan's nonchalant remark. Su Jinyuan took a deep breath, suppressing the turbulent waves of his thoughts. At this juncture, further discussion of evasion would be an affront to their abilities. Haha, young Master Lin, you truly live up to your reputation as a child of destiny. I admire your spirit. Come, allow me to toast you both. As night deepened, the Su residents appeared to return to tranquility. Lin Xuan and Lin Hauran were settled in the most serene and elegant hearing pavilion for rest. Meanwhile, Su Jinyuan ventured into the secluded domain where the Su family ancestor was in seclusion. Ancestor, I have urgent matters to discuss, Su Jinyuan respectfully announced from outside. After a moment, a frail, hoarse voice emerged from within. Enter. A quarter of an hour later, the Su family ancestor slowly spoke, his eyes reflecting contemplation. Su Jinyuan had conveyed the entirety of the events that had transpired. Two choices lay before him. The first was to shelter these two potential prodigies from the great powers of Zhongzhou, thus forging a benevolent connection. But this would inevitably mean a complete enmity with the Wu family. The second was to remain passive when the Wu family ancestor came seeking retribution, preserving the Su family from loss but foregoing the opportunity to establish a beneficial relationship. After a while, he mused, our Su family has languished for too long. If we wish to restore the glory of our ancestors, it is no easy feat, however, if we can forge a connection with a great power. It may not revive our family entirely, but at least it can safeguard our bloodline in times of peril. Moreover, considering what you have already promised those two young men, can I afford to reject them and bring shame upon our Su family? The ancestor concluded with a chuckle and a scolding tone. Hee, I acted without prior consultation. My apologies, ancestor, Su Jinyuan replied sheepishly with a chuckle. All right. You are the head of the family. Your decision is the family's decision. I will support you. But let us hope we do not bet on the wrong horse this time. Chapter 195. The Saint's arrival in less than a minute the next morning. As the first faint grayish-white lights struggled to pierce the horizon, attempting to dispel the darkness, an oppressive weight far heavier and more despairing than the night itself descended without warning. Boom. The entire coastal city shuddered violently, tiles clattering down, awakening sleeping infants who erupted into heart-rending cries, while chickens and dogs fled in terror. The sky was instantly dyed a disquieting dark crimson. When the saint was enraged, the heavens and earth changed color. Su family, deliver the murderer. A gaunt, ghostly figure materialized above the Su residence, suspended beneath the roiling blood clouds. It was none other than Wu Tianxia, the ancestor of the Wu family, clad in a voluminous dark red robe that seemed perpetually stained with thick blood. His face was emaciated, with deep wrinkles carved like those of a chiseled stone, and his eyes glowed crimson, burning with a frenzy of rage and deep-seated hatred. The pressure of the saint enveloped the entire city. In that moment, Linhai City fell into utter silence. Countless cultivators and mortals, regardless of their location, trembled under this supreme pressure that emanated from the very essence of life, their souls quaking, their knees buckling uncontrollably as they collapsed to the ground. Deliver the murderer. Otherwise, today, I shall not rest until my grievances with your Su family are avenged. Inside the Su residence, chaos ensued. Su Jinyuan, flanked by several elders, forced himself to appear in the front courtyard, his complexion pale as a sheet, a trace of uncleaned blood lingering at the corner of his mouth. Under the direct onslaught of the saint's pressure, even as he stood at the pinnacle of the venerable realm, he felt as though he had been struck by a heavy hammer, his spirit shaken. Sister, I'm scared. Su Qingya buried her face in her sister's embrace, her voice trembling, her small body shaking like a leaf in the wind. That monstrous figure in the sky was 1,000 times more terrifying than the most dreadful demon from her nightmares. Do not fear, Qingya, do not fear. Su Qingyu's voice also quivered, as she clung tightly to her sister, her gaze drawn involuntarily to the hearing pavilion. In the next moment, a similar aura of a saint erupted from within the Su residence, repelling the oppressive presence of Wu Tianxia from encroaching upon the Su family. Humph. Wu, old ghost, do you think you can bully the Su family without consequence? The figure of the Su family ancestor suddenly appeared in midair, confronting Wu Tianxia from a distance. His eyes brimmed with fury. The Wu ancestor's oppressive tactics were an affront to his dignity. Humph. Su, old ghost. Swiftly deliver the murderer who took my grandson, or I shall not rest until this matter is resolved. Wu Tianxia showed no sign of retreat, continuing his threats. Having resolved to stake their claim, the Su family ancestor would not yield. He immediately bellowed, "Do not even think about it. No one can harm my Su family's guests within our domain, not even you, Wu, old ghost." Just as Wu Tianxia prepared to take action, under the countless astonished gazes from within the Su residence, two figures leisurely emerged from the hearing pavilion. Lin Xuan led the way, clad in simple white attire. His steps unhurried as if strolling through his own backyard. He slightly tilted his head, casting a glance at the ominous blood clouds and vengeful spirits enveloping the sky, along with the blood orb pulsating with horrifying power. His brows furrowed imperceptibly, as if he had merely noticed an unsightly blemish. Immediately, his gaze fell upon the frenzied Wu Tianxia. The expression in his eyes was calm, devoid of any ripples, no anger, no gravity. Not even a hint of the vigilance one would expect when facing a formidable adversary. Instead, there was a pure, condescending scrutiny, akin to a deity looking down from the heavens, indifferently observing an ant flailing in the dust. This gaze ignited Wu Tianxia's madness more than any provocation could. "You little bastards. It is you." Wu Tianxia's roar echoed like a wounded beast, his crimson eyes locking onto Lin Xuan and his companion, as the dark red blood orb in his palm suddenly swelled to the size of a grinding wheel. The anguished wails of countless vengeful spirits within reached a crescendo, as if they aimed to shred the very souls of those present. "You killed my beloved grandson. I shall extract your souls and torment you for eternity. I will turn you to ashes. For my grandson's burial, the sea of blood will engulf the heavens." With a claw-like hand, he thrust forward. Boom. The grinding wheel-sized blood orb erupted. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a chilling sound, akin to billions of souls drowning simultaneously in a viscous wave. An endless, thick, and putrid tide of blood surged forth from the shattered orb, instantaneously transforming into a vast sea of blood that covered the entirety of Su Manor. It is the ancestral sea of blood that swallows the heavens. Experts from the Wu family, who had followed from afar, roared with excitement, their eyes gleaming with fervor and cruelty. Upon witnessing this, the ancestral figure of the Su family was about to intervene when he heard Lin Xuan's voice from below. "There is no need to trouble the elder. We can handle this small matter ourselves." The elder of the Su family was taken aback, yet ultimately refrained from intervening. Just as the overwhelming sea of blood was poised to engulf the entire Su Manor, Lin Xuan moved. He did not even glance at the terrifying sea of blood, his gaze remaining calm as it fell upon the frenzied Wu Tianxia. It was as if the world-destroying power of a saint was of lesser concern than a buzzing fly in his eyes. Casually, he raised his right hand, forming it into a sword-like gesture. His elongated fingers, starkly pale against the dim light and the blood-red hue, appeared strikingly delicate. Then, with a mere flick directed at the torrential sea of blood, capable of instantaneously corroding the entire Su Manor along with all its inhabitants into a pool of foul blood, he made a gentle sweep. The motion was soft, natural. There was no explosive burst of spiritual energy, nor were there any spatial rifts. Only an invisible, intangible force, imbued with an ineffable supreme will, quietly emanated from his subtle gesture. Buzz. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Then, under the gaze of countless astonished eyes, the blood sea, which could heavily injure an ordinary saint, instantaneously split apart, as if cleaved in two by some unseen force. Silence. A silence more profound than when the blood clouds loomed over the city. The wind itself seemed to freeze. Those kneeling on the ground forgot to breathe, tremble, and fear, left only with an overwhelming sense of bewilderment and absurdity. That world-destroying power of a saint was just gone, erased with a mere flick. The elder of the Su family stood frozen, his mouth agape, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, his mind a blank slate. What in the world? Are the young people of today this formidable? It is worth noting that even he found the blood sea quite challenging to deal with. Wu Tianxia, suspended in midair, bore an expression of horror, resentment, and madness, akin to frozen magma, which suddenly solidified. For the first time, his crimson eyes clearly reflected the calm, yet infuriating figure of Lin Xuan. The sword-like gesture that had just swept by felt to him a billion times more terrifying than any divine weapon. No, impossible. Wu Tianxia's voice was hoarse and dry. filled with disbelief and a hint of fear that he himself was reluctant to acknowledge, emanating from the depths of his soul. What exactly are you? His blood sea, a culmination of hundreds of years steeped in the path of blood and slaughtering countless beings, was his life's divine power. Even a saint of the same rank would require all their strength to withstand it, lest they be tainted by its foul essence. How could it possibly be so effortlessly erased with a mere flick? This had utterly surpassed the limits of his comprehension. Lin Xuan slowly withdrew his hand. He slightly tilted his head, glancing at Lin Xuan beside him, his tone tinged with an almost imperceptible disappointment. Xuan, it seems this borderland of the eastern state is indeed rather desolate. His voice, though soft, pierced through the frozen silence, striking sharply into the heart of Wu Tianxia like a cold steel needle. Lin Xuan replied solemnly, Indeed, Brother Xian. He regarded Wu Tianxia with eyes akin to those observing a corpse. Lin Xuan then redirected his gaze toward the trembling figure of the Wu family elder, who resembled a candle flickering in the wind. His eyes remained calm, and the corners of his lips even curled into a faint, almost resigned smile. Is this all you are capable of? He spoke softly, yet his voice possessed a peculiar penetrating quality that resonated clearly in the ears of every stunned listener. You also wish to kill us? The moment his words fell, Lin Xuan moved again. He casually raised his right hand, forming his fingers once more into a sword-like gesture, and waved it again. The action remained casual, even somewhat languid. A blade of pure, glass-like sword energy, refined to its utmost essence, silently shot forth. There was no world-destroying grandeur, no rending of the fabric of space. The sword wind dashed forth, surpassing the perception of time, as if it had already reached its target the instant it left Lin Xuan's fingertip. Wu Tianxia's pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks the moment the sword wind appeared. A warning of impending doom, originating from the very depths of life itself, engulfed all his thoughts like the most chilling, icy water. He could not summon even a shred of protective spiritual energy, nor could he utter a single cry of alarm. Thud! Wu Tianxia, suspended in the air, trembled violently. A barely perceptible glass-like glow flickered at his brow. Time seemed to come to a complete halt at that moment. The horror, fear, and lingering madness that had frozen on Wu Tianxia's face vanished in an instant, leaving only a profound, hollow bewilderment. The overwhelming saintly pressure radiating from him, which could crush mountains, dissipated like a punctured balloon, vanishing without a trace. Following this, under the countless dazed gazes, Wu Tianxia's body silently began to turn to ash, starting from the point on his brow. Like a paper figure ignited in flames, or sand sculptures scattered by the wind. A gentle breeze swept by, stirring a few specks of fine dust that danced and dispersed in the air. Beyond that, there was nothing left. Where he once stood was now entirely empty. This once feared ancestor of the Wu family, who had wielded power and instilled terror in Linghai City, had met his end in under a minute. Silence. This time, the silence was deeper and more complete than when the blood sea had receded. The individuals kneeling upon the ground have forgotten to breathe, forsaken the rhythm of their heartbeats, and cast aside the very essence of fear itself. Their minds are blank, stripped of the capacity to comprehend the scene before them. Is the sage truly to be erased, as if he were but an insignificant insect? Chapter 196. Departing from the Su family, the Blood Moon's massacre. However, as the crowd stood in shock, Lin Xuan gazed towards a certain direction, swiftly brandished his sword, and then turned, returning to the Su family, leaving behind a bewildered assembly. Yet, before long, news spread throughout Linghai City that the Wu family had been obliterated by a colossal sword aura descending from the heavens, utterly leveling the estate, with not a single soul spared. It was then that the onlookers realized that Lin Xuan's final strike had been aimed at the annihilation of the Wu family. Ever since Lin Xuan had vanquished the sage and subsequently the Wu family, the entire Su family, including their venerable ancestor, regarded Lin Xuan and his companion with increasing reverence, bestowing upon them the highest honors imaginable during their stay. The Su family members, particularly the venerable ancestor, dared no longer address Lin Xuan as a mere junior, instead referring to him as a fellow Taoist with utmost respect. Lin Xuan and his companion did not linger long at the Su family, departing after merely 2 days. Taoist Lin, will you not stay a few more days? I have numerous matters of cultivation I wish to discuss with you in depth, the venerable ancestor implored. Indeed, young Master Lin, it would be advantageous to extend your stay, the Su family members echoed. In response to their entreaties, Lin Xuan and his companion gracefully declined. There is no need. Our journey to Dongzhou is for the sake of training, and it is time for us to depart. Fellow Taoists of the Su family, we shall meet again in the future. After bidding farewell with a wave, Lin Xuan and his companion exited Linghai City, embarking on their journey towards the western region of Dongzhou for further training. As they departed, The venerable Ancestor sighed. Ah, true dragons must ultimately soar to their rightful domain. Our Su family has been immensely fortunate to have made their acquaintance. Let us return now. Indeed, Ancestor, Su Jingyuan nodded in agreement. He then pondered aloud, strange. I have yet to see that girl Qingyu. Was she not closest to the two young masters Lin? Why did she not come to see them off? In the black mist forest, the night descends with an uncanny swiftness. Before the hour of you, a dense, inky fog rises from the decaying marshlands, enveloping the entire forest in a shrouded veil. Occasionally, the mournful cry of an owl pierces the stillness, only to be abruptly silenced as if choked by some unseen force. The sharp crack of a snapping twig echoes through the woods. Lin Xuan suddenly halts, his right hand resting upon the hilt of his sword. Brother Xian, this mist is suspicious, he whispered, his throat tightening. My spiritual sense is constrained to less than 100 yards. This is no ordinary mist, Lin Xuan replied, gently raising his right hand, his index and middle fingers forming a sword gesture. It is the soul restraining mist of the Blood Moon sect. Over the past few days, the venerable Ancestor of the Su family had shared much about the Blood Moon sect, including this very mist. No sooner had he spoken than a 3-inch-long azure sword light erupted from his fingertips. As it left his body, the sword light expanded with the wind, swiftly transforming into a 10-jong-long azure radiance that cleaved through the fog, creating a vacuum in its wake. Since we have arrived, why hide in the shadows? Lin Xian's voice, though not loud, resonated with such power that the ancient trees quivered in response. Dew collected atop the treetops cascaded down like rain, only to be vaporized into white mist before reaching the ground. Ha! An eerie laughter echoed from all directions. The mist began to churn violently, and 12 blood-red figures emerged like phantoms. They stood in positions that aligned with the heavenly gang, each wielding a crescent-shaped weapon from which crimson droplets continuously dripped. Leading them was an elder with a hooked nose, who stepped forward, exuding a pressure of peak 9th realm of the venerable stage that bore down like a mountain. Unfortunately for him, in the presence of Lin Xuan, he was swiftly reduced to naught. We suspect that you are affiliated with those who killed the young master of the Blood Moon sect. Comply with us and return to the Blood Moon sect for investigation, or today shall mark your demise. The elder snarled, brandishing his blood blade. Yet, Lin Xuan merely chuckled, his smile disturbingly serene as if a tempest were brewing beneath the calm surface of the sea. The young master of the Blood Moon sect? He shook his head lightly. I have not heard of him. Before he could finish, a terrifying aura erupted from Lin Xuan, causing the very heavens to tremble. The air within 100 yards of him suddenly froze, and all falling leaves hung suspended in midair, as if time itself had come to a standstill. A sage? A sage stage? Yin Wushou's grimace turned to one of disbelief as the color drained from his face. This is impossible. The intelligence clearly stated that you were merely. His words faltered. Lin Xuan simply raised his right hand and gave a casual wave. There were no elaborate moves, no earth-shattering displays. Just a simple motion akin to a woodcutter chopping wood. Yet, a sword light that cleaved through the heavens tore asunder the night, and where it passed, the very fabric of space shattered, causing the 12 blood-red figures to disintegrate into blood mist before they could even utter a cry. The residual force of the sword light continued unabated, severing hundreds of towering peaks in half. The cut surfaces were as smooth as a mirror, reflecting a cold azure glow under the moonlight. This is... Lin Xuan turned, the terrifying aura surrounding him having dissipated completely as he bent to retrieve the severed blood blade from the ground. Intricate runes were etched upon the blade, now writhing as if imbued with life. The soul-devouring blade of the Blood Moon sect, he remarked, forged from the blood of innocent children, with each blade requiring the sacrifice of at least 100 young lives. As he spoke, azure flames erupted from his palm, and the severed blade emitted a piercing shriek. Swiftly reduced to ashes, Lin Xian's gaze turned icy. The Blood Moon sect, it seems you cannot be spared. Brother Xian, are you planning? Lin Xuan understood Lin Xian's intentions. Although he was aware of Lin Xian's formidable strength, a tinge of worry remained. For the Blood Moon sect was guarded by 3 venerable elders, and their protective array was said to withstand even the might of a fully realized sage. No need to fret. Do you not trust in your brother's strength? Lin Xian interrupted him with a chuckle. Before Lin Xuan could respond, Lin Xian turned his gaze towards the depths of the forest. Miss Su, how much longer will you hide? At his words, Lin Xuan immediately scanned the area, and soon, amidst the swaying shadows of the trees, a figure in azure robes floated towards them. She possessed a beauty as pure as snow, with a slender sword hanging at her waist, moving with grace as if her feet barely touched the ground. It was none other than Su Qingyu. Young Master Lin. It seems nothing escapes your notice, she said with an amused smile, then turned to Lin Xuan, displaying a sweet, yet playful grin. Young Master Xuan. It is a pleasure to see you again. Miss Su?
What brings you here? Shouldn't you be at the Su family? Lin Xuan inquired, a hint of joy mingling with confusion. Humph. I grew weary of staying in Linghai City. Is it not permissible to venture out for some training and fun? Su Qingyu feigned nonchalance, unable to admit she had secretly slipped away to join Lin Xuan on his journey. And no, that is not what I meant. Lin Xuan stammered, flustered and uncertain how to clarify. Seeing Lin Xuan's flustered demeanor, Su Qingyu chuckled. Silly. Huh. What did you say, Miss Su? Lin Xuan replied, bewildered. Nothing at all, she said, and the two engaged in lively conversation, seemingly oblivious to Lin Xian's presence nearby. As he observed the demeanor of the two individuals, Lin Xian could not help but exclaim that it was a sight unworthy of his gaze. Had he, then, become a 3,000-watt bulb? Lin Xian remarked that women merely serve to impede the speed of his swordplay. Is my light insufficiently bright, or do your eyes perceive only each other? He teased. Upon his utterance, the two figures across from him transformed into startled kittens, their faces betraying their alarm. Su Qingyu remained silent, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. While Lin Xuan hastily interjected, Brother Xian, what are you saying? We are merely just having a normal conversation. Indeed, just a normal conversation. Lin Xian, seeing through their charade but choosing not to expose it, shifted the topic and asked Su Qingyu, Miss Su, do you know the precise location of the Blood Moon sect? Chapter 197. Three Swords Annihilate the Blood Moon. Upon hearing this, Su Qingyu nodded, indicating her knowledge. It lies just northwest of here, at the center of the Taiyuan realm, within the Blood Moon mountain range. It seemed she had prepared for this inquiry, as she produced a jade slip from her sleeve and handed it to Lin Xian. This is a map. However, are you truly intent on going there? That is the Blood Moon sect. Only the Blood Moon sect, nothing of great significance, Lin Xian replied, accepting the jade slip and swiftly comprehending its contents with a sweep of his spiritual sense. He turned to Lin Xuan and said, You and Miss Su should proceed to the northern region first. I shall deal with the Blood Moon sect and join you afterward. But there are no buts. Lin Xian's tone brooked no dissent. With that, he stepped forward, his figure swiftly transforming into a mere black dot on the horizon. After a second step, he entirely vanished from the night sky to the northwest. Su Qingyu gazed in the direction Lin Xian had departed, a sudden chill coursing through her. She had an inkling that soon, the power dynamics of the Taiyuan realm would undergo a profound transformation. Blood Moon Mountain Range, midnight. The night sky, which should have been pitch black, now shimmered with an eerie crimson hue, as if shrouded in a veil soaked in blood. The main peak of the mountain, resembling a crescent moon, bore a sickly rust color, appearing from afar like a blood-drenched sickle suspended in the heavens. Is this the Blood Moon sect? Lin Xian stood suspended in midair, his garments billowing in the fierce winds. He looked down upon the brilliantly lit structures below, the very entrance to the Blood Moon sect. The protective formation of the sect was activated, enveloping the entire domain in a semi-transparent blood-colored barrier, resembling an inverted bowl. The surface of the barrier occasionally manifested distorted human faces, emitting silent wails. Those were the souls of beings sacrificed in blood rites, eternally unable to transcend. With 1,000,000 lives woven into this formation, it is time to eradicate it. Lin Xian spoke coldly, the sacred abyss sword manifesting abruptly in his right hand. Without any build-up or warning, he casually swiped downward. Clang! The clear, resonant sound of the sword echoed through the heavens. A slender streak of azure sword light, only a few feet long at first glance, began to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy as it flew, rapidly swelling to a size of 1,000 feet. The moment the sword light made contact with the protective formation, a blinding radiance illuminated the entire mountain range. The blood-red barrier, reputed to withstand the full force of a perfected saint, was effortlessly torn apart as if it were mere paper. Unrelenting, the sword light cleaved the Blood Moon Grand Hall atop the main peak in two. Boom! Boulders tumbled, clouds of dust billowed. A piercing alarm resounded across the mountains, as countless disciples of the Blood Moon sect fled in a panic like headless flies. Dozens of powerful presences soared into the sky from various locations. But upon sensing the overwhelming pressure emanating from Lin Xian, they came to a sudden halt. Who dares to provoke the Blood Moon sect? A thunderous roar erupted from the depths of the earth, followed by 3 blood-red beams piercing through the ground. Within each beam materialized an ancient figure, all garbed in red robes with white hair, their faces gaunt and corpse-like. Most unsettling of all was the dense aura of bloodlust surrounding them, a manifestation of the countless lives they had slaughtered. The 3 elders of the Blood Moon, a disciple exclaimed. The 3 ancestors have simultaneously emerged from seclusion. The central elder squinted as he scrutinized Lin Xian, and suddenly his pupils constricted. Who are you, and why have you recklessly destroyed our sect's formation? For no other reason than to annihilate the Blood Moon. Lin Xian's voice rang out like the decree of death. sending a chill down the spine of every member of the Blood Moon sect. In response, the three elders of the Blood Moon sect exchanged glances, a sinister smile creeping onto their faces. Arrogance. To challenge three of us alone, you are overly presumptuous. Lin Xuan offered no reply, merely caressing the sword's blade. As he did so, the sword emitted a jubilant tremor, and intricate silver runes materialized along its length, shimmering like a starry river against the night. In an instant, his figure vanished from sight. This simple motion caused the three elders to change countenance dramatically. The three elders of the Blood Moon sect reacted swiftly, forming a triangular formation with their backs against each other, each summoning their respective innate treasures, a blood-red whisk, a skull, and a human skin drum. Above, the central elder shouted, as the blood-red whisk expanded, countless blood threads shooting upwards like steel needles. Lin Xuan was indeed there. As the onslaught approached, he merely raised his sword and brought it down. Swish! A beam of sword light, 10 times more brilliant than before, erupted forth. This strike bore no embellishments, but contained the purest intent of slaughter. Wherever the sword light passed, the blood-red whisk shattered inch by inch. The skull exploded with a thunderous crack, and the human skin drum was cleaved in two. The three elders spat blood and were sent reeling back, their expressions filled with disbelief. After cultivating for thousands of years and employing their innate treasures, they could not withstand even a single strike from their opponent. Formed the Blood Moon formation. The central elder bit his tongue and spat forth a mouthful of essence blood. The other two did likewise, and the 3 droplets of essence blood fused mid-air, transforming into a blood-red moon with a diameter of 100 feet. With my essence blood, I summoned the moon demon. Suddenly, a vertical eye opened within the blood-red moon, its icy gaze locking onto Lin Xuan. An overwhelming pressure, surpassing even that of a perfected saint, descended, causing many disciples of the Blood Moon sect below to explode in death, their life force absorbed by the Blood Moon, amplifying its might. Lin Xuan finally revealed a hint of seriousness. He released the sword from his grasp, allowing it to hover before him, while he swiftly formed 36 sword seals with his hands. With each seal completed, the long sword produced a multitude of sword shadows, and in the blink of an eye, countless sword shadows surrounded him. Return to the source of 10,000 swords. As the final seal was formed, the myriad sword shadows let out a thunderous dragon's roar. Lin Xuan pointed his sword, and the multitude of swords surged forward like a torrent towards the Blood Moon. As they approached, the myriad swords converged into a colossal sword that pierced the heavens and the earth, causing the very fabric of space to shatter, revealing gaping voids of darkness. Boom! The instant the giant sword collided with the Blood Moon, the entire world lost its color. A terrifying shockwave radiated outward in a circular pattern, causing mountains to collapse and the earth to tremble. When the light dissipated, the Blood Moon and the 3 elders had vanished without a trace, leaving Lin Xuan standing resolutely in midair, his garments fluttering. He looked down at the disarrayed disciples of the Blood Moon sect below, devoid of any compassion. It is time to conclude this. Lin Xuan raised his hand in a beckoning motion, and the sword that had annihilated the Blood Moon reformed into myriad sword shadows, cascading down like a torrential rain. Each sword shadow accurately pierced the forehead of a Blood Moon sect disciple, regardless of their resistance or attempts to flee. It was all in vain. Within 10 breaths, the Blood Moon mountain range bore no living souls. Lin Xuan sheathed his sword, casting one last glance at the blood-soaked land. He waved his hand, and a sword scar appeared, cleaving through the mountain range, swallowing all the structures of the Blood Moon sect along with the main peak. As the smoke dissipated, the once towering Blood Moon peak had transformed into a bottomless chasm. In the distance, a few fortunate onlookers from the scattered sects had collapsed to the ground. 3 strikes, merely 3 strikes, and the Blood Moon sect, which had seemed so powerful in their eyes, was utterly annihilated in an instant. What kind of terrifying strength is this? They gazed at the fearsome figure that had traversed the void, their minds consumed by a singular thought. The Taiyuan realm is about to undergo a transformation. Chapter 198, Reverse Hunt? The performance is abandoned. In the southern part of East State, at the border of the northern domain, Lin Zai crouched nearby, his fingers tracing intricate formations in the soil, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Lin Yuan concealed himself within the treetops, vigilantly surveying the surroundings. They are pursuing us again. Lin Yuan's voice came from above, deep and composed. There are 23 of them, hailing from 3 major forces, along with several sycophantic disciples of various sections. Zai, how much longer do you need to complete the formation? Inquired Lin Beixian. Lin Zai paused his movements. Looking up at Lin Beixian, Brother Xian, I need another quarter of an hour. Upon hearing this, Lin Beixian nodded, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. That's good, he replied, his voice suddenly chilling like iron. They have hunted you for so long. It is time they pay the price. Let them experience the taste of being hunted themselves. Lin Zai's eyes brightened, and Lin Yuan leapt down from the tree, his gaze ignited with battle fervor. Indeed, Lin Yuan tightened his grip on the long sword in his hand. Did they truly think the Lin family could be so easily bullied? They actually intended to reverse the hunt, targeting the various forces pursuing Lin Zai. 2 days prior, the three had already begun plotting. Lin Beixian, Lin Zai, and Lin Yuan huddled together, swiftly sketching on a map. Currently, we are at the junction of the northern and southern domains. Another 30 miles south lies the territory of the southern domain. The three major forces dare not casually cross this boundary. Lin Beixian pointed to a valley on the map, Mist Valley, known for its intricate terrain, ideal for setting up formations. With the formation in place, we can ensure that those from the three major forces have no way out. At that point, we will swiftly enter the southern domain to evade the storm. Given the enmity between the northern and southern domains, the pursuers from the three major forces will undoubtedly hesitate to enter the southern domain. Should they dare to do so, they will face the wrath of the southern domain's powers. I will feign a leak of my whereabouts to lure them in. While Brother Xian and Brother Yuan lay the ambush, Lin Zai said with a smile. Lin Beixian nodded. Good. I have several potent poisons that I can apply to my hidden weapons. I shall set up traps. Lin Yuan interjected. Zai, how long will it take you to set up the formation? A spark of confidence flickered in Lin Zai's eyes. Give me 3 hours, and I can establish the combined killing array of the 9 nether yellow springs and the blazing heaven flames. Once they enter the formation, they will either die or suffer grievously. Then it is settled, Lin Beixian declared, rising with a fierce glint in his eyes. This time, we shall make the three major forces understand that pursuing members of the Lin family comes at a cost. Thus, the very next day, after concluding their scheming, the three sprang into action. Lin Zai ventured into the depths of the valley to set up the formation, while Lin Beixian and Lin Yuan began laying traps and poison darts throughout the valley. Standing in the valley's center, Lin Zai swiftly formed hand seals, streams of spiritual light emanating from his fingertips and merging into the ground and surrounding rocks. Sweat poured from his brow, yet his focus remained unwavering. 9 nether yellow springs. Rise. With that low shout, bluish patterns faintly emerged on the ground before swiftly vanishing. He then commenced setting up the second formation. Blazing heaven flames, condense. This time, red patterns flickered through the air. The overlapping formations would exponentially increase their power. On the other side, Lin Yuan set several traps in the valley's narrow passages. There were spikes that suddenly shot up from the ground, poisoned arrows that sprang from the rock walls, and sharp iron caltrops hidden beneath fallen leaves. His movements were adept, each trap meticulously concealed. Lin Beixian, positioned on a high ground, coated his darts and arrows with vials of poison. Some of his poisons could induce instant paralysis, while others could corrode spiritual energy. The most potent of all, named Yama's Smile, would lead its victim to die in excruciating agony. A cold smile curled at his lips. Enjoy the gifts we have prepared for you. 3 hours later, all preparations were complete. Lin Zai wiped the sweat from his brow. The formation is set. Now we await the fish to take the bait. Lin Beixian looked at Lin Zai's eye. It's now up to you. Remember, lead them to the valley entrance and feign exhaustion, allowing them to chase you into the valley. Lin Yuan and I will lie in ambush on either side. Once they are all within the formation's range, we will immediately activate it and hunt them down. Lin Zai nodded with a smile. Rest assured, I excel at acting. Lin Yuan handed Lin Zai a small vial. This contains a false blood pill. Once bitten, it will make your aura appear gravely weakened, as if you were severely injured. Lin Zai pocketed the vial and turned to dart towards the valley's exit. Lin Beixian and Lin Yuan concealed themselves, awaiting the arrival of their prey. Dozens of kilometers away, Lin Zai suddenly revealed himself, swiftly dispatching several pursuers from the Xianxia Empire, before immediately flying towards Mist Valley. Curse it, over there. Pursue. Today, this prince shall flay him alive, shouted a young man clad in a dark robe, the third prince of the Xianxia Empire, Xian Ming, whose cultivation had reached the 8th level of the king realm. Finally found this rat, sneered a white-robed woman beside him, the second saintess of the Tianyuan Holy Land, Yuan Xingya, wielding a crystalline longsword. Do not let him escape again. We must eradicate him this time. The third holy son of the ice-cold empire, Bing Wuhan, glinted with cold light in his eyes. Chapter 199, the first successful hunt. The 23 prodigies rapidly pursued Lin Zai. Among them, the lowest cultivation was at the peak of the law manifestation realm, while the highest, Xian Ming, had already reached the pinnacle of the 8th level of the king realm. Their lineup was truly luxurious. Lin Zai feigned surprise upon discovering his pursuers, his face displaying a mask of panic as he turned to flee. He deliberately controlled his speed, ensuring that the pursuers could neither catch up immediately nor fall too far behind. Lin Zai, you scoundrel, you cannot escape. Xianming roared, striking out a palm. Black xianxia energy coalescing into a massive hand aimed at Lin Zai's back. Lin Zai barely dodged, yet the residual force knocked him off balance. Blood seeping from the corner of his mouth as he bit down on the false blood pill. He continued to flee, a glimmer of cold amusement flashing in his eyes. He is injured. Quick, pursue. Yuan Qingya exclaimed, her eyes alight with delight as she quickened her pace. Lin Zai drew nearer to Mist Valley. And when he was but 100 feet from the valley's entrance, his footing suddenly faltered, nearly causing him to fall. He glanced back at his pursuers, his face contorting in despair, then gritted his teeth and charged into the valley. Ha ha ha, he can't keep going. Bing Wuhan laughed heartily. Into the valley. Do not allow him a chance to recover. The 23 prodigies charged into Mist Valley without hesitation. Unbeknownst to them, as soon as they entered the valley, Lin Zai's speed subtly increased, maintaining a certain distance while guiding them deeper into the heart of the formation. Strange, why is the mist in this valley growing thicker? One of the prodigies from a subordinate sect questioned. Xianming snorted coldly. What does it matter? Today we must kill him. At that moment, Lin Zai suddenly halted, turning to face his pursuers, his expression devoid of any panic, replaced instead by a chilling killing intent. Thank you all for the escort. A cold smile curled at the corners of Lin Zai's mouth. The scenery here was quite splendid, and it would serve as the final resting place for all of you. Arrogant. Yuan Qingya shouted furiously. Do you think you can do this alone? Lin Zai offered no reply, suddenly forming hand seals. Array, arise. In that instant, the ground of the entire valley illuminated with an ethereal blue glow, countless runes ascending from the earth to form a colossal cage. Simultaneously, crimson patterns emerged in the sky, and the temperature surged drastically. This is bad. It's a combined killing array. Ice Wuhan's face changed dramatically. Retreat quickly. But it was already too late. The 9 Nether Yellow Springs array sealed their escape routes, while the fiery Heaven Inferno array unleashed a torrential rain of flames. The prodigies from the 3 major factions hurriedly defended themselves, but the array's power far exceeded their expectations. Kill. Lin Xuan's voice reverberated through the valley. Countless poisoned arrows and flying daggers suddenly shot out from the rock walls on either side, catching 2 prodigies of the subordinate sects off guard, turning them into sieves as they fell victim to the poison. There's an ambush. Xianming roared, swatting down several flying daggers, yet one still grazed his arm. A wave of numbness washed over him, and his face changed. It's poisoned. Lin Yuan leaped down from a side rock wall, his sword glimmering like a dragon, aiming directly for Yuan Qingya's throat. Yuan Qingya hastily raised her sword to block, only to be forced back several steps, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Who are you? Dare to interfere in matters of our 3 major factions? Seeking death, are we? She stared in astonishment at Lin Yuan and Lin Beixian, who had suddenly appeared. Lin Beixian stood atop another high rock, wielding a pitch-black longbow, 3 arrows glowing with a green hue knocked. Humph. You 3 factions have hunted my brother for so long. Today, it's time to settle the score. No sooner had the words left his lips than the 3 arrows were loosed, each targeting one of the prodigies struggling against the array. The arrows pierced the air with a mournful shriek, and before the 3 could react, they were impaled through the chest, the deadly poison taking effect instantly as they collapsed, convulsing before succumbing to death. Form a defensive formation, Ice Wuhan shouted, as the 4 members of the Ice Emperor Palace quickly formed a circle, their bodies exuding cold air to create an ice crystal shield. The members of the Xianxia Empire also swiftly regrouped, Xianming at the forefront. Hands forming seals as a black barrier of xianxia energy materialized. The disciples of the heavenly origin Holy Land produced an ancient mirror, its light transforming into a protective shield. Lin Zai chuckled coldly, altering his seal. Yellow springs rise, flames fall. Countless ethereal blue tendrils erupted from the 9 Nether Yellow Springs array, entwining towards the prodigies of the 3 major factions. Simultaneously, the rain of fire from the fiery Heaven Inferno array intensified, with each droplet harboring a terrifying burning power. One prodigy from a subordinate sect was ensnared by the blue tendrils, emitting a chilling scream as his skin withered at a visible pace, as if his life force was being rapidly drained. Another attempted to sever the tendrils with his sword, but was struck by the fire rain, igniting instantly and transforming into a fireball. Ah, save me! The cries echoed throughout the valley. Lin Beixian offered no respite, moving like a specter, now wielding a short sword glimmering with cold light. His first target was a prodigy from the Xianxia Empire, who was fully focused on maintaining the xianxia barrier, unaware that death lurked from the side. The short sword sliced through the throat, blood gushing forth. Lin Beixian retreated swiftly, lunging towards another. Lin Yuan, meanwhile, confronted Yuan Qingya of the heavenly origin Holy Land. Their swords clashed, sparks flying. Yuan Qingya's cultivation was formidable, yet within this combined killing array, She could only exert 70% of her strength, quickly falling under Lin Yuan's pressure. You despicable scoundrels. Yuan Xingya spat furiously. If you have the ability, fight me fairly. Lin Yuan sneered. Ridiculous. When you hunted my brother, did you consider fairness? Before she could respond, he abruptly changed tactics. His sword striking like a venomous serpent, piercing through Yuan Xingya's defenses and leaving a deep wound visible to the bone on her shoulder. Lin Zai manipulated the array, specifically targeting those attempting to break through. Whenever someone neared the edge of the array, ethereal blue tendrils or fire rain would impede their escape. The entire valley had transformed into a death trap. Seeing their side suffering heavy losses, Xuanming's eyes flickered with ruthlessness. Burn our essence. Force our way through the array. He bit his tongue, spewing a mouthful of essence blood onto his hands, the xianxia energy surging forth, forming a colossal black spear aimed at the array's barrier. Want to break the array? Not so easily. Lin Zai's hand seals shifted once more, the ethereal blue tendrils in the array converging upon Xianming. While the rain of fire from the sky concentrated its assault on him, the long spear collided with the array's power, producing a deafening explosion. The array shook violently, but ultimately held firm. Xianming, however, was thrown back by the recoil, spitting blood as he staggered. Third Prince. Two prodigies from the Xianxia Empire rushed forward to shield him. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Beixian darted in, appearing behind the two, his short sword striking like a venomous snake, instantly piercing one's back. The other turned just in time to be kicked in the chest by Lin Beixian, sent flying into the rock wall, where he was impaled by several suddenly shooting poisoned arrows. The battle unfolded in a lopsided manner. One by one, the prodigies from the three major factions fell, blood staining the valley floor. The disciples of the subordinate sects were the first to be completely wiped out, followed by the four from the Ice Emperor Palace. Just before dying, Ice Wuhan detonated a secret treasure, nearly injuring Lin Yuan, but ultimately, Lin Beixian pierced his heart from behind. Only Yuan Xingya remained from the heavenly origin Holy Land, her body battered, the ancient mirror shattered, her sword broken in two. She knelt on the ground, her face filled with resentment. You shall not have peace. Lin Yuan expressionlessly swung his sword, ending her life. At last, only Xianming and two others from the Xianxia Empire were left. The three stood back to back, their eyes filled with both rage and fear. Do you know the consequences of killing us? Xianming barked. The Xianxia Empire will not let you go. Lin Beixian replied coldly. If we don't kill you, will you let us go? Die? The three of them struck simultaneously. Lin Beixian's short sword, Lin Yuan's long sword, and Lin Zai's array attacks surged from three directions towards the last three. Xianming roared as he prepared to fight back, but against the overwhelming disparity in strength, resistance was futile. Moments later, the final three prodigies fell into a pool of blood. Lin Beixian swiftly scanned the battlefield, ensuring no survivors remained. Lin Zai began to dismantle the array, erasing all traces. Lin Yuan collected the spoils. These prodigies possessed many valuable items. We must leave quickly. The people from the three major factions have surely sensed this, Lin Beixian urged. The three hastily departed the valley, racing towards the southern domain. Indeed, shortly after they left, powerful auras appeared above the valley. Damn it! Cursed! We pursue. At this moment, Lin Beixian and the others had reached the border between the northern and southern domains. They glanced back at the formidable auras pursuing them, and without hesitation crossed the boundary line into the southern domain. Just as they entered the southern domain, several terrifying auras descended on the northern side of the boundary, their eyes filled with murderous intent as they gazed at the trio who had already distanced themselves. Yet they dared not pursue, for once they entered the southern domain, they would inevitably draw the attention of its powerful beings, potentially igniting a great conflict between the two domains. Such a cost was one the three major factions could not bear, for the northern domain was not their sole dominion. Scum! You think escaping to the southern domain will save you? A powerful figure from the Xianxia Empire roared. My Xianxia Empire will not rest until we see you dead. A decree was issued. A bounty was placed on the heads of these three individuals. Whosoever succeeds in slaying them shall be rewarded with a sacred grade martial art manual and 1,000,000 spirit stones by the Xianxia Empire. Subsequently, similar bounties were likewise proclaimed by the Tianyuan Holy Land and the ice-cold Imperial Palace, with the rewards even extending into the southern region. 5 days later, in the southern region, amidst the Qingming mountain range, three figures traversed the dense forest like phantoms: Lin Zai, Lin Beixian, and Lin Yuan, who had fled from the northern region. 30 miles behind them, 15 cultivators, clad in garments of various hues, pursued them relentlessly. This is the 10th batch. Lin Yuan crouched upon a branch of an ancient tree, delicately wiping the blood from his sword blade. The lackeys of the northern region truly lacked memory. Indeed, although Lin Zai and his companions had entered the southern region, the three major forces of the Xianxia Empire, having lost so many of their prodigies and disciples, would undoubtedly not relent easily. It was no surprise that these factions had dispatched personnel to the southern region. Despite the animosity between the northern and southern regions, the prohibition only applied to powerful beings above the sage level. They had not barred prodigies and cultivators below that level from crossing over. Their own prodigies required experience and growth, and to achieve that, merely remaining within their own territories was evidently insufficient. Thus, even amidst their discord, both regions would not restrict cultivators below the sage level from entering one another's domains. Moreover, the sheer number of cultivators below the sage level posed little threat to their respective territories. In fact, they could swiftly suppress any intruders, rendering the prohibition unnecessary. Lin Xuan leaned against a rocky wall, idly toying with several gleaming array stones. There are a few formidable opponents this time. Even the black Xia guards of the Xianxia Empire have been mobilized. Lin Xuan retrieved a sheepskin map from his bosom, lightly tapping it with his fingertip. Ahead lies the bewildering abyss. We shall proceed as planned. The three exchanged glances, a cold smirk gracing their lips in unison. They swiftly took their positions, awaiting the moment when the fish would be ensnared, so they could commence their grand hunt. A mere half-hour later, the 15 pursuers arrived at the entrance of the bewildering abyss. Leading their charge was a tall man clad in black armor, a vicious scar marring his face. Halt! The scarred man raised his hand in signal. Intelligence indicated that the three little beasts excelled at utilizing terrain for ambushes, and the complex geography of the bewildering abyss demanded caution against deception. A female disciple of the Tian Yuan Holy Land scoffed disdainfully. Commander Mo, your caution is excessive. We are 15 against 3, with 5 of us at the pinnacle of the King realm. What can they possibly use to set an ambush? Indeed, another disciple from the ice-cold Imperial Palace concurred. I heard that Lin Xuan is merely at the first level of the King realm, while Lin Xuan and Lin Yuan are only at the 3rd level. Any one of us could. Before he could finish, a silver streak shot forth from the abyss, piercing the disciple's throat with deadly precision. His eyes widened as he clutched his bleeding neck, slowly collapsing. Enemy attack. Commander Mo bellowed, a layer of xianxia energy enveloping his black armor instantaneously. Yet, it was too late. A thick fog surged forth from the abyss, enveloping the 15 in an instant. The 9 nether illusion fog formation? Commander Mo's expression shifted dramatically. Everyone, back to back. Do not disperse. However, the formation had already activated, and the fog echoed with anguished screams. Poison-tipped arrows rained down from all directions, each one striking true to a vital point of a pursuer. To the left, Commander Mo swung his blade defensively, only to witness a shadow dart through the mist as one of his subordinates crumpled, clutching his chest. Curse it! Commander Mo seethed with rage. Come out and face me. A light chuckle responded, as you wish. Lin Xuan's figure materialized before Commander Mo, his sword aimed directly at the man's throat. In a frantic attempt to parry, Commander Mo raised his blade, yet Lin Xuan deftly twisted his wrist, causing the sword to circumvent the edge of the blade and pierce his shoulder. Ah! Commander Mo cried out in agony. Simultaneously, Lin Yuan glided through the fog like a specter, each strike claiming a life. His swordplay was as swift as lightning, yet remarkably precise, targeting the foe's most vulnerable defenses. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan stood aloft, hands forming seals to manipulate the formation. Beads of sweat trickled from his forehead, yet his eyes sparkled with exhilaration. Almost there, he murmured to himself, abruptly altering his hand seals. Formation, shift. The fog transformed into a blood-red hue, and the temperature of the air soared dramatically. The surviving pursuers emitted blood-curdling screams as their skin began to rot at a visible pace. Commander Mo, suppressing the pain from his wound, roared and charged toward Lin Xuan's direction. He understood that only by slaying the formation master could he grasp a sliver of hope. Yet, just as he neared Lin Xuan, a beam of sword light descended from the heavens. Lin Yuan descended like a deity, his sword aimed straight for Commander Mo's head. Commander Mo barely managed to raise his blade in defense, only to hear a resounding crack as his treasured sword was cleaved in two. The momentum of the strike continued unabated, severing half of his shoulder. Impossible. Commander Mo's eyes widened in disbelief. I am trash, Lin Yuan coldly retorted, twisting his sword's edge to end Commander Mo's life. The battle concluded swiftly. None of the 15 pursuers survived. Lin Xuan dispelled the formation, exhaling a sigh of relief. This haul is quite satisfactory. Lin Xuan had already begun to examine their spoils. I must say, the cultivators of the 3 major forces are indeed affluent. Particularly those former saints and saintesses. Their wealth is considerable. Ha ha ha. Too bad it ultimately falls into our hands. Lin Yuan chimed in with a hearty laugh. A flicker of seriousness crossed Lin Xuan's eyes. We must change locations. Having slain another wave, they will undoubtedly pursue us with renewed fervor. The three swiftly cleared the battlefield, erasing all traces before vanishing into the depths of the forest. In the northern region, within the imperial palace of the Xianxia Empire, chaos reigned. Useless. A pack of worthless fools. The Xianxia Emperor smashed the jade table before him, a terrifying pressure forcing all ministers to kneel, trembling in fear. Another loss. And a complete rout? The Emperor's eyes burned with murderous intent. What capabilities do these three little beasts possess? A minister quivered as he spoke, Your Majesty. According to reports from the scout who returned, Lin Zai possesses exceptional mastery of formations, and in conjunction with Lin Beixian and Lin Yuan's assaults, they indeed silence. The Emperor's furious roar sent the minister spewing blood as he was flung backward. Silence enveloped the hall for a prolonged moment. Finally, the Xianxia Emperor spoke coldly. Issue a decree, double the bounty. Furthermore, send word to the Tianyuan Holy Land and the ice-cold Imperial Palace. A meeting shall be convened at the border in 3 days. Simultaneously, in taverns and tea houses across the northern region, tales of Lin Zai and his companions spread with remarkable speed. Have you heard? Those 3 Lin cultivators have once again eliminated a batch of pursuers in the southern region. And even the Black Xia guards of the Xianxia Empire fell victim. Is that true? The Black Xia guards are the elite among the elite. Absolutely. My cousin serves in the Tianyuan Holy Land and reported that the 3 major forces are absolutely furious. Ha ha ha, they deserve it. The 3 major forces have long been tyrannical, and now they are outmaneuvered by 3 young men. What a delight. Similar conversations unfolded throughout the northern region. It seemed that, at some point, the legend of the 3 heroes battling myriad foes had begun to circulate among the populace, with Lin Zai and his companions depicted as sagacious and valiant champions, while the 3 major forces had become the subject of ridicule. Within the sacred grounds of the celestial origin, the countenance of the second elder, Yuan Wujia, was shrouded in darkness as he scrutinized the intelligence in his grasp. In a mere 5 days, we have suffered the loss of 117 disciples, among whom are not a few prodigies. Infuriatingly, a nearby steward interjected, the populace is now mocking our 3 great powers for their ineptitude, claiming we cannot even handle 3 mere juniors. A glint of cold light flickered in Yuan Wujia's eyes. Dispatch orders to temporarily recall all disciples from outside the southern region, save for those within it. The Ice Emperor Palace was equally incensed. The Ice Emperor issued a direct command to seal the mountain gates and summon all disciples back from their travels, while also dispatching the Grand Elder to the borders for a meeting. The prestige of the 3 great powers faced an unprecedented challenge. At the border between the southern and northern regions, representatives of the 3 great powers convened within a hastily erected palace. The Xianxia Emperor occupied the highest seat, with Yuan Tiangang, the Lord of the Celestial Origin, to his left, and Bing Waya, the Emperor of the Ice Palace, to his right. All 3 bore grim expressions. The situation was glaringly evident. The Xianxia Emperor spoke first, stating that sending lower-tier disciples to the southern region to pursue the hunt would merely amount to a death sentence. Yuan Tiangang scoffed. What do you propose, my friend? We must deploy elite disciples below the Saint Emperor realm. A flicker of ruthlessness passed through the Xianxia Emperor's gaze. Let us form a specialized hunting party to annihilate those 3 little pests. Bing Waya furrowed his brow. But what about the southern region? This is precisely why I summoned you both, the Xianxia Emperor said solemnly. We need to negotiate with the strongmen of the southern region, gaining their permission for our people to enter and act. The 3 exchanged glances, each recognizing the resolve in the other's eyes. 3 days later, within the sword pavilion of the southern region, a clandestine negotiation was underway. The southern contingent was led by the Lord of the Sword Pavilion, Wu Chen, along with other representatives from the southern powers. The northern powers dispatched their respective emperors. Esteemed friends from the southern region, the Xianxia Emperor addressed the Xianming Emperor with a respectful gesture. We, the 3 great powers, are willing to offer 3 imperial herbs and 3 quasi-imperial weapons in exchange for permission to send Saint Emperor realm disciples into the southern region to apprehend the traitors. Wu Chen's expression remained impassive. Xianming, the southern and northern regions have historically maintained a non-aggression pact. Should you be allowed to send your people en masse into the southern region, who would guarantee the safety of our realm? We assure you that our focus will solely be on those 3, the Grand Elder of the Celestial Origin hastily added. We will not interfere with other matters in the southern region. Furthermore, we are willing to add a vial of 9-turn profound pills. A glimmer of greed flickered in the eyes of the southern representatives. The 9-turn profound pill is a rare elixir that accelerates an emperor's breakthrough speed. A treasure even in the southern region. Not enough. The eyes of the southern representatives gleamed with avarice. The negotiations extended for an entire day. Ultimately, after the 3 great powers conceded 5 quasi-imperial weapons, 3 vials of 9-turn profound pills, 10 imperial herbs, 100,000 imperial crystals, and a considerable quantity of spirit stones. The southern forces reluctantly agreed. This time, the southern region had truly taken the three great powers for a ride. Remember your promises, Wuchen stated sternly. Only those below the Saint Emperor realm are permitted to enter, and they may only operate within designated areas. Should anyone dare to cross the boundaries, let it be known that the southern region will show no mercy. The representatives of the three great powers nodded in agreement, inwardly cursing the southern region for taking advantage of their plight. Once the northern representatives departed, a faint smile finally graced Wuchen's face. This transaction was indeed worthwhile. The Lord of Tianin Valley remarked with a smile. Those three youngsters have done us a tremendous favor, not only humiliating the three great powers of the north, but also allowing us to reap such benefits without cost. However, Wuchen pondered thoughtfully. To provoke such a reaction from the three great powers, those three young men are indeed remarkable. Fellow friends, let us issue orders to discreetly monitor their movements. And if necessary, we may extend some assistance. What do you mean, my friend? Wuchen chuckled lightly. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Moreover, anyone who can make the north suffer must be safeguarded by the south. Upon receiving permission from the southern region, the three great powers of the north promptly began organizing their most elite hunting teams. The Xianxia Empire dispatched the second prince, Xianyi, a pinnacle warrior, leading 12 squads of the Black Xia guards, totaling over 1,000 men. The celestial origin was represented by the second holy son, Yuan Wujia, who personally took charge with 8 squads of celestial guards. The Ice Emperor Palace sent forth the second holy maiden, Bing Weiyue, commanding 10 squads of ice assassins. All three were pinnacle warriors, far surpassing the previous saints in strength. This hunting team, led by the second in command of the younger generation from the three great powers, possessed a might that eclipsed any previous pursuit. Their singular goal was to eliminate Lin Zai and his companions at any cost. Remember, the Xianxia Emperor solemnly instructed as they departed, these three are cunning and treacherous. Do not grant them the opportunity to set up formations. Should you catch sight of them, strike with relentless force. Rest assured, Father Emperor, Xianyi replied confidently, in the face of absolute strength, any scheme is futile. Meanwhile, within a hidden cave in the southern region, Lin Zai was meticulously examining the newly acquired Black Xia Guard token. Odd. There have been no pursuers in the last 3 days. Lin Beixian polished his short sword. Where there is abnormality, there must be a demon. Suddenly, Lin Yuan darted into the cave. His expression grave. I have just received news from a nearby town that the new hunting teams from the three great powers have entered the southern region, led by Xianyi, Yuan Wujia, and Bing Weiyue. What? Lin Zai sprang to his feet. All three of them have mobilized? These three are not comparable to the previous saints. Lin Beixian's eyes narrowed with concern. It appears the three great powers are resolute in their intent to eliminate us. The trio fell silent for a moment, then suddenly laughed. How intriguing. Let us see who will hunt whom. Lin Beixian, Lin Yuan, and Lin Zai exchanged determined glances, their expressions brimming with fighting spirit. Let us change locations, Lin Yuan suggested. I know of an excellent ambush point. The three swiftly packed their belongings and vanished into the night. Chapter 202. Lin Xian moves towards the southern region. In the northern region of Dongzhou, Qinglan City. At noon, under the blazing sun, the stone-paved streets became scorching hot. However, within the drunken immortal pavilion, a refreshing atmosphere prevailed as dozens of cultivators engaged in jovial conversation over drinks. The air rich with the aroma of spirit wine and the succulence of spirit beast meat. Have you heard? The Xianxia Empire has dispatched the second prince, Xianyi, to lead the charge. They are truly investing heavily this time. A burly man with a beard slammed the table, his booming voice resonating throughout the pavilion. Indeed, a tall, slender cultivator leaned closer, speaking in a hushed tone. It is said that the Celestial Origin and Ice Emperor Palace have also sent their respective second Holy Son and second Holy Maiden. The three great powers are determined to eliminate those three Lin family cultivators. TSK, these three are the second in command of the current young generation from the three great powers. Their strength unfathomable. It seems those three Lin family cultivators are in for a perilous fate. In a corner by the window, a young man clad in white gently set down his wine cup. His features were strikingly handsome, with a sharpness in his brow that exuded a fierce sword aura. This was Lin Xian, who had just arrived in the northern region from the western region. Three Lin family cultivators. Lin Xian's long fingers lightly tapped the table, producing a crisp sound. He beckoned the waiter, flicking a mid-grade spirit stone that accurately landed in the waiter's grasp. Please elaborate on the affairs of those three Lin family cultivators. The waiter's eyes brightened, and he quickly bowed. Esteemed guest, you may not know, but these three are extraordinary. One is named Lin Zai, renowned for his exceptional skills and formations. said to be able to deploy arrays harnessing the might of heaven and earth. Another is Lin Xian, and the last is Lin Xuan, both possessing formidable combat prowess, capable of battling above their levels. Moreover, the three of them worked in perfect harmony, skillfully manipulating the prodigies of the three great powers in the southern region, to the point where nearly half of these elites had fallen to their blades. Even the princes, holy sons, and holy maidens of the three factions had met their demise at their hands, with more than one life claimed. It is rumored that the Emperor of the Profound Evil was so enraged that he shattered 3 dragon tables in his fury. The innkeeper's eyes sparkled with excitement. A glint of brilliance flashed in Lin Xian's eyes, and a surge of sword energy involuntarily rippled around him. Silently carving a piece from the corner of the table, do you know their current whereabouts? It is said they are still in the southern region. But before the innkeeper could finish his sentence, a flash of blue shadow appeared, and the extravagant guest had vanished, leaving only a 3-inch deep sword mark on the table, faintly swirling with sword energy. In a certain location in the northern region, a squad of black-armored cultivators was rapidly advancing in war chariots. At the forefront was a commander of the 3rd tier of the Great Sage realm from the Profound Evil dynasty, his countenance grim, flanked by more than 30 elite black evil guards, each exuding a palpable aura of death. Accelerate! The commander barked, his voice ringing like the clash of metal. The second prince has already taken the lead. We must reach the southern border within 3 days. Suddenly, a white figure materialized in the void ahead, standing with hands clasped behind his back, his robes billowing. Under the sunlight, the ancient sword in his grasp emanated a chilling glow. Get out of the way. Are you seeking death? The commander thundered, raising his hand to unleash a black palm imprint, within which a ghastly visage could be faintly discerned. The man in white did not flinch or evade. He merely lifted his long sword with a gentle stroke, unleashing a sword energy that sliced through the void like a dragon in flight. With a hiss, the black palm imprint was cleft in twain, and the residual force severed the mountain below, creating a cut as smooth as a mirror. Who are you? The commander's complexion changed dramatically. Sensing the unfathomable aura emanating from the stranger, his right hand stealthily resting on the hilt of his dagger. You need not know, the man replied calmly, his voice soft yet resonant in every ear. I hear you seek to hunt down the Lin family members? The commander's pupils constricted. You are an accomplice of those 3 little bastards? Seeking death, he bellowed. Black evil battle array, rise. The 30-odd black evil guards, well trained, instantly formed a battle array, coalescing into a monstrous beast 3 meters tall, its fangs bared as it lunged at Lin Xian. Wherever it passed, the void shattered. Still, too weak, Lin Xian remarked indifferently, his hand slicing the air with the sacred abyss sword. With a clang, a brilliant sword light 10 feet long cleaved through the heavens, cascading like a torrent from the Milky Way. The black mist beast was instantly bisected, and the 30-odd black evil guards simultaneously spewed blood, collapsing to the ground, each bearing a wound deep enough to see bone. The commander, aghast, hastily summoned a black shield, its surface inscribed with bizarre runes, while simultaneously retreating 100 feet. Saint level? How infuriating! How can such a mere saint level be so terrifying? His voice trembled, cold sweat beading on his forehead. This person is unusual. Retreat. Quickly return and report to the emperor. After assessing the disparity in strength, the great sage commander decisively prepared to flee. However, how could Lin Xian allow him to escape? Too late. Lin Xian stepped forward, his figure resembling a specter as he traversed the vast distance. Appearing before the commander, the sacred abyss aimed directly at his neck. With a gasp, the commander was cleaved in 2, his vitality extinguished as the glimmer in his eyes swiftly vanished. He died without comprehending why a sword cultivator, appearing younger than his own prince, possessed such formidable power. Lin Xian sheathed his long sword, his gaze like lightning directed toward the southern region. In a flash, he transformed into a streak of white sword light, slicing through the heavens, vanishing in an instant. On his journey toward the southern region, Lin Xian encountered several waves of forces from the 3 great powers, pursuing Lin Zai and his companions. Lin Xian showed no mercy, dispatching them all beneath his blade. Even those hidden within these ranks, whether saints or great sages, could not evade Lin Xian's sword, falling victim to his might. The presence of saint-level and even great sage-level experts concealed within each group revealed the seriousness of the 3 great powers' intentions. Humph! Such shamelessness from the 3 great powers. Dispatching so many above saint-level experts for a mere contest among the younger generation, Lin Xian declared coldly, gripping the severed head of a great sage from the heavenly Yuan sacred land. Chapter 203, Life and Death Battle. Meanwhile, in a perilous location of the southern region known as Ghost Cry Gorge, the howling winds echoed like the wails of 1,000 ghosts. Lin Zai and his companions were concealed within a natural cave, the entrance cleverly shrouded by an illusionary array. The formation had been completed. Lin Zai wiped the sweat from his brow, his complexion slightly pale. This time, I employed the 9 turns dragon trapping formation, combined with the gorgeous terrain. Even if they are all at the peak of the king realm, it should be sufficient to give them a run for their money. Lin Beixian scoffed. I have heard that this time, the second-ranked figures from the 3 great powers younger generation are coming. I wonder what their strength is like. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. We must not be careless. Xian Yi, Yuan Wujing, and Bing Weiyue are formidable adversaries. We must prepare for the worst. Suddenly, Lin Zai's expression changed. Someone has triggered the outer warning formation. They are moving quickly, at least 100 of them. Moreover, his pupils contracted sharply. They are targeting the array specifically. The 3 exchanged glances, swiftly taking their battle positions. Lin Zai formed hand seals, activating the multiple formations within the gorge, while Lin Yuan flickered and disappeared into the shadows like a wisp of smoke, and Lin Beixian stood guard at the cave's entrance, gathering golden sword energy at the tip of his blade. Outside the gorge, Xian Yi, clad in a black robe, stood atop a boulder, surveying the terrain. His handsome, yet cold visage bore a black mark between his brows, writhing as if alive. Behind him stood a regiment of black evil guards, their murderous aura coalescing into a tangible black mist. My lord, according to the tracking talisman, those 3 are hiding within this gorge, a black evil guard commander reported respectfully. Xian Yi scoffed, his voice like a serpent's hiss. Do they think they can resist this prince with mere terrain and formations? Naive. He turned to the other 2 directions. Yuan brother, Bing Fairy, are you ready? On the left ridge, Yuan Wujing, the second son of the heavenly Yuan sacred land, donned flowing white robes, wielding a jade-bone fan adorned with mountains, rivers, and the sun and moon, smiling. A mere formation is nothing to fear. On the right cliff edge, Bing Weiyue, the second holy maiden of the Ice Emperor Palace, donned an ice blue gown, her beauty as frosty as the frost itself, within a 3-meter radius. The air crystallized with ice. I have ordered the sealing of all the gorge's exits. They cannot escape. Xian Yi nodded in satisfaction. A cruel glint flashing in his eyes. Proceed as planned. Leave no one alive. The elite forces of the 3 great powers immediately split into 3 routes, entering the gorge. Xian Yi personally led the black evil guards down the center path. Yuan Wujing commanded the heavenly Yuan guards from the left flank, while Bing Weiyue directed the ice death warriors from the right. In an instant, the gorge was rife with murderous intent, the cries of the ghosts falling silent. Boom. The first formation was triggered. Dozens of sword energies erupted from the ground, instantly cleaving 5 black evil guards in 2, blood splattering against the rock face. Yet Xian Yi was well prepared. He produced a golden talisman and crushed it, a golden light enveloping the squad, nullifying the subsequent sword energies, which fell like rain on banana leaves. A mere trick, Xian Yi scoffed, brandishing a pitch-black spear, its tip gleaming with a chilling blue light, and continued onward. Simultaneously, on the left flank, Yuan Wujing encountered obstruction from the formation as a thick mist suddenly rose, obscuring visibility and limiting divine sense to within 3 meters. Unperturbed, Yuan Wujing waved his jade fan. Eye of the Broken Illusion, activate. A golden vertical eye appeared on the fan's surface, emitting golden light that pierced through the mist. Yuan Wujing chuckled coldly. I found the formation's core. Break it for me. A brilliant beam of light erupted from the tip of the fan, weaving like a spectral serpent and striking true upon the formation flag concealed behind a rock. With a sharp crack, the flag shattered, and the mist dissipated swiftly. Yuan Wujie's lips curled into a sardonic smile. Is this all you can do? To the right, the unyielding Bing Weiyue was even more direct. Confronted with the suddenly erupting fiery formation, she merely stamped her foot lightly, causing the power of ice to surge 10 zhong, freezing the flames entirely and conjuring a surreal spectacle of ice and fire entwined. Within the cave, Lin Zai felt cold sweat bead upon his forehead. This is bad. They have evidently come prepared, and likely possess a high-level formation master, as they have targeted methods to dismantle our formations, which are being unraveled one by one. Lin Yuan gripped his long knife, its blade emitting a radiant glow. Prepare to break through. Lin Beixian's expression turned grave. There's no time. We are already surrounded. At least 3 peak monarchs and over 100 elite warriors, not to mention several formidable presences at the sovereign level. Outside the cave, the boisterous laughter of Xian Yi echoed like the shriek of a night owl. You 3 little beasts, why don't you come out and meet your demise? The trio exchanged glances, understanding that today's outcome would likely not be favorable. Taking a deep breath, Lin Zai produced 3 blood-red formation flags from his robe. If that is the case, then let us fight to the bitter end. The 3 charged forth from the cave. only to behold the valley densely populated with the elites of the three major factions. Xianyi, Yuan Wujia, and Bing Wuyue stood at the forefront, their faces adorned with mockery. "Why aren't you running?" Xianyi scoffed, his spear aimed at the trio. "Weren't you quite adept at fleeing?" Lin Yuan's long knife quivered, the crimson blade surging to an impressive 3 zhong. "If it's a battle you seek, then let us engage without further ado." Yuan Wujia waved his jade fan, a glint of cat-and-mouse amusement flashing in his eyes. "Your courage is commendable, but alas, today marks your inevitable demise." Bing Wuyue, her expression inscrutable, merely raised her hand. "Kill." The elites of the three factions surged forth simultaneously, an array of spiritual artifacts, talismans, and techniques raining down upon the three. Lin Xuan hastily conjured a green protective barrier, but faced with such a deluge of assaults, the shields soon bore spiderweb-like cracks. It appeared that desperate measures were the only option left. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on the trio. There was no way around it. The three factions had come exceedingly well prepared, deploying formation masters, a multitude of elite warriors from the realm of Fashang to monarch, and even the backing of sovereigns. Under such circumstances, compounded by the overwhelming numbers of the enemy, they stood no chance but to desperately attempt a breakout for a sliver of hope. Just as the three were bracing for a fierce escape, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. From both sides of the canyon, dozens of figures clad in black robes leapt forth, wielding an assortment of strange and formidable weapons, plunging into the ranks of the three factions. The movements of these black-robed figures were ghostly and elusive, their strikes mercilessly precise, instantly disrupting the formations of the three factions. "Who are they?" Xianyi roared in fury, his spear sweeping through the air, cleaving three black-robed figures in half. Yet, in response to Xianyi's rebuke, the black-robed figures remained silent, solely focused on attacking the members of the three factions. "Damn it! Whose forces are these cursed black-robed figures, and why are they aiding that wretched Lin Xuan?" Yuan Wujia exclaimed in frustration. "Regardless of their allegiance, any who dare obstruct us from capturing Lin Xuan and his companions must perish." After slaying another black-robed figure, Bing Wuyue declared coldly. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos, the pressure on Lin Xuan and his companions lessened, but as they prepared to flee, they soon realized Xianyi, Yuan Wujia, and Bing Wuyue had already locked onto them. "Your reinforcements won't save you." With a flick of Yuan Wujia's jade fan, 9 beams of white light shot forth like meteors towards Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan hastily sidestepped, simultaneously casting 3 golden formation flags. 3 Yuan confinement formation, arise. The 3 flags embedded themselves in a triangular shape into the ground, encapsulating Yuan Wujia. However, Yuan Wujia merely smiled disdainfully, tapping the fan 3 times. Each white beam striking the flags with pinpoint accuracy, causing the formation to collapse instantaneously. "Is this the extent of your abilities?" Yuan Wujia mocked. As the fan's landscape painting suddenly glimmered, a phantom of a mountain looming over Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan's expression grew serious. He recognized he was facing a formidable adversary. No longer holding back, he swiftly formed seals with his hands, brilliant 9-colored light erupting from his fingertips. 9 palaces, 8 trigrams. Borrowing the laws of heaven and earth. The ground illuminated with intricate array patterns, 9 beams of light shooting skyward, enveloping Yuan Wujia within. This time, Yuan Wujia's expression shifted slightly, clearly feeling the pressure as the fan's landscape trembled violently. Meanwhile, Lin Beixian and Bing Wuyue had already engaged in over a dozen exchanges. Lin Beixian's relentless attacks met with Bing Wuyue's ice power, forming a crystalline shield that deflected most of his strikes, producing a series of sharp clinks. Shunwukuo, Lin Beixian's figure flickered, morphing into 3 afterimages that simultaneously assailed Bing Wuyue, each afterimage solid as his true form. With a cold huff, Bing Wuyue's blue dress billowed without wind. Ice absolute. A bone-chilling aura erupted, 2 afterimages instantly freezing and shattering. Yet the real Lin Beixian had circled behind her, his long sword aimed straight for her head. Clang! An ice mirror suddenly materialized behind Bing Wuyue, intercepting the lethal strike. Bing Wuyue pivoted, unleashing a palm strike, the air crystallizing into ice wherever her gust passed. Lin Beixian hastily retreated, yet the chill brushed against his chest, instantly forming a thick layer of ice upon his clothing. Not bad, but still far from enough. Bing Wuyue remarked coolly, her hands forming seals as dozens of ice spears took shape in the air. The battle between Lin Yuan and Xianyi was the most intense. Xianyi wielded his black spear, each thrust imbued with terrifying might, distorting the space through which the spear tip passed. Lin Yuan executed his knife techniques with grandiosity, the terrifying blade aura clashing with the black spear shadows, erupting in thunderous roars. Interesting, Xianyi thought, a flicker of surprise in his gaze. The spear's momentum shifted suddenly, striking like a viper aimed at Lin Xuan's throat. If you can withstand 10 of my strikes without defeat, you may consider yourself proud. Lin Xuan scoffed, his knife technique altering in response. Holy Blade 9 styles, cleave the mountain. The dark golden blade aura surged, descending like a torrent from the heavens. Xianyi did not dare to underestimate it. He blocked with his spear, the black patterns upon it glowing. With a resounding clash, both retreated 3 steps, the ground beneath them shattering completely. Good. Xianyi laughed rather than fumed, the black patterns on his forehead writhing. Now this is intriguing. The battle among the 6 intensified. The 3 major paragons, once brimming with confidence, now found themselves astonished as they realized that Lin Zai and his companions possessed strength far beyond their expectations. Yuan Wujia's Jade Fan had unleashed 7 transformations, yet still failed to breach Lin Zai's defensive formation. Bing Wua's icy power had frozen the surrounding 10 miles into a frigid expanse, but Lin Beixian's ghostly speed made her unable to lock onto him. Xianyi, increasingly alarmed, found Lin Yuan's knife techniques subtly suppressing his spear skills. How is this possible? Xianyi thought inwardly, the black patterns on his spear fully illuminated. These 3 little beasts possessed such prowess. The battle had reached a stalemate, neither side able to gain the upper hand in a short span. Meanwhile, the chaos in the canyon continued, black-robed assassins clashing fiercely with the elites of the 3 factions, blood staining the canyon floor. Chapter 204, The Emperor Strikes. Within the Ghost Cry Canyon, the sinister winds howled, swirling a mist of blood. Lin Zai's speed in forming seals had accelerated to the point of leaving afterimages. Veins bulging on his forehead. The 9 turns confining dragon formation he had laid was being methodically dismantled by the formation masters of the 3 factions, with each formation broken. His complexion paled further. We can't delay any longer. Lin Zai gritted his teeth, communicating telepathically with his 2 companions. If their reinforcements arrive, we will truly have no chance whatsoever. Although these suddenly appearing black-robed assassins had blocked most of the forces from the 3 factions, no one knew the true motives of the individuals behind them. They could never entrust their lives to them. Lin Yuan wielded his long blade, unleashing a dark golden arc that forced Xianyi to retreat 3 steps. Seizing the moment, he proclaimed, Brother Xian, prepare the 3 talents trapping dragon formation. Upon hearing this, Lin Beixian's sword intent shifted dramatically, the golden sword radiance blossoming like a lotus flower, compelling Bing Wuyu to withdraw. In a flash, he positioned himself alongside Lin Yuan and Lin Ziyi, forming a triangular stance. Attempting to form a formation? Too late. A cold smirk graced Yuan Wuji's lips. With a gentle flick of his jade fan, the landscape depicted on its surface erupted in blinding brilliance, conjuring a towering mountain phantom that descended upon Lin Ziyi and the others with unparalleled pressure. In the face of this sudden onslaught, Lin Ziyi remained remarkably composed, as if he had anticipated Yuan Wuji's move. With a swift motion of his left hand, 3 violet array flags shot forth like meteors, while he bellowed, Heavenly Thunder Summon. As his words echoed, a deafening thunderclap erupted from the heavens, shaking the very world. 3 bolts of violet lightning, akin to divine thunder from the 9 heavens, cleaved through the sky, striking the mountain phantom directly. Boom! The collision of thunder and mountain phantom produced a thunderous roar, and a dazzling light instantaneously engulfed everything. The mountain phantom, under the assault of the violet lightning, disintegrated like paper, scattering into countless shards. The shockwave from the explosion surged outward like a tempestuous tide, sending dozens of elite disciples from the 3 major factions hurtling through the air, landing in disarray upon the ground. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Lin Ziyi exchanged glances with his companions, their minds in sync as they simultaneously bit their tongues, spitting forth a mouthful of essence blood. The blood intertwined in the air, seemingly imbued with life, rapidly coalescing into an arcane crimson array. 3 talents trapping dragon formation, activate. Lin Ziyi shouted fiercely, his hand weaving through complex hand seals as the blood-red array expanded under his command, enveloping a 100-zhang radius in an instant. Within the formation, Xianyi, Yuan Wuji, and Bing Wuyu sensed the surrounding space becoming viscous, as if the entire world had transformed into a vast swamp, their movements hindered by an invisible force. Damn it! A trapping array. Xianyi's expression shifted, dark patterns writhing upon his brow. Black Fiend guards. Erect the Black Fiend extermination formation. Yet, it was already too late. Lin Yuan raised his blade high, its body aglow with a piercing blood light. Holy Blade 9 styles. Tear the heavens. A blood-red blade aura, 100 zhang long, swept forth, leaving fissures in space as it passed. Xianyi hastily raised his spear in defense, only to be sent hurtling back for dozens of zhang. crashing into a cliffside. Lin Xian pointed his sword at the heavens. The golden sword radiance blazing like the midday sun. 9 suns sword technique, solar flare. 9 miniature golden suns converged at the tip of his sword before plummeting toward Bing Wu Yu like meteors. She desperately summoned an icy crystal shield, but it shattered under the onslaught of 7 suns, the final 2 striking her chest and propelling her deep into the mountainside. Lin Ziyi was not idle either. His hands moved swiftly, 9 array flags bursting forth from his sleeves and embedding themselves into the ground. 9 nether-locking dragon seal. 9 black chains shot forth from the flags, ensnaring Yuan Wuji, who was on the verge of unleashing a secret technique. The runes upon the chains shimmered, temporarily halting the flow of his spiritual energy. Let us go. The trio, displaying remarkable synergy, seized the moment and fled toward the opposite end of the canyon. They understood that their attacks could not truly hinder Xian Yi and his companions. They were merely buying time for their escape. Trying to flee, Xian Yi emerged from the rubble, his black robe in tatters, blood at the corner of his mouth, his visage twisted in fury. Stop them. A dozen black fiend guards charged forward recklessly, but Lin Yuan's blade swept through, severing them in half. Blood rained down, painting the canyon crimson. Just as the trio was about to break free from the encirclement, Lin Xian suddenly felt a chilling premonition. Not good. That aura, before he could finish. A terrifying pressure descended from above, bearing down upon them like a mountain. Boom. The 3 crashed heavily to the ground, the earth beneath them sinking 3 feet in an instant. Lin Yuan grunted, blood trickling from his lips. Lin Xian's sword propped him up, while Lin Ziyi struggled to maintain his position. You 3 youngsters have indeed piqued my interest. I never imagined even the second prince could not subdue you. An icy voice reverberated through the canyon. A gaunt elder in black robes materialized in the air, his eyes resembling bottomless black voids. Just his presence seemed to warp the very fabric of space around him. Saint King. Lin Ziyi's pupils constricted, astonished that the 3 major factions would go so far as to dispatch a Saint King to capture mere junior warriors. As the Saint King of the Xianxia Empire appeared, the black-robed cultivators who had previously obstructed the 3 fled in haste. Fleeing? While I'm uncertain, it seems this must be the work of those detestable scoundrels from the southern region, the Xianhe Saint King scoffed. Although he was unaware of the origins of these black-robed assassins, he recognized this was undoubtedly the handiwork of the southern region factions. Who else would dare to offend the 3 Imperial-level forces at such a critical time? Damn it, robbing us of a substantial amount of resources is not enough. They even wish to sabotage our plans to capture these 3 insignificant ants. His frustration boiled over, but without evidence. He could not confront the southern region factions and was left to swallow this bitter defeat. However, he would not allow these assassins to escape. Die. The Xianhe Saint King raised his right hand toward the fleeing black-robed assassins and clenched it fiercely. Bang! Bang! Instantly, the black-robed assassins erupted into clouds of blood mist. After eliminating these foes, the Xianhe Saint King turned his gaze toward Lin Ziyi and his companions. With a cold, indifferent stare, the Xianhe Saint King addressed the trio. Your ability to repeatedly evade capture and nearly break free this time is indeed commendable. However, this is where it ends. He slowly raised his right hand, fingers splayed. Kneel. Boom. An even more terrifying pressure descended, causing the ground beneath them to sink once more. Lin Yuan's bones creaked as he defiantly held his head high. Lin Xian's sword bent, but refused to yield, while Lin Ziyi coughed blood, yet continued to attempt hand seals in resistance. Such spirit, the Xianming Saint King chuckled coldly, pressing down with his right hand. Crack. The 3 simultaneously spat blood, their knees buckling uncontrollably as they slammed heavily to the ground. The earth split around them like a spider's web. In the next moment, Lin Ziyi and his companions shattered the trump cards bestowed upon them by their families. Boom. Instantly, 3 attacks of Saint King caliber surged toward the Xianhe Saint King. Saint King techniques. The Xianhe Saint King exclaimed in surprise. It seems you hold some standing. Nevertheless, I am the true Saint King. How could I fear 3 mindless attacks? With a swift motion, the Xianhe Saint King unleashed a palm strike to meet the 3 assaults. Bang! The dark black Holy King was repelled several hundred meters, yet remained largely unharmed. Witnessing this spectacle, Lin Xian and his companions exchanged solemn glances, realizing that they could no longer hold back. Swiftly, the trio produced their final trump cards, the Imperial tokens infused with the full might of Quasi-Emperor strength. These were the most formidable assets bestowed upon them by their clan, meant solely for preserving their lives. With a resounding crack, the 3 tokens shattered, unleashing 3 distinct and terrifying assaults. A thunderous dragon, a swirling tempest, a sword of ice and snow. Simultaneously, these 3 attacks surged forth in 3 directions. The thunder dragon aimed directly at Xian Yi and his companions. The icy sword descended ferociously upon the dark black Holy King, while the tempest wreaked havoc throughout the battlefield. What? The dark black Holy King was instantly gripped by an overwhelming sense of dread, desperately attempting to flee, but alas, he was firmly ensnared by the Quasi-Emperor's assault. With nowhere to escape, in an instant, the dark black Holy King was slain on the spot. Concurrently, the members of the three major factions and the black-clad assassins all perished beneath the wrath of the tempest. Only Xianyi and his companions remained. And just as the attacks were about to strike them, a phantom of an emperor suddenly materialized. Could such thunderous magic truly stem from mere quasi-emperor attacks? The visage of the emperor was indistinct, yet his voice carried a hint of astonishment. However, before this emperor, it was insufficient. The phantom raised a hand and grasped the thunder dragon, crushing it with a fierce grip, causing it to disperse instantly. Without lingering, the phantom turned its gaze towards Lin Xuan and his companions. Sealing, the phantom flicked its fingers, and 3 streams of spiritual energy surged into the trio's bodies. Instantly, Lin Xuan and his companions felt their entire spiritual power confined, rendering even their fingers immobile. At that moment, Xianyi and his comrades arrived, albeit in a disheveled state. Their triumph unmistakable. "Thank you, Ancestor of the Emperor, for your assistance," Xianyi respectfully bowed. He then cast a cold smile at Lin Xuan and his companions, taunting, "Why aren't you running now?" Yuan Wujia dusted off his clothes, lightly waving his jade fan. "To have made us 3 so disheveled, you should take pride in that." Ice Wiwa wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and coldly declared, "Take them back for public execution, as a warning to others." The Emperor's phantom spoke indifferently. "Take them away." With a mere wave of his sleeve, Lin Xuan and his companions, along with the phantom, vanished without a trace. Chapter 205. Lin Xuan and his companions captured. A day later, on the southern border, a streak of white light pierced the sky, traversing mountains and rivers at an astonishing speed. Within this luminous trail was a stern-faced young man clad in white, none other than Lin Xuan, hastening to the scene. Faster! Lin Xuan felt a surge of urgency within, urging his flying sword to accelerate further, leaving a long trail of air turbulence in its wake. Ever since he learned that Lin Xuan and his companions were in the southern domain, he had been racing day and night towards them. However, the vast expanse between the southern and northern domains was immense, and the distance from his original location to the southern domain spanned countless miles. Even with his current cultivation, it would take several days to arrive at full speed. After what felt like an eternity, Lin Xuan, guided by the system's instructions, reached the Ghost Cry Gorge, only to find it desolate and abandoned. Upon scanning the area with his spiritual sense, his expression changed dramatically. He sensed the remnants of intense spiritual energy fluctuations in the air, along with the scent of blood. Whoosh! Lin Xuan plummeted into the gorge like a shooting star, creating a shockwave upon landing. The scene before him made him frown. The gorge was littered with signs of battle, shattered cliffs, charred earth, dried blood, and familiar traces of spiritual energy. The 3 major factions. Lin Xuan clenched his fists, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. When he sensed the remnants left by a powerful emperor, his expression darkened even further. An emperor just then, he heard a commotion from afar. Lin Xuan suppressed his aura and stealthily approached. At the gorge's entrance, several scattered cultivators were engaged in animated discussion. "Have you heard? The Dark Black Empire, the Heavenly Yuan's sacred land, and the Ice Emperor Palace are set to publicly execute those 3 audacious individuals tomorrow in the Dark Black Imperial City. TSK. It's said that those 3 have slain numerous geniuses from the 3 major factions, and even Prince Xianyi nearly faced a mishap. Indeed, my cousin works in the Dark Black Empire, and he mentioned that had it not been for the Dark Black Holy King's intervention, those 3 might have escaped successfully. Tomorrow's execution is bound to be a spectacle. Too bad we're stuck here in the southern domain, missing out on the grand show." Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan could no longer contain himself. He stepped forward, instantly appearing before the group of scattered cultivators. "Execution? When did this news arise?" His voice was as frigid as ice. The scattered cultivators were startled by Lin Xuan's sudden appearance, and, feeling the terrifying aura emanating from him, hastily replied, "Just half an hour ago, the 3 major factions jointly announced it. Tomorrow at noon, in the plaza of the Dark Black Imperial City, they will execute the traitors." "Do they mention the names of those 3? It seems one is named Lin Xuan, another Lin Yuan, and the last one before he could finish." Lin Xuan transformed into a streak of azure light, soaring towards the direction of the Dark Black Empire. On his flying sword, Lin Xuan's aura surged exponentially, a faint chaotic sword energy beginning to manifest around him. The cultivators along the way only felt a terrifying presence rush past them, before they could comprehend what it was. The light had already vanished into the horizon. Who was that powerful figure just now? A passerby cultivator asked his companion, still shaken. I don't know, but it seems to be heading towards the Dark Black Empire. Tomorrow, the three major factions are set to publicly execute the prisoners. Going to the Imperial City now might spell trouble. Meanwhile, within the Dark Black Empire, in the deepest recesses of the dungeon, Lin Xuan and his companions were suspended in midair by specially crafted chains, inscribed with prohibitive runes that rendered them utterly powerless. Surrounding them, the walls flickered with ghostly green flames, providing illumination while incessantly eroding their souls. Coughing, Lin Xuan spat out a mouthful of blood, his voice hoarse. Who would have thought we three brothers would meet such a fate? Lin Beixian forced his head up, sneering, at least we took a few down with us. Not a total loss. Just then, the cell door creaked open, and Xianyi entered, flanked by several black-clad guards. Ha ha ha. How do you find your accommodations in my Dark Black Empire's prison? Xianyi chuckled wickedly. Tomorrow at noon. You will serve as the sacrificial offerings to establish my Dark Black Empire's dominance. It truly is something to anticipate. Hand over the legacy, and perhaps we can grant you a swifter demise. Otherwise, your end will be far from pleasant. Lin Beixian glared coldly at him. If you wish to kill, then kill. Spare me your pointless chatter. Lin's eye similarly scoffed. The legacy has long since fused with me. Killing me will yield nothing. It will vanish with me, leaving you with nothing. Xianyi remained unfazed, instead laughing. Rest assured, my Dark Black Empire has ways to obtain the legacy, even if we cannot acquire it. Slaying you will still establish our reputation. We will not suffer for naught. As he spoke, he suddenly struck, landing a blow on Lin Xuan's chest. Lin Xuan coughed out blood, his lips stained crimson. Xianyi leaned closer, his voice sinister. Your talent in formations is indeed remarkable. Were it not for Uncle Dark Black's intervention, you might have truly escaped. Alas, tomorrow your soul shall be extracted and refined into my Dark Black Empire's national defense array, forever barred from reincarnation. Hand over the legacy, and I can promise you a less painful end. Lin Xuan raised his head, revealing a strange smile. Is that so? Then you may find yourself sorely disappointed. Dream on if you wish to claim the legacy. Lin Xuan spat blood onto Xianyi's face, bursting into laughter. Humph, stubborn as ever. Entrust it to you. Do not let them have it easy tonight. By any means necessary, this prince must obtain the inheritance. Xianyi cruelly kicked Lin Xuan in the abdomen and seized his head. Yes, second prince. Several members of the Xianxia Empire respectfully replied. That night, the prison cells of the Xianxia Empire were anything but tranquil. In their quest for the inheritance, the Xianxia Empire employed every conceivable method, mercilessly torturing Lin Xuan and his companions to the brink of despair. Regrettably, they ultimately failed to achieve their desired outcome. Lin Xuan and his companions were simply too resilient. Chapter 206, Public Execution. The following day, in the north region of Dongzhou, Xianxia Empire, the sky over Xianxia City was shrouded in ominous clouds. Heavy leaden hues threatening to crush the city walls, with flashes of blood-red lightning sporadically illuminating the gloom. This ancient imperial city, which had dominated the north for over 1,000,000 years, was today hosting an unprecedented spectacle, as throngs of cultivators filled the streets. With the exception of the royal palace area. Hurry, if we arrive late, we won't secure a good position. On the streets, numerous loose cultivators hurried towards the central square in small groups, a tide of people surging behind them, including disciples wielding magical artifacts from various sections. Within a certain tavern, several hooded cultivators conversed in hushed tones. I heard those three possess an ancient inheritance. The youngest among them inquired, unable to suppress his greed. Silence. An elder hastily restrained his wrist, casting a wary glance around. The ears of the Xianxia Empire are everywhere. However, he lowered his voice. It may indeed be true, but it has nothing to do with us. Even if it is real, it will undoubtedly be seized by the three major forces of the Xianxia Empire. This is beyond our reach. Rest assured, I merely spoke in jest, harboring no intentions of involvement, for I wish to live a few more years, the younger one replied. It is best to keep it that way. Do not bring about our demise. At noon, the central square was already a sea of people. A 9-jong-high black obsidian execution platform floated in midair, its surface etched with crimson runes. Representatives of the three major forces were seated on the viewing platform to the east of the execution stage. The lord of the Xianxia Empire was raising a cup in toast with the master of the Tianyuan sacred land, while the master of the ice crystal palace sat apart, her expression obscured by her veil. Boom! With the thunderous sound of drums, 12 black Xia guards marched forth, escorting three figures into the sight of the crowd. Lin Xuan, at the forefront, bore iron chains piercing through his arms, leaving a trail of blood with each step. His appearance truly pitiful, yet his back remained unnaturally straight. Behind him, Lin Yuan and Lin Beixian were in no better condition, similarly bound and dragged along. Their spiritual powers sealed. They're out. Someone shouted. Instantly, the atmosphere surged with excitement. Look at their condition. It seems the three major forces have treated them with utmost care. As time drew near, the lord of the Xianxia Empire slowly rose, his gilded robe billowing in the wind. He flicked his fingers, unleashing a dark light that caused Lin Zai and the others to groan and kneel, their knees smashing into the stone floor, cracking it like spiderwebs. Esteemed guests, the voice of the Xianxia Emperor boomed like thunder, resonating throughout every corner of the imperial city. Today, our three major forces shall publicly judge these scourges of humanity, ridding the world of their menace. The three ruffians we shall execute today not only harmed hundreds of disciples from our three forces, but also conspired with remnants of heretical cultivators, deserving of death 1,000 times over. He raised his hand, projecting an image where three figures were seen amidst a sea of corpses and blood. Surrounded by cackling heretical cultivators, the master of Tianyuan's sacred land stood up at the opportune moment, a jade slip flying from his sleeve. Through our calculations, these three have practiced the heretical art of blood devouring, requiring the blood of young boys and girls as a catalyst. The slip unfurled, revealing blood-red characters that elicited an uproar among the onlookers. Nonsense. Lin Beixian suddenly erupted, the chains clattering as he struggled. You are slandering us. Before he could finish, a blast of ice spiritual energy shot from the direction of the Ice Crystal Palace, sealing his throat. The master of Ice Crystal Palace retracted her delicate fingers, her veil fluttering as if in a breeze. How dare you argue when death is at your doorstep? Lin's eyes suddenly laughed, his blood-stained teeth glinting in the sunlight. Ha ha ha, what a grandiose justification. You esteemed leaders of three great imperial forces are nothing but a band of shameless scoundrels. No sooner had he spoken than the binding immortal rope erupted with lightning, sending his body into convulsions. Yet, his gaze remained fixed on the members of the three major forces, the hatred and killing intent within his eyes unabashedly burning. At that moment, noon struck. On the viewing platform, the three sovereign-level experts rose simultaneously. The Xianwu sovereign of the Xianxia Empire summoned a ghostly blade enveloped in black mist, its surface adorned with countless agonized faces. This blade has quenched its thirst with the blood of innumerable traitors. Today, I shall personally judge these three in front of all of you. With a swift motion, the blade descended. Lin Zai and his companions struggled desperately, but with their spiritual powers sealed, resistance was futile. Their struggles were in vain. The Qifeng sovereign of Tianyuan's sacred land chuckled coldly and waved his hand, rendering the three immobile. The Xianwu sovereign grinned wickedly as he lifted the ghostly blade. Allow me to send you on your way. The crowd murmured. Is this the end? What a pity. Such talents must meet their demise here. Indeed, had they not provoked the Xianxia Empire, the future would surely have belonged to them. They deserve it. In this world, survival hinges on influence and background. They had neither power nor connections, yet dared to provoke the Xianxia Empire. It's only fitting they meet their end. Utter nonsense. Should ordinary people perish? Why must common cultivators cower before those from powerful factions? If they do not struggle, how can they become strong? Just as the crowd believed Lin Zai and his companions had reached their end, a clear and melodious sword cry suddenly resonated through the skies. The sound, initially distant, swiftly shook the entire imperial city to its core. The Xianxia Emperor's expression shifted dramatically as he bellowed, "Activate the city defense formation." Soon, a golden barrier radiating imperial light enveloped the entire city. However, what appeared to be an impenetrable defense to the Xianxia Empire was, in the next moment, cleaved in two by an incoming sword light. The blade of light continued unabated, shattering 37 defensive formations like mere parchment, ultimately striking the floating execution platform with pinpoint accuracy. Boom! The black obsidian platform exploded into dust. The three sovereigns perished in an instant. The ghostly blade wailed as it shattered, and the Xianxia Emperor and his companions were sent flying, crashing through multiple grand halls before finally coming to a halt. Their fates now uncertain. Amidst the billowing dust, the binding immortal rope snapped into pieces, and Lin Zai and his companions were gently lowered to the ground by a soft force. Gasp! The crowd collectively inhaled sharply. What just happened? Someone truly intervened at the execution site. What a terrifying sword. The city's defense formation is said to be a top-tier imperial formation capable of withstanding the assault of multiple emperors, yet it was shattered so easily. Could it be that the forces behind Lin Zai have come to their aid? Who goes there? The numerous quasi-emperors of the three major forces appeared in the air, their voices booming in unison, their pressure akin to mountains weighing upon the imperial city. However, what responded to them was a sword light that pierced through heaven and earth, causing the very space to collapse, revealing dark void fissures. Not good. Retreat. The quasi-emperors were instantly alarmed, attempting to withdraw. Regrettably, before they could make their escape, they were pierced through the skull by the chaotic sword light, their souls instantly shattered, leaving them with no chance of survival as they perished in midair. In the dazed gaze of the onlookers, the bodies of over a dozen quasi-emperors fell like dumplings into the abyss. Subsequently, above the imperial city, the void was torn apart by an unseen hand, revealing a figure clad in white who stepped through the air. With each step he took, a chaotic lotus blossomed beneath his feet. As the petals floated down, the swords of the three great powers cultivators unsheathed, forming a river of swords in the air to pay homage to the newcomer. By the time he took his ninth step, he was already hovering above the execution platform. His white robe billowed like a flag, and his features were shrouded in chaotic mist, with only his eyes visible, one resembling a blazing sun, the other a serene moon, their glimmers giving rise to the birth and death of stars. Great Emperor! The crowd gasped in astonishment. They struggled to raise their heads, witnessing the ethereal forms of 36 heavenly palaces floating in the void behind him, a phenomenon that could only occur when one stepped into the realm of emperors. Lin Xuan stood above the void with his hands clasped behind his back, his voice not loud, yet resonating like divine thunder in the hearts of a million onlookers. Is my Lin family so easy to slay? The entire Xianxia Imperial City fell into an eerie silence. Chapter 207. The Ultimate Foundations of the Three Great Powers. Though Lin Xuan's voice was soft, it reverberated in the hearts of all like the sound of celestial thunder. At that moment, the Xianxia Imperial City seemed to be frozen in time. With a million cultivators holding their breath in awe, Lin Zai and the others gazed up at the white figure standing in the void, their eyes filled with disbelief. Is that our young master? Lin Zai stammered, never having imagined that their own young master would be the one to save their lives. Lin Xuan scanned the three of them, noting their grievous injuries, and the light in his eyes intensified. With a wave of his hand, three streams of chaotic energy surged into Lin Zai and the others' bodies. Buzz! As the chaotic energy entered their beings, their wounds began to heal at a visible pace. Even more astonishingly, the spiritual power sealed within them not only recovered, but became even purer and denser than before. Thank you, young master. Lin Beixian and the others bowed in excitement. While they were curious about Lin Xian's immense power, they refrained from asking questions, understanding that it was neither the time nor the place, and each harbored their own secrets, making excessive inquiries imprudent. Lin Xuan naturally perceived their puzzled expressions, but merely smiled, offering no explanations. Only he understood that he was currently relying on the peak experience card of an emperor he had obtained earlier, temporarily possessing the strength of an emperor at the pinnacle. However, this would only last for a day before vanishing. Facing the three venerable imperial forces of the eastern continent, Lin Xuan dared not underestimate them and promptly utilized that singular experience card of the emperor's peak. Though it was limited to a day, it would suffice to resolve all matters at hand. Lin Xuan nodded slightly, his gaze shifting toward a distant void where three figures exuding imperial might had appeared unbeknownst to him. These were the three emperors of the great powers. The three great powers possessed profound foundations, each boasting more than one emperor, yet typically only one would remain to guard while the others were in seclusion, wholeheartedly dedicated to their cultivation. These three were the sentinels among them, an emperor, and a sword emperor at that. The emperor of the Tianyuan Holy Land conveyed telepathically, his tone betraying an unmistakable shock. The three exchanged glances, each recognizing the gravity of the situation reflected in one another's eyes. It was well known that the offensive prowess of sword cultivators was the pinnacle among all practitioners, and a sword emperor embodied that power to its utmost extent. Given their previous encounter, they realized that none could hope to triumph against him. Who might you be? The Xianxia emperor inquired, soaring into the air to confront Lin Xuan, his voice carrying the gravitas fitting of an emperor's ancestor, yet a slight tremor was discernible beneath the surface. Lin Xuan stood with hands clasped behind his back, his expression concealed by the chaotic mist. Lin family, Lin Xuan. These simple four words sent a shockwave through the million cultivators below. The Lin family? Which Lin family could that be? Is it the one from the eastern region that has fallen into decline? Impossible, they don't even have a saint king. Fools. Clearly, this is a hidden family. The pupils of the three emperors contracted. They had never heard of an imperial clan with the surname Lin in the eastern continent. Yet, this was not the time to dwell on such matters. They needed to find a way to deal with this enigmatic emperor. My friend, this may be a misunderstanding. The Xiantian emperor forced a smile. A misunderstanding? Ridiculous. Lin Xuan interjected, his voice as cold as the depths of the nine hells. At that moment, the cold blue empress also soared up. My friend, we can offer compensation. I, from the Ice Palace, am willing to provide 300,000-year-old ice snow emperor lotuses. The Tianyuan Holy Land is also willing to offer 10 drops of Tianyuan emperor liquid. The Golden Yuan Emperor likewise spoke. The three imperial forces lowered their heads in unison, a sight that left countless cultivators below dumbfounded. In their memories, these three powers had always been domineering. They had never bowed so low to anyone. Suddenly, Lin Xuan laughed, his laughter laced with unabashed scorn. Compensation? He raised his right hand. Chaotic mist coalescing in his palm into a 3-foot-long azure blade. The sword was transparent like crystal, yet within it, the sun, moon, and stars revolved, as if containing an entire universe. You believe that a few spirit herbs can suffice for the torment you have inflicted upon my Lin family? Before his words faded, the chaotic sword in Lin Xuan's hand trembled gently. Clang! The moment the sword rang out, the space above the Xianxia Imperial City suddenly warped and tore apart. The heavens shattered, revealing the chaotic sword. Under the weight of this chaotic sword, the entire Imperial City appeared diminutive and fragile. At that moment, the entire city trembled, swaying, as the onlookers could almost foresee the scene of the city being reduced to ruins beneath the chaotic sword. The faces of the Golden Yuan Emperor and the others changed drastically as they summoned their life-bound imperial artifacts. As low-tier emperors, facing Lin Xuan alone would almost certainly lead to their demise. They had no choice but to join forces. The Xianxian Emperor summoned a black great cauldron above his head, its surface etched with grotesque faces, while the Golden Yuan Emperor wielded a golden spear, with dragon shadows swirling around its tip. The cold blue Empress produced an ice crystal mirror, reflecting boundless glaciers. Chaos, open the heavens. As Lin Xuan softly uttered, the sword forged from chaotic energy descended violently. There was no earth-shattering momentum, no dazzling radiance, only a plain, unadorned beam of sword light that swiftly fell. Yet, this seemingly ordinary sword light made the three imperial lords feel an impending sense of crisis. Unite for defense, the Xianxia Emperor bellowed, as the black great cauldron unleashed endless black mist, transforming into a towering ghostly figure. The holy master of the Tiang Yuan swept the golden spear, causing 9 golden dragons to erupt from its tip, intertwining in the air to form a net. The master of the ice palace flipped the ice mirror, conjuring an imposing ice mountain that appeared before the three of them. 3 formidable defenses, any one of which could withstand a full-force strike from an ordinary emperor. However, hiss! At the moment the sword light made contact with the ghostly figure, the ghastly visage suddenly froze, then shattered into silence like a bubble. The black great cauldron cracked, a fissure appearing that penetrated its body. Puff! The Xianxian Emperor spat out a mouthful of essence blood, the damage to his life-bound artifact causing a severe blow to his soul. The sword light surged on unabated, effortlessly piercing through the golden dragon net. The 9 golden dragons could not even emit a cry of despair before they dissolved into motes of light. The Golden Emperor wielded his golden spear, which shattered inch by inch, sending him hurtling backward, crashing through dozens of edifices, ultimately colliding with the towering ice mountain. The Lord of the Ice Palace wore a pallid expression, frantically channeling her spiritual power into the ice mirror. However, at the moment the sword light met the ice mountain, the entire structure split in two, the cut as smooth as a mirror. No, the ice-green Empress screamed, and the ice mirror exploded into dust. Her delicate form trembled violently, blood gushing from all 7 orifices as her breath waned in an instant. With a single strike, merely one strike, all 3 emperors were grievously wounded. A deathly silence enveloped the entire Xianxia Imperial City. A million cultivators stood with mouths agape, yet no sound escaped their lips. What had they just witnessed? The 3 emperors, who had dominated the northern domain for millennia, had been vanquished by a single sword? What realm did the young master possess? Lin Beixian and his companions' eyes widened in disbelief, murmuring to themselves. Lin Xuan traversed the air, approaching the injured trio of emperors step by step. In his grasp, the chaotic sword emitted a disquieting radiance, each footfall echoing as if treading upon the hearts of the 3 emperors. Do you truly intend to eradicate us completely? The Xianxian Emperor struggled to rise, his voice laced with fear and resentment. If you kill us, do not expect to leave the northern domain alive. Unperturbed, Lin Xuan continued. Do you think those ancient relics hidden in coffins can pose a threat? This remark seemed to strike a forbidden chord. The Xianxian Emperor suddenly erupted in a sinister laugh. Since you are aware, how dare you be so arrogant? He bit his tongue, spewing forth a mouthful of essence blood. The blood morphed into a strange rune midair, swiftly sinking into the ground. Summon the ancestors. Almost simultaneously, the Golden Emperor and the Ice-Green Empress mirrored his actions. 3 runes shot forth in 3 different directions. Moments later, the earth trembled violently, as if some terrifying entity was awakening. The depths of the palace suddenly collapsed, revealing a massive black void beneath. A presence far mightier than the 3 emperors began to rise from the abyss. Similarly, Dreadful energies erupted from the Tianyuan Holy Land and the Ice Palace. The awakening of these three formidable presences sent shockwaves throughout the northern domain. A well-informed elder cultivator gasped. They were about to awaken the slumbering peak emperors. Lin Xuan finally halted, intrigued as he gazed toward the three energies. Have you finally decided to show yourselves? With a crack, the sound of the void shattering echoed. Three ancient figures emerged from three directions. The first to appear was an elder clad in a dark dragon robe. His visage gaunt and sunken, yet the imperial might surrounding him caused the very cosmos to tremble. With each step he took, a black lotus bloomed beneath his feet. It was the third-generation emperor of the Xianxia dynasty, Xianming. Some cultivators recognized this legendary figure, their voices trembling as they uttered his name. Hiss! Wasn't he supposed to have perished thousands of years ago? He must have been sealed by the Xianxia dynasty using imperial essence. The second figure was an elderly woman in golden robes, wielding a serpentine dragon staff. Though she appeared on the brink of death, her eyes shone like twin suns, rendering one unable to gaze directly at her. She was the second-generation saintess of the Tianyuan Holy Land, Yuan Tianpe. The final figure was shrouded in a mist of cold, obscuring her features, but it was evident she was a woman. Wherever she passed, moisture in the air crystallized into ice. Hiss, it's actually the first empress of the Ice Palace, the Ice Soul Empress. As the three peak emperors manifested simultaneously, the very fabric of reality began to unravel. The overcast sky tore open, revealing the resplendent starry river behind it. This was the cosmic tribute to the supreme beings, an anomaly only the pinnacle emperors could evoke. Young one, did you disturb my meditation? The Xianming emperor spoke, his voice raspy like metal scraping. Unfazed in the presence of these ancient beings who had lived for nearly 100 millennia, Lin Xuan replied with calm audacity. Three relics barely half a foot in their coffins dare to call themselves my equals? This statement ignited the rage of the three peak emperors. The Xianming emperor, in a fit of fury, laughed mockingly. Excellent. It has been thousands of years since anyone has dared to speak to me in such a manner. Chapter 208. Battling three peak emperors alone. With the chaotic sword pointed forward, the auras of the three peak emperors descended like ancient divine mountains. Under this terrifying pressure, the Xianxia imperial city groaned. Every brick and stone fracturing, every breath of air solidifying like lead. A million cultivators were pinned to the ground by the overwhelming imperial might, unable to move. Their eyes wide with terror as they beheld this confrontation that would etch itself into the annals of the northern domain and the entire eastern continent. The heavens had long shattered, revealing the dazzling yet frigid expanse of the vast starry river. Xianming Emperor, Yuan Tianpe, Ice Soul Empress, these names, once existing solely in ancient legends and forbidden texts of the eastern continent, now manifested in their true forms, resonating with the laws of heaven and causing chaos. The stars shifted, the sun and moon dimmed, and the celestial phenomena of the entire northern domain spiraled into utter chaos. Blood rain fell without warning, only to be frozen midair by an unseen force into crimson ice crystals, cascading down like a foreboding scarlet carpet upon the lifeless imperial city. The fury of the Xianming emperor was the most direct and violent. With a step forward, the void beneath his feet collapsed, and a massive, ghostly black lotus ablaze with ghastly green flames erupted into bloom. With a claw-like hand, he grasped the air, and an ancient giant coffin, entirely black and suffused with an aura of death, materialized with sudden force. It was his imperial weapon, the Black Heaven coffin. The coffin lid was not fully opened. Merely a crack had been lifted, and an aura of annihilation, capable of extinguishing all life, surged forth like a flood unleashed. The space beneath this aura silently disintegrated, forming a void that extended towards Lin Xuan. Where this passage traversed, light vanished, sound ceased, and even the laws themselves were utterly erased, leaving behind only eternal cold and silence. At the edge of the imperial city, a magnificent palace complex was swept away by the residual wave of this deathly aura, instantly reducing to ashes, not even leaving a trace. In the face of this supreme strike from the Black Heaven coffin, Lin Xuan merely raised his sword with indifference. There was no earth-shattering incantation, only an unadorned thrust of his sword. The tip of the blade met the ever-expanding passage of annihilation. Buzz! The chaotic sword resonated violently, as if the celestial bodies within it were ignited in that moment. A primordial power capable of birthing worlds erupted forth. The chaotic sword's aura transformed from mere sharpness into a torrent of creation that swept away all creation against annihilation. The torrent of chaotic sword energy collided fiercely with the deathly passage unleashed by the Black Heaven coffin. Instead of the anticipated cataclysmic explosion, a sound reminiscent of countless shards of glass shattering simultaneously filled the air. The torrent, akin to molten lava poured over millennia-old ice, began to visibly dissolve and disintegrate, the deathly passage meant to extinguish stars and erase laws, like snow under the sun. The power of creation, ceaseless and unyielding, forcibly assimilated the deathly miasma into the void. What? In the sunken eye sockets of the Xian Ming Emperor, the 2 points of ghostly green fire suddenly contracted, disbelief flashing across his withered visage for the first time. The deathly aura that had defined his fame, the black heaven coffin's miasma, was so effortlessly neutralized. This young man is peculiar. He must not be spared. The voice of Yuan Tianpa emerged, harsh and grating, imbued with an unprecedented gravity. The dragon-shaped scepter in her hand abruptly struck the void with a resounding thud. Boom. It resonated like the ancient divine drum, unleashing a visible wave of golden ripples that violently radiated from the point of impact. Wherever the ripples passed, space melted away, transforming into flowing golden magma. The heavens were ablaze, and the seas boiled. True fire refined the stars. Yuan Tianpa let out a piercing scream, her sparse white hair standing on end, her emaciated frame exuding a terrifying heat that could overshadow imperial flames. The dragon scepter in her grasp morphed into a golden beam of light that pierced the heavens and the earth, and the carved dragon at its tip seemed to come alive, unleashing a silent roar to the sky. Boom! Above the 9 heavens, endless golden flames surged forth, converging upon the dragon scepter. This was no ordinary fire. It was the true fire of the sun. The ferocity of the flames was such that even space was scorched into eternal black holes. Go! Yuan Tianpa pointed the dragon scepter menacingly at Lin Xuan. Roar! A colossal fire dragon, entirely composed of the true fire of the sun, entwined with the laws of destruction, tore through the skies, devouring Lin Xuan. As the fire dragon passed, all things vaporized, and even the ground of the imperial city below began to melt, forming lakes of scorching magma. A million cultivators felt as if their souls were about to ignite, emitting chilling wails. Simultaneously, the previously silent Ice Empress made her move. The cold aura surrounding her suddenly contracted, coalescing before her. The eternal ice coffin, freezing time and space. A voice, devoid of any emotion, resonated like the sigh of ancient glaciers. She embraced the air with both hands, and an ice coffin, entirely formed from absolute zero, materialized in an instant. The coffin was crystal clear, akin to the purest crystal, with countless tiny ice crystal runes swirling ceaselessly on its surface, emanating waves of terrifying laws that froze time and solidified eternity. The Ice Empress thrust her hands forward, and this seemingly eternal ice coffin, capable of sealing ancient eras, silently pierced through space, appearing above Lin Xuan's head. An indescribable, extreme chill enveloped him in an instant. The ice coffin slowly descended, intent on sealing Lin Xuan and the very fabric of time and space into eternal silence. The 3 supreme emperors unleashed their distinct yet equally terrifying ultimate techniques, almost simultaneously. The lingering deathly energy of the burial of heaven, the roaring fire dragon of the world-burning flames, and the sealing of time and space by the eternal ice coffin. Sealing, obliterating, refining, freezing. Each strike alone could annihilate an ordinary emperor. The convergence of the 3 exponentially amplified their might. The very ground of the northern domain wailed, and the sky shattered, revealing the chaotic turbulence of time and space beyond. The direction of the flowing star rivers twisted, and distant stars flickered uncertainly, as if they might extinguish at any moment. The imperial city trembled violently beneath the aftermath of the 3 ultimate strikes. Had it not been for the profound foundation of the Xianxia imperial dynasty holding it together, it would have surely been reduced to dust. It was over. Countless cultivators appeared ashen, collapsing to the ground. The combined might of the 3 peak emperors, unleashing their most forbidden imperial arts, surpassed the limits of their imagination. How could Lin Xuan, no matter how strong, possibly withstand such a force? Lin Zai and Lin Beixian wore expressions of deep concern. Yet, amidst the heart of the 3 ultimate strikes, Lin Xuan remained unperturbed, not a trace of panic on his face. Chaotic mist concealed his features, with only his profound eyes shining brightly, and within their depths, the cycle of sun and moon and the illusions of star rivers became increasingly vivid. Even the smallest grain could emit brilliance. A calm voice pierced through the roar of the fire dragon, as space froze and the terrifying noise of deathly energy permeated the air. Chapter 209, Sword-Slaying 3 Emperors. Faced with the eternal ice coffin descending from above, Lin Xuan did not even lift his gaze. He merely channeled the chaotic light of his sword, illuminating the ages, and then made a fierce slash upwards. The chaotic sword, severing the eternal, break. A sword aura, distilled to its utmost essence, surged silently upward. This sword energy bore no grandiose momentum. yet contained an absolute sharpness capable of severing causality and obliterating all laws. As the sword aura met the eternal ice coffin, there was no earth-shattering clash. Crack, crack. A sound reminiscent of teeth grinding echoed intensely. The coffin, said to freeze time and remain eternally intact, was instantly covered in a spiderweb of cracks. Soon after, the terrifying ice coffin dimmed rapidly, collapsing. The Ice Empress, enveloped in cold mist, trembled violently, emitting an involuntary, stifled groan. The eternal ice coffin was a manifestation of her innate imperial path, and to have it forcibly breached in this moment inflicted a dreadful backlash upon her. Lin Xuan's right hand, wielding the chaotic sword, swung again. The sword's edge turned, aimed directly at the roaring fire dragon and the subsequent deathly energy of the burial of heaven seeking to consume everything. Chaos, create the heavens. Once more, those 4 words were uttered, yet this time, they carried an entirely different resonance. Lin Xuan's sword-swinging motion was not swift, but it embodied a profound trajectory of cosmic creation. On the surface of the chaotic sword, the swirling sun, moon, and stars suddenly erupted with immeasurable radiance, as if an entire universe within the sword had been fully activated. A simple yet unadorned sword light burst forth from the tip of the chaotic sword. The foremost target was the roaring fire dragon. Capable of incinerating stars and refining all paths, the true fire of the sun collided with this chaotic sword light. In an instant, the fire dragon's head shattered, ultimately releasing a mournful cry of unwillingness before vanishing completely. The dragon's scepter emitted a mournful wail, its tip dimming, while Xianxiaaudiobooks appeared as if struck by a heavy blow, staggering back several steps, a stream of blinding golden blood spilling from her lips. Yet the chaotic sword light surged onward, confronting the deathly energy of the burial of heaven manipulated by the Xianming Emperor. That energy, which annihilated all things and buried the heavens, now faced its true nemesis. Wherever the chaotic sword light traversed, it quickly dissolved and disintegrated, reverting to the most primal void. Boom. The black coffin was violently struck by the sword light. The burial of heaven emitted a piercing wail, and the crack previously carved by Lin Xuan's sword energy instantly widened, threatening to cleave the ancient imperial coffin in two. The Xianming Emperor staggered, his sunken eye sockets flickering with ghostly fire, his aura instantly diminishing by more than half. 2 strikes. In merely 2 sword swings, Lin Xuan shattered the eternal ice coffin, extinguished the true fire of the sun, and fragmented the deathly energy of the burial of heaven. The combined ultimate strikes of the 3 peak emperors crumbled into dust before Lin Xuan's single sword imbued with chaotic power, collapsing without a ripple. Silence. A silence more profound than any before enveloped the shattered Xianxia imperial city, encompassing the entire northern domain. A million cultivators stood frozen in place, staring blankly at the figure standing amidst the chaos, clad in white as pure as snow, their minds blank, unable to comprehend the spectacle before them. The 3 legendary peak emperors, collaborating to unleash their most forbidden imperial arts, were so effortlessly vanquished by him, with just 2 sword strikes. This transcended the realm of mere strength. It was mythic. It was legendary. It was the embodiment of true invincibility. This is impossible. The Xianming Emperor's emaciated face displayed a rare expression of sheer horror, his voice hoarse and dry. His pride, the burial of heaven that had entombed more than one emperor, now bore a surface riddled with cracks, its deathly energy waning, as if it might shatter entirely at any moment. The backlash felt like a million venomous insects gnawing at his imperial soul, causing him to stagger precariously. Chaos, evolving all laws, could also obliterate all laws. Who on earth is this child? Xianxiaaudiobooks, leaning on her coiling dragon staff, found her hand trembling uncontrollably. The staff was searing hot, nearly slipping from her grasp. She gazed at the divine sword in Lin Xuan's hand, which exhaled chaos, her eyes brimming with incredulous dread. The icy mist surrounding the Ice Soul Empress churned violently, revealing the tumultuous waves within her heart. The eternal frost coffin was cleaved open by a sword aura, and the backlash made her feel as though her imperial body and divine soul were being torn apart. For the first time, she experienced a chill emanating from the depths of her soul, not her own power, but a fear of the unknown and absolute might. The 3 emperors, who had lived for nearly 100 millennia and witnessed countless power shifts and the rise of prodigies, found no trace of their former disdain. Only boundless shock and a chilling premonition of impending doom. This youth was no ordinary emperor. Restraint could not be afforded. The Xianming Emperor abruptly raised his head, the ghostly flames in his sunken eye sockets burning with frenzied intensity. If this fiend remained, our lineage would surely perish today. Invoke the return to ruins. Invoke the return to ruins. Yuan Tianpu and the Ice Soul Empress echoed almost simultaneously, their voices laced with resolute determination. The three Peak Emperors bit their tongues, unleashing streams of blood infused with their innate imperial essence and supreme soul power. The blood did not dissipate, but transformed into three ancient, twisted, dark red sigils, seemingly composed of countless destructive runes, which instantaneously imprinted upon the void beneath their feet. Thunderous roars erupted, as the entire northern domain trembled violently, as if on the verge of being overturned. Beneath the Xianming Emperor's summoned ancestral presence, the enormous black hole revealed then, now expanded furiously, emanating an aura of annihilation far more terrifying than the previously sealed heaven's coffin, capable of wilting all realms. The sky was engulfed in darkness, not the arrival of night, but the complete absorption of light by that black hole. The shattered galactic rivers vanished, replaced by an endless coldness and deathly silence. An aura, seemingly existing since the universe's birth, that ultimately buried all, transcended infinite time and space, locking onto Lin Xuan. Before the eyes of Xianming, Yuan Tianpu, and the Ice Soul Empress, their imperial bodies ignited in flames. Flesh and bone transformed into the purest streams of energy, madly pouring into the three blood-red sigils beneath them. Their figures grew increasingly translucent and ethereal, yet their essence bizarrely surged to an unstable critical point that surpassed even the pinnacle. With my imperial body as the offering, with my imperial soul as the guide, summon forth the calamity of ruins. The simultaneous howls of the three emperors resonated with the madness of total sacrifice. Boom! The three blood-red sigils erupted with a dark red radiance that pierced the universe, instantaneously connecting to form a terrifying triangular formation suspended above the northern domain. At the center of this formation was the ultimate black hole, voraciously expanding and devouring all. An irresistible, inescapable power of banishment abruptly descended, locking onto Lin Xuan. This was not an attack, but an attempt to forcibly erase Lin Xuan's existence, along with the very time and space he inhabited. Young master, Lin Zai and the others cried out in despair, their thoughts nearly frozen under the weight of this finality of banishment. It is over. You, the prodigy. Even with your astonishing talent, you shall sink into the eternal ruins. The ethereal figure of the Xianming Emperor let out a final, maniacal laugh, filled with malice and a hint of relief. Ruins? Faced with this ultimate banishment, capable of inducing despair in any emperor, Lin Xuan merely shook his head lightly. A subtle mockery in his tone. Before chaos, all is but an illusion. The chaotic sword body within Lin Xuan was activated fully for the first time. The sword in his hand radiated chaotic light, illuminating the heavens and the earth. Upon the sword's blade, the embedded celestial bodies ceased their circulation, replaced by countless chaotic runes that flickered in creation and extinction, as if enacting the entire cycle of the universe from birth to extinction. An aura, older, more primordial, and infinitely vast than the ruins, surged forth from Lin Xuan. It was the void before chaos was divided, before the primordial was judged. Nothing. I possess a sword, born from chaos. Lin Xuan's voice was calm, yet resonated clearly in the deepest souls of every living being, akin to the sound of the Tao reverberating. To open the heavens, he slowly raised the chaotic sword. The blade became incredibly heavy, as if burdened with the weight of countless worlds. Wherever it passed, space did not shatter but rather vanished, transforming into the most primal chaotic currents. It can also bury the Tao. As his words fell, the chaotic sword was aimed at the triangular formation of ruins encompassing the heavens, at the ultimate black hole that devoured all, at the three Peak Emperors who burned themselves in sacrifice, invoking the calamity of ruins, and with a single stroke, he cleaved down. This strike bore no light, no shadow. It appeared as if it embodied the very essence of termination. An indescribable scar sliced through time and space. Time lost its meaning in that moment. Past, present, and future were forcibly intertwined, amalgamated by this sword. The triangular formation of ruins, suspended above, was silently cleaved in two, the destruction runes that formed the formation dissipating as if erased by an eraser. The ultimate black hole, which devoured all, rapidly distorted and contracted before this sword scar, ultimately emitting a reluctant, mournful wail from the universe's end, completely obliterated. The power of ruins dissipated into thin air, yet the momentum of the sword scar did not cease. It seemed to transcend eons, disregarding the spatial distance, simultaneously sweeping past the ethereal, transparent forms of the Xianming Emperor, Yuan Tianpu, and the Ice Soul Empress after their sacrificial burns. The frenzied, resentful, and even slightly maniacal grins on the three Peak Emperors' faces froze in an instant. Their movements halted. Time appeared to have been pressed on pause. A A meaningless gasp escaped the ethereal throat of the Xianming Emperor. The ghostly green flames in his sunken eye sockets flickered violently before extinguishing entirely. Thud, thud, thud. 3 dull sounds echoed, akin to rotting wood splintering. 3 heads, each containing unparalleled imperial might, which had gazed down upon the eons, soared into the sky simultaneously. No blood splattered, for they had long since burned their imperial bodies, transforming into pure energy. Only 3 ethereal, unwilling soul shadows escaped from the necks of the severed heads, emitting silent, piercing screams filled with ultimate terror and despair, only to be utterly shredded by the residual will of the chaotic sword, fading into nothingness. The 3 headless imperial bodies, akin to 3 sculptures of clay and wood deprived of support, stood momentarily in the air before beginning to crumble inch by inch, transforming into the most primal specks of light, scattering across the shattered void. The triangular formation of ruins completely disintegrated. The black hole that devoured all vanished without a trace. The shattered heavens began to heal slowly, the chaotic galactic rivers re-emerging, albeit with their starlight dimmed, as if mourning the fall of the 3 peak emperors. Silence. An absolute silence. Above the ruins of Xianxia Imperial City, the few surviving cultivators remained as stone statues. Their gazes, dazed, followed the 3 ascending, dissipating imperial heads, their minds completely malfunctioning. Their throats felt as though gripped by an invisible hand, unable to produce a single sound, only heavy, labored breaths resonating in the silence. The peak emperors, 3 who had lived for nearly 100 millennia, like myths towering over all, were thus beheaded. Lin Zai and Lin Beixian stood rigid, their blood seemingly congealed, as they stared blankly at the solitary figure clad in white hovering above them. The peak emperor had slaughtered as though he were but a butcher. What realm of power did the young master possess? Chapter 210. The annihilation of the 3 great emperor-level powers. Lin Xian's gaze did not linger on the 3 peak emperors, now mere vestiges of history. Instead, it swept calmly over the chaotic ruins of the imperial city below, ultimately resting upon the core forbidden ground at the heart of the city, where a faint glimmer of imperial radiance stubbornly flickered. This was the last vestige of the Xianxia Empire, the source of its lineage and destiny. The reckoning was at hand. Lin Xian spoke, his voice neither loud nor soft, yet it resonated like the chilling hammer of immutable law, striking clear upon the souls of every survivor, shattering the deathly silence and replacing it with a profound despair. As his words fell, he moved. There was no earth-shattering spectacle, only a simple step forward. The void beneath his feet collapsed silently, and his figure appeared like a specter above the core forbidden ground of the Xianxia Imperial City. Buzz. As if his arrival had fully ignited it, the depths of the Xianxia Imperial City erupted with an unprecedented radiance, enveloped by layers of ancient ruins. A colossal protective barrier surged forth, upon which countless grotesque specters of demons roamed, and blood-red lightning intertwined into a net, exuding an indomitable aura that could withstand the might of an emperor. This was the final and most formidable defense of the Xianxia Empire, the National Defense Formation, the 10,000 Demons Blood Prison Array. Observing its power, Lin Xian surmised that even the previous 3 peak emperors might not have been able to breach it. Its defensive capabilities were nothing short of terrifying. Simultaneously, a presence of equal imperial caliber, yet tinged with palpable panic and fury, soared from the heart of the array. An elder shrouded in dark imperial robes, his countenance imposing yet unable to mask his pallor, materialized above the array's nexus. He was none other than the last remaining emperor of the Xianxia Empire, Emperor Xianyu. A 5th-layer emperor, he had been tasked with defending the ancestral ground. And the recent demise of the 3 peak emperors had left him overwhelmed with fear towards Lin Xian. Yet, with the Xianxia Empire now bereft of any other emperor, he had no choice but to confront the situation. Otherwise, the empire would truly meet its end. Fellow Taoist, you have wrought boundless slaughter. Do you truly intend to eradicate all, unafraid of the backlash of the heavenly Tao? Emperor Xianyu's voice was hoarse, laced with a facade of bravado. He frantically urged the array, attempting to merge his imperial will with the essence of the formation, the roar of the myriad demons growing even more mournful. The aura of bloodlust thickening to the point it could almost be perceived as a tangible sea of blood. In response, Lin Xian offered only a detached gaze and the lifted blade of his sword. Who are you calling a fellow Taoist? Lin Xian replied coldly, and without further ado, he unleashed a single sword strike. The chaotic sword radiance descended violently upon the seemingly indestructible barrier formed by the specters of myriad demons and blood-red lightning. Hiss where they met, space did not shatter. Instead, it simply vanished, dissolving into an expanse of chaotic void. The blood-red lightning, capable of rending the very stars, crashed against the chaotic sword light but stirred not even a ripple, quietly extinguishing into nothingness. The swirling demon specters collided with the chaos, emitting heart-wrenching wails as their forms disintegrated, reverting to their primordial malevolent energy, which was promptly consumed by the chaos. Boom. The array shattered in an instant. No. Impossible. Emperor Xian Yu's eyes bulged in despair as he let out a desperate howl. He sensed the essence of the array being forcefully dismantled and erased by an incomprehensible, irresistible power. His imperial essence surged within him, burning furiously as he attempted to detonate the core of the array in a final act of defiance. Yet, it was far too late. The violent backlash from the crumbling array struck Emperor Xian Yu like a myriad of heavy hammers. His dark imperial robes tore apart, his body cracking, blood gushing forth. The madness ignited within his eyes, sparked by despair, did not have the opportunity to fully unleash its might as a sword chi, distilled to its utmost perfection and seemingly woven from the first rays of light at the dawn of chaos, shot forth from the tip of Lin Xuan's sword, piercing through all barriers. In an instant, Emperor Xian Yu was cleaved in two. The contorted expression on his face, the imperial fire flickering in his eyes, froze in that moment. Subsequently, his entire body, along with the essence of his imperial path he had attempted to ignite, crumbled silently like a sand sculpture weathered by the wind, vanishing without a trace. The last emperor of the Xianxia Empire had fallen. Lin Xuan's figure did not pause even for a moment as he stepped into the core forbidden ground of the Xianxia Empire, now completely bereft of protection. The sword chi swept through like an invisible tempest, and all those who attempted to form a defensive array or fled in terror, whether they were elders, princes, or elite soldiers, regardless of their cultivation level, were reduced to nothingness within the chaotic storm. Ancient palaces collapsed in silence amidst the residual sword chi, turning to dust. The Xianxia Ancestral Temple, a symbol of the Empire's fortune, along with the tablets of the emperors of Ur enshrined within, was severed in half by a passing beam of chaotic sword light, crashing down in a thunderous ruin, utterly annihilated. In mere moments, what was once the Xianxia Empire, commanding over vast territories and instilling fear across the northern region, had its core ancestral ground transformed into a desolate wasteland, devoid of any remnant of life or imperial essence. Only the crumbling remnants of walls silently narrated the end of an era. Lin Xuan's consciousness spread like an invisible net, instantly enveloping the entire ruins. Deep within, several spatial nodes sealed by powerful prohibitions lay exposed to his keen perception. These nodes housed the accumulated wealth of the Xianxia Empire over millions of years, the imperial treasury. He raised his hand to grasp. The fabric of space tore as if it were a fragile curtain, revealing the vast hidden treasury beyond. Mountains of supreme spirit stones, imperial crystals, radiant rare materials, ancient imperial weapon embryos pulsating with powerful energy, jade slips inscribed with profound imperial scriptures, and countless precious treasures brimming with immense energy were all enveloped by an invisible chaotic force, akin to rivers converging into the sea and drawn into Lin Xuan's system space. The Xianxia Empire had been obliterated, its foundation entirely claimed. Lin Xuan's figure did not linger even for a breath upon the ruins of the Xianxia Empire. He conveyed a message to Lin Zai and the others, instructing them to await his return. You three brothers remain here. I shall proceed to deal with the other two powers to prevent any future troubles. With a single step, he melded into the void, and in the next instant, he materialized in the southernmost region of the northern domain, Tianyuan Domain. Here lay the foundation of the Tianyuan Holy Land. Lin Xuan's figure abruptly appeared. He surveyed the 9 towering peaks, resembling colossal pillars reaching for the heavens, encircling a vast central lake. Magnificent palaces were built upon these peaks, yet at this moment, the Tianyuan Holy Land was devoid of its former vibrancy and splendor. A profound silence enveloped the area. The news of Yuan Tianpo's demise had already reached the ears of every disciple within the Holy Land. Above the Tianyuan Holy Land, a terrifying grand formation enveloping the core region was operating at full capacity. This formation, anchored by the 9 main peaks, drew upon the power of the Earth's depths. 9 totems, forged entirely from the true fire of the sun, floated like 9 burning stars at critical nodes of the formation, slowly rotating and emanating the extreme heat capable of incinerating stars and boiling seas. Within the luminous veil, the very fabric of space contorted, as if the laws themselves had been ignited. This was the formidable foundation of the Tianyuan sacred land, the 9 Suns Golden Crow Annihilation Array. At the heart of this formation, above a colossal lake of magma, 2 figures hovered, their imperial presence radiating an aura of overwhelming power, yet betraying an unmistakable sense of dread. They were the last 2 emperors of Tianyuan, the Emperor Tianyu and the Empress Qiqing. Here they come. The Empress Qiqing trembled, fear etched across her visage. The Emperor Tianyu's eyes bulged with fury, his voice contorted by a mixture of rage and terror. The Tianyuan sacred land harbors no enmity with you. Why have you resorted to this? Humph. The fortunes of destiny are claimed by those who possess the strength. Yet your three factions shamelessly pursue the Lin family, seeking to usurp their legacy, even daring to publicly slay them. Is this what you call having no grievances? Lin Xuan could not help but scoff at such audacity. With that, he grasped his long sword and sprang into action. This is our sacred protective array, invoking the true flames of the 9 suns to incinerate all. Should you dare to intrude, you shall face utter annihilation. The Emperor Tianyu bellowed. In response, Lin Xuan's icy figure materialized above the 9 suns' golden crow annihilation array, his indifferent gaze piercing through the barrier capable of incinerating imperial weapons, landing squarely upon the 2 emperors. His voice, devoid of emotion, resonated with the finality of a decree. You shall face judgment for your actions. Break. No sooner had he uttered the word than his chaos sword was raised, aimed at the vast array protected by the 9 suns, and with a single stroke, he struck. This time, the sword's momentum did not obliterate, but rather reversed the tide. The moment the sword tip met the array's barrier, a cataclysmic force, born of chaos and transcending all laws, erupted violently. The solar flames, fierce enough to incinerate stars, were met with this primordial power, as if bowing before a sovereign. The raging flames were forcibly subdued, tamed, and even reversed. The 9 suns' totems emitted a piercing, mournful wail. They ceased expelling the world-consuming flames and appeared as if gripped by an invisible hand, their boundless essence of solar fire being inexorably siphoned and drawn back upon itself. The chaos sword energy transformed into an invisible torrent of reversal. No. Both the Emperor of Flames and the Empress Qilian let out heart-wrenching cries of despair. They frantically gestured, striving to sever the connection between the array and the ley lines, attempting to halt this terrifying reversal. Yet, the chaotic force had already infiltrated the array's core, usurping control like the most cunning of fire thieves. Boom. The 9 suns totem could no longer withstand the internal torrent of raging flames, akin to 9 ignited powder kegs, expanding to their limits before an earth-shattering explosion ensued. 9 fireballs, more dazzling than the sun itself, detonated simultaneously above the burning heaven valley. The destructive golden flames no longer served as a defensive barrier. They cascaded inward like a cataclysmic deluge, pouring into the depths of the Tianyuan sacred land, towards the 9 crimson peaks, toward the numerous palaces nestled against the mountains, and into the surging magma lake below. Ah, Ancestor, save me. No. The piercing wails of despair were instantly drowned out by the roars of the world-consuming flames. Majestic peaks melted like wax under the torrent of true fire, collapsing into oblivion. The grand palatial complex could not withstand even a moment, disintegrating into vapor. The disciples and elders of the burning heaven valley, regardless of their cultivation level, were utterly annihilated by the solar flames that could incinerate emperors, leaving not even ashes in their wake. The Emperor Tianyu and the Empress Qiqing bore the brunt of the calamity. Their defenses crumbled before the torrent of primordial flames, rendering them laughably weak. Their protective imperial treasures dissipated into wisps of smoke, their imperial bodies twisted and melted in the blinding golden light, ultimately vanishing without so much as a scream. The Tianyuan sacred land, a legacy spanning 1,000,000 years, was instantaneously reduced to a molten purgatory beneath the backlash of its most potent protective array, life extinguished and heritage obliterated. Lin Xuan stood amidst the towering sea of flames, shielded from the incinerating heat by the chaotic force. His consciousness swept through the depths of what had become a lake of lava, locating the Tianyuan secret vault, safeguarded by numerous prohibitions, untouched by the backlash of true fire. With a sweep of his sleeve, all the foundational wealth of the Tianyuan sacred land fell into his grasp. The Tianyuan sacred land had met its demise. Lin Xuan did not pause. With a stride, he traversed space, the intense heat being instantly replaced by bone-chilling cold. In the northern domain, the ice realm, the Palace of Frost. This was a realm eternally cloaked in ice. Endless glaciers stretched for miles, towering ice peaks reflecting the piercing starlight. The colossal ice crystal palace, resembling a deity's abode, nestled deep within the glaciers, sculpted from eons-old, unmelting dark ice, emanating an aura that could freeze souls. Yet at this moment, this frozen kingdom was enveloped in lament. The fall of the Ice Soul Empress cast a shadow of terror over the entire imperial palace. At the core of the Palace of Frost, before the grandest structure, seemingly carved from a single block of stellar ice, the Eternal Silence Palace, 3 figures shrouded in pale blue mist hovered in the air. Their auras resonated with the might of emperors, their power ranging from the 3rd to the 6th heavenly realm. representing the remaining 3 emperors of the Palace of Frost. Have the disciples been arranged for escape? Alongside part of our resources? It all happened too suddenly. Preparations are still underway. Not good. He is coming. In the Palace of Frost, Lin Xuan gazed below, a murderous intent permeating the air. Above the Palace of Frost, a circular array composed of countless massive ice crystal runes had already unfolded. The array's complexity radiated a chilling aura capable of freezing time and solidifying eternity. This was the Palace of Frost's protective Imperial Array, the Eternal Silence Array. As the formation operated at full capacity, the frigid air was so potent that even the light at the array's periphery was completely frozen and distorted. The leading Empress Bingning's voice trembled with a sharpness bordering on hysteria. "You have slain my ancestor. Is that not enough?" "Not enough." Lin Xian's response was a cold stroke of his sword. The entire ice realm shuddered violently under the weight of the chaotic sword intent. It let out a mournful cry of anguish. Crack! Crack! No! Stop him! The 3 elders of the Ice Soul Empress were horrified, simultaneously unleashing their cries. They transformed into 3 streams of frigid light, charging into the core of the Eternal Silence Array. The 3 emperors burned their imperial bodies, sacrificing their very essence, furiously infusing their life as cultivation into the array. Eternal silence ice, freeze the ages. Their anguished roars intermingled. The array's brilliance surged, a beam of chilling blue light, refined to perfection, as if capable of freezing the river of time itself, surged forth like the first breath of winter, disregarding the distance of space. Enveloping the void where Lin Xuan stood, this was the final strike of the Palace of Frost. The combined essence of the 3 emperors summoned forth the eternal silence cold light, its power surpassing even that of the Ice Soul Empress's eternal ice coffin. Where the light reached, space crystallized into a deep blue, time's flow becoming viscous, as if on the brink of complete stasis. Faced with this ultimate chill capable of freezing an emperor's soul, Lin Xuan merely raised his eyelids slightly. The chaotic mist surrounding him shifted gently. As the blue cold light met the chaotic fog, it encountered an incomprehensible adversary. The laws of freezing were forcibly disrupted and deconstructed. Cracks resembling a spider's web began to manifest upon the solidified spatial crystal, as the viscous flow of time was violently disrupted. The force of chaos, impervious to all laws. This supreme principle of frozen time and space, confronted with the primal essence of chaos, seemed to meet its nemesis, its power significantly diminished. Break. A single word escaped Lin Xian's lips. The chaotic sword intent enveloping him suddenly coalesced, erupting forth. Chaos, sword shadow. With a single stroke, Lin Xuan shattered it. Below, the ancient ice formation, which had endured for eons, collapsed with a thunderous roar. The 3 elders sustaining the formation simultaneously spewed forth imperial blood infused with the essence of cold, their imperial bodies instantly marred by spiderweb-like fissures, their vitality dwindling to an extreme. Their eyes brimmed with boundless fear and incredulous despair. The mightiest imperial formation of the Imperial Palace, how could it be so easily overwhelmed? Lin Xian's gaze finally settled upon the 3 precariously balanced emperors. Die! The 3 chaotic swords surged forth, targeting the trio. No. The loss of the emperor's support and the protective formation left the Ice Emperor Palace entirely exposed beneath the shroud of chaotic sword intent. Crack! With a resounding rumble, the colossal ice peak snapped in half, the grand ice crystal palace crumbling like a fragile sandcastle, collapsing and shattering in great swathes. Those disciples and elders of the divine palace who had sought refuge deep within, relying on the terrain for defense, were obliterated in an instant by the pervasive chaotic sword intent, vanishing into nothingness along with the solid ice that had sheltered them, leaving not a trace behind. In mere moments, they all perished. Lin Xian's consciousness swept through, locating the treasury sealed beneath layers of profound ice. The Ice Emperor Palace was no more. Within a brief span, the 3 ancient imperial powers that had stood tall in the eastern state for millions of years, the Xianxia Empire, the Tianyuan Holy Empire, and the Ice Emperor Palace, were reduced to mere dust of history. Their core accumulations had entirely fallen into Lin Xian's grasp. Chapter 211, Seizing? Slaying the Yin-Yang Heavenly Emperor. Above the Ice Emperor Palace, the skies churned tumultuously like a tempest. Lin Xian stood suspended in the air, his white robe billowing in the fierce winds. 17 volumes of imperial scriptures, 20 imperial artifacts. Lin Xian surveyed the vast treasures within the system's space, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Truly, the wealth amassed by the 3 imperial powers enduring for millions of years was beyond measure. These resources, when combined, could elevate any ordinary force to the pinnacle of power, significantly aiding the development of the Lin family. After a brief examination, Lin Xian prepared to depart, intending to tear through the void. Suddenly, A crisp crack echoed through the heavens, as if some equilibrium had been disrupted. Immediately, the entire firmament began to tremble violently, the clouds roiling above. They have arrived, Lin Xuan thought, a glint of sword light flickering in his eyes. From the eastern horizon, the dual energies of black and white surged forth like a tsunami, swiftly engulfing the entire sky. The extraordinary spectacle of the sun and moon appearing simultaneously illuminated the clouds, as day and night coexisted in an eerie harmony. The intertwining energies of yin and yang formed a sprawling taiji diagram, with the fisheye positions transforming into a blazing sun and a shadowy moon. Youth, relinquish the treasures of the three empires, and I, the Heavenly Emperor, may spare your life. The voice arrived before its source, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure. Mountains within a 1,000-mile radius sank 3 feet, and countless glaciers were crushed to powder beneath this force. A figure stepped forth from the taiji diagram, each footfall giving rise to a lotus pedestal of yin and yang, with petals opening and closing as great runes of the Tao flickered. Lin Xuan focused intently. The newcomer donned a black and white Taoist robe, a manifestation of the yin-yang wheel appearing behind him. Most striking was the intertwining black and white mark upon his brow, signifying mastery over the yin-yang Tao to an extraordinary degree. Chu Wuji, the yin-yang Heavenly Emperor, had arrived. The multitude of powerful figures in the eastern state, observing from afar, immediately recognized him. He sought to seize the treasures amassed by the Sword Emperor from the 3 imperial forces. Such a desire was hardly surprising, for the totality of these ancient powers' resources was unfathomable, a temptation for any who beheld them. Yet, the acknowledgement of envy among them was palpable. But what could mere envy accomplish? They had just witnessed the Sword Emperor's might. To deem him the foremost below the Heavenly Emperor was no exaggeration. For emperors of their caliber, to confront him would be akin to courting death. Why ponder so deeply? Let us simply enjoy the spectacle ahead. Lin Xuan did not recognize this individual, yet he discerned the opponent's realm, his tone devoid of any trepidation. A second-tier Heavenly Emperor? Old man, what if I refuse? Chu Wuji, instead of reacting with anger, laughed, his mirth resonating across 1,000 miles, fracturing the space around him with spiderweb-like cracks. A mere peak emperor dares to defy me, the Heavenly Emperor? You are the first, and you shall be the last. Today, I shall demonstrate the chasm that exists between the pinnacle of the imperial realm and the Heavenly Emperor, a gap greater than that between mortals and cultivators. Before his words faded, he raised his right hand, bringing his index and middle fingers together, unleashing a black and white finger ray that tore through the void. Though it appeared unhurried, it instantaneously pierced the fabric of space, shattering it into mirror-like fragments as the chains of laws broke apart. Yin-yang Calamity Finger. On a distant mountain peak, an ancient white-haired elder gasped in shock. This was a forbidden divine ability capable of erasing a cultivator's very soul. One of the signature techniques of the Yin-yang Heavenly Emperor, it was evident that he intended to hold nothing back, unleashing a lethal strike from the outset. As the finger ray approached, Lin Xuan felt a sharp pain in his soul, as if countless tiny yin-yang fish were gnawing at his very essence. Yet he stood firm, undaunted, as a clear sword cry erupted from within him, a grayish sword aura bursting forth from his fingertips, colliding head-on with the black and white finger ray. Boom! As the two forces collided, a visible shockwave radiated outward in a circular pattern. The entire firmament shattered instantly, unable to restore itself. While countless peaks below were ground to powder, the earth splitting open with deep chasms, magma surging forth and casting the sky in a bloody hue. Chu Wuji's pupils constricted. What appeared to be a casual gesture contained 7 parts of his strength, sufficient to severely injure an average first-tier Heavenly Emperor. Yet it was effortlessly neutralized by his opponent. Some skill, I see. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. But the disparity in realms ensures you are no match for me. Lin Xuan's robe billowed, countless sword-shaped runes manifesting around him, each imbued with the intent to cleave the heavens asunder. A mere second-tier Heavenly Emperor dares to posture before me? Today, with your blood, I shall inform the eastern state that no one may seize what belongs to me. Arrogance. Chu Wuji, incensed, laughed in fury, his hands forming a complex seal before his chest. Yin-yang cycles, the heavens become a furnace. In an instant, the entire sky transformed into a colossal furnace. Above, the blazing heavenly fire scorched the air, distorting the very void, while below, the dark, profound ice exuded such chilling energy that the surging magma instantly crystallized into black gems. Lin Xuan found himself at the epicenter of this furnace, subjected to the dual onslaught of extreme heat and cold. Chaos Sword Domain. With a resounding roar, Lin Xuan erupted with blinding brilliance. A grayish chaotic aura surged forth from within him, merging with the ultimate sword intent, forming a chaotic domain spanning a diameter of 100,000 zhang around him. regardless of the celestial fire that incinerates all or the profound ice that freezes the soul. Upon entering this domain, all are instantaneously shredded to pieces. How infuriating! How is this even possible? Chu Wujia's expression finally changed. His yin-yang melting furnace could ensnare and slay even the threefold heavenly emperors, yet it was brutally shattered by the opposing domain. Lin Xuan, without granting his opponent a moment's respite, extended his right hand, fingers curling into a claw-like grasp as he commanded the void, "Sword, arise." With a resonant clang, the sound of the sword echoed through the heavens, causing the lower-tier cultivators watching from afar to bleed from their ears and noses. A fissure, 1,000 zhang long, tore through the void behind Lin Xuan, from which a long sword, entirely grayish-white, slowly materialized. The blade was adorned with enigmatic chaotic patterns, each line seemingly depicting the primordial scene of the universe's genesis, as the space at the sword's edge continually collapsed and reformed, as if unable to withstand its existence. This was not Lin Xuan's sacred abyss sword. Rather, it was the Chaos Emperor sword, forged from the essence of the Chaos Tao. Though it was not a true imperial weapon, its might surpassed that of ordinary imperial artifacts. The moment Lin Xuan grasped the sword, his entire demeanor transformed dramatically. If he had previously resembled a blade concealed within its sheath, he was now fully drawn, his edge gleaming with brilliance. The space surrounding him warped and distorted, as if even the heavens and earth trembled in fear of this sword intent. First sword, shatter your yin-yang. A simple yet direct slash contained the profound essence of creating and destroying the world. Wherever the grayish sword light traversed, the black and white energies melted away like snow in boiling water. Chu Wujia was struck with horror, his hastily conjured 9-layered yin-yang barrier obliterated by a single stroke. The residual sword aura leaving a wound so deep it revealed bone, golden imperial blood cascading like rain from the heavens. Chu Wujia grunted. The energies of yin and yang swirling at the wound, attempting to mend his injury. However, he discovered that the residual chaotic sword aura acted like a living entity, relentlessly eroding his vitality. The healing process slowed by more than tenfold. This scene caused the powerful figures of the various factions in Eastern State, observing through the celestial eye, to gasp in disbelief. The yin-yang heavenly emperor was actually injured? What manner of monster is this? A peak emperor able to harm a twofold heavenly emperor? Is the chaotic essence truly the invincible physique described in ancient texts? Damn, this young man is indeed peculiar. Chu Wujia's expression darkened like water, finally shedding his contempt. He traced arcane symbols in the air with both hands, and a black and white treasure wheel gradually took form, its surface adorned with the phantoms of the sun, moon, and stars, radiating a disquieting aura. This is the ultimate imperial artifact of the yin-yang heavenly emperor, the yin-yang imperial wheel. To compel me to utilize my life's imperial artifact. You have reason to be proud, Chu Wujia said coldly, his voice laced with suppressed fury. Under the yin-yang wheel, all shall perish. The treasure will spun, and the yin and yang energies of heaven and earth converged frantically. One half transformed into a blazing white sun of 10,000 zhang in diameter, while the other morphed into a similarly sized dark, shadowy moon. The celestial might of the sun and moon locked onto Lin Xuan, collapsing space inch by inch, causing the universe to tremble. Rather than being alarmed, Lin Xuan laughed, his battle intent surging. Now, this is interesting. He gripped his sword firmly, the sword intent within him surging like a mighty river. Countless insights into the sword flowed through his mind, from the clumsy techniques he had learned in his youth to the unparalleled sword arts he had developed, ultimately culminating in a self-created supreme sword technique. Chaos annihilation. With a strike, chaos was divided. A grayish sword aura surged into the sky, surrounding it with the reenactment of earth, water, fire, and wind, as if this sword truly possessed the power to create and destroy worlds. As the sword aura collided with the blazing sun and shadowy moon, the explosion of light rendered the lower-tier cultivators of Eastern State temporarily blind, while countless creatures were reduced to ashes within the radiance. When the brilliance subsided, the onlookers were astonished to discover a clear crack traversing the yin-yang wheel, which was said to obliterate all. PFF, Chu Wujia spat out a mouthful of golden imperial blood, the damage to his life's imperial artifact causing him severe backlash. He gazed at Lin Xuan in disbelief. You are merely at the Emperor realm. Yet why? Realm does not equate to strength. Lin Xuan scoffed, his imperial sword rising once more. As he spoke, the sword's momentum shifted. Second sword. Sever your Tao. This strike was even more terrifying than the last. Before the sword light even arrived, Chu Wujia felt his yin-yang Tao quaking, as if confronting a natural enemy. He desperately activated the treasure wheel for defense, while simultaneously summoning 7 defensive imperial artifacts, the Xuanwu shield, the Tian Luo umbrella, and the golden light barrier, each one a treasure capable of making even the most powerful emperors envious. Crack. The 7 imperial artifacts shattered like paper. The treasure wheel suffering another devastating blow, its cracks multiplying exponentially. Chu Wujie was swept by the residual sword aura, half of his body exploding. Golden imperial blood pouring down like a torrential rain, dyeing the mountains below in gold. Stop. Chu Wujie finally panicked, his voice laced with unprecedented terror. I will offer 3 heavenly emperor-level treasures as compensation. Let this matter come to an end. Lin Xuan's sword momentum did not waver as he coldly replied. You wish to fight, yet you propose to end it as you please? He had long anticipated that someone would attempt to seize his treasures. After all, the 3 great imperial factions had amassed treasures over millions of years, enough to tempt any formidable cultivator. If he did not demonstrate an example today, others would undoubtedly follow suit. With this thought, the chaotic sword body within him activated, transforming him into a humanoid imperial sword, the sword intent ascending to the skies. The final sword, I shall send you to the afterlife. In this strike, Lin Xuan held nothing back. The Chaos Dao and the Sword Dao fused perfectly, forming an unassuming yet overwhelmingly destructive grayish sword light. As the sword light passed, time stood still, space froze, and even the laws of heaven and earth bowed in submission. No, Chu Wujie howled in despair, igniting his vital blood to fuel the treasure wheel. Simultaneously, he tore apart dozens of life-saving talismans in an attempt to escape. Each of these talismans was worth a fortune, with some providing defense and others capable of instantaneously transporting one hundreds of thousands of miles away. Alas, it was all too late. The sword light effortlessly pierced through all defenses, splitting the yin-yang wheel in two. The residual force remained unabated, striking directly at Chu Wujie's chest. Bang! A muffled thud echoed as Chu Wujie's imperial body exploded, transforming into a torrential rain of blood. A black and white intertwining primordial spirit fled in panic, only to be seized by Lin Xuan, who had been prepared. Stop! If you dare to kill me, the Yin-Yang Divine Sect will not let you off. Chu Wujie's primordial spirit shrieked, his voice filled with malice. Lin Xuan remained expressionless, chaotic flames igniting in his palm. Let them come. In a piercing scream, a once great heavenly emperor was obliterated, leaving only a wisp of green smoke dissipating between heaven and earth. The world fell silent, save for the mournful whispers of the wind. In the next moment, blood rained down across Eastern State, countless cultivators inexplicably shedding tears, shrouded in sorrow. Heaven and earth lamented. This was an omen that only appeared upon the fall of a great emperor or heavenly emperor. All observers held their breath, unable to believe the scene before them. An emperor slaying a heavenly emperor? This utterly shattered the long-held beliefs of the cultivation world. Lin Xuan collected the storage ring left behind by Chu Wujie and the damaged yin-yang wheel, his gaze sweeping through the void like lightning. He could clearly sense dozens of powerful consciousnesses lurking in the shadows. These were the strong from Eastern State. Who else desires the treasures of the 3 great emperors? His voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly throughout every corner of Eastern State. I am here, ever ready to welcome you. No one responded. With the twofold heavenly emperor having been slain, who would dare to provoke this misfortune? Those cultivators stronger than the Yin-Yang heavenly emperor either found these resources beneath them or did not wish to provoke such a formidable foe with extraordinary combat prowess. The consciousness in the shadows receded like a tidal wave, with some even leaving ripples in the void due to their hasty withdrawal. Lin Xuan nodded with satisfaction, gesturing to tear through the fabric of reality. The void sealed itself, and his figure vanished without a trace, leaving behind a ravaged battlefield that bore witness to the extraordinary battle that had just unfolded. The once undulating mountains had transformed into bottomless ravines, with peaks, smoothed by sword energy, floating within the boiling lakes of magma. 1,000 miles away, several emperor-level powerhouses concealed in the void exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting astonishment. This individual cannot be allowed to remain. Such a terrifying being indeed. Chapter 212, Return to the Lin family. After vanquishing the Yin-Yang Emperor, Lin Xuan hastened towards the ruins of the Xianxia Empire, for Lin Zai and the others awaited him there. In the ruins of the Xianxia Empire, Lin Xuan appeared out of thin air, and before the cultivators below could react, he waved his hand, whisking away Lin Zai and the others, disappearing from sight. When they reappeared, they found themselves in a valley in the northern region, where Lin Xuan and Su Qingyu were also present. The sudden appearance of Lin Xuan and his companions startled Lin Xuan. Goodness, Brother Xuan, are you trying to scare me to death so you can inherit my 5 spirit stones? Lin Xuan exclaimed, trembling slightly, and as he recognized them, he couldn't help but mock. Lin Xuan's face darkened, slapping the back of Lin Xuan's head. So cheeky, aren't you? Ouch. Brother Xuan, I refuse to accept that. Lin Xuan protested. Keep that to yourself. Seeing their amusing interaction, Su Qingyu covered her mouth, her eyes crescent-shaped with mirth. Even Lin Zai and the others, having been rescued by Lin Xuan and almost fully recuperated, displayed smiles. Brother Xian, it's wonderful that you three are unharmed, Lin Xuan said, returning to seriousness as he enveloped Lin Beixian and the others in a warm embrace. He had initially wanted to accompany Lin Xuan to rescue Lin Zai and the others, but was turned down and instructed to wait here. Thus, he complied, for despite their playful banter, he had always respected his elder brother deeply. Apologies, Howren, for causing you worry. After their brief interaction, Lin Xuan proceeded to introduce Su Qingyu to Lin Zai and the others. Miss Su, these three are my and Howren's cousins, Lin Beixian, Lin Yuan, and Lin Zai. Gentlemen, this is Miss Su Qingyu from the Su family in Linhai City, Eastern State. Little lady, Su Qingyu, it is a pleasure to meet you, fellow Taoists. Haha. We are delighted to meet Miss Su. Following their introductions, they lingered briefly in each other's company. Eventually, Lin Xuan resolved to return to the Central State, for his recent actions had made him well known among the powerful of the Eastern State, making it impossible for him to continue his training there. Similarly, Lin Zai and the others felt the need to return, especially Lin Zai, who had offended many prominent figures by seizing their inheritance. While they were not as shameless as the three major factions, it did not mean they would not cause him trouble. To avoid a repeat of recent events, they decided to return to the Central State. And you, Howren? Lin Xuan inquired. Surprisingly, Lin Howren chose to remain. Sorry, Brother Xian, but I plan to stay for a while. I've heard that the Tianxiong secret realm in the eastern region is about to open, rumored to harbor a type of heavenly spirit fruit, the dark origin fruit. This fruit would greatly enhance my physique, and I intend to seek it out. If I can obtain it, my body may undergo another transformation. Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan did not dissuade him. Very well, then we shall proceed. Take this special transmission jade slip. If you encounter danger, shatter it, and I will teleport to your side immediately. Thank you, Brother Xian. At last, they parted ways, with Lin Xuan and his companions returning to the Central State, while Lin Howren and Su Qingyu ventured towards the eastern region. As time passed, 10 days slipped by since Lin Xuan and the others returned to the Lin family. In the early morning light, the pale blue horizon on the distant skyline was tinged with a soft, delicate white. In the young master hall, Lin Xuan sat cross-legged upon an imperial-grade cultivation mat. System. Check-in. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Emperor-level body refinement technique. Ninefold Emperor body. Upon hearing this, a smile blossomed on Lin Xuan's face. Haha. A splendid acquisition. It is just what I need to enhance my physical form, as my previous body refinement techniques have become somewhat obsolete, yielding limited results. Soon, Lin Xuan immersed himself in cultivation. Before long, a rhythmic sound resonated through the hall, penetrating the restrictions with a cadence that seemed to reach the very soul. Echoing far and wide, the vast estate of the Lin family, akin to a slumbering giant, was roused by the deep, authoritative drumbeats. What is that sound? The third elder, supervising the younger generation's morning exercises at the training ground, abruptly lifted his head, his keen gaze piercing towards the direction of the young master hall. Is that the young master? The drumbeats grew louder and more frequent, as if the earth itself had become a resonating drum surface. The young members of the Lin family exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes filled with astonishment. Several elders and instructors hastily exchanged uncertain glances, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads. The young master hall, could it be? Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted without warning. A magnificent and indescribable purple energy column, akin to a divine sword that cleaved the heavens and the earth, surged upwards from Lin Xuan's Bai Wei acupoint, piercing the sky. In an instant, it tore through the protective barrier of the hall, reaching the ninth heaven. This was merely the beginning of the phenomenon. As the resplendent purple energy spread across the sky, casting a noble purple hue over vast mountains and rivers, anomalies began to manifest in the void. Pop, pop, pop. A series of faint yet distinct sounds, reminiscent of blooming flower buds, erupted densely above the Lin family estate. In the void, without warning, dazzling golden lotuses materialized from thin air. They were not physical entities, but rather composed of the purest, most sacred essence of heaven and earth interwoven with the laws of the Tao. Their petals, layered and radiant with the brilliance of solar flames, emitted a fragrance so exquisite it seemed capable of cleansing the soul. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. In the blink of an eye, the skies above the Lin family estate were entirely blanketed by these ethereal golden lotuses. Indeed, he is the young master. Even his cultivation can provoke such a staggering phenomenon. At the heart of this spectacle, Lin Xuan floated 3 feet above the ground, enveloped in a dense aura of purple gold divine radiance, resembling a colossal cocoon of light. The surface of this cocoon shimmered with countless tiny golden runes that flowed incessantly like living beings, depicting the profound truths of the universe. With each breath, the spiritual energy within 100 zhang radius spiraled into a massive vortex, surging into his body, greedily devoured and refined by the unparalleled ninefold emperor body technique. He felt as if he had transformed into a divine iron furnace, being relentlessly hammered and forged by the might of heaven and earth. Each thunderous resonance of bones and flesh was a testament to the expulsion of impurities and the honing of divinity. An unprecedented sensation of power surged within him, as if he could single-handedly uphold the heavens and shatter the mountains and rivers. This force proliferated wildly within his limbs and bones, coalescing into a formidable presence. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Perhaps it was but a fleeting moment, yet it felt as though millennia had passed. As the last wisp of majestic purple energy gradually receded into Lin Xuan's body, and the final ethereal golden lotus quietly vanished into the void, the resonant thunder of his bones and sinews finally subsided, restoring tranquility to the Lin family. Lin Xuan gently descended to the ground, and the instant his feet touched the soft earth, an overwhelming sense of mastery over himself and the cosmos enveloped him. He gazed down at his hands, their skin as lustrous as jade, faintly emanating a warm glow, seemingly more resilient than the finest spirit jade. He could distinctly hear the deep, rumbling sound of blood surging through his veins, akin to a mighty river in full flow, and he beheld the arcane golden patterns within his bones faintly gleaming. The ninefold heavenly emperor body, 6th level. Indeed, Lin Xuan had comprehended the ninefold heavenly emperor body with terrifying insight, achieving complete mastery without encountering any bottlenecks. Only time and abundant resources were required. Now, he had cultivated it to its current pinnacle, the 6th level in its entirety. His physical form rivaled that of a saint king. With a long exhale, Lin Xuan released a breath that sliced through the air like an arrow, producing a sharp sound of breaking through the void, dissipating after traveling several feet. He felt the tumultuous force within him, an endless reservoir of terrifying power, and a satisfied smile crept across his lips. As he stretched his muscles, every joint in his body erupted with a cacophony of cracks, reminiscent of beans sizzling in a pan, each muscle brimming with explosive strength. It was time to pay respects to my mother. Lin Xuan collected his thoughts, the weighty aura that naturally emanated from his newfound strength gradually subsiding. Chapter 213, 1,000 Women for You to Choose From. He adjusted his immaculate attire and strode towards the grand hall where his mother, Lu Mingxin, resided. Passing through familiar corridors and meandering past several elegant flower beds, the hall came into view. The ethereal sound of a guqin drifted from within, a favorite pastime of his mother during her leisure hours. A gentle smile graced Lin Xuan's face as he pushed open the slightly ajar courtyard door. "Mother, your son has come to pay his respects," he announced as he entered the grand hall, only to find not just Lu Mingxin present, but also his father, Lin Tianhai, who was beside her, wearing a resigned expression while attempting to amuse her. "Father." Lin Xuan greeted Lin Tianhai with a respectful nod. Upon seeing Lin Xuan enter, Lin Tianhai's eyes lit up. "Haha. Mengxin, Su'er must have come to seek your counsel. I shall take my leave for now." However, before he could finish his sentence, a glance from Lu Mingxin silenced him. What matters could he have? You have entrusted the clan affairs to Tianyu. Lin Tianyu interjected, "Sister-in-law, speak up for me, please. Let me stay here. If I don't finish watching, I shall never sleep in your bed again." Due to his affection for his wife, Lin Tianhai, who had just stood up, obediently sat back down, resuming his disheartened examination of the mountain of jade slips beside him. "Su'er, you have arrived at just the right moment." Lu Mingxin turned her attention to Lin Xuan, her demeanor shifting completely, her familiar and gentle voice imbued with a barely perceptible excitement. Upon seeing her son, her eyes brightened, and a warm smile blossomed on her face as she casually placed a purple jade slip atop the towering pile of jade slips. With a sudden disturbance, a small avalanche of jade slips tumbled down, several rolling to Lin Xuan's feet. He picked up one of the milky white slips and activated it, revealing a vividly lifelike portrait of a woman, clad in a white gown, her demeanor as cool as that of a celestial maiden from the Moon Palace, accompanied by the inscription, "Saintess of the Quasi-Imperial Palace, Ling Qinghan." "Mother, what is this?" Lin Xuan's voice was parched, pointing at the ocean of jade slips around him. Utterly unable to comprehend the situation at hand, Lu Mingxin elegantly lifted a white jade teacup, savoring a sip of fragrant spirit tea, her movements poised as if attending the most refined tea gathering. After setting down the cup, she bestowed upon Lin Xuan an exceedingly natural smile, filled with deep concern. "Su'er, you arrived at the perfect time. I have been busy these days." I have found some exceptional young ladies for you, each one possessing extraordinary talent and breathtaking beauty. She casually picked up another red jade slip adorned with golden edges from the table, speaking with the enthusiasm of introducing a newly bloomed flower from her garden. Look here. This is the contemporary saintess of the heavenly pool, Yun Qichong, born with a royal physique and exceptional aptitude. It is said that her performance of the feathered garment can summon 100 birds to pay homage. As for her cultivation level, she should be at the 6th level of the king realm. Although her cultivation is slightly lacking, her gentle disposition and household management skills are commendable. Lin Xuan gaped, feeling utterly foolish. The saintess of the heavenly pool. My dear mother, why have you begun this? Lu Mingxin seemed oblivious to her son's petrified expression as she set down the red jade slip and deftly extracted another pitch-black slip that emitted an eerie fragrance. Continuing with unrestrained enthusiasm, this one is also quite remarkable. The contemporary saintess of the Hahuan sect, Yi Meyer, possesses the ancient 9-nether profound body, naturally alluring. It is said she is well versed in the ancient dual cultivation secret arts, which greatly enhance one's cultivation progress. Lin Xuan nearly spat blood. Dual cultivation secret arts? Mother, are you looking for a wife for me, or turning me into a furnace? He felt a rush of blood to his head, and the world around him began to darken. Lin Xuan felt like crying, but had no tears. If you are still unsatisfied, there are over 10,000 detailed profiles of the finest women from various factions, ensuring there is a type you would find appealing. Lu Mingxin pointed to the pile of jade slips in front of her, smiling brightly. Sewer, quickly see if any catch your fancy. If so, we will have your father propose immediately, and if you're still not satisfied, I have several tens of thousands more. What? Mother, several tens of thousands? Are you serious? Furthermore, I am only 17. Is there really a need to rush? Lin Xuan was exasperated. Besides, at my age, this is the best time for cultivation. Shouldn't I prioritize my training rather than delay it for matters of love? Lin Xuan attempted to alter Lu Mingxin's perspective, but alas, he underestimated her resolve. With a look of earnestness, she replied, Oh, Sewer, you must understand that good girls are in high demand. If you do not act promptly, others will seize the opportunity. And then it will be too late. Mother, let's not discuss anything else for now. Even just these tens of thousands of profiles is too extravagant. What's the harm? My son is so handsome, and his talent is unparalleled. It is perfectly normal to have many women, Lu Mingxin asserted, her eyes shining with pride for her son. But I distinctly remember you telling father that a man should be devoted and not indulge in multiple romances. Lin Xuan replied, bewildered. If your father were as exceptional as you, I would never stand in the way. Lu Mingxin retorted, glancing at Lin Tianhai. Right? Lin Tianhai nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. Everything my wife says is correct. But as he sensed an inexplicable chill, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he quickly shook his head. No, that's not right. Even if I were as exceptional as my son, my heart would belong solely to you. XR, a lifetime of devotion to you. A man should remain steadfast and loyal. Of course, if it were Xianer, then the more the merrier. The will to survive is incredibly strong. Witnessing this scene, Lin Xuan could only helplessly rub his forehead. Father, where has your dignity gone? What of your authority as the patriarch of the clan? Chapter 214. The moment of enlightenment has arrived. As if sensing Lin Xuan's thoughts, Lin Tianhai exchanged glances with him. You little rascal. How dare you dig a pit for your father? Lin Xuan responded with an equally pointed look. I did not. Ah, you little brat. Don't think that just because you are the darling of your grandfather and the ancestors, I wouldn't dare to give you a good thrashing. I'll hit you just like I would my own son. Lin Tianhai's eyes were filled with threats. In an instant, Lin Xuan grasped his father's meaning and turned to Lu Mingxin, saying, Mother, last year when you were in seclusion, a beautiful lady came to find father. Before Lin Xuan could finish, Lin Tianhai rushed over, covering Lin Xuan's mouth. Feeling the menacing aura behind him, Lin Tianhai shuddered. Lin, Tian, hi, you better confess to me. Are you flirting with some wildflower outside? Xianer, it's a misunderstanding. I have always loved only you. Lin Tianhai quickly explained, then turned to glare fiercely at Lin Xuan, the intent unmistakable. You little brat, hurry up and explain to your mother. Or I'll expose the incident from 3 years ago when you ruined her favorite star moon flower, and see if you don't get a beating. Ultimately, Lin Xuan and his father reached a mutual agreement of non-aggression. Mother, actually that beautiful lady came to discuss family cooperation with father, and she isn't interested in him at all. Lin Xuan couldn't resist teasing Lin Tianhai. Bah, it's your father who doesn't fancy her, alright. In your father's eyes, you surpass all female cultivators in the world. It better be so. Although Lu Mingxin said this, the faint smile at the corner of her eyes and the gentle gaze directed at Lin Tianhai were quite evident. She understood Lin Tianhai's character well. Aside from necessary interactions with other powers, he had hardly engaged with any other female cultivators over the years, so how could he be frivolous? Shinner, what about these girls? Lu Mingxin's gaze once again fixated on Lin Xuan. Mother, please don't. I have someone I admire. Lin Xuan saw Lu Mingxin was about to continue and swiftly thought on his feet, responding, never mind, I'll just come up with some excuse to brush it off. Upon hearing this, Lu Mingxin's eyes brightened, and she eagerly pulled Lin Xuan, asking, what? Really? Come, tell mother, which girl is it? How old is she? Who are her parents? Lin Xuan felt a cold sweat. Seeing Lu Mingxin ready to interrogate him thoroughly, he hastily fabricated, mother, you don't know her. She is not from Central Continent. You little rascal, you wouldn't dare deceive your mother, would you? Do you have a picture? Show it to me. Lu Mingxin persistently inquired. In the end, Lin Xuan could only continue to weave his tale, conjuring a vague image with spiritual power. Before them, a hazy silhouette of a light blue woman appeared in the air. Exquisite, ethereal, noble. Although her features were indistinct, it was evident that she was the mysterious woman Lin Xuan had encountered in the Heavenly Emperor's cave. Yi Bingning. Miss Yi, my apologies for borrowing your image as a shield. Once I become invincible across the realms, I'll protect you, Lin Xuan silently vowed. Oh, what a beautiful girl. Even though I can't see her face clearly, it's obvious she is perfect for Shinner. Lu Mingxin exclaimed with delight, her eyes brimming with affection. This girl? I like her, Shinner you. However, Lin Xuan had already dashed out, not giving her a chance to inquire further. Mother, I'm off to cultivate. You and father can chat slowly. You little brat. Lu Mingxin scolded with a smile, then turned her gaze back to the spiritual image. Not bad, not bad. Such a beautiful daughter-in-law. When I take her out, it'll be quite impressive, don't you think, Tianhai? Indeed. You have an excellent eye, my dear. 3 months later. At the Lin family, Tianyunsi. At this moment, the forbidden area was bustling with activity. Sister, may I ask why you have summoned us? Lin Changfeng inquired with a puzzled expression as he looked at Lin Changxue. However, before Lin Changxue could respond, Lin Changxiao suddenly seemed to sense something, his expression shifting, and he turned sharply to Lin Changxue, stating solemnly, Second sister, I can see that your path to becoming a quasi-emperor is now complete, and you exude an aura of enlightenment. Could it be that? Before Lin Changxiao could finish, Lin Changxue directly interrupted him. She surveyed the crowd and, with utmost seriousness, nodded, declaring, Indeed, my opportunity for a breakthrough has arrived. Lin Changxue's words fell like a nuclear bomb upon the calm surface of the sea, instantly stirring up tumultuous waves. Upon hearing Lin Changxue's announcement, Lin Changxiao and the others were momentarily stunned, clearly shocked by the news. But soon their faces lit up with ecstatic expressions. They understood precisely what this meant. It is worth noting that second ancestor Lin Changxue had reached the pinnacle of the Quasi-Emperor's 9th layer just half a month ago. And if she could successfully break through now, she would ascend to the supreme realm of the Emperor. This was a level that countless cultivators dreamed of. Moreover, it signified that the long-held aspirations of the Lin family were finally coming to fruition, and they would soon witness the emergence of a second emperor from their clan. Sister, where do you plan to break through? I will personally guard you. Lin Changxiao could hardly contain his excitement as he spoke. Ha. It seems our Lin family is about to produce another emperor. Others chimed in with enthusiasm. In the 5 elements forbidden zone, there lies an ice abyss. The most suitable place for my breakthrough, and it won't affect our Lin family at all. Lin Changxue slowly revealed her decision. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. Second ancestor, we shall prepare the treasures you require for your breakthrough at once. Lin Tianhai promptly led a group of elders to swiftly gather all necessary items. The Lin family acted swiftly. In less than an hour, everything was ready, and Lin Changxue, along with Lin Changxiao and all the quasi-emperors of the Lin family, made their way to the 5 elements forbidden zone, while the rest waited at the Lin family. Chapter 215. Lin Changxue becomes an emperor. At the boundary between the depths of the 5 elements forbidden zone and the periphery, within a colossal ice abyss, Lin Changxue sat cross-legged on an ice platform crafted from 10,000-year-old cold jade, frost flowers glistening on her eyelashes as they fell. The moment she opened her eyes, the entire ice abyss trembled as if boiling, countless ice shards coalescing into the shape of a mandala flower in the void. After 10,000 years of cultivation, today I shall become an emperor. Her calm declaration resonated with the laws of heaven and earth, causing the clouds within a 10,000-mile radius to freeze instantly, transforming into a cascade of ice crystals. As Lin Changxue rose, her pure white robe revealed 3,000 ice patterns, each inscribed with the profound truths of the path of snow. With a delicate motion of her fingertips, the void before her split open, and as she stepped forward, the entire ice abyss crumbled, all the cold air being drawn into her body. Above the heavens, calamity clouds coalesced into a pitch-black vortex. Lin Xuan stood in the void, gazing at the purple-golden lightning serpents swirling within the vortex, a smile curving her lips. With her right palm gently lifted, an ice crystal lotus flower emerged in her palm. And as its petals unfurled, the cold air accumulated over countless years in the ice abyss surged skyward, forming a gigantic crown of ice and snow in the heavens. The first calamity, as if provoked, 9 bolts of thunder, each as thick as a water barrel, cleaved through the vortex. With each thunderbolt that struck the ground, it transformed into the form of a thunder beast, be it lion or tiger, pouncing forth with lightning and fire. Lin Xuan remained utterly still, merely brushing away a petal from the lotus in her palm. The snow buried 3,000 realms. In an instant, the drifting petal expanded into towering ice walls. At the moment the 9 thunder beasts collided with the ice barrier, the extreme cold surged upward along the current of lightning. A chilling sound of freezing echoed, as the thunder was encased in ice sculptures, which then exploded into a myriad of luminous particles. The second wave of tribulation thunder followed closely behind. This time, 72 bolts of blood-red calamity fire thunder wove a celestial web in the sky. Finally, Lin Xuan moved, her fingers forming a sword as she traced profound trajectories before her. Each path left a trail of azure ice, ultimately forming a complete diagram of the Tao, an ice and snow diagram. With a gentle tap of her finger, the diagram surged in response to the wind. At the moment the calamity fire thunder web clashed with the diagram, time seemed to stand still. The surface of the blood-red thunder swiftly became covered in ice cracks, which then peeled away like fragile glass. The tumultuous winds lifted Lin Xuan's long hair, revealing the gradually manifesting imperial mark upon her brow. The 3rd through 6th tribulations descended in succession. There were bolts of thunder transformed into ancient weapons of metal, others imbued with the power of life and death, and even the legendary nether thunder, said to target the primordial spirit. Lin Xuan's responses grew increasingly composed. At times, she conjured a great wall of ice and snow spanning the heavens, and at others, she formed ice mirrors to reflect the thunder back into the clouds of tribulation. As the remnants of the 6th tribulation thunder dissipated, she stood gracefully in the void, surrounded by 360 ice crystal shields, each reflecting different runes of the Tao. Suddenly, the clouds of tribulation fell into an eerie silence. Lin Xuan squinted her eyes, noticing in the heart of the vortex a seepage of ink-like black mist. The expressions of several Lin family protectors shifted drastically. This was a heart demon tribulation, far more terrifying than thunder. The black mist transformed into countless threads that penetrated Lin Xuan's 7 orifices. The scene before her changed abruptly. The ancestral grounds of the Lin family erupted in raging flames. In her ears rang the heart-wrenching cries of countless kin. "Ah, Ancestor, save me. Whoa, who will rescue the Lin family? I will fight you, you rabble." This was the scene of the Lin family's extermination. Yet, although the heart demon tribulation was horrifying, it was merely a trivial skill. Lin Xuan's mind remained ever so slightly clear, unaffected. With a light exclamation, she declared, "It is but an illusion. Do not attempt to deceive me." With a commanding gesture, she shattered the illusion. The heart demon tribulation emitted a shriek, transforming into black smoke, attempting to flee. "Since you've come, why the haste to depart?" Lin Xuan formed seals with her hands, an azure halo bursting forth around her, invoking the ice heart technique. The extreme cold swirled into a vortex, devouring the heart demon tribulation whole. Her complexion turned as pale as paper. Though she swiftly shattered the heart demon tribulation, the toll on her spirit was immense. After overcoming the heart demon phase, the imperial mark on her brow became even more distinct. The clouds of tribulation erupted in fury. The 7th and 8th tribulations descended simultaneously. 99 thunder dragons descending with chaotic energy. Each thunder dragon bore flickers of sentience in their eyes, their claws tearing through the fabric of space. At long last, Lin Xuan withdrew her fated artifact, snow enveloping the universe. With a soft incantation, the long sword multiplied into thousands. Each beam of sword light precisely pierced the thunder dragon scales, the exploding ice flowers freezing them into bizarre sculptures. Yet, 7 thunder dragons managed to break through the sword net and crashed violently into Lin Xuan. The blood she spat crystallized into blood-red ice in midair, and her right arm revealed the stark whiteness of bone. The final and most terrifying 9th tribulation was brewing. The clouds of tribulation shrank to a 100-mile expanse, changing from black to white, and ultimately becoming transparent, like crystal. Lin Xuan's pupils constricted. This was the fabled void calamity, capable of erasing a tribulation bearer from the stream of time and space. It seemed the heavenly Tao truly wished to eradicate her. She smiled bitterly, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth. Yet, she would not concede easily. With a thunderous roar, when the void calamity descended, it was met by a towering ice and snow avatar. Ice Immortal Bell Seal. The avatar brought its hands together, weaving its own Tao into an ice crystal giant bell, encapsulating the void calamity within. The tribulation thunder surged left and right, the surface of the bell rapidly becoming riddled with cracks. Lin Xianxia's true form suddenly leapt up, the immense avatar crashing down. Subdue. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the terrifying energy fluctuations shook the entire northern domain, causing countless ice mountains to collapse under the aftershocks. When the light faded, the avatar and the tribulation thunder perished together, with only a solitary figure plummeting from the heavens. Just as Lin Xianxia was about to plunge into the ice abyss, myriad rays of dawn light descended from the shattered void. Her falling form was cradled by a gentle force, the imperial mark upon her brow radiating brilliance. Even more astonishing, the dissipating clouds of tribulation reassembled, but this time, they showered down fragments of Tao like sweet rain. Great Emperor Realm, achieved. Second sister, you've succeeded. Lin Changxiao exclaimed from afar, his face alight with excitement. The other clan elders and Lin Changfeng also burst into jubilant laughter. Ha ha ha, the second ancestor has attained the Great Emperor stage. Our Lin family boasts a second Great Emperor, a dual emperor lineage. Just half a year ago, I could scarcely imagine our Lin family reaching this day, and yet here it is, realized. Ha ha ha, Lin Changxue floated in midair, every pore absorbing the fragments of Tao. Her 3,000 strands of hair danced in the wind, her right arm's bone visibly regenerating at an astonishing rate. When the final ray of dawn light melded into her being, the accumulated snow across the ice abyss simultaneously levitated, coalescing above her head into a resplendent imperial crown. The instant the crown crowned her, Lin Changxue opened her eyes. The icy world that swirled within her gaze gradually faded, replaced by a detached view of the myriad beings below. She gently clenched her fist, and the distant snow-capped mountains crumbled in response, not shattered by force, but as if all accumulated snow spontaneously bowed in reverence to her. From this day forth, I am the Snow Empress. This serene proclamation echoed throughout the vast expanse, resonating with all practitioners of ice and snow cultivation. A pillar of heavenly light rose from the 5 elements forbidden zone, marking the birth of a new emperor. Chapter 216, the bustling northern emperor city. Ha ha ha, Changxue, congratulations. After Lin Changxue successfully transcended her tribulations, Lin Changxiao and others gathered beside her, his laughter echoing with joy. Hee hee. Second sister, congratulations on realizing your path to the Great Emperor. Congratulations to the second ancestor on achieving the Great Emperor stage. After a flurry of well-wishes, the Lin family did not linger long in that place, swiftly returning to their ancestral home. Simultaneously, news of Lin Changxue's successful breakthrough into the Great Emperor realm sent ripples of excitement throughout the Lin family, with everyone fervently congratulating the second ancestor on adding yet another great emperor to their ranks. That night, a celebratory feast was prepared for Lin Changxue, with all members of the Lin family in attendance. This evening's feast was not only for her, but for the entire Lin family. I believe that our Lin family will continue to thrive in the future. I also hope that our younger generations will achieve the Great Emperor stage and surpass even me. Raising her cup, Lin Changxue exclaimed, to our Lin family, cheers. This night, the Lin family was ablaze with lights, celebrating until dawn. The following day, the Lin family resumed their busyness, as only 3 days remained until the Northern Conference they had set. The Lin family began their final preparations, ensuring that their inaugural Northern Conference would proceed flawlessly. All according to plan, Lin Tianhai commanded. Numerous elders of the Lin family clasped their hands in respect. Yes, Patriarch. Subsequently, the elders of the Lin family departed from the heavenly sacred hall in unison. Meanwhile, in the northern wilderness empire city, the 4 main city gates had been fully opened. At each gate, 36 members of the Lin family Zhongshuan guards, clad in dark iron armor, flanked both sides, each emanating the formidable aura of a lord-level warrior, while a leader of saint-level stood at the forefront. Behind them, the towering city walls, adorned with intricate array patterns, shimmered with a faint golden glow in the morning light. Is this truly the northern wilderness empire city? A prince from a certain dynasty in the central continent stood on the deck of his cloud vessel, snapping his folding fan shut with a sharp sound, his eyes wide with astonishment. Alas, in comparison to this northern wilderness empire city, our royal city is utterly incomparable. Behind him, a white-haired elder squinted his eyes and shook his head, lamenting, Alas, your highness. Our Black Feather dynasty cannot even be considered a first-rate power in the central continent. How could we possibly compare to a supreme imperial clan like the Lin family? As the cloud vessel gradually descended to the designated docking area, the prince, upon stepping onto the ground, was taken aback as he felt a gentle surge of spiritual energy emanating from the bluestone path beneath his feet, each step resembling a tread upon a spiritual vein. "This road," a startled attendant exclaimed behind him. At that moment, a Lin family Xianxian guard approached, greeting them, "Esteemed guests. May I inquire if you possess an invitation? If so, entry to the city is complimentary. If not, a fee of 10 mid-grade spirit stones per person is required. Greetings, fellow cultivator. We have come of our own accord. Here is our entry fee." The elder smiled as he handed a storage bag to the Xianxian guard. Despite being a saint-level practitioner, he addressed the Lin family guard as a fellow cultivator, who graciously accepted the gesture in return. Such was the advantage of being backed by a powerful faction. The Lin family guard immediately gestured for them to proceed. "You have traveled from afar. Might I suggest you rest at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion first?" Meanwhile, at the northern city gate, a group of cultivators clad in gray linen robes gazed up at the gate, their mouths agape in awe. "Senior brother, is this gate crafted from a single block of Xiantian cold iron?" A young cultivator stammered, attempting to reach out but hesitating. The middle-aged cultivator leading the group swallowed hard. "Not only that, but look at the door knocker. It is clearly a massive piece of Juyo black copper, enough to forge 3 quasi-imperial weapons. Fellow cultivators of the Xianxian sect, please enter the city." The Lin family Xianxian guard, having received their invitation, also gestured for them to proceed. As the members of the Xianxian sect stepped through the city gates, they abruptly froze in place. Along the streets within the city, bronze statues stood every 10 paces, each holding a luminous pearl that was the rare Songhai moonlight. "This single pearl is worth a fortune," the sect leader exclaimed, trembling. "The Lin family actually uses these as street lamps?" What astonished them further was that as they walked, the luminous pearls sensed their presence and automatically illuminated, casting a gentle glow that formed a brilliant path in the morning light. As midday approached, the area surrounding the star observation platform in the city center became crowded with cultivators. Suddenly, the platform emitted a resonant hum, its surface lighting up with countless points of light, reminiscent of a starry night sky. Even more astonishingly, these lights were not static but flowed and changed according to some mysterious rhythm. Before the words could settle, the star observation platform erupted in a towering beam of light, drawing forth the spiritual energy within 100 miles, forming a visible vortex of spiritual energy. The tide of spiritual energy. All cultivators present instinctively sat cross-legged. The concentration of spiritual energy was such that a single breath equated to 3 days of their usual cultivation. "Look to the sky," someone shouted. Within the vortex of spiritual energy, the faint outline of a colossal tree emerged, its branches and leaves stretching wide, resonating with the sounds of the Tao, the phantom of the Jianmu tree. "This is the ancient divine tree Jianmu." An elderly cultivator wept tears of joy to witness such a sight in my lifetime. "I have no regrets." In a private chamber on the top floor of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, representatives from various powerful factions were subtly vying for leverage. "I've heard that young Master Lin reached the pinnacle of the King realm at only 17? The Western Desert Sand Emperor squinted, inquiring. The Eastern Sea Water Monarch snorted lightly. "Not only that, our scouts reported that a mysterious powerhouse attempted to ambush young Master Lin half a month ago, only to be slain by a single sword chi. That sword chi was so ferocious that it could only be the work of a Lord-level warrior. Impossible." The Sand Emperor slammed the table in disbelief. "A 17-year-old Lord-level warrior? Do you think this is an ancient myth? Why is it impossible? You must know that even the Nangong Emperor has broken through to the Lord level, and young Master Lin, having defeated him twice. It is perfectly reasonable for him to advance to the Lord level. Why must you all bicker? Our purpose here is to acquire the remnants of the Imperial level cultivation technique." The Southern Ridge Tao Master said softly, "In 3 days at the auction, the authenticity of that Imperial level technique will be revealed. If it is genuine." A glint of greed flickered in his eyes. What kind of profound background must a family possess to auction such a treasure? As they spoke, a commotion suddenly erupted outside the window. The crowd craned their necks to see a Lin family enforcement team escorting several cultivators bound by spiritual power chains. "Are those from the Blackshaw sect?" Someone exclaimed in surprise. What did they do to provoke the Lin family? Soon, someone informed loudly. The Blackshaw sect tried to extort those small vendors in the city and were captured on the spot by the Lin family enforcement team. It is said that the team leader is only at the saint level, yet using the city as formations. He subdued the great saint-level Blackshaw old ghost in just 3 moves. Instantly, the onlookers' expressions became animated. As night fell, the Northern Wilderness Empire city was even more vibrant than during the day. Countless spirit lamps lit up along the main streets. illuminating the entire city as if it were daytime. The taverns and tea houses were filled to the brim, with discussions about the day's events echoing everywhere. "Did you visit the Lin family's Dan Pavilion?" An excited rogue cultivator exclaimed, his face flushed. 7th grade elixirs are displayed like candy on the counter. There are even piles of 8th grade elixirs. His companion took a swig of spirit wine, scoffing, "What of that? The weapon shop is truly terrifying. Saint-level flying swords are available for trial. I personally witnessed a small cultivator from the Cave Heaven realm try to touch one. And the Lin family's steward didn't he even flinch." In a corner, a figure clad in black listened quietly to the discussions. The corners of his mouth twitching beneath his hood. He tapped his fingers lightly on the table and communicated with his companion. The intelligence was incorrect. "The Lin family's strength far exceeds our estimates." His companion replied through thought, "Should we notify the upper echelon to cancel the operation?" The figure in black pondered for a moment. Not yet. However, in the next instant, they were struck down by a Lin family expert with a single palm. Humph. A bunch of rats from the gutter. On the high tower of the city lord's mansion, Lin Tianhai stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing down at the brightly lit city. Lin Xuan approached his side and whispered, "Father, 17 rats have infiltrated the imperial city today, all of whom have been eliminated by the family." Lin Tianhai chuckled lightly. "As expected, Xianer, have you arranged everything I instructed you to prepare?" "Rest assured." Lin Xuan smiled faintly. "In 3 days at the auction, I will ensure everyone has their eyes opened wide." Chapter 217. The Northern Wilderness Conference begins. The Northern Wilderness Auction. 3 days later. Today marks the official opening of the Lin family's first Northern Wilderness Conference. Therefore, to maintain order in the Imperial City. In addition to the city's own enforcement team, the Lin family had specially dispatched 10 squads of Tianyun guards to prevent any disruptions. As the first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds, a figure suddenly appeared above the Northern Wilderness Empire City. A majestic pressure of quasi-imperial level instantly enveloping the entire city, capturing the attention of all cultivators within. "Welcome everyone to the first Northern Wilderness Conference of the Lin family. I am Lin Daowu, the Lord of the Northern Wilderness Empire City." Lin Daowu, a quasi-imperial practitioner, is also Lin Xian's grandfather. Upon hearing Lin Daowu's words, the cultivators below promptly bowed in reverence. "We greet you, esteemed city lord." Lin Daowu nodded slightly before continuing. "Today marks the inaugural day of the Northern Wilderness Conference, and my Lin family has organized a grand auction for everyone. You may later proceed to the Lin family's Northern Wilderness Auction House, and I wish each of you fortune in acquiring your coveted treasures." With that, Lin Daowu's figure vanished, leaving behind a throng of excited cultivators. "Ha ha ha, at last. It is about to commence. Let us go and secure a prime position," exclaimed one. "Heh, treasures, here I come," another chimed in. "Those precious artifacts are of no concern to my Ma family. Our sole aim for this journey is to procure a broken saint pill for our ancestor. As the time of our ancestor's tribulation approaches, if he cannot break through, our Ma family will be doomed. Therefore, we must stake everything we have to win a broken saint pill." "Understood, Patriarch." The Northern Wilderness Auction House stood tall, a circular edifice adorned with intricate array patterns, shimmering with a ghostly blue light under the sun. Today, the first Northern Wilderness Conference hosted by the Lin family officially began, with the auction event drawing all eyes. "Have you heard? A Holy Emperor weapon will appear at this auction. Not only that, I've heard there are Quasi-Emperor pills on Earth from ancient relics." That is nothing. Let me tell you, remnants of Emperor-level martial arts will also be auctioned." A collective gasp ensued. "Is it true, fellow cultivator? Those are Emperor-level martial arts. Even remnants are worth a fortune. Is the Lin family truly willing to part with such treasures?" "Humph, I never speak falsely." The perimeter of the auction house was teeming with cultivators who had been unable to enter, forming clusters and engaging in animated discussions. The air was thick with the scents of various spiritual herbs and artifacts, mingling with the smell of sweat from the crowd, creating a unique cacophony. At the main entrance of the auction house, a squad of Lin family guards clad in silver armor stood at attention, each wearing a badge inscribed with the character Lin. Their presence imposing, indicating they were all at least of the esteemed rank. The leader of the guard, with eyes like lightning, scanned every guest entering the venue. The Heavenly Sword Imperial Clan has arrived. With a commanding shout, a group of sword-bearing cultivators descended from the air, led by an elderly man with white hair and piercing eyes radiating a fierce sword intent. Following him were over 10 young disciples, each adorned with silver sword tokens at their waists. "It is the 10th elder, Jian Wutian, of the Heavenly Sword Imperial Clan," someone exclaimed in awe, surprised that such a figure had come in person. The guard leader promptly stepped forward to pay his respects. "Elder Jian, your designated area is in box number 3. Please follow me." Jian Wutian nodded slightly, leading his entourage into box number 3. Soon, another stir arose. The crowd turned to see a jade palanquin drawn by 6 snow-white spirit deer gliding gracefully forward, its sheer curtains billowing, revealing a graceful silhouette. It is the spirit deer jade palanquin of the Quasi-Imperial Palace. Someone gasped. As the curtain lifted, an enchanting beauty emerged. The woman, in her early 20s, donned a gown as white as snow, a fleck of vermilion adorning her brow, her eyes as clear as autumn waters. With each step, ethereal lotus blossoms seemed to bloom beneath her feet. Following her were a maid and an elderly matron whose cultivation level was indiscernible. Quasi-Imperial Palace's Xianxia. I greet all esteemed friends of the Lin family. Her voice resonated like a clear spring flowing over stones, refreshing the spirit. May I inquire where the noble young master is? I would like to pay my respects. In response, the Lin family guard leader swiftly replied, Your Highness. The young master is within the auction house, preparing for the upcoming event with the clan leader. Thank you for the information. With her curiosity piqued, Xianxia's eyes brightened as she expressed her gratitude and entered the auction house. As the members of the Quasi-Imperial Palace entered, whispers surged among the onlookers. It is rumored that this Xianxia has visited the Lin young master several times in recent months. It seems credible. Indeed. Word has it that Xianxia has feelings for the Lin young master. One observer remarked. A princess of a dominant power and a peerless sword god from a slightly lesser background. One cannot deny they make a fitting pair. Hush. Do you wish for your life? Are you unaware that the Nangong prince has long admired Xianxia? Be cautious, or you may find yourself in peril. Exactly. The eyes of the dominant powers are ever watchful. As representatives of various factions continued to arrive, the atmosphere within the auction house grew increasingly charged. The venue was circular, with a raised platform at its center and tiered seating surrounding it, accommodating thousands. Above, 4 levels of boxes were arranged, named in sequence as Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow. The heavenly boxes numbered 20, the Earth boxes 50, the Profound boxes 100, and the Yellow boxes 300. Only those with the status of Holy King level or above could access the Yellow boxes. The 20 opulently adorned heavenly boxes were designated for the great imperial and dominant powers. Have the guests in box number 10 arrived? In the backstage area, a middle-aged man clad in purple robes inquired in a hushed tone. His demeanor was refined, yet his eyes were deep like the starry sky. He was Elder Lin Tianma, the host of this auction. All have arrived, Elder, came the response. Lin Tianma raised his hand. Let us prepare to begin. The time has come for the auction to commence. The steward bowed and withdrew. Lin Tianma surveyed the audience, a subtle smile gracing his lips. With a melodious chime, the crowd gradually fell silent. Lin Tianma ascended the central platform, surveying the surroundings as he proclaimed, Welcome to the Lin family's inaugural Northern Wilderness Auction. I am Lin Tianma, honored to preside over this event. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly throughout the venue, showcasing his profound cultivation. Before we commence, I wish to announce an important matter, Lin Tianma continued. The Lin family has decided to host the Northern Wilderness Conference every 10 years. At that time, we will present a plethora of precious treasures for auction, as well as prizes for martial arts and arts competitions, ensuring that all may depart satisfied. Moreover, we pledge that the grand finale item of each decade's auction will hold a value no less than that of this event's finale. Additionally, the Lin family will hold a major auction annually, featuring remarkable treasures each year. Upon hearing this, the cultivators in attendance were taken aback, their excitement palpable. A 10-year interval is not too long for cultivators, especially with the promise of treasures comparable to those at the current auction. How could they not feel thrilled? Now that the preliminary remarks are concluded, I shall outline the auction rules. While many may already be familiar with them, I ask for your patience to ensure a pleasant experience for all, Lin Tianma declared before proceeding to detail the auction guidelines. This auction will be divided into 2 sessions, one in the morning and the other in the afternoon, with a 3-hour intermission in between. Soon, Lin Tianma completed his recitation. Thank you all for your cooperation. Without further ado, let us invite the first item onto the stage. With a clap of his hands, a maid gracefully approached the platform, holding a jade tray. On the tray rested 3 crystal-clear jade vials, each containing a pill the size of a longan, vibrant green with swirling cloud patterns on their surfaces. The 3rd grade spiritual pill, Qingyun Dan, assists practitioners at the Yuandan realm in breaking through their bottlenecks. Each vial has a base price of 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones, with a minimum bidding increment of 100 mid-grade spirit stones. During this auction, the Lin family mandated that transactions must be conducted using mid-grade spirit stones or higher. As soon as the announcement was made, a chorus of competitive bidding erupted from the audience. 1001, 1003, 1005. Ultimately, 3 vials of Qingyun Dan were sold for 2,000, 2001, and 2,300 mid-grade spirit stones respectively. Lin Mo wore a smile as he continued to introduce the subsequent items for sale. The auction was in full swing, showcasing various rare spiritual herbs, uncommon materials, and powerful artifacts, with the atmosphere growing increasingly fervent. While the major factions remained passive, the smaller sects and independent cultivators were fervently vying for each item, their faces flushed with excitement. After all, the first half of the auction was specifically tailored for these smaller factions and independent cultivators, ensuring that high-tier treasures would not be present. The next item up for bid was a lower-grade king weapon, the Han Shuang sword. Lin Mo's voice commanded silence across the venue as he announced that this sword was forged from a millennium-old cold stone, possessing inherent ice attributes. With a base price of 50,000 mid-grade spirit stones, the small factions and independent cultivators below stirred with excitement. King weapons were indeed a rarity in their eyes. 55,000. A determined, independent cultivator shouted. 60,000. Came an immediate response. 70,000. A disciple from a smaller sect raised their bid. Prices surged rapidly, soon surpassing the 100,000 mark. Ultimately, the sword was claimed by a peak realm independent cultivator for 111,200 mid-grade spirit stones. The auction proceeded with fervor, a grand event for these smaller factions and independent cultivators, a rare opportunity for upward mobility that compelled them to bid fiercely, unwilling to relinquish such a precious chance. This also proved to be a lucrative venture for the Lin family, despite the lower individual values of the items. The sheer volume resulted in considerable profit. As the auction neared the end of its first half, tension filled the air. The smaller factions and independent cultivators understood that the finale of the first half was about to be unveiled, which was the primary goal of their attendance. Lin Tianma surveyed the crowd, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he raised his hand for silence. Esteemed guests, the first half of the auction is drawing to a close, and we are about to present the highlight of this segment. He intentionally prolonged his words, heightening the anticipation among the attendees. A maid approached the elevated stage, carefully holding a purple golden jade box, its surface etched with intricate sealing runes. A faint aroma of elixir wafting from it, invigorating the senses. The Breaking Saint Pill, Lin Tianma proclaimed. This pill has been meticulously crafted by our Lin family's esteemed alchemist, of superior quality, capable of aiding peak realm practitioners in their breakthrough to the Saint Realm. With a success rate increase of 30%, a wave of astonishment rippled through the audience. While it may not have held significance for the powerful figures in the private boxes, for the independent cultivators and smaller factions below, it was a coveted treasure. A 30% success rate was akin to a lifeline for those stuck at the pinnacle of the peak realm. Many heads of smaller factions and elders began to breathe more rapidly, their eyes fixed intently on the purple golden jade box. 3 Breaking Saint pills were available for auction, to be sold in 3 separate rounds. Given its immense value, this auction would exclusively accept high-grade spirit stones and above for transactions. Lin Tianma slowly opened the jade box, revealing 3 pills the size of longan fruits, their surface glistening with a pearly sheen, faint golden patterns swirling upon them, the fragrance of the pills permeating the entire venue. The first Breaking Saint pill had a base price of 50,000 high-grade spirit stones, with minimum bidding increments of no less than 1,000. Yet, even with the use of high-grade spirit stones, the fervor for the pill remained insatiable. As soon as Lin Tianma's words fell, bidding erupted like a tidal wave. 55,000. An elderly man in a gray robe was the first to raise his paddle, his aura unstable, clearly having reached the pinnacle of the supreme realm for many years. With his lifespan nearing its end. 60,000. A middle-aged man declared, flanked by several anxious young disciples. 70,000. Swiftly countered another voice. The price soared, quickly breaching the 100,000 threshold. The elderly man's hand began to tremble. His family was merely a small faction, and they had nearly exhausted their resources for this bid. 150,000. He nearly shouted. The middle-aged man paused for a moment, ultimately shaking his head in resignation, conceding the bid. 150,000 once. 160,000. The head of the Ma family gritted his teeth. Upon hearing this, the elderly man's expression darkened as he glared at the distant Ma family cultivators. Retorting, 18,000. This was all he had. At this moment, most others had retreated, leaving only him and the Ma family contender in the fray. Observers couldn't help but smirk at the escalating bids. In their eyes, the market value of the Breaking Saint pill hovered around 14,000 high-grade spirit stones. And this auction had already surpassed reasonable limits. Not to mention there were still more pills available. The head of the Ma family also bore a grim expression, wrestling with whether to continue bidding. Ultimately, he chose to persist. 90,000. Damn it. The gray-robed elder cursed under his breath, finally opting to withdraw. 90,000 once. 90,000 twice. 90,000 thrice. Congratulations to this young friend for acquiring this breaking saint pill, Lin Tianma proclaimed decisively, a smile upon his face. The Ma family cultivator was flushed with excitement as he hurriedly paid the spirit stones and exited the auction house. After his departure, several other figures quietly exited as well, including the gray-robed elder. The Lin family observed this scene but paid it little mind. As long as it was outside of the imperial city, it was of no concern to them. The bidding for the second breaking saint pill was even more intense. 75,000, 80,000, 103,000. The prices soared like a rocket, swiftly reaching the exorbitant sum of 180,000. Ultimately, it was claimed by a saint-level sect for a staggering 200,000. And upon acquiring the pill, the sect leader immediately dispatched personnel to escort it back to their sect, wary of any potential mishaps. The competition for the third breaking saint pill reached a fever pitch, culminating in a breathtaking bid of 201,000. It was secured by an independent cultivator. The first half of the auction has concluded. You may take a brief respite, and we shall reconvene in 3 hours. With that, the first half of the auction came to a close, leaving many cultivators yearning for more, while those who had successfully acquired treasures hurriedly departed, arranging for escorts to safeguard their newfound possessions. The 3-hour intermission swiftly passed, and when the venue reopened, the atmosphere was palpably different. The second half of the auction promised to be the true main event. Lin Tianma took to the stage once more, a smile illuminating his face. Welcome back to the second half of the auction. I trust you have all been eagerly awaiting this moment. Without further ado, let us present the first item for bid. A burly guard ascended the platform, cradling a long, green jade box, its surface inscribed with sealing formations, a fierce aura subtly emanating from within. The first item for bid is the Saint Emperor weapon, the xianxia blade. Lin Tianma declared as he opened the jade box, revealing a long, pitch-black blade lying within, its surface adorned with blood-red patterns, radiating an aura of malevolence. This blade was forged by the venerable elder of the Lin family from celestial meteorite iron, infused with the essence of a ferocious beast at the saint sovereign level. Its power is boundless, with a starting bid of 1 million premium spirit stones. And each subsequent bid must not be less than 100,000. The atmosphere in the hall was electrified. Weapons of the Saint Sovereign grade are a rarity, even among the most powerful factions, typically wielded only by sect masters and ancestors. The mere presence of such an item at an auction is enough to ignite fervor in the hearts of all. 150,000. A voice emerged from the Xin box. 170,000. An elderly voice resonated from the D box. 190,000. 200,000. 210,000. The bids escalated rapidly, soon surpassing the 3 million mark. 400,000. A deep voice reverberated from the D box 10, overwhelming all competing offers. The room fell into a hushed silence. Those capable of entering the D box were far from ordinary powers, especially those in the front rows, causing previous bidders to fall silent, wary of provoking such prominent figures. As for why these esteemed individuals sought to bid on a mere saint sovereign weapon, it was beyond their concern. Perhaps they simply wished to indulge their desires. After all, wealth affords one the luxury of whims. 400,000 once, 400,000 twice, 400,000 thrice, sold. Lin Tianma declared, congratulating the esteemed patron of Box 10. The auction's atmosphere was instantly ignited by the high price of the first item, leaving everyone eagerly anticipating the forthcoming treasures. Next came the second item. Lin Tianma clapped his hands, and 2 maidens wheeled a cart onto the stage. Upon it rested a half-human tall crystal cabinet, within which floated a fist-sized purple crystal, its interior seemingly alive with flowing liquid, radiating an enchanting glow. Quasi-Imperial grade celestial treasure. The purple sky thunder essence. Lin Tianma's voice trembled with excitement. This treasure, born from the tempest of the 9 heavens, is a rare find, occurring once in a millennium. Upon refinement, it grants the possessor a chance to grasp some of the laws of thunder, making it an invaluable gem for those who cultivate thunder-related arts. The starting price was set at 2 million premium spirit stones, with increments of no less than 200,000. The hall erupted once more. Celestial treasures are already scarce, and a quasi-imperial thunder attribute treasure is even rarer. Representatives from various factions dedicated to thunder arts could no longer remain seated. 3 million. An eager voice emerged from the D-Box 5. 5 million. The D-Box 12 immediately countered. 8 million. A swift bid came from the D-Box 3. The prices soared at an astonishing pace, quickly breaching the 10 million threshold. 15 million. From the Tian Box 19, a voice proclaimed a 5 million increase. The previously reticent Tian Box finally joined the fray, illustrating the allure of the purple sky thunder essence. This figure deterred many competitors, yet several D boxes persisted, with a few Tian boxes also entering the bidding. Before long, The auction price reached 20 million, 20 million, 21 million, 30 million. Tian Box 19 bids 30 million. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? The gleam in Lin Tianma's eyes was impossible to conceal. After a moment of silence, with no further bids, he announced, 30 million once, 30 million twice, 30 million thrice sold. He congratulated the esteemed patron of Tian Box 19. The total sales for the two items soared to 34 million premium spirit stones, thoroughly igniting the ambience of the auction. Everyone realized that the forthcoming bids would be even more intense and frenzied. Within Tian Box 19, an elder from the Thunder Emperor Palace accepted the purple sky thunder essence with a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, splendid. I never expected to acquire such a treasure in addition to the remnants of the Imperial level. With this, I shall undoubtedly break through my bottleneck and ascend to the Quasi-Imperial 7th heaven. Congratulations, elder. A breakthrough is imminent," applauded the disciples accompanying him. "Ha ha ha, splendid. Today, I am in great spirits. Take these few pills for your cultivation and strive to advance further." The elder, in high spirits, generously bestowed a cultivation pill to each disciple. Lin Tianma, observing the reaction within the hall, stroked his beard and smiled. It seems everyone is satisfied with the first two items. Now, let us proceed to the third item. A maid approached the stage carrying an exquisite jade box. Upon opening it, a radiant golden light surged forth, accompanied by a faint sound akin to a dragon's roar. "This is," someone gasped in astonishment. Lin Tianma's voice resonated throughout the hall. Saint-grade premium elixir, the Dragon Soul Pill. This elixir, primarily composed of true dragon blood, can reshape one's physique, extend life by a century, and grant the user a fragment of true dragon power. The starting price is 1 million premium spirit stones, with each increment no less than 100,000. The hall erupted, the bidding fervently commencing, as the climax of the latter half of the auction was just beginning. Chapter 219, Auction of the Imperial Level Technique Remnants. The atmosphere of the auction grew increasingly fervent with each precious item sold, as Lin Tianma announced that the final item of the second half was about to be unveiled. The entire venue seemed to freeze under an invisible force, with even the sound of breathing becoming distinctly audible. "Esteemed guests," Lin Tianma's aged voice echoed, amplified by spiritual energy. "We now enter the most exhilarating segment of this auction, the bidding for the final piece de resistance." He deliberately paused, his murky old eyes surveying the Tian boxes, a knowing smile gracing his lips. "First, let us welcome the last item." 12 silver-armored guards from the Lin family lined up on stage, each exuding an aura of the saint level. They formed a unique formation, with a pitch-black metallic box suspended in the center, its surface engraved with an intricate array of sealing runes, emanating a disquieting energy. A soft gasp came from the Tian box, quickly followed by silence. Lin Tianma performed hand seals, and the 12 guards simultaneously enacted their own. The metallic box slowly opened. In an instant, a brilliant golden light erupted, illuminating the auction hall as if it were day, with countless profound runes swirling through the air, forming enigmatic patterns. Imperial-level technique remnants, the Taishu divine art. Lin Tianma's voice quivered with excitement. This is a treasure obtained by the Lin family in an ancient relic, containing 1/3 of the complete text. Yet, within it lies the profundities of the laws of the void. Should one comprehend it successfully, they may grasp a fragment of the path of the void. The hall erupted into a frenzy. An Imperial-level technique. Even as remnants, it was enough to drive any faction into madness. It is worth noting that the complete Imperial-level techniques remaining in the entire southern underworld continent are primarily held by those ancient Imperial factions and overlord powers, rendering them unattainable for ordinary individuals throughout their lifetimes. Even remnants are scarce, slightly better than Imperial-level techniques. Yet the proportion of such treasures compared to the countless factions across the continent remains pitifully low. Countless factions and cultivators dream of possessing even a portion, even if it is merely remnants. The starting bid for this technique remnant is 100,000 Imperial crystals, with increments of no less than 10,000. Lin Tianma's voice boomed like thunder. Imperial crystals. The mere mention of this term caused 99% of the audience to draw a sharp breath. Imperial crystals. For those outside the Imperial-level factions, this was akin to a legendary artifact, only spoken of, never seen. This currency, circulating solely among a select few powerful factions on the mainland, is one that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, they will never have the fortune to encounter in their lifetime, let alone possess. After a brief silence, a feminine voice resonated from the Tianzi number 10 private room, 120,000. This utterance seemed to shatter the tranquility, igniting a flurry of counterbids that rose and fell like a tide. 130,000 came in immediate response from Tianzi number 12. 150,000. declared the occupants of Dizzy Number 1, unwilling to concede. The price escalated at an astonishing pace, swiftly surpassing the 200,000 mark. Only the titans within the Tianzi private rooms remained in the bidding, as the forces from the Dizzy rooms gradually withdrew, with only a few persisting in their efforts. 300,000. A commanding voice echoed from Tianzi Number 3, belonging to the esteemed Elder Jian Wutian of the Tianjian Imperial Clan. A collective gasp arose from the crowd, realizing that the Tianjian Imperial Clan had now entered the fray. The other factions, witnessing the involvement of such a dominant power, grew gravely concerned. If the dispute were to continue, those who faltered first would undoubtedly be them, yet they were reluctant to yield easily. After all, a fragment of an imperial-level cultivation technique, particularly one related to the Void Path, was a coveted treasure they yearned for. 350,000. A cool voice emerged from Tianzi Number 4. The Imperial Daughter. The Palace Master has entrusted you with full authority for this endeavor, the Elder remarked. Nodding in acknowledgement, the Qingyue Imperial Daughter focused intently on the auction. The entry of yet another dominant faction heightened the pressure on the others. As the bidding continued, the atmosphere in the hall reached a fever pitch. My goodness. These powerful factions are remarkably extravagant. We have never even glimpsed the Imperial Crystal in our lifetimes, yet they raise the stakes without a moment's hesitation. Indeed, we always suspected these factions were affluent, but now we truly comprehend the extent of their wealth. Sighs of realization echoed throughout the crowd, underscoring the vast disparity between individuals. 400,000. Just as everyone anticipated a contest solely among the Tianzi rooms, a raspy voice unexpectedly emerged from Dizzy Number 37. 500,000. This bid fell like a bucket of cold water into a boiling pot, silencing the entire venue. All eyes turned towards the unremarkable Dizzy room, filled with disbelief. Dizzy No. 37. My dear friend, an imperial-level technique is not something to be trifled with. Be cautious lest you buy with your life at stake. A derisive snort resonated from the Tianzi room. 550,000. Tianzi Number 13 countered directly, disregarding the bid from Dizzy Number 37. 600,000. Came the unwavering response from Dizzy Number 37, calm, yet resolute. Lin Tianma's eyes gleamed with excitement. As the auctioneer, he relished in the escalating prices. Yuhumph. By the rules. This final bidding must demonstrate adequate financial capability. You had best back it up. A voice from Tianzi Number 12 gritted through clenched teeth. Before he could finish, a terrifying pressure emanated from Dizzy Number 37, a fleeting yet potent aura that sent shivers through the hearts of all present. It was the weight of an emperor. Now, does anyone still doubt my financial capacity? The raspy voice dripped with scorn. An elder from the Thunder Emperor Palace in Tianzi Number 19 abruptly stood, eyes flashing with lightning. An emperor? Jian Wutian in Tianzi Number 3 was similarly taken aback. An emperor, truly a hidden dragon among the crouching tigers, murmured the Qingyue Imperial Daughter from Tianzi Number 4. This auction recognizes only spirit stones, not identities. Lin Tianma interjected to break the stalemate. The bidding resumed. 670,000. 700,000. 710,000. 750,000. The prices soared, leaving the crowd in stunned silence. Each person overwhelmed by the magnitude of this extraordinary bidding war. Even many prominent figures from the Tianzi rooms opted to withdraw from the competition, choosing instead to spectate this remarkable clash. 800,000. The elder from the Thunder Emperor Palace nearly roared. This price had exceeded the entirety of his available imperial crystals. Dizzy Number 37 fell silent for a moment, and just as the elder believed victory was assured, the raspy voice resounded once more. 810,000. You. The elder from the Thunder Emperor Palace seethed, surrounded by crackling lightning, the entire room trembling. Yet ultimately, he suppressed his fury and retook his seat. This price had already surpassed the actual value of the technique fragment. Moreover, the opponent was an emperor. He could not afford to confront such power. After a while, as no further bids emerged, Lin Tianma seized the moment to strike the gavel. 810,000 once. 810,000 twice. 810,000 thrice. Sold. Congratulations to the esteemed guest from Dizzy Number 37 for acquiring the fragment of the Taishu divine art. As the gavel fell, the hall erupted into a cacophony of discussion. Everyone was eager to uncover the identity of the mysterious individual capable of presenting over 200 million superior spirit stones and possessing the cultivation of an emperor. However, since the individual was an emperor who purposefully concealed their identity, they naturally could not ascertain who it was. Lin Tianma wiped the sweat from his brow, unable to conceal his delight. This price far exceeded the Lin family's expectations. Thus, all items in this auction had been successfully sold. Ha ha. I extend my heartfelt thanks to all who participated in this auction. I hereby declare the conclusion of this event. Until we meet again in 10 years. Lin Tianma proclaimed exuberantly. You may depart at your leisure. Tomorrow will feature the second segment of the Northern Wilderness Conference, the martial arts competition and the 100 arts competition. Those wishing to participate may register at the Central Square shortly. There are many paths to victory, and the rewards are substantial. I hope none of you miss out. Chapter 220. The competition begins. The following day, in the morning, as the dew of dawn had yet to dissipate, the enormous martial arts arena in the center of Beihuang City buzzed with a fervor akin to boiling water, its clamorous sounds reaching the heavens. Today's theme, the martial arts competition and the 100 arts competition. Crowds surged from all directions, with practitioners in a kaleidoscope of attire filling the stands and surrounding spaces. Some rubbed their palms together, their eyes alight with a burning desire for ranking and generous rewards, while others came merely to witness the spectacle, excitedly pointing and chatting. The Lin family, as the hosts of this grand event, naturally occupied the best vantage point in the viewing platform. Lin Tianhai sat at the head, clad in a dark gold brocade robe that accentuated his dignified bearing. Surrounding him were the leaders of various powerful factions, each wearing amiable smiles as their gazes scanned the bustling arena below, finally settling on the young disciples from their own factions preparing for battle. Each of those youths stood tall, their auras restrained yet profound. The Lin family had dispatched their elite members, those who ranked solidly in the middle of the sacred dragon list. Their faces bore no signs of anxiety, only the calm confidence characteristic of the Lin clan. Lin Xiaoya, donned in a simple alchemist's robe, exuded a tranquil demeanor. Lin Haoyu habitually wore a slightly rebellious smile. Lin Pejuan, true to his name, resembled a heavy sword hidden within its sheath. Welcome, everyone. Today, we shall commence the second segment of this grand conference, the martial arts competition and the 100 arts competition. Lin Tianhai slowly rose, his voice resonating throughout the imperial city. I hereby declare the martial arts competition and the 100 arts competition officially underway. Lin Tianhai's words ignited an invisible fuse, sending the central square into a frenzy. With his announcement, the various competition arenas simultaneously glowed with light as the participants entered the fray. The prodigies dispatched by the Lin family each proceeded towards their respective competition arenas. Among them, Lin Pejuan made his way to the martial arts arena. Lin Xiaoya gracefully entered the alchemy competition area, while Lin Haoyu headed towards the formation contest. Other members of the Lin family similarly directed themselves to their designated tracks. In the martial arts arena, a voice exclaimed, "Look, that is Lin Pejuan from the Lin family. I've heard he ranks 48th on the sacred dragon list." Recognizing him, the crowd gasped in astonishment. The Lin family has actually sent a prodigy from the sacred dragon list? Although his rank may not be high, for us smaller sects, he is an insurmountable figure. Hearing the murmurs, Lin Pejuan's lips curled into a slight smile. Initially reluctant to participate in such a competition, he had no choice but to comply with the family head's directive. However, now that he was here, he intended to conclude the battles swiftly and return to his cultivation. The martial arts tournament adopted an elimination format, and Lin Pejuan's first opponent was the chief disciple of a mid-sized sect who had already reached the pinnacle of the Divine Sea realm. Please offer your guidance. The opponent saluted, his expression grave. Faced with a prodigy from the sacred dragon list, he dared not exhibit even the slightest negligence. Lin Pejuan casually nodded. Let us begin. At the judge's command, the opponent immediately unleashed his sect's ultimate technique, sending a fierce sword energy aimed directly at Lin Pejuan's throat. Without even lifting his eyelids, Lin Pejuan waved his hand casually. His obsidian heavy sword remained sheathed, yet the gust of wind generated by its scabbard shattered the sword energy effortlessly, sending the opponent hurtling off the platform. Lin Pejuan wins, the judge announced loudly, causing a stir among the audience. One strike. How could a chief disciple from a sect be defeated so easily? In the subsequent matches, Lin Pejuan continued to defeat his opponents with a single move, each battle concluding in less than 3 breaths. The crowd transitioned from initial shock to numbness, eventually feeling sympathy for those unfortunate enough to draw Lin Pejuan as their opponent. The spectacle was nothing short of astonishing. Of course, this was partly due to the fact that the major factions had not dispatched their top prodigies. Otherwise, given the overall level of the Lin family's talents, achieving such an overwhelming victory would require the likes of Lin Yin and Lin Beixian, who rank among the top 10 on the sacred dragon list, apart from Lin Xian. Truly, the Lin family is formidable. Each of their members is as strong as a monster. Indeed, it's almost inhuman. If those ranked mid-tier on the sacred dragon list possess such terrifying strength, how extraordinary must the Lin family's top prodigies be? Not only Lin Pejuan demonstrated such prowess, other members of the Lin family in different competition areas also showcased overwhelming strength, achieving effortless victories. In the 100 Arts Arena, within the Alchemy District, Lin Xiaoya stood before a jade-green alchemical furnace, seemingly carved from a single piece of warm jade, the azure cloud cauldron. The spiritual fire at the base flickered, not the usual crimson hue, but radiating a unique cerulean color. Its temperature subdued, yet brimming with vitality. Her movements flowed with grace. Each flick of her fingers sent various meticulously prepared spiritual herbs into the cauldron with astonishing speed, leaving behind only a blur, yet imbued with an indescribable aesthetic rhythm. Her opponent, a core female disciple from the Medicine Valley, was equally skilled. Her cauldron filled with swirling crimson mist and rich medicinal aroma. However, at this moment, beads of sweat beaded on the forehead of this genius from Danxiao Valley, her gaze frequently darting towards Lin Xiaoya, increasingly tinged with anxiety and helplessness. Lin Xiaoya's alchemy had transcended mere technique, approaching the realm of Taoist resonance. The spiritual herbs in her hands seemed to possess sentience, merging and repelling at the most opportune moments. Suddenly, the cauldron trembled slightly, and from the gap in its lid, radiant multicolored light burst forth. Instantly, a fragrance, indescribably pure and infused with the essence of countless spiritual herbs, enveloped the area, overpowering the sense of every other cauldron in the vicinity. Danxia, a sign of a 5-pattern spirit pill nearing completion. An experienced alchemist gasped in astonishment. The complexion of the female disciple from Danxiao Valley paled instantly. The crimson mist within her cauldron dimmed in comparison to the resplendent multicolored aura, even showing signs of instability. As the crowd held their breath, awaiting the final moment of pill formation, a clear and melodious sound, reminiscent of an ancient dragon's roar, unexpectedly erupted from Lin Xiaoya's azure cloud cauldron. In an instant, the cauldron lid flew open. 8 vividly animated azure dragons, composed entirely of concentrated medicinal energy, soared from the cauldron. They were not mere illusions, but rather tangible entities brimming with potent medicinal power. The 8 dragons circled the cauldron, their roars resonating, stirring the spiritual energy above into a massive, slowly rotating vortex of azure pill clouds. 8-patterned pill clouds. A perfect grade 5 azure bone essence pill. On the judging platform, an invited alchemical master suddenly leapt to his feet, his beard trembling, his voice quavering, to be capable of refining a perfect grade 5 pill at such a young age. This girl's future is limitless. At that moment, the Danxiao Valley disciple could no longer maintain her composure, her spirit shaken, her internal spiritual energy faltered, causing her cauldron to tremble violently. The crimson mist within instantly turned to ash, a pungent, burnt odor pervading the air. Staggering back, her complexion turned ashen. She gazed at the 8 circling dragons, despair flooding her eyes. Her lips trembled, and ultimately, she resigned to relinquish her control over the fire, allowing the final remnants of the medicinal properties to dissipate, bowing her head in bitter defeat. Abandoning the cauldron, I concede. The entire 100 Arts Arena, near the alchemy competition, fell into a profound silence of shock. All alchemists, young and old, regarded Lin Xiaoya with fervor and reverence. 8-pattern perfect grade pills. Such a level of alchemy could scarcely be achieved even by seasoned 5th and 6th tier alchemists steeped in the craft for centuries. Yet, Lin Xiaoya accomplished it. How young she must be, barely in her early 20s. With such alchemical prowess at this age, she is destined to shine brilliantly in the realm of alchemy. As the crowd marveled, they resolutely believed in her future. Chapter 221. The Lin family prodigies shine brightly. In the formation area, Lin Haoyu faced a core disciple from the 100 Arts Alliance, renowned for his cunning and unpredictable formations. The competition rules dictated that both parties would simultaneously set up formations on a sand table activated by runes within a limited time frame, striving to break each other's formations while engaging in mutual attacks and interference. The disciple from the 1,000 Mechanisms Pavilion immediately unleashed his ultimate technique, his hands conjuring dozens of afterimages as formation flags cascaded down like raindrops, swiftly establishing an intricate 9 curves bewitching smoke formation on the sand table. As the formation activated, a dense, colorful mist enveloped the sand table, concealing numerous illusions and hidden dangers, with countless slender threads of energy silently creeping forth like venomous snakes, attempting to ensnare and disrupt Lin Haoyu's formation rhythm. Mere trifles. A flicker of impatience crossed Lin Haoyu's eyes. Without even glancing at the encroaching colorful mist and energy threads, he raised his foot and stomped down fiercely. Boom! A wave of invisible, searing power rippled from his foot, instantly expanding across the entire sand table. The energy threads, akin to colliding with an invisible inferno, shattered and vanished in an instant. Next, Lin Haoyu extended his right hand. Fingers splayed, and grasped at the air above the sand table. Without any visible effort to inscribe formation patterns or establish foundational elements, 5 streams of crimson light, resembling molten lava, erupted from his fingertips, precisely embedding themselves into 5 seemingly unrelated nodes on the sand table. Activate, he commanded with a low voice. Boom. The entire sand table space quaked violently. A colossal formation composed entirely of pure flame runes materialized out of thin air, instantaneously engulfing the colorful maze laid down by the disciples of the 100 Arts Alliance. The vibrant mist of the maze dissipated like melting ice and snow, revealing the core of the formation, which was now in a state of panic. At the center of the formation, a ferocious, beastly silhouette, forged from pure, raging flames, roared towards the heavens, exuding a terrifying might capable of incinerating all realms, and struck down towards the now exposed core with a single claw. No. The disciples of the 100 Arts Alliance cried out in despair. Boom. The area on the sand table representing his formation's core, along with vast swathes of simulated terrain, was instantaneously transformed into splattering crimson magma by the claw of the flame Qilan. The core of his 9 curves bewilderment smoke array was violently destroyed, severing his spiritual connection with both himself and the formation plate. Spurt. He was struck by backlash, spewing forth a mouthful of blood, his face turning as pale as paper as he fell to the ground, his gaze vacant. Instant annihilation. Lin Xuan smirked, retracting his hand as if merely brushing off dust, flamboyant, yet utterly vulnerable. In the refining area, Lin Xuan stood silently before a massive furnace, ablaze with dark red veins of fire from the earth. He needed to forge a spiritual sword, with materials uniformly allocated. His opponent, a robust man from the 100 Refinement sect, with sinewy arms, was evidently adept in both strength and fire control, vigorously wielding a heavy hammer to strike a piece of glowing red profound iron, sparks flying. In contrast, Lin Xuan's movements appeared exceptionally clumsy and slow. He chose not to use the hammer for repeated forging, but instead directly extended his large hand, fanned out like a paddle, and placed it over the colossal, incandescent iron ingot freshly extracted from the furnace. Hiss! A collective gasp arose from the audience below. Directly using his hand? Has this Lin family lad gone mad? Yet, Lin Xuan's expression remained impassive, not a single wrinkle on his brow. Beneath the skin of his palm, a deep, heavy, earthy yellow radiance ignited, as if encasing him in a layer of earthen armor. Thus, he grasped the incandescent iron ingot barehanded, as though it were a pliable lump of clay, and then, he began to knead it. Indeed knead. Those hands, enveloped in the earthy yellow glow, exerted an unreasonably immense force, forcefully molding, stretching, and folding the hard, profound iron ingot upon the anvil. Each knead and fold was accompanied by thunderous impacts and dazzling bursts of sparks. The profound iron ingot in his hand seemed to transcend its metallic nature, becoming as malleable as clay. The robust man from the 100 Refinement sect stared, his eyes nearly bulging out. Damn it, forging directly with his hands. What a ruthless individual. Merely half a stick of incense later, Lin Xuan ceased his motions. In his hand lay a long sword, approximately 3 feet in length, entirely dark, devoid of any decorative patterns. The sword body was straight, its lines simplified to the utmost, with only a faint dark glow flowing along the spine. He casually inserted the sword into a nearby testing stone. Buzz! The testing stone erupted with a blinding, deep azure light. The brilliance was so intense that it nearly illuminated the entire profound iron refining area in a sea of blue. A top-grade spiritual artifact. Approaching the pinnacle, the refining master responsible for the assessment exclaimed in astonishment, his voice cracking. The robust man from the 100 Refinement sect stared blankly at the half-forged sword on his anvil, riddled with dents, then glanced at the sword in Lin Xuan's hand, radiating an enigmatic azure glow and nearing the pinnacle of spiritual artifacts. The overwhelming sense of defeat made his heavy hammer clatter to the ground, and he slumped over, utterly disheartened. Strength, skill, talent, and all-encompassing domination. He had lost. The victor, Lin Xuan. As news of Lin family's prodigies achieving victory in various competitions continued to pour in, Lin Tianhai and the upper echelons of the Lin family were filled with joy and pride. However, as the preliminaries drew to a close, their smiles faded, replaced by awkwardness and a sense of discomfort at the displeased expressions of various powerful factions surrounding them. Throughout the day, they realized that most of the competition tracks had been completely overwhelmed by the Lin family's prodigies. This was not a favorable situation. Should the majority of the championships fall into the Lin family's hands, how would they face the other factions? What if they chose not to return in the future? This was not aligned with the Lin family's long-term interests. Although the Lin family was the main character in this Northern Wilderness Conference, they also had to consider the face of the other powerful factions. After all, in the central continent, it was not just about strength, but also about human relationships and social intricacies. The victor, Lin Xuan. Congratulations to Lin Xuan for advancing to tomorrow's semifinals. Just as Lin Tianhai and his entourage were enveloped in a peculiar atmosphere, news of victories from the martial arts track resounded once more from a distance. The Lin clan leader, the nobility truly is a gathering of talents. The powerful member from the Imperial Lu family surveyed Lin Tianhai and the upper echelons of the Lin family, speaking with a tone laced with sarcasm. The adversary previously defeated by Lin Xuan was indeed the strongest prodigy he had brought along this time. Flattery, flattery. Lin Tianhai and the upper echelons responded awkwardly, feeling the piercing gazes directed at them. Chapter 222, The Sixth Elder and Heavenly Poison. Nightfall at the Lin family. Upon returning to the Lin family, Lin Tianhai and the upper echelons quickly convened the family members who participated in the competition to impart lessons on social intricacies. In the Heavenly Saint Hall, we pay our respects to the clan leader and esteemed elders. Lin Xuan and the other young competitors entered, promptly bowing respectfully. "Oh, rise." Lin Tianhai nodded. "Do you understand why we have summoned you today?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan and the others appeared bewildered, shaking their heads in unison. "Do you know that in the central continent, aside from having strength, what else is necessary?" Witnessing their prolonged silence, Lin Tianhai and the upper echelons grew increasingly anxious. "It's social intricacies, do you understand?" "Social intricacies," the Grand Elder interjected. "The purpose of our Lin family hosting the Northern Wilderness Conference is to establish the reputation of the Northern Wilderness Imperial City and attract cultivators. If the majority of the competitions are won by our Lin family, how will others perceive us? Wouldn't it dampen their enthusiasm to return in the future? Do you think this would benefit the ongoing development of the Imperial City?" "It wouldn't," the group responded in unison, still in a daze. "So, do you understand what you should do tomorrow?" the Grand Elder asked expectantly. "Oh, clan leader, elder, I understand. We should go easy tomorrow and allow them to send stronger competitors next time, right?" Lin Xiaoya exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. At her words, the Grand Elder and others nearly fainted. After a long pause, one finally managed to choke out, "You little rascal." "Fainting? You youngsters truly are hopeless. No, I must teach you a lesson tonight on what social intricacies are, how to appropriately let loose." The next day dawned. By this time, the Northern Wilderness Imperial City was already bustling with activity. Today marked the semi-finals and finals of each competition track, representing the climax of the grand event. Who would emerge as the champion? This topic became the talk of the town. Dear friends, who do you think will claim victory in each competition track? I don't know about the others, but in the martial arts track, it's definitely Lin Xuan. He is incredibly fierce. I haven't even seen him exert his full strength. As for the alchemy track, it must be Lin Xiaoya. It appears that esteemed friends have all formed their own conjectures. In light of this, allow me to establish a wager. Might you be interested in placing a bet or two? At that moment, a sudden, jarring voice resonated through the crowd, instantly capturing everyone's attention. There approached Tian Du, masquerading as a wandering cultivator, swaying gracefully. "I am Tian Du, and it is a pleasure to meet all esteemed friends." "Tian Du, what do you mean by establishing a wager? What are the rules of the game?" The crowd, evidently intrigued, inquired eagerly. Tian Du smiled enigmatically. "Hooked. Ahem." Tian Du cleared his throat, then continued, "I shall open bets on the semi-finals and finals of all races. You may wager as you please. For those betting on the Lin family prodigies to win, the odds are 110. For bets on other cultivators, the odds are likewise 110. I welcome all to place their bets. Haha." With a mischievous grin, Tian Du reassured everyone, "Rest assured, I guarantee absolute integrity in this wagering. There will be no tricks, no running away." Upon hearing this, the crowd was stirred, particularly by the astonishing 110 odds, which were simply irresistible. Thus, a scene unfolded where numerous cultivators surrounded Tian Du, fervently placing their bets. "I want to place a bet. I want to place a bet. I wager on Lin Xuan winning. This is 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. Lin Xiaoyu will undoubtedly be the champion." Haha. Who would have thought watching a match could yield such profit? Here is 10,000 top-grade spirit stones, all on Lin Xiaoyu winning. As Tian Du observed the rapid accumulation of spirit stones within his spatial ring, he could hardly contain his glee. "Please, everyone, no rush, no rush. There's enough for all," he busily assured as he completed the last registration. "Phew, old Du is utterly exhausted. Earning spirit stones is no easy feat." He wiped away non-existent sweat. However, the thought of the multitude of spirit stones filling over a dozen spatial rings, most of which would belong to him, made his mouth water uncontrollably. He had calculated that the total spirit stones, converted into top-grade stones, amounted to over 1 million. Given that most bets were on his Lin family's victories, combined with the favorable betting policy he had overheard from the family, he cackled with glee. Old Du is truly clever. Before long, the day's matches began to unfold. In the 100 Arts District, at the alchemy competition venue, the semifinals commenced. On the judging platform, several elderly alchemists, their hair as white as snow, focused intently on every subtle movement within the arena. The spectators murmured incessantly, "Lin Xiaoya, go. My spirit stones depend on you. Hey, is it only you placing bets? Be quiet. You might disturb her alchemy. Otherwise, we'll lose our spirit stones. And I'll be the first to take it out on you." Exactly. Everyone hush. Do not disrupt Taoist Lin's alchemy. In the arena, Lin Xiaoya stood poised before her alchemical furnace. The flames danced obediently under her precise control of spiritual energy, radiating a stable yet potent azure hue. The meticulously processed medicinal herbs lay neatly categorized before her. She did not rush to begin. Instead, she closed her eyes in deep concentration, her fair fingers gliding gently over the furnace walls, sensing the rhythm of the flames and the furnace's response. This calm demeanor immediately captured the attention of the judges and many spectators. The Lin family girl exhibits remarkable control over the heat. One of the elder judges remarked as he stroked his beard in admiration. The herbs she has prepared are for the Qingyang melting snow pill, a formidable 5th-grade pill. A slight miscalculation in heat could lead to disastrous results. How bold! Time flowed silently in focused concentration. When the furnace temperature reached a certain esoteric threshold, Lin Xiaoya abruptly opened her eyes, a spark of brilliance igniting within them. The performance was about to reach its zenith. Chapter 223, The Lin Family's Unbearable Performance. Her hands began to dance like butterflies among flowers, her spiritual energy transforming into threads that precisely guided each medicinal herb, unfailingly dropping them into the cauldron. As the herbs entered the furnace, an unusual sound was swiftly suppressed by her precise spiritual energy. Her fingers subtly trembled, sending forth a barely perceptible ripple of spiritual energy that quietly altered the flow of flames within the furnace, akin to a pebble cast into a tranquil lake. Boom! The furnace exploded. Heavens! That girl from the Lin family has caused an explosion. What? How could this happen? The cultivators who had wagered their spirit stones nearly fainted on the spot. Lin Xiaoya covered her mouth and coughed lightly, her expression a perfect blend of regret and confusion, as if silently lamenting. How could this be? Alas! On the judging platform, an elder surnamed Li sighed heavily, his sorrow evident. Ah, fate is fickle. What a waste of such fine herbs. According to convention, an explosion of this nature would result in the pill being reduced to ashes, leaving no residue, thus undoubtedly deemed a failure. Elderly shook his head, preparing to announce the result. However, amidst the billowing black smoke and the acrid scent of charred materials, a faint yet extraordinarily pure and refreshing fragrance, akin to a slumbering spirit, stubbornly pierced through the foul air, quietly reaching the nostrils of several judging elders. Elderly suddenly flared his nostrils, his murky old eyes sparking with incredulity. He fixed his gaze on the dissipating black smoke, his voice trembling with excitement. Wait, what is that scent? In the next moment, a dragon-eye-sized, perfectly round azure pill slowly emerged. 9 intricate pill patterns adorned it, an exceptional Qingyang melting snow pill. The entire alchemy arena fell into a deathly silence. On the judging platform, Elderly S. beard shot up, his eyes wide with astonishment, his mouth opening and closing in disbelief as he finally managed to stammer, an explosion. And yet it produced an exceptional pill? In my lifetime of alchemy, I have never witnessed such an absurdity. Beside him, another elder, Wang, nearly dropped his jaw to the ground. He pointed at the pill, then glanced at the soot-covered Lin Xiaoya, whose expression was one of innocent confusion, before finally managing to utter, "This Lin family girl. Is her luck not a bit too extraordinary? The victor is Lin Xiaoya. Congratulations to Lin Xiaoya for successfully entering the finals." The cultivators who had wagered their spirit stones clutched their chests in shock. "Oh, ancestors, you nearly scared us to death." At that moment, however, Lin Xiaoya's heart wailed in despair. "Oh dear, clan leader, I truly tried to go easy. It was this furnace that insisted on performing well." Having learned from this experience, when the finals arrived, Lin Xiaoya opted to abandon all pretense. Without waiting for the herbs to be fully placed, she directly initiated another explosion. Gazing at the heap of rubble before her, Lin Xiaoya secretly rejoiced. "All done. Hee, my apologies, everyone. I failed to control the heat properly, I concede." With that, Lin Xiaoya bounced off the competition stage, leaving behind a bewildered opponent, a few stunned judges, and a group of astonished and utterly shattered gamblers. Not only Lin Xiaoya, But other participating members of the Lin family also commenced their grand performances. In the talisman competition arena, Lin Xuan watched as a powerful thunder-breaking talisman was about to be flawlessly created under his hand, just as he was completing the final strokes. Connecting the crucial nodes of the talisman's core, Lin Xuan suddenly furrowed his brow in excruciating pain, his wrist twitching awkwardly. "Oh no." Lin Xuan lamented in a low voice, his face instantly clouded with the frustration of impending failure. The judges on the platform froze in their expressions of admiration as beneath the platform, the cultivators under Lin Xuan staggered and collapsed, spitting blood. Lin Xuan observed the judges' expressions, his heart secretly relieved. Yet he maintained a facade of perfect disappointment, crumpling the useless talisman and discarding it, completing his performance. He then cast a glance at the fallen cultivators. His gaze innocent. "Isn't it splendid to be a loose cultivator? Just lie down and sleep." In the distance, Lin Tianhai and others, witnessing the clumsy antics of Lin Xiaoya and Lin Qing, could only look up to the sky and place their hands on their foreheads. This performance. They felt they had wasted their time teaching these reckless youths last night. These few were beyond saving. Thus, they turned their hopeful gazes towards the martial arts competition area, looking to Lin Pejun, wishing for something extraordinary from him. In the martial arts arena, during the semifinals, Lin Pejun stood like a mountain on the stage. His opponent was a prodigy from a certain imperial dynasty in central Zhou, named Shirlei. With a low growl, Shirlei's body erupted in a surge of earthy yellow light, his muscles bulging, and rock-like patterns faintly appearing on his skin, exuding an aura of solid determination as he grounded himself, creating an illusion of becoming one with the arena. "Lin Pejun, come again." Boom. Bang. A deafening sound erupted, enough to stop hearts. Shirlei felt as if he had been struck head-on by a rampaging ancient mammoth. An overwhelming, pure force, terrifyingly despairing, pierced through his armed defenses and brutally invaded his body. His prideful, immovable boulder technique's energy was instantly torn to shreds, and he felt as if he were stepping on cotton, no longer able to maintain his grounded stance. Thud, thud, thud. Shirlei's face turned crimson, his blood surging. Involuntarily retreating 5 large steps. Each step left a deep imprint on the sturdy platform. His arms ached and tingled, nearly losing all sensation. He was horrified. Lin Pejun's strength was utterly inhuman. Seeing Shirlei's disgraceful retreat, a flicker of contemplation flashed rapidly in Lin Pejun's eyes. The chief's instruction to show leniency echoed in his mind. He immediately adjusted his strategy, refraining from pursuing further, instead deliberately revealing an apparent weakness, as if his body had momentarily faltered and destabilized from the explosive punch just delivered. A perfect opportunity. Though Shirlei's arms throbbed with pain, his combat instincts remained sharp. He seized upon Lin Pejun's momentary frailty, a fierce glint in his eyes, gathering all the remaining spiritual energy within him into his legs. "Yeah." Shirlei let out a roar like a wounded beast, lunging forward, abandoning defense for a full-on assault. He intended to exploit the gap between Lin Pejun's spent strength and the absence of new power, turning defense into offense to regain his momentum. He unleashed his ultimate technique, the earth-shattering charge, his body akin to a frenzied rhinoceros, enveloped in the remnants of earthy yellow light. Shoulders sinking as he crashed into Lin Pejun's midsection. This collision was furious, imbued with all the frustration of his retreat and his entire will to retaliate. Seeing this, Lin Pejun recognized the moment had come. Just as Shirlei was about to strike, he allowed himself to be propelled backward. "Ah, it hurts." Lin Pejun feigned agony, deliberately spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood as he flew back, making his defeat appear all the more reasonable. "Ah, I lost." Lin Pejun landed on the ground, glanced at the judges, then fainted dramatically. The crowd stood dumbfounded. "Huh, what?" Shirlei was utterly bewildered. He distinctly remembered not feeling any impact just moments ago. In the distance, the higher-ups of the Lin family nearly slid off their seats upon witnessing this scene, their hearts bleeding with frustration. These reckless youths, their acting skills were hopelessly beyond redemption. Chapter 224, The Conclusion of the Conference. Under the exquisite performances of the Lin family members, those who had once dominated the various competitions now regrettably faced elimination. The hundreds of thousands of spectators were left in stunned silence, while those who had wagered on the Lin family were left utterly dismayed. Meanwhile, the entity known as Tian Du was positively euphoric, his eyes gleaming solely with the prospect of spiritual stones. As time flowed slowly, the sky above the North Wilderness Imperial City was a vibrant blue, with a few white clouds lazily drifting by, adding a touch of vitality to the burgeoning city. In the central square, the crowd surged like a tide, cheers and discussions intertwining to create a lively sea of sound. I hereby declare that the champion of this North Wilderness Grand Assembly's formation competition is Su Muqing from the Nanli sect. As the judge's resonant voice echoed throughout the venue, the champion of the final competition was finally unveiled. Thunderous applause erupted from the stands, particularly from the area occupied by the disciples of the Nanli sect, where joyous cheers rang out, with several young disciples even jumping in excitement. Lin Tianhai sat at the center of the podium, a smile gracing his face as he observed the spectacle. Patriarch, all competition results have been announced. Lin family's grand elder communicated telepathically, in accordance with your instructions. We have secured approximately 1/3 of the championships, allowing the remainder to be distributed to other factions and loose cultivators. Lin Tianhai nodded slightly, a glimmer of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. He surveyed the crowd of cultivators from all corners of the square, internally strategizing his next steps. With a smile that spoke volumes, Lin Tianhai slowly rose to his feet. As he did, the entire square gradually quieted down, all eyes converging on the patriarch of the Lin family. Friends and young companions, Lin Tianhai's voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly across every corner of the square. After much competition, this North Wilderness Grand Assembly has come to a successful conclusion. First and foremost, I represent the Lin family in expressing our respect to all participants and extending our congratulations to the victors. Applause erupted once more, reverberating endlessly. Lin Tianhai raised his hand for silence, and once the clapping subsided, he continued. According to the regulations of the assembly, all champions will receive corresponding rewards. I invite each champion to come forward to receive their prizes. As his words fell, the champions from each competition stepped onto the podium in succession, each beaming with the joy of victory. The Lin family's stewards held jade plates adorned with various rewards, glimmering spiritual stones, fragrant elixirs, and jade slips inscribed with techniques. Each reward was of considerable value, eliciting waves of astonishment from the audience. Truly, the Lin family is generous. I heard that bottle of Xianling Dan could fetch over 1,000 top-grade spiritual stones at auction. Look, isn't that the Holy Level Technique 9 turns Celestial Spirit Art? Amidst the murmurs, Lin Tianhai personally presented rewards to each champion. This scene was witnessed by countless envious eyes from the audience below. The award ceremony continued for nearly an hour. When the last participating cultivator received their reward and stepped down, Lin Tianhai spoke again. Everyone. While the North Wilderness Grand Assembly has concluded, the opportunities within the North Wilderness Imperial City are just beginning. He paused, sweeping his gaze across the entire venue to ensure everyone's attention was focused. Tonight, my Lin family will host a banquet at the City Lord's Mansion, inviting representatives from various factions and interested loose cultivators to discuss the development plans for the North Wilderness Imperial City. At that time, we will announce the leasing policies for shops and residences within the city, as well as the spiritual veins and blessed lands in the North Wilderness spiritual realm. All are welcome to attend. This statement was like a stone cast into a still lake, creating ripples that spread far and wide. The square erupted into a buzz of discussion, many eyes gleaming with excitement. Finally, that day has arrived. It is said that the North Wilderness spiritual realm harbors countless high-grade spiritual veins, if one could secure a lease. The location of shops is of utmost importance. Preparations must be made in advance. Lin Tianhai observed the reactions of the crowd, a faint smile gracing his lips. This was precisely the effect he sought. The newly established Beihuang Imperial City required the influx of various forces to thrive and develop, while the abundant resources of the Beihuang spirit realm also necessitated someone to cultivate them to realize their maximum potential. Esteemed guests, please return to your lodgings for rest. We shall convene at the Lord's Manor this evening. Lin Tianhai performed a respectful bow, concluding the morning's activities. The crowd gradually dispersed, yet the air remained alive with excited discussions. Turning to the senior members of the Lin family, he inquired, "Are we fully prepared?" The Grand Elder nodded in affirmation. Everything is in place. In accordance with our prior discussions, we have drafted exceptionally favorable policies. Rent will be waived for the first 3 months, and have for the first 3 years, among other provisions. Additionally, we have implemented tiered pricing and special clauses tailored to varying circumstances. Excellent. Lin Tianhai replied with a satisfied nod. Remember, our aim is not short-term gains, but long-term development. As long as we foster popularity, Beihuang Imperial City will inevitably become one of the epicenters of Zhongzhou. Chapter 225. The conclusion of the Beihuang Conference. As night fell, the front of the Lord's Manor was already bustling with a throng of attendees. Representatives from various sects, clans, and formidable rogue cultivators arrived successively. The Lin family guards meticulously verified identities at the entrance to ensure accuracy. The hall within had been splendidly arranged, featuring a massive sand table at its center that displayed the entirety of Beihuang Imperial City and the distribution of nearby spirit realms. Surrounding it were over 1,000 tables and chairs, each adorned with spirit tea and spirit fruits for the guests' enjoyment. Once all parties had gathered, Lin Xuan, accompanied by several elders, stepped into the hall. Upon his entrance, everyone rose to pay their respects. Lin family patriarch. Ha ha ha, no need for such formalities, please take your seats. Lin Xuan gestured for them to sit. Today, I have invited you all to discuss the grand plans for the development of Beihuang Imperial City. Although it is my Lin family that has established this city, we are acutely aware of the adage that a single tree cannot support a forest. Only through collective effort can the Imperial City flourish. Approaching the sand table, he pointed to the various designated areas marked upon it, within the Imperial City. We have planned distinct functional zones, including commercial areas, residential districts, and cultivation zones. While the Beihuang spirit realm boasts tens of thousands of spirit veins and hundreds of blessed lands. Today, my Lin family is prepared to offer these for lease to all of you. A wave of astonished murmurs rippled through the hall. Though the attendees understood that these were the less desirable resources that the Lin family had deemed unworthy of management, the excitement was palpable, especially among the smaller factions and rogue cultivators. The spirit veins and blessed lands that the Lin family overlooked were treasures they had long coveted. A middle-aged man clad in a purple robe rose and clasped his hands. Patriarch Lin, may I inquire about the leasing terms? This individual was an elder from the non-Li sect, holding a significant position within the sect. His question resonated with the sentiments of everyone present. Lin Xuan smiled slightly. Elder Hong, an excellent inquiry. Considering the recent establishment of the Imperial City and the opening of the Spirit Realm, my Lin family has decided to extend an unprecedentedly generous policy. Rent will be entirely waived for the first 3 months and have for the first 3 years. Moreover, our rental prices will only be 90% of those charged by other factions. Upon hearing this, the hall fell into a momentary silence before erupting into even louder discussions. The generosity of these terms exceeded everyone's expectations. Historically, the policies of various factions in Zhongzhou generally consisted of waiving rent for the first 2 months and having it for the first 2 years. Not to mention, the Lin family's rental costs being merely 90% of others represented significant savings. Even when the 3-year benefits expired, they would still incur a lesser rental fee, making it a lucrative offer. Furthermore, Lin Xuan continued, the leasing terms are flexible. The minimum duration is 1 year, while the maximum can extend to 30 years. Payments can be made annually or as a lump sum, the latter qualifying for an additional 10% discount. As soon as he concluded, a rogue cultivator clad in gray linen, with a long sword slung over his back, stood up. Lord Lin, I am Lin Xuan, a humble rogue cultivator. Might there be options suitable for solitary practitioners like us? Lin Xuan regarded the individual named Lin Xuan. He appeared to be just over 1,000 years old. With a resolute countenance and piercing eyes, despite his simple attire, he exuded a calm and substantial presence, indicating formidable cultivation. Elder Lu, you pose an excellent question. Lin Xuan acknowledged. We have specifically prepared small commercial shops and single-person caves for rogue cultivators. Though modest in size, their locations are advantageous. Additionally, there are smaller spirit veins and blessed lands within the spirit realm, perfectly suited for individual cultivation. A flicker of joy crossed Lu Chen's eyes, and after expressing his gratitude, he took his seat once more. Subsequently, Lin Xuan elaborated on the distribution, quality, and base prices of various resources. As his explanations deepened, the atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly fervent, with many attendees beginning to calculate what level of resources they could afford. Now, we shall enter the segment for free negotiations. Lin Xuan announced. The elders of my Lin family will be grouped to discuss in detail with each of you. Should you have any special requests, feel free to approach me directly. As his words echoed, attendees rose en masse, flocking toward the Lin family representatives of their interest. The commercial shops located in prime areas and the caves near superior spirit veins, as well as the high-grade spirit veins and blessed lands, undoubtedly emerged as the most sought-after targets, inciting fierce bidding wars from dominant factions, including the Quasi-Imperial Clan and various Imperial-level forces. Lin Xuan stepped aside, contentedly observing the scene. Lin Yuanshan approached him, speaking in hushed tones. Patriarch, the situation exceeds our expectations. At this rate, over 70% of the Imperial City and Spirit Realm will be leased within 3 days. Indeed, Lin Xuan replied nonchalantly. As they spoke, the rogue cultivator Lu Chen approached. Wearing a hint of hesitation, Patriarch Lin, may I have a word? Lin Xuan appraised him briefly before gesturing for him to follow, leading them to a quieter corner. What guidance do you have, Elder Lu? Lin Xuan inquired. Lu Chen awkwardly rubbed his hands together. To speak frankly, I have taken a liking to a small Holy Emperor-grade spirit vein within the spirit realm, but my supply of spirit stones is limited, and I fear I can only afford a little over half a year's rent. Lin Tianhai raised an eyebrow. Oh? Which spirit vein do you refer to? The one located under Qingzhou Peak in the eastern region, Lin Xuan replied candidly. It aligns with the attributes of the cultivation technique I practice. Lin Tianhai recalled that there was indeed a wood attribute Holy Emperor-grade spirit vein beneath Qingzhou Peak, due to its remote location and limited expanse. It had not attracted much attention. Lin Tianhai pondered for a moment before suddenly placing his hand on Lu Chen's wrist, a gentle surge of spiritual energy entering his body. Lu Chen instinctively wanted to resist, but sensing no malice from Lin Tianhai, he relaxed. After a brief moment, Lin Tianhai withdrew his hand, a look of appreciation crossing his face. Your foundation is solid, and your spiritual energy is pure. You are but a step away from the Holy Emperor realm. Elder Lu, if I were to grant you access to that spirit vein, how long would it take for you to break through? Hope ignited in Lu Chen's eyes. With the assistance of that spirit vein, I could achieve it in at most 6 months. Excellent. Lin Tianhai suddenly raised his voice. Then I shall lease that spirit vein to you. Lu Chen rejoiced, but then hesitated. But what about the rent? Lin Tianhai waved his hand. Isn't the rent waived for the first 3 months? Use it for the time being. Once you break through to the Holy Emperor realm, we can discuss the subsequent rent then. Lu Chen could hardly believe his ears. Is this truly acceptable? Lord Lin, we are not acquainted. I have always been astute in judging character, Lin Tianhai chuckled. Someone who has cultivated to such heights at just over 1,000 years old is worth my investment. Once you achieve your breakthrough, should you be willing to serve my Lin family, we can certainly consider waiving the rent entirely. Taking a deep breath, Lu Chen solemnly clasped his hands and bowed deeply. Patriarch Lin's immense kindness shall be etched in my heart. Should I achieve success in the future, I will surely repay this favor. This exchange did not go unnoticed by several representatives from nearby factions, who observed with contemplative expressions. They initially harbored doubts regarding the Lin family's unexpectedly generous policies, yet upon witnessing Lin Tianhai's treatment of an unnamed loose cultivator, their apprehensions swiftly dissipated. The negotiations extended into the deep of night. Ultimately, the statistics revealed that 70% of the shops, 60% of the residences in the northern Desolation Imperial City, and over 80% of the spiritual veins within the spiritual realm had secured tenants. This outcome vastly exceeded the Lin family's expectations, and the faces of several elders were radiant with barely concealed joy. As the sun dipped below the horizon, guests began to take their leave. Lin Tianhai stood at the entrance of the city lord's mansion, personally bidding farewell to each representative. Patriarch Lin, it has been a pleasure collaborating. Elder of the Nanli sect clasped his hands in respect. Our sect will dispatch disciples tomorrow to take possession of the shops and spiritual caverns. You are always welcome. Lin Tianhai responded with a smile, looking forward to the Nanli sect flourishing within the northern Desolation Imperial City. After seeing off the last guest, Lin Tianhai exhaled deeply and turned to return inside. Lin Yuanshan and several core elders awaited him in the conference hall. Head of the family, today's achievements are remarkable. Lin Yuanshan could hardly contain his excitement. At this rate, within 3 years, the northern Desolation Imperial City will surpass surrounding powers, becoming the epicenter of this region. However, Lin Tianhai appeared rather composed. This is merely the first step. Remember, our true objective is long-term benefits. He instructed, notify everyone, starting tomorrow. We will fully assist each tenant in settling in. Yes, the elders responded in unison. As night deepened, the northern Desolation Imperial City remained ablaze with lights. The newly arrived factions busily arranged their new strongholds, and the streets bustled with activity. Meanwhile, at the highest point of the city lord's mansion, on the stargazing platform, Lin Tianhai stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his robes billowing in the night breeze. His gaze was far-reaching, as if envisioning a prosperous future where the northern Desolation Imperial City thrived, and the Lin family stood at the pinnacle of the central continent. The Northern Desolation Conference had concluded, yet the Lin family's journey was just beginning. He murmured softly, his voice dissipating into the night wind. The Northern Desolation Conference has drawn to a close. Chapter 226, A Visit from the Moonlit Princess. Although the Northern Desolation Conference had ended, the Northern Desolation Imperial City and the Northern Desolation Spiritual Realm remained extraordinarily vibrant. Countless merchants, factions, and loose cultivators began to flock to the Northern Desolation Imperial City and the Northern Desolation Spiritual Realm. Those who had rented shops or spiritual veins were urgently commencing construction, striving to establish a firm foothold as soon as possible. Thanks to this influx of people, the Lin family was reaping substantial rewards, with daily revenues from their shops, restaurants, and other enterprises exceeding 1 million top-grade spirit stones. easily reaching tens of millions when combined with other earnings. The Lin family was in high spirits. Just as they beamed at the impressive financial statements from the Northern Desolation Conference and the equally dazzling daily reports, a familiar visitor arrived at the Lin family estate. The morning sunlight pierced through the thin mist, casting a rainbow of colors upon the Lin family grounds. Lin Xuan sat cross-legged in his grand hall, hands forming seals, a faint sword aura swirling around him. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow and opened his eyes. "Young master." A maid in green rushed in, breathless. "The Moonlit Princess has come to visit. The clan head requests your presence." Lin Xuan's eyes flickered with surprise before returning to calm. "The Moonlit Princess? What brings her here again?" The young servant shook her head vigorously. "I know not. I only heard that she specifically came to visit you, young master." Lin Xuan rose, brushing off non-existent dust from his robe, a faint, bittersweet smile gracing his lips. "Very well, I understand. You may leave now." "Yes, young master." Outside the Lin family estate, 2 rows of silver-armored guards flanked either side, exuding an imposing aura. In the center stood a young woman clad in a moon-white gown, adorned with delicate golden cloud patterns that shimmered in the sunlight. Her features were exquisitely beautiful, with a hint of mirth in her eyes. An elderly woman accompanied her. "Oh, it seems we have the esteemed guest from the Imperial Palace. Welcome, welcome." Lin Tianhai swiftly led the elders to greet them, smiling warmly. The Moonlit Princess appeared somewhat shy, hastily performing a bow. "I am Xianxiaaudiobooks, here to meet Uncle Lin. This time, I have come to seek an audience with your esteemed son. Might he be available?" "Available, of course. That rascal has far too much idle time." Lu Mingxin cared little for formalities. Upon seeing such a beautiful young lady come to seek her son, her heart brimmed with joy. In truth, she had heard of the Moonlit Princess's previous visits to Lin Xuan, but she had been in closed-door cultivation at that time. This was her first opportunity to meet the real person. Before Lin Tianhai could respond, Lu Mingxin pushed him aside and approached the Moonlit Princess. "So, you are Xianxiaaudiobooks. Truly stunning. I am Xian'er's mother. If you don't mind, you may call me Aunt Lu." Hearing Lu Mingxin's words, the Moonlit Princess bowed again. "Greetings, Aunt." "Oh dear. This child, calling me Aunt already." Lu Mingxin gleefully took the Moonlit Princess's hand and led her into the Lin family estate. Come, let us converse inside." Observing this, Lin Tianhai offered an apologetic smile to the elderly woman from the Imperial Palace, and then instructed a nearby maid, "Go summon the young master." "Yes, clan head." In the Hall of Heavenly Sanctity, just as everyone engaged in pleasant conversation, a clear voice rang out. "I apologize for my tardiness." Turning to see Lin Xuan, dressed in a white robe and possessing striking good looks, approaching with measured steps. The Moonlit Princess's gaze fell upon Lin Xuan, her eyes shimmering with a hint of intrigue. "Young Master Lin, you jest. It is I who have intruded. Xian'er, come here." Lu Mingxin beckoned Lin Xuan over. Lin Xuan approached and casually took a seat. After exchanging polite pleasantries, Lu Mingxin and the others concocted an excuse to usher Lin Xuan out. "Your father and I have urgent matters to discuss with elderly from the Imperial Palace. Xian'er, you take Xianxiaaudiobooks to explore the Lin estate. Do not neglect her, or I shall have to discipline you." Lu Mingxin shot Lin Xuan a fierce glare before turning to the Moonlit Princess, now wearing a knowing smile. "Little Xianxiaaudiobooks, you two enjoy your time and conversation. Do not rush back." "Mother, you." Lin Xuan sighed helplessly. This was her way. Always eager to matchmake at the slightest proximity to a girl, as if fearing he might never find a partner. It wasn't his vanity, given his handsome looks, wealth, long legs, and well-defined abs, combined with his considerable talent. If he desired, celestial maidens could line up from the Northern Desolation Imperial City to the Heavenly River. "What do you mean? She traveled all this way specifically to see you. What harm is there in showing her around?" Fine, I'll take her." Lin Xuan relented under the weight of his mother's authority. "Miss Xianxiaaudiobooks, please." Before a radiant waterfall in the Lin estate, the two strolled leisurely, admiring the stunning scenery while engaging in light-hearted conversation. "Hee, is it amusing?" Lin Xuan asked with a straight face. "Not at all. I merely find Aunt Lu's manner of interaction with young Master Lin quite intriguing," the Moonlit Princess replied, her smile softening as she spoke. Before Lin Xuan could respond, her eyes sparkled. "Young Master Lin, that waterfall over there is beautiful. Shall we go take a look?" "Oh, that colorful waterfall. It is merely a decorative feature crafted by my mother. It has no enhancement for cultivation," Lin Xuan replied slowly. Then realizing his description fell short, he continued. "It is just an ordinary waterfall, nothing particularly noteworthy." Upon hearing this, the Moonlit Princess huffed. "You dullard." The Princess of Qingwei stamped her foot in frustration, muttering to herself, "Why can't I take a look?" With that, she angrily dragged Lin Xuan towards that direction. "Oh, wait. There really isn't anything worth seeing there. Miss Qingwei, might you kindly release me?" It is improper for a man and woman to be so close, he protested. Chapter 227. The Purpose of the Qinghua Princess. Miss Qinghua, this truly is inappropriate. There are others nearby. If they see us, it could tarnish your reputation. Reputation? Qinghua suddenly halted, turning back to glare at him, her eyes, usually brimming with the brilliance of autumn waters, now alight with indignation. What do I care for reputation when I am stuck with a blockhead like you? It is a miracle I am not driven to madness. Though her words were fierce, her grip on Lin Xuan's sleeve remained firm. As if she were clutching a prized trophy, her steps quickening as she headed straight for the pool beneath the cascading rainbow waterfall. At the foot of the colorful waterfall, mist swirled around them, and sunlight pierced through the curtain of water, refracting into a stunning rainbow. Qinghua tugged Lin Xuan by the wrist, pulling him to the edge of the falls. Miss Qinghua, you, Lin Xuan attempted to break free. Do you so despise being alone with me, Lin Gongzi? The princess of Qinghua suddenly turned, a flicker of grievance in her eyes, quickly replaced by stubbornness. She released her hold, standing at the edge of the waterfall, her skirt slightly dampened by the mist, clinging to her slender calves. Lin Xuan rubbed his wrist, exasperated. It is not that I dislike it, I merely find it peculiar. As a distinguished princess of the Quasi-Imperial Palace, why do you repeatedly seek out someone so idle as myself? Just call me Qinghua, she insisted, looking directly into Lin Xuan's eyes. Perhaps that is best avoided. It could lead to misunderstandings, he said, diverting his gaze. Humph, you uncultured blockhead, Lin Xuan. Such a dullard. The little devil in Qinghua's heart was furiously stomping her feet. Yet, after venting her frustration, she did not linger on the topic, instead revealing her true purpose for coming. In truth, I have come with a request. Finally, they had arrived at the crux of the matter. Lin Xuan breathed a sigh of relief, mentally noting the shift while maintaining a stoic facade. Oh, what use could I be for matters that the Quasi-Imperial Palace cannot resolve? Qinghua turned away, droplets of mist clinging to her thick eyelashes, adding an ethereal sharpness to her serious demeanor. Meeting Lin Xuan's scrutinizing gaze with unwavering resolve, she stated, "It is indeed a grave predicament, yet it harbors immense opportunity. Half a month ago, I stumbled upon a hidden legacy site deep within the Silent Desolation ruins of Zhongzhou. The Silent Desolation ruins. A site renowned as a forbidden zone of life?" Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow. The Silent Desolation ruins were notoriously perilous, with dangers lurking in its depths that ordinary cultivators would not dare to tread. The existence of a legacy there suggested it was left by an extraordinary being. Indeed, Qinghua affirmed, her expression grave. At the entrance of the ruins, there are formidable ancient prohibitions guarding it. The elders of our Quasi-Imperial Palace, who are well-versed in formations, collaborated and ultimately confirmed that these prohibitions only permit cultivators with a bone age under 30 to enter. Any attempt to forcibly breach them would trigger a self-destruction of the restrictions, collapsing the entire site. Qinghua continued, previously I, along with several core disciples and hundreds of ordinary students, attempted an exploration, but her voice trailed off. Heavy losses? Lin Xuan surmised. Qinghua nodded, a flicker of pain crossing her eyes. 3 of my senior brothers were gravely injured, and 1 sister, along with over 100 disciples, could not return. My condolences. Noticing the sorrow etched on Qinghua's face, Lin Xuan offered his sympathies while feeling a wave of astonishment. Even the Quasi-Imperial Palace, a dominant force, had suffered such significant losses. The legacy site indeed appeared perilous. Fortunately, we discovered vast treasures within the ruins, including a 9 Heavens Profound Spirit Flower. Lin Xuan's pupils constricted. The 9 Heavens Profound Spirit Flower, a legendary imperial medicine, held tremendous benefits for certain special physiques and was worth an immense fortune. He speculated that this flower was particularly effective for the princess of Qinghua. Indeed, I require that flower, Qinghua stated, locking eyes with Lin Xuan. It can elevate my moonlight royal body to a minor completion stage. The night of the full moon is in 3 days, the optimal time to enter the ruins. If we miss this opportunity, we must wait 3 more years. Lin Xuan observed Qinghua's anxious demeanor and suddenly inquired, "Is the 9 Heavens Profound Spirit Flower truly that important to you?" Qinghua paused for a moment before softly replying, "If the moonlight royal body cannot absorb the 9 Heavens Profound Qi before reaching minor completion or by the age of 20, it will be impossible to achieve great success in my lifetime, and I have merely 6 months left." Lin Xuan understood. The training of special physiques often had critical periods. If missed, all efforts would be in vain. No wonder this princess was in such a hurry. After a moment of silence, Lin Xuan asked, "So you wish for my assistance? Why me? Surely someone like Nangong Batian would comply without hesitation at your request, and the heirs of other dominant forces are equally formidable." Lin Xuan, "Do not mention him. I have no special relationship with him. Not in the past, present, or future. The princess of Qingyue suddenly stomped on Lin Xian's foot, glaring at him in displeasure. Ouch! Lin Xian took a sharp intake of breath. Indeed, the temperament of women can change as swiftly as flipping a page. It is better to avoid confrontation. From now on, I shall be a dog when it comes to women. Besides, isn't cultivating far more enjoyable? Why must one seek a partner? Humph. Seeing Lin Xian's reaction, Qingyue snorted lightly and continued, because you are exceptionally strong. I even feel, in some inexplicable way, that even the current top talent of Zhongzhou would not stand a chance against you. Who knows? Lin Xian responded with a wry smile, dismissing the pain in his foot. Though he had never held the talents on the rankings in high regard, he would not underestimate them either. Qingyue continued earnestly, furthermore, aside from the 9 Heavens profound spirit flower, all other rewards from this exploration will belong to you. Lin Xian turned, a smirk playing on his lips. The value of a single 9 Heavens profound spirit flower likely exceeds that of all the other treasures in the ruins combined, does it not? The Quasi-Imperial Palace will provide you with additional compensation. Qingyue had anticipated this, offering a treasure of equal worth to the 9 Heavens profound spirit flower. This condition was indeed tempting. Lin Xian pondered silently. While the 9 Heavens profound spirit flower was precious, it held little use for him, whereas the treasure vault of the Quasi-Imperial Palace might contain something he needed. Do you have any information regarding the situation within? Lin Xian inquired. Of course, here. Qingyue promptly handed Lin Xian a jade slip. After a while, having perused the contents, Lin Xian spoke. It seems the location is indeed fraught with danger. Given that you and the elite of the Quasi-Imperial Palace returned empty-handed, incurring such losses, what else lies within besides those puppets, vengeful spirits, and killing formations? With a flick of her finger, Qingyue enlarged the core area of the misty model of the cold pool. The water, infused with chilling energy, began to roil, as if some colossal creature was about to breach the surface. Suddenly, a menacing head emerged from the depths of the cold pool, occupying a significant portion of the model's space. It resembled a dragon, adorned with deep blue, diamond-shaped scales that glimmered with a piercing, icy light. Upon the crown of its head, 2 sinuous, frost-laden horns emanate an aura of terror, as if commanding a frozen dominion. Most disconcerting are its eyes, not the typical slitted pupils of a common beast, but 2 swirling orbs of ethereal blue flame, voraciously consuming light. Merely a vaporous apparition, yet it exudes a malevolent chill. A primal ferocity steeped in ancient chaos, sending a shiver down Lin Xian's spine. More bizarre still, at the center of the dragon's brow lies a twisted, naturally formed silver lightning mark, glimmering with an otherworldly sheen. The Xian Shuang Jiaolong. Qingyue's voice quivered with palpable trepidation. Its bloodline is exceedingly ancient and pure. Its power undeniably at the pinnacle of the 8th tier. Indeed, it may even brush against the threshold of the 9th tier. Chapter 228. Do you believe I can execute you here and now? It coils within the icy pond. The water imbued with an extraordinary chill that greatly enhances its might while imposing a significant constraint upon us. The silver marking upon its brow is unlike anything we have encountered in any texts, suggesting a possible unknown mutation that renders its power even more inscrutable. It serves as the guardian of the 9 Heaven Xian Ling flower. We cannot even approach within 3 zhang of the flower without being repelled by its exhaled Xian Shuang dragon breath and the terrifying icebound domain. Had it not been for the Imperial Palace's secret treasures protecting us, the consequences would be unfathomable. An 8th tier pinnacle, potentially touching the 9th tier threshold. This Xian Shuang Jiaolong is indeed a mutated entity, entrenched in its advantageous domain. Given these myriad enhancements, even a sage-level powerhouse would struggle to subdue this creature. Which explains why the Quasi-Imperial Palace met with defeat. After all, the strongest among those who entered the secret realm were merely a handful of revered individuals. Like the Qingyue Empress, Lin Xian mused quietly. Yet, for him, there was no pressure. Is this the reason for your failure? His gaze was as sharp as a blade, seemingly capable of piercing through the vaporous dragon. Although this mutated Xian Shuang Jiaolong is formidable with the resources of the Quasi-Imperial Palace, dispatching several top-tier prodigies equipped with powerful treasures and specialized in collaboration, while incurring some cost, might indeed yield a fighting chance. Is there yet another anomaly within the relic? A flicker of appreciation and admiration crossed Qingyue's eyes. Lin Xian's keen perception and composure reassured her somewhat. She gestured again, the vaporous model shifting to simulate the path they had previously explored and some critical scenarios they encountered. Her speech quickened, tinged with a lingering dread. Young Master Lin. If it were merely this, we would indeed be undeterred. However, the strangeness of the relic far exceeds our imagination. Aside from that dragon, there are 3 other aspects that warrant special attention. Firstly, spatial suppression. The closer one approaches the core area, the more chaotic and distorted the spatial laws become. Teleportation talismans and spatial shifting treasures and techniques all become ineffective. In the face of mortal peril, one is left with no choice but to endure or to desperately flee the way they came. Lin Xian's expression darkened slightly. The inability to shift spatially means a severed escape route, exponentially increasing the danger. Secondly, Qingyue's tone grew graver. Energy absorption. The depths of the relic are permeated by an intangible field, akin to countless invisible minute pests, which continuously and relentlessly erode and consume the released spiritual energy and protective aura of intruders. The more intense the battle, the greater the consumption. During our fierce struggle against the guardian puppets, our spiritual energy drained at a rate more than double that of the outside world. The efficacy of recovery elixirs was also significantly diminished. Prolonged combat is exceedingly disadvantageous for us. Energy absorption caused Lin Xian's brow to furrow. This is akin to a dull blade slicing flesh, and combined with that spatial suppression, it is sufficient to drag any intruder into an abyss of despair. Thirdly, Qingyue took a deep breath, seemingly recalling a bone-chilling sight, an omnipresent whisper, a peculiar interference that directly affects the soul. It is not a tangible sound, but rather a fragment of malicious and chaotic intent that infiltrates one's consciousness, ensnaring the weak-willed or those with unsteady resolve, leading them into madness, spawning illusions, and even inciting self-destruction. One of our severely injured comrades perished after losing control of his mind and triggering a killing array. Spatial suppression, energy absorption, soul interference. With these three shackles combined, along with the formidable guardian puppets, malevolent spirits, triggering of killing arrays, and finally that horrifying mutated Xian Shuang Jiao Long. This is no mere relic of inheritance. It is distinctly a death trap tailored for prodigies under 30. No wonder even the mighty Ziwei Imperial Palace suffered losses and retreated in disarray. Before Lin Xian could respond, the Qingyue Empress continued. Moreover, I can discreetly divulge to young Master Lin that within the treasure vault of the Ziwei Imperial Palace lies the essence of the sword path, naturally birthed by heaven and earth. Might this treasure hold any allure for you? Oh, the essence of the sword path? Your Ziwei Imperial Palace possesses such a treasure? However, this item could cultivate a sword genius and is equally vital for your palace's prodigies. Are you certain the higher-ups of the Ziwei Palace would be willing to part with it as a reward? Lin Xian inquired. If you can assist this empress in acquiring the 9-heaven Xianling flower, I shall ensure you obtain it, Qingyue assured with a smile. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xian ultimately chose to acquiesce. Very well, I shall accompany you. The essence of the sword path, naturally birthed by heaven and earth, offers immense benefits to sword cultivators, and he certainly did not wish to forego it. Moreover, with his current strength, the dangers within posed no real threat to him. 3 months passed, and his strength had undergone a tremendous transformation. His cultivation had surged from the 6th layer of the Saint Realm, surpassing the Great Saint Realm, and now stood at the 6th layer of the Saint King Realm, his might capable of overwhelming even Saint Emperor-level powerhouses. Really? That's wonderful. Thank you, Lin Xian. Qingyue exclaimed excitedly, then made as if to embrace him. However, Lin Xian deftly sidestepped this collision. Finding herself empty-handed, Qingyue stamped her foot in frustration. Ah, that dog Lin Xian. That stinky Lin Xian. That dead Lin Xian. You infuriate this empress. One day, you shall kneel beneath my pomegranate skirt, Lin Xian. Am I not beautiful? Qingyue glared at him, demanding an answer. Well, Miss Qingyue, you are indeed stunning, Lin Xian admitted honestly. He could not deny that Qingyue was exceptionally beautiful, a rare gem in the entire central continent. Since making a name for himself there, he had encountered many imperial daughters and saintesses from powerful factions, but none could surpass Qingyue in beauty, save perhaps for Yi Bingning, whom he had met in the Heavenly Emperor's cave, yet even she was only slightly superior. Then why did you dodge? Qingyue asked, visibly displeased. Such a beautiful woman had made a move, and he had rejected her. Truly, he was a blockhead among blockheads. Suddenly, she seemed to have an epiphany, her expression shifting to one of shock. Covering her delicate mouth with her fair hand, she gasped, Do you, perhaps, prefer men? Lin Xian nearly choked at her unexpected declaration, his face darkening as he retorted, I only like women. Women? Then am I not a woman? Why did you still dodge? Qingyue's next words left Lin Xian at a loss for a response. Seeing his silence, Qingyue quickly assumed he had tacitly acknowledged her hypothesis. So that's it. No wonder young Master Lin rejected my advances. It turns out you prefer. As she spoke, she took 2 steps back. Fear not, young Master Lin. I shall keep this secret safe. I will not disclose it to anyone. During this period, I apologize for the intrusion. The words and subsequent actions of the Princess of Qingyue, particularly her strange gaze, rendered Lin Xian utterly incensed, causing the veins on his forehead to bulge. Just as the princess of Qingyue was about to turn away with her secrets, she found herself enveloped in a broad, warm embrace. Lin Xuan had swiftly drawn her close, one hand firmly clasping her delicate waist while the other gripped her chin, threateningly stating, "Do you not believe me? Shall I demonstrate my preferences right here, and now to see if I truly favor women?" Lin Xuan's deep voice reverberated in her ear, and the princess felt his hand on her waist radiating heat akin to a branding iron, the warmth penetrating through her sheer gown. She was ensnared in Lin Xuan's grasp. Their bodies pressed so closely that she could distinctly perceive the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat beneath his chest. "Why you let me go?" the princess of Qingyue stammered. Her fair cheeks instantly flushed with a rosy hue that crept to her ears. She instinctively struggled, only to discover that Lin Xuan's embrace was as unyielding as iron. Not only did he refuse to release her, but he also leaned down slightly, his warm breath cascading over her sensitive earlobe as he continued to tease. "Weren't you questioning my orientation? Are you afraid now?" The princess of Qingyue stiffened. She had never experienced such intimate contact with a man before. Her heart raced like a drum, and her mind blanked. Her usually radiant eyes were now clouded with mist, her long lashes trembling like a startled fawn. "I was wrong. Wasn't I? Please, let me go," she pleaded, her voice dwindling to a near whisper. Observing the blush on her cheeks and the panic in her eyes, Lin Xuan felt a sense of triumph. "Ah, now you're frightened, aren't you? I doubt you'll dare to be so audacious again," he thought, deliberately drawing closer, almost brushing against her tender earlobe. "What exactly did you err in? I shouldn't have spoken so recklessly." The princess of Qingyue bit her lip, feeling as though her heart might leap from her chest. She had never anticipated that Lin Xuan, usually as gentle as jade, could exhibit such a dominant side. Lin Xuan, noticing her increasingly crimson cheeks and flickering gaze, finally relented, releasing her from his hold. He stepped back, a playful smile gracing his lips. "Do you believe me now?" The princess of Qingyue, liberated from his grasp, felt as if she had been granted a reprieve. She hurriedly retreated several steps, creating distance between them, her heart still racing uncontrollably. You. She pointed at Lin Xuan, a mix of embarrassment and anger flooding her, yet she found herself at a loss for words. Lin Xuan stood with his arms crossed, a mischievous gleam in his eyes. "What is it? Wasn't it you, Miss Qingyue, who first questioned my integrity? Shameless, despicable, lecher." The princess of Qingyue finally regained her ability to articulate, exclaiming in indignation. Yet, paired with her flushed cheeks and trembling eyes, her words lacked any real menace. Lin Xuan shrugged nonchalantly. "Compared to being misunderstood as someone who favors men, I can certainly endure these accusations. Besides, who was it that initially attempted to ensnare me? Oh, a little seductress?" The princess of Qingyue was left speechless, her anger boiling yet unable to form a retort. She shot Lin Xuan a fierce glare before turning to leave, nearly tripping over her own skirt in her flustered state. Luckily, she quickly regained her balance and hastily departed, her retreating figure undeniably resembling one in flight. Lin Xuan watched her retreating silhouette, a smirk of victory gracing his lips. 3 days later, in the early morning, at the Quasi-Imperial Palace, Lin Xuan stood within the grand hall where he was temporarily residing, idly toying with a jade slip in his hand. This slip had been delivered by the princess of Qingyue the previous day, containing detailed information about the silent ancient ruins and the site of the relic, including the route map from the last exploration by the Quasi-Imperial Palace, the dangers encountered, and some strategies for dealing with them. "Young Master Lin, the time has come." A respectful voice called from outside the courtyard. Lin Xuan tucked away the jade slip, adjusted his robe, and strode out of the courtyard. A disciple of the Quasi-Imperial Palace awaited him, bowing respectfully as he announced, "The princess has ordered me to escort you to the assembly point." Lin Xuan nodded slightly. "Lead the way." The two traversed through the numerous halls, arriving at a square on the outskirts of the Quasi-Imperial Palace, where dozens of individuals had already gathered. All clad in the attire of the Quasi-Imperial Palace, their auras formidable. Most striking among them were several figures standing at the forefront, including the princess of Qingyue herself. Today, the princess wore a more practical outfit, abandoning her usual flowing gown for a form-fitting purple ensemble that accentuated her graceful curves. Her long hair was tied up high, giving her an air of elegance and vigor. Yet, as Lin Xuan approached, her gaze flickered momentarily, and the tips of her ears subtly flushed once more. "Young Master Lin has arrived," the princess of Qingyue greeted, feigning calmness as she deliberately avoided eye contact with him. Lin Xuan stifled a chuckle, maintaining a composed exterior as he politely nodded in acknowledgement. "Miss Qingyue, this is the Lin Xuan that Sister Qingyue has so highly recommended?" A deep voice interjected. Lin Xuan turned to see a robust, resolute young man striding towards him, his eyes assessing. The princess of Qingyue furrowed her brow. "Brother Wang Jinlong." This is indeed young Master Lin Xuan. Young Master Lin, this is Brother Wang Jinlong, a core disciple of our Imperial Palace. The one wielding the azure longsword is Sister Mu Yao, and over there is. She continued to introduce Lin Xuan to the others. Greetings to my fellow companions. I am Lin Xuan of the Lin family, he stated. Haha, Lin Daoist, I've long admired your reputation. Another voice chimed in. Indeed. Young Master Lin is as splendid as the princess described, a paragon of grace. The other core disciples of the Imperial Palace greeted Lin Xuan with evident cordiality. Yet Wang Jinlong, the first to speak, exuded no semblance of goodwill. Lin Xuan frowned slightly. He felt no animosity toward the man. Wang Jinlong, a prominent figure in the younger generation of the Imperial Palace, was openly scrutinizing Lin Xuan, his gaze betraying unmistakable hostility. I have heard much of your name. Lin Xuan replied, unyielding. Wang Jinlong scoffed. I hear young Master Lin possesses remarkable strength, with Sister Qingyue singing your praises. Let us hope this endeavor does not disappoint us. His words were laced with barbs, clearly directed at Lin Xuan. The atmosphere in the square grew tense, and many disciples cast curious glances. The princess of Qingyue's expression darkened. Brother Wang Jinlong, young Master Lin is my esteemed guest. Please choose your words carefully. A flicker of shadow passed through Wang Jinlong's eyes, quickly masked. Sister misunderstood. I merely expressed concern for the success of this mission. After all, we suffered significant losses last time. We must be more cautious this time. Enough, let us speak less. An elderly man with white hair approached, his aura profound like the ocean, clearly a formidable figure. Time waits for no one, we must depart. The princess of Qingyue bowed respectfully. Yes, third elder. Lin Xuan discreetly scrutinized the third elder of the Imperial Palace, estimating his strength to be at least at the 6th level of the Quasi-Emperor realm, if not higher. It appeared the Imperial Palace indeed valued this operation highly, even dispatching such a powerful individual. Young Lin, the third elder addressed Lin Xuan, his gaze piercing. The Qingyue girl holds you in high regard. I hope this mission will broaden my horizons. Ha ha ha. Lin Xuan smiled faintly. As a junior, I shall certainly do my utmost. The third elder nodded, offering no further words, and turned to stride toward the center of the square. There, a teleportation array had been meticulously arranged, its runes flickering and exuding spatial fluctuations. Everyone, prepare to depart. With a command from the third elder, the crowd swiftly formed an orderly line. The Imperial Princess of the Clear Moon approached Lin Xuan and whispered, the teleportation array will transport us to the periphery of the Desolation Ruins. From there, we must rely on ourselves. The spatial turbulence here prevents direct transmission near the relics. Lin Xuan nodded slightly in understanding. He noticed Wang Jinlong glaring at them with a dark expression, jealousy flickering in his eyes. Clearly, seeing the Imperial Princess approach him had ignited envy within him. If he was not mistaken, it seemed that Wang Jinlong harbored feelings for the Imperial Princess. Hence his animosity toward Lin Xuan. I hope you don't court disaster. Let us go. The Imperial Princess stepped into the teleportation array first, followed closely by Lin Xuan. With a brilliant flash of white light, the crowd vanished without a trace. When Lin Xuan opened his eyes again, the scenery before him had transformed completely. They stood upon a barren plain, with undulating black mountains in the distance, and the sky cast in an ominous dark red hue, as if stained by blood. This was indeed the periphery of the Desolation Ruins. The Imperial Princess approached Lin Xuan, her voice grave, 100 miles ahead. We will officially enter the ruins. Lin Xuan took a deep breath, sensing the air was thick with an ancient and decayed essence, faintly tinged with the scent of blood. The spiritual energy here was far more sparse than in the outside world, mingling with a disquieting force. Everyone, heed my words. The third elder intoned, his voice solemn. The Desolation Ruins are fraught with peril. Even the outskirts may present unforeseen dangers. Maintain formation and do not act recklessly. The group commenced their forward march. Lin Xuan found himself positioned in the center of the formation, alongside the Imperial Princess and several core disciples. Wang Jinlong led the way, occasionally casting a hostile glance back at Lin Xuan. Ignore him, the Imperial Princess whispered. He is always like this, treating everyone the same. Lin Xuan simply smiled, noncommittal. However, such trifles were not worthy of his concern. As they delved deeper, the surrounding environment grew increasingly eerie. Strange patterns began to appear upon the ground, resembling ancient runes or perhaps naturally formed fissures. A faint gray mist permeated the air, steadily reducing visibility. Be cautious of this mist, the Imperial Princess warned. It possesses slight toxicity. Prolonged inhalation may hinder our spiritual energy circulation. Lin Xuan nodded, secretly channeling his cultivation to neutralize the invading toxins. Given his prowess, such toxins posed no threat. However, some of the weaker disciples had already begun consuming antidotes. Suddenly, A commotion erupted ahead. Something is amiss. The third elder's voice rang out. The crowd immediately braced themselves. Lin Xuan squinted into the gray mist, where vague shadows began to manifest, rapidly approaching the group. They are the malevolent spirits. The third elder admonished sharply, defend yourselves. In the blink of an eye, the shadows bore down upon them. Lin Xuan could finally discern that they were semi-transparent black entities. Humanoid in shape yet devoid of features, their bodies entwined with repugnant negative energy. These malevolent spirits were unique to the Desolation Ruins, formed from the resentment of fallen strong beings. The Imperial Princess quickly explained, conjuring a purple longsword. They lack physical form. Conventional attacks are ineffective against them. We must employ special methods. As she spoke, several malevolent spirits lunged at the group. A disciple from the Quasi-Imperial Palace swung his sword, the blade slicing through the malevolent spirit's form, yet failing to inflict any substantial damage. Instead, the malevolent spirit seized the opportunity, diving into the disciple's body. The disciple shrieked in agony, his eyes turning pitch black, his face contorting as he turned to attack his companions. He has been possessed. The third elder waved his sleeve, unleashing a beam of golden light that struck the possessed disciple. The latter's body shuddered as a shadow was forcibly expelled, dissipating into nothingness amidst the golden radiance. Combat erupted instantaneously. Dozens of malevolent spirits surged from all directions, and the disciples of Quasi-Imperial Palace hastily summoned their artifacts. A kaleidoscope of light flickering through the gray mist. Lin Xuan remained motionless, quietly observing. The malevolent spirits varied in strength. Aside from one that had been drawn by the third elder, which was at the Saint Emperor level, the strongest among them barely matched the human sovereign level, posing little threat to the elite Quasi-Imperial Palace team. One malevolent spirit, sensing Lin Xuan as an easy target, screeched and lunged at him. A glint of cold light flickered in Lin Xuan's eyes as he flicked his fingertip, releasing a strand of sword energy that instantly obliterated the malevolent spirit, silencing its cry before it could escape. This scene was witnessed by the Imperial Princess not far away, her eyes flashing with surprise. While she was aware of Lin Xuan's remarkable strength, to dispatch a sovereign-level malevolent spirit so effortlessly exceeded her expectations. The battle soon concluded. After the loss of 3 disciples, the Quasi-Imperial Palace members successfully repelled the swarm of malevolent spirits. The third elder assessed the casualties and ordered a quicker pace. This is merely an appetizer. The Imperial Princess returned to Lin Xuan's side and whispered, the closer we approach the depths of the ruins, the greater the dangers. Lin Xuan nodded. Did you encounter these malevolent spirits last time? Yes, but not in such numbers. The Imperial Princess furrowed her brow. Sensing that the quantity of malevolent spirits within the ruins had markedly increased, perhaps due to the imminent opening of the relics, the group pressed onward. The atmosphere more tense than before. Each member remained on high alert, fearing another ambush, with the exception of Lin Xuan and the third elder from the Quasi-Imperial Palace. As they ventured deeper, the environment grew ever more bizarre. The black patterns on the ground multiplied until they coalesced into a vast array. The dark red sky deepened, as if it might spill blood at any moment. We have arrived. The third elder abruptly halted. Before them lay a vast black canyon, flanked by towering cliffs whose surfaces glimmered like mirrors, faintly revealing countless tiny runes flowing upon them. At the canyon's entrance stood 2 colossal stone pillars, intricately carved with ancient designs, radiating a disquieting pressure. This is the entrance to the Desolation Ruins, the Imperial Princess murmured. The relics lie deep within. Lin Xuan stared intently at the 2 stone pillars, feeling the terrifying power they contained. This was no mere handiwork of man. It resembled a natural wonder, embodying some supreme law. Chapter 230, Entering the Desolation Ruins. Beyond this canyon lies the true Desolation Ruins. The Imperial Princess stood before the towering stone pillars, her violet attire accentuating her slender yet powerful waist, her long hair elegantly tied up, presenting a striking figure against the blood-red sky. Lin Xuan nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the stone pillars etched with ancient runes. The runes appeared alive, twisting and shifting, emanating a heart-stopping pressure. Even with his cultivation at the 6th level of the Saint King realm, he could feel the dread power contained within. Everyone, pay attention. The voice of the third elder boomed. The ruins are fraught with peril. From this point forward, we must adhere strictly to the route established during our last exploration. Wang Jinlong stood at the forefront of the formation, casting a fleeting glance back at Lin Xuan, the corners of his mouth curving into a barely perceptible cold smirk. Young Master Lin, do ensure you keep close. Should you lose your way within the ancient ruins, I fear even your bones may never be recovered. Thank you for your concern, Taoist Wang. My life is rather resilient, and I am not so easily extinguished. I trust, however, that you will still be visible upon our return. Lin Xuan replied with a calm smile. a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. He had long sensed Wang Jinlong's hostility towards him, yet such a trifling character was hardly worthy of his attention. The Celestial Moon Empress furrowed her brows and shot Wang Jinlong a glare before stepping closer to Lin Xuan, lowering her voice. Once we enter the ancient ruins, the spatial laws will become chaotic, and our communication jade slips will fail. Should we unfortunately become separated, remember to always head northwest. There lies a black obelisk, a necessary waypoint to the relics. Lin Xuan nodded gently. Rest assured, I shall be fine. The third elder produced a violet golden token, infusing it with spiritual energy, causing it to project a beam of light between two stone pillars. What was once an empty canyon in trance gradually unveiled a translucent barrier. The restrictions have been lifted. Enter swiftly, the third elder commanded. The members of the Imperial Palace immediately formed a line and passed through the barrier, following closely behind the Celestial Moon Empress. Lin Xuan felt a peculiar resistance the moment his body made contact with the barrier, as though he were traversing a thick liquid. Suddenly, the scenery before him shifted dramatically. The once blood-red sky vanished, replaced by a murky haze that obscured visibility to less than 100 yards. The ground was no longer hard rock, but was instead strewn with grayish-white bone powder, emitting a disconcerting creaking sound underfoot. Lin Xuan bent down, picking up a handful of bone powder, gently rubbing it between his fingers. Remnants of an ancient battlefield, he mused. The Celestial Moon Empress's expression grew grave. It was said that the Desolation Ruins had once been a site of fierce battle, where countless powerful beings had perished. Lin Xuan nodded in acknowledgement. Advance in formation. The third elder's voice echoed through the mist. Following the previous route, their first destination was the Valley of Wraiths. Everyone prepare the exorcism talismans. The team advanced in a diamond formation, with Lin Xuan and the Celestial Moon Empress shielded at the center. Wang Jinlong led several elite disciples at the forefront, occasionally casting taunting glances back at them, while the third elder remained at the rear, also keeping watch over the disciples ahead. However, he generally refrained from intervening, as this served as a trial for the younger members. As they delved deeper, the mist thickened, and a foul, decaying odor permeated the air. Lin Xuan keenly sensed that the spiritual energy in this place was exceptionally sparse, mingled with an unsettling force. Do you feel it? The Celestial Moon Empress whispered. This is the peculiarity of the ruins. The recovery rate of spiritual energy is merely a third of what it is outside. Lin Xuan nodded. Not only that, but he also discovered that the range of his spiritual perception had been significantly curtailed. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. A disciple of the Imperial Palace collapsed without warning, blood streaming from all 7 orifices, their body rapidly withering as if drained of essence by some unseen force. Stay alert. The Celestial Moon Empress commanded sharply, as a copper mirror flew from her sleeve, hovering above the group and casting a golden barrier. Lin Xuan's pupils constricted. Within his spiritual perception, he detected dozens of translucent shadows emerging silently from the bone powder-laden ground, stealthily approaching the formation. Wraiths! The Celestial Moon Empress exclaimed, drawing her violet longsword. Many of our disciples fell to these creatures last time. No sooner had she spoken than the ground erupted, and dozens of skeletal forms, coalesced from bone powder, burst forth, their hollow eye sockets ablaze with eerie green flames. Even more terrifying, each skeleton was entwined with several translucent wraiths, emitting piercing shrieks. Form the ZY Beidou formation. Wang Jinlong bellowed, prompting the disciples of the Imperial Palace to swiftly rearrange their formation. Lin Xuan remained stationary, calmly observing the grotesque entities. The battle erupted swiftly, as the disciples of the Imperial Palace utilized their formation to eliminate the enemies while minimizing spiritual energy expenditure. At that moment, Lin Xuan, who had initially intended to refrain from engaging, found himself compelled to act as one wraith charged toward him. A towering skeleton, 3 meters in height, lunged at him. Its bony claws enveloped in dark malevolence, corroding the very air around it with a hissing sound. Lin Xuan effortlessly raised his right hand, his index finger delicately pointing. A beam of pure sword light erupted, as radiant as the dawn, piercing through the giant skeleton's skull in an instant. The skeleton faltered, and then exploded, reducing both itself and the wraiths it bore to ash. Having effortlessly vanquished a wraith, Lin Xuan's prowess astonished all present. Wang Jinlong's expression shifted dramatically. That skeleton possessed at least the strength of a first heaven-honored one, yet Lin Xuan had dispatched it with a mere finger? The Celestial Moon Empress's beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue, though she was aware of Lin Xuan's extraordinary abilities. Witnessing it firsthand exceeded her expectations. Without pausing, Lin Xuan moved like a specter across the battlefield, each pointed finger resulting in the shattering of another skeleton. In mere moments, over a dozen skeletal forms were reduced to powder. Such formidable sword intent. The third elder, who had been observing from the rear, was filled with astonishment. This young man's comprehension of the sword path was indeed remarkable. The battle concluded swiftly. With Lin Xuan's assistance, the disciples of the Quasi-Imperial Palace easily dispatched this batch of wraith puppets, suffering only minor injuries to 3 of their own. Indeed, young Master Lin lives up to his reputation, the third elder remarked as he approached, his demeanor noticeably more cordial. With your aid, the success rate of this expedition has greatly increased. Not far away, Wang Jinlong's face was clouded with fury. He clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. His intention to embarrass Lin Xuan had backfired, allowing the latter to shine instead. You flatter me, third elder, Lin Xuan replied humbly, though his gaze drifted toward Wang Jinlong, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips. The Celestial Moon Empress walked over to Lin Xuan, presenting him with a pill. This is the Quasi-Imperial Palace's specially formulated clear spirit pill, which can rapidly restore your spiritual energy. Lin Xuan accepted the pill, his fingertips inadvertently brushing against the Celestial Moon Empress's hand, causing her to retract it in a startled manner, her cheeks tinged with crimson. This moment was observed by Wang Jinlong, whose eyes flashed with malice as he turned away to lead the group forward. Continue onward, the third elder commanded. The next perilous location is the bewildering forest. Everyone must guard their minds and not be deceived by illusions. Chapter 231, Wang Jinlong's Failed Schemes. After traversing the bone powder plain, the group arrived at a peculiar black forest. The trees were entirely black, their twisted trunks resembling tortured, struggling human forms, while the leaves bore an unsettling dark red hue. The trees in the bewildering forest release hallucinogenic pollen, the Celestial Moon Empress explained. Last time, we lost 5 disciples here, all of whom fell victim to illusions and ended up slaying one another. Lin Xuan nodded, secretly circulating his cultivation method to protect his mind. With his level of cultivation, such hallucinogenic substances would have no effect on him. Yet the strangeness of the ancient ruins far exceeded expectations, so he remained cautious. The formation moved carefully through the woods. Just as they braced against the onslaught of illusions while advancing, another wave of wraiths emerged, complicating the progress of the Quasi-Imperial Palace members. This is not good. More wraiths are coming, and in greater numbers. Everyone, be vigilant in defense. Follow this Empress and strike. Lunar Shadow Celestial Map. As the disciples of the Quasi-Imperial Palace fought valiantly, Lin Xuan also frequently intervened. These wraiths, at most only reaching Honored One's strength, fell to his sword with ease. This was still the result of him deliberately concealing the majority of his power. Otherwise, he could have obliterated them with a mere breath. The disciples of the Quasi-Imperial Palace lacked the formidable prowess of Lin Xuan. They were not only striving to withstand the encroachment of the illusory forest, but also contending with the unique triple restrictions of the desolate ancient ruins, all while battling the terrifying vengeful spirits. Consequently, despite their elite status as disciples of the Quasi-Imperial Palace, they found themselves ensnared in a chaotic melee, the scene becoming increasingly tumultuous. The more chaotic the situation grew, the less attention the crowd could pay to the overarching scenario. In such a tumult, even if someone were to plot in the shadows, it would be exceedingly difficult for anyone to notice. This was precisely the scheme of Wang Jinlong. He stealthily fought, while gradually disengaging from his original position, his intentions shrouded in mystery. However, Lin Xuan caught sight of this maneuver. With a subtle shift of his consciousness, Lin Xuan detected Wang Jinlong's quiet retreat to the right. What raised further suspicion was the violet talisman Wang Jinlong clutched in his hand, into which he was clandestinely infusing spiritual power. Intrigued, a glint of coldness flashed in Lin Xuan's eyes. He feigned ignorance, but discreetly dispatched a wisp of his consciousness to lock onto Wang Jinlong. As Wang Jinlong inadvertently passed a particularly stout black tree, he suddenly crushed the talisman. A barely perceptible violet light shot into the trunk, causing the entire tree to tremble violently, revealing countless anguished faces etched into its bark. Seizing the moment when the others were distracted, he pretended to engage in battle with the vengeful spirits while subtly making his way back to the group. As though nothing untoward had occurred, his actions were well concealed. Aside from Lin Xuan, who was deliberately observing him, no one else seemed to notice anything amiss. Humph! You dare compete with me for Qingwei Jr.'s sister? Lin, you shall not leave the desolate ancient ruins alive. After Wang Jinlong stealthily returned to the group, he cast a glance at Lin Xuan, a cold snort echoing in his heart. Half a minute later, as the others began to eliminate the vengeful spirits one by one, the earlier black giant tree suddenly erupted, sending countless sharp, violet-tinged wooden spikes raining down upon the group, most of which were aimed directly at Lin Xuan's position. The power of these spikes was astonishing, reaching the pinnacle of the venerable realm. Be careful! Qingwei the imperial princess cried out, rushing forward to provide aid. The sudden onslaught caught several disciples of the Ziwei Imperial Palace, who were positioned alongside Lin Xuan, completely off guard, and they were instantly pierced by the violet-tinged wooden spikes, meeting their demise on the spot. Lin Xuan, however, remained unfazed, gently slicing the air with his sacred abyss sword before him. A barrier of sword energy manifested, obliterating all the incoming wooden spikes to mere dust upon contact. More remarkably, Lin Xuan discreetly flicked his fingers, and a silent wisp of sword energy quietly shattered the jade pendant hanging at Wang Jinlong's waist, a treasure he had relied upon to ward off illusions. With his protective talisman destroyed, Wang Jinlong was immediately ensnared by the illusory forest's enchantments, plunging into madness. He screamed, clutching his head, his eyes turning crimson. Get away. Don't come near. He wildly swung his long sword, striking at his fellow disciples in a frenzy. Stripped of his protective jade pendant, Wang Jinlong succumbed to the control of the illusory forest's illusions, spiraling into chaos. Wang's senior brother has fallen under the illusion, one disciple exclaimed in alarm. The third elder of the Ziwei Imperial Palace swiftly intervened, casting a beam of golden light into Wang Jinlong's forehead, temporarily suppressing the illusion. Wang Jinlong collapsed to the ground, his face pale, his eyes filled with terror. Strange, where's the Qingxin pendant belonging to Wang Jr. nephew? The third elder inquired with a furrowed brow. A disciple retrieved the shattered jade pendant from the ground, stating, Elder, the pendant is broken. Upon hearing this, Wang Jinlong shot a glare at Lin Xuan, his eyes brimming with malice. He vividly recalled that the pendant had been shattered by a sudden surge of sword energy. Lin Xuan met Wang Jinlong's gaze, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he transmitted, You have brought this upon yourself. You shall reap what you sow. Additionally, let me give you one final warning. Put away your petty schemes. This time, it is merely a minor reprimand. Should there be a next time, I shall not hesitate to ensure that the Ziwei Imperial Palace loses a core disciple. Wang Jinlong trembled, finally realizing he had encountered an insurmountable opponent. This seemingly gentle Lin Xuan possessed strength and cunning far beyond his imagination. Yet, the proud Wang Jinlong was not one to concede easily. Lin Xuan, do not revel in your triumph. He roared telepathically. Humph, come if you dare. Lin Xuan's eyes glimmered with disdain. At that moment, Qingwei the Imperial Princess approached. Concern etched on her face as she asked Lin Xuan, Are you unscathed, young Master Lin? All is well, Lin Xuan smiled. But it appears that Taoist Wang's condition is rather dire. Mind your own business, Lin. Wang Jinlong bellowed. Wang's senior brother, young Master Lin, is only concerned for you. How can you speak to him in such a manner? Qingwei scolded, defending Lin Xuan. Qingwei Jr.'s sister, that Lin is nothing but a shameless scoundrel. Do not be deceived by him. Wang Jinlong attempted to slander Lin Xuan. However, before he could finish, Qingwei's furious voice rang out, Enough. Wang Jinlong, young Master Lin is genuinely concerned for you, and you dare to slander him? You are bringing shame upon our Ziwei Imperial Palace. With that, she turned and continued forward, saying, Young Master Lin, let us proceed, do not mind him. Lin Xuan cast a provocative glance back at Wang Jinlong, who was seething with rage. Damn it, damn it, damn it. How could I lose face in front of Qingwei Jr.'s sister? Lin, this is far from over. Wang Jinlong seethed inwardly, his eyes flashing with murderous intent as he glared at Lin Xuan. The unfolding scenes drew curious expressions from the other disciples of the Ziwei Imperial Palace. The third elder examined Wang Jinlong's condition and solemnly declared, The influence of the illusion is too deep. We must exit the illusory forest immediately. Everyone, hasten your pace. The group resumed their journey, with Wang Jinlong flanked by two disciples, no longer attempting any tricks. Yet, the truth of the matter remained known only to him. He occasionally cast furtive glances at Lin Xuan's back, his gaze a mixture of fear and resentment. Lin Xuan, however, paid him no heed. Why should he concern himself with the grievances of an insignificant insect? Were it not for the need to avoid offending the Ziwei Imperial Palace, Wang Jinlong would have long since met his demise. Upon traversing the illusory forest, the group arrived at an expansive clearing. In the distance, a black obelisk stood tall against the crimson sunset, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. That was the entrance to the ruins. Qingwei the Imperial Princess pointed towards the obelisk, her voice trembling with excitement. The Nine Heavens mystical spirit flower lies deep within the ruins. Lin Xuan fixed his gaze on the obelisk, sensing the spatial fluctuations it contained. He understood that the true challenge was only just beginning. Chapter 232, Entering the Ruins. Before long, the group had arrived at the base of the stone tablet. However, they still had 3 hours to wait before the ruins would open, and thus everyone took the time to recuperate while awaiting the activation of the ruins. There are still 3 hours until the ruins open. We shall wait here, Qingwei explained. Of course, Lin Xuan nodded. 3 hours later, boom, a tremendous commotion erupted, and Lin Xuan beheld the previously empty ground behind the stone tablet suddenly rise to reveal a massive ruin enveloped in formations and various prohibitions. The ruins have opened. The crowd exclaimed in excitement. Once stable, the third elder of the Quasi-Imperial Palace stood before the tablet, forming hand seals and chanting incantations. 9 drops of his essence blood seeped from his fingertips, suspended in the air to form a complex pattern. Open, with a low admonition from the third elder. A pattern of vital blood imprinted upon the surface of the obelisk. The monument trembled violently, and countless ancient runes emerged upon its surface. As the protective formations and restrictions safeguarding the relic gradually fissured, revealing a ghostly blue portal. The third elder's pallor was evident, clearly having expended considerable energy. The restrictions are lifted. You must enter swiftly, he gasped. Remember, you must return within 7 days, or the relic shall seal itself once more for 3 years. The Celestial Moon Princess nodded solemnly and turned to the others, saying, according to our original plan, follow me into the relic. Young Master Lin, please stay close. Lin Xuan nodded, his gaze sweeping to the rear of the group where Wang Jinlong lingered. At that moment, nourished by the vast elixirs of the Quasi-Imperial Palace, his previously damaged spirit had been restored, yet the venomous hatred in his eyes when he looked at Lin Xuan remained unabated. However, with the opening of the relic imminent, he refrained from any underhanded actions. Let us proceed. Celestial Moon stepped forth into the portal, with Lin Xuan closely behind her. As they traversed the threshold, Lin Xuan felt a dizzying vertigo. When his vision cleared, he found himself standing in a dimly lit corridor, flanked by walls embedded with softly glowing blue crystals. The air was thick with an ancient, decaying aura, intermingled with a hint of bloodshed. Is this the interior of the relic? Lin Xuan mused, surveying the surroundings. Noticing that beyond the members of the Quasi-Imperial Palace, the corridor seemed to stretch infinitely in both directions. Celestial Moon produced a compass, its needle wavering violently before settling to point right. This way, she directed. We explored this area previously. Ahead lies a mechanism corridor. The group advanced cautiously, their footsteps resonating distinctly in the eerie silence of the corridor. As they delved deeper, Celestial Moon abruptly halted. Stop, she commanded sharply, her demeanor shifting to one of heightened vigilance. Wang Jinlong and the others also sensed an anomaly ahead, immediately adopting a defensive posture. In contrast, Lin Xuan maintained a demeanor of relaxed ease, as though he were merely indulging in leisure rather than embarking on an adventure. Almost simultaneously, the ground ahead fractured, and a multitude of peculiar, dark iron puppets erupted from the earth. Their eyes glowed crimson, wielding an array of weapons, advancing in perfect unison towards the group. They are guardian puppets, a disciple from the Quasi-Imperial Palace exclaimed. They can rebound spiritual attacks. Celestial Moon swiftly issued orders. Form into groups of 3 and target the crystal cores in their chests. That is their weakness. However, these puppets were not only swift but also exceedingly resilient, making it a formidable challenge to shatter their cores. The disciples of the Quasi-Imperial Palace, well trained, immediately formed a battle array to confront the adversaries. Yet, the puppets proved nearly indestructible, with ordinary attacks merely leaving superficial marks upon their surfaces, compounding their difficulties. Any spiritual fluctuations that came into contact with the puppets would rebound with double the force. One unfortunate disciple, while executing a sword technique, was struck by the ricocheted sword energy, piercing his shoulder with a cry of agony as he fell to the ground. Attempts to strike the crystal cores were largely evaded by the puppet's agility. Boom. Crash. Observing Celestial Moon's guidance, Lin Xuan took a moment to assess the situation, noting that indeed, each puppet bore a dark crystal core upon its chest. With a deft flick of his sword, he sent a strand of sword energy precisely into one puppet's core. With a crisp crack, the puppet froze momentarily before crashing to the ground. Armed with knowledge of their weakness, the disciples of the Quasi-Imperial Palace found it relatively straightforward to dispatch the remaining puppets. In mere minutes, the onslaught of over 100 puppets ranging from the king to the venerable realms was effectively neutralized. After vanquishing the puppets, the group pressed onward, soon arriving at a circular chamber. The walls were adorned with murals depicting scenes from ancient battles. Strangely, the eyes of the figures in the murals seemed to follow the viewers, sending chills down one's spine. Be cautious. These murals can devour spiritual energy, Celestial Moon warned. Do not gaze upon them for too long. No sooner had she spoken than a young disciple from the Quasi-Imperial Palace appeared entranced, staggering toward the wall. As his palm made contact with the mural, his arm began to visibly wither at an alarming rate. Help me, the disciple cried out in terror, struggling in vain to free himself. In a flash, Lin Xuan moved, his sword slicing through the mural, cleaving it in twain. A piercing shriek erupted from the wall, releasing a cloud of black smoke. The young disciple collapsed, utterly spent, though his arm had vanished entirely. Thank you, young Master Lin, he murmured weakly, gratitude glimmering in his eyes. Celestial Moon's expression turned grave. We did not traverse this path last time. It seems the internal structure of the relic can shift on its own. The group gasped in astonishment at this revelation. Oh, I had not anticipated this characteristic of the relic, Lin Xuan remarked, intrigued. They continued onward, soon reaching an area resembling a garden, filled with various rare spiritual herbs exuding an enticing fragrance. Several disciples' eyes lit up, eager to harvest the bounty. Do not move, Lin Xuan and Celestial Moon admonished in unison. Lin Xuan deftly flicked his sword, sending a stone flying into the garden. In an instant, the spiritual herbs twisted and contorted, transforming into countless slender tendrils that crushed the stone to smithereens. An illusion trap, Celestial Moon elucidated, designed to lure intruders with rare herbs. Only two. Her words were cut short as a mass of black mist suddenly erupted from the center of the garden, swiftly expanding. Wherever the mist traveled, the ground crystallized with thick frost, and the temperature plummeted. It is the Xian malevolence, Celestial Moon exclaimed, hastily retrieving a bronze mirror. Everyone, gather close. The mirror emitted a golden light, forming a protective shield, but the corrosive nature of the black mist was formidable, rapidly dimming the golden glow. As the shield seemed on the verge of shattering, Celestial Moon produced a ding-shaped artifact. Upon its emergence, the black mist dissolved as if meeting boiling water. Truly remarkable. The treasures of the Imperial Palace, Lin Xuan chuckled softly. Celestial Moon smiled faintly, thanks to the two special artifacts provided by the Palace Master. Otherwise the consequences would be dire. The Xian malevolence is not something that we, mere king and venerable realm practitioners, can withstand. After all, even a slight misstep against this malevolence could spell disaster for a Saint Realm expert, let alone ourselves. After traversing the garden, they encountered three diverging paths. Celestial Moon, consulting their previously drawn map, indicated the middle route. This path leads to the Ice Crystal Passage. Beyond it lies the core area of the relic. True to its name, the Ice Crystal Passage was frigid. Upon stepping inside, they were met with a bone-chilling cold. The walls were composed of eternal ice, and their breath crystallized instantly. Even more alarming, the spiritual energy absorption here was over 3 times that of the outside world. Utilize talismans to resist the cold. Do not waste your spiritual energy. Celestial Moon's voice trembled from the chill. The group pressed forward with great difficulty, each step feeling akin to dancing upon the edge of a blade. Lin Xuan noticed several disciples with lips turning purple, clearly reaching their limits. At the end of the passage stood a grand door of ice crystal, guarded by 10 translucent ice-sculpted warriors. As the group approached within 10 paces, cracks began to form upon the icy surface, with shards cascading down. Prepare for battle, Celestial Moon shouted. These are the guardians, their strength reaching the pinnacle of the venerable realm. The 10 ice sculptures awakened fully, their eyes radiating a cerulean light. They simultaneously swung their swords, unleashing 2 intersecting waves of ice-blue sword energy that froze the very air in their wake. The disciples of the Quasi-Imperial Palace united to raise a protective barrier, yet it shattered upon impact from the sword energy. 3 disciples were caught in the backlash. Instantly encased in ice, formed the Xianxiaaudiobooks formation. Celestial Moon urgently commanded, simultaneously summoning a string of purple bells. The chimes rang clear, forming a sonic barrier that temporarily held back the guardians. The disciples of the Quasi-Imperial Palace swiftly formed 10 battle arrays, and instantly, 10 spirits comparable to the pinnacle of the venerable realm emerged to confront the 10 ice-sculpted warriors. Meanwhile, the esteemed Princess Qingyue and several core disciples, united in purpose, launched a concerted assault on 2 of the ice warriors that were restrained, intending to dismantle them one by one. As for Lin Xuan, being not a member of the Quasi-Imperial Palace, he was free from any command, allowing him a considerable degree of autonomy in combat. However, he did not stand idly by. Recognizing the nature of their alliance, he resolved to contribute diligently. In his hand, the Holy Abyss sword shimmered with chaotic sword energy as he swung it fiercely. In an instant, a sharp gust of sword energy shot forth, obliterating one of the ice warriors into mere dust. He then directed his assault towards the next target. Under the relentless onslaught of the group, within a mere 5 minutes, all 10 pinnacle venerable ice warriors were annihilated. Remarkably, Lin Xuan alone accounted for half of this destruction, leaving the disciples of the Quasi-Imperial Palace in awe. Once the guardians were vanquished, the icy crystal gate opened automatically, revealing a spacious cavern. At the center of the cavern floated 3 treasures, a blue short sword, a golden orb, and a jade slip. These are ancient relics, Princess Qingyue exclaimed in delight. According to their agreement, these treasures belonged entirely to Lin Xuan. Therefore, while she was elated, she harbored no ulterior motives. The other members of the Quasi-Imperial Palace, however, were a different story, their mouths watering in envy. Yet, constrained by the pact between their princess and Lin Xuan, they could only envy him from afar. After inspecting the treasures, Lin Xuan handed the blue short sword to Qingyue. This sword embodies the principles of the moon. It is well suited for your cultivation. Qingyue was taken aback. This is far too precious. Take it. It holds no value for me, and my Lin family lacks practitioners of lunar techniques. Consider it a gesture of goodwill in our collaboration. Lin Xuan smiled, accepting the orb and the jade slip for himself. Thank you, young Master Lin. Qingyue beamed at him. Her heart filled with joy, whether due to the treasures or the one who bestowed them was uncertain. Upon grasping the orb, Lin Xuan immediately sensed the spatial principles contained within it, which might aid in comprehending those principles. The jade slip recorded an ancient sword technique of a celestial quality, its rank reaching the pinnacle of the celestial emperor level. Although it held little practical use for him, it would enrich the Lin family's repository of texts. After a brief respite, they prepared to advance. Qingyue commanded the disciples of the Quasi-Imperial Palace. Noting that they were now perilously close to the core area where the Nine Heavens mystical spirit flower resided, Lin Xuan gazed towards the entrance of the passage on the opposite end of the cavern, his expression profound. After a quarter of an hour, the group set forth once more. As they traversed the passageway behind the cavern, they were met with a startling expanse, yet every heart plummeted with dread. This is the last perilous zone before the Nine Heavens mystical spirit flower, Princess Qingyue stated solemnly. Before them lay a vast circular plaza, approximately 100 feet in diameter. Its floor adorned with ancient crimson stone slabs, each etched with a plethora of intricate runes. These runes emitted a sinister crimson glow under the dim light, as if they might spring to life and devour intruders at any moment. More terrifying still, countless translucent, blade-like energy forms hovered above the plaza, moving erratically and occasionally colliding, producing a disconcerting metallic screech. This is the ancient killing array, the Thousand Blades Abyss. Lin Xuan narrowed his eyes, recognizing this deadly formation documented in ancient texts. A single misstep could trigger a variety of lethal combinations. It was said that even a great sage could be ensnared by its full manifestation. The disciples of the Quasi-Imperial Palace, experiencing this for the first time, turned pale at the mention of it. Having already suffered significant losses from the earlier puppets and ice warriors, despair gripped their hearts upon facing this ancient killing formation. Princess Qingyue, having traversed this path once before, remained composed. She took out a golden compass, declaring, "This is the Imperial Palace's secret treasure, the heavenly machine disc, capable of deducing the location of the exit. With the intel gathered previously, even if the formation shifts, it should not pose a significant challenge." She pricked her fingertip, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the center of the compass. It immediately glimmered softly, and the needle began to spin wildly. However, after 3 breaths, the compass suddenly cracked with a sharp sound, the needle halting at a completely chaotic direction. How could this be? Qingyue gasped in disbelief, staring at the damaged compass. Even the heavenly machine disc cannot deduce our path? It seems the rules here have altered. Allow me to try, Lin Xuan interjected suddenly, stepping forward before Qingyue could respond. Young Master Lin, be cautious, Qingyue exclaimed, but Lin Xuan had already stepped into the lethal formation's range. To everyone's astonishment, the anticipated violent assault did not materialize. Lin Xuan strolled leisurely through the intricate runes, each step landing precisely on designated spots. Follow my lead, and do not stray even a fraction, he instructed without turning back, his tone calm as if taking a stroll in his own garden. A flash of astonishment crossed Qingyue's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure, commanding the disciples behind her. Everyone, pay close attention and strictly follow young Master Lin's footsteps. Brother Wang, ensure no one falls behind. Wang Jindong, his face grim, acknowledged her. His gaze fixated on Lin Xuan's figure, lost in thought. The group advanced cautiously in Lin Xuan's wake. A few times, some disciples nearly misstepped, only to be swiftly pulled back by their companions. Throughout the entire process, the hovering energy blades came perilously close, yet they remained dormant, not launching any attacks. Young Master Lin's mastery of formations is truly profound, Qingyue thought, trailing behind him and marveling at his upright silhouette. Lin Xuan, often idle, had taken the time to study various professions. Thanks to his remarkable aptitude, even without earnest study, his understanding remained substantial. He simply rarely showcased it before outsiders. Furthermore, his family had specialists dedicated to such matters, relieving him of the burdens related to alchemical concoctions and formation arrangements. Suddenly, as the group reached the center of the plaza, An unexpected turn of events occurred. Ah! A scream erupted from the rear of the group. Everyone turned to see a disciple, for reasons unknown, had strayed from their path. Pierced by 3 energy blades, instantly transforming into a lifeless husk. Do not lose focus. Continue onward. Xianxia commanded, suppressing her grief, while her keen gaze swept over the group. Sensing an unusual fluctuation of spiritual energy, after what felt like an eternity, they finally emerged from the deadly formation unscathed, save for the unfortunate disciple. Counting heads, they found that everyone else had made it through safely. Just a few more miles lay between them and the cold pool housing the 9 heavens mystical spirit flower. With a grave expression, Xianxia urged everyone to prepare for battle. They navigated through a downward-sloping passageway, where the temperature plummeted sharply. At the end of the passage stood a vast natural cavern, at the center of which lay a cold pool approximately 30 feet in diameter. Its waters an eerie, deep blue, constantly rising in bone-chilling mist. On a small island in the middle of the pool, a crystalline spirit flower bloomed quietly. Its 9 petals as translucent as crystal, with starlight swirling at its core, the legendary 9 heavens mystical spirit flower. Finally, a spark of excitement flickered in Xianxia's eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by caution. Be wary, the Xianxuan flood dragon undoubtedly lurks nearby. No sooner had she spoken than the surface of the cold pool began to churn violently. Boom! A colossal column of water shot skyward, accompanied by a thunderous dragon roar. As the spray subsided, a gargantuan creature appeared before them. This is impossible. Xianxia's face paled. The creature before them bore a striking resemblance to the Xianxuan flood dragon they had encountered half a month prior, yet its size had doubled. The scales that envelop its entire body have transformed from a mere deep blue into a magnificent tapestry of interwoven blue and gold. Most striking is the silver lightning pattern on its brow, which has now expanded to encompass its entire head, forming an intricate totem. More terrifying still is the oppressive aura emanating from it, which has far surpassed the realm of a respected elder. Lin Xuan narrowed his eyes, realizing that we have arrived just in time. It has only just completed its metamorphosis. The ordinary disciples of the Ziwei Imperial Palace appeared ashen-faced. The previous peak 8th tier Xianxuan Jiaolong had already inflicted severe losses upon them, and now, faced with a transformed entity that has entered the Saint Realm, their chances of victory seemed almost non-existent. Even with the more thorough preparations from Qingyu this time, a gravity settled upon her countenance. Chapter 234, The Great Battle with the Xianxuan Jiaolong. Countdown to Wang Jinlong's demise. Form the formation. Qingyu commanded decisively, her voice imbued with determination. Instructing the execution of the 3rd contingency plan, the disciples of the Ziwei Imperial Palace sprang into action, with each group of 36 taking their positions to weave a complex grand formation. As several such formations were completed, they intricately linked to form an even more powerful array. Qingyu stood at the heart of the formation, producing a purple jade talisman and shattering it. Ziwei Seal Heaven Formation, activate. With her command, 36 beams of purple light soared into the sky, interlacing to form an expansive net that enveloped the entire cold pond. The frost breath emitted by the Xianxuan Jiaolong collided with the net, momentarily held at bay. Young Master Lin, please lend me your strength. Qingyu turned to Lin Xuan, her eyes filled with earnest pleading. This formation could only hold for half an hour at most. Lin Xuan smiled gently, rest assured. Having promised you, I shall not hold back. He stepped forward, the holy abyss sword emitting a melodious hum, with chaotic sword energy coiling around the blade like a tangible entity. The Xianxuan Jiaolong seemed to sense the impending threat, its massive head swiveling towards Lin Xuan. A flicker of wariness flashing in its deep azure eyes. First team, unleash the dragon binding ropes. Qingyu commanded loudly. The 36 disciples of the Ziwei Imperial Palace simultaneously formed seals, and golden chains materialized in the area occupied by the Jiaolong, snaking towards it. The Jiaolong roared in fury, exhaling its frost breath, and the chains instantly became encrusted with ice, yet they continued to tighten gradually. Second team, prepare the heavenly fire talismans. Another group of 36 disciples brandished crimson talismans, unleashing a torrential downpour of fire. The surface of the cold pond instantly erupted into a thick white mist, and the scales on the Jiaolong crackled under the strain of the alternating ice and fire. Lin Xuan refrained from acting hastily, choosing instead to observe the movements of the Jiaolong closely. He noted that although this mutated Jiaolong had greatly increased in strength, it had only just broken through its realm, and its movements exhibited a hint of disarray. Now is the moment. In a flash, Lin Xuan traversed 100 zhang in an instant. The holy abyss soared cleaving towards the silver pattern on the Jiaolong's brow with the force of primordial creation. Roar! The Jiaolong emitted a pained howl, its head jerking back sharply, narrowly avoiding a fatal strike. However, the blade still left a deep gash across its visage. Silver blue blood gushing forth. Such speed. Qing Yu's pupils constricted. She had scarcely perceived how Lin Xuan moved. His agility had transcended the realm of a respected elder. Even more astonishing was the sword intent contained within his strike, which caused the surrounding laws of nature to warp slightly. Do not become distracted. Continue to suppress. Qing Yu focused her mind, directing the operation of the grand formation. The battle intensified. The disciples of the Ziwei Imperial Palace continually summoned various treasures and talismans. Though unable to inflict fatal harm upon the Jiaolong, they successfully curtailed its movements. Lin Xuan, like a wraith, flitted around the Jiaolong, each strike striking true at the vulnerable spots between its scales. His movements flowed with such grace that it appeared as though he were engaged in an elegant sword dance rather than a life-and-death struggle. Moonlight Celestial Wheel. Seizing the opportunity, Qing Yu invoked the treasure bestowed by the Imperial Palace. A resplendent moon materialized above her, casting down a cool, silvery light. This moonlight fell upon the Jiaolong, leaving burn marks on its scales as if branded by a hot iron. The Jiaolong was thoroughly enraged. It violently lashed its tail, shattering several dragon-binding ropes, and threw its head back in a thunderous roar. The silver pattern on its brow glowed brightly, causing the waters of the cold pond to boil. Be careful. It's a talent, divine ability. Lin Xuan warned loudly. Countless ice spikes erupted from the cold pond, raining down like a tempest upon the entire expanse. The protective formation of the Ziwei Imperial Palace was instantly breached, and several disciples fell, shrieking in agony. Hold on. Do not panic. Qing Yu, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, nonetheless persevered in maintaining the core of the formation. Realizing that relying solely on the Ziwei Imperial Palace would likely not suffice to vanquish the Xianshuang Jiaolong, Lin Xuan decided to reveal a fraction more of his power, amplifying his offensive. He gripped the sword with both hands. A surge of chaotic spiritual energy flooding into the Holy Abyss sword. Chaotic primordial opening. A grayish sword energy swept forth, leaving minuscule fissures in its wake. The sword energy collided head-on with the frosty breath of the Jiaolong, erupting into a cataclysmic roar. An energy storm engulfed the entire cavern, nearly shattering the formation of the Ziwei Imperial Palace, as everyone was swept away by the shockwave. When the dust settled, the onlookers were horrified to discover that one of the Jiaolong's front claws had been severed at the root. What kind of sword technique is this? Murmured a core disciple of the Ziwei Imperial Palace, disbelief etched across his features. Qing Yu, equally astonished, found herself at a loss for words. To be capable of confronting a Saint Realm Jiaolong head-on and inflicting such grievous injury had far exceeded her understanding of respected elders. Lin Xuan, just how powerful are you? She gazed at the figure standing resolutely with his sword, her heart stirred by tumultuous waves. Just as everyone was awestruck by Lin Xuan's astonishing sword strike, a glint of malice flickered in Wang Jinlong's eyes. He stealthily retreated to the edge of the formation, retrieving a needle as dark as ink from his sleeve. At the moment when Lin Xuan was engaged in battle with the Xianxiaaudiobooks Jiaolong, soul-eroding needle. Let us see if you survive this time. Wang Jinlong chuckled sinisterly, aiming the needle at Lin Xuan's back. This soul-eroding needle was a treasure he had acquired during a fortuitous encounter, specifically designed to harm the soul. Those struck by it would suffer varying degrees of damage to their spirit, with severe cases resulting in complete obliteration of the soul. Even more insidiously, it was nearly invisible and exceedingly difficult to detect. With a flick of his fingertip, Wang Jinlong sent the soul-eroding needle flying silently towards Lin Xuan. At that precise moment, the Jiaolong suddenly erupted into action, diverting everyone's attention. I hit my mark. Wang Jinlong thought triumphantly as he saw the black needle penetrate Lin Xuan's back, his heart swelling with elation. Yet, in the next instant, his smile froze upon his face. Lin Xuan turned nonchalantly, casting a sidelong glance at him. A smirk playing upon his lips as he transmitted a message, not a bad toy, but I'll return it to you. Before Wang Jinlong could process the situation, he was suddenly seized by a sharp pain in his soul, as though pierced by 1,000 steel needles simultaneously. He stifled a groan, blood seeping from his 7 orifices, as he staggered to his knees. What is wrong with senior brother Wang? Nearby disciples noticed the anomaly and hurried to support him. I'm fine. Wang Jinlong gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain, but turmoil churned within him. He had clearly seen the soul-eroding needle strike Lin Xuan. Why was it that Lin Xuan remained unscathed while he was the one who suffered? Unbeknownst to him, Lin Xuan had already enveloped his body in a layer of chaotic spiritual energy. The moment the soul-eroding needle made contact, it was consumed and transformed by the chaotic energy, rebounding upon its master through the connection to Wang Jinlong's soul. I'll spare you for now, Lin Xuan thought. his gaze drifting away as a cold smile graced his lips. Once this Jiao Long was dealt with, he would settle the score. The battle raged on. Although Lin Xuan had severely wounded the Jiao Long, the life force of a Saint Realm ferocious beast was extraordinarily tenacious. The severed claw had already ceased bleeding, and the wound was even beginning to show signs of healing. Miss Qinghue, do you have any trump cards remaining? Lin Xuan swiftly approached Qinghue and inquired. Qinghue gritted her teeth and nodded. There is one left, but it requires time to prepare. I will buy us some time. Lin Xuan replied succinctly before charging once more towards the Azure Frost Dragon. He had no intention of further revealing his strength. With his current state combined with the presence of the disciples from the Quasi-Imperial Palace, it was sufficient to restrain the fierce Azure Frost Dragon. Qinghue took a deep breath and retrieved a purple crystal from her bosom. This was a life-preserving talisman bestowed by the master of the Quasi-Imperial Palace. Imbued with a trace of imperial might, immensely powerful but usable only once. Everyone, follow my command and provide cover. Despite suffering nearly half their ranks in casualties, the well-trained disciples of the Quasi-Imperial Palace quickly reformed their formation, unleashing an array of talismans and magical artifacts upon the dragon. Lin Xuan engaged the dragon head-on, his swordsmanship growing increasingly fierce, each stroke imbued with terrifying momentum. The Azure Frost Dragon sustained new injuries, yet it only became more frenzied. Just a little longer. Qinghue concentrated intently to channel the purple crystal, beads of perspiration forming on her forehead. At this critical moment, the dragon suddenly abandoned its assault on Lin Xuan and turned to unleash a concentrated blast of icy breath towards Qinghue, who was preparing her ultimate move. Be careful. Lin Xuan's expression shifted, and in a flash, he stood before Qinghue, the Holy Abyss sword raised defensively across his chest. Boom. The dragon's breath collided with the sword, propelling Lin Xuan backwards several paces, his feet carving deep furrows into the ground. Young Master Lin. Qinghue gasped, her eyes filled with concern. Focus on your preparations. Lin Xuan reassured her, undeterred by his minor injuries, his fighting spirit ignited. Leave this beast to me. With that, he charged towards the Azure Frost Dragon, shifting his sword's momentum from its previous sharpness to a more weighty force, each strike seemingly infused with the might of a mountain, forcing the dragon to retreat. As Qinghue watched Lin Xuan battle the dragon alone, a deep emotional stir resonated within her. She steadied her mind and devoted herself entirely to activating the purple crystal. It began to radiate a brilliant violet light, and an overwhelming pressure enveloped the area, causing even the air to feel heavy. Quasi-Imperial Crystal, unseal. Qinghue's icy voice echoed throughout the cavern as the purple crystal erupted in blinding brilliance. A vast, oceanic force of pressure surged forth, freezing the very air around them. Lin Xuan's pupils constricted as he retreated to the side, sensing the aura of laws contained within this power. It was the true pressure of the Imperial realm. Though it was but a faint trace, it was sufficient to immobilize even the fiercest of sage-level beasts. The Azure Frost Dragon emitted a terrified roar, its massive body writhing violently, yet it seemed ensnared in an invisible mire. The silver pattern on its forehead flickered wildly as it struggled against the pressure. Yet the sheen of its scales dimmed at a visibly alarming rate. Young Master Lin, now is the time. Qinghue's face turned ashen, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. For her to wield the imperial crystal at her cultivation level was akin to a child swinging a colossal hammer. The backlash seared through her organs. The disciples of the Quasi-Imperial Palace, witnessing her plight, sprang into action without waiting for orders. The remaining 3 formations of 36 members each operated at full capacity, countless golden chains extending from the void to ensnare the dragon. Additionally, some disciples summoned crimson fire talismans, unleashing a torrential rain of flames. Chaotic returned to the void. Lin Xuan acted swiftly, the ashen sword energy of the Holy Abyss sword surging to 3 meters. He transformed into a streak of light, piercing towards the silver pattern on the dragon's forehead, the location of this mutated beast's critical weakness. Roar! The Azure Frost Dragon sensed the imminent threat and thrashed wildly. The wound from its severed claw suddenly erupted, spewing forth a torrent of silver-blue blood. This blood crystallized midair, forming a formidable ice wall. Break! Lin Xuan's sword momentum remained unyielding as the chaotic sword energy collided with the ice wall, producing a sound that grated on the teeth. The ice wall held for less than a breath before shattering, yet this delay allowed the dragon to barely shift its head, the sword's edge only grazing its cheek, drawing a thin line of blood. Damn it! A disciple of the Quasi-Imperial Palace cried in despair. They witnessed the violet light of the imperial crystal flickering uncertainly, clearly unable to sustain itself for long. Qinghue bit her tongue, forcing a drop of blood onto the imperial seal. Suppress. The violet light surged brilliantly. However, The Azure Frost Dragon, no longer willing to hold back, entered a frenzied mode, forcibly resisting the Imperial pressure and launching a more ferocious assault on them. Lin Xuan's eyes gleamed with determination as he abruptly altered his strategy. No longer fixated on attacking the dragon's reverse scale, he began to maneuver with agility, targeting the dragon's wounds. Each strike was infused with chaotic spiritual energy, violently disrupting the dragon's meridians upon entry. Maintain the formation at all costs. Restrain the Azure Frost Dragon's movements. Qingyue commanded with strained effort, at any cost, create an opportunity for young Master Lin. The disciples of the Quasi-Imperial Palace, hearing her words, exerted their utmost strength. Divine evasion. Seizing an opportunity, Lin Xuan unleashed a divine sword technique, cleaving through one of the dragon's claws, severing it instantly. The dragon writhed in agony, the icy pool boiling as if it were being cooked, a vast cloud of steam rising, shrouding the entire cavern in haze. Young Master Lin. Its reverse scale's defense has weakened. Qingyue communicated weakly. Lin Xuan understood immediately, his figure blending into the mist. He channeled chaotic spiritual energy to envelop himself, rendering his presence entirely undetectable, as if he had melded with the very essence of the world. The Azure Frost Dragon thrashed its body violently, attempting to break free from its bindings. It failed to notice a gray sword light stealthily approaching from its blind spot. Chaotic annihilation. Lin Xuan's voice echoed suddenly above the dragon's head. He had taken to the air, standing aloft, the gray light of the Holy Abyss sword crystallizing to perfection, causing the very space around him to fracture. This strike made the Azure Frost Dragon acutely aware of the lethal threat it faced. It barely had time to raise an eyelid before the sword's edge pierced the silver pattern on its forehead. Time seemed to freeze for a brief moment. Roar! In the next instant, the dragon let out a heart-wrenching wail. The Azure Frost Dragon was instantly gravely wounded, its aura plummeting rapidly. It cast a furious glance at the disciples of the Quasi-Imperial Palace before fixing its gaze on Lin Xuan, its eyes brimming with vengeful intent. Its body began to swell rapidly, an overwhelming and terrifying force emanating from within. It was preparing to self-destruct. Not good. It's going to self-destruct. Retreat. Everyone fall back. Qingyue shouted with her remaining strength. The disciples of the Quasi-Imperial Palace hastily retreated. Almost simultaneously, the dragon's body inflated like an overinflated balloon, and then, boom. A cataclysmic explosion engulfed the entire icy pool. The shockwave tore countless fissures into the surrounding rock walls, and stalactites plummeted like rain. The protective formation of the Quasi-Imperial Palace shattered instantly, with many disciples being hurled away, crashing heavily against the stone walls, their fates uncertain. Before long, the dust began to settle. Lin Xuan stood resolutely with his sword, his robes billowing in the aftermath. He was enveloped in a massive golden bell, unharmed by the Azure Frost Dragon's self-detonation. Before him lay a colossal pit over 100 yards in diameter, the waters of the icy pool having evaporated completely. At the bottom of the pit, the mangled remains of the Azure Frost Dragon lay quietly, with only half of its head remaining intact. The light in its ghostly blue eyes fading rapidly. Is it over? A trembling disciple of the Quasi-Imperial Palace ventured to ask. No one responded. Qingyue staggered over to Lin Xuan's side, inquiring, Young Master Lin, are you all right? No harm done. And you? Lin Xuan shook his head. The vitality was indeed tenacious. Lin Xuan chuckled softly as he approached the remnants of the dragon, deftly extracting a fist-sized silver orb from the shattered skull with a gentle flick of the Shenyuan sword. The surface of the orb was adorned with naturally formed frost patterns, and within, a liquid seemed to flow, emanating an astonishing chill. The Xianxiang Dragon Pearl, Qingyue murmured, recognizing it as an exceptional material for crafting ice element sacred artifacts. As Lin Xuan toyed with the Dragon Pearl, he could feel the pure ice spiritual energy within. For an ordinary cultivator, merely holding it would result in frostbite. However, for him, this chill posed no threat whatsoever. At that moment, countless silver specks suddenly emerged from the dragon's remains, coalescing in the air into a palm-sized scale. This scale shimmered with a silvery hue, its surface etched with natural patterns, radiating a mysterious aura. The silver pattern reverse scale. Qingyue's tone changed, for it was said that only a dragon with ancestral blood could condense such an item, making it an excellent material for crafting defensive sacred artifacts. Lin Xuan grasped the silver scale and immediately felt a refreshing sensation spreading through his arm, invigorating his spirit. While this was indeed a rare treasure for ordinary cultivators, it held little value for him. Nevertheless, he decided to keep it, for it would be beneficial for the lower-ranked cultivators of his clan. The disciples of the Quasi-Imperial Palace gazed longingly at the two treasures, not daring to voice their desires, for this had been previously agreed upon. Moreover, strength reigned supreme in the cultivation world. Had it not been for Lin Xian's assistance in this battle, they likely would have fled in defeat long ago. Chapter 236, Slaying the Golden Dragon. A Bountiful Harvest. Qingyue was busy directing her disciples and tending to the wounded, her pale complexion rendered even more haggard against the backdrop of her violet attire. Miss Qingyue. Lin Xian approached her, presenting the Nine Heavens Mysterious Spirit Flower. This is your Nine Heavens Mysterious Spirit Flower. Qingyue received the flower, her face lighting up with excitement and joy. She had finally obtained the coveted Nine Heavens Mysterious Spirit Flower. Lin Xian, I cannot thank you enough. Without your help, we would surely have faced defeat, she said, her gratitude evident in her gaze. The sudden transformation of the Xianxiang dragon into the sage realm had caught them off guard. Without Lin Xian's aid, they would not have been able to slay it. Haha, it was merely a matter of mutual benefit. You need not be so formal, Lin Xian replied with a gentle smile. However, I do have personal matters to attend to, so I hope you will not interfere. His gaze drifted past her, locking onto a figure at the edge of the crowd who seemed intent on slipping away unnoticed. Wang Jinlong. His voice was low, yet it silenced the entire gathering instantly. Where do you think you are going? The surviving members of the Quasi-Imperial Palace turned their attention towards him. Wang Jinlong stiffened, a forced, ghastly smile contorting his face. Lin Daoyu, you jest. I merely wish to assist my injured comrades. Is that so? Lin Xian advanced slowly, each step sending invisible ripples through the air, then explained the soul erosion nail from earlier. Qingyue's expression shifted drastically. Soul erosion nail? Cold sweat beaded on Wang Jinlong's forehead as he feigned calmness. Lin Daoyu must have seen it wrong. How could I employ such a nefarious tool? Lin Xian scoffed, suddenly raising his hand. A memory stone appeared, projecting images of Wang Jinlong's treachery against Lin Xian into the air. Upon witnessing this, Qingyue's eyes narrowed with fury. Wang Jinlong, how dare you betray an ally? Realizing his scheme was exposed, Wang Jinlong erupted in a fit of rage. He unleashed 3 beams of golden light from his sleeve, aimed directly at Lin Xian's face, while retreating swiftly towards the cave's exit. A mere trifling skill. Lin Xian sliced his finger through the air, and the 3 beams of golden light disintegrated into fine dust. He did not move his body. He simply pointed in the direction Wang Jinlong had fled. Ah! A scream echoed from afar. The crowd turned to see Wang Jinlong plummeting from midair, his right leg grotesquely twisted, clearly broken. Lin Xian approached him slowly, looking down from a position of superiority. Did you think you could escape? Wang Jinlong's face turned ashen, but he suddenly sneered. Lin Xian, do you dare to kill me? My uncle is the 2nd elder of the Imperial Palace. If he finds out. However, Lin Xian had little regard for such threats. In a flash, the sword light gleamed. Wang Jinlong's voice was abruptly silenced. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the grayish sword piercing his chest. The chaotic energy of the Xingyuan's sword swirled, instantaneously shredding his heart and soul. Enough with the incessant chatter. Lin Xian withdrew his long sword, and Wang Jinlong's lifeless body crumpled to the ground. Qingyue took a deep breath and approached Lin Xian, speaking softly. Rest assured, Lin Xian. I will report the truth to the palace master. The 2nd elder will not dare to cause you trouble. That is of no concern to me, Lin Xian interrupted. If he dares to come, haha. Though he did not elaborate, Qingyue understood his implication. She resolved to speak to the palace master upon her return, ensuring that Wang Jinlong and the 2nd elder would not jeopardize the relationship between the Quasi-Imperial Palace and the Lin family. Given Lin Xian's potential and the rapid development of the Lin family, it was only a matter of time before they became a dominant power. The palace master would surely understand the gravity of this situation. Qingyue hesitated momentarily, but ultimately nodded in agreement. Lin Xian surveyed the surroundings. There are still vast areas of this relic yet to be explored. I intend to continue my search. According to our agreement, aside from the 9 Heavens Mysterious Spirit Flower, all treasures within the relic belong to me. The disciples of the Quasi-Imperial Palace exchanged glances, their disappointment evident despite their reluctance to voice dissent. After all, who would not desire to gain something by accompanying the princess? Lin Xian noted their expressions and suddenly shifted his tone. However, treasures below the sacred level may be collected by you based on your strength. Treasures below the sacred level held little allure for the Lin family at present. And with the limited time for the relic's opening, Lin Xian had no desire to waste time gathering low-level resources. It was more about allowing the disciples of the Quasi-Imperial Palace to share in the bounty, fostering goodwill. In the future, his own disciples might receive assistance from them. What? A young disciple could not contain his astonishment, then quickly realized his breach of decorum, lowering his head. Thank you, young Master Lin, for your generosity. Qingyue's eyes sparkled with surprise before she smiled knowingly. Young Master Lin possesses great magnanimity. It is merely a matter of mutual benefit. Lin Xian waved his hand dismissively. Items below the sacred level are of no use to me. The members of the Xianxiaaudiobooks Palace were instantly invigorated, even their injuries seeming to lessen. Qinghua promptly issued orders. Group of 5, spread out to explore. Mark any sacred-level treasures immediately, no private hoarding. Violators will forfeit 3 months' salary. Haha, Miss Qinghua. You may explore freely and keep whatever you find. I shall take my leave now. Lin Xuan said no more, his figure flashing as he darted toward the uncharted regions of the relic. As he explored, reports of good fortune began to pour in from the disciples of the Xianxiaaudiobooks Palace. Young Master Lin, we discovered a medicinal garden on the eastern side, containing numerous spirit herbs. There are hundreds of sacred-level specimens. On the western side, we found an armory, although most of it is decayed. We did uncover a few decent sacred artifacts. To the north, 3 days later, Lin Xuan and the others emerged from the relic, returning once more to the outside of the silent desolation ruins. Princess Qinghua approached him, a smile gracing her lips. Thanks to young Master Lin, our gains far exceeded expectations. We are preparing to return to the Imperial Palace to report. Rest assured, young Master Lin. The promised source of swordsmanship will be delivered to you in a couple of days. Lin Xuan nodded. Very well, I too must take my leave. The Imperial Princess of the Qinghua suddenly produced a violet jade tablet and presented it to Lin Xuan. This is the Jiwei order from my Jiwei Imperial Palace, and I warmly welcome you, young Master Lin, to visit me at any time. Qinghua cast a deep glance at Lin Xuan before turning to lead the entourage of the Jiwei Imperial Palace away. After watching them depart, Lin Xuan began his journey back to the Lin family. It is time to return. The gains from this expedition are substantial. During his venture into the ruins, he had amassed a wealth of treasures, including several imperial-grade artifacts and spiritual herbs. He had even collected several 100,000 imperial crystals, a truly lucrative endeavor. Naturally, these precious items were acquired solely by him, as the prohibitions surrounding them were beyond the capabilities of the Jiwei Imperial Palace to breach, thus preventing them from discovering his bounty. Otherwise, even with their vast wealth, the Jiwei Imperial Palace would undoubtedly have regretted it deeply. In a flash, he transformed into a streak of sword light, soaring into the sky and vanishing from sight. Chapter 237. Refining the Source of the Sword Path, Pinnacle of the Sword Saint. 2 days later, at the Lin family estate, as the sun rose, a purple streak of light pierced the heavens, landing before the gates of the Lin family. Mo Yuntian, the 6th elder of the Jiwei Imperial Palace, have come at the behest of the palace master to pay a visit to the Lin family. His voice, resonant as a great bell, echoed through the mountains. The gatekeeper disciples hurriedly bowed, witnessing an elder clad in purple robes hovering in midair. Upon sensing his aura, Lin Tianhai and others personally stepped out to greet him, clasping their hands in respect. Elder Mo, it is a disgrace that we could not welcome you properly. Mo Yuntian landed and returned the gesture, producing a purple golden token from his sleeve. Haha, clan leader Lin, this is a decree from the palace master. The essence of the sword path has been brought by me. May I inquire if young Master Lin is present? No sooner had he spoken than a beam of sword light swept from within the Lin family residence. Lin Xuan stepped through the air, his garments fluttering as he landed beside Lin Tianhai, bowing in gratitude. I appreciate your efforts, Elder Mo. Haha, young Master Lin here. Without further ado, Elder Mo produced a treasure box. Upon opening it, a torrent of sword energy soared, tearing through the air. Inside the box hovered a silvery white luminescence, within which myriad sword shadows danced. Lin Xuan's pupils constricted. This was indeed the fabled Tian Gang sword soul, classified among the finest of the sword path's essence. Young Master Lin, please accept this, Mo Yuntian said, handing the box to Lin Xuan. As Lin Xuan's fingertips brushed against the light orb, the silvery sword energy intertwined with the chaotic aura surrounding him, producing a melodious chime of swords. He nodded in satisfaction. Please convey my gratitude to the palace master and the imperial princess. Elder Mo smiled and nodded in return. In a lowered voice, he added, regarding Wang Jinlong, the palace master is already aware. Young Master Lin need not worry. The palace master has informed the 2nd elder that he will not trouble you or your family. Lin Xuan chuckled lightly. Then I thank you. My Lin family also wishes to avoid any discord with your esteemed palace. After spending half a day at the Lin family estate, Elder Mo chose to take his leave. Haha, clan leader Lin, there is no need to see me off further. My mission has been accomplished, and it is time for me to return. I shall visit again when the opportunity arises. Haha, the Lin family welcomes you at any time. After bidding farewell to the members of the Jiwei Imperial Palace, Lin Xuan made his way directly into the Tianyun Sea. Xianer, are you truly going to refine it now? Lin Tianhai expressed concern, for the essence of the sword path was notoriously volatile. Do not worry, father, Lin Xuan replied, holding the essence of the sword path aloft in his palm. Before my physique, it shall not stir up much of a storm. As the stone door to his secluded chamber slammed shut, Lin Xuan sat cross-legged in the center of the chamber. The chaotic Holy Abyss sword floated above his head, its grayish sword energy cascading like a waterfall. With his hands forming seals, the silvery white luminescence erupted violently. Boom! Thousands of sword energies poured forth like a torrential downpour. Yet upon touching Lin Xuan's skin, they transformed into delicate arcs of electricity. Blood seeped from every pore of his body, with silvery sword energy entwined with chaotic energy in each wound. Quite interesting, Lin Xuan chuckled rather than panicked, as the chaotic sword technique surged within him. Within his dantian, 9 sword-shaped patterns illuminated, devouring the incoming sword energy like a great whale swallowing water. Just as Lin Xuan was refining the essence of the sword path, an unexpected tempest arose above the Lin family estate. A vortex of spiritual energy formed within a 100-mile radius, causing the spiritual beasts in the mountains to kneel in awe. However, the Lin family members were unperturbed. They had grown accustomed to such phenomena occurring whenever their young master engaged in serious cultivation. Within the forbidden grounds, Lin Xuan entered a state of transcendence. In the sea of his consciousness, gray and white sword lights clashed fiercely. The silvery white sword light danced ethereally, each strike accompanied by the illusion of constellations, while the chaotic sword energy, thick and ancient, appeared slow, yet always struck first. So it is. Lin Xuan's mind was suddenly illuminated as he retracted his defenses. The 2 sword energies simultaneously pierced into the source of his consciousness, erupting in a dazzling array of patterns upon collision. The pain ebbed like a receding tide, replaced by an unprecedented clarity. Lin Xuan perceived intricate sword patterns coursing through every inch of his flesh, natural markings formed by his bones perfectly merging with the essence of the sword path. 3 days later, at the stroke of midnight, the stone door of the secluded chamber suddenly shattered. A figure emerged, surrounded by swirling gray and white sword energy. The Lin family members waiting outside were delighted to discover that a sword-shaped mark had appeared on Lin Xuan's forehead, and his eyes sparkled with the brilliance of a reversing galaxy. Congratulations, Xuaner, for making significant progress in the sword path. You must have reached the pinnacle of the sword saint realm by now, the Grand Elder exclaimed, his beard trembling with excitement. As a sword cultivator, he could distinctly sense the sword saint's profound intent emanating from Lin Xuan. Indeed, the Grand Elder's keen eyes cannot be deceived, Lin Xuan replied with a smile. Then, with a casual motion, he sliced through a distant mountain peak, seamlessly cleaving it in two. The cut was as smooth as a mirror, and the residual sword energy blossomed into silver flowers upon the severed surface. To think my cultivation has also advanced significantly to the 8th heaven of the Holy King realm. Truly, the essence of the sword path is remarkable, he mused, feeling the surging power within him. Chapter 238, The Strength of the Lin Family. The sensation of power was truly delightful. Lin Xuan clenched his fist, savoring the overwhelming strength coursing through him, a slight smile gracing his lips. Subsequently, he bid farewell to the Grand Elder and others, leaving the Tianyan Sea and returning to his young master's hall. Perhaps influenced by his past life, Lin Xuan, despite now being a formidable holy king, still retained some habits from his former existence. For instance, he was accustomed to enjoying a relaxing bath after concluding a period of seclusion, and this occasion was no exception. Upon returning to the hall, he promptly leaped into a sacred spring, relishing the comfort of the bath while enjoying a massage from the maidens. Once he felt sufficiently pampered, he dismissed the maidens and exited the spring. He then reclined on his bed, crossing his legs, and activated the system. System, open the family panel. Ding. The family panel is now loading. Soon, a phantom display screen appeared. Host, Lin Xuan, 8th heaven of the Holy King realm. Bound family, Lin family of North Wilderness, Zhongzhou. Family rank, Quasi-Imperial Clan. Strongest member, Lin Xianxiao. Clan leader, Lin Tianhai, Quasi-Imperial 2nd heaven. Family fortune, 1, 653,000. Family members, 542, 386. Clan fortune points, 2, 516,000. Evaluation, a quasi-imperial clan poised to step into the ranks of the imperial clans. Upon seeing the clan fortune points exceeding 2 million, Lin Xuan felt a wave of joy. It has not been easy, he thought. This was the result of 3 months of hard work. Although he had also expended quite a bit during that time. Otherwise, it could have been even more. Suddenly, he recalled that he still owed the system 1 million. Now that he had a bit of surplus, he decided it was best to repay the debt first. System, I shall return the last million of my clan's fortune points to you. Ding. Host's clan fortune points, 1,000,000. The debt between the system and the host has been cleared. Subsequently, Lin Xuan examined the progress of the Lin family's ascension to the Imperial Clan. Lin family, Quasi-Imperial Clan. Ascension conditions. 1. Possess 3 Emperor Realm Cultivators. 2. Possess 15 Quasi-Emperor Realm Cultivators. 3. Possess 60 Saint Emperor Realm Cultivators. 4. Clan fortune reaches 1,500,000. Just 3 more emperors were needed, and with the Lin family on the brink of officially entering the ranks of the Imperial Clan, Lin Xuan felt a surge of excitement. Based on his prior observations, whenever a clan ascended to the next tier, the system would reward them with a luxurious advancement package. The previous reward for ascending to a quasi-imperial clan had already been quite generous, and Lin Xuan eagerly anticipated the reward for this ascension to an imperial clan. It's close now. With the cultivation speed of the 3 ancestors, I believe they should be able to attain the emperor level in a month or 2. At that time, my Lin family will officially step into the ranks of the imperial clan. However, Lin Xuan understood that becoming an imperial clan was not the ultimate goal for the Lin family, and they would not become complacent. To facilitate the family's rapid development, Lin Xuan resolved to engage in a series of extravagant draws. System, you are simply indulging in a gambling addiction. System, perform a 10 consecutive draw for me. As Lin Xuan opened the clan fortune lottery interface, he boldly declared, the 3 golden prizes in this round's pool were a heavenly emperor-level supreme imperial weapon, the Sky's Sovereign Annihilation Spear, a heavenly emperor-level talisman inheritance, a heavenly emperor-level trial tower. Lin Xuan gazed at them, silently urging, come forth, come forth. Ding. 10 consecutive draws of clan fortune in progress. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 10 supreme holy medicines. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 quasi-emperor decree. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 100 bundles of second-tier immense power talismans. Soon, the first round of 10 consecutive draws concluded, and Lin Xuan felt somewhat disappointed, as he had not received anything particularly valuable. System, continue. Draw again. Lin Xuan's gambling addiction had reached its peak, and he could not easily withdraw. Ding. 10 consecutive draws of clan fortune in progress. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 4th-tier inferior puppet. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1,000 jars of esteemed spirit wine. Damn, what kind of luck is this today? Once again, he received nothing of worth, and the gambler Lin Xuan was at his wit's end. Damn it. I refuse to believe that I can't draw something good today. System, let's go. Ding. 3rd round. The results yielded no valuable items again. Once more, Lin Xuan's gambling addiction had fully erupted. 4th round. Still the same outcome. Damn. Lin Xuan was on the verge of cursing. I refuse to believe it. System. Once more. At this point, Lin Xuan was beyond saving. Soon, the results unfolded one by one. 1st-tier magical artifacts, 8th-tier inheritances, 4th-tier pills. As he gazed at the worthless items, Lin Xuan was filled with frustration. Just as he thought this round would yield nothing but trash, the final reward emerged in a dazzling golden light. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Heavenly Emperor Level Trial Tower, the Divine Martial Emperor Tower. Divine Martial Emperor Tower, Heavenly Emperor Level Trial Tower, within which exists a self-contained realm. Cultivators of Emperor Realm and below can enter with their consciousness and condense a spirit body identical to their physical form for trials. The tower contains various trials, and entering cultivators may choose from all the trials within. Successful completion will grant great fortune. Haha, excellent. Very satisfactory. The gambler Lin Xuan finally felt content, and his craving for gambling was temporarily quelled. Chapter 239. The first glimpse of the dark origin fruit. Meanwhile, on the other side, Dongzhou, Eastern Domain. Tianxiong Secret Realm. At the bottom of the black abyss, in perpetual darkness, Lin Xuan concentrated a wisp of azure flame at his fingertips, illuminating a Tianzhong area ahead. The flame flickered feebly in the thick darkness, as if it could be swallowed by the surrounding viscous shadows at any moment. Behind him, he could hear Su Qingyu deliberately lightening her footsteps. At this moment, it had been a month since the two entered the Tianxiong Secret Realm. The secret realm was vast, filled with numerous opportunities, thus attracting a multitude of cultivators each time it opened, with the opening duration lasting 2 months. Therefore, prior to entering, the two had speculated based on various information and selected 10 locations most likely to yield the dark origin fruit. However, a month had passed, and they had explored 9 of those locations without any success, and now they were headed to the last one. Almost there, we are not far from the predicted location. Su Qingyu whispered, her hairpin glimmering with a faint light as it traced a delicate green arc in the darkness. It should be within this few, Lin Xuan nodded, extinguishing the flame in his hand. Over the past month, they had traversed 9 perilous spots in the secret realm, yet found nothing, and had narrowly escaped death 3 times. If this last location yielded nothing, he would reluctantly have to accept defeat and abandon their quest. In the darkness, his pupils contracted slightly, adapting to the absolute blackness. He vaguely saw a dim purple glow emanating from a corner of the rock wall ahead. Just as they were about to pass through a narrow gorge, Lin Xuan suddenly raised his hand to stop Su Qingyu, signaling her to be silent. To his surprise, Su Qingyu did not resist in the slightest, her face slightly flushed. It turned out that after over 3 months of interaction and adventure, their relationship had rapidly progressed, transcending mere friendship. Qingyu, wait, there are people ahead, Lin Xuan conveyed telepathically. Su Qingyu understood immediately, taking out a concealment talisman from her sleeve and applying it to both of them, their auras instantly blending with the surrounding darkness. Just beyond the gorge, 2 men were engaged in conversation. If we wait any longer, the black abyss tide will come. The fruit will ripen in these days. If we miss it, we'll have to wait another 100 years. A raspy male voice expressed impatience. What is the rush? With just the 2 of us. We're still lacking the strength to deal with that group of beasts. It's better to wait, replied another, a soft, mocking voice. The conversation abruptly ceased. Lin Xuan's heart tightened, realizing that the other party had detected something. Indeed, the next moment, a sharp sound of breaking air rushed toward them. He swiftly pulled Su Qingyu back, as the spot where they had stood moments ago was struck by a dark light, instantly corroding the rock to form a deep pit. Since you've come, why hide? The soft voice taunted. Lin Xuan exchanged glances with Su Qingyu, dispelled the concealment talisman, and stepped forward. They then beheld a peculiar spiritual plant growing atop a massive black rock in the distance, adorned with 3 fist-sized black fruits. Their surfaces swirling with dark purple patterns, indeed the legendary dark origin fruit. A circle of eerie black mist surrounded the fruits, within which distorted outlines of creatures could be faintly seen. Xuan, that is, Su Qingyu exclaimed, fervently comparing it to the descriptions of the dark origin fruit in her mind, and upon confirming it was identical, she became exhilarated. Yes, it is exactly what we are looking for, Lin Xuan nodded, but first they had to deal with the matter at hand. The 2 figures ahead were intently watching them. Among them, the man on the left donned a black robe, his demeanor sinister, with a sheathed long sword hanging at his waist. The right side featured a slender youth, his fingers adorned with numerous rings, his eyes glinting with cunning light. Are you 2 hiding there, hoping to ambush us and monopolize the opportunity? The man in black coldly inquired. I harbor no interest in you. I merely request that you do not impede my acquisition of the dark origin fruit. Lin Xuan remarked with a disdainful smile. The 2 individuals before him were both at the 6th level of the respectable realm, appearing to be at least in their 30s, and clearly not formidable prodigies, which rendered him unperturbed. Furthermore, his own cultivation exceeded theirs, though they were oblivious to this fact. Due to his incessant pursuit of information regarding the dark origin fruit and the Tianxiang secret realm, his progress in cultivation had not accelerated as rapidly as during his time with his family. Nonetheless, he had now reached the 7th level of the respectable realm. Upon hearing Lin Xuan's words, the man in a black robe darkened in countenance and was poised to strike. Humph, arrogant brat, come here. However, he was halted by a slender young man beside him. Brother Xiao, there is no need for haste. Is it not fortuitous that our 2 companions have arrived? Our chances of obtaining the dark origin fruit have increased significantly, the lean youth suggested with a grin, bowing slightly to Lin Xuan and his companion. It is a pleasure to meet you both. I am Mo Tianqiu, and this is Xiao Wuying, who has also come in pursuit of the dark origin fruit. Why not consider collaborating with us? Lin Xuan responded with composure. Oh, what sort of collaboration do you propose? Mo Tianqiu's eyes sparkled with cunning. Oh, so you are Brother Lin. What a pleasure. However, before we discuss collaboration, allow me to elucidate the current situation. He gestured towards the dark mist surrounding the fruit. Do you see those creatures? The beings of the Black Abyss. The weakest among them possess the strength of the 3rd level of the respectable realm, while the leader is at the 7th level. My brother and I have observed for 3 days, and these beasts vigilantly guard the fruit. Not to belittle ourselves, but with our combined strength, acquiring the dark origin fruit proves exceedingly challenging. However, with your assistance, it is undoubtedly feasible. Lin Xuan remained vigilant. It was evident that these 2 had been lying in wait for some time, and their willingness to divulge information suggested ulterior motives. He inquired in a grave tone. What are your intentions? Mo Tianqiu rubbed his hands together, his smile unwavering yet devoid of warmth. We will engage or distract these Black Abyss creatures, while this young lady collects the dark origin fruit. 3 fruits, and we shall each take 1. As for this young lady, we shall provide ample resources as compensation. What say you? On what grounds can we trust you? Su Qingyu interjected suddenly, her eyes glinting with a silvery light. The atmosphere within the cave thickened with tension. Xiao Wuying's hand instinctively moved to his sword's hilt, while Mo Tianqiu's smile persisted, albeit without sincerity. Just as tensions escalated, a piercing shriek erupted from the black mist, and a massive shadow slowly materialized, the terrifying pressure washing over them like a tidal wave. The leader of the Black Abyss had awakened. Mo Tianqiu's expression shifted slightly. Now is not the time for infighting. What do you say, Brother Lin? Lin Xuan weighed his options. He glanced at Su Qingyu, who imperceptibly nodded in confidence, transmitting, Qingyu, you will retrieve the dark origin fruit shortly. Fear not. With me here, they cannot stir up any trouble. Very well, I will heed your words, Xuan. Su Qingyu replied without hesitation. Agreed, Lin Xuan affirmed, addressing the two men across from him in a deep tone. A flicker of surprise crossed Mo Tianqiu's eyes before he cheerfully responded, Excellent, Brother Lin. Let us collaborate harmoniously. Lin Xuan discreetly circulated his internal energy, sensing the formidable presence of the leader-level Black Abyss creature, accompanied by over 20 guards of the 3rd to 5th levels. Suddenly, Su Qingyu pointed at the fruit, exclaiming, The patterns are beginning to accelerate in their transformation. Everyone turned their gaze to witness the dark purple patterns visibly spreading over the fruit, causing the black mist throughout the cave to roil. Clearly, the dark origin fruit was on the brink of ripening. The leader of the Black Abyss let out a deafening roar, prompting all Black Abyss creatures to enter a state of heightened alert. Chapter 240, each with their own intentions. As they awaited the fruit's maturation, Su Qingyu conveyed through thought, Xuan, those two are suspicious. The jade hairpin nestled among her flowing tresses emitted a faint glow, casting a delicate green arc in the darkness, illuminating her exquisite profile. Their willingness to share the dark origin fruit so generously felt amiss, leaving her somewhat anxious. Lin Xuan gently squeezed her hand, signaling her to remain calm. He could sense Su Qingyu's apprehension, yet he felt no trepidation. The two before him were not his match. Rest assured, I am here. Merely follow the plan. I shall handle the rest. Lin Xuan reassured her, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. He then instructed, Qingyu, take this 8th-tier top-grade defensive talisman. It can withstand 3 peak-level attacks from the respectable realm. Hold on to it, and exercise caution when you retrieve the fruit. Although Su Qingyu hailed from the now-diminished Su family and possessed commendable talent as a treasure body cultivator, she could not compare to the prodigies of powerful factions. Even after months of following Lin Xuan, whom fate favored, her cultivation had only advanced to the 5th level of the Cave Heaven realm, necessitating utmost caution in seizing the dark origin fruit amidst battles against those of the respectable realm. Nearby, the intermittent conversation between Mo Tianqiu and Xiao Wuing reached Lin Xuan's ears. He focused intently, simultaneously channeling the 10,000 Souls Sutra, suppressing his cultivation to the 6th level of the respectable realm. It was evident that the two men harbored ulterior motives, and he chose not to expose them just yet, preferring to allow them to let their guard down, maintaining the illusion that he remained within their control. Qingyu, are you prepared? Lin Xuan inquired through thought. His gaze fixed ahead. Su Qingyu nodded, retrieving 3 talismans glowing with mysterious light from her storage ring, quietly clenching them in her palm. These were her specially crafted Xian light binding talismans, designed specifically to counter the Black Abyss creatures. Prior to entering the secret realm, she and Lin Xuan had thoroughly investigated the dangers of the 10 perilous locations and prepared corresponding countermeasures. A thunderous roar suddenly resonated from the depths of the black mist, causing the entire gorge to tremble. Lin Xuan's expression sharpened as he observed the swirling mist surrounding the dark origin fruit, a massive shadow gradually coming into focus. It was a Black Abyss creature resembling a giant lizard, exceeding 30 feet in length, its body cloaked in pitch-black scales, adorned with 3 rows of sharp bone spines along its back. Most chilling were its blood-red eyes, which seemed capable of devouring all light. Mo Tianqiu, at the pinnacle of the 7th level, inwardly acknowledged the creature's might, a flicker of gravity crossing his gaze. This leader-level Black Abyss creature's strength exceeded his expectations. Even Xiao Wuing, standing nearby, felt similarly. However, both men, being of Imperial-level factions, possessed myriad strategies and did not feel entirely helpless against the leader of the Black Abyss. Mo Tianqiu's voice rang out at the opportune moment. Brother Lin, the moment has arrived. Let us strike. If we delay further, the fruit's ripening will emit waves that attract even more Black Abyss creatures. Yet, Lin Xuan and Su Qingyu exchanged a glance, both leaping forth from the gorge simultaneously. The leader of the Black Abyss immediately sensed their presence, unleashing an enraged roar, while over 20 smaller Black Abyss creatures assumed aggressive stances. As per our plan, Brother Xiao and I will take the offensive, while Brother Lin provides support. This young lady will be responsible for harvesting the fruit. Mo Tianqiu called out, simultaneously forming hand seals as the rings on his fingers glowed with an eerie green light. Xiao Wuing drew forth his unsheathed long sword, its blade as black as ink, yet pulsating with alarming crimson patterns. With a flash, he charged directly into the throng of black abyss creatures, severing two of them in twain with a sweep of his sword. Lin Xuan's gaze flickered. The strength exhibited by Xiao Wuing was indeed commendable, befitting someone of an imperial-level faction, yet it still did not pose a threat to him. He turned to Su Qingyu and said, "Exercise caution, I shall proceed." With that, Lin Xuan's figure flickered, and he seemingly nonchalantly unleashed a palm strike, sending forth a blast of ethereal blue energy that repelled the three encroaching abyssal beings. He deliberately tempered his strength, revealing only the prowess of the sixth heaven. The battle escalated into a fierce climax. Mo Tianxia continuously launched green blades of light, each strike inflicting deep wounds upon the abyssal creatures. Meanwhile, Xiao Wuing's sword moved with the swiftness of lightning, swiftly claiming the lives of 5 abyssal beings. Nevertheless, the overwhelming number and formidable strength of the abyssal entities soon encircled the trio. Although Lin Xuan appeared to be dodging attacks in a state of disarray, he was secretly observing the dynamics of the battlefield. He noted that while Mo Tianxia and Xiao Wuing appeared to be exerting their full strength, they were nonetheless retaining a fraction of their power, meticulously positioning themselves to create a barrier between him, Su Qingyu, and the leader of the abyssal beings. A cold smile flickered in Lin Xuan's heart as he realized the deception, and he feigned a desperate dodge, allowing the claw of an abyssal creature to graze his shoulder, leaving a shallow gash. "Be cautious, Lin brother," Mo Tianxia shouted, unleashing a green light from his ring that drove back the abyssal creature. "We will hold these beasts at bay. Let the lady gather the fruits." Lin Xuan pretended to express gratitude with a nod, and then called out, "Qingyu, now is your chance." Su Qingyu, already poised to act, immediately channeled her spiritual energy, transforming into a streak of azure light racing towards the dark origin fruit. In a fit of rage, the leader of the abyssal beings shook off Xiao Wuing's entanglement and prepared to pursue her. "Not so fast," Lin Xuan bellowed, suddenly accelerating and positioning himself in front of the leader with apparent desperation. He thrust both palms forward, conjuring 2 black serpents that coiled towards the abyssal leader. Roar! The abyssal leader, enraged, temporarily abandoned its pursuit of Su Qingyu to attack Lin Xuan. Its massive claws descended with a force that tore through the air. Lin Xuan barely managed to evade, but the residual shockwave sent him staggering back several steps, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Mo Tianxia observed this with a hint of disdain in his eyes before calling out, "Xiao brother, lend a hand to Lin brother." Understanding the cue, Xiao Wuing altered his sword's trajectory, unleashing a crimson beam aimed directly at the abyssal leader's eyes. The leader, in pain, became momentarily distracted. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xuan pretended to unleash a flurry of desperate palm strikes, each perfectly targeting the joints of the leader, ensuring he did not inflict fatal damage. In the distance, Su Qingyu was nearing the dark origin fruit. The dark purple patterns on the surface of the 3 fruits had fully unfurled, emanating an alluring wave of energy. Taking a deep breath, she retrieved a specially crafted jade box from her bosom, preparing to harvest the fruits. Almost simultaneously, Lin Xuan, while engaging with the abyssal leader, kept a vigilant eye on Su Qingyu's movements. He sensed a subtle shift in the auras of Mo Tianxia and Xiao Wuing, as if they were communicating covertly. Just as Su Qingyu was about to reach for the first fruit, the abyssal leader let out a thunderous roar, its scales bristling as a surge of terrifying dark energy erupted from its body. Lin Xuan was caught off guard, propelled backward by this force, crashing violently against the rocky wall. "Xuan!" Su Qingyu gasped, momentarily frozen in her tracks. "Don't mind me. Harvest the fruits," Lin Xuan shouted, simultaneously channeling his protective powers to shield his entire being. The strike appeared ferocious, yet it posed no substantial harm to him. Gritting her teeth, Su Qingyu turned, her jade hands swiftly gliding over the 3 dark origin fruits, collecting them one by one into the jade box. The instant the last fruit detached from its branch, the entire spiritual plant withered instantly, turning to ash. "We got it!" Su Qingyu exclaimed joyfully. Chapter 241, An Ambush? Already anticipated. Slaying 2, harvesting the dark origin fruits. Almost simultaneously, Mo Tianxia and Xiao Wuing surged forth, employing some hidden trump card to deliver a devastating blow to the abyssal leader, rendering it unable to act for a brief period before launching their own assault. "Ha ha ha, thank you both for your assistance." Mo Tianxia laughed maniacally, as brilliant green light erupted from his 10 rings, unleashing dozens of green blades like a torrential downpour towards Lin Xuan. Xiao Wuing, more direct in his approach, transformed his obsidian sword into a blood-red lightning bolt aimed squarely at Su Qingyu's throat. "Be careful." Su Qingyu's face paled, but with Xiao Wuing targeting her, She could only produce the talisman Lin Xuan had given her and affix it to herself. However, in the face of this sudden ambush, Lin Xuan had long been prepared. A cold smile gracing his lips. His body twisted at an impossible angle, evading all the green blades. Simultaneously, he brought his right hand, fingers aligned, to precisely pinch the tip of Xiao Wuying's sword. What? Xiao Wuying's pupils constricted, unable to believe that his full-force strike had been so effortlessly neutralized. I've been waiting for you for quite some time, Lin Xuan murmured, his eyes radiant with golden light. The cultivation he had been suppressing erupted forth. The oppressive aura of a peak seventh heaven master sweeping across the battlefield like a volcanic eruption. Mo Tianxia's expression shifted drastically. Seventh heaven, you've concealed your strength. Now you realize, but it's too late, Lin Xuan replied coldly. He exerted pressure with his fingers, and Xiao Wuying's dark sword emitted a mournful cry, the blade fracturing under the strain. Without hesitation, Xiao Wuying abandoned his weapon and retreated, simultaneously unleashing 3 black projectiles from his sleeve. Meanwhile, unable to contend with Su Qingyu, Mo Tianxia, seeing his chance to escape, also began to flee. Lin Xuan paid them no heed. With a flick of his left hand, an invisible wall of energy deflected the black projectiles. Trying to escape? It won't be that simple. Lin Xuan sneered, his speed surging as he swiftly overtook the two and blocked their path. Together, Mo Tianxia and Xiao Wuying exchanged glances, shouting in unison as they formed a complex hand seal. The rings on their fingers detached, assembling into a bizarre formation in midair. As green light coalesced into a massive serpent lunging towards Lin Xuan, Xiao Wuying drew a flexible sword from his waist, the blade twisting like a venomous serpent as it aimed for Lin Xuan's heart. Faced with this dual assault, Lin Xuan remained unfazed, retrieving the Emperor's banner. With a swift flourish of the banner, bang! The green serpent was obliterated, dispersing into countless green motes. Xiao Wuying's soft sword, struck as if by lightning, shattered into pieces. Both men coughed up blood, their faces etched with horror. Impossible. Even a 7th heaven master shouldn't be this strong. Mo Tianxia exclaimed in disbelief. Little did they know, Lin Xuan was far from an ordinary 7th heaven cultivator. Without granting them a moment's respite, Lin Xuan flickered and appeared before Mo Tianxia, slamming the banner against his chest. In a desperate attempt, Mo Tianxia raised his arms to block, only to hear the crisp sound of bones fracturing as he was sent flying like a broken kite. Witnessing this, Xiao Wuying wasted no time in fleeing. Lin Xuan scoffed, shaking the Emperor's banner, summoning a swarm of soul servants that swiftly encircled him. Moments later, Xiao Wuying felt a chill run down his spine and looked down to find a soul servant's hand piercing through his chest. He opened his mouth to scream, but no sound emerged as his body slowly crumpled to the ground. On the other side, Mo Tianxia struggled to rise, just in time to witness Xiao Wuying's heart being extracted by the soul servant. His face turned pale, and he suddenly knelt in supplication. Lin brother, spare my life. I was misled by greed. I am willing to surrender all my treasures. Just grant me a path to survival. Lin Xuan approached slowly, his gaze icy. Do you truly believe that is possible? Or do you think I am a fool? A flicker of resentment flashed in Mo Tianxia's eyes as he suddenly produced a black orb from his bosom. Then let us perish together, he declared. Be careful. It's the Xianxia thunder. Su Qingyu exclaimed in alarm. However, Lin Xuan had anticipated this moment, as Mo Tianxia unveiled the orb. A purplish-black spiritual light radiated from the Emperor's banner, piercing directly through Mo Tianxia's forehead. His movements came to an abrupt halt, and the black orb slipped from his hand, which Lin Xuan deftly caught. The Xianxia thunder proved to be a commendable, disposable artifact. Lin Xuan toyed with the black orb before casually stowing it in his storage ring. Su Qingyu hurried over, her eyes filled with concern. Are you all right? That collision just now. Lin Xuan chuckled and shook his head. Fear not. That was all an act. How else could we draw out their true colors? With a sigh of relief, Su Qingyu then excitedly raised a jade box. We've got it. 3 dark origin fruits. Lin Xuan gazed at her tenderly, saying, I owe you a great debt of gratitude. A blush crept onto Su Qingyu's delicate face as she softly replied, I haven't contributed much, and besides, we are friends after all. Lin Xuan was about to respond when his brow furrowed, and he turned to the depths of the abyss. This is not good. The extraction of the dark origin fruits has attracted more abyssal creatures. We must leave immediately. In the distance, an array of crimson eyes ignited in the darkness, accompanied by terrifying roars echoing through the air. Su Qingyu's expression shifted. Then let us hurry. Lin Xuan swiftly scanned the surroundings, his gaze locking onto a narrow rock crevice. Over there. Follow me. The two quickly dove into the crevice, and Lin Xuan turned back to strike the rock wall with his palm, triggering a localized collapse that sealed the entrance. In the darkness, He felt Su Qingyu's hand gripping his sleeve tightly. "Do not fear. I am here," he whispered gently, reigniting a ghostly blue flame at his fingertips to illuminate their path. An hour later, they emerged from the abyss into a place of safety. Su Qingyu suddenly thrust the jade box into Lin Hauren's hands, her joy evident. "Here, now you can finally enhance your physique." Lin Hauren accepted one of the fruits with a smile. "Only the first fruit is truly useful. One is sufficient for me. The remainder, Qingyu. You decide how to handle it, for you have a share in this endeavor. Just keep them. They're of no use to my physique. And my Su family lacks any members with a dark attribute," Su Qingyu generously offered, her voice soft yet resolute. Lin Hauren felt warmth in his heart, but remained steadfast. "That one do, one must be fair. Even if it holds no value for you, you could sell it or exchange it for resources." Su Qingyu attempted to decline further, but Lin Hauren had already grasped her hand, placing the fruit in her palm. No refusals. In the darkness, Su Qingyu felt her face flush. Summoning her courage, she grasped Lin Hauren's hand in return. "Then let us each take one, and the last will be our shared possession." Lin Hauren smiled, gently caressing the back of her hand. "Agreed." The two exchanged a knowing smile, in that pitch-black underground crevice. A sentiment more precious than the dark origin fruits began to quietly blossom. Chapter 242, Refining the Dark Origin Fruit, Shadow Emperor Body. Not long after, Lin Hauren sat cross-legged on a smooth green stone, cradling the dark, ink-like dark origin fruit surrounded by pure black radiance. The surface of the fruit shimmered with eerie patterns, pulsating as if alive. "Is it truly safe to refine it here?" Su Qingyu stood 3 zhang away, wielding a silver longsword, her brow furrowed with concern. Lin Hauren looked up, a confident smile gracing his lips. "Do not worry. The extreme darkness royal body is in perfect harmony with the attributes of the dark origin fruit, so there is no danger. But you should be cautious. Although we are temporarily safe here, we cannot rule out the possibility of other cultivators or beasts passing by." Su Qingyu nodded, gently tapping the ground with her sword's tip, causing a silver light barrier to expand from her center, forming a protective dome with a diameter of 10 zhang. "This is my Su family's Silver Moon Guardian. Unless a peak respectable realm expert approaches, it cannot be breached in a short time." As she spoke, she retrieved 3 small flags from her storage ring, planting them at 3 points. "With this 3-element concealment formation, we should be entirely secure." A glimmer of amusement flashed in Lin Hauren's eyes. He ceased speaking, placing the dark origin fruit in his palm and initiating his cultivation technique. With a hiss, as spiritual energy infused the fruit, a fissure appeared on its surface, and tendrils of black mist began to rise, weaving into bizarre patterns in midair. Lin Hauren inhaled deeply, then opened his mouth to draw in the black mist, swallowing it like a great whale consuming water. Boom! In an instant, thick black mist erupted from every pore of Lin Hauren, transforming him into a black hole that warped and devoured the surrounding light. Su Qingyu instinctively took a half-step back. Even from behind the barrier, she could feel the heart-stopping power of darkness. Beneath Lin Hauren's skin, black lines spread like living entities, soon enveloping his entire being. His aura surged, rapidly climbing from the 7th layer of the respectable realm to the 8th. And it continued to rise. Crack! Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed from within Lin Hauren, as if something had shattered. Immediately after, a blurry phantom materialized behind him, a dark figure crowned with a crown, its face indistinct yet exuding an overwhelming pressure. "The source of the extreme darkness royal body has manifested," Su Qingyu murmured, her eyes filled with astonishment. Yet, the transformation was not yet complete. As the power of the dark origin fruit was fully absorbed, the crowned phantom began to twist and contort, the crown melting away and reconstituting into a more magnificent and imposing diadem. Roar! Lin Hauren suddenly opened his eyes, his pupils transformed into pure black, devoid of any whites. He threw his head back and roared, the phantom behind him echoing his cry. The ground within 100 zhang trembled, countless fragments of stone floating into the air, only to be pulverized upon contact with the black mist. Su Qingyu had to exert all her strength to maintain the barrier, ensuring she was not affected by this surge of power. This phenomenon persisted for about an hour before gradually subsiding. When the last wisp of black mist was drawn back into Lin Hauren's body, his aura stabilized at the peak of the respectable realm, a mere step away from the Saint Realm. This was within a secret realm where the tribulations of the Saint Realm could not be summoned. Otherwise, he would have already ascended to that level. At this moment, a vast reservoir of energy lay dormant within him, awaiting his emergence to break through to the Saint Realm, allowing him to gradually refine and absorb this power. In due course, his cultivation would rise at an unprecedented rate before this energy was exhausted. "Have you succeeded?" Su Qingyu inquired cautiously. Lin Hauren slowly rose, stretching his limbs as his joints popped and crackled. He gazed at his palm, gently clenching it, causing the surrounding air to emit a mournful cry under the pressure. Well, who do you think I am? Lin Xuan nodded, brimming with self-admiration. Enough with the self-adulation. Su Qingyu retorted without hesitation, rolling her eyes at him. After indulging in his self-adoration, Lin Xuan turned his focus inward. Shadow Emperor body. Indeed, his physique had transformed from the original extreme darkness royal body into the present Shadow Emperor body. Feeling the surging power within him, Lin Xuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Not only had his cultivation advanced, but he had also acquired new abilities. Suddenly, his figure vanished, only to reappear outside the barrier in the next instant. Is this spatial traversal? Su Qingyu's eyes widened in astonishment. Something was amiss. Lin Xuan shook his head and clarified. No, it is not. The Shadow Emperor's body has bestowed upon me the ability of shadow traversal. As long as shadows and darkness exist, I can move freely within them. The distance and frequency will increase with my cultivation level. With a thought, his figure vanished once more, only to materialize from the shadow behind Su Qingyu, gently tapping her shoulder. Ah! Su Qingyu gasped, startled, and instinctively thrust her sword in response. Lin Xuan, grinning mischievously, pinched the sword's tip between two fingers. Quick reflexes, but it's ineffective against me. Realizing her surroundings, Su Qingyu, flustered and vexed, retracted her sword. You just acquired a new ability, and you come to scare me. Lin Xuan laughed heartily, then, with a serious tone, continued, I owe you my gratitude for your protection. Had I been disturbed during the refining process, the consequences would have been dire. Waving her hand dismissively, her cheeks still flushed, Su Qingyu replied, There's no need for such formalities between us. By the way, how do you feel now? Unprecedentedly well, Lin Xuan declared, clenching his fist. Even facing a sage-level powerhouse, I feel no fear. Su Qingyu nodded, but then hesitated, as though recalling something. What is it? Lin Xuan perceptively noted her unease. After a moment of contemplation, Su Qingyu finally spoke. Ever since we entered the Tianxiong secret realm, I have felt a peculiar sensation. She gestured towards the depths of the realm. Over there, it seems something is calling to me. I refrained from mentioning it earlier to avoid distracting you while searching for the essence of darkness. Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow in intrigue. Calling? What exactly does it feel like? It's hard to articulate. Su Qingyu lightly brushed her chest, but the closer I get to the depths of the secret realm, the more intense it becomes. Fascinating. Lin Xuan's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Since my objective has been achieved, and we have nearly a month before the realm closes, I shall accompany you to uncover this mystery. Su Qingyu's eyes brightened. You are willing to go with me? Of course, I must accompany you. Who knows what extraordinary opportunity awaits? Even if it isn't anything special, indulging our curiosity is worthwhile, Lin Xuan replied with a smile. Gratitude radiated from Su Qingyu's expression. Thank you, Xuan. The two momentarily froze, the atmosphere becoming subtly charged. Ahem, shall we set off now? Lin Xuan cleared his throat, shifting the topic. Su Qingyu nodded, stowing away her barrier and array flags. According to my sensing, the source of the call should be in that direction. She pointed northeast, where the mountains undulated, shrouded in mist, with a crimson beam of light piercing the clouds. According to the intel, that area is the Blood Demon Valley? Lin Xuan narrowed his eyes. It is said that the space there is unstable, often giving rise to spatial rifts. Many cultivators have entered, never to return. Su Qingyu bit her lip. If it is too dangerous, we should not go. Why not go? Lin Xuan grinned, revealing his pearly whites. It's the perfect opportunity to test the strength of my Shadow Emperor's body. With that, he took Su Qingyu's hand, leading her towards their destination. Chapter 243, The Enormous Ancient Steel, Su Qingyu's Opportunity. 7 days later, at the periphery of the Blood Demon Valley, after a week of encountering numerous dangers, they finally reached this location. Lin Xuan and Su Qingyu stood on a cliff, gazing down into the valley below, enveloped in blood-red mist. Even from a distance, they could feel the chilling malevolence emanating from it. Are you certain the call is coming from here? Lin Xuan inquired, frowning. Su Qingyu nodded firmly. It is from the deepest part of the valley. I can feel it. After observing for a moment, Lin Xuan suddenly pointed to a spot in the valley. Look there. They saw a dark fissure intermittently appearing within the blood-red mist, twisting the very fabric of space around it. A spatial rift. Su Qingyu gasped, realizing it was even more numerous than rumored. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xuan retrieved a silver thread from his storage ring. This is stabilizing thread. It can temporarily stabilize the surrounding space and prevent us from being torn apart by the rifts. However, its range is limited, so we must get closer. Understanding. Su Qingyu moved closer to Lin Xuan, their shoulders nearly touching. Lin Xuan wrapped the stabilizing thread around their wrists. A flash of silver light enveloped them, creating a stable space with a diameter of about 3 feet. Let's go? The two leaped off the cliff, landing steadily at the valley's floor. As soon as they touched down, the surrounding malevolence surged towards them like a living entity, only to be repelled upon encountering the silver light. "Stay close to me," Lin Xuan murmured, guiding Su Qingyu cautiously forward. The terrain within the Blood Demon Valley was treacherous, filled with jagged stones and scattered bones, some human, others belonging to various monstrous beasts. The deeper they ventured, the more frequent the spatial rifts became, sometimes appearing in clusters of 3 or 4, forcing them to alter their path. "Turn left." Lin Xuan suddenly pulled Su Qingyu aside as a rift grazed the edge of her clothing, severing a strand of her hair without a sound. Su Qingyu's heart raced, not from fear, but from the intensifying call within her, nearly causing her blood to boil. "It's just ahead," she exclaimed, pointing into the depths of the mist, her voice trembling with excitement. At that moment, the ground shook violently as a colossal bony claw erupted from the earth, reaching for them. "Watch out." Lin Xuan reacted swiftly, wrapping his arm around Su Qingyu's waist, his figure vanishing into shadow, only to reappear 10 feet away. Boom. A massive skeletal beast fully emerged from the ground, composed of countless bones, with blood-red flames flickering in its eye sockets, emanating an aura that reached the pinnacle of the venerable realm. Blood Demon Bone Monster. Lin Xuan recognized the creature. Known to sustain itself by devouring malevolence and living beings, caution was imperative. The bone monster let out a piercing roar, its massive form surprisingly agile as it lunged towards them. "I'll handle it. You find an opportunity to get past." Lin Xuan released Su Qingyu, the human emperor's banner already in hand. However, Su Qingyu shook her head. "No, we will defeat it together." With that, she produced a set of trapping formations, temporarily ensnaring the bone monster. Yet the frenzied beast quickly broke free from the trap, turning its wrath towards Su Qingyu, only to find Lin Xuan had already leapt atop its head, the human emperor's banner glowing as a purple beam shot forth, instantly piercing the monster's skull. Bang! The creature's head shattered into fragments, but its movements only faltered momentarily before countless bone shards flew back, reassembling in an instant. "Ordinary attacks are ineffective. We must destroy its core," Lin Xuan exclaimed. Su Qingyu understood and quickly produced several talismans, casting them forth. Boom! Following a series of explosions, the bone monster ignited in flames. The bones crackled under the fiery assault, the blood-red flames dancing as if in excruciating agony. However, they both knew this attack was merely a temporary hindrance. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xuan activated the new ability of his Shadow Emperor's body once more, vanishing in an instant, only to re-emerge from the shadow behind the bone monster, his hand imbued with spiritual energy plunging directly into the creature's chest. Crack! He grasped a round crystal in his hand and crushed it without hesitation. The bone monster let out a reluctant wail before collapsing to the ground, disintegrating into countless dry bones. "Good teamwork," Lin Xuan chuckled as he approached Su Qingyu. Su Qingyu smiled back. "Let us hurry, it's just ahead." As they passed through the final veil of blood mist, a vast clearing came into view. In the center stood an ancient stone stele, towering 10 feet high and measuring approximately 100 feet in diameter. The stone tablet, resplendent in a dark golden hue, was intricately engraved with a multitude of runes, emanating an air of antiquity and enigma. It was this very tablet that compelled Su Qingyu to break free from Lin Xuan's grasp and irresistibly approach it, her eyes shimmering with an unusual brilliance. Lin Xuan, vigilant, scanned the surroundings to ensure no other dangers lurked before he followed Su Qingyu. As they drew nearer, the runes upon the tablet began to emit a faint glow, and the 3 prominent characters at the top gradually came into focus. Tianxiong Bei. "Tianxiong," Lin Xuan murmured. Could it be related to the name of the Tianxiong secret realm? Su Qingyu seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, extending her hand to caress the surface of the stone tablet. The moment her palm made contact, the entire tablet erupted in a blinding golden light. "Qingyu," Lin Xuan exclaimed in alarm, attempting to pull her back, only to be repelled by an invisible force. Amidst the golden radiance, Su Qingyu levitated, her hair flowing as if caught by an unseen breeze, a mysterious mark at her brow fully manifesting, radiating pure brilliance. Simultaneously, the runes on the tablet flowed like living beings, coalescing into a stream of light that continuously infused Su Qingyu's being. Lin Xuan, filled with anxiety, dared not intervene hastily. Sensing that Su Qingyu's aura was undergoing a wondrous transformation, she was not harmed, but rather awakening. After approximately a quarter of an hour, the golden light gradually receded, and Su Qingyu gently descended, her eyes opening to reveal pupils transformed into a pale golden hue, faint runes swirling within. "Qingyu, are you all right?" Lin Xuan rushed forward. Chapter 244. The Decline of the Su Family. Refining the Secret Realm. As the golden light waned, Su Qingyu's feet returned to the stone platform before the Tianqiong tablet. She slowly opened her eyes, the golden runes in her pupils gradually fading, yet the mark on her brow became increasingly distinct, a blooming 9-petaled golden lotus. Each petal seemingly containing the profound truths of heaven and earth. Qingyu. Lin Xuan darted forward, his right hand resting on the emperor's banner at his waist, cautiously surveying the ancient stone tablet that continued to emit a faint glow. Su Qingyu turned her head, a mysterious smile gracing her lips, one that Lin Xuan had never witnessed before. Her entire demeanor had undergone a dramatic transformation. The previously confident aura now imbued with an ineffable nobility and authority. I am fine. Her voice was soft yet carried a peculiar cadence. In fact, I have acquired an unprecedented opportunity. Only then did Lin Xuan relax slightly, though his gaze remained fixed on the tablet. What exactly is happening? I glimpsed the past of the Su family, Su Qingyu replied, her fingers gently tracing the surface of the tablet, causing the runes to illuminate once more. This time not blindingly, but rather swirling around her fingertips like obedient pets. And I have come to understand why our Su family has fallen to such depths. The history of the Su family? Lin Xuan was taken aback. Indeed, Su Qingyu inhaled deeply, a glimmer of nostalgia flickering in her eyes. The moment I touched the tablet, my consciousness was drawn into a peculiar realm. There, I encountered the last remnant of the ancient emperor of the Su family, Su Xuan. The emperor? Lin Xuan's pupils constricted. Was the Su family once that powerful? Su Qingyu nodded, her fingertip gliding across the tablet, eliciting ripples of golden light. Our Su family was once an emperor-level power that dominated the eastern region, with 3 emperors coexisting within our lineage. Known as the 3 emperors of the Su clan, instilling fear across the land. Her voice suddenly grew somber. However, on the fateful night known as the Celestial Transformation night millions of years ago, 5 mysterious emperors joined forces to launch a surprise attack on our ancestral grounds. On that night, stars fell from the sky, mountains crumbled, and all 3 of our family's emperors perished in battle, with countless clan members suffering casualties, leaving scarcely 1 in 10 alive. The surviving members fled overseas, concealing their identities, and over time, this led to the present state of the Su family. Lin Xuan furrowed his brow. Why did the 5 emperors conspire against the Su family? Because of the Tianqiong realm. Su Qingyu pointed to the ground beneath them. This Tianqiong secret realm is, in fact, a significant fragment of the core of the Tianqiong realm, one of the 3 great secret realms of the Su family. The complete Tianqiong realm harbors the secrets to achieving emperor status, serving as the very foundation of the Su family's existence. She paused, a complex expression crossing her face. The remnant soul of my ancestor revealed that the 5 emperors, in their quest to seize the core of the Tianqiong realm, did not hesitate to conspire against us. This tablet is a fragment that broke away from the complete Tianqiong realm during that cataclysmic battle, containing remnants of the Su family's legacy. Lin Xuan surveyed the surroundings thoughtfully. So, the spatial rifts within this Tianqiong secret realm are the lingering scars from that battle? Su Qingyu took over the conversation. Indeed, even after millennia, these wounds remain unhealed. And due to the absence of the realm's core, they have become increasingly unstable. At this point, she suddenly turned to face Lin Xuan, her eyes shining with golden light. Xuan, I intend to refine this secret realm and restore it to the Su family. This is the inheritance left by our ancestors and the hope for the resurgence of the Su family. Before Lin Xuan could respond, an astonishing surge of energy emanated from Su Qingyu. The golden lotus mark on her brow fully blossomed, and countless golden runes materialized around her, akin to small dragons weaving beneath her skin. Your cultivation. Lin Xuan was astonished to discover that Su Qingyu's aura was visibly surging. She shattered the constraints of the 6th heaven of the cave sky realm, advancing through the 7th and 8th heavens with astonishing momentum, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of the king realm. Furthermore, her ascent did not cease until she stabilized at the 6th heaven of the king realm. My ancestor's remnant soul imparted the legacy to me and helped awaken the emperor bloodline of the Su family, allowing me to achieve my current cultivation. Su Qingyu explained with a smile. I see. Congratulations, Qingyu. With this legacy and the emperor bloodline, you may well become a formidable empress and lead the Su family to rise once more. Lin Xuan congratulated her with a smile. There is still a long way to go. Su Qingyu laughed, covering her mouth. She turned her attention to the stone tablet, her hands forming a complex seal. Now, I shall commence the refinement of the realm's core. This process may take about 10 days, during which I must not be disturbed. Xuan, I ask that you protect me. Lin Xuan understood, the emperor's banner already in hand. Leave it to me. Su Qingyu cast a grateful glance at him, choosing not to say more. She settled into a meditative posture, her hands pressing against either side of the tablet, reciting an ancient and arcane incantation. As the incantation resonated, the runes on the tablet began to glow, detaching from its surface and spiraling around her, gradually forming a golden cocoon. Lin Xuan stepped back a few paces, cautiously surveying the vicinity. He knew that the process of Su Qingyu refining the realm's core would inevitably provoke anomalies within the secret realm, and those powerful entities sensitive to energy would soon converge. Indeed, within half a day's time, the sky above Blood Demon Valley exhibited abnormal phenomena. The once pervasive blood-colored mist began to swirl, forming a massive vortex, with its center aligned directly with the location of the Tianxiong tablet. It has begun, Lin Xuan squinted, the power of the Shadow Emperor circulating within him, ready to confront any potential threat. The first wave of attackers consisted of ferocious beasts attracted by the energy fluctuations. 3 blood-winged demons, each at the early stage of the venerable realm, dove down from the vortex, their piercing shrieks capable of shattering the souls of ordinary cultivators. Lin Xuan snorted coldly, unfurling the Emperor's banner, which enveloped Su Qingyu and the stone tablet in a violet light. He flashed forward, directly confronting the 3 demons, his right hand morphing into a claw as dark energy coalesced into 5 streaks of black brilliance. Shadow-tearing claw. The black beams sliced through the air, and before the 3 demons could react, they were torn to shreds. Lin Xuan stood poised in midair, his black robe billowing, resembling a deity of death incarnate. In the ensuing days, a series of similar assaults persisted. There were ferocious beasts drawn by the allure of energy, as well as other cultivators who sensed the anomaly and came to investigate. Lin Xuan remained steadfastly by the golden cocoon, repelling all intruders with unwavering resolve. On the 7th day, a raucous laughter echoed from the valley entrance, followed by 3 figures breaking through the blood mist, appearing before Lin Xuan's eyes. At the forefront stood an elderly man in a gray robe, adorned with a menacing skull emblem on his chest, unmistakably the insignia of the Shinbone sect, an imperial-level faction from the eastern region. Flanking him were 2 middle-aged men, both emanating the aura of mid-tier reverence. The skeletal elder greedily fixated on the golden cocoon and the stone tablet, licking his lips. Such pure power. Boy, step aside. Treasures of this caliber are beyond the reach of a mere junior like you. Lin Xuan's expression remained impassive. The Emperor's banner crossed defiantly over his chest. If you wish to live, then retreat. Otherwise, you shall join the ranks of my brothers within the banner, seeking death. A glint of malice flashed in the elder's eyes as his emaciated hand shot forth, unleashing a grayish palm print that howled through the air, corroding everything in its wake with a hissing sound. Xianming corrupting bone palm. The old man possessed a cultivation at the first level of sainthood. Lin Xuan did not dare to be complacent. He channeled the full power of the Shadow Emperor body, transforming into a shadow that deftly evaded the strike. The ground where he had once stood was struck by the palm print, instantly eroding into a pit deep enough to measure dozens of yards, from which noxious green smoke wafted. An unusual physique? The skeletal elder exhibited a flicker of surprise, quickly replaced by a sinister grin. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. However, what does a mere reverent matter? Today, I shall demonstrate the chasm of our differences in realms. He formed seals with his hands, and countless spectral skulls materialized around him, each one clawing and howling with a haunting wail. 10,000 skulls devouring souls. A veritable tide of skeletal apparitions surged toward Lin Xuan, sealing off all avenues of escape. This was one of the Shinbone sect's paramount secret arts. Specializing in the soul, should one be bitten by these skulls, they would suffer soul damage at best, or be obliterated entirely at worst. Lin Xuan merely chuckled disdainfully. Within a radius of 10 yards around him, the space abruptly descended into inky darkness. Those skull apparitions that plunged into the void found themselves ensnared, their movements becoming painfully sluggish. The skeletal elder's expression shifted to one of astonishment. A bit of skill, but you shall still die. Yet, before he could finish, Lin Xuan's figure erupted from the darkness, his right hand aimed directly at the elder's throat. In the next instant, he was lifted by the throat, suspended in the air. Boy, you cannot kill me, or the Shinbone sect will not let you off easily, the skeletal elder threatened. However, before he could articulate further, Lin Xuan snapped his neck, casting his lingering soul into the Emperor's banner. Not even the 2 men who had accompanied him were spared. Lin Xuan dispatched them as well, consigning their remnants to the banner, allowing them to reunite within. At that moment, the whirlpool above Blood Demon Valley suddenly expanded several-fold, distorting the sky of the entire secret realm, with countless spatial rifts spreading like a web. Lin Xuan felt a surge of elation within. This was a sign that Su Qingyu was nearing the completion of her refinement. It has begun. Lin Xuan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and turned to gaze at the golden cocoon. The cocoon had swollen to a height of 3 yards, its surface adorned with intricate runes, emanating a pulse that sent chills down the spine. The entire Blood Demon Valley began to tremble, with fissures cracking open in the ground. Yet, curiously, these crevices healed automatically upon nearing a 10-yard radius of the cocoon. This anomaly was not confined to Blood Demon Valley. The entire Tianxiong secret realm was engulfed in chaos. All cultivators still within the realm, regardless of their location or activities, were abruptly enveloped by an irresistible force. And in the next moment, they were forcibly expelled from the secret realm. At the entrance to the Tianxiong secret realm in the eastern region, the previously tranquil spatial gate began to oscillate violently, followed by cultivators being spat out one after another, tumbling to the ground in disarray. Most bore bewildered expressions, completely at a loss as to what had transpired. What is going on? Why am I suddenly out? I was in the midst of harvesting a Millennium Spirit herb. Damn it! I haven't even retrieved my inheritance jade slip. Amidst the clamor, leaders from various factions turned pale. The Tianxiong secret realm had been accessible for millions of years, yet never had it closed prematurely, let alone expelled all explorers simultaneously. Investigate. The leaders of the various factions issued commands in unison. Within the secret realm, the upheaval continued. On the 10th day, the golden cocoon finally began to contract, gradually revealing the silhouette within. In her palm floated a crystal-clear orb, within which the ethereal images of mountains and rivers could be faintly seen. This was the refined essence of the Tianxiong secret realm. Did it succeed? Lin Xuan stepped forward, though he had already surmised the answer. He could not resist asking. Su Qingyu beamed. Yes, from this day forth, the Tianxiong secret realm shall belong solely to my Su family. She gently tossed the orb, which hovered in the air, radiating a soft glow. Thank you for your hard work over these past 10 days. While I was unable to divert my attention during the refinement, I could still sense the battles occurring outside. Lin Xuan shook his head. It was but a trivial effort. Just as Su Qingyu was about to respond, her expression shifted, and she reached out to sweep her hand across the orb, causing the scenery within to rapidly change, revealing the conditions throughout the secret realm. I have gathered some rare resources from within the realm, she remarked, producing treasures from the orb, including spirit herbs radiating 7-colored glimmers, weapons inscribed with ancient runes, as well as various precious ores and technique jade slips, quickly piling them into a small mountain before them. These are for you, Su Qingyu stated earnestly. Without you, I could never have safely arrived at the Tianxiong monument, let alone complete the refinement. Lin Xuan gazed at the bounty that could incite envy in anyone, yet shook his head. These are the foundation for the revival of the Su family. I cannot accept them. You must accept them, Su Qingyu insisted stubbornly. Without you, I would have been unable to traverse those densely packed spatial rifts, overcoming the myriad dangers of the secret realm to reach this place, let alone obtain the inheritance and refine the realm. That was my voluntary decision, Lin Xuan interrupted her. There is no need for such calculations between us. Precisely for that reason, you must not let your efforts go unrewarded. A glint of mischief sparkled in Su Qingyu's eyes. If you refuse to accept them, I shall ignore you. Lin Xuan chuckled in exasperation. You're being unreasonable. Say whatever you wish. Su Qingyu crossed her arms, assuming a posture that indicated she wouldn't relent until he accepted. After a moment of stalemate, Lin Xuan finally sighed. Fine, I'll accept them. Only then did Su Qingyu reveal a satisfied smile, stuffing the heap of resources into Lin Xuan's hands. That's more like it. After all, the secret realm is in my possession. I can collect more in the future. What are your plans next? Head back to the Su family? Lin Xuan shifted the topic, aware that chaos likely reigned outside. Su Qingyu stowed away the Tianxiong orb and the remaining resources, a glint of wisdom flashing in her eyes. The ancestral inheritance mentioned that the Tianxiong realm shattered into 3 fragments. Aside from this one, 2 others are scattered in the southern and northern regions. I intend to first investigate another potential site in the southern region. Lin Xuan nodded. That sounds prudent. However, we must proceed with caution. You have effectively stolen the entire Tianxiong secret realm, and the various factions in the eastern region will not let this slide. We must be careful not to be discovered as the ones who refined the realm. Su Qingyu playfully winked. Let them search, with the Tianxiong secret realm in hand. We can hide within it at any time, and no one will find us. The two exchanged knowing smiles before simultaneously shattering the prepared random teleportation talismans. A brilliant flash illuminated the surroundings, and their figures vanished into thin air. Chapter 245, Invasion of the Demon Realm, Emergency at the Border. Central Continent. The Demon Realm, the ancestral land of the demonic path. This region, situated at the very heart of the Demon Realm and shrouded in mystery, is thick with a demonic aura as dense as ink, emanating a terrifying presence that would instill fear in any cultivator outside the demonic path. It is regarded as the supreme sacred ground in the hearts of all inhabitants of the demon realm, housing the highest authority, the ancestral abode of the demonic path. In the demon realm, the soul means to step into this most enigmatic domain and gain entry to the ancestral abode of the demonic path is to ascend to the status of a formidable demon emperor. No alternative exists. Here, strength reigns supreme, without sufficient power. Not even the progeny of the strongest beings in the demon realm is permitted to tread upon the sacred ground of the demonic path until they achieve the rank of demon emperor. At this moment, within the largest and most ancient demon palace in the ancestral abode, the elite powers of the demon realm had gathered. The interior of the palace resembled a world of its own, with countless thrones encircling 10 prominent thrones positioned at the center. Each throne was occupied by a formidable entity, enveloped in surging demonic energy, emanating a chilling pressure that was almost unbearable. These beings were either demon emperors who ruled over their domains, or the awe-inspiring heavenly demon emperors. The 10 figures shrouded in demonic mist on the central thrones were so terrifying that even the surrounding demon emperors and heavenly demon emperors felt immense pressure and could hardly bear to gaze upon them. They represented the 10 supreme forces of the demon realm. Each of these 10 supreme entities was comparable to, or even surpassed, the 7 dominant powers of the human race. And they commanded the most formidable influence in the demon realm, continuously leading the resistance against humanity and the beast tribes. Esteemed comrades, our demon emperor Ridge is fully prepared. I inquire how you all intend to proceed. Suddenly, the individual seated on the eastern throne opened his demonic eyes, revealing a fierce crimson gaze amidst the demonic energy. And a chilling voice resonated, instantly capturing the attention of all present. After a brief moment, the remaining 9 thrones echoed with similar demonic voices, confirming their readiness. The heavenly demon palace was no exception, and the holy demon sect had also completed its preparations. Clearly, the responses from the other 9 were unanimous, indicating their collective readiness. Since all is in place, let us commence our actions. It is time to implement our plans, declared the individual from the north. Agreed. Thus, the 10 reached a decision without soliciting any opinions from others, and the surrounding demon emperors and heavenly demon emperors refrained from voicing any dissent. This indicated the overwhelming authority wielded by the 10 supreme forces within the demon realm. The following day, at the Demon Guard City, one of the 10 imperial cities constructed by humanity to guard against the demon realm, which was perpetually under the protection of human emperors, the sky, once clear and bright, suddenly darkened. A blood moon rose ominously, casting an eerie red glow over the entire city. This border stronghold, adjacent to the demon realm, which typically bustled with life, now lay in an unsettling silence. What is happening with the blood moon overhead? The cultivators within the imperial city queried, their faces etched with confusion. At that moment, the guards atop the city walls felt their pupils constrict in sudden horror. In the distance, countless crimson lights flickered to life like stars, hurtling toward the Demon Guard City at an astonishing speed. Danger! An enemy attack! The demon realm is invading. The piercing alarm shattered the tranquility, yet it was too late. The first wave of blood-red arrows descended from the heavens, the shafts entwined with inky demonic energy, piercing through armor as though it were mere paper. The guards on the walls fell one by one, their flesh diminishing visibly, as if consumed by some invisible force. Activate the protective Imperial formation. With a thunderous roar, 9 beams of light surged up around the Demon Guard City, instantly enveloping it in a protective energy barrier. A woman clad in a purple robe appeared above the city, her gaze heavy with concern as she surveyed the approaching demonic army. It is the Lady of the Purple Mist. The cultivators of the Demon Guard City sighed in relief upon witnessing their guardian empress's arrival. Yet soon, their worries returned. Could the empress truly hold out until reinforcements arrived? Caw caw caw. You human ants, today marks your demise. A figure draped in a black cloak hovered in midair, his countenance sinister, with a pair of curved horns adorning his forehead, surrounded by a suffocating aura. This was none other than one of the 5 demon emperors leading the assault on the Demon Guard City, the Bloodslaughter Demon Emperor. Originally a mere holy-blooded beast, the Bloodslaughter Demon Emperor had transformed into a demon emperor through the mastery of demonic arts. The ranks of the demon realm included not only humans, but various other races, which fueled the resentment and resistance against the demon realm, as its assimilative nature was terrifying. If left unchecked, all races would eventually face extinction or become slaves to the demon realm. Regrettably, in the central continent, the other races were vastly weaker, lacking the strength of even a single dominant human faction, rendering them incapable of standing against the demon realm. Only the human and beast races could offer any semblance of resistance. Behind the blood-slaughtered demon emperor, 1 million demonic cultivators surged toward the Demon Guard City like a tidal wave. Some bore skin of a bluish-purple hue, others sprouted bony spikes from their backs, and some were even enshrouded in the wailing black mist of vengeful souls. Under the command of the blood-slaughtered Demon Emperor and his peers, they began a frenzied assault on the Great Formation, attempting to deplete its energy in preparation for their own breach. Logistics team, maintain the formation with all your strength. The rest of you, focus your efforts on repelling the invading demonic cultivators. Do not allow them to exhaust the formation's energy. The Lady of the Purple Mist commanded, striving to uphold the formation. City Lord, immediately send word back to the Human Alliance, informing them of our plight and requesting swift reinforcement. Yes, my lady. Upon hearing her words, numerous cultivators sprang into action. Some sustained the formation, while others ascended the city walls, unleashing various techniques and spells to launch relentless attacks against the demonic cultivators below. Even the cultivators within the city joined the fray, fully aware that should the formation falter, their demise would be inevitable. They had no choice but to endure and await salvation. However, the sheer number of demonic cultivators was overwhelming, and with 5 demon emperors leading the charge, the formation soon began to tremble precariously. The demon realm had come prepared. The blood-slaughtered demon emperor and the other 4 demon emperors joined forces to summon a colossal demon cauldron, hurling it toward the formation's weakest point with tremendous force. The celestial-grade demon cauldron caused the already pale visage of the Lady of the Purple Mist to drain of all color. She realized that the defensive capabilities of the formation would struggle to withstand such an assault. Nonetheless, she poured all her spirit energy into the formation. Purple Mist. It is futile. With this strike, your defensive shell shall surely shatter. The blood-slaughtered demon emperor and his cohorts laughed derisively. They then activated the demon cauldron, and a beam of terrifying black light erupted from within, hurtling directly toward the formation. Break for us. The blood-slaughtered demon emperor cackled with increasing madness. Crack. With a resounding shatter, the protective formation of the demon guard city crumbled after barely half an hour of resistance. Uft. The Lady of the Purple Mist, who had been maintaining the formation, immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood, staggering unsteadily. Yet, she paid no heed to her injuries, gripping her imperial weapon and charging toward the blood-slaughtered demon emperor and his allies. Everyone retreat. I will buy you time. She commanded the cultivators within the city to retreat, while she herself charged fearlessly towards the enemy. Retreat. Quickly retreat. The Lord of the Demon Suppression City roared amidst the fierce assaults from the powerful entities of the demon realm, his injuries worsening with each passing moment. Most of the cultivators within the city began to flee towards the interior of the human lands. Yet escaping proved to be an arduous task under the relentless siege of the vastly outnumbering demon cultivators. Many cultivators were unable to make their escape and were obliterated into a mist of blood. One could even observe demon practitioners seizing individual cultivators, greedily siphoning the blood that gushed forth from them. Moreover, 3 demon cultivators joined forces to cast a sinister spell, ensnaring dozens of human cultivators within a crimson barrier, their bodies visibly dissolving into pools of blood. The blood-slaughtered demon emperor and his companions leisurely besieged the Empress of Purple Mist, their satisfaction evident as they surveyed the carnage beneath them. He inhaled deeply, the pervasive bloodlust permeating the city rushing into his nostrils like a whale drawing in water. With each morsel of blood energy absorbed, the demonic flames enveloping his form blazed more fervently. Kill. Leave not a single one alive. The blood-slaughtered demon emperor cackled madly, even finding the opportunity to unleash a blood-colored lightning strike that razed half the city to the ground. Chapter 246. The Human Race in Turmoil, the Emperor's Advance. The tragic state of the Demon Suppression City was mirrored along the borders of the human and demon realms, as the demon realm, well prepared and launching a sudden, unannounced assault, swiftly breached the human borders. Even the 10 great imperial cities that had stood as bastions against the demon realm fell within the span of a single hour, overwhelmed by the prepped and vastly superior demon army. With this formidable barrier dismantled, the demon army surged forth, plundering countless factions along their path. As the atrocities of city slaughters and clan annihilations unfolded incessantly, simultaneously, the Tiangong Pavilion, responsible for managing vital information regarding the human race, received urgent pleas for assistance from various border regions. The pavilion master's expression turned grave. This is dire. Trouble has arisen at the borders. He quickly infused a surge of spiritual energy into one of the pavilion's treasured artifacts, the Tiangong Mirror, which then unveiled a series of horrifying images, scenes from the border regions. Blood. Everywhere there was blood and corpses. Beneath the shattered city walls, amidst mountains of bodies, a few blood-soaked soldiers could be seen still struggling for survival. The dark tide of the demon army trampled through the remnants of human factions, painting a gruesome tableau. The demon realm has invaded. The pavilion master, no longer hesitating, sounded the war bell for humanity. Boom, boom. The ancient chimes echoed once more, reverberating from the Tiangong pavilion and spreading throughout the entire human territory. This is the war bell of our people. What has transpired? The 9 tolls rang out ominously. Could it be the legendary 9 tolls? Did this not signify that our race was facing imminent extinction? Could it be that the demon realm or the beast clan has declared war upon us? In an instant, the human race was thrown into a state of upheaval. Within the ancient forbidden grounds of the Quasi-Imperial Clan, a furious roar pierced the heavens, causing the very cosmos to tremble. Demon realm, you seek death. In the next moment, dozens of figures ascended from the Quasi-Imperial Clan, vanishing into thin air in the blink of an eye. A similar scene unfolded across the human territories. The 7 dominant factions, various imperial clans, and the strong from sacred lands, all mobilized. Even hidden experts from remote wildernesses emerged. The foremost champions of the human race hastened towards the northern borders. They were the emperors of humanity. At this moment, only they could reach the borders swiftly and stabilize the situation. Otherwise, if the demon realm continued its advance unchecked, the human race would suffer catastrophic losses. By then, it would be too late to counterattack. In the northern wilderness spirit realm, the Lin Clan was equally stirred into action. Those in secluded cultivation emerged from their retreats, ready to heed the clan's commands. Within the Holy Hall, the chamber was already filled to capacity with the clan's high-ranking members. Not only were Lin Tianhai and the current elders present, but even those elders who typically remained engrossed in their own cultivation within the forbidden grounds, as well as the venerable ancestor Lin Chongfeng. And the outstanding junior members Lin Xuan and Lin Yan were all in attendance. You all heard the bell just now. And we have also received messages from Senior Tiandao and the Human Alliance. Lin Chongfeng spoke, displaying the contents of the transmission to the assembly. The demon realm has invaded, and the borders have fallen. These 8 simple words sent shockwaves through the crowd. Just now, our Grand Ancestor and Second Ancestor received the Alliance's message and have already set off for the borders to provide support. Shortly, Tianhai and I will represent the Lin Clan at the Alliance headquarters to participate in the discussions regarding this invasion by the demon realm, Lin Chongfeng continued. After we depart, prepare the clan swiftly. We will likely need to head towards the borders to halt the advance of the demon army. Upon hearing this, the assembly responded in unison, understood. Third Ancestor, we shall ensure the clan is thoroughly prepared. Lin Chongfeng nodded approvingly, then addressed Lin Tianhai. Let us go, Tianhai. It's time we head to the Alliance headquarters. Soon after, Lin Chongfeng and Lin Tianhai departed the Lin Clan, making their way towards the Alliance headquarters. Well then, we too must begin our preparations. Tianyu, you are in charge, the highest-ranking elder present instructed, setting the others to work as Lin Chongfeng and Tianhai left. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan and the other younger members could do little but exchange bewildered glances. Young master, why do you think the demon realm has suddenly invaded our human race? Lin Yan was the first to speak. Hasn't it been nearly 10,000 years since the demon realm launched such a large-scale offensive? Lin Beixian chimed in, furrowing his brow. In my opinion, it is all about resources, Lin Dong remarked, unfazed. Lin Dong, your words are misguided. I believe they surely harbor ulterior motives. Lin Yuan and the others disagreed with him. The demon realm's territory is not smaller than that of the human race. In fact, it is considerably larger, teeming with abundant resources. The factions within the demon realm wouldn't need to engage in a grand conflict with us over a mere handful of resources, unless they are truly facing a resource crisis, but I have not heard of any such situation arising in recent times. Who knows what the demon realm is plotting? This is not something we can interfere with. Lin Xuan also believed there were ulterior motives at play, yet he mused that it mattered little, given their current strength. They could not sway the course of such a grand conflict, and overthinking it was futile. If the sky were to fall, there would be tall men to hold it up, while the human side was bustling with activity. The demon army had already swept through a tenth of the human territory closest to the demon realm, and their advance continued at a rapid pace. Although it was merely a tenth of the territory, the area covered was far from negligible. The northern wilderness spirit realm was substantial. Yet this tenth of the territory was equivalent to the total area of dozens, if not hundreds, of northern wilderness spirit realms combined. Fortunately, the human race reacted swiftly, with their top-tier champions arriving at the front lines. In the Qinyuan domain, this once prosperous region lay in ruins under the ravages of the demon realm, much of it having succumbed to devastation, with only the Qinyuan sect, the domain's ruling power boasting 2 emperors, still struggling to hold on. However, faced with millions of demon soldiers and nearly 10 terrifying demon emperors, even relying on the sect's great formation, they found themselves on the brink of collapse. Cackling, you ants of the Qinyuan sect, perish. Just as their great formation was about to be breached, a thunderous roar resonated through the heavens and earth. Humph! The beasts of the demon realm dare to infringe upon our human territory. They shall perish. A resonating sword chant erupted across the heavens, followed by a colossal sword aura soaring from the distant void, instantaneously cleaving through the three demon emperors. Alas! The three previously arrogant demon emperors let out a wretched cry before succumbing to lifelessness. This is bad. It is the human race's celestial emperor. How infuriating. I never expected the human reinforcements to arrive so swiftly. Chapter 247, The Alliance Conference. In the face of this sudden turn of events, the remaining demon emperors of the demon realm quickly huddled together, retreating several dozen kilometers, their expressions marked by vigilance as they gazed into the distant void. Who goes there? The demon emperors shouted. However, their cries went unheeded. With a resonant howl that reverberated through the nine heavens, the sword aura that traversed the skies did not lose momentum. After annihilating the three demon emperors, it swept through the ranks of the demon army, transforming hundreds of thousands into a crimson mist. Blood poured down like a torrential rain, staining the battered gates of the Qingyuan sect. With but a single strike, merely one strike sufficed to obliterate the demon realm's hundreds of thousands of troops, inciting a mass rout among the remaining demon soldiers, who trembled in fear as they gazed upon a middle-aged man who had appeared in the void without notice. Clutching a verdant imperial sword and garbed in a simple Taoist robe, he stood there as if the very heavens and earth lay beneath his feet. The disciples of the Qingyuan sect stood frozen, gazing at the sword-wielding figure amidst the sky. It is the Celestial Sword Emperor of the Celestial Sword Dynasty, Lord Qingjian. An elder recognized him, his voice trembling with excitement. Qingjian stepped upon the void, the 3-foot green blade radiating a chilling brilliance. His gaze, sharp as lightning, swept across the battlefield below, and upon witnessing the mountain of corpses of disciples piled within the Qingyuan sect, as well as the dismal state of the Qingyuan domain, his fury intensified. How dare the wretched minions of the demon realm trespass upon our human territory? Before his words faded, 3 more figures broke through the air, landing beside the Celestial Sword Emperor. One donned golden armor and wielded a black spear, another was clad in a flowing purple robe, surrounded by 7 swirling stars. And the last was a hunchbacked elder, leaning on a verdant bamboo staff. The golden armored emperor, the 7-star elder of the Tiangong Pavilion, and the renowned rogue, the green bamboo emperor. The sect master of the Qingyuan sect wept tears of joy, proclaiming, "We are saved. I, Qingyuan, along with Qingshi, have the honor of meeting Lord Qingjian and the 3 esteemed friends." The 2 elder ancestors of the Qingyuan sect rushed forth from their formation, bowing in respect before the Celestial Sword Emperor and his companions. "If it were not for your timely arrival, our Qingyuan sect would surely have been consigned to history." Qingjian nodded slightly, then inquired, "Can both of you still fight?" "We can certainly fight. The demon realm has slaughtered countless beings within the Qingyuan domain and has mercilessly taken the lives of our disciples. Today, even if we must risk our lives, we shall ensure that they are obliterated." The 2 emperors of the Qingyuan sect, with fists clenched tightly, were ablaze with righteous fury, their only desire being the annihilation of the demon cultivators before them. Qingjian regarded the 2 with a silent nod before uttering a singular command: "Kill." Instantly, they sprang into action. The 7-star elder formed hand seals, and the 7 stars expanded, transforming into 7 celestial bodies that crashed into the ranks of the demon army. Each star that fell reduced countless demon soldiers to mere dust under its oppressive weight. Though the green bamboo emperor appeared aged, his movements were as swift as lightning. With a light tap of his bamboo staff, emerald beams leapt forth like ethereal serpents, targeting the demon generals. Those ensnared by the green light, be they sacred emperors or semi-emperors, met with a gruesome demise. The demon emperors, witnessing the slaughter of their own ranks, could not remain passive any longer and charged towards the attackers. "Humph! Do you think we will stand idly by while you massacre our soldiers?" roared a demon emperor. Boom! The 6 demon emperors clashed with the 5 from the golden armored emperor, igniting a battle that darkened the skies, the terrifying shockwaves shattering stars into fragments. The clash of 11 emperors was a spectacle of sheer terror. Even the soldiers of both the human and demon races below felt an impending sense of doom, as if the world was ending. The Celestial Sword Emperor refrained from joining the fray, instead standing with his sword held aloft, his gaze calmly fixed on the distant horizon. There, an ominous darkness rapidly approached. Undoubtedly, it heralded the arrival of the demon realm's Celestial Demon Emperor, a terrifying entity on par with the human race's Celestial Emperor. Given the scale of the demon realm's offensive, it was inconceivable that only the demon emperors had come. The Celestial Demon Emperor would assuredly be lurking in the shadows. At last, a worthy opponent has arrived. The Celestial Sword Emperor remained unfazed, his sword emitting a clear, melodious hum. For one of his caliber, few matters could rouse his emotions. Even facing a celestial demon emperor of equal status, he remained composed. The darkness approached swiftly, transforming into an old man clad in a black robe. His visage was withered, his eyes a blood-red hue, and he emanated a nauseating aura of demonic energy. The Holy Celestial Demon Emperor. The Celestial Sword Emperor remarked with a calm tone, "I never expected you to still be alive." The Holy Celestial Demon Emperor. An ancient celestial demon emperor of the Holy Demon Sect, one of the 10 supreme powers of the demon realm, possessed unfathomable strength. He had even slain more than one celestial emperor from various races, his infamous reputation echoing across the continent. The Holy Celestial Demon Emperor cackled ominously. Such arrogance for a mere child. In the past, even your grandfather would not dare speak to me in such a manner. If your grandfather were here today, do you think you could stand and converse so freely? The Celestial Sword Emperor scoffed disdainfully. Humph. I hope your sword proves as resilient as your tongue. The Holy Celestial Demon Emperor snorted coldly. He then extended his bony finger and lightly pointed. Let me see what progress the Celestial Sword Dynasty has made over the years. A black line shot forth from his fingertip, transforming into a monstrous wave of darkness that surged towards the Celestial Sword Emperor. The Celestial Sword Emperor, refusing to be complacent, flicked his sword, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that formed a protective screen before him. The clash between the blood wave and the sword screen erupted in a deafening roar, tearing the very fabric of space and creating numerous black fissures. The aftermath of the duel between these two apex beings sent shockwaves through the battlefield, causing soldiers from both sides to retreat in terror. Those who were too slow to escape were instantly reduced to blood mist. Even the emperors engaged in battle were compelled to retreat to the far reaches of the void to continue their conflict. The ferocity of this confrontation was so overwhelming that even the endless void could not shield them from its impact. With the arrival of the human powerhouses, the situation in the Qingyuan domain began to shift. The previously demoralized human cultivators quickly stabilized the battlefield, while the demon realm's offensive was forcefully interrupted. This provided the human forces with a much-needed respite. Once reinforcements arrived, the situation could be firmly secured. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Human Alliance, the atmosphere within the Tianxiong Hall was tense. A massive luminous screen hovered in the center of the hall, displaying real-time updates on the various battlefronts of the human race. Surrounding the screen were hundreds of representatives from the leading human factions, each bearing an expression of grave concern. Lin Xuan and Lin Tianhai occupied the seats representing the Lin family. Beside them was the representative of the Liu family, a middle-aged man sporting a distinctive mustache. Opposite them sat the matriarch of the Quasi-Imperial Palace, one of the 7 dominant powers, a strikingly beautiful woman. The latest battle report indicates that 17 celestial emperors and 153 emperors have arrived at the front lines, temporarily stabilizing the situation across 12 major battle zones, announced the head of the Tiangong Pavilion, standing before the luminous screen. As one of the dominant powers, the Tiangong Pavilion, renowned for its unparalleled mastery of the art of divination and its extensive network of information, has naturally become the recognized host of every alliance conference, with its master also serving as the leader of the Human Alliance. However, the demon realm is continually bolstering its forces. With confirmation of 173 demon emperors and 19 celestial demon emperors now visible, it appears that the demon realm is preparing for a full-scale assault. The master of Yaogu, an elderly man with a head of white hair and a youthful visage, furrowed his brow and pondered, what exactly are they after? After 100,000 years of peace, why this sudden invasion? The leader of the Nangong Imperial Clan scoffed. What does it matter what they seek? If they dare to come, let them find no way back. I propose we organize a counterattack immediately, taking advantage of their unsteady footing to drive them back to the demon realm. That is not prudent, interjected a middle-aged man clad in scholarly robes. The leader of the 100 Arts Alliance. A rash counteroffensive carries too great a risk. Our immediate priority should be to solidify our defenses and ascertain the true intentions of the demon realm. As 2 of the 7 dominant human powers, the opinions of these individuals were evidently held in high regard, and for a moment, no one dared to voice their thoughts carelessly. What is there to investigate? Shouted a representative from the Quasi Imperial Palace, rising to his feet. The demon forces have already encroached upon our territory. Must we linger here in indecision? I say we should strike them down directly. Folly. To launch an indiscriminate attack without due consideration. Can your Quasi Imperial Palace bear the consequences of such recklessness? Rebuked the master of the ZY Imperial Palace, unafraid to offend Quasi. The din of argument escalated, with representatives from various factions staunchly holding their positions, leading to a stalemate in the proceedings. At that moment, Jian Wuhan, the leader of the Quasi-Imperial Clan, who had remained silent until now, cleared his throat. His voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the ears of all present. Esteemed colleagues, bickering will not resolve our predicament. Alliance leader, could we consult the Tiangong mirror to assess the situation with the demon race? In these times, we must remain vigilant not only against the demon realm, but also against the demon race. Upon hearing this, the assembly nodded in agreement. Indeed, despite the previous collaboration between the demon race and humanity against the demon realm, it did not imply a harmonious relationship. In truth, should the opportunity arise, neither side would hesitate to exploit the other's vulnerabilities. Thus, Jian Wuhan's words instantly garnered the attention they deserved. The master of the Tiangong pavilion nodded and retrieved an ancient bronze mirror, channeling his spiritual energy into it. The surface of the mirror rippled, gradually revealing an image that caused the countenances of all present to shift dramatically. The Tiangong mirror displayed scenes of the demon race's territory, which too was besieged by countless forces from the demon realm, their plight scarcely better than that of humanity. Evidently, the demon realm was conducting a dual-front assault. Yet, this revelation was equally shocking. It should be noted that this was not an era in which the celestial demon emperor still reigned. Nor was the demon path at its zenith. What audacity did the demon realm possess to wage war against both humanity and the demon race concurrently? Had they lost their senses? Did they truly believe they could contend with both humanity and the demon race simultaneously? Indeed, they seemed to think they were still in the days when the celestial demon emperor dominated. Moreover, setting aside the demon race, humanity, despite the absence of an unparalleled powerhouse like the South Ming Celestial Emperor, retained formidable strength comparable to that of yore. Their arrogance was nothing short of suicidal. Indeed, the demon realm is courting death with such presumption. Voices of disdain arose, infused with confidence in their own might. However, Lin Chongfeng and Lin Tianhai, who had remained silent, exchanged worried glances. They did not share this sentiment. The demon realm had always been enigmatic, its power unfathomable. No one could ascertain how much their strength had expanded over the years. Underestimating them would be the gravest error. Furthermore, if the demon realm dared to initiate an attack, it was assuredly well prepared. After all, the leadership of the demon realm was no fool. Just as they prepared to speak, Jian Wuhan's voice rang out with authority. Have you all had enough of your squabbling? We are gathered here today to discuss strategies, not to bicker. Do you truly believe you are invincible? Do you think the demon realm is foolish enough to attack without preparation? I believe you have grown too comfortable and have forgotten the terror of the demon realm. With Jian Wuhan's admonition, the previously raucous assembly fell silent. Those who had belittled the demon realm now lowered their heads in shame, contemplating his words. Ahem, he continued. My friend Wuhan speaks wisely. Since the demon realm dares to strike, they must have made thorough preparations. We cannot afford to underestimate them. Seeing the shift in atmosphere, the master of the Tiangong pavilion hastily interjected to mediate. I have a few suggestions for everyone. Let us consider them and see if anyone has further input. First, the front lines are in crisis. While our top-tier warriors have already advanced to stabilize the situation, this can only be a temporary measure. Once the demon realm's forces engage our warriors, they will continue their rampage. Therefore, we must promptly organize our armies to support the front lines. Second, given our ignorance of the demon realm's true intentions, we must launch an immediate investigation. This is crucial. The demon realm undoubtedly harbors ulterior motives, and their ambitions are significant, as evidenced by their mobilization. Third, we should form inspection units to patrol our territories, guarding against the demon realm's spies infiltrating our ranks to sow discord, while also preventing any unscrupulous individuals from taking advantage of the chaos. Fourth, we must rally all factions and wandering cultivators to actively participate in the frontline combat. Fifth, we should coordinate resources and design a comprehensive merit and reward system to motivate all factions and wandering cultivators. Lastly, we need to discuss the number of troops each faction will contribute to the battle. Upon hearing the master of the Tiangong pavilion's proposals, the assembly nodded in agreement. The leader's suggestions are comprehensive. Our War Emperor clan has no objections. The Quasi-Imperial Clan echoed similar sentiments, and representatives from various factions expressed their approval. According to protocol, as long as the majority of factions agreed, the proposals would be ratified, and thus the master's suggestions were swiftly adopted. However, further details would need to be finalized. Since there are no objections, let us discuss the deployment numbers for each faction. After all, the front lines await. The master of the Tiangong pavilion surveyed the room and continued. Given the multitude of human factions, we shall only discuss the deployment criteria for the regions you represent. How you manage internally is up to you. However, each faction must contribute no less than 1/4 of its overall strength. Should the frontline forces prove insufficient, we will continue to summon reinforcements. This has been a long-standing regulation for humanity in response to such grand conflicts since ancient times. Is there any dissent regarding this? The assembly expressed no objections. Since time immemorial, humanity had adhered to such regulations in the face of grand conflicts, making acceptance relatively easy. Now, let us proceed to discuss the deployment quotas for each faction. I will begin, and if anyone has any objections to the proposed numbers, please raise them so we can deliberate together. The master of the Tiangong Pavilion and the territories he governed would contribute 2 celestial emperors and 5 emperors. The Quasi-Imperial Clan and its territories would also contribute 2 celestial emperors and 5 emperors. The Nangong Imperial Clan. Chapter 248, Gathering the Armies. Heading to the battlefield. The Alliance Conference had convened for the better part of half a day. After extensive deliberations, the tumult within the Tianxiong Hall finally subsided. With the final resolution passed, the Human Alliance Conference reached its conclusion. Representatives from various factions rose from their seats, their expressions grave as they hastily departed the Grand Hall. On the way back to the Lin family, Lin Xuan walked alongside Lin Tianhai. However, both bore grim expressions, their eyes glinting with a cold light. The South Palace Imperial Clan truly is despicable, daring to raise our Lin family's battle quota. If it were not for the support of the Ziwei Imperial Palace, they would have succeeded. Just recalling the South Palace's loathsome demeanor at the assembly fills Lin Tianhai with indignation. As one of the 7 dominant powers of the human race, the South Palace wields immense authority in Zhongzhou. Most factions dare not refute their demands. Had it not been for the intervention of the Ziwei Imperial Palace, which rejected the South Palace's proposal, our family's battle contingent would have had to increase by at least 50% from the original figure. It is crucial to remember that this is not a leisurely outing but a battlefield where lives will be lost. Potentially not just a few, but possibly even total annihilation. Lin Chongfeng's gaze turned icy as he spoke. Our own juniors, unable to best Xin'er, seek to harm the Lin family. The South Palace's arrogance is truly laughable. We shall remember this, and when our strength is sufficient, we will exact our vengeance. Lin Tianhai nodded in agreement. They soon shifted the conversation to their family's battle quota. Ancestor, according to the Alliance's requirements, our Lin family must send troops from the North Wilderness Spirit Realm, 1 emperor, 15 quasi-emperors, 100 sacred monarchs, 1,000 sacred kings, and 100,000 law manifestation realm cultivators, totaling around 2 million. He inquired, how shall we arrange this? The North Wilderness Spirit Realm is no longer as it was when we first developed it. It is now teeming with various factions thanks to our policies. While it may not compare to the ancient regions, it is certainly not lacking. These factions are all subordinate to the Lin family and must pay tribute annually, managing the areas of the North Wilderness Spirit Realm that the Lin family deems unworthy. Among them, there are 4 quasi-emperor factions. And within the section of the Tongtian River controlled by our family, there are also 2 quasi-emperor factions, totaling 6. Below the quasi-emperor level, the number of factions is even greater, practically innumerable. Thus, fulfilling the Alliance's quota is relatively easy for the Lin family. However, the critical issue lies in how to allocate these troops. The Alliance merely stipulates the quotas for the territories ruled by each faction. They do not concern themselves with internal distributions. Lin Chongfeng paused before continuing. We shall send 3 quasi-emperors from our Lin family, 2 from each of those 6 factions. And for the other realms, we will allocate 1/10 from each level above the Venerable Realm. As for those below the Venerable Realm, they shall not participate. Any clan members wishing to fight may volunteer. In such a great conflict, those below the Venerable Realm are merely cannon fodder. To prevent unnecessary casualties, Lin Chongfeng was not inclined to send lower-ranked clan members into battle, a common practice among major factions that no one dares to contest. Even among the 7 dominant powers, they are reluctant to send disciples of the Venerable Realm, opting instead to dispatch only cultivators above the Sacred Monarch level. In this world, only the strong can set the rules. This is the advantage of being a major power, the freedom to determine the number of combatants. A tacit understanding shared among the various factions. Before long, Lin Tianhai and Lin Chongfeng returned to the Lin family. Upon their return, they immediately summoned the high-ranking members of the Lin family to explain the arrangements from the Alliance Assembly. After a brief explanation, Lin Chongfeng instructed everyone to promptly inform the clan members who would be dispatched to the North Wilderness Spirit Realm and the factions under the Lin family's control along the Tongtian River. They must gather within half a day and head to the number 9 battle zone. Should any faction refuse to comply with the arrangements, they shall be punished. All right. Go and make the necessary arrangements, Lin Chongfeng commanded, his gravelly voice echoing throughout the hall of heavenly sanctity. As you command, Ancestor. The assembly responded, bustling into action. With the Lin family's mobilization, the entire North Wilderness Spirit Realm stirred to life. as countless factions summoned their disciples and prepared to gather at the Lin family. Amidst the Lin family's preparations, Lin Yin, Lin Dong, and other top young prodigies of the Lin family suddenly approached Lin Tianhai and Lin Chongfeng. Clan leader, Ancestor, we request to join the battle. The hall fell silent, and even Lin Tianhai and Lin Chongfeng were taken aback. Preposterous. Do you have any idea how dangerous this battle is? Withdraw at once. The Grand Elder immediately rebuked. Lin Beixian, what trouble are you stirring up? Do you believe I won't discipline you? The sixth elder, being Lin Beixuan's father, brandished a golden belt as he scolded. Other elders chimed in, refusing to consent. As the Lin family's most outstanding young talents, they were not intended to be sent to the front lines, given the extreme dangers involved. They represented the future of the Lin family. The loss of any one of them would be a tremendous blow. Thus, everyone opposed their involvement. We are not afraid of danger. Lin Yan and the others protested. Father, we fear neither danger nor death. Let us go, Lin Beixian said, glancing nervously at his father's belt but mustering his courage. Just as the others were about to rebuke them again, a calm voice drifted in from outside the hall. Without experiencing the tempering of danger, how far can one go, even with great talent? True strength arises from peril and trials. Flowers in a greenhouse will ultimately wither and serve no purpose. Therefore, for their sake and for the future of our Lin family, I support their desire to join the battle. Lin Xuan stepped in, his expression grave. He then smiled slightly, adding, of course, I shall also accompany them. Lin Chongfeng furrowed his brow. Xianer, the battlefield is no trifling matter. The forces of the demon domain are formidable. A moment's carelessness could lead to disaster. Grandfather, I understand. Lin Xuan replied, his eyes ablaze with battle intent. Precisely for this reason, we should go. Flowers in a greenhouse cannot withstand the storms. Only through the baptism of blood and fire can we truly grow. Moreover, we have our esteemed elders here to protect us, right? Lin Xuan chuckled. We promise to engage only when it is safe to slay the cultivators of the demon domain. He cast a glance at Lin Yin and the others, who instantly grasped their young master's intent, nodding eagerly in agreement. Seeing Lin Xuan and the others so determined, Lin Chongfeng, after a moment of contemplation, could only smile wryly. Very well, Tianhai, let them go. Lin Yin and the others erupted into joyous exclamations. Thank you, Ancestor. All right, you little brats. Don't celebrate too early. Let me make it clear that you can only engage in combat under completely safe conditions. Otherwise, I will personally see to it that you are brought back for a spanking. Lin Chongfeng feigned a threat. Rest assured, Ancestor, we will strictly adhere to this rule. Seeing the Ancestor's approval, Lin Tianhai nodded. In that case, you may accompany the troops, but you must follow orders and not act independently. As you command, clan leader. Half a day later, above the North Wilderness spirit realm, countless flying vessels and warships floated in the air, banners fluttering, an imposing sight. Lin Tianhai stood at the forefront of the Lin family's warship, his voice resonating far and wide. Everyone. The demon domain has brazenly invaded our human territory, slaughtering our kin. Today, we, the cultivators of the North Wilderness, must stand up and fight for our people. Fight for our people. In an instant, millions of cultivators roared in unison, shaking the heavens. Set sail. With a commanding order, the vast fleet gradually set sail, heading towards the northern horizon. On the ground, countless descendants of the Lin family and the common folk of the northern wilderness gazed upward, some praying, others shedding tears. Lin Xuan stood on the deck of a cerulean flying vessel, his heart swelling with excitement as he watched their ancestral land recede into the distance. This marked his inaugural participation in such a grand-scale battle. The fleet journeyed tirelessly day and night, traversing myriad vast domains, constantly encountering other factions en route to the front lines. After 3 days of relentless travel, the Lin family contingent finally arrived at the outskirts of Warzone 9, near the 7th defensive line. Patriarch, ahead lies the Xiantian Gorge of the 7th defensive line, pointed out an elder of the Lin family, gesturing to 2 towering peaks piercing the clouds. This area belonged to the Sacred Fire Holy Dynasty, which was also the region we were tasked to defend. Much of the Sacred Fire Holy Dynasty's territory had already succumbed, and this was their last bastion. Should this line fall, the demonic forces could advance unimpeded. Lin Tianhai gazed into the distance, where the 2 crimson peaks stood like sentinels, with a narrow gorge nestled between them. Above the gorge, the flickering light of a formation could be faintly discerned. At that moment, large streaks of light appeared simultaneously on both sides of the horizon. They belonged to the Golden Armored Emperor Dynasty and the Lu family. Lin Tianhai narrowed his eyes, realizing that they had nearly arrived at the same time. The 3 factions converged outside the Xiantian Gorge. I have long heard of the Lin Patriarch and the Golden Emperor's renown. Seeing you today, it is indeed as the tales describe, spoke a middle-aged man clad in yellow, offering a respectful bow. This individual was Lu Kong, the patriarch of the Imperial Lu family, a formidable figure at the 5th tier of the Quasi-Emperor realm. Lin Tianhai returned the greeting. Patriarch Lu, Golden Emperor, it is an honor to meet you. With the two of you leading, the Xiantian Gorge shall be as solid as a fortress. The Golden Armored Emperor, a robust man named Jin Shang, clasped his hands in greeting and laughed heartily. Why the formalities? With the demonic forces at our doorstep, our three families must unite in purpose. The atmosphere lightened as the group exchanged amiable smiles. Under the guidance of the Sacred Fire Holy Dynasty's emissaries, the three factions entered the Xiantian Gorge in an orderly manner. Inside the gorge, a series of military camps had already been established, bustling with practitioners of the Sacred Fire Holy Dynasty. That evening, the Lin family representatives convened with the Holy Dynasty's sovereign to ascertain the current situation. Although the Sacred Fire Holy Dynasty was merely a quasi-emperor power, with nearly 10 quasi-emperors among them, they appeared somewhat reserved in the presence of the three imperial-level forces, especially as they were currently in need of assistance. To be candid, our Holy Dynasty has lost most of its territory, and this is our last line of defense, the Quasi-Emperor of the Sacred Fire Holy Dynasty remarked with a wry smile. Lu Kong scrutinized the map. When will the demonic forces arrive? Scouts report they will arrive by noon at the latest, the Quasi-Emperor replied gravely. The reinforcements from the demonic domain are steadily arriving. This time, there may be at least 500,000 troops led by the demonic emperors, including Ling Pe, among others. Not long ago, 3 elder experts had engaged the 3 demonic emperors without gaining the upper hand. After stabilizing the situation, the Human Alliance arranged for the stronger human practitioners who had previously provided support to recuperate, while those uninjured returned to their respective areas of responsibility. Lin Xiao, Emperor Lu Wu of the Lu family, and the Golden Armored Emperor had arrived at the Xiantian Gorge a day and a half prior, awaiting the arrival of the combined forces. After deliberating until late into the night, they ultimately decided that the Sacred Fire Holy Dynasty and the Golden Armored Emperor Dynasty would defend the front lines, while the Lin family would take the left flank and the Lu family the right. Simultaneously, they arranged for the 4 symbols demon sealing formation. Once the main forces of the demon army entered the gorge, the formation would be activated to inflict severe damage. The night wind howled as the sentinels stood atop the high battlements, gazing into the distant darkness of the mountains, their hearts inexplicably stirring. The following day, a piercing horn echoed throughout the Xiantian Gorge. Enemy attack. The demonic forces are here. Lin Xuan awoke from his meditation and, along with the Lin family contingent, swiftly ascended the city walls. On the distant horizon, a massive tide of demonic troops surged forth, dark and ominous, even from several dozen miles away. The suffocating aura of demonic energy was palpable. Prepare to engage. Lin Tianhai, Lu Kong, and Jin Shang materialized before the crowd, and the practitioners swiftly took their positions. Countless powerful figures hovered in the air, their expressions grave as they focused on the approaching enemy. As the demonic army drew near, Lin Xuan finally discerned their forms. An army composed of bizarre and grotesque demonic creatures, including humans, beastmen, and other races, alongside colossal demonic beasts the size of mountains. They rode war chariots, rode demonic beasts, or sailed in war vessels. Above the army, 3 figures emanating a terrifying aura floated in the air, the demonic emperors. After learning about them, Lin Xuan recognized their names and realms. Ling Pe, a 3rd-tier great emperor adept in the path of souls, wielding soul attacks that instilled fear in countless powerful beings. Devouring Emperor, a 2nd-tier great emperor specializing in the path of devouring, notorious for having consumed countless foes. And the Barbarian Rock Emperor, also a 2nd-tier great emperor, whose physical strength was said to be unmatched, making it nearly impossible for opponents of the same tier to breach his defenses without exerting their utmost effort. The 3 demonic emperors gazed with wild arrogance at the human ranks, their overwhelming demonic might unabashedly bearing down on the Xiantian Gorge. Chapter 249, The Great Battle Commences. Soon, the demonic army reached within 10 miles of the Xiantian Gorge and then halted. The assembled onlookers beheld 6 figures hovering in the air above the gorge. The 3 human great emperors radiated imperial majesty. Lin Xianxiao, draped in a purple robe that fluttered in the wind, had purple lightning dancing at his fingertips. Lu Wu stood with arms crossed, sword energy swirling around him. The Golden Armored Emperor, clad in golden battle armor, resembled a divine warrior. The human forces, gazing upon the 3 imposing figures brimming with imperial might, felt their spirits surge. Their initial despondency in the face of the massive demonic army and the 3 fearsome demonic emperors instantly revitalized. What of the demonic emperors? The human race too possessed unparalleled great emperors. Across from them, the 3 demonic emperors exuded overwhelming demonic energy, Ling Pei's eyes gleamed with an eerie green light. Surrounded by countless wailing soul phantoms, the devouring emperor's abdomen split open with a grotesque maw, continuously exhaling black mist. And the barbarian rock emperor's skin was rock-like and gray, his muscles bulging like granite sculptures. The three demonic emperors regarded Lin Xianxiao and his companions with unabashed arrogance. Ha ha ha, Thunder Emperor, last time you were fortunate enough to escape. This time, I shall extract your imperial soul and savor it. Ling Po licked his lips, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Do you truly believe you possess the strength to achieve that? Lin Xianxiao replied, his tone calm and devoid of emotion, yet exuding absolute confidence in his own power. Ha, old Ling Po, last time was merely a test. I had no desire to entangle with you. Surely, you do not think you have the upper hand? Lu Wu scoffed, his sword energy surging, ready to strike at any moment. Before Ling Po could retort, the devouring emperor cackled, haha. If the old ghost Lu Wu is unconvinced, he can come forth to battle. Last time, I couldn't capture you. Let us see where you'll run to this time. In mere moments, tension escalated as both sides prepared for conflict. And the armies of the two factions gripped their weapons tightly, ready to unleash their assault. In the next instant, the three demonic emperors issued their orders simultaneously. Cackling with malevolence, the diminutive ones, heed my command. Breach this vexatious defense and annihilate the human vermin before us. In an instant, the vast expanse of the demon realm launched its most ferocious assault. Countless war chariots and battleships sprang into action, unleashing streams of energy beams aimed directly at the Xiantian Gorge's defenses. The relentless onslaught from innumerable demon cultivators followed suit. Ha! Slay! Exterminate these human insects. Blood, the exquisite blood of humanity. I am coming for it. This demon emperor revels in human blood. Cackling, I proclaim that with such an abundance of human sacrifices, my celestial ritual will undoubtedly reach its zenith. Ha! As the demon army initiated its offensive, the human side promptly activated their defensive formation. Form the array, thundered Lin Tian high from the ground. For quasi-emperors took their positions at the corners of Xiantian Gorge, planting their formation flags into the earth. Suddenly, intricate patterns illuminated the entire gorge, and four brilliant pillars of light soared into the heavens. The eastern azure light coalesced into a dragon. The western white light formed a roaring tiger. The southern crimson light gathered into a phoenix spreading its wings, and the northern black light manifested as a tortoise standing guard. The ethereal images of the four symbols intertwined above the canyon, creating a translucent barrier adorned with ancient runes. Attack! We must not allow the demon army to breach our defenses. Countless cultivators wielding bow-shaped artifacts unleashed a torrent of arrows, specially crafted to pierce through demonic defenses, raining down like a tempest. As the arrows passed through the barrier, they were empowered by the four symbols' might, igniting in flames of various hues. The vanguard of the demon army suffered grievous losses, as those ignited by the phoenix flames let out horrific shrieks, turning to ash within mere breaths. Meanwhile, other cultivators showcased their prowess, casting spells, martial techniques, and talismans, continuously bombarding the demon forces and slaying wave after wave of demon cultivators. Yet the demon army showed no signs of retreat, relentlessly assaulting the Xiantian Gorge's defenses. Under the relentless pressure of the demon army's ferocious attacks, the entire formation began to tremble, as if on the verge of collapse. The array masters responsible for maintaining the formation were replaced in rapid succession. Whenever one fell due to depleting spiritual energy, another would immediately take their place. Chapter 250, The Unexpected Turn, The Hidden Demon Emperor. In battles of such magnitude, a swift conclusion is typically unattainable. The clash between the two factions remained fiercely intense. Above Xiantian Gorge, the barrier woven from the four symbols quivered violently. The demon army surged like a black tide against the defenses, each collision sending ripples across the surface of the barrier. The dragon's ethereal form emitted a thunderous roar, unleashing azure lightning that incinerated thousands of demon cultivators at the forefront. The white tiger suddenly leaped from the barrier, its claws sweeping through the air, conjuring a torrential downpour of blood. A towering demon emperor, poised to wield his battle axe, was cleaved in two by the tiger's fierce strike. The phoenix of the south unfurled its blazing wings, raining down countless fiery feathers that instantly transformed the affected demon cultivators into living torches. The tortoise of the north expelled a chilling black current, freezing the entire vanguard of the demon army, which was subsequently trampled into icy shards by the reinforcements. Loose the arrows. Each volley from the city walls claimed a fresh wave of demon cultivators. However, the human cultivators, despite the fierce onslaught from the demon army, also faced their share of casualties. The ground had become a thick carpet of corpses, some human, but many more demonic. Streams of blood flowed together, creating a blood pool in the low-lying areas of the gorge. Yet the demon army appeared inexhaustible, with one batch falling only to be swiftly replaced by another. Although the human side, as the defenders, naturally suffered fewer losses, the outcome remained uncertain until the very end. What a thrill! A one-eyed demon general wielding a serrated blade, already marred with numerous nicks, boasted, "Slay 300 more, and I shall ascend to demon lord." Just as he cleaved through two human cultivators, a sword beam pierced through his chest. Lin Xuan's strike cleaved him and a dozen nearby demon soldiers in twain. Casting a cold glance, Lin Xuan resumed his onslaught against other demon cultivators. To avoid revealing his true strength and attracting the attention of powerful demons, he selectively targeted those at the esteemed level, while inadvertently dispatching a significant number of lower-tier demons in the process. By now, the demons he had felled numbered no less than 800. With a swift motion, Lin Xuan unleashed another sword strike. In the void above, 6 figures engaged in a fierce battle. Thunder Emperor, meet your demise. The spirit soul demon emperor grasped with both hands, summoning countless wailing souls that coalesced into a verdant spear, launching a terrifying spiritual assault towards Lin Xianxiao. Each blow from the spirit soul demon emperor bore an overwhelming spiritual force, compelling Lin Xianxiao to focus intently. Clad in a flowing purple robe and wielding the supreme imperial weapon, the Thunder God Spear, Lin Xianxiao countered the demon's assault with a fierce thrust, unleashing a purple lightning dragon that shattered stars upon collision with the spear. With a resounding crash, lightning and soul fire erupted, obliterating stars across a vast expanse. Stray bolts of lightning struck the demon army, instantaneously clearing a wide area. Thunder Prison, Lin Xianxiao bellowed, bringing his hands together as 9 pillars of lightning descended from the heavens, encasing the spirit soul demon emperor within. Meanwhile, Emperor Lu Wu pointed his sword towards the sky, unleashing a torrent of sword chi that cascaded like a galaxy. Try this, devouring old demon. Suddenly, 7 sword dragons surged forth from the river of sword chi, each composed of different elemental energies, lunging at the devouring demon emperor. Trivial tricks. The devouring demon emperor's maw expanded, forming a vortex akin to a black hole. The first 3 sword dragons that reached him were swallowed whole, but just as they were about to be completely consumed, Lu Wu's sword technique shifted. Explode. The devouring demon emperor's expression shifted dramatically, a muffled thud resonating from his abdomen as black mist erupted from his maw. Staggering back, the first signs of pain marred his ashen face. Old fool, you concealed a demon-slaying talisman within the sword chi. The devouring demon emperor seethed in fury. There is no room for treachery on the battlefield, Lu Wu scoffed, resuming his assault. Your cunning will avail you nothing. The battle between the golden armored emperor and the barbaric rock demon emperor was the most direct. 2 giants, each towering at 1,000 meters, engaged in fierce hand-to-hand combat, each collision generating visible shockwaves. The golden armored emperor's fist struck the barbaric rock demon emperor's chest, causing him to spew blood. In return, the barbaric rock demon emperor delivered a crushing elbow strike against the golden armored emperor's shoulder armor, leaving spiderweb-like cracks. What power! The golden armored emperor spat out a mouthful of blood, his fighting spirit ignited further. Come again. The battle between the 3 emperors summoned forth celestial phenomena, lightning, sword light, and demonic energy intertwined to create a cataclysmic tempest of energy. Even a mere aftershock could create bottomless chasms upon impact. Both the human and demon factions instinctively steered clear of those regions. Even a glancing blow from the aftermath of an emperor-level confrontation would spell annihilation. As the battle reached a stalemate, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. From the rear of the demon army, a surging tide of crimson demonic energy rose to the heavens. Moments later, an aura surpassing that of a quasi-emperor radiated, spreading like wildfire. The leaders of the 3 factions, Lin Tianhai and his comrades, felt a chill run down their spines, a foreboding sense of dread slithering up their backs. Then, a figure, entirely clad in crimson, stepped forth into the void. With each step he took, a river of flames unfurled beneath his feet, and in the blink of an eye, the sky was engulfed in a sea of fire. This was dire. The demon realm had concealed a demon emperor. Lin Xianxiao and the 2 other emperors instantly grew grave. The newly emerged demon emperor possessed an otherworldly countenance, with a vertical scar etched upon his brow, resembling a third eye that remained closed. With a delicate wave of his hand, countless fiery tendrils extended from the inferno, entwining around the 4 symbols' great array. Lin Tianhai and his companions shouted urgently, striving to maintain the formation, but it was already too late. The fiery appendages latched onto the barrier like a malignant growth, beginning to incinerate the power of the 4 symbols. The ethereal figure of the vermilion bird emitted a mournful cry as its flames gradually dimmed under the assault of these bizarre crimson tendrils, before shattering with a thunderous explosion. Although the great array managed to withstand this onslaught, its might had been significantly diminished. In the void above, the fourth demon emperor, the golden armored emperor, wore an exceedingly grim expression. You have hidden yourselves quite well. Earlier, when the three emperors had ventured to probe the demon realm's forces, they believed they had thoroughly assessed the situation, only to discover that someone had evaded their scrutiny. The barbarian rock demon emperor grinned maliciously and launched another punch. Now you know, but it is too late. Lin Xiao and his companions attempted to advance. They could not allow the demon emperor to strike at will, lest their defenses be breached. Yet, how could the three demon emperors of the demon realm grant them such an opportunity? They ensnared them tightly, rendering escape impossible. Ha ha, you shall not pass. The newly appeared demon fire emperor expressed astonishment. This shell is indeed sturdy. After enduring so many attacks from my domain's army and receiving a strike from me, it remains unbroken. But with the next blow, let us see how you will resist. Then, the peculiar crimson sea of flames beneath him transformed into an immense flaming axe, which he swung down fiercely towards the Xianxian ravine. Upon witnessing this, Lin Tianhai and the others exchanged glances, and each drew forth an imperial weapon, channeling their full strength into them. With the three of them exerting their utmost power, the imperial weapons emanated the might of emperors, rising slowly to confront the demon fire emperor. Three imperial weapons, a mirror, a sword, and a bell. Each radiated an overwhelming imperial aura, causing the demon cultivators below to feel their magic stutter, their eyes filled with dread. However, upon realizing they had a true emperor on their side, their fear abated, though they dared not approach the Xianxian ravine too closely, fearing the imperial weapons might send them on their way. Just 3 unclaimed imperial weapons, and you dare attempt to thwart me? Scoffed the demon fire emperor, his disdain evident. In the face of a true emperor, imperial weapons without an emperor's backing posed no threat. Ignoring the demon fire emperor's mockery, Lin Tianhai and his companions focused solely on the incoming attack, that massive flaming axe. Xianxian mirror, activate. Lin Tianhai bit his tongue, spraying a mouthful of vital blood onto the ancient copper mirror. The mirror's surface rippled, and a blue beam of light shot skyward, unfurling into a fan-shaped luminescence in the void. Reflected in the mirror was not the surrounding scenery, but a vast expanse of starry sky, the power of the stars cascading down like a waterfall. Almost simultaneously, the patriarch of the Liu family, Liu Kong, activated the Star Emperor's sword, producing a clear, resonant chime. This usually refined patriarch now had his hair and beard standing on end. Star Emperor's sword, severing the realm. Countless starlights burst forth from the sword, and upon reaching a critical point, erupted into a white sword energy radiating the might of emperors, clashing against the flaming axe. The golden armored emperor, Jin Sheng, summoned the golden emperor bell, transforming it into a colossal golden bell. Golden Emperor Bell, seal the world. The sound of the bell reverberated for miles, golden sound waves rippling out like a tangible force. As the attacks from the 3 imperial weapons coalesced, the demon fire emperor's flaming axe descended with a thunderous roar. Boom. The world fell silent for a moment, then erupted into a deafening cacophony. The moment the axe's blade made contact with the luminous barrier, sword energy, and sound waves, a blinding white light engulfed the entire battlefield, compelling both human and demon cultivators to instinctively shut their eyes. The tremendous roar rattled everyone, causing pain to throb in their heads. Lin Tianhai groaned, blood seeping from all 7 orifices, feeling as though a mountain pressed down upon the Xianxian mirror. The starry sky within the mirror trembled violently, and several stellar images shattered into fragments. Hold on. Liu Kong's lips bled, the starlight on the Star Emperor's sword dimming at a visible rate. Jin Sheng fared the worst, as the Golden Emperor bell was knocked back, causing him to spout a mouthful of blood. As the tumult gradually subsided, the human side realized that the Demon Fire Emperor's attack had failed. The Great Array remained intact, and joy surged among them. They blocked it. The 3 lords have thwarted the Demon Emperor's onslaught. The 3 lords are magnificent. Numerous cultivators cheered. Little did they know how desperate they had felt moments before. However, a thunderous reprimand from the Golden Armored Emperor interrupted their celebration. Humph. This is no time for rejoicing. Maintain the array with all your might. The next wave of attacks is imminent. At this, everyone regained their composure. Indeed, they had merely repelled a single assault. The opposing Demon Emperor could strike again at any moment. Furthermore, the 3 lords were merely quasi-emperors. Even with their full exertion of imperial weapons, it was unlikely they could sustain their defense for long. Their survival today remained uncertain. As expected, the Demon Fire Emperor launched another offensive. Humph. Mere quasi-emperors dare to impede me? The Demon Fire Emperor scoffed coldly, the scar on his brow slightly unfurling to reveal a glimmer of crimson light. Demon Flame Funeral. Suddenly, the temperature of the surroundings soared. To the shock of all present, a vast, ominous sea of demonic fire appeared above the Xianxian ravine, followed by a rain of black-red fireballs plummeting like meteors. Seeing this, Lin Xuan and his companions immediately activated their imperial weapons in defense. Xianxian Realm, Guardian of the Heavens. Star Emperor Sword, Star River Sword Domain. Golden Emperor Bell, Golden Emperor Barrier. Boom, boom. Though they exerted every ounce of their strength, they were still merely quasi-emperors. As the meteor-like fireballs continued to rain down, their defenses began to tremble precariously. Crack, crack. Realizing their defenses were on the verge of collapse, Lin Tianhai's eyes widened in alarm as he hurriedly channeled all his spiritual energy into the mirror. His internal spiritual sea dried up at an astonishing rate, within mere breaths. What had once been an ocean of power was reduced to a mere shallow layer. Lu Kong's situation was even more dire. The Star River Sword was inherently a weapon of slaughter, not defense. At that moment, the sword domain began to falter, with several nodes starting to disintegrate. Gritting his teeth, he drew a vial of pills from his robe, pouring its contents into his mouth without a second thought. Brother Lu, that's a soul ignite pill. The cost is tremendous. Jin Sheng exclaimed. I cannot afford to consider such matters now. If we fail to withstand this, our very lives will be in jeopardy. Lu Kong's white hair danced wildly as he consumed the pill, his aura surging, but tears of blood streamed from the corners of his eyes. The Star Emperor sword regained its brilliance, barely maintaining the integrity of the sword domain. In stark contrast to the trio's desperate struggle, the Demon Fire Emperor stood leisurely with his hands clasped behind his back, seemingly relishing this game of cat and mouse. Let us see how long you can hold out. He sneered and suddenly snapped his fingers. His assault grew increasingly ferocious, almost frenzied. A quarter of an hour later, bang. The defensive barrier of the Xianxian mirror finally succumbed under the relentless attack, shattering with a thunderous crash. Lin Tianhai was struck as if by a bolt of lightning, spewing forth several mouthfuls of blood, and his body was hurled backward, crashing into the mountainside, embedded deep within the rock face. The brilliance of the Xianxian mirror faded away, plummeting from the sky. Father, clan leader, Lin Xuan and the other members of the Lin family exclaimed in shock, rushing forward to assess Lin Tianhai's condition. Clan leader, emperor. The heads of the Lu family and the golden-armored emperor reacted similarly, with both factions hastening to check on their respective leaders and emperors. High above in the void, the three emperors, Lin Xianxiao and his companions, observed the scene below with increasing anxiety, their attacks intensifying. However, the Spirit Soul Demon Emperor and his companions held them firmly in check, denying them any chance of escape. If they could just hold off these three, victory would undoubtedly belong to their demonic realm today. Even if they could not slay the three, it would still be a tremendous gain. As the triple defenses crumbled, the attack from the Demon Fire Emperor struck heavily against the already teetering four symbols ceiling formation. Boom. Then came the heart-stopping sound of the Azure Dragon's lament, the White Tiger's roar, and the cracking of the Black Tortoise. The spectral forms of the four symbols simultaneously shattered, and the barrier splintered into countless scintillating shards. The residual demonic flames cascaded down amidst the human cultivators, igniting tens of thousands of them in an instant. They had no time to scream before being reduced to ashes. Ha! The formation is broken. Kill every last one of these human ants. The Demon Fire Emperor cackled maniacally, issuing commands. Kill. Ha! With the Demon Emperor here, these human ants are doomed. Cackling, the army of the demonic realm surged forth, a wave of darkness crashing against the defenseless human line. It is over. A young cultivator knelt upon the ground, his eyes reflecting the inferno above, his face a mask of despair. He was not alone. At that moment, the majority of human cultivators were engulfed in hopelessness. Just as doom seemed imminent, a flicker of violet light suddenly illuminated the horizon. The glow began as a mirrored, but swiftly expanded to cover half the sky. An inferno, more intense than the demonic flames yet brimming with vitality, swept forth, extinguishing the demonic fire in its path. What is this? The Demon Fire Emperor's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he turned sharply towards the source of the violet light. In the next moment, a clear, melodious phoenix cry resonated through the heavens, and from the violet flames emerged an elegant figure. It was a woman clad in a purple and gold gown, a flame mark adorning her forehead, with a phantom phoenix swirling about her. With each step she took, a purple flame lotus blossomed beneath her feet. The Phoenix Emperor. Someone recognized the incoming powerhouse, their voice trembling with excitement. Chapter 252, The Phoenix Emperor, The Battle Resumes. This exclamation echoed like thunder across the battlefield. causing the human cultivators to lift their gazes towards the resplendent violet sky. The spark of hope rekindled in their desperate eyes, as if a drowning soul had grasped the last lifeline. The smile on the demon fire emperor's face froze, his eyes narrowing as he focused on the graceful figure. His voice low and menacing. Feng Qing, how can it be you? How could your human race possibly send aid so swiftly? The woman in the purple and gold gown stood poised in the air, the phoenix phantom unfurling its wings behind her, casting a shadow over the land. Her countenance was cool, and the flame mark on her forehead pulsed as if alive. Her voice flowed like a clear spring. Demon fire, I must say. Had it not been for the esteemed friends of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion, your demonic realm would have certainly triumphed here. It turned out that the powerful beings of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion had been continuously using their divination techniques to forecast the situation on the front lines. Despite the obscurity cast by the demonic realm, they had still managed to uncover numerous schemes and tactics employed by them, including the defense of the Xiantian Gorge. Thus, the Human Alliance had promptly dispatched several emperors for support, with the Phoenix Emperor arriving to reinforce the Xiantian Gorge defense. The Heavenly Machine Pavilion, how detestable. Once again, these dead sorcerers have thwarted my plans. The Demon Fire Emperor's face turned ashen. He had been on the verge of obliterating this defense. The Phoenix Emperor paid him no heed. She merely lifted her hand gently, and the sky filled with purple flames transformed into countless firebirds, soaring toward the remaining demonic fire. The two flames clashed, producing hissing sounds as the demonic fire melted away like snow under the blazing sun. You, the Demon Fire Emperor's pupils constricted. How can my demonic flames be? Your fire is far too weak. The Phoenix Emperor, Feng Qinger, replied coolly. Before her words had fully faded, her jade fingers flicked, and a bolt of purple fire shot forth like an arrow, aimed directly at the Demon Fire Emperor's face. He hastily raised his hand to block, summoning a barrier of demonic fire before him. However, as the purple fire touched the barrier, it spread like a malignant growth, the demonic runes fading at a visible pace, before shattering with a resounding crash. Boom! Curse you! The Demon Fire Emperor roared in fury, forced to retreat to avoid the attack. This spectacle stunned everyone present. The human cultivators stood agape before erupting into jubilant cheers. It is the Phoenix Emperor. We are saved. Demon Fire, let us see how arrogant you can remain now. Kill. Follow the Emperor, and eradicate these demonic spawn. With morale soaring, the human cultivators no longer retreated, brandishing their treasures and bravely advancing toward the demonic army. The battlefield, which had previously seemed overwhelmingly one-sided, now presented a striking equilibrium. On the demonic side, many demon cultivators wore grim expressions. Several quasi-emperor demon lords congregated, whispering among themselves. What shall we do? The Phoenix Emperor is even stronger than the rumors suggest. The Demon Fire Lord seems to be suppressed. Silence. A red-haired demon lord barked. The struggle of emperors is not for you to discuss. Proceed with the attack as planned. Annihilate the humans. This individual was a descendant of the Demon Fire Emperor and would not allow others to disparage his ancestor. On the battlefield, Lin Xuan supported the gravely injured Lin Tianhai as they retreated to safety, administering a healing emperor-grade pill to Lin Tianhai. Father, you must rest and recuperate. Leave the rest to us, Lin Xuan said solemnly. Lin Tianhai, though pale, looked at his son with pride. Very well, my son of the Lin family. It is as it should be. Go, and be careful. Lin Xuan nodded resolutely, turning with determination in his eyes. He let out a mighty roar. Lin family disciples, kill. Kill. Lin Yan, Lin Dong, Lin Beixian, and the other young members of the Lin family responded fervently. Though they were youthful, each possessed formidable cultivation, the weakest among them being at the King Realm. Annihilation Fire Lotus Go. Lin Yan ignited with 5 colored flames, gradually forming a 5-colored fire lotus in his hand. The overwhelming aura emanating from the lotus made the surrounding demon cultivators at the respectable realm retreat in fear, for they sensed the presence of death emanating from it. However, Lin Yan would not allow them to have their way. He hurled the fire lotus fiercely. Boom! The fire lotus erupted around a dozen demon cultivators at the respectable realm, obliterating them in an instant. Meanwhile, Lin Dong moved like lightning, his spear radiating 5 colors of light, each hue signifying a different elemental attribute. He unleashed a relentless barrage upon the advancing demon cultivators. Devour, Flame Lance, Thunder Domain. With each strike, he claimed at least one demon cultivator's life. Prison of the Great Wilderness. Boom. After Lin Dong had annihilated a dozen demonic cultivators, he cast a glance at Lin Yan and the others not far away. Noticing their impressive displays of prowess, their fighting spirit surging ever higher. Kill. You little demon spawn, don't run. Submit to me and meet your demise. He could not allow himself to be outshone by them. The ferocity he exhibited even instilled a sense of dread among the demonic cultivators, making them feel as though they were the true demons, not him. Meanwhile, Lin Xian, Lin Yuan, and Lin Ziyi collaborated seamlessly, trapping and dispatching wave after wave of demonic foes. The 8 trigrams 9 yuan confinement array. Success. Ha ha ha. Old Yi has ensnared another. Let us go, old Xian. Lin Ziyi, adept in formations, would always set up the confinement arrays, allowing him and Lin Xian to capture their enemies effortlessly. This strategy proved consistently effective, as Lin Ziyi's speed in arranging formations far surpassed that of other cultivators of equivalent rank. Often, the demonic cultivators would not even realize they had fallen into the trap before it was too late, becoming easy prey for the trio. Moreover, the other prodigies of the Lin family were equally unwilling to be outdone, each showcasing remarkable talent. As the leader of this generation, Lin Xuan displayed astonishing combat prowess. Brandishing the sacred abyss sword, his swordplay flowed like water, every strike executed with precision. Any demonic cultivator who dared approach him met but one fate: death. By the end of the battle, none of the demonic cultivators dared to come near him. It was evident that this sixth son, a formidable sacred king, could easily dominate the battlefield of lesser cultivators. Even while concealing much of his strength, these demonic cultivators were simply no match for him. Why is everyone fleeing? Lin Xuan gazed upon the desolate area devoid of demonic foes within a 10-mile radius, feeling somewhat disheartened. He glanced at the battlefield of the sacred level, a flicker of temptation in his eyes, but ultimately decided against it. For the sake of avoiding future ambushes and assassination attempts, it is wiser to remain low-key. He then hoisted his sword and charged towards a demonic squad engaged in battle with a team from the North Wilderness Spirit Realm, located 10 miles away. Whoa, that freak is coming over. A demonic cultivator felt a chill run down his spine. Upon turning, he was instantly startled and turned to flee. Retreat. That Lin family freak is coming. Good grief. It's true. Run. I came here to claim battle spoils, not to court death. Seeing this, the other demonic cultivators hastily abandoned their opponents, fleeing the scene. Ultimately, Lin Xuan's performance drew the attention of a demon sage. The young ones of the Lin family possess some skill, a demon sage remarked coldly. The demon sage, known as Blood Crow, cackled ominously as he transformed into a shadow of blood, lunging toward Lin Xuan. Confident in his abilities as a perfected sacred realm cultivator, he believed it would be as easy as slaughtering a chicken to kill Lin Xuan. With a flick of his wrist, a multitude of blood crows surged towards Lin Xuan. Humph! Lin Xuan scoffed, his sword light, cascading down, obliterating the incoming blood crows with ease. Divine escape. Following this, a blade of dark red lightning shot directly at the true form of Blood Crow. The latter's expression shifted dramatically. In a panic, he summoned a sacred king-level bone shield, a life-saving artifact bestowed upon him by a revered elder of his clan. Yet, in the next moment, the sword light cleaved through the shield, leaving a deep wound that exposed bone on his chest. How is this possible? Blood Crow, aflame with fury, could hardly believe that a junior had injured him, especially when even his sacred king artifact had been shattered. Before he could react further, Lin Xuan's attack surged forth once more. Die! The speed of Lin Xuan's sword strikes was blinding, aimed directly at Blood Crow's throat. Before he could utter a sound, Blood Crow's head fell to the ground, his life extinguished, and his lingering soul obliterated by Lin Xuan's sword energy. Just as Lin Xuan prepared to launch another strike, a thunderous cry of a phoenix echoed through the skies. The onlookers instinctively looked up to see the Phoenix Empress manifesting a colossal celestial phoenix behind her, resplendent in purple and gold, radiating an imposing aura. In stark contrast, the Demon Fire Emperor faced a dire predicament, his luxurious imperial robe charred in multiple places, and his crimson hair singed and disheveled. The Phoenix Empress, however, remained composed and elegant, her only signs of strain being a slight depletion of spiritual energy. She bore no wounds, unlike the newly ascended Demon Fire Emperor, who had only just broken through a month prior. The Phoenix Empress had attained her emperor status a millennium ago, reaching the second tier of emperor cultivation. Were it not for the difficulty in slaying an emperor, she would have already subdued the Demon Fire Emperor. However, given the current circumstances, it was merely a matter of time before she subdued him. Fengqing, do not overstep your bounds. The Demon Fire Emperor bellowed, his hands forming seals as demonic flames surged around him, coalescing into a towering demonic shadow behind him. This shadow bore 3 heads and 6 arms, each hand wielding a fiery weapon, exuding an aura of terror. Even from a distance, both humans and demons on the ground felt a shiver of trepidation. The weaker cultivators fell to their knees, unable to rise. The true form of the Demon Fire? The Phoenix Empress raised an eyebrow, astonished that he had mastered such a forbidden technique, which explained his audacity. Now you fear? It is too late. Today, you shall witness the might of this emperor. With a sweeping motion, the six-armed demonic shadow launched its fiery weapons toward the Phoenix Empress. Axes, swords, spears, whips, hammers, and daggers, all struck with cataclysmic force, tearing the very fabric of space apart, leaving gaping black fissures that would not mend. In the face of such an onslaught, the Phoenix Empress remained unperturbed. She gently raised her jade hand. The celestial phoenix behind her let out a resonant cry, its wings enveloping her in a protective embrace. Boom, boom, boom. 6 thunderous explosions erupted in succession, sparks flying from the wings of the purple-gold phoenix, yet they remained unbroken. As the onslaught momentarily ceased, the wings suddenly unfurled, unleashing a torrent of countless purple-gold fire feathers that shot like arrows toward the Demon Fire Emperor. What? The Demon Fire Emperor gasped in shock, hastily commanding the demonic shadow to block the assault. However, the sheer volume and density of the fire feathers overwhelmed him, leaving numerous blood holes across his body. The most terrifying aspect was that those fire feathers, upon entering his body, did not dissipate. Instead, they moved within him like living entities, incinerating his meridians. With a groan, the Demon Fire Emperor spat a mouthful of black blood. How could your flames possibly harm me? He incredulously muttered, staring down at the blood holes in his chest, where purple flames continued to burn, impervious to his attempts at extinguishing them with demonic fire. The Phoenix Empress replied coolly, I told you, your flames are far too weak. She formed seals with her hands, and the celestial phoenix behind her solidified further, an ancient and noble aura permeating the air. The clouds above were painted a resplendent purple gold, as if the very heavens were responding to her call. Phoenix incineration of the world. These 4 simple words caused the Demon Fire Emperor's expression to drastically change. Without hesitation, he bit down on his tongue, spitting out a mouthful of vital blood, as the towering demonic shadow rapidly contracted, morphing into a blood-red armor that enveloped his entire body. The immortal demon fire body. Countless bizarre runes materialized upon the blood-red armor, causing the Demon Fire Emperor's aura to surge once more, allowing him to stand toe-to-toe with the Phoenix Empress. At this moment, the battle in the sky had reached a fever pitch. The celestial phoenix behind the Phoenix Empress had fully materialized. Each flap of its wings unleashed a tempest of purple flames. The Demon Fire Emperor, in a frenzied state, disregarded his injuries and launched a frenzied assault, the runes on his blood-red armor glowing ever brighter, as though on the verge of exploding. With a delicate wave of her hand, the Phoenix Empress sent forth 9 chains of purple flames that shot from the void, immediately ensnaring the Demon Fire Emperor's limbs. Phoenix 9 strikes. First strike, Soul Lock. The Demon Fire Emperor let out a furious roar, his entire body engulfed in demonic flames as he attempted to break free from the restraints. Yet, the purple flame chains remained immovable, tightening their grip and causing his demonic form to sizzle and crackle under the pressure. A mere flame dares to confine me? The Demon Fire Emperor sneered, his brow furrowing as a deep black beam shot forth from the mark upon his forehead. The celestial Phoenix Emperor, unwavering, summoned the ethereal image of the phoenix behind her, folding its majestic wings to deflect the black light entirely. Simultaneously, she formed seals with her hands and commanded, Second strike, Heart of Flames. The violet flame chains abruptly transformed into a liquid state, infiltrating the Demon Fire Emperor's body through his pores. A shudder coursed through his frame, pain etched upon his visage. What kind of fire is this? He exclaimed, a mix of astonishment and fury flooding him, as he realized his demonic heart was ensnared by the violet flames, causing his demonic energy to falter. The celestial Phoenix Emperor remained silent, her hand seals shifting once more. Third strike, Severing Veins. Boom. A radiant purple light erupted from within the Demon Fire Emperor, eliciting a wretched scream as violet flames spewed from his 7 orifices. The once mighty demon monarch finally succumbed to panic, desperately channeling his power to extinguish the violet fire raging within him. On the ground, the human cultivators beheld this spectacle, their spirits soaring. The celestial Phoenix Emperor was indeed worthy of her renown. The Demon Fire Old One had struck a formidable obstacle. Inhabitants of the demon realm, your emperor is on the verge of defeat. Why not surrender and meet your end with grace? Meanwhile, the demon realm's army grew increasingly anxious. Should the Demon Fire Emperor fall, none could withstand the onslaught of the celestial Phoenix Emperor. They would surely be routed. Rally yourselves. The Demon Emperor has yet to be defeated. He will not fall. Whoever dares to flee in this critical moment and disrupt our morale shall be the first to face my blade. Observing the shifting atmosphere on their side, the Demon Realm's Quasi-Emperors engaged in battle with the human Quasi-Emperors could no longer remain idle, and one shouted out. Upon hearing this, the morale of the Demon Realm's army stabilized, though it did not regain its previous fervor. As the saying goes, a single surge of energy can lead to exhaustion. When a mighty army loses its spirit, its combat effectiveness is naturally diminished. Chapter 253. The Fall of the Demon Emperor and the Collapse of the Demon Army. Fourth Strike. Shatterbones. The cold voice of the celestial phoenix emperor resonated through the heavens, as her fingertips coalesced violet flames into 9 slender fire needles, which pierced through the bones of the demon fire emperor. The newly ascended demon emperor let out a heart-wrenching cry, his skeleton cracking with a sound that sent chills down many spines. Countless cultivators gazed upward at the imperial clash, instinctively tightening their grips on their weapons. Despite the considerable distance, the overwhelming might of the emperors weighed heavily upon them, stifling their breaths. Even the quasi-emperors felt the pressure. The gulf between quasi-emperors and emperors, though seemingly just a matter of one realm, resembled an insurmountable chasm. This was the true majesty of an emperor, some ordinary cultivators murmured, their eyes gleaming with fervor. The demon fire emperor suddenly broke into maniacal laughter, madness lacing his tone. Feng Qing, you have forced my hand. He tore open his robe, revealing a chest adorned with bizarre, demonic runes. Today, let me show you what true world-burning flames are. Do you have the capability? Replied the celestial phoenix emperor, her voice calm. Yet she did not underestimate him. The ethereal phoenix image behind her contracted, transforming into a resplendent golden armor enveloping her form. The demon fire emperor formed an ancient seal with his hands, and his pores erupted with ink-black flames. Wherever those flames traversed, the very fabric of space melted like wax. With a sinister grin, he plunged his hands into his own chest, forcibly extracting a pulsating black heart. Burning heaven and boiling sea. The black heart exploded, unleashing a tempest of black flames that engulfed the sky, swallowing even the sunlight. The cultivators below were horrified to find their spiritual energy being gradually eroded by the encroaching black flames. That madman, he dares to burn the heart of an emperor. The cultivators gasped in shock. Though igniting the emperor's heart could temporarily amplify the strength of the demon fire emperor, it would inevitably lead to severe repercussions. The celestial phoenix emperor's brow furrowed as her jade hand swiftly formed 36 seals. The fiery mark upon her brow pulsed violently, and a colossal manifestation mirroring her appearance emerged behind her. The manifestation cradled a resplendent violet golden sun that ascended languidly. The black flames clashed with the great sun, erupting in a blinding explosion of light. Cultivators from both sides instinctively closed their eyes. Many were scorched by the searing radiance, crying out in pain. Everyone retreat. The voices of the demon lords and quasi-emperors echoed in every ear. Heeding the command, the cultivators abandoned their foes, hastily activating their escape techniques. Fearful of being caught in the aftermath of the emperor's battle. Boom! The earth-shattering roar reverberated throughout the realm. The shockwave carved 3 zhang from the ground, and the waterfall at Xiantian Gorge spiraled upwards, only to evaporate into mist amidst the rising heat. As the tumult subsided, the sight in the sky left everyone breathless. Half of the demon fire emperor's form had vanished, yet he still grinned wickedly as he hovered in the air. Meanwhile, the celestial phoenix emperor's golden armor was riddled with cracks, a trickle of blood escaping her lips, though her condition was far superior to that of the demon fire emperor. Feng Qing, how does the taste of my burning heaven and boiling sea strike you? The voice of the demon fire emperor rasped, yet exuded triumph, his eyes gleaming with the satisfaction of having wounded her. The celestial phoenix emperor wiped the blood from her lips, disdain evident in her tone. Foolish one, do you truly believe that burning the heart of an emperor can secure your victory? You have indeed inflicted some injury upon me. Your strength is commendable. But that is all. Today, let me show you what the true might of the celestial phoenix is. Suddenly, she spread her arms wide. Her true form and the manifestation behind her both began to dissolve into ethereal essence. The skies were filled with purple flames that converged upon her, like rivers returning to the sea. An ancient and regal aura awakened within her, as if a deity that had slumbered for millennia was stirring. The true form of the celestial phoenix. A resonant phoenix cry echoed through the heavens, and the figure of the celestial phoenix emperor vanished entirely, replaced by a colossal violet golden phoenix with a wingspan stretching 1,000 zhang. Each feather of this divine creature shimmered with profound runes, and its eyes shone like 2 violet suns, gazing down upon all beings. Fear finally crossed the face of the demon fire emperor. You have actually perfected the true form of the celestial phoenix. In response, a violet golden beam of light pierced through the void. The wrath of the phoenix. Where the beam traversed, space crumbled inch by inch. The demon fire emperor hastily summoned a defensive imperial artifact, yet it disintegrated into ashes upon contact with the beam. Desperately, he fused the remnants of his demonic flames into a shield, but it was still pierced through his chest by the radiant column. in a lamentable wail. The Demon Fire Emperor's demonic soul was ensnared by the violet flames, consumed in a fiery blaze. On the ground, the human Quasi-Emperors keenly seized the opportunity. Now is the time. Counterattack. The Demon Realm's Emperor has fallen. Let us slay them. Kill. The morale of the human cultivators surged like a tidal wave, crashing upon the disintegrating ranks of the Demon Realm army. This scene utterly shattered the spirit of the demon army. It was unclear who first shouted flee. But the demon army immediately scattered like birds startled from their roosts. In the sky, the battle between the Celestial Phoenix Emperor and the Demon Fire Emperor reached its climax. Celestial Phoenix Judgment. With a powerful flap of its wings, the violet golden phoenix released 9 chains from the void, binding the Demon Fire Emperor firmly. These chains burned with divine violet golden flames, incinerating the very foundation of the Demon Fire Emperor's cultivation. Feng Qing, how dare you? The Demon Fire Emperor, gripped by terror, felt his painstakingly cultivated path of power unraveling. The voice of the Celestial Phoenix Emperor resonated from within the divine bird, chilling and merciless. Demon Fire, this ends now. The violet golden phoenix ignited spontaneously, transforming into a divine flame that illuminated the heavens. Within that inferno, the silhouette of the Celestial Phoenix soared, bearing the overwhelming force of annihilation as it hurtled toward the Demon Fire Emperor. No, the Demon Fire Emperor roared in despair, exerting his last ounce of strength to tear open a rift in space, executing the blood escape technique to flee into the void. Regrettably, he could not escape at all. He was struck directly by the assault of the Celestial Phoenix Emperor. Divine flames enveloped his entire being, reducing his body to nothingness. A vengeful roar echoed from the depths of the void, gradually dissipating. The fall of the flame demon emperor plunged the morale of the Demon Realm army into utter despair. They dared not resist, but fled in panic. Meanwhile, the human race pursued relentlessly, determined to capture more demon cultivators. After dispatching the flame demon emperor, the Celestial Phoenix Emperor glanced at the defeated Demon Realm army, eliminating several quasi-emperor demon lords to ensure that the human forces would overpower the demon troops before hastening to the battlefield where Lin Xuan and his companions were located. These 3 demon emperors were of utmost importance. Below the rank of demon emperor, the demon cultivators were plentiful. The loss of this batch would hardly matter, and the demon realm would not mourn. However, capturing these 3 demon emperors would inflict considerable pain, even upon the vast demon realm. After all, an emperor is an unrivaled force in any clan or continent, and the fall of one is a tremendous loss, let alone 4 at once. Fellow Taoists, the Celestial Phoenix has come to assist. The Celestial Phoenix Emperor directly joined the fray. Ha, fellow Taoist Celestial Phoenix, your arrival is most opportune. With your assistance, they shall not escape today. Lin Xuan and his companions laughed heartily. With the Celestial Phoenix Emperor's presence, the 3 demon emperors, who were already at a disadvantage, found themselves thoroughly outmatched. Damn it, we shall fight to the death. The Spirit Soul Demon Emperor exchanged glances with his comrades and roared in defiance. They knew that if they did not fight with all their might, none of them would leave alive today. Boom. This chase lasted a full 3 days. By this time, the human race had reclaimed the Qingyun domain, where the Sacred Fire Dynasty resided, and the 5 million-strong army of the Demon Realm that had attacked the Xiantian Gorge defense line had suffered heavy casualties at the hands of the humans, leaving only a scant few scattered demon cultivators who either fled back to the Demon Realm or sought refuge with other attacking armies. Ultimately, of the 4 demon emperors who attacked the defense line, 3 perished, and 1 was severely wounded. Only the Spirit Soul Demon Emperor managed to escape with a fragment of his shattered imperial soul. In this battle, the human race emerged victorious. Chapter 254, Mutual Losses and Gains, the Great Defeat of the 9 Yuan Domain. In the Qingyun Domain, Human Alliance Headquarters. We owe much to fellow Taoist Celestial Phoenix for your timely support. Otherwise, we would have surely lost. The golden armored emperor raised a cup in a grand gesture to the Celestial Phoenix Emperor. Indeed, I never expected the demon realm to employ secret techniques to conceal the flame demon. Catching us off guard, nodded the Lu Wu Emperor, a hint of trepidation in his voice. Without the timely arrival of the Celestial Phoenix Emperor, their losses would have been catastrophic. That method is truly extraordinary. Even the 3 of us could not see through it, Lin Xuan remarked with a profound gaze. Thank you, fellow Taoist Celestial Phoenix. In response to the gratitude of Lin Xuan and his companions, the Celestial Phoenix Emperor smiled warmly, stating, there is no need for such formalities, esteemed fellows. I acted under orders, and we must also credit the discerning efforts of the Tiangong Pavilion for unveiling the Demon Realm schemes. Indeed, the celestial techniques of the Tiangong Pavilion are indeed unparalleled. I believe our human race will surely repel the Demon Realm this time. The news of the great victory at Xiantian Gorge spread like wildfire, quickly reaching every corner of the human territories. The Human Alliance headquarters rejoiced and widely proclaimed the achievements of the Xiantian Gorge cultivators, prompting the populace to sing their praises. Of course, it was not just the Qingyun domain. Any frontline victory would be heralded throughout the human lands. This was not only to commemorate their achievements, but also to bolster the morale of the human race. However, the demon realm was not to be underestimated. The vast battlefield encompassed only a small part of the Xiantian Gorge front. There were numerous other fronts that were even larger and more intense. Those lines of conflict, where high-level emperors, peak emperors, and even the most formidable heavenly emperors engaged, represented the true core of the struggle. These fronts were the crux of the ongoing contest. As it stands, both sides have tasted victories and defeats. In the 9 Yuan domain, at the Jilu Pass. This location marks the front line where the 9 Yuan domain meets the demon realm, a towering pass nestled between two mountains, resembling a slumbering giant, protecting the countless human citizens behind it. Atop the pass, the Cold Spirit Emperor stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his brow furrowed, clad in silver-white armor. His visage was resolute, his eyes sparkled with intensity, exuding an imposing imperial aura. The defense line was fortified with 1,000,000 cultivators, standing ready. Report. A blood-soaked general staggered up to the battlements, exclaiming, "The third defense line on the west has been breached." The Thunder Prison Demon Emperor is personally leading 1,000,000 demon troops toward Jilu Pass. The Cold Spirit Emperor's gaze sharpened. What of the Red Sun Quasi-Emperor? Was he not stationed at the western line? The general wept. Lord Red Sun has fallen. The Thunder Prison Demon Emperor struck with a single blow. Before he could finish, a blood-red hue appeared on the horizon. A dense wave of demonic energy surged forth, suffocating all in its wake. The cacophony of battle cries and the roars of demonic beasts grew louder, as if the Grim Reaper were knocking at the door of every soul. Taking a deep breath, the Cold Spirit Emperor's voice resonated across the entire Jilu Pass. "All troops, heed my command. Activate the 9 Heavens Demon Suppression Formation. Today, we shall stand or fall with Jilu Pass." Hundreds of thousands of human cultivators within the pass echoed in unison, their voices shaking the skies. Countless runes ignited, and a colossal light barrier slowly rose, enveloping the entire pass. However, as the blood-red demonic clouds approached, the hearts of all sank. Within the demonic clouds, there was not just the Thunder Prison Demon Emperor. There was another terrifying presence that was equally formidable, the Bone Demon Emperor. The color drained from the Cold Spirit Emperor's face. How could this be? Was he not supposed to be attacking the Sacred Spirit Domain? The simultaneous arrival of these two demon emperors was an unforeseen scenario for the 9 Yuan domain. The defenses of Jilu Pass could only withstand the onslaught of a single demon emperor at most. Hee, Cold Spirit Taoist, you seem to be well. The voice of the Thunder Prison Demon Emperor seeped through the great formation like a chilling wind from the netherworld, causing many human cultivators to feel their blood surge. He stood at the forefront of the demonic clouds, clad in black battle robes, his appearance both enchanting and sinister, with eyes as crimson as blood, seemingly capable of devouring all vitality. To his right stood the Bone Demon Emperor, towering over 10 feet, his skeletal form radiating a chilling aura of death. The Cold Spirit Emperor suppressed his shock and coldly replied, "To have both of you grace my Jilu Pass at once is quite a grand display." The Bone Demon Emperor replied with a sinister smile, "I have heard that the flame demons over at Xiantian Gorge have met with disaster. My ancestral court is furious and has commanded us to accelerate our progress. Today, we shall flatten your Jilu Pass." Before he could finish, both demon emperors struck simultaneously. The Thunder Prison Demon Emperor unleashed a palm, summoning a tempest of black lightning that crashed against the 9 Heavens Demon Suppression Formation, creating violent ripples. Meanwhile, the Bone Demon Emperor transformed into a colossal white skeleton, delivering powerful blows upon the fortifications of the pass. Inside Jilu Pass, 100,000 human cultivators exerted every effort to maintain the formation, their spirit stones consumed like flowing water, with many collapsing from exhaustion. "Hold on. Reinforcements are on the way," the Cold Spirit Emperor urged, raising his own imperial weapon, the 9 Ling Tian sword. The sword light soared into the sky, transforming into countless sword shadows to meet the assaults of the two demon emperors. However, facing two opponents proved to be an insurmountable challenge. In less than half a day, the 9 Heavens Demon Suppression Formation began to show signs of fractures. With another thunderous crash, the Western Formation finally could not withstand the pressure and collapsed with a deafening roar. The thousands of cultivators maintaining that section were instantaneously engulfed by demonic energy. Reduced to ashes, a breach appeared in the formation, and the demon army surged forth like a tidal wave. "Seal the breach." Emperor Hanling's eyes brimmed with fury as he charged towards the scene, his swordlight slicing through the ranks of demonic cultivators, leaving a trail of death in its wake. Yet, how could the two great demon emperors allow such an opportunity to slip away? Hanling, your adversaries are us, bellowed the thunder-prisoned demon emperor with a maniacal laugh as the two demon emperors swiftly encircled him. The three figures engaged in a fierce clash amidst the void, their imperial might colliding with a cataclysmic force that caused the very fabric of space to tremble and collapse. Each encounter reverberated through the Great Deer Pass, where human cultivators valiantly resisted the onslaught of the demonic horde, their blood staining the walls of the fortress, as lives were lost and new defenders rose to take their place. For the 9 Yuan domain, for humanity, a young cultivator cried out, detonating his own dantian in a desperate bid to take down dozens of demonic foes with him. This tragic spectacle ignited a flame of inspiration among many others, prompting a relentless tide of human cultivators to choose self-sacrifice at critical moments, striving to slay as many demons as possible and buy a fleeting moment of respite for their stronghold. However, the disparity in power was insurmountable. The two demon emperors, united, began to wear down Emperor Hanling. In a moment of miscalculation, he was struck in the back by the thunder-prisoned demon emperor, causing him to spew forth blood. A resolute glimmer flashed in Hanling's eyes. If that is the case, then let us perish together. His aura surged violently, the imperial heart within him igniting with fervor. The 9 Ling heaven soared, emitting a mournful cry, its blade fracturing under the strain. No, he intends to self-destruct and detonate the imperial weapon, exclaimed the thunder-prisoned demon emperor in alarm, as both demon emperors hastily retreated. The self-detonation of an emperor was a perilous affair. A single misstep could lead to their own demise, compelling them to flee with utmost haste. Yet, it was too late. With my imperial blood, I shall honor the 9 Yuan, roared Emperor Hanling, transforming into a blinding radiance that erupted with cataclysmic force. A thunderous boom resonated across the skies above the Great Deer Pass, a wave of terrifying energy sweeping across the landscape, obliterating countless demonic cultivators in its luminous embrace. The two demon emperors were sent flying thousands of miles away, sustaining grievous injuries despite their desperate attempts to shield themselves. Ultimately, they survived, but at a terrible cost. Half a day later, not a single human cultivator remained alive within the 9 Yuan domain. Chapter 255, A Glorious Victory in the Holy Spirit Domain. In stark contrast to the tragic fate of the 9 Yuan domain, the neighboring Holy Spirit domain painted a different picture. The Holy Spirit domain, unlike other territories inhabited by humans, was a harmonious blend of the Holy Spirit race and humanity, their intermarriage having long since blurred the lines between them. The Holy Spirit race had pledged allegiance to humanity ages ago, rendering them a subordinate race, naturally attuned to the spiritual energies of heaven and earth. They cultivated at remarkable speeds and possessed unique innate abilities. At this moment, on the border of the Holy Spirit domain, within the Tianlan Plains, the demonic army was in full retreat. Holy Spirit dance, the Holy Spirit Empress called out, 12 pairs of radiant wings manifesting behind her as countless luminous feathers shot forth like arrows towards the demonic forces. Wherever they struck, demonic cultivators were reduced to ash. Opposing her was the 7 Emotions Demon Emperor, who, under her relentless assault, found himself in a dire predicament. How is it possible? How could your strength have increased so dramatically? The 7 Emotions Demon Emperor exclaimed in disbelief and fury as he struggled to fend off the barrage of light. The Holy Spirit Empress chuckled lightly. It is merely that your cultivation has lagged behind. As she spoke, she wielded a whip of holy light, striking at the 7 Emotions Demon Emperor. Ah! He cried out in agony, a gaping wound appearing on his body, demonic blood spilling onto the ground and corroding it into deep craters. Meanwhile, the other 2 emperors of the Holy Spirit domain, the Lingyun Emperor and the Windhowl Emperor, joined forces against the Pain Demon Emperor and the Sadness Demon Emperor, who were equally overwhelmed. The Lingyun Emperor wielded a jade flute, producing sanctified melodies that purged the demonic energies, while the Windhowl Emperor transformed into a tempest, sweeping across the battlefield and tearing apart the demonic cultivators in his path. The Pain and Sadness Demon Emperors roared in fury against the dual onslaught, yet could not breach their combined defenses. Your Majesty, the time has come, the Windhowl Emperor proclaimed. The Holy Spirit Empress nodded, soaring into the sky, her hands forming seals. Holy Spirit race, heed my command. Activate the 10,000 Spirits Purification Array. On the plains, 100,000 Holy Spirit warriors, lying in ambush, released their spiritual power simultaneously, summoning a colossal light array that rose from the ground, enveloping the entire battlefield. No, this is a trap. The 7 Emotions Demon Emperor screamed in terror, seeking to flee. only to discover he was ensnared within the array, immobile. The pain and sadness demon emperors were directly suppressed by the formation, their demonic bodies beginning to dissolve. The Holy Spirit Empress's gaze turned icy. The demon domain harbors sinister ambitions. Having violated our territory, today shall be your end. The sacred mark on her brow blazed with brilliance, resonating with the grand array. Countless chains of light shot forth from the formation, ensnaring all demonic cultivators. I refuse to accept this. The 7 emotions demon emperor struggled desperately, even attempting to self-destruct his demon heart, but the array held him firmly in check. Unmoved, the Holy Spirit Empress continued to channel the formation. The chains tightened relentlessly, and the screams of the demonic cultivators echoed through the air. 3 hours later, the Tianlan plains lay tranquil once more. 300,000 demonic soldiers, including the 3 demon emperors, were utterly annihilated, leaving not a trace of demonic energy behind. The Holy Spirit warriors and human cultivators erupted into jubilant cheers, celebrating this resounding victory. The Windhowl Emperor approached the Holy Spirit Empress, respectfully declaring, "Your Majesty, this battle has ended in triumph. The demonic forces invading the Holy Spirit domain have been completely wiped out." However, the Lin Xuan Emperor wore a worried expression, "Yet we remain uncertain about the situation in other territories. I have just received word that the Great Deer Pass in the 9 Yuan domain has fallen." The Holy Spirit Empress sighed softly. "It is a pity for my friend Hanliang. Relay the message to reorganize our forces and remain vigilant against the demonic cultivators from the 9 Yuan domain." She gazed into the distance, her eyes deep with a hint of trepidation. "Demon domain. Is your true objective merely resources and territory?" Chapter 256. Deliberations to reclaim the 9 Yuan domain. In the demon domain, the ancestral home of the demonic path, within a mysterious space, 10 thrones were arranged in a row, each occupied by a figure of unparalleled demonic might. The progress has been remarkably smooth. Both the human and demon races are preoccupied with the front lines. "I believe it is time to commence our plans," a resonant demonic voice echoed, causing the very space to tremble. Yet, this opinion was swiftly met with dissent. "Patience is warranted. We have paid a significant price for this plan, and it would be prudent to proceed cautiously to avoid jeopardizing our efforts." A suggestion emerged. "Let us wait for another 6 months. Allow the human and demon races to lower their guard completely, focusing solely on the front lines before we initiate our strategy. It will be foolproof." Others clearly favored this more cautious approach, voicing their agreement. "I concur that we should adopt a more prudent stance. We must achieve success in one decisive blow. It is indeed premature at this moment." The individual who had initially proposed a swift action found himself isolated, feeling a sting of humiliation as none supported his view. With a cold snort, he vanished from sight. I shall wait another 6 months. Soon, the entire space returned to a semblance of calm. Holy Spirit Domain. 2 days had passed since the glorious victory in the Holy Spirit Domain. Within the realm of the Holy Spirit race, the Holy Spirit Empress, along with the Lin Xuan Emperor and the Windhowl Emperor, was receiving reports from their subordinates. "Your Majesty, we have slain 2 waves of demonic cultivators from the Golden Origin domain at the northwestern border." Just then, the Holy Spirit Empress abruptly looked towards the east, her holy mark glowing faintly. "Guests are arriving." No sooner had she spoken than the 3 of them appeared in the void above. From the eastern horizon, 3 figures suddenly materialized, swiftly approaching the Holy Spirit Empress and her companions. The newcomers were none other than Lin Xiao, the Lu Wu Emperor, and the Golden Armored Emperor. "Holy Spirit friends, congratulations on your resounding victory in the Holy Spirit domain." Lin Xiao and his companions beamed with smiles, their voices booming like thunder as they clasped their hands in greeting. Following this, they also offered respectful salutes to the Lin Xuan and Windhowl Emperors, esteemed friends. "It is an honor to finally meet you." The Empress of the Holy Spirit nodded slightly, a delicate smile gracing her lips. "Your praise, Thunder Emperor, is unwarranted. I presume the 3 of you have not traversed countless miles merely to extend your congratulations, have you?" Emperor Lu Wu, straightforward as ever, replied, "Let us dispense with pleasantries. I trust you are already aware of the situation in the 9 Yuan domain. Following the demonic realm's occupation, they have not pressed further, but have instead begun fortifying defenses, seemingly intending to use it as a springboard for ambitions in the surrounding territories." The Empress exchanged glances with the 2 other emperors, Feng Xiao and Lin Xuan, and after a moment of contemplation, she responded, "This matter is of grave significance and warrants careful deliberation. I invite you 3 to accompany me back to the City of the Holy Spirit, where we may discuss it in detail." The City of the Holy Spirit, situated at the terminus of the Holy Spirit Plains and nestled against the undulating Holy Spirit mountain range, boasted architecture that starkly contrasted with other human realms. Constructed predominantly from white jade and spiritual wood, the city featured towering spires and streets lined with luminescent spiritual flora, creating an enchanting harmony with nature. Within the Holy Spirit Palace, the 6 emperors were seated on either side. Lin Xiao raised his hand to cast a spell, and a three-dimensional map of the 9 Yuan domain materialized at the center of the hall, clearly delineating the distribution of the demonic forces and their fortifications. According to the latest intelligence, the 9 Yuan domain had received reinforcements of 2 additional demonic legions, bringing their total to a conservative estimate of at least 8 million demonic troops and 6 demon emperors. What? The Empress of the Holy Spirit and her companions gasped in astonishment. Having recently concluded a battle, they were preoccupied with post-war affairs and had been unable to gather intelligence on the 9 Yuan domain. They were taken aback by how swiftly the demonic realm had provided support, especially with 5 demon emperors arriving at once. The prospect of 6 demon emperors launching a sudden assault on the Holy Spirit domain was indeed alarming. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the Empress quickly gestured for Lin Xiao to continue. Apologies, please proceed, she urged. The demonic forces in the 9 Yuan domain are primarily concentrated in 3 regions. Lin Xiao indicated 3 areas glowing red on the map: Tianling, the Black Mist Marsh, and the site of the old Giant Deer Pass. The Giant Deer Pass served as their command center, guarded by 3 demon emperors, while 2 demon emperors were stationed at Tianling and 1 at the Black Mist Marsh. Before the Empress could speak, Emperor Lu Wu interjected. Moreover, the demonic realm is establishing colossal demonic formations in these 3 locations, seemingly intending to create a triangular super array that would envelop the entire 9 Yuan domain. The golden armored emperor focused intently. This array is anything but simple. It not only corrupts the land, but also siphons the ley line energy of the 9 Yuan domain. Having heard Lin Xiao and his companions, the Empress of the Holy Spirit remarked gravely, "It is imperative that we act swiftly. If the ley lines become completely contaminated, even if we reclaim the 9 Yuan domain, it would take centuries for recovery." Emperor Feng Xiao proposed a strategy. "I suggest we divide our forces. One contingent should advance directly on the Giant Deer Pass to draw the main force's attention, while the other strikes the other 2 focal points to disrupt the demonic formations." The golden armored emperor nodded in agreement. "I, along with Brother Lu Wu and Brother Lin, can lead the elite forces of the Qingyun domain straight to the Giant Deer Pass to confront the main forces head-on. The Holy Spirit domain can be responsible for dismantling the other 2 focal points." The Empress of the Holy Spirit concurred immediately. "I shall take a team to Tianling to engage, while Ling Yun and Feng Xiao will swiftly eliminate the Demon Emperor and the focal point at the Black Mist Marsh, before regrouping with me to eradicate the Demon Cultivators and focal point at Tianling, culminating in a joint assault on the Giant Deer Pass. What do you 3 think?" she inquired, gazing at Lin Xiao and his companions. "Dear Empress, this will place considerable strain upon you. Are you certain?" Lin Xiao expressed concern. "It is merely a matter of distraction. As long as Ling Yun and the others act swiftly, I foresee no issues. We shall undoubtedly resolve the situation at the Black Mist Marsh," Ling Yun assured, seeing the Empress's determination and refraining from dissent. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xiao and his companions replied, "In that case, we have no objections." At that moment, Emperor Feng Xiao suddenly spoke up. "What stance does the Alliance headquarters take? Such an extensive operation will undoubtedly require their support." The golden armored emperor chuckled. "Rest assured, my friend. We have already submitted our plan to the Alliance headquarters and should receive a response shortly." As they conversed, a beam of golden light shot into the hall, landing in the golden armored emperor's hand and transforming into a jade talisman. He scanned it with his consciousness, a faint smile spreading across his face. "The Alliance headquarters has approved our plan. They will mobilize forces from the surrounding territories to deter potential reinforcements from the demonic realm and will dispatch a significant amount of resources to support us, with additional troops on standby for assistance." "Excellent," Lin Xiao exclaimed, rising from his seat. "In that case, we must not delay. Let us prepare swiftly and launch our offensive tomorrow." However, the Empress of the Holy Spirit interjected. "Hold on, my dear friend. If we are to engage in battle, we must be thoroughly prepared. 3 days from now will be the night of the full moon, during which the Holy Spirit tribe's combat prowess will increase by 30%. We shall initiate our assault then." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao nodded in agreement. "I understand. Let us set the time for the 3rd night at midnight, launching our offensive from the east and west simultaneously." Chapter 257. The battle to reclaim the 9 Yuan domain commences. After several hours of deliberation and finalizing all details, Lin Xiao and his companions bowed in farewell. "Friends, having concluded our discussions, we shall return to prepare. Farewell." "Very well. Travel safely, and in 3 days, we shall undoubtedly reclaim the 9 Yuan domain. An hour later, Lin Xiao and his companions returned to the headquarters of the human race in the Qingyun domain. Upon their return, they were met by Lin Tianhai and other quasi-emperors who had been waiting anxiously. Great Ancestor, was your mission successful? Lin Tianhai inquired. His eyes filled with hope. Not only he, but other quasi-emperors such as the head of the Lu family and the golden armored emperor also looked expectantly at the 3 emperors, awaiting their response. Indeed, Lin Xiao replied with a smile. We have arranged an offensive with the 3 emperors of the Holy Spirit domain for 3 days hence. Our primary objective is to engage the demon cultivators at the Giant Deer Pass, while the 3 allies will attack Tianling and the Black Mist Marsh in 2 separate forces. If all goes well, once they have dealt with the demon cultivators at Tianling and the Black Mist Marsh, they will hasten to the Giant Deer Pass to join us in a decisive victory and reclaim the 9 Yuan domain. Emperor Lu Wu added. Furthermore, the Alliance headquarters will provide a supply of resources to assist our offensive tomorrow, while also ensuring that the defense lines of nearby territories are prepared to deter any potential reinforcements from the demonic realm. Thus, we will only need to focus on confronting the demon cultivators in the 9 Yuan domain. The golden armored emperor reassured the gathered quasi-emperors, who felt a wave of relief wash over them. It seemed that the 3 emperors and the Alliance headquarters had thoroughly considered their plans. With that settled, they merely needed to cooperate wholeheartedly. Now, let us discuss our internal arrangements within the Qingyun domain. After you hear the details, you may proceed with your preparations. 3 days may be but a fleeting moment for cultivators, yet for the Holy Spirit domain and the allied forces of the Qingyun domain, these 3 days stretched on interminably, heavy with the weight of impending conflict. An atmosphere thick with tension pervaded the air. Groups of armored warriors, resolute and formidable, silently moved towards their designated areas. On the towering spires, the glowing runes pulsated with increasing intensity, akin to the awakening gaze of a colossal beast, coldly surveying the direction of the 9 Yuan domain. Within the 2 domains, the final pre-battle council had concluded. Though separated by distance, Lin Xiao and the other 5 emperors seemed to share a deep connection, almost instinctively appearing before their respective armies at the onset of nightfall. The 6 emperors, their auras restrained yet still commanding, caused the very air to tremble with their presence. Lin Xiao and his 2 companions stood with hands clasped behind their backs, their gazes fixed upon the assembled forces, esteemed warriors. This battle concerns the safety of the human realm and the very future of the 9 Yuan domain. Let us unite our efforts and achieve victory in one fell swoop. Victory for the human race. Victory for the human race. Victory for the human race. The crowd responded in unison, their gazes sharp as blades. Meanwhile, in the sacred spirit domain, the Holy Spirit Empress was enveloped in a gentle radiance of moonlight. She nodded slightly, her voice clear and resolute. With the moonlight at its zenith, our sacred spirit clan shall surely vanquish the demonic cultivators and seize the 9 Yuan. Kill, kill, bang, bang, bang. The deep, resounding sound of war drums echoed from Sacred Spirit City and the headquarters of the Qingyun domain, their vibrations infused with extraordinary spiritual energy, swiftly spreading in all directions, drowning out the cacophony of insects and the howling winds. Advance, 9 Yuan domain. At this moment, the demonic cultivators within the 9 Yuan domain remained oblivious to the impending danger. By the time they realized it, it was already too late. The human army had breached their core defenses. The border between the 9 Yuan domain and the Sacred Spirit domain was now a battleground. On the western front, the Sacred Spirit army, led by the Holy Spirit Empress, was flanked by the Wind Howling Emperor and the Lingyun Emperor. Wind Howling and Lingyun. The Black Fog Marsh is entrusted to you. The voice of the Holy Spirit Empress resonated through her armor, lacking her usual gentleness and imbued with a steely coldness. We must achieve a swift resolution. Rest assured, Your Majesty, we shall not fail in our duty, proclaimed the Wind Howling Emperor. The Lingyun Emperor remained silent, merely nodding gently. Her long sword, reminiscent of autumn waters, emitted a soft chime, its sword intent soaring into the heavens, fracturing the moonlight around her. Then let us depart. With a graceful wave of her jade hand, the Holy Spirit Empress commanded the 400,000 troops of the Sacred Spirit domain to split into 2. 300,000 surged forth with her towards the Tianling, while the remaining 100,000 followed the Lingyun Emperor straight to the Black Fog Marsh. On the eastern front, at the juncture of the 9 Yuan domain and the Qingyun domain, Lin Xiao, the Golden Armor Emperor, and the Lu Wu Emperor hovered before the army, which was a formidable force of 400,000 human soldiers. They wielded sharp weapons, their banners fluttering, emblazoned with the characters for Lin, Jin, and Lu, resounding in the air. Massive warships and chariots traversed the void, rumbling as their hulls glimmered with layers of runes, and colossal spiritual cannons flickered with destructive radiance. Countless cultivators rode their swords, their sword lights converging into a metallic torrent, slicing through the clouds. We will soon enter the 9 Yuan domain. Stay alert and proceed as planned. Kill. The authoritative voices of the three emperors resonated in the ears of every cultivator. Kill, kill, kill. The thunderous battle cries soared into the sky. Lin Xianxiao remained composed, merely gesturing. Advance into the 9 Yuan. With no further ado, the iron tide surged forward, flooding into the 9 Yuan domain. As they passed, the once verdant hills and clear waters of the 9 Yuan had long vanished, revealing the earth's purple-black scars. And the air was thick with a faint demonic aura. Twisted plants, increasingly corrupted, grew in unnatural forms, bearing their fangs. An eerie demonic mist, barely perceptible, attempted to obstruct the moonlight's illumination. Clearly, under the rampant alterations of the demonic domain, the 9 Yuan had begun its transformation into a land of darkness. Without interference, once the last vestige of spiritual soil in the 9 Yuan turned to demonic earth, it would truly become a realm of demons. Normally, this transformation would take decades, if not centuries. However, the demonic realm sought to expedite the process, establishing focal points at the Jilu Pass, Tianling, and Black Fog Marsh, deploying an unparalleled demonic formation to hasten this transition. This formation not only accelerated the demonic transformation of the 9 Yuan, but also possessed formidable defensive capabilities, ensuring the 9 Yuan could not be easily breached. Thus, it would serve as a bastion for the demonic forces in the surrounding domains. According to the demonic realm's projections, under the influence of this formidable formation, the 9 Yuan could fully transform into a demonic land within a year. It was precisely for this reason that the demonic army was stationed in 3 locations rather than concentrating on one. Ahead lay the perimeter defenses of the demonic realm. According to the plan, those responsible for these defenses would remain behind, while the rest would advance. Suddenly, the voices of the 3 emperors echoed across the ranks of the army. Boom! With the first thunderous roar, the battle was officially ignited. Not good. It's the human race from Qingyun domain. Quickly, send word to the demon emperor at Jilu Pass. No time, it's too late. The defenses of the demonic realm, apart from the 3 core strongholds like Jilu Pass, also included various outer defenses. Normally, these outer lines serve to delay the enemy's advance, granting time for the core defenses to prepare. However, due to the sudden assault by the Qingyun domain and the Sacred Spirit domain, whose strength utterly overwhelmed these defenses, they fell before the human army could even mount a proper response. Those defenses scarcely had time to send alerts before being annihilated. Thus, the human army surged forth, leaving a trail of demonic corpses in their wake. Meanwhile, within Jilu Pass, the Bone Demon Emperor, the Thunder Prison Demon Emperor, and the Giant Axe Demon Emperor, who had come to offer support, remained oblivious to the approaching danger, indulging in their revelries. Inside a grand hall, a subordinate, a prospective demon lord, nervously addressed the 3 demon emperors. Great demon emperors, I still harbor some concerns. After all, there are rumors of potential movements from the human race. He cast a cautious glance at the trio, who were reveling with a beautiful demoness. Stealing himself with a sip of wine, he added, I am apprehensive. Oh. The Thunder Prison Demon Emperor, relishing the enchanting voice of the alluring demoness in his embrace, responded languidly, What are you so anxious about? It's merely a rumor. Do those 3 emperors from the Qingyun domain dare to invade the 9 Yuan? The Thunder Prison Demon Emperor scoffed. Enough. Do not disturb my enjoyment. He waved his hand dismissively. Let the music play, and the dance continue. Chapter 258, The Frantic Demon Emperor. However, witnessing the nonchalance of the 3 demon emperors, the prospective demon lord felt a twinge of anxiety, but dared not speak further. Should he provoke their displeasure, he could easily find himself silenced with a mere flick of their hand. Thus, the hall was again filled with the raucous sounds of demonic revelry. Haha, my little darling. Keep calling. If it pleases me, I might even elevate you to the status of a demon lord. Amidst this, the human army pressed forward, ready to breach the outer defenses. It was only then that the demonic cultivators within the core defenses realized that the human army had nearly arrived at their doorstep. Report. Demon Emperor, urgent news. The human race. A frantic demon soldier rushed in, his face etched with urgency. What is with the panic? The Thunder Prison Demon Emperor reprimanded. What is happening with the humans? Reporting, my lord. The humans are invading. They've nearly reached here. The demon soldier stammered. Just humans? What? The humans are almost here? The 3 demon emperors, upon processing this information, were instantly alarmed, their eyes fixed intently on the demon soldier. They questioned their own hearing, their expressions a mix of disbelief and shock. Yes, my lord. It is indeed the humans from Qingyun domain. They are mere 2 outer defenses away from Jiulu Pass. They will likely reach us in no time. The soldier, not daring to conceal any details, quickly relayed all the information he had just received. The 3 demon emperors exchanged glances, realizing the gravity of the situation. Quick, summon all forces within the pass and prepare for battle. Their earlier indulgence was now replaced with urgency as they issued commands. You all must prepare as well. Move swiftly. Yes, my lord. The sorcerer of the Grand Hall promptly rose to his feet and swiftly dashed outside. Damn it! How dare this group of humans from the Qingyun domain challenge us? The expression of the Thunder Prison Demon Emperor was exceedingly grim. Just moments ago, he had confidently assured his subordinates that the human race would not dare to invade. Yet here he was, confronted with the alarming news of their incursion, which was a severe blow to his pride. Following the issuance of commands, all the demon cultivators within the giant deer pass began to gather and hurriedly prepare for battle. Half an hour later, within the confines of the giant deer pass, the Thunder Prison Demon Emperor and his 2 companions gazed solemnly into the distant void. Although it appeared empty at present, they could sense an overwhelming aura rapidly approaching their location. Have we received any news from the Bone, Heavenly Ridge, or Black Mist Marsh? The Thunder Prison Demon Emperor inquired slowly. None, replied the Bone Demon Emperor, shaking his head, his countenance somber. Upon hearing this, both the Thunder Prison and the Giant Axe Demon Emperors furrowed their brows in concern. It seemed that the humans had come prepared. Unbeknownst to them, a cataclysmic battle was already unfolding in the Heavenly Ridge and Black Mist Marsh, where the stationed demon emperors were too preoccupied with their own struggles to attend to their concerns. Due to the location of the giant deer pass deep within the 9 Yuan domain, and the Heavenly Ridge and Black Mist Marsh being somewhat on the periphery, the Holy Spirit domain had already engaged with the demon domain before the Qingyun domain had the chance to react. At the Heavenly Ridge, the scene was one of utter chaos, with human cultivators and demon sorcerers clashing in a fierce battle across the skies and the ground. Various attacks were dazzling, and casualties were occurring on both sides. Above the void, the Holy Spirit Empress single-handedly faced off against the 2 demon emperors, causing stars to fall and galaxies to shatter, showcasing her formidable prowess as an empress. Despite facing 2 adversaries, she held her ground effectively, successfully stalling the 2 demon emperors and preventing them from aiding the Black Mist Marsh. With a cold glint in her eyes, the Holy Spirit Empress formed a seal with her hands, causing the staff before her to advance slightly. Light of the Holy Spirit. This staff was a treasured relic passed down through her lineage, its rank exceedingly high, transcending the category of imperial weapons and advancing towards the realm of celestial weapons. Although its power did not quite match that of a celestial weapon, it far surpassed that of a typical imperial weapon. Relying on it, combined with the heightened combat abilities bestowed by her racial talents under the moonlight, the Holy Spirit Empress was able to contend against 2 opponents. As the Holy Spirit Empress executed her move, the gem atop her staff erupted with an unprecedented brilliance, akin to wielding a miniature moon in her grasp. A colossal beam of pure moonlight and holy power surged forth, obliterating the demonic mist in its path and shattering the void, targeting one of the demon emperors directly. Sensing the lethal threat posed by the attack, the demon emperor hastily deployed all defensive measures while calling for his companion's assistance. Junmo, quick, assist me. The other demon emperor understood that if the first were to fall, he alone would not be a match for the Holy Spirit Empress. Thus, he swiftly intervened to help mitigate the crisis. Junmo Cauldron, engage. Junmo Fist. Boom. United, the 2 demon emperors succeeded in neutralizing the Holy Spirit Empress's attack. What a pity. If only I could have severely wounded one of them, lamented the Holy Spirit Empress. Just as she regained her composure to continue her assault, her adversaries launched yet another attack. Meanwhile, at the Black Mist Marsh, the situation starkly contrasted with the fierce struggle at the Heavenly Ridge. Here, the tide of battle was overwhelmingly in favor of the humans. The Wind Howl Emperor and Spirit Rime Emperor pressed forward relentlessly, cornering the Demon Emperor of the Black Mist Marsh with unyielding force. The injuries sustained by the Demon Emperor were accumulating. Defeat or death was merely a matter of time. Boom. Uft. The Demon Emperor was struck once more by the Spirit Rime Emperor, severing his right arm and causing him to spew forth blood. However, due to the resilience of emperors, as long as their essence remained intact, they could rapidly recover, even if their physical form were shattered. You 2 damned humans. Relying on numbers to overwhelm. Why not face me one-on-one? Roared the Demon Emperor in fury, swinging his newly restored right arm in a powerful punch. Huh. If we can gang up on you, why would we fight you alone? Scoffed the Wind Howl Emperor, intensifying his onslaught. The Spirit Rime Emperor, not one for idle chatter, unleashed even more ferocious sword strikes, leaving the Demon Emperor in despair. Curse you. I will not let you go unpunished in the future. Humph. You have no future. At the giant deer pass, the forces of the Qingyun domain had arrived at the gates, poised to launch their assault. Haha, Thunder Prison, Bone, judging by your expressions. It seems we are not so welcome, remarked Lin Xiao, his three companions reveling in the dismay reflected on their opponents' faces. Unhurried to engage, they opted instead for mockery. For their mission was merely to stall the demon cultivators at the giant deer pass while awaiting reinforcements from the Holy Spirit domain to eliminate their foes in one fell swoop. As the saying goes, to kill the heart is to slay the foe. Lin Xiao and his companions embodied this sentiment perfectly. Upon hearing their taunts, the three demon emperors were incensed, wishing to unleash their fury. How dare you? You've already struck our faces, yet you expect us to smile? The sight of Lin Xiao and his companions, so relaxed and mocking, prompted the Thunder Prison Demon Emperor to roar, Thunder Emperor, Lu Wu, Golden Armor, you are courting death. Chapter 259, The Fierce Battle. Before the giant deer pass, the air was thick with murderous intent. Lin Xiao hovered in the air, surrounded by crackling lightning, resembling a thunderous deity descending from the heavens. He gazed at the Thunder Prison Demon Emperor, whose face was ashen, and a smirk crept across his lips. Thunder Prison. We stand here now. How do you intend to proceed? The Thunder Prison trio were nearly equal in realm to him, and as for strength, while others may be uncertain, he was confident that he could remain undefeated against any one of the three. With no worries plaguing him, he was ready for battle. As for the Thunder Prison trio's decision to remain within the pass, it mattered little. It conserved their energy for when their allies from the Holy Spirit domain arrived, at which point they would collectively annihilate their foes. The Thunder Prison Demon Emperor trembled with rage, dark lightning crackling around him. Thunder Emperor, do not be arrogant. Today, you shall not return. Ha. The Golden Armor Emperor laughed heartily, his golden armor gleaming brilliantly under the sunlight. You think you stand a chance against us? The Bone Demon Emperor sneered darkly. Humph. We are not like those useless fire demons. Before his words could fully escape, 6 terrifying auras erupted simultaneously, altering the very fabric of reality. The Imperial might resonated throughout the world. The Thunder Prison Demon Emperor struck first, unleashing a bolt of thunderous magic towards Lin Xiao. Aware that they both practiced the way of thunder, he intended to determine who was superior in this domain. Come on, Lin Xiao shouted, swinging his hand to unleash a purple lightning bolt to meet the Thunder Prison Demon Emperor's attack. The two distinctly different forces of lightning clashed violently, producing a deafening roar, with sparks illuminating the sky for miles around. As their battle intensified, they soon vanished from the sight of the spectators. Yet the echoes of thunder and explosions continued to resonate from the depths of the void. As the two combatants clashed, Lu Wu and the skeletal figures, hesitation dissipated, and the battle ensued. Skeleton, I shall face you. On the other side, the Great Emperor Lu Wu and the Skeletal Demon Emperor had also engaged in combat. The Great Emperor Lu Wu's sword tore through the void, each strike imbued with the power to annihilate the heavens and the earth. However, the Skeletal Demon Emperor was unfazed, surrounded by countless phantasmal bones that transformed into sharp blades or solidified into bone shields, creating a formidable defense that was exceedingly difficult to contend with. Meanwhile, the Golden Armored Emperor confronted the Giant Axe Demon Emperor. The clash of golden armor against the black giant axe reverberated, shrouding the battlefield in chaos. The Golden Armored Emperor's defense was unparalleled, while the Giant Axe Demon Emperor unleashed frenzied attacks, resulting in a stalemate between the two. With both emperors engaged in battle, the armies below could not remain idle. Attack! Annihilate the abominations of the demon domain, shouted the 3 supreme commanders, Lin Tianhai and others, in unison. Instantly, countless warships and chariots activated their formations, unleashing powerful spirit cannons that bombarded the giant deer pass with relentless fury. Simultaneously, innumerable cultivators unleashed their divine abilities and martial techniques, pouring forth like a torrential downpour upon the demon cultivators within the pass. The earth trembled violently, as if on the verge of being reduced to ashes. However, the demonic formations of the demon domain stubbornly withstood the majority of the onslaught. Though many demon cultivators perished either from the backlash of the formations or from the penetrating energy that struck them down. Soon after, the counterattack from the demon domain surged forth, and the human forces, as the attackers, could only brace themselves to endure. In warfare, the price paid by the attacking side is often greater than that of the defenders, especially before achieving victory. Yet, such is the nature of war, sacrifice is inevitable. And as long as victory is attained in the end, all these tribulations shall be deemed worthwhile. The armies of humans and demon cultivators clashed fiercely. The sounds of battle, a symphony of shouts, clashing weapons, and explosive spells, intertwined into a poignant anthem of blood and fire. As the battle at the giant deer pass erupted, An elite squad composed of Lin family prodigies stealthily advanced towards a small demon stronghold known as the Jiyuan Spirit Mine. Given the immense danger posed by the front lines in the Qingyun region, the Lin, Lu, and Golden Armored Emperors, the three major factions, cooperatively decided to withdraw their prodigies from the front line, assigning them to eliminate the scattered small demon strongholds throughout the Jiyuan domain. This strategy not only mitigated the risk of significant losses among their prized talents, but also afforded them valuable experience. After all, these prodigies, cultivated at great expense, represented the future of their respective factions, and the loss of even one would be acutely felt. A heavy toll could plunge their factions into a state of decline, which was something they all wished to avoid. It could be said that not only they, but nearly every major faction had prodigies honing their skills on the front lines, as this would expedite their growth. To prevent substantial losses among their prodigies, major factions often directed them to avoid the most perilous front lines and instead undertake tasks that were manageable, providing both experience and minimal risk of loss. Lin Xuan and his group exemplified this approach. At this moment, Lin Xuan led the charge, clad in white as pure as snow, wielding a long sword. Behind him followed the most distinguished members of the younger generation of the Lin family, accompanied by hundreds of elite Lin cultivators. Young master, the Jiyuan Spirit Mine is just 100 miles ahead, reported a Lin family disciple respectfully. According to our reconnaissance, approximately 1,000 demon cultivators are stationed there, with the most formidable among them being 3 demon kings at the Saint King realm. Lin Xuan nodded, his gaze sharp as lightning. This battle must be swift to facilitate our prompt advance to the next objective. The group acknowledged his command and hastened their approach towards the Jiyuan Spirit Mine. The Jiyuan Spirit Mine served as one of the demon domain's footholds within the Jiyuan domain. Though modest in scale, its strategic position was advantageous. Securing this location would sever a vital supply line for the demon cultivators at the Giant Deer Pass. Soon, a mining area shrouded in demonic energy came into view. Patrols of demon cultivators surrounded the mine, while within, one could dimly observe slaves and overseers toiling in the extraction of resources. Lin Xuan raised his hand, signaling the Lin cultivators to disperse and encircle the area. Proceed according to plan, Lin Xuan whispered, then turned to Lin Yin and Lin Dong. Elder brother Lin Yin, elder brother Lin Dong. Take a team to deal with the demon cultivators to the east. Leave it to us. We will ensure none escape. Lin Yin and Lin Dong replied confidently. Lin Xuan then addressed Lin Yuan, Lin Beixian, and Lin Zai. Elder brother Lin Yuan, you 3 will handle the demons to the west. Is that acceptable? Haha, no problem. Leave it to us, Lin Yuan assured. All right, the rest will follow me for a direct assault. The group divided into 3, silently commencing their operations. Lin Xuan's figure flickered as he appeared at the entrance of the mining area, like a specter. The 2 demon cultivators guarding the entrance had yet to react when a flash of sword light pierced through their brows, leaving them no time to scream. Kill! Lin Xuan commanded with a wave of his hand, and the Lin family members surged into the mine. He led the charge, with no demon cultivator able to withstand even a single strike from him. Meanwhile, Lin Yin and Lin Yuan also launched their assaults, slaying demons at every turn. Although they were mere youngsters, their strength was formidable. Often, it took only a few exchanges to dispatch their foes. Thus, their advance was relentless. The cacophony soon drew the attention of all the demon cultivators within the mine. Enemy attack. One demon finally recognized the anomaly and raised the alarm. But it was too late. The Lin family cultivators had already infiltrated the mine from all directions. Especially with prodigies like Lin Yin and the others, each was exceptionally capable, nearly invincible among their peers, not to mention Lin Xuan, a prodigious leader. Lin Xuan moved through the mine as if in an uninhabited realm, his sword remaining sheathed, slashing through dozens of demon cultivators merely with his fingers as blades. Wherever he passed, demons fell without a single one able to withstand his assault. At that moment, the 3 demon kings stationed at the spirit mine could no longer restrain themselves. Who dares to invade our demon domain's spirit mine? 3 powerful auras surged from deep within the mine, belonging to the 3 Saint King realm demon kings. Lin Xuan smirked slightly. At last, some worthy opponents have arrived. The 3 demon kings formed a triangular formation, encircling Lin Xuan. The leader, draped in a black robe, radiated the peak of the Saint King realm. Dismissing Lin Xuan and his companions with a sneer, a mere boy, barely out of his youth, dares to come here with a bunch of ants to seek death? Lin Xuan replied coolly, who lives and who dies will be revealed in due time. He then addressed his companions, continue to slay the other demon cultivators. Leave these 3 to me. The Lin family members showed no concern for their young master, responding in unison, yes, young master. They knew to execute his orders without question, trusting in his confidence to ensure his safety. Arrogant, the black-robed demon king bellowed. extending his claw towards Lin Xian's heart. Simultaneously, the other two demon kings unleashed their attacks, one wielding a blade and the other a sword, sealing off all avenues of retreat for Lin Xian. Observing Lin Xian's inaction, the three demon kings exchanged mocking glances. "Ha, so boastful in words. Are you now trembling in fear?" The three formidable demon kings of the Sacred King realm united their powers, instilling such dread that even the strongest at the pinnacle of the Sacred King realm dared not face them head-on. "Hee, have you weakened in fear?" The black-robed demon king cackled as he beheld their impending attack on Lin Xian. Yet, Lin Xian remained unfazed. At the very moment the attack was about to strike, he finally made his move. Clang! The sword was drawn, and the dragon's roar resonated through the heavens. A resplendent beam of sword light cleaved through the air, reminiscent of the first ray of dawn, blindingly brilliant. With a soft thud, the three demon kings stood frozen in place, their faces contorted in ferocity, yet their eyes betrayed disbelief. A breeze swept by, and simultaneously, three heads soared aloft, blood gushing forth like a fountain. One sword, slaying three kings. Silence enveloped the battlefield. Both demons and Lin family cultivators stood agape. How could three demon kings of the Sacred King realm be annihilated with a single stroke? What sheer terror emanated from Lin Xian's swordsmanship? As he sheathed his sword, Lin Xian's demeanor was as serene as ever, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Swift resolution. The Lin family cultivators soon regained their composure, their morale soaring as they charged fiercely at the remaining demons. "A monster! He is nothing but a monster! Run! We must flee! If this creature approaches, we shall find no escape." The demon cultivators, having witnessed their leader fall in a single stroke, were already stricken with terror and began to scatter. However, the Lin family had already ensnared them in an inescapable net. Within the span of a single incense stick, the battle concluded. Over 1,000 demon cultivators lay vanquished, and the mine was successfully reclaimed. Such might from the young master. The Lin family disciples surged forward, their eyes brimming with admiration and reverence. At that moment, a girl in green gazed at Lin Xian, her expression one of astonishment, as if she had made a momentous discovery. The girl was Lin Xi, who had once ranked 5th in the grand competition. Now, her strength had undergone a tremendous transformation, having reached the 5th level of the Venerable Realm. While perhaps not on par with the fabled children of fortune like Lin Yin, Lin Hauran, and Lin Dong, she was not inferior to any of the other prodigies on the Central State's talents list. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Young master, have you broken through to the Sacred King realm?" Only then did the others realize that Lin Xian's aura had already surpassed that of the Great Sage realm, revealing that he was indeed at the Sacred King realm. Aside from the core members of the Lin family, who were privy to Lin Xian's true cultivation level, the majority of the clan could only glean information through hearsay. Furthermore, Lin Xian had concealed his prowess until now, leaving them in the dark. With his revelation, the crowd was thoroughly astonished. Lin Xian smiled gently. "Indeed, I have attained the Sacred King realm." In truth, he had already reached the 8th level of the Sacred King realm, close to the Sacred Emperor realm. However, he refrained from disclosing this, for to do so would undermine the confidence of his kin, who were essential pillars for the future of the Lin family. Nevertheless, Lin Xian's concerns proved unwarranted, for the resolve of Lin Yin and the others was far more steadfast than he had anticipated. The crowd, upon hearing his words, exchanged incredulous glances. A 17-year-old at the Sacred King realm? What prodigious talent was this? Even the strongest among them, Lin Yin and Lin Dong, had only just begun to comprehend the path of the sacred, still far from breaking through to the realm of sages. Their young master, however, had already ascended to the Sacred King realm, 2 entire realms ahead. To claim that they were not at all disheartened would be disingenuous. Yet, after a brief moment, they reconciled their thoughts. To compete with such an extraordinary prodigy was akin to inviting one's own despair. Instead, they resolved to measure themselves against the other prodigies of the world. Lin Yin, shaking his head in wry amusement, remarked, "I had thought that after comprehending the path of the sacred, I would narrow the gap with the young master. Instead, it seems to have widened even further. We must strive harder to enter the sage realm at the earliest opportunity, lest the chasm between us grows ever larger." Lin Dong spoke earnestly, his demeanor suggesting a longing to retreat immediately into seclusion for cultivation. The other talented members of the Lin family shared his sentiment. Although they possessed considerable innate gifts, refined by the family to enhance their potential, they were now each remarkable talents. Yet in the presence of Lin Xian, they could only feel an overwhelming sense of inadequacy. Lin Xian, observing their expressions, smiled and declared, "The path of cultivation lies not in comparison with others, but in surpassing oneself. Each individual possesses their own unique path. Discover it, persevere, and you shall eventually reach the pinnacle." The crowd nodded in agreement. Rest assured, young master, we shall endeavor to cultivate more diligently, striving to keep pace with you and to clear the obstacles that stand before our Lin family. Lin Xuan's immense strength did not dishearten them. Rather, it ignited their competitive spirit. One day, even if they could not surpass him, they would at least be able to stand alongside him. Pleased with the transformation in the expressions of his kin, Lin Xuan nodded approvingly. Now, let us clear the battlefield. We must proceed to our next destination, he commanded. The group obeyed, becoming engrossed in their tasks. Lin Xuan ascended to the highest point of the mine, gazing towards the direction of the Great Deer Pass. Though miles apart, he could still sense the terrifying energy fluctuations emanating from that direction. Chapter 261, The Annihilation of the Black Fog Marsh. Before long, the battlefield was cleared. Lin Xuan spoke decisively. Let us move on to our next objective, the Demon Flame Valley. Demon Flame Valley? Young master, I don't believe that was included in our mission. Moreover, it is a medium-sized stronghold within the demon domain, presided over by a demon emperor. Lin Xi exclaimed in shock. Indeed, young master, might this be too perilous? Other members of the Lin family voiced their concerns, their apprehension evident. After all, the strongest among them, including Lin Xuan, were but 3 sacred kings, vastly outmatched by the sacred emperor realm demon emperor. A glimmer of wisdom flashed in Lin Xuan's eyes. Precisely because it is challenging, it serves the purpose of honing your skills. The current results for you all are still insufficient. Only under greater pressure can your potential be more fully realized. Before the others could respond, he added, as for the demon emperor and those demon kings whom you are ill-equipped to confront, I shall handle them myself. You need only seek out adversaries that are suitable for your training. Lin Xuan's confident gaze met theirs. As for you, Lin Yan and Lin Dong, I believe you should target 2 demon cultivators at the Sage Realm. If you can slay them, you might find yourselves entering the Sage Realm sooner than anticipated. For the top talents of the Lin family, defeating opponents of a higher realm was their ultimate pursuit. Upon hearing Lin Xuan's proposal, Lin Yan and Lin Dong's eyes lit up. It was indeed a splendid suggestion. They instantly grew eager, their faces alight with battle fervor. Particularly Lin Dong, the impetuous one, was itching to find a Sage Realm demon cultivator for a grand showdown. The other Lin family prodigies, after contemplating, fell silent, their expressions subtly tinged with a sense of battle spirit. Meanwhile, the 2 Lin family elders of the Sacred King realm and the hundreds of elite Lin family members exchanged glances, ultimately shaking their heads in resignation. Let this group of little tyrants have their way. What else could they do but follow? Ultimately, without hesitation, the group trailed behind Lin Xuan, hastening towards the direction of the Demon Flame Valley. At the battlefield of Great Deer Pass, the conflict had escalated into a cataclysmic clash. The battle between the 6 emperor-level powerhouses wrought destruction upon the heavens and the earth, turning the surrounding starry expanse into a desolate wasteland. On the battlefield below, human cultivators and demon cultivators were locked in a fierce struggle, with lives extinguished at every moment. The clash between Lin Xianxiao and the Thunder Prison Demon Emperor was particularly intense. Both practitioners of the Path of Thunder, they unleashed their full might, summoning torrents of lightning from the heavens, as if the apocalypse had descended. Thunder Prison, it seems your Path of Thunder is rather lacking. Lin Xianxiao scoffed, his entire being enveloped in lightning as it coalesced into a 10,000 zhong thunder dragon, roaring forth towards the Thunder Prison Demon Emperor. After an intense battle, Lin Xianxiao had managed to suppress the Thunder Prison Demon Emperor thoroughly. Unwilling to back down, the Thunder Prison Demon Emperor transformed black demonic lightning into a massive axe. Cleaving towards the Thunder Dragon, do not be so arrogant. Allow me to show you the true might of demonic lightning. The Thunder Dragon collided with the giant axe, unleashing a radiance more dazzling than the sun. As the brilliance faded, one could see blood trickling from the corner of the Thunder Prison Demon Emperor's mouth, clearly having suffered a hidden disadvantage. Haha, I told you, you are not capable. The Thunder Prison Demon Emperor's expression darkened to the extreme as he roared and charged forward, vowing to regain his dignity. Roar. Demonic lightning storm. Lin Xianxiao stood with his hands behind his back, lightning swirling around him, unperturbed by the Thunder Prison Demon Emperor's assault. He raised the Thunder Emperor's spear, shouting, 9 heavens, thunder punishment. Fall. Instantly, divine lightning rained down from the 9 heavens, descending with overwhelming celestial might upon the Thunder Prison Demon Emperor. Meanwhile, the battle between the Great Emperor Lu Wu and the Bone Demon Emperor was equally fierce. The Great Emperor Lu Wu broke through myriad laws with his sword, while the Bone Demon Emperor was unpredictable and elusive. The two locked in a stalemate. The Golden Armored Emperor and the Giant Axe Demon Emperor engaged in a brutal confrontation. The Golden Armored Emperor boasted unrivaled defense, while the Giant Axe Demon Emperor's attacks were ferocious. Each clash reverberated through the heavens and earth. The three of them firmly kept the Thunder Prison Demon Emperor and his companions occupied, preventing them from assisting the Heavenly Ridge and the Black Mist Marsh. Haha. Giant Axe, stop struggling. You might as well remain here obediently. Once we resolve matters over there, we shall send you down for a reunion. Golden Armor. You are courting death. The Giant Axe Demon Emperor bellowed furiously, swinging his axe to tear the fabric of space. Not long after their fierce battle commenced, they received a distress signal from the Black Mist Marsh, realizing that the human race's assault extended beyond just the Qingyun domain. The only neighboring domain to the Jiyuan domain besides Qingyun was the Holy Spirit domain, and they had heard tales of the Holy Spirit Empress's formidable strength, thus desiring to lend support. Unfortunately, they were firmly held in place by Lin Xuan and his companions. This filled them with rage and resentment, while also instilling a sense of worry. If both the Heavenly Ridge and the Black Mist Marsh were dealt with, then the Holy Spirit domain would likely descend upon them. And today they might be doomed. Boom. Lu Wu, get out of my way. Haha, you wish to assist? You should be more concerned for yourselves. On the battlefield below, due to the comparable strength of both sides, even though the demon cultivators relied on formations and sustained less damage than the humans, they were still under immense pressure. They felt like birds trapped in a cage, unable to escape. To make matters worse, they had yet to see any reinforcements from the Heavenly Ridge or the Black Mist Marsh, deepening their sense of foreboding. Damn it! One demon lord exclaimed anxiously. Where are the reinforcements? What are those useless fools at the Heavenly Ridge and Black Mist Marsh doing? Another demon lord, seemingly more composed, replied with a grim expression. The Heavenly Ridge and Black Mist Marsh have likely come under attack as well. This time, the human race is well prepared. A collective heaviness fell upon the hearts of the many demon lords. If that is the case, today the Great Deer Pass is in peril. Hold on. The Demon Emperor will surely send reinforcements. Yet some demon lords remained unconvinced, roaring as they wielded their weapons with increasing urgency. However, unbeknownst to them, the situation in the Black Mist Marsh was even more dire. The Holy Spirit domain had suddenly launched an assault, simultaneously attacking both the Heavenly Ridge and Black Mist Marsh, completely disrupting the demon domain's deployment. Adding to their woes, crucial strongholds were being attacked in succession, clearly part of a premeditated scheme. Damn it! Our demon domain will not let you escape. The demon emperor of the Black Mist Marsh, his demonic blood running dry, his imperial light dimming, had evidently reached the brink of obliteration. Faced with the dual onslaught of the spirit rhythm Great Emperor and another, he could no longer hold out. Those who offend the human race must be prepared to pay a heavy price. The spirit rhythm Great Emperor coldly snorted, ultimately delivering a fatal blow to the demon emperor with a single sword strike. I will go ahead to support Her Majesty the Empress. You handle the remaining demon cultivators. The spirit rhythm Great Emperor glanced at the Wind Howl Great Emperor and spoke. He then vanished from sight in an instant. The Wind Howl Great Emperor, not to be outdone, swiftly struck down towards the remaining demon cultivators. Those demon cultivators, who were desperately battling against the human cultivators below, suddenly felt a wave of deathly aura. They looked up in horror to see a colossal hand descending from the heavens, radiating the overwhelming imperial might of the human Great Emperor. Evidently, their demon emperor had fallen. No, I do not wish to die yet. With a thunderous roar, the hand descended, annihilating the demon cultivators completely. This exemplifies the disparity between an emperor and those beneath him. Even if you are a quasi-emperor, you stand no chance of resistance. Chapter 262, The Unparalleled Empress. Heavenly Ridge. This place was once a magnificent and perilous supermountain range within the Jiyuan domain, with peaks jutting skyward like swords. Tonight, the moonlight was pale, illuminating the jagged rocks that resembled the bones of colossal beasts. A chilling atmosphere permeating every inch of the air. Demonic energy and spiritual radiance, blood and slaughter intertwined frantically, tearing apart the mountains and redirecting rivers. The cacophony of battle cries, the clash of weapons, and the wails of the dying converged into a symphony of the Azura battlefield, echoing the struggle for survival of their races. At the heart of the battlefield, above the summit of the Heavenly Ridge, the moonlight was exquisite yet bore a biting chill. The Holy Spirit Empress stood at the zenith of the moonlight, her pure white palace attire stained with blood, multiple tears revealing wounds deep enough to see bone. Some areas still shrouded in lingering demonic energy, hindering her formidable self-healing. Her complexion was as pale as paper, a trace of unclean blood lingering at the corner of her lips, her breath trembling slightly, difficult to suppress. Yet, her spine remained straight, like the backbone of this ancient mountain, unwavering. Her eyes, cold as a frigid pool, now burned with an almost tangible moonlit flame, fixating intently upon two figures exuding overwhelming demonic might before her. She grasped the ancestral artifact of the Holy Spirit Clan, radiating a faint moonlight. and beneath her slightly disheveled azure locks, a crescent moon mark glimmered with an exceptionally pure radiance. This delicate embellishment should have rendered her even more ethereal and transcendent. However, her pale visage and bloodied garments rendered her tragically beautiful, faced with two demon emperors who were not weaker than herself. Even with the enhancement of her racial talents and the possession of a quasi-heavenly emperor weapon, she began to feel somewhat overwhelmed as time passed. After all, while quasi-heavenly emperor weapons were powerful, they also demanded tremendous energy, even though an emperor's spiritual energy recovers swiftly. Those two demon emperors would certainly find a flaw in the Holy Spirit Empress and inflict severe damage upon her. Holy Spirit, why must you stubbornly resist? The blood-glaive demon emperor's voice rasped like metal scraping against iron, wielding a dark red giant glaive, its blade dripping with viscous, corrosive demonic blood. His blood energy roiled around him, forming hideous demonic shadows. Though he bore numerous wounds, his condition was evidently far superior to that of the Holy Spirit Empress. Your sudden assault from the Holy Spirit domain indeed took us by surprise, but do you truly believe you can withstand us both alone? Such delusions. When your strength wanes, it will be the moment of your demise. On the other side, the phantom demon emperor floated like a specter, cloaked in a dense shroud of dark demonic energy, which seemed to writhe with life, morphing into various twisted faces of vengeful spirits, emitting silent shrieks. He remained silent, yet the encroaching darkness continued to spread, attempting to erode and taint the pure lunar domain surrounding the Holy Spirit Empress, much like ink seeping into clear water, bringing forth an unrelenting pressure. Humph. The Holy Spirit Empress merely let out a cold snort, her staff trembling lightly, radiating an overwhelming brilliance that forced back the approaching darkness and bloodlust by several feet. She could not retreat, not a single step. The battle at the Great Deer Pass and the Black Mist Marsh was at a critical juncture. Should these two demon emperors withdraw, the entire situation could collapse. She must drag them down here, even if it meant shedding her last drop of blood. Stubborn as ever, roared the blood spear demon emperor, his massive spear slicing through the air, a blood-red spear light tearing through the night sky, imbued with the fierce aura of slaughtering millions. Striking downwards. Simultaneously, the figure of the nightmare demon emperor abruptly vanished from sight. In the next instant, the shadow behind Xia suddenly swelled. A claw formed entirely of pure dark magical energy, stealthily reaching out to grasp her unprotected back. Surrounded and under threat, the atmosphere was rife with lethal intent. The Holy Spirit Empress's pupils constricted sharply, her staff erupting with an unprecedented resplendence, her form vanishing in an instant, leaving behind a clear lunar white afterimage. Her strike landed precisely on the weakest point of the blood-red spear light, while her left palm countered with a slap. A miniature full moon manifesting in her palm to clash against the treacherous claw. Boom! An energy storm swept through once again, reducing numerous stars to dust. The Holy Spirit Empress staggered back from the center of the explosion, a sweetness rising in her throat as another mouthful of blood spewed forth, staining her chest. Her left sleeve had been shredded, 5 deep black claw marks marred her pale arm, the demonic energy frantically burrowing into her body. The lunar radiance surrounding her dimmed somewhat. However, bolstered by various enhancements, the power of her attack far surpassed that of any demon emperor, thus even without directly confronting the Holy Spirit Empress's strike. The Bloodspear Demon Emperor and the Nightmare Demon Emperor felt the backlash, being forced several steps back, their breaths slightly disordered. A flicker of shock and impatience crossed their eyes. They had to admit that had they faced the Holy Spirit Empress alone, they would have been suppressed and even slain long ago. Her strength and tenacity exceeded their estimations, although her injuries continued to mount and her aura waned. She could always unleash astonishing power at crucial moments, much like the moonlight, seemingly cold and gentle, yet possessing immeasurable resilience. I wonder how much longer you can endure. The Bloodspear Demon Emperor's expression darkened as he suppressed the surging blood within him and raised his massive spear once more. The surrounding darkness of the Nightmare Demon Emperor thickened anew. The Holy Spirit Empress took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the rampaging demonic energy and surging blood within her, raising her staff to point skyward as the lunar radiance began to gather once more. Her gaze remained steadfast, yet deep within, a trace of faint fatigue emerged, unable to be concealed. The Imperial battle, particularly one where she faced two, drained her mental fortitude tremendously, yet she stood unwavering like a goddess of war, resplendent and unyielding. Pressing forward. Fight! The Empress's low cry resonated throughout the heavens and earth. Chapter 263, Reinforcements at Tianling. As the Holy Spirit Empress fought valiantly, the human army within Tianling was also engaged in a fierce battle against the demonic cultivators. Below on the battlefield, human cultivators formed battle formations. The clash of blades and swords, the brilliance of talismans and treasures colliding with the malevolent powers of the demonic cultivators and their monstrous forms. Lives were extinguished with each passing moment, dismembered limbs flying, blood staining the earth a dark crimson. Fortunately, the human side was not lacking in numbers or strength compared to their foes. Though the battle was brutal, they did not face rout or retreat. The battle at Tianling grew increasingly fierce. The Holy Spirit Empress once more took a heavy blow from the blood-speared Demon Emperor's strike, her form violently shaken. The faint sound of fracturing bones emanating from her right arm. The insidious erosion of the Nightmare Demon Emperor was all-encompassing, continuously wearing down her protective lunar radiance, seeking to corrupt her Holy Spirit essence. The lunar white light surrounding her had been compressed to merely a radius of 3 zhang, its brilliance flickering unpredictably. Her consciousness began to blur, sustained solely by an indomitable will. Visions of the future of the Holy Spirit race, the hopes of their human allies, and the valiant soldiers battling below flashed through her mind. She could not fall. Moon wheel, heaven tilt. A clear shout erupted, filled with determination. The Holy Spirit Empress disregarded her worsening injuries, forcibly channeling her essence, her staff emitting a mournful tremor, summoning the moonlight from the 9 heavens, transforming it into a colossal lunar white beam over 10,000 feet in diameter, distilled to perfection, crashing down towards the blood spear Demon Emperor. This strike contained the vast majority of her remaining power. It was a desperate gamble. The blood spear Demon Emperor's complexion changed drastically as he sensed the imminent threat. Damn it! Why must it target me specifically and not that old fool Nightmare? He cursed inwardly. He recognized this as the Holy Spirit Empress's life and death strike. A moment's carelessness could lead to his demise. With a furious roar, he channeled all his magical energy into his massive spear, its bloodlight surging, conjuring a roaring blood-colored giant demon phantom to meet the descending lunar wheel. Simultaneously, he brought forth his long-held life-saving trump card to shield himself. Boom! This collision surpassed all previous encounters. The terrifying energy shockwave obliterated countless stars. As the light dissipated, the blood-spear Demon Emperor was seen half-kneeling on the ground. His spear shattered in two, his chest heaving violently, purple-black demonic blood spilling from the corners of his mouth, narrowly escaping with his life. Cough, cough. That was close, he thought, filled with dread. The Holy Spirit Empress's strike had nearly killed him on the spot. Were it not for his life-saving card, he would have truly perished here. However, he was now unable to continue fighting. Cough. Nightmare, it's up to you now. He glanced at his companion before retreating to the side to recuperate. Continuing the battle could very well cost him his life. He was not yet ready to die. On the other side, the Holy Spirit Empress was sent flying like a kite with a severed string, trailing a series of tragic blood blossoms, crashing heavily into the shattered rocks. The ancestral staff flew from her grasp, embedding itself nearby, its brilliance dimmed to the utmost. She struggled to rise, yet the strain aggravated her injuries, causing another mouthful of blood to spurt forth, her aura waning to the brink of collapse. She had not managed to slay him. And as she looked at the distant blood-spear Demon Emperor, a sense of regret washed over her. Meanwhile, the Nightmare Demon Emperor slowly descended above her, gazing down. Truly worthy of being the sovereign of the Holy Spirit race. Not only have you held off both of us for so long, but you have also severely wounded a Demon Emperor. Though you are my enemy, I must admit your strength. Should you survive today, you may very well usher in an unparalleled Heavenly Emperor for your Holy Spirit race in the future. Alas, today you shall ultimately fall by my hand. Fear not. I shall forever remember you, this formidable adversary. Die. A flicker of ghostly light flashed in the Nightmare Demon Emperor's eyes as he transformed into a shadow that almost melded with the night, silently approaching. A claw of darkness coalescing with all his might, aiming directly for the Holy Spirit Empress's unprotected mind's eye. Should this claw connect, even an emperor would face obliteration. The Holy Spirit Empress gazed at the claw of death rapidly enlarging in her vision. A flicker of unwillingness flashed in her eyes, yet more so. A profound calm descended upon her. She had done her utmost. At this critical moment, a thunderous roar erupted. Demon Scourge, how dare you act with such arrogance? Before the sound had faded, a terrifying sword aura tore through the heavens, slicing with unparalleled precision towards the ghostly claw extended by the nightmarish Demon Emperor. Simultaneously, another overwhelming Imperial might descended. In an instant, a graceful figure emerged. It was the arriving Lin Xuan Emperor. Sizzle! The sword aura swept past, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream from the nightmarish Demon Emperor as the claw, infused with dark magic, was severed at the wrist. Black demonic blood gushed forth, while the sword intent embedded within continued to erode his severed limb, thwarting any chance of regeneration. The nightmarish Demon Emperor recoiled in horror. Casting a bewildered glance towards the source of the incoming sword aura, there stood the Lin Xuan Emperor, treading upon the void, wielding the imperial sword. Her gentle gaze now imbued with a chilling intent to kill. Lin Xuan, even the blood-grit demon emperor, who had been recuperating, struggled to rise at once. His countenance paling drastically at the sudden appearance of the human emperor. Their greatest fear had come to pass. Something must have gone awry in the Black Mist Marsh. On the battlefield below, the human army fell silent for a fleeting moment before erupting into deafening cheers. It was the Lin Xuan Emperor. Our reinforcements have arrived. Kill. Annihilate these demonic wretches. The morale of the human soldiers surged like a potent elixir, their offensive becoming ferocious in an instant. Conversely, the demonic cultivators were engulfed in profound terror. Another human emperor. Their side had yet another emperor arriving, coupled with the severely injured yet surviving Sacred Spirit Empress. Merely a single individual. The Sacred Spirit is gravely wounded. A mere one-on-one confrontation will not lead to our defeat. The nightmarish demon emperor grunted heavily, his voice resonating across the battlefield, stabilizing the crumbling morale of the demonic army. The once panic-stricken demonic cultivators instantly regained their composure. Indeed, that human empress can no longer fight. We need not fear them. Kill. Precisely, we hold the advantage in a one-on-one confrontation. Then, in the next moment, yet another overwhelming imperial might descend. Oh, what if the emperor, were to join as well? The wind-howling emperor's figure materialized beside the Lin Xuan emperor, his gaze filled with murderous intent directed at the nightmarish demon emperor. The scene fell silent. Even the nightmarish demon emperor's face turned ashen, contorted with rage. Two human emperors. It is over. We are utterly finished. The demonic army below descended into chaos, some even beginning to flee. The momentum of defeat spread like wildfire among the Tianling demonic cultivators. At this moment, the Lin Xuan Emperor approached the Sacred Spirit Empress, her voice laced with concern. Your Majesty, I apologize for our tardiness. Are you unharmed? No harm done. I am not dead yet, but I will rely on you all from here on. The Sacred Spirit Empress shook her head slightly, speaking. Rest assured, leave it to us. The Lin Xuan Emperor and the Wind-Howling Emperor nodded resolutely, then stepped forth. They had no intention of wasting time. They had not forgotten that their allies awaited their support at the Great Deer Pass. I shall deal with the blood grit, the Lin Xuan Emperor declared, charging towards the blood grit demon emperor. She would not allow any demon emperor to escape. The Wind-Howling Emperor said nothing more, immediately confronting the nightmarish demon emperor. Chapter 264, A Great Victory at Tianling. In the heavens, the blood grit demon emperor, witnessing the Lin Xuan Emperor approaching with her sword, felt the warmth of her jade-like eyes turn icy as ancient frost, locking onto him. A wave of dread washed over him as he struggled to suppress the primordial demonic energy within him, nearly shattered by the lunar gravitational pull. He hastily turned to flee, cursing, "Damn humans! You will not easily slay this emperor." He was swift, quickly covering an extensive distance, but alas, how could his injured form outpace the Lin Xuan Emperor? You cannot escape. Today, the only path before you is demise. The Lin Xuan Emperor's voice was frigid, devoid of any warmth. As the imperial sword in her grasp thrummed with power, its fierce light swirling, as if it had condensed the essence of the celestial rivers. With a single step, the void beneath her feet folded, and in the blink of an eye, she had crossed the distance to stand before the blood grit demon emperor. Die? Without a hint of hesitation, the Lin Xuan Emperor unleashed a strike with her sword. As the saying goes, strike when one is ill to claim their life. The blood grit demon emperor howled, attempting to gather his remaining magical essence. The severed segment of his blood spear erupted in a final display of ferocious blood light, forming a crimson barrier before him. Simultaneously, he spewed forth a stream of his life-source blood, enveloping the area in a mist that conjured countless grotesque demonic apparitions. Charging towards the Lin Xuan Emperor. This was his last struggle, an attempt to buy time, even if only for a fleeting moment, to allow himself an opportunity to escape. However, he was already at the end of his rope. All of this was but a futile endeavor. The Lin Xuan Emperor's gaze remained indifferent. Facing the encroaching demonic apparitions and blood barrier, she merely thrust her sword forward. That strike appeared slow, yet in reality, it was as swift as lightning. Where the sword tip passed, the space seemed to be smoothed by an invisible force, as the roaring demonic apparitions and the thick blood barrier silently dissipated. The sword's momentum remained unbroken, precisely targeting the blood grit demon emperor's brow. No, the blood grit demon emperor's pupils constricted, releasing a desperate yet defiant roar. He felt the sword tip converge with pure energy, capable of utterly obliterating his imperial soul. Sizzle, a soft sound, like pearls dropping onto a plate, resonated clearly amidst the cacophony of battle. The tip of the Zhongming sword effortlessly pierced through the blood-grit demon emperor's final protective magic light, embedding itself in his brow. The blood-grit demon emperor's form froze in place. The ferocity and terror on his face solidified. In the next moment, blue sword light erupted from his 7 orifices and every pore of his body. His demonic body shattered like fragile porcelain, covered in cracks, and then with a loud explosion. It completely disintegrated, transforming into the purest demonic energy, which was then thoroughly purified by the sword intent, dissipating into the heavens and earth. A generation of demon emperor. Bloodgrit has fallen. The world seemed to weep with sorrowful winds, as though the very laws mourned for him. But more prominently, it was the human army's cheers, resounding like a mountain collapsing into a tidal wave. Ling Yun Emperor's divine might. The demon emperor has been vanquished. Kill. Annihilate them all. The fall of the blood-grit demon emperor was the final straw that broke the camel's back, completely shattering the psychological defenses of the Tianling demonic army. The formation, which had been barely holding under the oppressive force of the nightmarish demon emperor, instantly crumbled to dust. Countless demonic cultivators could no longer heed orders, fleeing in desperation, lamenting their fate as they sought to escape. Useless fools. The nightmarish demon emperor, locked in confrontation with the wind-howling emperor, caught a glimpse of the blood-grit demon emperor's annihilation from the corner of his eye, feeling a mix of shock and fury, but more so, an ominous chill of sympathy for a fallen comrade. He understood that today, they had lost utterly. Faced with 2 intact human emperors, alongside one severely injured yet not without capability of battle in the sacred spirit empress, he stood alone, with no chance of victory. Flee. I must escape at once. The nightmarish demon emperor's thoughts raced, and his form suddenly erupted into countless twisted shadows, like a flock of crows in chaotic flight, dispersing in all directions. This was his ultimate survival technique, the 10,000 shadows escape, each shadow containing a fragment of his essence, difficult to discern from the real. As long as one shadow escaped, he could reconstruct his demonic body, albeit at a significant cost to his vitality. But as long as he could preserve his life, that price was inconsequential. You think to escape? Have you consulted this emperor first? The wind-howling emperor scoffed, having anticipated this very move. With arms outstretched, he radiated a brilliant azure light, the overwhelming imperial might sweeping across the heavens and earth. The wind prison of the earth. A fearsome gale surged forth, no longer merely a singular blade of wind, but transforming into an immense net of tempest that enveloped an expanse of tens of thousands of zhang. Within this wind net, countless minute runes of the wind danced, sealing and solidifying the very fabric of space. Shadows that fled in all directions collided against the wind net, akin to moths drawn to a flame, emitting piercing shrieks as they were shredded and torn apart by the force of the wind. I have found you. The chilling voice of the spirit melody emperor echoed. She paid no heed to the phantoms, her imperial sword pointing towards a seemingly empty corner within the wind net. Her sword heart was clear, adept at sensing the essence of life itself. Although the nightmarish demon emperor's concealment technique was exquisite, it could not elude her perception. The sword light surged once more, cascading like a waterfall of stars, heading straight for that corner. You go too far. The true form of the nightmarish demon emperor was forced to reveal itself, knowing there was no escape left. A frenzied and grotesque expression emerged upon his face. He discarded all defenses, frantically channeling his remaining demonic essence into the severed, yet not fully healed, claw. From the severed wrist, dark energy surged forth, coalescing into a grander, more hideous phantom of a demonic claw, striking towards the sword light of the spirit melody emperor with a desperate intent to perish together. Simultaneously, his other hand secretly formed a spell, sending forth an almost imperceptible dark mark, silently targeting a low-tier demon cultivator who was fleeing in panic on the chaotic battlefield. This was the secret technique of his nightmarish lineage to escape with one's soul. If successful, he would forsake all his cultivation yet preserve his intellect, allowing for a chance at rebirth. Boom. The clash of sword light and demonic claw erupted once more. This time, bereft of fighting spirit and solely seeking to preserve his life. How could the nightmarish demon emperor withstand the lethal strike of the spirit melody emperor, which had been building momentum for so long? The phantom claw shattered instantly, and the azure sea sword pierced through the heart of the nightmarish demon emperor. Almost simultaneously, the attack from the gale emperor arrived. The boundless might of the tempest coalesced into a massive azure wind drill, striking mercilessly against the demonic body of the nightmarish demon emperor from the side. The combined assault of the two emperors was terrifyingly potent. The body of the nightmarish demon emperor began to disintegrate, akin to snow thrown into the blazing sun, melting away from head to toe. He let out a final roar filled with hatred and unwillingness. Spirit melody, Gale, and the Holy Spirit Empress. I shall remember you. The demon lord will avenge us. One day, you shall all pay with your lives. As his voice faded, his corporeal form, along with his imperial soul, was utterly reduced to nothingness under the relentless onslaught of the sword light and wind drill, leaving behind only a wisp of pure dark essence, which the spirit melody emperor elegantly collected with a wave of her sleeve. The second demon emperor, nightmarish, has fallen. Chapter 265. The arrival of the great battle of the giant deer. With the two demon emperors vanquished in succession, the armies of the demon realm and Tianling lost their backbone, descending into utter chaos and despair. The morale of the human cultivators and the warriors of the Holy Spirit Clan soared like a tidal wave as they began to systematically divide, encircle, and annihilate the remaining foes under the command of their leaders. The battlefield transformed into a one-sided massacre, cries of anguish echoing throughout, as demon blood soaked every inch of Tianling's land. The Spirit Melody Emperor and the Gale Emperor did not partake in the cleanup below. Their foremost task was to ensure the safety of the Holy Spirit Empress and to hasten to the Giant Deer Pass. With a flicker of movement, they arrived beside the Holy Spirit Empress. At this moment, she was surrounded by several elders of the Holy Spirit Clan, consuming medicinal pills and circulating her energy to heal. Her moon-white attire was stained with blood, her complexion pale as a sheet, and her aura remained faint, yet the previously scattered light in her eyes began to gather strength. The majesty of an emperor slowly returning. Thank you, dear friends, for your timely assistance. Otherwise, we would be in grave peril today, the Holy Spirit Empress expressed, her voice, though weak, brimmed with sincere gratitude as she gazed at the Spirit Melody Emperor and Gale Emperor. Your Majesty is too kind. As allies of the human race, it is our duty to stand watch and assist one another, replied the Spirit Melody Emperor, sheathing her imperial sword. But how fares your injury, Your Majesty? Do you require our aid in healing? There's no need to trouble yourselves. The Holy Spirit Empress gently shook her head, a faint smile tugging at her lips. Our Holy Spirit Clan possesses secret methods. While I may not recover in the short term, regaining 5 or 6 parts of my battle prowess is achievable. It will just take a little time. The situation is urgent, interjected the Gale Emperor. The friends from the Qingyun domain at the Giant Deer Pass must be under considerable pressure. We must depart swiftly. I understand. The Holy Spirit Empress nodded, a flicker of resolve flashing in her beautiful eyes. Please wait a moment, dear friends. Once I have regained a little strength, I shall rally the troops and set forth to the Giant Deer Pass with you. With that, she closed her eyes, a faint moonlight once again radiating around her. Though it was far from the brilliance of before, it resembled a clear spring under the moon, nourishing her damaged essence and body. The shattered rocks beneath her began to emit a subtle vitality, as tender green shoots bravely pushed through the earth. The Spirit Melody and Gale Emperors exchanged glances, each seeing admiration reflected in the other's eyes. The resilience and recuperative ability of the Holy Spirit Empress indeed surpassed expectations. Seizing the opportunity while the Holy Spirit Empress healed, the two emperors also took the time to adjust their own energies, maintaining their states at their peak. Meanwhile, under the leadership of several commanders, the human army had nearly eradicated the remaining resisting demon cultivators, beginning to clear the battlefield, treat the wounded, and tally their victories. Approximately an hour later, the aura surrounding the Holy Spirit Empress suddenly surged. Although it was not at her peak, the vast imperial might had regained stability. She opened her eyes, the moon will flickering in her gaze, now filled with spirit once more. Rising to her full height, the dim ancestral staff seemed to sense its master's revival, emitting a faint, melodious chime as it flew back into her grasp. I am well enough to depart, the Holy Spirit Empress declared, her voice restored to its usual clarity and authority. Her gaze swept over the battlefield littered with corpses, observing the busy soldiers of both the Holy Spirit Clan and the human race, a flicker of sorrow crossing her eyes, quickly replaced by determination. Wars are always drenched in blood. Now, the scales of victory have tipped entirely in our favor. We must seize this opportunity to deliver a final, fatal blow to the demon cultivators of this realm. Holy Spirit Clan, heed my command. Her cold voice resonated throughout Tianling. The injured shall remain to clear the battlefield and tend to their comrades. All other able-bodied warriors will accompany me and our human allies, setting forth immediately towards the Giant Deer Pass. Your will shall be done, Your Majesty. The remaining warriors of the Holy Spirit Clan replied in unison. Despite suffering significant losses in the brutal battle, their eyes now burned with the flames of vengeance and the hope of victory. The human army, under the signals of the Spirit Melody Emperor and Gale Emperor, swiftly organized their ranks. Soon, a coalition composed of the elite of the Holy Spirit Clan and human cultivators coalesced atop Tianling, resembling a relentless torrent of steel. Banners fluttered, and armor glimmered coldly. Despite the recent battle, their morale soared high. The Holy Spirit Empress, Spirit Melody Emperor, and Gale Emperor stood at the forefront of the coalition, their gazes piercing through the void, directed towards the giant Deer Pass. There, the final battle of this grand scheme awaited. Onward, with the Holy Spirit Empress's command, the coalition set forth. Countless streaks of light soared into the sky, warships roared, flying vessels pierced through the air, fierce beasts howled, and cultivators rode their swords, forming an immense battalion that blotted out the sun, surging towards the giant Deer Pass with an overwhelming momentum capable of crushing all obstacles in their path. At the giant Deer Pass, the fierce battle raged on. The strengths of both sides were closely matched, resulting in an extraordinarily fierce standoff. The human side could not breach the giant Deer Pass, while the demon realm could not shatter the human army. The two sides fought ferociously, and the current state of Jiulu Pass resembled a colossal meat grinder, littered with severed limbs and mangled bodies, with corpses heaped like mountains and blood staining the earth, rendering the place akin to a hell on earth. Heavenly Spirit's 9 slashes of the firmament. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from a battlefield, as a quasi-emperor of the demonic realm was cleaved into 9 segments by a single strike, its soul unable to escape in time, obliterated by the terrifying attack. Perishing on the spot, the slayer of that demon was none other than Lin Xuan. This marked his 3rd kill of a quasi-emperor demon in this battle. Next, Lin Xuan cast his gaze upon the fallen 9-segmented demon's corpse and began to survey the surroundings in search of his next target. There you are. Ultimately, his eyes landed on a quasi-emperor demon engaged in a fierce battle with a clan elder from the Lin family, and he charged forward with his blade raised. The quasi-emperor demon, who had been gaining the upper hand against the Lin clan elder, was caught off guard by Lin Xuan's sudden appearance, causing a swift reversal of fortunes, as the two forced the demon to retreat in utter frustration. Damn it, I was so close to the finishing blow. The demon roared in anger. Unfortunately, its demise was merely a matter of time. In the depths of the void, the battle among 6 Emperor-level beings was evidently far more intense than that below. Both sides had ignited their true fire, holding nothing back as they fought with all their might, each strike aimed at annihilating the opponent. Ha ha ha, old demon of Thunder Prison. Why struggle? Once the Holy Spirit allies arrive, your end is inevitable. Why not submit and allow this emperor to end your life swiftly, so you may be reborn sooner? Lin Xianxiao had just received news from the direction of Tianling, confirming that the Holy Spirit Empress and her companions had annihilated the demonic cultivators of Tianling and the Black Mist Marsh, destroying their formation. Consequently, his last shred of worry dissipated entirely, and he burst into laughter. On the other hand, the Thunder Prison Demon Emperor was oblivious to the destruction of the other 2 locations, and thus remained unaware of the dire situation. Thunder Emperor, do not get too smug. The forces we arranged in Tianling and the Black Mist Marsh are far from weak. It is impossible for your human race to breach them so easily, the Thunder Prison Demon Emperor coldly retorted. Perhaps your human forces have already been wiped out by the allies of the Black Mist Marsh and Tianling. If you do not flee now, you shall remain here for good. After saying this, he intensified his attacks on Lin Xianxiao. Time passed, moment by moment. Another half-hour later, a clear and chilling voice resonated from the void in the direction of Tianling. The cultivators of the Holy Spirit domain have arrived to support our comrades in the Qingyun domain. The voice was not loud, yet it reverberated in the ears of every cultivator and demon. Soon after, 3 figures, emanating imperial might, shattered the void and descended, followed by an army of nearly 300,000, brimming with ominous energy. Leading them were the Holy Spirit Empress and her 2 companions. As the forces of the Holy Spirit domain arrived, Jiulu Pass transformed into a desperate struggle for survival. The 3 figures stepped forward, their imperial aura radiant, akin to the zenith of the sun or the vastness of a starry sea, instantly dimming the demonic energy that hung over the battlefield. The central figure was the Holy Spirit Empress. Although her complexion bore the pallor of a fierce battle, and the bloodstains on her moon-white attire had yet to dry, her eyes reflected a resurgence of authority, her regal presence restored. The ancestral artifact staff in her hand resonated with her battle spirit, flowing with warm and majestic moonlight, dispelling the bloodshed and malice of the battlefield. To her left, the Lingyun Emperor exuded an aura of Tao rhythm, and though his azure imperial sword remained sheathed, it emitted a resonant sound that harmonized with the movements of the cosmos, stirring the surrounding spiritual energy into a jubilant dance. To her right, the wind-howling Emperor's gaze was like lightning, surrounded by formless whirlwinds, as if he could unleash a cataclysmic storm at any moment. Behind these 3 formidable emperors, the warriors of the Holy Spirit Clan maneuvered resplendent, flying war chariots, while human cultivators soared on their swords or boarded massive warships. with demonic beasts roaring and banners obscuring the sky. Nearly 300,000 fresh troops converged into a torrent of steel, their overwhelming momentum filling the skies above Jiulu Pass. The arrival of this force drastically altered the atmosphere of the battlefield. Reinforcements. Our reinforcements have arrived. It is Her Majesty the Holy Spirit Empress, along with the Lingyun Emperor and the Wind-Howling Emperor. Laughter erupted among the human cultivators, previously weary from prolonged combat. As if they had been injected with a potent stimulant, their spirits soaring like a volcanic eruption, and the once stalemated front surged forward significantly. In stark contrast, the demons defending Jiulu Pass turned pale, their expressions filled with disbelief and despair. How is this possible? The Tianling direction. Where are the two demon emperors? What of the Black Mist Marsh's army? Panic spread like wildfire among the demonic ranks. The appearance of the Holy Spirit Domains coalition signified that the two other key strongholds they had pinned their hopes on were likely doomed. At that moment, they found themselves besieged on all sides, and their top-tier combat strength had fallen into an absolute disadvantage. In the depths of the void, the 6 Emperor-level beings engaged in fierce combat also sensed this monumental shift. Lin Xianxiao, surrounded by crackling lightning, struck back the thunder-prisoned demon emperor with a powerful punch. Laughing heartily, his voice resonating throughout the heavens. Old demon of thunder prison, I have long stated that your stubborn resistance is but a futile struggle. Now that our human coalition has arrived, are you not going to surrender and offer your neck for execution? The thunder prison demon emperor's countenance darkened, nearly dripping with malice, as he fixed his gaze on the 3 unmistakably imperial figures in the direction of Tianling, especially as he sensed the Holy Spirit Empress's still magnificent aura, despite her slight depletion. The last vestige of hope in his heart shattered completely. He could hardly believe that the forces in Tianling and the Black Mist Marsh had fallen so swiftly. Damn it! How is this possible? The Thunder Prison Demon Emperor roared in frustration, his body enveloped in chaotic demonic lightning, his demeanor growing increasingly violent and desperate. He understood that today might truly be his end. The other 2 Demon Emperors, the Giant Axe Demon Emperor and the Bone Demon Emperor, were equally despondent. The Giant Axe Demon Emperor felt the surrounding void being locked down by countless powerful divine thoughts, rendering him unable to escape. The Bone Demon Emperor's manifestation, forged from myriad bones, emitted faint cracking sounds under the overwhelming vitality and imperial pressure. Fellow Taoists, the time has come. Let us cleanse the demonic scourge today. The Holy Spirit Empress's clear voice rang out once more, her staff raised high, casting a radiant pillar of moonlight that shot into the sky, transforming into a deluge of light raining down upon the human and Holy Spirit coalition soldiers below. As the light entered their bodies, the cultivators felt a surge of energy. Their depleting spiritual power rapidly replenished, and their injuries healed at a visible rate, the morale of the coalition reaching new heights. Kill! The Lingyun Emperor succinctly commanded, drawing his imperial sword with a sudden flourish. The sword light illuminated the universe, and a massive azure sword chi, akin to a colossal axe cleaving the heavens, descended upon the towering walls of Jiulu Pass. Simultaneously, the Wind-Howling Emperor struck forth, his fingers forming a sword gesture, unleashing a tempestuous gale that morphed into countless invisible yet razor-sharp wind blades, creating a devastating storm that swept toward the demonic defenders on the walls. Follow the Emperor to slay the enemies. The allied forces erupted with a thunderous roar of battle cries, surging forth under the command of their leaders like a torrential flood breaking free from its confines, launching a full-scale assault on the giant deer pass from the front and flanks. Bathed in the ethereal glow of the Holy Spirit Empress's moonlight, Lin Tianhai felt an invigorating surge of strength coursing through him, dispelling the fatigue from the prior skirmishes. Truly, the Holy Spirit Empress possesses extraordinary prowess, he mused. His long blade emitted an excited hum as his gaze fixed intently upon the battered figure of the Quasi-Emperor Demon Lord, who had sustained grave injuries from the joint assault of him and the clan elder. Old fiend, your time has come. With a mighty roar, Lin Tianhai merged with his blade, transforming into a breathtaking arc of blinding light that tore through the heavens and shattered the Demon Lord's defenses in a heartbeat. No, the Demon Lord could only emit a desperate howl before the blade's radiance pierced through his brow, obliterating both his form and the demonic soul within. Without a glance at the falling corpse, Lin Tianhai shook his blade, causing droplets of blood to evaporate, and turned his gaze back to the chaotic battlefield, seeking his next target. At this moment, the battlefield had shifted from a grinding stalemate into a one-sided massacre. The imperial battle in the void had also been thrown into disarray with the entry of the 3 from the Holy Spirit Empress. Thunder Emperor, I come to assist you. Although the Holy Spirit Empress had not completely regained her strength, her imperial dignity was not to be trifled with, and she directly confronted the ferocious thunder-prisoned demon emperor. With a wave of her staff, moonlight coalesced into icy chains and transformed into purifying halos, systematically diminishing and cleansing the violent demonic lightning. Ha ha ha, your arrival is most timely. My friend, let us send this demon on his way. Lin Xiao laughed heartily, intensifying his onslaught. Faced with the combined might of the Holy Spirit Empress, the thunder-prisoned demon emperor found himself thoroughly outmatched, retreating step by step as his injuries rapidly compounded. Roar! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! The thunder-prisoned demon emperor bellowed in frustration, struggling to hold on while searching for a fleeting chance to escape. Meanwhile, the Lin Xuan emperor had engaged the giant axe demon emperor. Golden armored friend, my apologies for our tardiness. Haha, not at all, not at all. Lin Xuan, I am impressed by how swiftly you dispatched the Heavenly Ridge and the Black Mist Marsh. After exchanging a few words, the two joined forces to unleash a fierce assault on the giant axe demon emperor, causing him to spew blood repeatedly as his imperial body crumbled and his spirit dimmed. The Wind Howl Emperor collaborated with the Lu Wu Emperor to besiege the Bone Demon Emperor. Under their combined might, the Bone Demon Emperor's seemingly indestructible skeletal form began to crack and shatter like rain. Even though its reconstruction speed was rapid, it often found itself shattered anew by their relentless attacks, unable to mount any effective resistance. Chapter 267, A Complete Victory, Reclaiming the 9 Yuan Domain. The battle at the gates was particularly brutal. Facing the frenzied assault of nearly 6 million troops, the demon defenders of the giant Deer Pass, though fighting like cornered beasts, unleashed their final ferocity. Yet, in the face of such an overwhelming disparity in strength, all resistance proved futile. Charge in. Annihilate the demon spawn. The allied forces surged like a tidal wave through the breach, engaging in a more ruthless slaughter against the demons who stubbornly resisted. This was undoubtedly a one-sided bloodbath, a massacre on a grand scale. The demon cultivators, aware of their hopeless plight, often chose to self-destruct, dragging down the surrounding allied soldiers with them, rendering the conflict particularly sanguinary. However, this localized frenzy could not alter the overarching tide of defeat. The human alliance held an absolute advantage in numbers, morale, and elite combat power, grinding down the last vestiges of resistance from the demon cultivators like a colossal millstone. In no time, waves of demon cultivators fell, and it would not be long before they were entirely purged by the human forces. Meanwhile, in the void, the imperial battle unfolded without suspense. Within a mere quarter of an hour, the first demon emperor began to fall. The first to perish was the giant axe demon emperor. Under the might of the golden armored emperor's culmination of his life as cultivation through a mighty strike, the giant axe demon emperor's weapon shattered utterly, and his flesh was obliterated on the spot. Only a pitch-black demonic soul remained, screaming in a desperate bid for escape, only to be met with a soul attack from the Lin Xuan emperor, precisely striking and instantly scattering its essence. The giant axe demon emperor has fallen. The demise of the giant axe demon emperor became the last straw that broke the demon's confidence. The Thunder Prison and Bone Demon Emperors were shaken to their core, their techniques revealing greater vulnerabilities. Seizing the opportunity, the Holy Spirit Empress unleashed a dazzling moonlight from the tip of her staff. Holy Moon Purification, a beam of pure light, embodying the purifying essence of the Holy Spirit race, engulfed the Thunder Prison Demon Emperor along with the raging demonic lightning that surrounded him. The Thunder Prison Demon Emperor let out a heart-wrenching scream as his demonic body melted away in the holy moonlight, rapidly disintegrating. Then, under Lin Xiao's divine punishment, he was ultimately obliterated into nothingness along with his demonic soul. The Thunder Prison Demon Emperor has fallen. The remaining Bone Demon Emperor, heartbroken and devoid of fighting spirit, flickered and transformed into countless skeletal shadows, fleeing in all directions. You shall not escape. Lu Wu Emperor snorted coldly, his imperial sword poised before him, hands forming seals. All swords returned to their origin, binding heaven and earth. With a hum, countless strands of azure sword energy materialized from thin air, weaving into a vast net of swords that enveloped all fleeing shadows. As the net contracted, the illusory forms disintegrated upon contact. No, I am willing to submit. The true form of the Bone Demon Emperor manifested within the sword net, pleading in terror. The response to him was the simultaneous fatal strikes from Lu Wu Emperor and Wind Howl Emperor. The intertwining sword energy and tempest instantly engulfed him. The Bone Demon Emperor has fallen. Thus, the 3 imperial-level powerhouses of the giant Deer Pass demon race were all vanquished. As the imperial battle came to a close, the conflict within the gates also approached its conclusion. Stripped of their emperor's leadership and hope, the remaining demon cultivators completely collapsed. Some retaliated in madness while others scattered in flight, yet all were inevitably encircled and hunted down by the human alliance. The cacophony of battle cries, explosions, and the wails of dying demon cultivators gradually diminished. When the last remnants of stubbornly resisting demon cultivators were eradicated in the central square of the pass by several human cultivators, the entire giant deer pass finally descended into silence. The moonlight shone brightly, illuminating the ravaged land. The towering walls had become mere ruins, and the ground was littered with corpses, rivers of blood flowing, some belonging to human cultivators, some to Holy Spirit warriors, but most were the shattered remains of demon cultivators. The pungent stench of blood mingled with demonic energy, creating a nauseating atmosphere. Yet amidst this miasma, there lingered a sense of tragic release and victorious joy that spread through the hearts of the survivors. The figures of the 6 great emperors descended slowly upon the highest point of the shattered walls, surveying the reclaimed territory. Shortly after, Lin Tianhai and the Quasi-Emperors, along with various commanders, gathered together. Each survivor was drenched in blood, their armor tattered, faces marked by undeniable fatigue, yet their eyes sparkled with brightness, filled with excitement and pride. After enduring a bloody battle and sacrificing greatly, they had finally succeeded. The 9 Yuan domain, once occupied by the demon realm, had today, at long last, been reclaimed by their own hands. As Lin Xianxiao cast his gaze over the multitude of eager eyes below, he inhaled deeply. His voice, though tinged with a hint of hoarseness, resonated like the tolling of a great bell, echoing throughout the entirety of Jiulu Pass, proclaiming the definitive conclusion of this pivotal battle. In this contest, our human race has achieved a resounding victory. Jiulu Pass is reclaimed. The Jiyuan domain is restored. The human race triumphs. Following a brief silence, the surviving millions of soldiers, whether of the human or the Holy Spirit lineage, erupted in a deafening cheer. Soaring to the heavens, victory, victory, victory. The tumultuous waves of sound swept across the battlefield, cleansing the lingering bloodshed and gloom, radiating outward in all directions from the Jiyuan domain, heralding the triumph of the human race. The battle to reclaim the Jiyuan domain concluded with a comprehensive victory for the human coalition. The jubilant roars from Jiulu Pass surged forth like a tsunami, washing over the battered walls, dispersing the pervasive stench of blood and demonic essence, rising to the celestial realm, even causing the resplendent moon to tremble in response. Countless blood-stained arms raised their weapons, and hoarse throats bellowed forth cries of victory, the sound reverberating through every corner of the war-torn homeland, announcing the ultimate success of the human coalition's fierce struggle. Lin Xianxiao, the Golden Armored Emperor, the Lingyun Emperor, the Holy Spirit Empress, the Lu Wu Emperor, and the Wind Howl Emperor stood majestically in the sky, bathed in the cool moonlight and the fervent, reverent gazes of countless onlookers. The imperial might surrounding them had yet to fully dissipate, still infused with the fierce, bloody aura of their recent imperial battle, yet now imbued with an additional grandeur that solidified their victory. As they listened to the cheers below, the 6 emperors did not hasten to make further arrangements, but allowed the crowd to revel in their exultation. After a full half-hour, as the cacophony began to subside, they exchanged knowing glances, each comprehending the unspoken understanding among them. Subsequently, Lin Xianxiao and the Holy Spirit Empress stepped forward. People of the Qingyun domain, heed my command. Although we have emerged victorious in this battle, we must not let our guard down. Half of you shall remain alongside our allies from the Holy Spirit domain to temporarily garrison the Jiyuan domain until the coalition headquarters dispatches dedicated defensive forces. The other half shall return to the Qingyun domain to stand vigilant against the demon domain. People of the Holy Spirit domain, heed my command as well. Half of you shall remain with our allies from the Qingyun domain to guard the Jiyuan domain until reinforcements arrive, while the other half shall return to the Holy Spirit domain to maintain order and remain alert against the demon domain. Their voices resounded in the ears of every cultivator present. We shall obey the Emperor's orders, echoed the voices of millions of cultivators, resonating like thunder in the skies. Soon after, the millions of cultivators, under the guidance of the Quasi-Emperors, divided into 3 orderly groups, with those returning to their respective domains departing swiftly, while the remaining began to cleanse the battlefield and conduct thorough searches across the Jiyuan domain to uncover any remnants of demonic practitioners. Haha, my fellow friends. It is time for us to purify the Jiyuan domain, declared the Lu Wu Emperor with a hearty laugh. What you say is most fitting, let us commence. The others nodded in agreement. In the next moment, the formidable imperial auras surged skyward once more, imbued with an even greater sense of equilibrium and serenity than during their previous battle. The 6 emperors moved swiftly, each heading towards one of the 6 different directions surrounding the Jiyuan domain, forming a harmonious formation that enveloped the entire region. From the array, Lin Xianxiao cried out, his hands forming intricate seals. The lightning that enveloped him transformed from a destructive purple into a vibrant azure, reminiscent of the thunderclouds before a spring rain, infused with the power of purification and revival. Intricate chains of divine laws unfurled from within him, connecting heaven and earth. In the east, the golden armored emperor radiated a brilliant golden light, now softened into a warm and harmonious glow, akin to the gentle rays of a rising sun warming the earth, melting away the residual demonic energy in his wake. In the west, the Lin Xuan emperor gracefully lifted her hand, casting down streams of gentle light that flowed like soothing waters, cleansing the filth and mending the land's wounds, imbued with the extraordinary power to nourish souls and purify impurities. In the south, the Holy Spirit Empress raised her staff into the void, cascading pure moonlight like a waterfall, imbued with the unique purifying essence of the Holy Spirit lineage, exerting a potent restraining effect on demonic energy. Where her light touched, even the hidden traces of demonic essence buried within the soil were expelled and purified. In the north, the Lu Wu Emperor suspended his imperial sword in the air, its aura fracturing into myriad strands, not as a weapon of slaughter, but rather forming a colossal sword array that encompassed heaven and earth, its resonant sound akin to the harmonious tones of the great Tao, shaking the space around them and shredding the concealed demonic thoughts. In the northeast, the Wind Howl Emperor summoned the winds of the nine heavens, the crisp gales sweeping across the land, carrying away all noxious auras and infusing the parched earth with revitalizing spiritual energy. The six emperors united, their imperial radiance illuminating the world, weaving together divine laws and casting celestial brilliance across the skies. Centered around Jilu Pass, a vast purification light enveloped the entirety of the Jiyuan domain. Where the light reached, the horrifyingly dark demonic energy swiftly dissipated, vanishing entirely. The blood-stained rivers regained their clarity, and the desolate mountains began to exhibit the faintest signs of life. The nauseating stench of mingled blood and demonic essence in the air was replaced by a refreshing aroma, rich with the sense of earth and vegetation. This was a grand purification ceremony, the scale of which rivaled the recent cataclysmic imperial battle. The brilliance lasted for 3 whole days. After 3 days, as the light began to fade, the 6 emperors reconvened above Jilu Pass, their auras slightly diminished, clearly indicating the immense drain of energy caused by the extensive purification. At this moment, the Jiyuan domain had undergone a significant transformation, though still scarred and littered with ruins. The pervasive sinister demonic aura had been utterly eradicated. The sky had regained its clarity, and while the land remained barren, it now possessed the foundational roots for nurturing new life. Yet, as far as the eye could see, the vast expanse of land was lamentably devoid of human presence. With only a few scattered clusters of human cultivators visible in the distance, their numbers pitifully small, and these were merely the garrisoned forces from the 2 domains. Most of the original cultivators of the Jiyuan domain had perished in the slaughter inflicted by the demon domain, and the few who had managed to survive had long since fled. Once a thriving Jiyuan domain, following this demonic calamity, was left nearly devoid of its native beings. Even with the human coalition's subsequent robust support, restoring its former glory would be no small feat, certainly not achievable in a day or 2. At last it is done. The golden armored emperor exhaled deeply, the rugged lines of his face betraying a hint of fatigue. The encroachment of the demon domain has indeed been brutal. The Lu Wu emperor surveyed the desolate land below, his brow slightly furrowed. Were it not for our united efforts, relying solely on the natural restoration of the heavens and earth, I shudder to think how long it would take to achieve complete purification. Let us depart. We too should take the time to recuperate, lest the demon domain exploit any vulnerabilities. Lin Xiao nodded slowly. You speak true, my friend. After consecutive battles and the purification of the Jiyuan domain, we are nearing our limits. It is indeed time for us to rest properly. Haha, let us go. In the wake of Lin Xiao and the 6 emperors' concerted effort to purify the demonic energy from the Jiyuan domain, news of its reclamation swiftly reached the headquarters of the Human Coalition. 2 days prior, at the headquarters of the Human Coalition, the master of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion and other supreme beings of the human race gazed at the spectacle of the 6 emperors uniting to purify the Jiyuan domain within the Heavenly Mechanism mirror. And they were filled with immense admiration. Splendid work. To have reclaimed the Jiyuan domain so swiftly, vanquishing 6 demon emperors and countless demonic practitioners. This is a monumental achievement. Our coalition headquarters shall surely bestow generous rewards. Do my fellow friends have any objections? As the leader of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, the Alliance Lord erupted into hearty laughter, proclaiming that a substantial reward was in order. However, the Alliance was not a dictatorship, and such rewards required a consensus among those present. Naturally, there were no objections, after all. They were the esteemed heroes who had rendered great service to our human race, deserving of generous recompense. The Heavenly Blade Emperor, with his well-established ties to the Lin family, was the first to voice his agreement. At this moment, he chose not to remain in the Demon Suppression City, opting instead to make his way to the Alliance headquarters. For the formidable threat posed by the demon realm demanded his attention as one of the rare Emperor-level powerhouses among humanity. Indeed, these individuals were the pride of our race. Their spirits must not be dampened. The representative from the Quasi-Imperial Palace was none other than the Phoenix Emperor, who had made her debut during the Heavenly Blade Emperor's grand ceremony. With her amicable relations with the Lin family, she promptly expressed her support. Subsequently, other powerful figures present nodded in agreement or voiced their endorsements. Excellent. I wholeheartedly concur. It is only fitting. However, at that moment, an incongruous voice laced with disdain suddenly broke the atmosphere. It was merely a stroke of luck to reclaim the Jiyuan domain. A trivial reward will suffice. No need for excessive accolades. The source of this scornful remark was none other than Nangong Ju, the patriarch of the Quasi-Imperial Clan. He then adopted a condescending demeanor, dismissing the slaying of a few low-tier demon emperors and some insignificant beings as unworthy of commendation. The Lin family has offended my Quasi-Imperial Clan and expects rewards? Not a chance. Nangong Ju's words instantly cast a pall over the gathering, eliciting furrowed brows among many. Yet, due to the imposing presence of the Quasi-Imperial Clan, no one dared to respond immediately. In stark contrast, both the Heavenly Blade Emperor and the Phoenix Emperor rose to their feet in outrage. Nangong Ju, cease your derisive comments, thundered the Heavenly Blade Emperor. Everyone present recognizes their merits. It is not for you to dismiss them. Silence, Nangong Ju, the Phoenix Emperor rebuked. Countless brave souls from the Qingyun domain and the Holy Spirit domain fought valiantly, shedding blood and enduring countless casualties to reclaim the Jiyuan domain. Their fallen comrades have yet to be mourned. Do you think your words honor their sacrifice? Had it not been for countless heroes of our race, fighting tooth and nail on the front lines against the demon realm, could you possibly sit here so comfortably? She added, casting a cold threat. Should you dare to sow discord among our people again, do not blame me for being unmerciful. With their pointed reprimands, Nangong Ju's complexion turned ashen with fury. Heavenly Blade, Phoenix you. Seeing the situation escalating dangerously, representatives from the dominant powers, including the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, hastily intervened to mediate. Enough. Let us all temper our words. The Pavilion Lord commanded, Heavenly Blade, Phoenix, please take your seats. And you, Patriarch Nangong, refrain from reiterating your remarks. We shall not allow anyone to tarnish the accomplishments of the Lin family and their allies. With that, Nangong Ju stormed off, declaring, I have matters to attend to. Very well, let us proceed, the Pavilion Lord continued. The day following the combined efforts of the 6 emperors to purify the Jiyuan domain, envoys from the Human Alliance arrived at the Jiyuan domain. It is the envoy from the Alliance headquarters arriving. Esteemed friends, let us depart. Lin Xianxiao addressed the Holy Spirit Empress and the others. They nodded in agreement and ascended into the void together. At that moment, an elder adorned in a 7-star robe, possessing a lean visage and exuding a deep, profound aura of imperial authority, awaited them. His gaze swept over the battered yet now clear giant deer pass, traversing the weary yet spirited coalition soldiers below, ultimately resting upon the 6 emperors with a sincere smile. I am Xingyan, dispatched by the Alliance headquarters to extend my heartfelt congratulations to the Qingyun Domain and Holy Spirit Domain Coalition for reclaiming the Jiyuan domain and elevating the prestige of our human race. His voice was gentle, yet carried a commanding presence. In this battle, we decisively vanquished 6 demon emperors and obliterated an army of 800,000 demon cultivators, recovering lost territory, a monumental achievement indeed. Upon receiving this news, the headquarters rejoiced. His words resonated in the ears of every cultivator present. After a brief pause, he raised his voice slightly. By the resolution of the Alliance headquarters, all cultivators from the Qingyun domain and Holy Spirit domain who participated in this battle will be duly rewarded according to their merits. Rich bounties in spirit stones, elixirs, techniques, and divine weapons shall be generously bestowed. An immediate wave of excitement surged through the crowd. For ordinary cultivators, the rewards from headquarters represented tangible resources, crucial sustenance for their future paths of cultivation. The gaze of Emperor Xingyan shifted towards Lin Xianxiao and the other 6, his smile broadening, tinged with solemnity. As for the 6 esteemed friends who rendered monumental service in this battle, as well as their respective factions, the headquarters has high hopes and will bestow upon you significant treasures. With a flourish of his hand, 6 items radiating a soft, mystical light, each uniquely shaped, hovered in the air. Instantly, a vast and powerful aura of laws permeated the surroundings, causing the very essence of the heavens and earth to pulsate with excitement. These treasures glimmered like jade, blazed like the sun, and wafted like mist, each containing formidable energy and hinting at the profound mysteries capable of aiding one in grasping the fundamental laws of the universe and glimpsing the threshold of imperial realms. These 6 treasures are all esteemed relics hidden within the Alliance's vault, Emperor Xingyan continued, his voice laced with allure. Each contains a fragment of the source of the world's laws, greatly beneficial for those at the peak of the Quasi-Emperor stage seeking to break into the Emperor realm. According to our resolution, these are rewards for the 6 esteemed friends and their affiliated factions. Should any of you wish to exchange these for an equally valuable supreme treasure, that can also be arranged. The moment these words left his lips, the eyes of not only the quasi-emperors, but even the emperors themselves widened with fervor, their breaths quickening as they fixated on the 6 extraordinary treasures, each one a coveted prize, their expressions brimming with longing and determination. The Emperor realm. That was the ultimate pinnacle sought by countless cultivators. A treasure capable of enhancing the probability of breakthrough was of immeasurable worth, enough to incite frenzied competition among various factions. Though the emperors had already established themselves within the Emperor realm and had no need for such treasures, they were acutely aware of the immense benefits that could arise from having an additional emperor emerge from their respective lineages. This reward signified not merely resources, but a pivotal signal of a redefined hierarchy. They were resolute in their pursuit of these treasures. The group of 6 swiftly surveyed the artifacts. The golden armored emperor's eyes sparkled as they landed on a relic that emanated a sharp golden aura, resembling an ancient talisman inscribed with intricate patterns. The Luwu emperor was particularly taken by a small sword enveloped in a refreshing breeze. The Lingyun emperor's gaze swept over a jade pendant radiating a warm, soul-nourishing energy. The Holy Spirit Empress was drawn to a luminous essence that resembled condensed moonlight. The Windhowl emperor fixated on an orb that seemed to harbor the very essence of storms. It was clear that their selections closely aligned with the characteristics of their respective lineages. In stark contrast, Lin Xianxiao and his companions appeared utterly disinterested in the final artifact, their gazes devoid of any desire. The Lin family not only possessed treasures provided by Lin Xuan to aid in breaking through to the Emperor realm, but also had access to the heavenly treasures acquired by Lin Xuan, which could yield similar breakthroughs. In fact, the Lin family's vault still contained several such items. Currently, the only member of the Lin family who could utilize these was Lin Chongfeng. Thus, they were not in want of artifacts for breaking through to the Emperor realm. What they truly lacked were clan members capable of ascending to that esteemed level. Chapter 270. The Confusion of the Crowd. The Land of Imperial Sources. The starry embodiment emperor observed the reactions of those present, fully aware of the desires of several emperors. However, he was taken aback by Lin Changxiao's tranquility. In his long life, he had witnessed many individuals descend into madness over such treasures, yet this was the first time he encountered someone so composed. With a gentle smile, he spoke again. Esteemed friends, you may select items that resonate with your essence. Should any of you find dissatisfaction with these treasures, feel free to propose alternative offerings of equivalent value. This statement was primarily directed towards Lin Changxiao. The starry embodiment emperor sensed that this recently renowned and enigmatic emperor of the Lin family might have a different perspective. The golden armored emperor and his companions directly chose the treasures pivotal for breaking through to the Emperor realm, carefully storing them away. Yet Lin Changxiao did not approach. Lin Daoist, are you perhaps dissatisfied with this treasure? The starry embodiment emperor inquired curiously upon witnessing this. Indeed, as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Changxiao stepped forward, slightly cupping his hands towards the starry embodiment emperor, his voice clear and resonant, echoing in all directions. Starry embodiment Daoist. The Lin family is willing to forego this gift of treasure in exchange for 10 quotas to enter the land of imperial sources for cultivation. Might this be possible? What? Upon hearing this, not only the starry embodiment emperor was stunned, but also the golden armored emperor, Lu Wu, and the other 3 emperors turned their gazes towards him, their faces etched with astonishment and disbelief. To forsake the treasure that could facilitate a breakthrough to the Emperor realm? To exchange it for 10 quotas to the land of imperial sources? They were well aware of the land of imperial sources, an ancient secret realm under the control of the human alliance, with its core being an imperial pool that harnesses the essence of heaven and earth. The waters within contain extraordinary energy that can purify the body and soul of cultivators, significantly accelerating the cultivation speed of those at the quasi-emperor level, and even providing substantial benefits in solidifying their foundation and comprehending the laws. It is indeed a rare sanctuary for cultivation. However, no matter how extraordinary a sanctuary for cultivation may be, It cannot forge an emperor. The baptism of the land of imperial sources can only hasten the cultivation of quasi-emperors, solidifying their foundations and shortening the time needed for accumulation. Yet the chasm that lies between the quasi-emperor and true emperor must still be traversed by the cultivators themselves. A challenge fraught with peril. The treasure that Lin Xiao was willing to relinquish contained a genuine trace of the source of heaven and earth, significantly enhancing the probability of breaking through to the emperor realm. Even if it only improved the odds by a mere 10%, it would be sufficient to incite fierce competition among any top-tier forces. One option could potentially yield another emperor, while the other merely hastens the cultivation of 10 quasi-emperors. The disparity in value is as vast as the heavens and the earth. Daoist Xianxiao, are you serious? The golden armored emperor, being the most straightforward, could not help but voice his doubts. You must consider this carefully. This matter pertains to the opportunity of achieving the emperor realm, which cannot be compared to 10 cultivation quotas. He gestured towards the final treasure, his skepticism deepening, wondering if Lin Xiao had suffered too great a toll in battle, leading to a moment of confusion. Emperor Lu Wu also furrowed his brow slightly, urging, Lin Daoist, think it over. While the land of imperial sources is indeed excellent, it ultimately cannot assist in breaking through to the emperor realm, whereas this treasure could potentially allow your Lin family to produce another emperor. After a period of joint combat, their relationship with Lin Xiao had gradually deepened, leading them to sincerely offer their advice. The spirit melody emperor's beautiful eyes shimmered as she spoke softly. The Lin family possesses profound resources. Perhaps they have other considerations? Her words were tactful, yet the implication was clear. She found Lin Xiao's choice utterly perplexing. Though the Holy Spirit Empress and the Wind Howl Emperor remained silent, the confusion in their gazes was equally palpable. Faced with the direct and subtle inquiries and counsel from the several emperors, Lin Xiao's expression remained serene, merely offering a faint smile as he replied, I appreciate the kind intentions of my fellow Taoists, but I am fully aware of my actions, and there is no need for further persuasion. He then addressed the Starry Embodiment Emperor once more, affirming, Starry Embodiment Taoist, the Lin family has made its decision. We shall exchange for 10 quotas to the land of imperial sources. The Starry Embodiment Emperor studied Lin Xiao intently, attempting to discern something from his eyes. But they were as profound as the starry sea, revealing no ripples. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly nodded. Since Daoist Xianxiao insists, it shall be so. I shall personally take charge of granting 10 quotas to the land of imperial sources in accordance with tradition. Each quota allows for 10 days of cultivation within the imperial pool. Lin Xiao nodded in satisfaction at this outcome. The other emperors, recognizing that Lin Xiao had firmly made up his mind, though still filled with questions and a vague sense that this decision might be somewhat reckless and short-sighted, refrained from raising further objections. They turned their attention back and solemnly stored away the treasures they had selected, contemplating how to utilize them to bolster their respective factions with another emperor upon their return. The coalition's cultivators below were engulfed in a cacophony of astonishment and speculation. What could possibly be the reason for the Lin family emperor to forego the treasure for breaking through to the emperor realm? While the 10 quotas to the land of imperial sources were indeed precious, they could hardly compare to a treasure capable of forging an emperor. They were utterly baffled, struggling to comprehend the rationale behind such a choice. Had the Lin family become so affluent that they no longer valued such treasures? Or perhaps there were hidden circumstances, such as a lack of suitable quasi-emperor candidates within the family? Even so, it would be prudent to retain the treasure, as surely there would be family members capable of reaching the quasi-emperor pinnacle in due time. Various conjectures, regrets, and expressions of confusion spread through the crowd. Only the Lin family's own cultivators, though similarly puzzled, possessed unwavering trust in their ancestors' decision and awaited in silence. Of course, those from the Lin family hierarchy, like Lin Tianhai, who understood the family's circumstances, harbored no doubts and were instead immensely supportive. The elder's actions were entirely justified. Lin Xiao paid no heed to the discussions around him. He understood the situation of the Lin family better than anyone. With the myriad opportunities provided by Xian'er, combined with the resources from the Heavenly Emperor's cave, the Lin family's treasury still held a considerable stock of treasures to aid in breaking through to the Emperor realm. The family's true shortcoming at present was not resources, but rather personnel. It was those clan members who, due to the brevity of time, remained at the early and mid stages of quasi-emperor cultivation, requiring time to accumulate and transform. Without any quasi-emperor pinnacle members, what use would an abundance of treasures for breaking through to the Emperor realm serve? In contrast, the baptism of the imperial pool within the land of imperial sources could significantly shorten the accumulation process, enabling the Lin family's quasi-emperors, such as Lin Tianhai, to elevate their cultivation to the quasi-emperor pinnacle in a short span, even touching upon that barrier. Once they reached the pinnacle, utilizing the breakthrough treasures the Lin family had in reserve would greatly enhance the success rate of their attempts to ascend to the Emperor realm. The potential of those 10 quotas, if employed wisely, could yield far more than just one emperor for the Lin family in the future. Lin Xianxiao was acutely aware of this calculation. To him, that seemingly tempting treasure for breaking through was merely gilding the lily for the Lin family at present, while those 10 quotas represented a lifeline, accelerating the qualitative transformation of the Lin family's overall strength. Chapter 271. The commencement of cultivation in the Imperial Pool. The following day, Lin Xianxiao did not linger in the Jiu Yuan domain, delegating the subsequent affairs of the coalition to others. He, along with Lin Tianhai, the clan elder, and Lin Xian's grandparents, along with 10 eager quasi-emperors of the Lin family who had already received their orders, utilized a large-scale teleportation array to directly arrive at the headquarters of the Human Alliance. The headquarters of the Alliance was magnificent and imposing, suspended amidst the 9 heavens, shrouded in clouds and mist, with countless palatial structures emanating an aura of immense grandeur and majesty. Although Lin Tianhai and the other 10 were all quasi-emperors of the Lin family, possessing extraordinary experience, upon arriving at this core bastion of human power and strength for the first time, they could not help but feel a sense of reverence, their demeanor becoming notably more cautious. A middle-aged emperor, cloaked in the garb of the Alliance and exuding an aura of profound wisdom, had long awaited outside the teleportation array. He was none other than the guide responsible for ushering them to the land of imperial origins, the esteemed Xianxia Emperor. With a stern countenance and few words, Xianxia Emperor merely nodded slightly at Lin Xianxiao and stated coolly, "Follow me." With that, he turned and transformed into a streak of light, soaring deep into the heart of the celestial city. Lin Xianxiao exchanged a glance with Lin Tianhai and the others. The 10 prospective emperors from the Lin family inhaled deeply, suppressing their excitement and anxiety, and followed closely behind. They traversed through layers of majestic palaces and passed numerous formidable divine consciousness scans, ultimately arriving before a colossal gate shrouded in countless ancient ruins. The gate stood firmly closed, adorned with intricate carvings of the sun, moon, stars, mountains, and rivers, exuding an aura of ancient grandeur. A faint glow emanated from the crevice of the gate, accompanied by a rich wave of energy that invigorated their very beings. "This is the entrance to the land of imperial origins," Xianxia Emperor announced, halting his steps to retrieve a uniquely shaped token, which he pressed into a recess at the center of the massive door. A low, resonant hum reverberated as the runes on the gate ignited one by one, gradually swinging open to reveal a bizarre and unfathomable passageway. A pure, almost tangible energy surged forth like a tide, invigorating Lin Tianhai and the others, making them feel their internal magical powers awakening. "Enter, but remember, you have only 10 days. The energy of the Imperial Pool is volatile. Proceed with caution and do not be overly ambitious, lest your foundations be compromised, leading to irreparable losses," Xianxia Emperor cautioned in a routine manner. "Thank you for your guidance, Xianxia Emperor. We shall remember your words." Lin Tianhai and the others promptly bowed in response. They exchanged resolute glances, each reflecting the determination and resolve within. They understood that these 10 slots were a precious reward bestowed by their ancestor, a testament to the family's high hopes for them, and an extraordinary opportunity for themselves. Without further hesitation, the 10 figures transformed into streaks of light, resolutely plunging into the fantastical passage, their forms instantly engulfed by the radiance. The massive gate slowly closed, sealing off the energies from within and without. Xianxia Emperor, his expression unchanged, reclaimed the token and addressed Lin Xianxiao beside him. "Xianxiao, return here in 10 days to escort them out." Lin Xianxiao nodded, his gaze seemingly penetrating the closed gate, envisioning the transformative experiences awaiting the 10 Lin family members within the Imperial Pool. He stood with his hands clasped behind him, his robe swaying gently in the rich, energy-laden breeze, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He then gradually faded from sight. Within the land of imperial origins, Lin Tianhai and the others soon found themselves in a desolate realm, seemingly devoid of any substance, leading one to ponder if this truly was a sacred ground for cultivation. However, it quickly became evident that, despite its barren appearance, the spiritual energy here was extraordinarily dense, and comprehending the laws of the prospective emperors was significantly easier than in the outside world. Yet this was merely the periphery of the imperial origins. One could only imagine the unfathomable wonders within the imperial pool itself. No wonder this land of imperial origins was hailed as the preeminent cultivation ground for prospective emperors. The speed of advancement here was incomparably greater than that available in the outside world, mused the family elder, stroking his beard in awe. Indeed, but alas, The efficacy of this place relies on the energy of the Imperial Pool. Once depleted, it would require nearly a millennium to restore before it could be accessed again. Otherwise, if it were solely based on this location, our human race would have birthed countless powerful beings and extinguished the demon realm long ago, the others lamented. This Imperial Origins had been open for nearly a decade, and the depletion of energy was imminent. The Lin family was indeed fortunate to seize this opportunity. Historically, only the 7 dominant factions were granted a fixed quota each year, while others had to pay exorbitant prices or accomplish great feats for humanity to earn a chance. It was only due to the recent war against the demon realm, intended to motivate various factions and free cultivators, that the Alliance headquarters reluctantly released these quotas, allowing anyone who performed meritorious deeds to exchange for a chance. Thus, when Lin Xuan and his companions arrived at the Imperial Pool, they found numerous other prospective emperors engaged in cultivation. To avoid disturbing others or being disturbed themselves, the Lin family sought out a spacious area spanning roughly a mile for their collective training. Although the Imperial Pool was termed a pool, its dimensions were vast, resembling an ocean, thus offering ample space for their cultivation endeavors. "Let us begin. Do not squander this precious 10-day period," the family elder remarked, surveying the group. They nodded in agreement, promptly closing their eyes to meditate, immersing themselves in the Imperial Pool, embarking upon their training. Chapter 272. The Lin family's 10 members experienced dramatic growth. The provocation from the Nangong Imperial Clan. A good dog does not block the path. In the blink of an eye, the 10-day period swiftly arrived. When the ancient gate, engraved with the sun, moon, and stars, slowly reopened, Lin Xianxiao's gaze shifted, calmly focusing on the entrance to the fantastical passage. 10 figures emerged in succession. It was still the same 10 individuals, yet their auras had undergone a profound transformation. Upon departure, they were merely prospective emperors, their energies either sharp or subdued, yet imbued with a hint of the refinement and restraint forged by time. Now, standing there, an overwhelming and magnificent pressure radiated from them, akin to 10 newly forged divine weapons, glimmering with cold light and emanating an intimidating sharpness, their innate rhythms circulating in harmony with the laws of the universe. Among them, Lin Xuan, the most gifted, stepped forward with steady strides. His eyes sparkled with brilliance, and his aura was as deep as the ocean. He had ascended to the 7th level of prospective emperor. He had entered merely at the 3rd level. Now, he had broken through 4 realms in just 10 days. Such an advancement would be astonishing in any era. The other 9, including the family elder and Lin Xuan's grandparents, had also elevated by 2 minor realms, each brimming with vitality, their internal powers surging as though they possessed boundless strength. The baptism of the Imperial Pool truly lived up to its reputation. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Lin Xianxiao's eyes sparkled with uncontainable admiration as he exclaimed thrice. While he anticipated the extraordinary effects of the Imperial Pool's baptism, he had not expected it to be so astonishing. No wonder it was deemed the optimal cultivation ground for prospective emperors. After this experience, the Lin family's high-tier combat prowess had undergone a remarkable transformation. Such a treasure trove, if accessible multiple times, would even tempt someone with Lin Xianxiao's temperament to consider returning. However, he quickly sighed inwardly, for he understood that the efficacy of the Imperial Pool's baptism only manifested during a person's first experience, and the energy was exceedingly volatile and potent. The vast majority of cultivators reached their limits within 10 days. Otherwise, they risked catastrophic consequences. This was a lesson learned over the long years since the inception of the Land of Imperial Origins. Almost all cultivators aware of the existence of the Land of Imperial Origins understood this. Thus, Lin Xianxiao swiftly cast aside this impractical notion. "Ancestor, we have not failed you." Lin Xuan and the others approached Lin Xianxiao, bowing in unison, their voices filled with excitement and gratitude. They were acutely aware that without the opportunity fought for by this esteemed ancestor, they might never have had the chance to enter the Land of Imperial Origins in their lifetimes. Indeed, the gains are substantial and the foundations are solid. "You have not let this opportunity go to waste," Lin Xianxiao replied with a smile, nodding slightly. With a wave of his sleeve, he added, "Let us return to the clan and solidify our cultivation." The group, brimming with exhilaration, followed closely behind Lin Xianxiao as they made their way toward the teleportation array. The surge of confidence brought about by their newfound strength invigorated their every step, imbuing them with an indomitable spirit that was palpable in their glances. Within the ethereal confines of the floating divine city, they no longer exhibited the trepidation of newcomers. Instead, they attracted an array of astonished and inquisitive gazes. After all, the sudden emergence of 10 individuals, each exuding a distinct aura of having undergone a significant transformation and seemingly emanating from a common source, was bound to draw attention. Yet, Just as they were about to arrive at the teleportation plaza, an intrusive, somewhat acerbic voice pierced the air. "Oh, who might be causing such a commotion?" It turns out to be the Lin family's waste. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, a group of several individuals materialized from the side, obstructing their path. At the forefront stood an elderly man clad in a brocade robe, his complexion pale and devoid of whiskers, with elongated eyes that bore a hint of mockery at the corners of his mouth. Accompanying him were 4 or 5 others, all exuding formidable presences at the Quasi-Emperor level, and their robes unmistakably marked them as members of the Quasi-Imperial Clan, one of the 7 dominant factions, who held an adversarial stance toward the Lin family. The speaker was, in fact, a quasi-emperor from that illustrious lineage, while the elderly man in the brocade robe was none other than the Grand Emperor of the Nangong clan. Nangongmu. The brows of the Lin family members immediately furrowed, their expressions darkening. Ever since Nangong Batian had been subdued by Lin Xuan, the Nangong Imperial Clan had repeatedly sought to vex the Lin family, igniting their ire. Such a prominent power displayed such pettiness. It was evident that their adversaries had come with the intent of provoking a confrontation. Given that it was a junior quasi-emperor who had spoken, Lin Xianxiao refrained from responding with overwhelming force, opting instead to let Lin Tianhai and the others handle the situation. Is this the demeanor of a prominent faction? Has the Nangong Imperial Clan now resorted to such petty provocations? Lin Tianhai suppressed his anger and spoke coldly. His words elicited laughter from the Lin family members, their gazes toward the Nangong clan brimming with cold disdain and ridicule. This spectacle did not go unnoticed by the onlookers, who were taken aback. Goodness, are the Lin family truly this audacious? They dare openly confront the Nangong Imperial Clan and mock them to their faces? That is the dominant Nangong Imperial Clan we are speaking of. They harbor multiple Heavenly Emperor-level warriors. Does the Lin family not fear retribution? For countless years, no faction had dared to stand against the Nangong Imperial Clan. The last instance was a millennium ago, and that faction ultimately faced annihilation at the hands of the Nangong. Did the Lin family not fear following in their footsteps? Regardless of the outcome, I, from the Laonyo family, hold the Lin family in high regard. If the Lin family can survive beneath the Nangong's might, my Laonyo family would willingly become their vassal. Chapter 273, The Resolute Lin Family. As Lin Tianhai's words echoed, the surrounding atmosphere seemed to freeze in an instant. The Lin family's audacity was astounding. They dared to publicly insult the Nangong Imperial Clan as dogs. The faces of the Nangong clan members turned a deep shade of crimson, for they were accustomed to being treated with deference. They had never before endured such humiliation, especially from a mere member of an imperial clan. Lin Tianhai, you seek death. The previously vocal quasi-emperor of the Nangong clan erupted in fury, his quasi-emperor aura surging forth like a raging tide aimed at Lin Tianhai, while several others of the Nangong clan advanced in unison, their collective might akin to towering mountains, intent on crushing the Lin family. The members of the Nangong clan were all of at least the 5th tier of quasi-emperor cultivation, and had this been a prior encounter, Lin Tianhai and the others would have felt some pressure. However, times had changed. Having recently undergone the baptism of the Emperor Pool, their cultivation had surged, their foundations solidified. The vitality of the 10 of them was at its zenith, their inner strength coursing like a dragon, rendering them unafraid. Before Lin Tianhai could act, the elder of the clan, Lin Xuan's grandparents, and others simultaneously emitted a cold snort. A resounding boom erupted as 10 overwhelming quasi-emperor auras converged like 10 unparalleled divine swords, boldly meeting the oncoming force. There was no finesse, only a clash of brute strength. The 2 invisible pressures collided violently in midair, producing a thunderous rumble akin to a tempest. The void twisted violently, sending ripples visible to the naked eye, while the ground beneath the divine city, engraved with myriad formations, emitted a faint glow, instinctively resisting the impact. At the center of this clash, the faces of the Nangong clan members paled drastically, their forms involuntarily swaying as they collectively stumbled back a few steps. In contrast, the 10 members of the Lin family stood firm as a mountain, their garments billowing, their gazes sharp as blades. The amassed pressure not only remained intact but intensified, resembling a bastion of bronze and iron, unyielding. The disparity was stark. A chorus of gasps echoed throughout the surroundings. Goodness, the Lin family possesses such formidable strength? The combined might of 7 quasi-emperors from the Nangong clan has been overshadowed by the Lin family's 10, forcing them back a step. It appears the Lin family has made significant gains in the Emperor Source realm. Look at 2 or 3 among them. Their auras are profound, likely having reached the late stages of quasi-emperor. Remarkable. The Lin family is on the verge of a resurgence. Whispers cascaded like a tide, further darkening the expressions of the Nangong clan members, who were now filled with a mix of shame and indignation. They had assumed they could easily dominate the Lin family, only to find themselves facing a formidable opponent, suffering a public humiliation. Observing silently, his eyes narrow as he scrutinized Lin Chongxiao, Nangongmu felt a shadow pass through his gaze. As a Grand Emperor, he could perceive the lingering, unique rhythms of the Emperor Pool and the transformative vigor emanating from Lin Tianhai and the others with greater clarity. The Lin family, those so-called wastrels, had indeed made considerable strides in the Emperor Source realm. Nangongmu seethed internally, his disdain for the Lin family intensifying, especially at the thought of his clan's most esteemed prodigy having been subdued twice by Lin Xuan, which ignited a blaze of fury within him. He had initially presumed Lin Chongxiao would hold back, allowing the juniors to clash while he sat back and enjoyed the spectacle, even contemplating using the juniors' rudeness as an excuse to exert pressure and bring the Lin family to a disadvantage. However, he never anticipated that the Lin family's juniors would exhibit such remarkable growth, causing his own clan's members to suffer setbacks. Ah, Lin Dao, you possess quite the cunning. Finally, Nangongmu spoke, his voice laced with a subtle chill, his gaze shifting past Lin Tianhai and landing squarely on the ever-composed Lin Chongxiao. It seems the Lin family has reaped substantial rewards from the Emperor Source realm. Yet, your juniors have gained some fortune and now appear rather presumptuous, openly insulting my Quasi-Imperial Clan. Do you not think that perhaps you have underestimated us? Upon hearing this, Lin Chongxiao slowly lifted his gaze, his expression tranquil as he regarded Nangongmu, as if everything that had transpired was but a trifling matter. Nangongmu, if your hearing is poor, perhaps you should have it addressed. His tone was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. The right and wrong of the situation were clear to all present. He paused momentarily, a faint, enigmatic smile gracing his lips. The actions of my Lin family members are measured and deliberate. However, it seems you, Nangong clan, have indulged your juniors in obstructing and provoking us. Do you consider my Lin family easy prey? Or do you, Nangongmu, believe that my presence here is merely for show? As his words resonated, no earth-shattering aura erupted forth, yet an invisible, overwhelming imperial majesty began to seep into the air, quietly permeating the space. This imperial might was not ostentatious. It was as weighty as a mountain and as profound as the ocean, instantly neutralizing the slight pressure that Nangongmu had deliberately exuded, even causing Nangongmu himself to feel a slight tightening in his spirit. Nangongmu's expression subtly shifted. How long has Lin Chongxiao just broken through? And yet he possesses such formidable strength. He is a triple realm emperor, having entered the emperor realm for over 1,000 years, while Lin Chongxiao has only recently made his breakthrough. How could he possibly match his prowess? In fact, Nangongmu felt a disconcerting notion that in a real fight, he might not even be Lin Chongxiao's opponent. A jolt of realization struck him, followed by immediate denial. No. This is impossible. It must be an illusion. How could he be stronger than me? He has only just broken through. Yes, it must be mere misperception. Lin Chongxiao, Nangongmu barked, his voice laced with hidden trepidation. Today's affair, witnessed by all, has your Lin family's junior insulting the Quasi-Imperial Clan. If you do not provide me with an explanation, do you fear that the Quasi-Imperial Clan will wage war against your Lin family? He invoked the name of the Quasi-Imperial Clan, attempting to exert pressure through intimidation. Upon hearing this, Lin Tianhai and the others felt their anger surge but refrained from speaking out, instead casting icy glares at the Nangong family members while quietly gathering their strength, prepared for any potential escalation. Our Lin family has weathered countless storms since our establishment. Do not presume to threaten us. Lin Chongxiao retorted coldly. If you dare to declare war, even if our Lin family is outmatched, we shall shatter a tooth of your Quasi-Imperial Clan. The members of the Lin family showed no sign of dissent regarding their patriarch's decision. Instead, they promptly drew forth their personal weapons, exuding an aura of resolute defiance as they coldly glared at the Quasi-Imperial Clan. What becomes of a family that has lost its spirit? What future can it hope for? Sometimes, the more one cowers, the more the enemy will take advantage. Chapter 274. The three emperors intervene. The farce comes to an end. The atmosphere in the vicinity reached a boiling point, thick with tension. The crowd fell into a stunned silence, their faces reflecting deep shock. Goodness, the Lin family is indeed audacious. Are they truly unafraid of the Quasi-Imperial Clan's retaliation? One side comprised an established hegemon, while the other was merely a newly risen imperial clan. By all accounts, the Lin family appeared to have little chance of victory. Very well, it has been quite some time since anyone dared to speak to my Nangong family in such a manner. It seems we have been too low-key for too long, allowing even the most insignificant of creatures to behave insolently before us. Nangongmu's countenance was dark as thunder, his voice chilling. His aura surged forth, creating a palpable standoff with the Lin family. The tension in the air was so thick it felt as though the next moment could erupt into a violent clash. Yet, in this critical moment, a voice imbued with undeniable authority suddenly resonated from above. "Cease this at once. Do you take this place for what it is?" As the words fell, a harmonious radiance descended, dispersing to reveal three figures. To the left stood the Heavenly Blade Emperor, who nodded at Lin Xianxiao upon his arrival, to which the Lin family members returned a respectful gesture. In the center was the current leader of the Human Alliance, and also the head of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, the Heavenly Mechanism Emperor. To the right was a regal beauty clad in palace attire, her appearance exuding grace and nobility. She was the Divine Phoenix Empress of the Imperial Palace. The one who had spoken was none other than the Heavenly Mechanism Emperor. The arrival of these three emperors instantly alleviated the tense atmosphere. The Heavenly Mechanism Emperor surveyed both sides with a serious expression and spoke, "Friend Nangong, friend Lin. This floating divine city is the headquarters of the Alliance, where private duels are strictly prohibited. This is an ironclad rule. You both are of the Emperor rank. Why engage in such conflict over trivial disputes among juniors? It would only serve to amuse those observing us. Moreover, with formidable foes on the horizon, we ought to unite against external threats rather than squabble amongst ourselves." The Divine Phoenix Empress chimed in, her melodious voice carrying weight. "Indeed, both the Nangong and Lin families are pillars of our humanity. Given the precarious situation in Zhongzhou, we must collaborate." These two emperors represented the dominant forces of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion and the Imperial Palace. Although Nangong Mu and his kin belonged to the Nangong Imperial Clan, they dared not show disrespect, especially with the Heavenly Blade Emperor standing in support of the Lin family. A considerable complication. Nangong Mu, despite feeling reluctant, recognized that continuing this matter was unfeasible. The simultaneous intervention of the Heavenly Mechanism Emperor and the Divine Phoenix Empress signified the stance of other hegemonic forces within the Alliance's headquarters. Disinclined to see the situation escalate, should he act stubbornly, he would not only gain nothing but also earn a reputation for being oblivious to the greater picture. Taking a deep breath, he forcibly suppressed his fury and offered a polite nod to the Heavenly Mechanism Emperor and the Divine Phoenix Empress. Since the Alliance leader and the Divine Phoenix Empress have intervened, the Nangong family will naturally respect this. With that, he cast a cold glance at Lin Xianxiao and icily remarked, "Lin Xianxiao, remember that today's events are etched in the annals of the Nangong Imperial Clan. We shall take our leave." With a flick of his sleeve, he swept up the discontented members of the Nangong family, vanishing into the distance in a flash. Thus, a conflict on the verge of eruption dissipated into nothingness. Lin Xianxiao maintained his calm demeanor, as though everything that had just transpired was but a mere figment of imagination. He inclined his head slightly to the Heavenly Mechanism Emperor and the Divine Phoenix Empress. "I appreciate your assistance, esteemed seniors." The Heavenly Mechanism Emperor chuckled, "You are too gracious. Friend Lin, congratulations on the extraordinary fortune of your esteemed disciple. It appears the Lin family is on the brink of resurgence. Ha ha." The Divine Phoenix Empress also cast a benevolent glance. "Friend Lin, your successors are indeed formidable. The Lin family should foster more ties with my Imperial Palace." "Thank you for your kind words, esteemed seniors." Lin Xianxiao responded with a respectful gesture. After exchanging pleasantries, the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion Master and the Divine Phoenix Empress took their leave. Meanwhile, the Heavenly Blade Emperor approached the members of the Lin family, expressing his genuine delight. "Indeed, your family is growing increasingly powerful. The future looks promising. Esteemed senior, we owe our progress to your unwavering support. Without your guidance, how could the Lin family have reached this point?" Lin Xianxiao replied respectfully, "Indeed, the immense kindness you have shown to the Lin family will be forever etched in our hearts. We shall repay it in the future." The other members of the Lin family nodded in agreement, expressing their deep gratitude to the Heavenly Blade Emperor. Without the protection of the Heavenly Blade Emperor, the Lin family would not have been able to develop so steadily. Not to mention the Nangong Imperial Clan. Even the former Tianlong Empire would likely have made things difficult for them. Furthermore, during the Nangong Imperial Clan's repeated harassment of the Lin family at the Alliance headquarters, the Heavenly Blade Emperor had frequently come to their aid, alleviating much of their troubles. Thus, the Lin family held boundless gratitude towards him. "Haha, I have done nothing remarkable. There is no need for such formality." The Heavenly Blade Emperor replied with a warm demeanor, devoid of any arrogance typical of an emperor. "Esteemed senior, since we have the rare opportunity to meet, why not accompany us back to the Lin family? We would be delighted to host you," Lin Xianxiao suggested. "Haha, perhaps next time. With the looming threat of the demon domain, I must remain at headquarters on standby. When the opportunity arises, I shall surely visit for a drink." The Heavenly Blade Emperor waved his hand, explaining, "Very well, The Lin family will always welcome your esteemed presence. Lin Xianxiao did not insist further and responded with a respectful bow. Good, then I shall take my leave. Be cautious of the Nangong family. Should anything arise, contact me, and I will come at once. With that, the Heavenly Blade Emperor gradually vanished, as though he had never been there. After bidding farewell to the Heavenly Blade Emperor, the members of the Lin family did not linger and promptly departed the Alliance headquarters via the teleportation array. As the commotion gradually subsided, the surrounding crowd began to disperse. Yet, the news of the Lin family's formidable counterattack against the Nangong Imperial Clan, showcasing astonishing prowess, spread like wildfire throughout the floating divine city. Chapter 275, 2 Months of Change. Nangong Batian, once again reduced to a mere jester. The farce between the Lin family and the Nangong Imperial Clan at the Alliance headquarters did not attract much attention. In fact, many perceived the Lin family as insignificant before the might of the Nangong Imperial Clan, akin to ants. No matter how they struggled, their ultimate demise seemed inevitable. With the outcome seemingly predetermined, why would anyone pay further heed? Having concluded their expedition in the Imperial Source Realm, the Lin family members returned to the Jiyuan domain. Upon witnessing the arrival of the reinforcements specifically assigned to guard the Jiyuan domain, Lin Xianxiao led his clan back to the Qingyan domain. By this time, the Lu family, the Golden Armor Empire, and other factions had already returned to their respective domains several days prior, rendering the Lin family the last faction to depart. Esteemed colleagues, our mission is complete. The Jiyuan domain is entrusted to you. Farewell. Rest assured, Lin Daoist, we shall ensure that the Jiyuan domain, which you have painstakingly reclaimed, does not fall back into the hands of the demon realm. Take care. Time hastened by, and 2 months passed swiftly. The war between the demon realm and the human clan continued unabated. Although the intensity of the battles had diminished compared to the initial month, skirmishes persisted sporadically. Both sides seemed to understand that without fully unleashing their foundational power, neither could gain the upper hand. Thus, they tacitly withdrew their Celestial Emperor-level experts, deploying only those of the Emperor rank. The Celestial Emperor-level beings remained stationed at key defenses, refraining from direct engagement. During these 2 months, the Lin family participated alongside the Lu family and the Golden Armor Empire's cultivators in countless battles, both grand and modest. Although they suffered the loss of numerous kin, those who survived experienced substantial growth. Despite limited time for cultivation due to frequent battles, the survivors made remarkable strides in battle experience, proficiency, and power in martial skills, as well as comprehension of techniques and laws. In the face of life and death, immense opportunities arose. This was no mere saying. Witness how many Lin family members, previously ensnared by bottlenecks, broke through after a fierce battle, dramatically enhancing their strength. Even Lin Xianxiao, a formidable emperor, achieved a breakthrough, ascending to the 3rd level of the Emperor realm. His prior insights into spatial laws also reached a minor accomplishment due to newfound realizations. While still far from mastering his perfected Thunder Law, achieving such progress in a short span is nothing short of extraordinary. After all, his primary focus was the Thunder Path, making the comprehension of the Thunder Law considerably easier, especially with the support of the primordial divine tree, which facilitated his understanding, allowing him to attain perfection in the Thunder Law early on. Not only Lin Xianxiao, but also Lin Tianhai and the other 9 who had entered the Imperial Source Realm for cultivation saw significant improvements, solidifying their surging powers and advancing further. Although they did not experience breakthroughs, their strength still saw substantial enhancement. As for Lin Xian, Lin Dong, and other Lin family prodigies, their rate of advancement paled in comparison to their time within the Lin family, yet they too made notable progress. Lin Xian had already reached the pinnacle of the Saint King realm and would soon break through to the Saint Emperor realm. Moreover, during this period of relentless combat, he successfully grasped the formidable and enigmatic laws of slaughter, merging them with his sword intent to forge a killing sword intent, greatly amplifying the potency of his swordsmanship. His mastery over the sword law was already complete, and under his formidable comprehension, the laws of slaughter had also reached a substantial level. With his current strength, he could sweep through the Saint Emperor realm, posing a challenge even to low-tier quasi-emperors. To think that a Saint King at not yet 18 could stand toe-to-toe with low-tier quasi-emperors would surely shatter the hearts of other prodigies in the southern Ming continent. After all, according to the latest news on the Central Continent's prodigy rankings, the top-tier prodigies, such as the Ziwei Imperial Daughter and Nangong Batian, despite the full backing of their factions, had only just entered the Saint Realm. If Lin Xian wished to eliminate them, he could do so with but a mere finger. Furthermore, it is worth noting that within these 2 months, Lin Yin and Lin Dong, each at the peak of the Venerable Realm, successfully slayed a 5th-level Saint Realm demon cultivator, thereby breaking through to the Saint Realm, now standing at the 1st level. and catching up to the imperial sons and daughters of the dominant factions in the Central Continent. With this achievement, they ascended to the top 10 of the Central Continent's prodigy rankings, securing the 6th and 7th positions, respectively. Meanwhile, Nangong Batian, Lin Xuan's sworn rival, seemingly gained a tremendous opportunity, experiencing a surge in power that propelled him to 3rd place on the prodigy rankings, overtaking the previously ascendant Ziwei imperial daughter, Qinghua. Now, only the enigmatic female scion of the Heavenly Sword Empire, who occupies 2nd place, and Lin Xuan, the 1st, can contend with him. Indeed, Lin Xuan, upon revealing a fraction of his strength to the Tiangong Pavilion, ascended to the pinnacle of the prodigy rankings. This incident caused quite a stir, prompting even the previously unassailable Heavenly Sword Imperial daughter to express her desire to seek guidance from the Sword God, should the opportunity arise. Lin Xuan's timing in exposing his strength was particularly astute. It occurred just a day after Nangong Batian claimed 2nd place on the prodigy rankings, vowing to defeat Lin Xuan and avenge his previous humiliation. It is said that upon receiving the news, Nangong Batian nearly suffered a fatal shock, reportedly spitting blood and fainting. He had just declared his intent to redeem himself, and Lin Xuan immediately ascended to 1st place on the prodigy rankings. Was this not a direct slap to his face? Although Nangong Batian was loath to accept it, the credibility of the Tiangong Pavilion, which numbered in the millions, was beyond his capacity for dispute. Ultimately, this matter concluded with Nangong Batian losing face and retreating in disgrace, once again becoming the subject of covert ridicule, a mere jester in the eyes of many. Chapter 276. Lin Chongfeng's moment of breakthrough approaches, facing the Emperor's tribulation. In the northern wilderness spirit realm, Lin family. With 2 or 3 months having passed, the Lin family members left behind showed no signs of complacency. Instead, they dedicated themselves to even more rigorous training. They had no justification for laxity. The constant reports of fallen kin from the front lines persistently pierced their hearts, spurring them onward. Among those who had perished were husbands, fathers, sons, even grandsons and friends, each one a beloved companion, once sharing drinks and laughter, now separated by the cruel chasm of death, unable to even bid farewell. Some were not even afforded the dignity of a body to mourn, their remains lost to the merciless battlefield. It was they who had taken risks on the front lines, fighting valiantly so that the rest could enjoy this hard-won peace. How could they dare to falter? Otherwise, in the realms below, they would never be able to face these heroes. In such a heavy atmosphere, on this day, a deep and resonant bell tolled, shattering the oppressive silence within the Lin family. Boom! The family bell unexpectedly chimed from deep within the Lin residence today. The chime of the bell was not an urgent alarm, but rather a profound and resonant sound, echoing in a precise sequence of 9 tolls. The waves of the bell rippled outwards, caressing the expansive celestial mountains and blessed lands of the Lin family, brushing past every eve enveloped in ethereal mist, and penetrating the ears of every descendant of the Lin clan. In that fleeting moment, whether it was the elders in seclusion striving to break through their limits, the young disciples drenched in sweat on the training grounds, or the seemingly ordinary servants tending to the medicinal fields, all movements came to an abrupt halt. 9 tolls. Only significant events that could alter the fate of the family warranted such a solemn announcement since the establishment of the Lin clan. The last occasion was when the 2nd ancestor, Lin Xianxia, attained the imperial path, shaking the very cosmos. An indescribable wave of excitement surged through the veins of every Lin family member, akin to a silent tide. Soon after, from an unknown corner, a long-suppressed, uncontainable joy erupted, akin to a volcanic explosion. It was the 3rd ancestor. The elder's opportunity had finally arrived. The revered ancestor Chongfeng was about to break through the imperial threshold. Heaven bless the Lin family. Another emperor shall arise. The news spread like wings, riding the remnants of the bell's resonance, sweeping through the entire Lin family. Between pavilions and towers, on corridors and waterside pavilions, countless figures soared into the air, gazing towards the depths of the ancestral hall, the sacred ground of the family. The Tianyan Sea. Excitement, reverence, anticipation, an array of emotions intermingled on every face. Some elder clan members, their hair as white as snow, were moved to tears. Bowing deeply in that direction, Lin Tianyu, the current clan leader, stood above the family, clad in a simple azure robe, hands clasped behind his back. His expression appeared calm, but the slight tremor of his fingers revealed the tumult within. He understood better than anyone the years of longing the 3rd ancestor had endured for this day. Now, the opportunity had finally arrived. Drawing a deep breath, he suppressed the surging emotions within and proclaimed, his voice resonating through spiritual power, silence. The 3rd ancestor is on the verge of breaking through. All Lin clan members, resume your duties. no noise or unrest is permitted. Await the good news. With Tianyu's command, the fervor of the Lin family gradually subsided, yet the invisible excitement and anticipation only intensified, permeating every inch of the air. 3 days, for cultivators, was but a fleeting moment. On this day, before dawn, during the darkest hour of the night, figures with profound and oceanic auras quietly gathered in the Tianyun Sea, waiting for something. At the forefront stood a woman clad in pure white, her countenance cool and ethereal, surrounded by an almost imperceptible aura of icy crystals. She was Lin Xianxia, the second emperor of the Lin family. Beside her were Lin Tianyu and several clan elders who had reached the threshold of the quasi-emperor realm. In the next moment, a figure radiating imperial light appeared within the cave before them. "Elder sister, I am ready. Let us proceed," Lin Xuan said, stroking his beard with a gentle smile. "Very well. Take these tribulation treasures. They will be needed shortly," Lin Xianxia replied with a faint smile, handing over a spatial ring. Then, her gaze swept over the gathered crowd, and she nodded slightly. In an instant, with a flick of her sleeve, a dazzling ice-blue divine light engulfed everyone, tearing through the void, and they vanished without a trace. The 5 elements forbidden zone, an uninhabited expanse, served as a natural sanctuary for tribulation transcendence, posing no risk to the Lin family. Moreover, certain areas within this realm could facilitate breakthroughs for cultivators. For instance, the icy expanse where Lin Xianxia had previously advanced was now where Lin Xuan sought refuge, a unique area within the 5 elements forbidden zone, characterized by a vast storm. This stormy region, perilous for others, was akin to paradise for Lin Xuan, who cultivated the path of the wind. The group landed upon a relatively stable black stone mountain. Lin Xianxia stood atop the peak, her garments billowing in the violent tempest, her gaze sharp as lightning as she surveyed the chaotic forbidden zone. Her formidable imperial consciousness spread wide, ensuring no external disturbances could intrude. Lin Tianyu and several clan elders positioned themselves at various distances to guard this stormy domain. In the center, beneath the most ferocious vortex of storm power, a figure sat calmly, seemingly unaffected. His countenance was ancient, his gaze tranquil, as if the cataclysmic environment before him was merely a gentle breeze in his backyard. He did not regard anyone, merely lifted his head to gaze at the unfathomably deep, distorted firmament. It was time. He ceased to suppress the overwhelming power within him, which had long reached its zenith. A terrifying aura, profound and majestic, far surpassing that of a peak quasi-emperor, surged forth like a slumbering dragon awakening after eons, erupting from the crown of his head. Boom. The entire 5 elements forbidden zone trembled violently. The already chaotic void boiled, as if a massive stone had been cast into a tranquil lake. From the heights, an indescribable majesty began to coalesce, and 5-colored tribulation clouds manifested, not mere dark clouds, but a fusion of the purest elemental laws, interwoven and compressed, radiating a destructive brilliance that instantaneously enveloped the vast sky. Every Emperor's tribulation is unique. None knew how the third brother's tribulation would unfold, and Lin Xianxia, witnessing it all, felt a surge of curiosity. Boom. Soon, with a tremendous roar, Lin Xuan's imperial tribulation commenced. The imperial tribulation had arrived. The first layer of the thunder tribulation, the Gungjin divine thunder. Lin Xuan's initial thunder tribulation was the Gungjin divine thunder. The tribulation clouds churned, blindingly brilliant platinum light erupted, and countless bolts of lightning, honed to perfection and resembling tangible weapons, tore through the sky with the intent to sever all and obliterate myriad laws, descending upon Lin Xuan. The void was effortlessly rent asunder, leaving behind indelible black scars. Lin Xuan stood tall, fingers poised like a sword, and with a gentle swipe towards the torrential golden thunder. A vast and ancient azure wind blade howled forth to meet the Gungjin divine thunder. Boom. The Gungjin divine thunder, powerful enough to easily slay a peak quasi-emperor, was gradually worn down by the seemingly supple azure wind blade, ultimately dissipating into a shower of platinum light akin to luminous fireflies. In the end, it merged into Lin Xuan's body, augmenting his flesh, meridians, and bones. The first thunder tribulation was effortlessly surpassed, but soon the second thunder tribulation followed in quick succession. Boom. The second layer of the thunder tribulation was the xianxiaaudiobooks thunder tribulation. As the gold tribulation dissipated, the clouds shifted to ink, and a torrential black flood surged forth. Not ordinary water, but the weighty Xianming true water, capable of freezing souls and extinguishing life. A chilling aura enveloped the land below, instantly covering it with a thick layer of black ice, as though even space itself were about to freeze. Chapter 277. Lin Xuan ascends to the Emperor's path. The Lin family boasts 3 emperors. Witnessing the terrifying xianxiaaudiobooks thunder tribulation, Lin Xuan opened his mouth and expelled a stream of crimson light, which swelled against the wind, transforming into an ancient oil lamp. The flame flickered, not a mundane fire, but the true sun fire that incinerates all. Water and fire are interdependent, yet antagonistic. Water can extinguish fire, and fire can evaporate water. The lamp's flames surged violently, transforming into a sea of fire that surged upwards, colliding explosively with the Xianming true water. With hissing sounds, a vast amount of black water evaporated, and white steam enveloped the heavens and earth. The extreme cold capable of freezing stars was firmly held at bay by the blazing true fire, remaining 100 zhang away from Lin Xuan. Ultimately, only a pure energy mass remained, which Lin Xuan absorbed to nourish his entire being. The Imperial Tribulation offered no respite to Lin Xuan. As terrifying bolts of heavenly tribulation relentlessly descended, determined to annihilate him on the spot. The third wave, the azure wood divine thunder. The fourth, the burning sky purple fire. The fifth, the Wutu divine mountain. Lin Xuan's tribulation followed the sequence of the 5 elements, each wave more ferocious than the last. He exhausted all his means, wielding treasures and invoking divine powers, pushing his abilities to their utmost limits. Though his figure remained upright, his azure robe was tattered and torn, with traces of dried blood still lingering at the corner of his mouth. The might of the Imperial Tribulation was far from trivial. Each stage contained a test of the heavenly laws for cultivators. Failing to overcome any trial meant a certain death. Behind him, Lin Tianyu and the others had their hearts lodged in their throats, fists clenched tightly, nails digging into their palms without their notice, continuously praying for Lin Xuan. Even Lin Xianxia, the Empress, displayed a fleeting look of grave concern in her usually composed eyes. Having once faced the Imperial Tribulation herself, she understood its terrifying nature. Its power and difficulty were incomparable to earlier realms. Soon, Lin Xuan's tribulation reached the 6th stage, the 5-element divine thunder. The calamity clouds transformed from a singular hue into a kaleidoscope of colors, as the primal essence of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth no longer appeared sequentially, but intertwined, giving rise to an even more fearsome 5-element divine thunder. Thunder rumbled as vibrant bolts cascaded down where they passed. Space was not merely torn asunder, but was obliterated into nothingness, as if it had never existed. Lin Xuan dared not be negligent. In the next moment, he actively confronted the divine lightning, his fists swinging, the intent of his strikes piercing the void, behind him materializing a blurred phantom of a world. Imbued with the ultimate laws of wind, Lin Xuan unleashed a torrent of punches, extinguishing all the 5-element divine thunder aimed at him. Boom, boom, boom. Each collision reverberated, sending shockwaves through Lin Tianhai and the others, as if the thunderbolt struck at their very souls. Lin Xuan's form swayed, blood spewing forth, charred marks appearing on his body, and the sound of shattered bones echoed in the air. Yet, the brilliance in his eyes grew ever brighter, his fighting spirit surging. Even after being repelled by the tribulation multiple times, he charged forth resolutely, his gaze unwavering. After a quarter of an hour, Lin Xuan successfully passed the 6th tier of the Imperial Tribulation. The 7th was the Heart Demon Tribulation. Formless and intangible, it targeted the heart of the Tao. Lin Xuan stood resolutely in the void, his expression alternating between anguish, confusion, and ferocity. This was a test of his Tao heart, impervious to external interference. After a long while, his body trembled violently, his eyes clearing, successfully overcoming the Heart Demon Tribulation. His Tao heart, having undergone tempering, became increasingly radiant and steadfast. The 8th tier, the Causal Tribulation. Countless indistinct figures materialized in the void, former foes, fallen friends, entangled karmic threads, transforming into chains that sought to drag him into despair. Lin Xuan's fingers, resembling blades, severed the illusions, gaining clarity of self, and all causal phantoms shattered into nothingness. Having traversed the Heart Demon and Causal Tribulations, his aura did not weaken. Rather, through continuous resistance, it grew more refined and pure, subtly brushing against that ultimate barrier of transcendence. At last, the 9th and most terrifying tier of the heavenly tribulation descended. The calamity clouds contracted, coalescing into a divine thunderbolt no thicker than an arm, yet it radiated the purest, primordial chaotic hues. It descended slowly, silently. Where it passed, there was not destruction but a return to the void. The chaotic yet existent foundation of the 5-element forbidden zone began to collapse before this divine thunder, reverting to chaos. The return to the void divine thunder. Lin Xianxia's pupils constricted, and she gasped in shock. This was one of the most fearsome tribulations recorded. Lin Tianyu and the others turned pale. Before this divine thunder, they could not even muster the thought of resistance, only the deepest despair. Faced with this final and most lethal test, Lin Chongfeng executed an unexpected action. He relinquished all defenses, opened his arms, and allowed the chaotic divine thunder, emanating the aura of the void, to crash directly into his body. Third brother, Ancestor Chongfeng. Their cries abruptly ceased. The anticipated scene of annihilation did not unfold. In the instant the chaotic divine thunder entered Lin Chongfeng's body, his form transformed into a transparent, glass-like existence. Within, his internal organs, corresponding to the 5 elements, spun madly at an unprecedented speed, forming a perfect cycle. The liver belonged to wood, the heart to fire, the spleen to earth, the lungs to metal, and the kidneys to water. The 5 elements nurtured one another in an unending cycle. The chaotic divine thunder, capable of returning all things to the void, upon entering his body, was forcibly absorbed and decomposed by this rapidly circulating essence of the 5 elements, transforming into the purest chaotic primordial energy, which in turn nourished his organs and tempered his imperial body. He used himself as a furnace, drawing in the power of the thunder, refining himself in the process. Boom. When the last remnant of the chaotic divine thunder was completely refined, Lin Chongfeng's tightly shut eyes suddenly sprang open. In his gaze, there were no longer human pupils, but an endless reflection of the universe's birth and demise, and the cyclical nature of the 5 elements. An unparalleled majesty, transcending all beings, governing myriad paths, and commanding the laws, erupted like a storm from him, resonating outward. Buzz. The heavens and earth resonated, myriad paths manifested. The chaotic laws of the 5-element forbidden zone became docile and orderly in that moment. The fractured earth began to mend, and the turbulent primordial energy turned serene. In the void, golden lotuses erupted, divine springs gushed forth, celestial music floated ethereally, and various auspicious phenomena emerged in abundance. The imperial might surged, sweeping across the 8 desolations. He had succeeded. In the face of death, with unmatched courage and wisdom, he drew the thunder into his body, turning the tables, and shattered the imperial barrier, attaining the Tao to become an emperor. Congratulations, Ancestor Chongfeng, for attaining the status of an emperor, unextinguishable through the ages. Lin Tianyu and the elders trembled with excitement, kneeling in unison, their voices choked with overwhelming honor. Even Lin Xianxia, who had always been aloof, finally wore a relieved smile, nodding slightly and softly saying, "Congratulations, third brother, on your success on the imperial path." Lin Chongfeng reigned in the extraordinary phenomena surrounding him, the terrifying imperial might gradually subsiding. He stepped forward, approaching the others with a gentle smile, first nodding to Lin Xianxia, before helping Lin Tianyu and the others to their feet, saying, "We are family. No need for such formalities." His gaze swept over everyone, finally locking eyes with Lin Xianxia, an unspoken understanding passing between them. The Lin family, from this day forward, boasted a 3rd emperor, a lineage of 3 emperors. Chapter 278. The Lin family officially ascends to Imperial Clan. Abundant rewards. Meanwhile, far in the Qingyan domain, at the front lines of the war between the human race and the demon domain, deep within the Lin family's encampment, the bloodied figure of great ancestor Lin Xiangxiao, clad in battle armor, was engaged in discussions with Lin Tianhai and several quasi-emperors of the Lin family regarding the state of the battle. The atmosphere within the tent was tense, as the recent assaults from the demon domain had been increasingly vigorous, and even the combined strength of the Lin, Lu, and Jin families felt immense pressure. Suddenly, everyone within the tent, from the seasoned Emperor Lin Xiangxiao to Lin Tianhai and the others, froze in astonishment. A surge of resonance and tremor emanating from the very depths of their bloodlines arrived without warning. It was a celebration of life at its core, a spirited ascendance of their clan's fortune. Lin Xiangxiao abruptly looked up, his eyes igniting with incredible brilliance, the once unperturbed expression on his face giving way to overwhelming joy. He suddenly cast his gaze towards the Lin family's direction. Shortly thereafter, a snow lotus abruptly shattered the void and appeared before Lin Xiangxiao. This caused a stir among the onlookers, as they recognized this as the unique method of communication employed by the 2nd ancestor, typically reserved for significant events. Lin Xiangxiao suppressed his inner conjectures and raised his hand to gently touch the snow lotus. In an instant, the snow lotus transformed into a flurry of white characters, conveying the news that Lin Chongfeng had successfully transcended the emperor tribulation and ascended to the rank of emperor. Instantly, the crowd sprang to their feet, their voices trembling as they exclaimed, "Great ancestor! The 3rd ancestor has succeeded. Our Lin family has gained another emperor." Lin Xiangxiao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the blood-red sky interwoven with demonic energy outside the tent, a smile slowly curling at the corners of his mouth, a smile he could hardly contain. Among his generation, only he and his two siblings remained, and it could be said that Lin Chongfeng's breakthrough brought him more joy than anyone else. Good, good, good. He repeated thrice, each utterance imbued with profound comfort and excitement. Heaven bless our Lin family. Remember, this matter is to be treated as the highest secret. No member of the Lin clan is to divulge a single word. Now that Chongfeng had become an emperor, let him remain in the shadows for the time being. As you command, great ancestor. Lin Tianhai and the others responded in unison. An openly acknowledged emperor is sufficient to intimidate the surrounding realms, but a hidden emperor, known to none, is truly what enables the Lin family to remain steadfast amidst the tumultuous tides of chaos, potentially turning the tide in any looming crisis. The front lines continued to echo with the sounds of battle, the demonic energy surging. The Lin family's battle flag flapped fiercely in the bloody wind, showing no signs of change from usual. Only a select few at the core were aware that from this moment forth, the Lin family, a pillar of humanity, had been adorned with an everlasting imperial brilliance, its foundation far deeper than the outside world could imagine. Not far away, within a secluded retreat, Lin Xuan also received the system's notification at once. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your family has met the conditions for ascending to an imperial clan. The Lin family has officially become an imperial clan. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your family has become an imperial clan. A grand imperial clan gift package has been awarded. The sudden notifications jolted Lin Xuan from his meditative state. What? Has the third ancestor broken through to emperor? He exclaimed, initially stunned but soon overwhelmed with excitement. Ha! The third ancestor has finally succeeded. Our Lin family has finally achieved the status of an imperial clan. At that moment, Lin Xuan realized that his family had waited for this for hundreds of thousands of years. Countless generations of effort and unyielding aspirations had culminated in this moment, fulfilling the long-held wishes of their ancestors. Let me see what treasures this gift package contains, Lin Xuan said with eager anticipation. When the Lin family had first achieved the status of a quasi-imperial clan, the system had rewarded them with a plethora of resources at the emperor level. Now, this imperial clan gift package, if his assumptions were correct, should contain treasures of the heavenly emperor level. Heavenly emperor level treasures are the highest grade of treasures in the southern underworld and are exceedingly rare, predominantly held by dominant factions or rogue heavenly emperors, with little available to other forces. Should such treasures appear in the external world, each would be sufficient to incite fierce competition among the myriad factions. System. Open the Imperial Clan gift package. Ding. Understood, host. The Imperial Clan gift package is being opened for you. Congratulations, host, you have received 1 Heavenly Emperor level Dragon Vein. Congratulations, host, you have received 3 Heavenly Emperor level Cultivation Techniques. Congratulations, host, you have received 10 Heavenly Emperor level Martial Arts. Congratulations, host, you have received 1 top-tier Heavenly Emperor level Imperial Formation, the 9 Heavens Divine Emperor Formation. Congratulations, host, you have received 1 Heavenly Emperor level Guardian Beast, the 5-clawed Golden Dragon. Congratulations, host, you have received 5 million clan fortune points. Staring at these astonishing rewards, Lin Xuan found himself momentarily dumbfounded, nearly drooling with excitement. Wow, these rewards are simply too lavish. With these, the Lin family's rise will be accelerated beyond measure. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor Formation, a top-tier Heavenly Emperor level formation, capable of withstanding attacks from peak Heavenly Emperors at the 9th level. 5-clawed Golden Dragon, a guardian beast of the Lin family at the 7th level of Heavenly Emperor. Influenced by the clan's fortune, it is 100 loyal to the Lin family. Just the sight of these two was enough to put Lin Xuan entirely at ease. With them, while the Lin family may not be able to contend against those dominant forces, self-preservation would be absolutely assured. Moreover, he had previously drawn a puppet at the 5th level of Heavenly Emperor, which equated to a Heavenly Emperor level combat force. It could be said that although the Lin family now appeared as merely a newly ascended imperial clan on the surface, they secretly possessed 2 Heavenly Emperor level combat forces. And neither was ordinary, one comparable to a mid-tier Heavenly Emperor, and the other to a high-tier Heavenly Emperor. As long as the Lin family remained prudent, no one could harm them. It seems I must find a time to return to the clan, Lin Xuan resolved. After all, treasures can only exhibit their true value when put to use. Keeping them in his possession serves no purpose. Subsequently, Lin Xuan meticulously examined the changes following the ascension to Imperial Clan status. Clan Fortune System. Bound Clan, Zhongzhou Lin Family. Clan Rank, Imperial Clan. Host, Lin Xuan, peak 9th level of Saint King Realm. Clan Leader, Lin Tianhai, 7th level of Quasi-Emperor Realm. Strongest clan member, Lin Xianxiao. Third level of Emperor Realm. Clan Fortune, 2, 060, 900. Clan Population, 520, 809. Fortune Points, 5, 802, 000. Evaluation, a newly ascended Imperial Clan with immense potential. Pseudo-Immortal Clan, is that the next tier? Lin Xuan muttered, with the family S ascension to Imperial Clan status. He also noticed that the daily fixed generation of Clan Fortune Points had increased from the previous 10,000 to the current 20,000. The speed of accumulating Clan Fortune Points had undoubtedly seen a significant boost. Now, excluding Fortune Points gained from breakthroughs and other methods, just from the daily generation alone, he could draw a 10-fold lottery every 5 days. He then clicked to view the conditions required for ascending to a pseudo-immortal clan. Imperial Clan to pseudo-immortal clan. Ascension conditions. 1. Possess 3 Heavenly Emperor level cultivators. 2. Possess 20 Emperor level cultivators. 3. Possess 100 Quasi-Emperor level cultivators. 4. Clan Fortune must reach 3,500,000. Sigh, these conditions are indeed becoming increasingly stringent, he lamented. Aside from the unchanged requirement for 3 Heavenly Emperor level cultivators, the ratios for the other conditions are continuously escalating. The road ahead is long and arduous. Chapter 279, The Emergence of Conspiracy, The Machinations of the Demon Domain. Time flew swiftly, and 3 months had passed. At this point, half a year had elapsed since the Demon Domain launched its war against the human and demon races. Throughout this period, countless cultivators and strong individuals had perished on both sides. Yet, the Demon Domain showed no sign of retreat, nor did they make any moves, leaving the strong among the human and demon races at a loss. What could be the purpose of the Demon Domain's actions? However, just as the human and demon races focused all their attention on the frontline battlefield, the conspiracies of the Demon Domain finally began to bear fruit. It is time. Let us commence. It is high time to deliver a minor shock to those damned humans and demons. Hee. We have awaited this day for far too long. Dispatch the orders. Initiate the plan. At the 2 domains pass, the scorched earth stretches for 1,000 miles, shrouded in smoke and chaos. This place marks the juncture of the human, demon, and demonic realms, necessitating a joint defense by both humans and demons against the encroaching demonic forces. After half a year of relentless warfare, many fortifications have crumbled, their defensive runes long since dimmed and shattered. Amidst the ruins, one can find dark, congealed blood and broken weapons scattered about. The air is thick with the stench of blood, charred remains, and a faint, nauseating trace of demonic energy. Kill. Hold them back. For the homeland behind us. The cacophony of battle cries, the clash of weaponry, the explosive resonance of spells, and the wails of the dying intertwine, composing a brutal and fervent war anthem. Human cultivators form battle formations, their swords gleaming like rainbows, talismans cascading like a downpour, as they engage in a ferocious struggle against the surging tide of grotesque, demonic creatures. Occasionally, a cultivator succumbs to exhaustion, dragged into the fray and torn asunder, while others are reduced to ashes under the brilliance of divine spells. Brother Xian, the onslaught of these demonic wretches seems even more ferocious today, a deep voice intones. Beside him, exuding an overwhelming aura, stands Ao, the demon emperor, a towering figure clad in crimson scales, with a pair of curved horns adorning his brow. He delivers a devastating punch to a flying demon attempting a stealthy assault, his voice booming like thunder. His true form is that of a red-blooded dragon, formidable and immensely powerful. Nodding, the human emperor Xian surveys the seemingly endless carnage below and solemnly states, Brother Ao speaks true. The demonic realm is attacking with all its might, surely with some ulterior motive. Yet what could it be? This question has lingered in his mind for far too long. Though the demon realm is formidable, waging an all-out war against both the human and demon races would lead to a Pyrrhic victory, if victory at all. What do they truly seek? Ao grins, revealing his sharp, white teeth, yet his eyes bear no trace of mirth, only gravity. Let them come. We shall slay them one by one. I shall see whether their bones are tougher than my fists. Despite his bravado, a subtle hint of worry lurks in the depths of his gaze, not only at the 2 domains pass, but across the battlefronts of the human and demon races. Both have faced the most vehement assault from the demonic realm in half a year. As both races are taken aback, they are compelled to summon more powerful warriors to the front line. At this moment, the majority of their elite forces are engaged at the forefront, leaving only their true foundations behind. As the top-tier warriors of both races fight valiantly at the front line, their attention is riveted to this bloody border. Far away, billions of miles distant, lies a desolate and utterly silent territory, designated as an absolute forbidden zone, the abyss of demon sealing. Here, a perpetual shroud of gray-black mist prevails, obscuring the sun. The ground is an eerie dark red, as if stained by the blood of countless deities and demons, barren of any life. An unfathomable abyss, akin to a gaping scar upon the earth, stretches endlessly. At its edge stand 9 towering stone pillars, inscribed with intricate ancient runes that shimmer with various hues of light. These pillars interconnect their energies, forming an immensely powerful sealing array, with radiant light suppressing the terrifying existence lurking beneath the abyss. Here lies the sealed entity that, millions of years ago, single-handedly threatened to overturn the world, instilling fear across countless powers and races. The Forbidden One, the Demon Emperor, the formidable fiend who nearly conquered the entire continent. It is said that he has reached an invincible level of existence. Were it not for the emergence of the Southern Emperor, who defeated and sealed him away, this world would have long since succumbed to the path of demons. Typically, this area is guarded in rotation by top-tier warriors from both the human and demon races, maintaining a vigilant watch, so much so that not even a bird could pass. However, today, the guardians from both races face utter catastrophe. Enemy attack. A chilling warning barely escapes before it is abruptly silenced. The gray mist is violently torn asunder, and dozens of figures exuding overwhelming demonic energy appear like phantoms at the edge of the abyss of demon sealing. Leading them is Lin Xuan, the current leader of the demonic realm's ancestral lineage. His tall form is draped in a broad black robe adorned with dark golden demonic patterns, his features obscured, save for a pair of blood-red eyes that seem to harbor endless seas of corpses and blood. Behind him follow 8 ancient demons of various forms, all bearing deep, inscrutable auras reminiscent of the abyss. These are the true foundations of the demonic realm, awakening from an indeterminate slumber, presumed long dead, or missing even within the intelligence of the two races. For this day, the demonic realm has truly unleashed its full might. Kill them all. Leave none alive. Lin Xuan's voice is cold and devoid of emotion. Without further ado, the demonic warriors, having long been prepared, strike with ferocity. For the demonic realm, break the seal and summon back the emperor. Demonic flames surge, and the very laws of reality begin to unravel. A torrent of sinister, bizarre, and domineering demonic powers rushes forth, engulfing the area around the stone pillars. This is bad. We must not allow the demonic realm to breach the formation. Should the demon emperor emerge, it will spell disaster for the entire continent. Form the array. Quickly, activate the 10,000 Radiance Demon Sealing Array. An elder of the human race, his hair white as snow, his eyes nearly bursting with urgency, is the strongest guardian of this location, a highly revered pinnacle of the ninefold heavenly emperor. He bellows, urging dozens of human cultivators to fervently channel their powers, attempting to invoke the strength of the 9 stone pillars. Not far from them, several dozen demons are also desperately resisting. The strongest among them is likewise a pinnacle of the ninefold heavenly emperor. Under normal circumstances, either of them alone could annihilate countless demon emperors. Yet now, the demonic realm has dispatched a full 9 ninefold heavenly emperors, including Lin Xuan. Even with their might, against such overwhelming odds, they find themselves powerless. A skeletal old demon cackles maniacally, its desiccated claws extend, and 5 beams of twisted dark light pierce through the radiant shield, striking true at the foreheads of several human cultivators who are maintaining the array. These cultivators, unable to withstand the assault of a ninefold heavenly emperor, become rigid in an instant, their spirits extinguished silently. The formation collapses. The massacre commences. Though these guardians are elites of both races, how can they contend with the ancient demons, meticulously selected and awakened for this very day by the demonic realm? Moreover, the disparity in strength is insurmountable. The air is filled with screams of agony, severed limbs, and fragments of artifacts flying in all directions, crimson blood staining the already dark red earth, adding an even more eerie quality. Within the brief span of half a joss stick's burning time, all guardians of this location, from both races, are annihilated. None survive. Lin Xuan does not even cast a glance at the carnage strewn about. His gaze remains fixed on the 9 pillars, which begin to flicker erratically, trembling violently, and upon the unfathomable depths of the abyss of demon sealing. In his scarlet eyes, a long-suppressed fervor and devotion finally surged forth. Let us commence without delay, lest the night prolong our dreams. He took a deep breath, as if to absorb the bloodlust and resentment permeating the atmosphere, and initiated the grand array of 10,000 demons. We humbly welcome the return of the great emperor. Alongside him, 9 formidable sorcerers swiftly position themselves in a mystical formation, surrounding 9 stone pillars at the center. They simultaneously lacerated their wrists, unleashing torrents of dark purple demonic blood, teeming with terrifying magical energy. Instead of dripping down, the blood coalesced into streams that intertwined in the air, delineating a vast and intricate formation imbued with blasphemy and destruction. Their method was to employ this unparalleled demonic array to weaken the supreme seal that confined the celestial demon emperor, striving to break the seal entirely. As the formation took shape, the heavens and earth lost their hue. A deafening rumble erupted. An indescribable wave of terror surged forth from the depths of the demon suppression abyss, akin to a world-destroying beast awakening from an eternal slumber, its eyes abruptly opening. The ground began to tremble violently, the sky darkened instantaneously, leaden clouds descended, and blood-red lightning crackled wildly through the layers of clouds. The 9 stone pillars creaked under the immense strain, the runes inscribed upon them dimming at a visible rate, flaking away. The magnitude of this wave was so vast, so horrifying, and it unmistakably heralded the awakening of a forbidden entity, instantly piercing through the endless distances of space, clearly communicating to the distant front line of Tianfeng Pass and several critical battlefields within the realm of the demon race. Chapter 280. The Foundation of the Demon Domain. Blocking the 2 races. This is bad. The commotion emanates from the demon suppression abyss. Could it be the Qingxian Emperor, who had just sent a demon emperor flying with a sword strike, suddenly shuddered, swiftly turning to gaze toward the direction of the abyss, his face drained of color. His scholarly demeanor evaporated, leaving only boundless shock and fury. Almost simultaneously, Ao Zhan and all the powerful beings on the battlefield who had reached a certain level of cultivation sensed the terrifying aura that sent shivers through their very souls. The direction of the demon suppression abyss. Ao Zhan roared in disbelief, his crimson dragon eyes nearly ablaze. Damn it. We've fallen into their trap. Those scoundrels of the demon domain. This half-year of warfare has merely been a ploy to divert our attention. Their true goal is the seal of the celestial demon emperor. Such a deep scheme. They have expended countless resources and sacrificed innumerable demon cultivators for this day. The Qingxian emperor gritted his teeth, his grip on the sword trembling slightly from sheer rage. He finally understood why the demon domain's assaults had been so frenzied and reckless over the past half-year. All the sacrifices were merely to cover the actions taking place at the demon suppression abyss. The thought of the celestial demon emperor breaking free sent a chill racing from his feet straight to the crown of his head. The catastrophic scenes of corpses strewn across the land and civilizations collapsing, as recorded in ancient texts, vividly flashing before his eyes. All cultivators, heed my command. At all costs, break through the demon domain's obstruction and rush to the demon suppression abyss. The voice of the Qingxian emperor resonated with overwhelming magical power, echoing throughout the battlefield of the 2 realms. Demon kin, follow this king and break through. Ao Zhan also unleashed a dragon's roar, shaking the heavens. Without further ado, the powerful beings of both the human and demon races reached a unanimous consensus. However, the demon domain, having meticulously orchestrated this scheme, would not allow them to have their way. Only now do you realize? It's too late. Want to leave? Not a chance. You shall remain here, becoming sustenance for the great land of my demon domain. A chilling laughter, accompanied by an utterly domineering declaration, resounded from various voids. Not only here at the Tianfeng Pass, but all battlefields of the 2 races felt the presence of formidable beings who had attained emperor level and above, all sensing the movements from the demon suppression abyss and discerning the intentions of the demon domain. In an instant, powerful figures from both races surged toward the abyss. Even some ancient existences that ought to have been buried in the annals of history resurfaced, exuding a formidable aura. Yet, at this moment, they were not concerned with the astonishment of the onlookers. These ancient beings were solely focused on hastening to the demon suppression abyss. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just as the powerful beings from both races attempted to rush to the aid of the demon suppression abyss, terrifying demonic shadows emerged before them, obstructing their advance. Waves of aura, tenfold or even 100-fold more terrifying than those previously encountered on the battlefield, erupted without reservation. The space rippled like water, and shadows exuding a decayed, ancient, and powerful aura slowly stepped forward. The hidden foundation of the demon domain, concealed for so many years, was fully revealed at this moment, bearing its fangs. Reincarnation, old demon. Weren't you suppressed by an unparalleled ancestor of my Quasi-Imperial Palace over 100,000 years ago? A Tiandi from the Quasi-Imperial Palace exclaimed in shock as he beheld the horrifying demonic figure wielding the reincarnation disc. The 9 nether demon prison python. Wasn't it cast into the void by 7 Tiandi-level demon emperors of my demon race during the battle 12 million years ago? How could it still be alive? A Tiandi from the demon race turned pale with horror. A similar situation unfolded within both races, as numerous ancient demon lords emerged. Many of these ancient beings were thought to exist solely in the ancient texts and legends of the two races, believed to have been obliterated in the river of history. Yet now, they stood alive before them, bringing an unparalleled shock and pressure. The foundation of my demon domain is beyond your comprehension. Today, none shall prevent our great emperor's return. Kill. There were no superfluous words, only the most direct and brutal clash. The ancient existences of the demon domain stood resolutely in front of the powerful beings of both races, their intent unmistakable, to delay the humans and demons at all costs, preventing them from aiding the demon suppression abyss until the ritual there was completed. After a fierce battle, while the emperors and ordinary Tiandi of the human and demon races could withstand the onslaught of those demon emperors and ordinary demon lords, they were unable to contend with the ancient demon lords. Despite suffering significant casualties, they still could not breach the obstructions of the demon domain. Get out of my way. Reincarnation, old dog. Just as the great emperors and Tiandi were impeded by these ancient demon lords, the true foundation of the human and demon races began to mobilize. The supreme powerhouses of the Xianxiaaudiobooks clan surged forth. The true foundation of these dominant forces finally made their move, igniting excitement among countless human beings. Sword old ghost. You're not dead yet? Humph. If you old demon hasn't died, how could I? Get out of my way. I have no time to waste with you today. Want to pass? Want to stop us from welcoming back the great emperor? Don't even think about it. Unless you can kill me, but unfortunately, you cannot. Haraha. Then today, I shall sever you. Boom. Chapter 281. The Celestial Demon Emperor breaks free. It was not just the Xianxiaaudiobooks clan. Simultaneously, within the territories of the human race, the ancestral grounds, and forbidden places of the other 6 dominant forces, countless presences that had been asleep for countless ages, seemingly coexisting with the heavens, abruptly awakened. In the depths of the Quasi-Imperial Palace, an ancient palace floating amidst the stars of the 9 heavens, an endless gathering of starlight coalesced into a blurred figure. He appeared to be forged from the very stars, his eyes opening and closing, revealing the cycles of the star river. The celestial demon shall emerge. A great calamity shall befall the world. A single sigh encapsulates the profound vicissitudes of eons. With a single step, the figure traverses endless mountains and rivers, heading straight for the direction of the demon suppression abyss. However, just as he is about to depart the borders of the human realm, an expansive and boundless realm of darkness unfurls before him, halting his advance. Within this demonic domain, upon a throne constructed from countless white bones, a colossal shadow, wielding a skeletal demonic disc, slowly raises its head. It is none other than the supreme being of the demon realm, the bone demon Ancestor. His intent is clear: to prevent the unparalleled power of the Quasi-Imperial Palace from disturbing the fog of the heavenly demon emperor. Old starry ghost, your adversary is I. The bone demon Ancestor's voice rasps, imbued with the essence of vanquished spirits. Bone demon, you truly have not perished. The figure amidst the starlight responds gravely. For the sake of the emperor, even death is a trivial matter. Moreover, I am not dead. Today, none shall pass. As the skeletal demonic disc spins, it summons the dark demonic realm, sealing heaven and earth. You are no match for me. Should you insist on obstructing my path today, I shall not hesitate to slay you. The voice of the figure amidst the starlight is chillingly cold. Though he possesses the capacity to vanquish his foe, the time required would be considerable, and their paramount objective remains to thwart the heavenly demon emperor's emergence. That being is far too terrifying. Once unleashed, it would spell calamity for the southern underworld continent, reducing all life to ashes. In the present day, the continent lacks any supreme beings comparable to the southern underworld emperor. Ha ha ha. As long as the emperor can break free, what does it matter if I perish today? Within the human realm, the War Emperor Clan, the 100 Arts Alliance, the Nangong Imperial Clan, the 9 Mystic Imperial Palace, the Heavenly Machine Pavilion, and the 7 dominant factions of the human race have stirred, awakening their unparalleled powers, breaking through their confines. Moreover, in various mysterious locales, peerless beings have also arisen from seclusion, sending tremors throughout the entirety of humanity. Similarly, within the territories of the demon race, the ancient dragon sovereign of the Flame Dragon Clan lets out a resounding dragon roar that reverberates through eternity. A golden path unfurls as a 5-clawed flame dragon tears through the void, its might overwhelming, belonging to an ancient dragon emperor who has lived for 200,000 years. In the undying divine mountain of the Phoenix Clan, the flames of Nirvana soar skyward as an exceptionally divine phoenix, adorned in resplendent, multi-hued feathers, takes flight, scattering boundless life-giving light, a revered phoenix lord of the Phoenix Clan. At the same time, other ancient races, including the Golden-Winged Rock Clan, the White Tiger Clan, the 9-Headed Lion Clan, and the Golden Divine Ox Clan, have also awakened ancient existences from their slumber. Some radiate auspicious energy, while others exude malevolence. Some possess overwhelming ferocity, while others dominate the world, each one a titan that once instilled terror across an era. Their singular aim is to reach the demon suppression abyss with utmost haste, to avert a catastrophe that could upend the entire world. Yet, the demon realm has prepared for this day for far longer than mere millennia. The 10 supreme forces of the demon realm, Ghostly Abyss Sect, Bloodshed Hall, Bone Demon Sect, Hall of 10,000 Poisons, Six Desires Demon Palace, Demon Emperor Ridge, Heavenly Demon Palace, Holy Demon Sect, Reincarnation Sanctuary, and Profound Ghost Sect, have also seen numerous ancient demons claw their way from the depths of slumber, emerging from hidden lairs. The Ghostly Abyss Sect's held Demon Ancestor, commanding the phantoms of the 9 hells, stands resolute against the War Emperor Clan's War Ancestor. The Bloodshed Hall's Blood Sea Demon Ancestor unleashes an endless sea of blood, ensnaring the divine ancestor of the 9 mystic Imperial Palace, causing fierce clashes of azure and crimson light. The Holy Demon Sect's Holy Heavenly Demon Ancestor confronts the ancient Dragon Emperor of the Flame Dragon Clan. Both are unrivaled in physical prowess and combat might, their battle the most brutal, with dragon and demonic blood raining down. The ancestor of Demon Emperor Ridge stealthily weaves between reality and illusion, attempting to assassinate the Pill Ancestor of the 100 Arts Alliance, only to be met with fierce resistance as the Pill Ancestor's supreme soul detects the ambush, leading to an intense confrontation. The Six Desires Demon Ancestor employs exceedingly bizarre techniques in conjunction with the 10,000 Poisons Demon Ancestor, successfully stalling the ancient demon ancestors of the Golden Winged Rock Clan, the 9-Headed Lion Clan, and the Golden Divine Ox Clan, with both sides locked in a fierce struggle. The terrifying depth exhibited by the demon realm utterly astonishes both the human and demon races. Those ancient demons, once thought to exist solely in legend and believed to have long perished, now manifest vividly upon the battlefield, their power more terrifying and enigmatic than chronicled in ancient texts. How is this possible? The demon realm has concealed so many powerful beings. A newly ascended emperor of the Quasi-Imperial Clan gazes upon the ancient demon fighting fiercely against his ancestor, his complexion paling as his resolve falters. We have grossly underestimated the demon realm. A demon race, emperor murmurs to himself, eyes filled with regret and terror. Those who previously regarded the demon realm with disdain, believing that the alliance of the 2 races could easily subdue it, now find themselves plunged into icy despair, drenched in cold sweat. They finally comprehend that the demon realm had never exerted its full strength in past conflicts, always holding back. With the power now displayed by the demon realm, should they fully engage one of the races, the only outcome would be annihilation. It is over. If the heavenly demon emperor emerges, an ancient sage among the humans, well-versed in the secrets of antiquity, gazes toward the increasingly terrifying column of demonic energy emanating from the demon suppression abyss, trembling in despair. He recalls the scenes depicted on the ancient murals of his clan, where the heavenly demon emperor treads upon the stars, wields the sun and moon, and commands a demonic army that sweeps through civilizations, leaving desolation and suffering in its wake. This is the true end of days. In an instant, the entire battlefield descends into unprecedented tension and despair. The supreme beings of both the human and demon races, though individually powerful, some even stronger than the ancient demons they face, find themselves overwhelmed by the meticulous preparations of the demon realm. They are willing to pay any price, exchanging injuries for injuries, lives for lives, with the singular aim of stalling. Every attempt to flee the battlefield by the powerful of either race is met with the relentless assault of at least 1, if not 2 or 3, equally matched demons. The demon ancestors of the Golden Winged Rock and the other 2 clans join forces, forcing the 10,000 Poisons Demon Ancestor and the 6 Desires Demon Ancestor into retreat, their demonic blood staining the skies. Yet, those 2 ancient demons possess remarkable resilience. Their poison and 6 Desires techniques are exceedingly elusive, and combined with their reckless fighting style, they manage to entangle their foes, preventing any escape. The Sword Ancestor of the Heavenly Sword Emperor Clan unleashes sword energy spanning millions of miles, severing the head of the Reincarnation Demon Ancestor multiple times, with demonic blood staining the earth. However, he is unable to vanquish his opponent entirely, as the severed head regenerates rapidly through reincarnation, proving to be an arduous foe. The battle between the ancient Dragon Emperor and the Holy Heavenly Demon Ancestor shatters countless stars, dragon scales and demonic armor flying as both become consumed by rage, yet neither can gain the upper hand. All those heading to the demon suppression abyss are firmly sealed by the barriers constructed from the top-tier powers of the demon realm, forged from flesh and blood. No. A demon race emperor, watching toward the direction of the demon suppression abyss, emits a roar of unwillingness. He endures a blow from the opposing demon, igniting his essence blood to force a breakthrough, only to be ambushed by another heavenly demon, instantly torn to shreds, body and spirit obliterated. The carnage is unspeakable. Likewise, a heavenly demon emperor is brutally slain by the combined forces of the human and demon emperors, with the two sides nearly evenly matched. Yet, the powerful beings of both races are consumed by urgency. For the longer they delay, the more unfavorable their situation becomes. They can only fight desperately against the formidable enemies before them while seeking every possible way to draw closer to the demon suppression abyss. Meanwhile, the terrifying aura emanating from the abyss, which sends shivers through their very souls, grows ever stronger and more ominous. Suddenly, at a certain moment, a faint yet distinct sound of cracking reverberates through the perceptions of all top-tier powers, echoing abruptly. It is as if a balance that has sustained eons has been shattered. Above the demon suppression abyss, the supreme ceiling formation supported by 9 towering stone pillars, radiating 9 colors of brilliance, reveals a clear crack upon its luminous surface. Ha ha ha. We have succeeded. The seal is about to break. Engaged in a fierce struggle with the shadow of the starry brilliance, the bone demon's sovereign exuded a languid aura. Yet at this moment, erupted into a frenzied laughter. The emperor is finally returning. All the formidable beings of the demon realm, embroiled in battle, regardless of their location or the severity of their injuries, erupted into a fervent cheer, their assaults becoming increasingly frenzied, willing to risk their lives. A sense of foreboding enveloped the sword ancestor, the star emperor, the old dragon monarch, and the old phoenix master. The hearts of all the powerful beings of the two clans plummeted to the depths of despair. Boom! The first crack appeared, akin to the toppling of the first domino. The second, third, 10th, and the 100th cracks followed suit. Countless web-like fissures spreading across the resplendent 9-colored barrier at an astonishing pace. The 9 pillars that supported the heavens groaned under the unbearable strain. The ancient runes inscribed upon them extinguishing in clusters, shattering into fragments. The pillars themselves began to fracture, debris cascading down. The 10,000 demons devouring heaven formation, composed of the 9 supreme beings of the demon realm, radiated with renewed brilliance, the dark purple demonic blood surging forth more violently, transforming into myriad demonic runes, like maggots gnawing at the last foundations of the ceiling array. With our demonic blood as the catalyst, we beseech the emperor to break free and return. Li Xianxiang roared furiously, the first to expel the essence of his blood to merge with the formation. The remaining 8 demons, equally resolute, felt their auras momentarily weaken. Yet the power of the formation surged exponentially. Crack boom. At last, with a deafening roar that shook the heavens, the supreme ceiling formation that had safeguarded the world for millions of years was utterly shattered. The 9 towering pillars broke in unison, crashing to the depths of the demon suppression abyss, unleashing a torrent of demonic energy. The seal has been broken. In that instant, all sounds in the world seemed to vanish. The clamor of battle, the explosive roars of spells, the cries of rage, and the wails of despair all ceased abruptly. Time appeared to freeze. Every being, be they human, demon, or magical cultivator, involuntarily halted their actions, their gazes fixated on the abyss that had lost its sealing restraint. There, only a vast, dark chasm remained, as if connecting to the nethermost depths of the underworld. The next moment, thud, 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 like the ancient war drums of the gods echoing, a heavy, slow heartbeat resonated from the depths of that abyss. This heartbeat did not travel through the air, but resonated directly within the core of every being's heart, deep within their souls. Those of lesser cultivation turned pale, blood spewing forth as their spirits suffered grievous wounds. Even the emperor and demon emperor level existences felt their blood surging and their primordial spirits trembling. An indescribable, incomprehensible, and irresistible terrifying pressure, like a tidal wave, emanated from the demon suppression abyss, instantly enveloping the entire realm. Under this pressure, all things withered, the laws lamented, space solidified, and time became chaotic. Even the mighty Qingxian emperor and Ao Zhan felt as if they were but a fragile leaf in a tempest, pitiably insignificant. The flow of power within them became obscure, the laws of the great Tao seemingly rewritten and suppressed. Is this the realm of the celestial? In a certain battlefield, the leader of the Heavenly Sword Clan, Jian Wuhan, felt his hand tremble for the first time as he grasped his sword. It is over, calamity has descended. A flicker of despair flashed in everyone's eyes. The demons of the demon realm, after a brief silence, erupted into even more fervent and devout cheers and prostrations. Welcome back, Emperor. The Emperor is immortal, the demon realm shall flourish eternally, under the gaze of billions of eyes. A single foot emerged from the endless darkness of the demon suppression abyss, slowly stepping forth. This foot, though not particularly enormous, bore the weight of eons and oblivion. As it stepped into the void, the ripples that radiated from it reduced the surrounding space to dust, returning it to chaos. Following that, a figure completely emerged from the abyss. Clad in a simple black robe, the figure was tall and well-proportioned, his countenance obscured, as if shrouded in an eternal mist. With only a pair of eyes visible. What kind of eyes were those? Deep as the cosmic void, cold as the ancient abyss. The indifferent gaze resembled that of a deity looking down upon ants. Within those eyes, it seemed as if the sun, moon, and stars were in a cycle of dissolution. As if all things were in a perpetual cycle of rebirth, and the endless demon realm was in a state of flux. Wherever his gaze swept, whether upon humans, demons, or magical cultivators, the most primal fear and reverence surged from the depths of their souls. He merely stood there, without any motion or utterance. Yet he had already become the nucleus of the entire realm. All light, sound, and laws seemed to bow and submit to him. He is the heavenly demon emperor, once nearly dominating the entire continent, instilling terror in countless races. Only the southern underworld emperor could seal him, a forbidden existence. The heavenly demon emperor slowly raised a hand. His fingers elongated, as if containing the utmost truths of the demonic path. He gently clenched his fist. Boom. Centered around the demon suppression abyss. A visible wave of black energy surged forth, akin to a tide of destruction, sweeping outwards in all directions. Wherever the wave passed, the earth became void. The sky tore open vast rifts, the remnants of a ray brilliance, the turbulent energy aftermath, and even the lingering souls and corpses of fallen powerful beings were instantly erased, vanishing without a trace. Those engaged in battle nearby, both cultivators and demonic entities, did not even have time to scream before being obliterated into nothingness by this wave. Retreat. Retreat quickly. Xianxian Emperor roared, and together with Ao Zhan and others, they frantically retreated, summoning their strongest defenses to barely stabilize themselves at the edge of that wave of destruction, their faces ashen, blood surging. Without even striking a blow, merely the natural energy leak upon breaking the seal unleashed such cataclysmic power. The gaze of the heavenly demon emperor slowly swept across the chaotic and vast battlefield, scanning the faces of those who appeared as if facing a great enemy, filled with despair, as well as the fervently prostrating denizens of the demon realm. Ultimately, his gaze fixed upon the boundless depths of the void, as if reminiscing about something, or perhaps scrutinizing this world from which he had been a part for millions of years. A calm yet overwhelmingly authoritative voice resonated clearly within the souls of each being. This world remains as uninteresting as ever. Very well, since I have returned. Let this realm formally submit beneath my feet. Nanming, though you once strived to seal me, what of it? Now that you are gone, none can impede me. What I could not accomplish back, then shall be fulfilled in this era. The moment those words fell, the demonic might within the realm surged exponentially. The heavens and earth trembled, as if facing true doomsday. Chapter 282. The demon proclaims the world. The last moments of all beings. The heavenly demon emperor's indifferent voice, devoid of any emotion, clamped down upon the souls of every listener like the heaviest of shackles. Some cultivators of lesser cultivation even had their Tao hearts shatter, their gazes becoming vacant, reduced to mere husks. You few have contributed to my unsealing. This is your reward. The heavenly demon emperor cast a glance at Li Xianxiang and the other 9. Gesturing with his hand, 9 streams of demonic light surged into their bodies. Instantly, the 9 who had broken the formation with blood and flesh saw their injuries heal in an instant, their cultivation, once at the pinnacle of the heavenly emperor, shattering their bottlenecks and stepping into a new realm. This tier transcends the realm of the celestial emperor, yet it does not attain the level of a true immortal. The dominant forces across the South Underworld continent refer to it as the remnant immortal. This designation is not a genuine realm, but rather a title derived by these cultivators to distinguish themselves from those at the celestial emperor level. Although these practitioners have yet to become true immortals, they have already grasped certain principles of immortal Tao, their strength far surpassing that of the pinnacle celestial emperors. Presently, as the South Underworld continent cannot give rise to immortal Tao practitioners, even the most defiant cultivators can only reach this remnant immortal tier at most. The supreme beings from the 3 factions of humans, demons, and devils who have mobilized, such as the reincarnation demon emperor, the sword ancestor, and the old dragon sovereign, all exist within this realm. The reason the dominant forces in the South Underworld continent have perpetually remained those factions is due to their underlying power, characterized by the presence of such unparalleled remnant immortals to suppress adversaries. As long as no other faction reaches the remnant immortal level, none can hope to shake their dominance. The 9 individuals rewarded by the Demon Emperor, feeling the surge of power within them far surpassing their previous capabilities, were overwhelmed with excitement, hastily bowing their heads in gratitude. Thank you for the Emperor's bestowal. Serving the Emperor is our honor. We are willing to dedicate our lives to the Emperor, even unto death. The Demon Emperor showed no discernible expression, casting them not a second glance, and slowly turned away. With a deliberate motion, he raised his hand, which had just unleashed waves of destruction, and with fingers splayed, he gently pressed against the void. In that moment, the skies across the vast expanse of the South Underworld continent dimmed for an instant, encompassing the entirety of its 5 great states, irrespective of direction. Countless beings, filled with terror, looked up to behold the tumultuous surge of demonic energy coalescing into an enormous, indistinct yet vivid shadow of the Demon Emperor, which imprinted itself upon the consciousness of all living creatures. This demonic visage enveloped the heavens, its vastness unknown, with icy eyes resembling 2 blood moons suspended above every state, domain, sect, and being. In the Eastern State, where myriad sects flourished and the human race thrived, disciples practicing sword formations at the entrance of the Tianhuang Emperor sect stared skyward in horror, their swords vibrating uncontrollably, nearly slipping from their grasp. Elders rushed from their meditation chambers, their faces ashen, gazing at the visage of the Demon Emperor that occupied their entire field of vision, chilled to the bone. The Demon Emperor, murmured an ancient figure, his hair white with age, his eyes reflecting profound terror. The legendary calamity had truly arrived. Not only the Tianhuang Emperor sect, but all dominant forces in the Eastern State, ordinary powers, and all beings bore witness to this despairing demonic presence. Is the legendary taboo, the Demon Emperor, about to unleash calamity upon our continent once more? In the Western State, the domain of the Buddhist sects, the center of the Buddhist and Taoist world, the 3 sacred Buddhist lands awakened their supreme Buddhas, who sighed in lamentation. Amitabha, yet another calamity approaches, bringing suffering to all beings, once more. A glimmer of hope rests with various factions. In the Southern State, amidst the wilderness and the coexistence of various tribes, an ancient shaman ceased his dance. Staring at the wildly spinning bones upon the altar, his face etched with despair. Powerful beasts in the jungle lay prostrate, emitting mournful cries. In the depths of the marshes, enigmatic entities also restrained their presence, fearful to make the slightest movement. In the Northern State, a realm of endless ice, the domain of the Ice Clan, even the eternal frost seemed to lose its chill beneath the oppressive might of the Demon Emperor. Within the ancestral grounds of the Ice Clan, the expression of their powerful beings turned grave, and countless Ice Clan practitioners felt a surge of despair. Meanwhile, in the Central State, directly facing the Demon Emperor's overwhelming shadow, all beings found themselves prostrate on the ground, trembling in primal fear. The Guardians left behind in the ancestral grounds of the 7 dominant factions activated their strongest protective formations, radiating brilliant light in a desperate attempt to withstand the omnipresent demonic might. Within the Hall of Heavenly Mechanisms, the heavenly mechanism mirror shattered, the celestial disc cracked, and the old master spat forth blood, lamenting, the heavenly mechanism dims. The future is shrouded in chaos. Is there truly no hope for our human race? His unwilling wail echoed as he succumbed to unconsciousness. In this moment, across the entirety of the South Underworld continent, regardless of race, region, or level of cultivation, all beings beheld and sensed the emergence of the world-destroying Demon Emperor, who loomed like an ancient divine mountain, suffocating all life beneath his weight. The intensity of his aura was overwhelming, instilling not a flicker of resistance in the hearts of the masses. Soon after, the demonic shadow that enveloped the heavens, though its lips did not move, emitted a grand, frigid, and indomitable voice that resonated within the depths of every being's soul, reverberating across every inch of existence. I, the Demon Emperor, have returned to the world. All living things in this realm, be it human, demon, devil, spirit, or any being with sentience, shall bow before me. Within 3 days, present your soul seals and swear fealty, and you may survive. The voice paused slightly, and the chilling intent to kill nearly froze the very essence of their souls. After 3 days, any who do not submit, any tribes that refuse to yield, any cultivators who rebel shall perish. The decree of the Demon Emperor sent tremors through the world. The mere word death shook the heavens. It instilled fear into the hearts of all beings. Instantaneously, whether in the demonic realm or on the battlefield, the cheers of demons reached a fever pitch. Countless demon cultivators fervently bowing to the shadow of the Demon Emperor, their voices echoing through the skies. The might of the Emperor is unparalleled. The Emperor is eternal. The demonic realm shall thrive forever. We humbly await the Emperor's decree. In stark contrast, the powerful beings of the human and demon races wore expressions of dread. He can simultaneously envelop the entire continent with his shadow and will, muttered the Star Emperor Ancestor of the Quasi-Imperial Palace, his voice hoarse. The starlight around him dimming. Such a method surpassed their comprehension of power. It is over. It is all over. An elder from the Nangong Imperial Clan murmured in a daze, his resolve nearly shattered. How can we contend against such an existence? Resistance is but a futile struggle against a mountain. Silence, bellowed the War Ancestor of the War Emperor Clan, his voice like thunder, rousing some wavering wills. Covered in blood, his fighting spirit remained unyielding as he fixed his gaze upon the sky, declaring, to yield before the demon emperor is the path to death. Even if we cannot prevail, our War Emperor Clan shall only produce valiant warriors who die in battle, not cowards who kneel. The War Ancestor's words resonated with conviction. Indeed, echoed the old dragon sovereign of the Flame Dragon Clan, his voice rumbling despite his battered form and shattered scales. We demons have traversed the vastness of the world. When have we ever bowed our heads to a demon lord? If he seeks war, then let us fight. We shall shed our last drop of blood. The old phoenix matriarch of the Tianfeng clan, enveloped in the flames of rebirth, spoke with clarity and determination. Though the demon emperor is formidable, having been sealed by the celestial emperor for millions of years, he is not at his peak. This may be our sole opportunity. Her words ignited a flicker of hope amidst the encroaching darkness. Indeed, if the demon emperor possessed the power to obliterate everything in an instant, why would he impose a 3-day deadline? He could simply sweep through all. He has just broken free from his seal. His strength surely has not yet returned to its zenith. This is their only chance. The Sword Ancestor of the Sword Emperor Clan, with a grave expression, spoke solemnly. Everyone. The decree of the demon emperor has been issued. This is a declaration of war against the entire South Underworld continent. We have no path of retreat. We must immediately gather all our forces and devise a strategy. Let us return and promptly relay the orders to the other 4 states to discuss our countermeasures. The powerful beings of the other factions also reacted, realizing that remaining in this place to clash with the demonic realm was futile. With the demon emperor's emergence, the battlefield was no longer confined to this locale, but rather encompassed the entire continent. Do you wish to leave? Have you consulted with this ancestor first? The bone demon ancestor grinned maliciously as the bone demon will began to spin once more, attempting to obstruct the advance. Begone, bellowed the celestial emperor. His body enveloped in a radiant starlight that ignited into countless sword energies, resembling a cosmic river in reverse, temporarily forcing the bone demon ancestor and his minions back. Seizing this opportunity, the foremost powerhouses of both the human and demon races unleashed their abilities, tearing apart the void, and, despite their grievous injuries and heavier hearts, fled this desolate land towards their respective domains. The demons did not pursue with full force. They merely offered a token resistance before allowing their adversaries to depart. Their objectives had been met. The emperor's return and the issuance of decrees ensured that these remnants would eventually fall into their grasp. The celestial demon emperor observed the retreating figures of the 2 clans with indifference, refraining from any attempt to impede their escape. To him, these so-called supreme experts were no more than slightly sturdier ants. The timing of their demise was inconsequential. He required a brief respite to fully acclimate to the celestial principles of this era and to regain a fraction of his former power. The 3-day deadline, rather than being a consideration for the masses, served as a buffer for himself. His gaze once again pierced the endless void, seemingly transcending layers of space to glimpse secrets obscured by the sands of time. Nanming, without you, I wonder who in this world could stand against me. As the 2 clans retreated to their respective territories, the news of the celestial demon emperor breaking his seal and issuing commands of submission spread like a devastating storm, surpassing any conventional means of communication, sweeping across the entire Nanming continent. Panic spread like a plague. In the mundane realms, emperors and nobles knelt in their grand halls, beseeching the heavens without knowing which deity to implore. In the streets, rumors proliferated, and fear took root, breeding chaos and violence in an atmosphere of despair. The cultivation realm fell into unprecedented turmoil. Small and medium-sized sects and gathering spots for loose cultivators descended into chaos. Some advocated immediate submission to preserve their lives, while others resolved to fight to the death, with many more left in a state of confusion, hoping that the dominant forces would devise a strategy. The 7 hegemonic factions of the human race in Zhongzhou, the 6 dominant tribes of the demon race, and several reclusive ancient families swiftly mobilized after the initial shock and panic. High-level summons emanated from their ancestral lands. The dormant resources were awakened, and sealed treasures were unearthed. with long-distance teleportation arrays glowing incessantly day and night. Arguments, debates, and decisive actions unfolded fiercely in every decision-making assembly. However, most factions understood the deep-seated enmity between the Zhongzhou human race and the demon race with the celestial demon emperor. Submission was an impossible feat. It was during ancient times that their human and demon races, led by the celestial emperor of Nanming, sealed the celestial demon emperor, with such grievances lingering. How could they ever submit? And how could the celestial demon emperor easily let them go? In the Quasi-Imperial Palace, the celestial star array operated at full capacity, isolating the interior from the exterior. Within the hall, while the celestial emperor's aura waned, his gaze remained sharp. The demon emperor's might is insurmountable. Yet direct submission would tarnish the millennia-old dignity of the Quasi-Imperial Palace. We must unite all forces. The War Emperor clan, filled with fervor, echoed the sentiments of their forebears. Our clan possesses only the spirit of battle, not the inclination to kneel. From this moment forth, the entire clan shall prepare for war and activate the war god barrier. Simultaneously, they dispatched envoys to contact all forces opposing the demons. The 100 Arts Alliance, along with the Alchemy Ancestor, Artifact Ancestor, and Array Ancestor, convened. The Alchemy Ancestor's expression was grave. The strength of the Demon Emperor is beyond that of any single individual. Yet submission is utterly out of the question. Relay this order. The 100 Arts Alliance shall never submit, and any traitor shall be executed. In the Tianji Pavilion, the remaining few elders collaborated in divination and finally unearthed the only piece of good news at present, manifested as 4 bloody words, a glimmer of hope. Although the exact nature of this hope remained unclear, it filled them with exhilaration, proving they had not yet reached the point of absolute despair. They immediately spread this news across the continent. Quickly, the Tianji Pavilion Master commanded his subordinates. At once, Pavilion Master. On the demon side, the Yanlong Clan, Tianfeng Clan, Golden Winged Rock Clan, White Tiger Clan, Nine-Headed Lion Clan, and Golden Bull Clan temporarily set aside their past grievances and convened. The voice of the old dragon monarch resonated throughout the city of 10,000 demons. The demon race is our eternal foe. Now that the demon emperor has emerged, intent on annihilating our kind, we can only fight to the death. From this moment forth, the demon alliance is established to resist the demonic calamity. They also reached out to the human race and the other 4 states, urging a gathering of all forces across the 5 states. Not only Zhongzhou, but the hegemonic factions of the other 4 states realized the severity of the situation and began to actively contact allies. However, not all factions chose to resist. Some, already close to the demon realm or bearing deep-seated grudges against the human and demon races from past conflicts, announced their allegiance to the celestial demon emperor the moment the decree was issued. Additionally, some opportunists, after weighing their options, deemed resistance hopeless and began surreptitiously contacting the demon realm, preparing to pledge their loyalty. The situation on the continent transformed into an unprecedentedly complex and treacherous web within a single day. Resistance factions, surrender factions, and those observing the situation took the stage, with undercurrents swirling beneath the surface. Meanwhile, the demon realm commenced its own maneuvers. Countless demon armies surged forth like a black tide, spreading in all directions, awaiting the emperor's decree 3 days hence. Wherever they passed, the choices were either submission or annihilation. They were the executors of the celestial demon emperor's will, the sword of Damocles hanging over the heads of all who refused to submit. The 3-day countdown loomed like a harbinger of death, suspended above the hearts of every living being on the Nanming continent. Despair permeated the air, yet the sparks of hope were cautiously safeguarded by those unwilling to yield, waiting for the moment when they would ignite into a conflagration. The resistance factions across the 5 states began to gather, discussing a united front against the celestial demon emperor and the demon realm. Meanwhile, the celestial demon emperor sat cross-legged above the demon-suppressing abyss, recuperating while coldly observing all that transpired. He showed no intent to intervene, or perhaps, in his eyes, ants were ultimately still ants. Their gathering merely spared him the trouble of hunting them down one by one. Enjoy your final moments, little insects, he mused. Chapter 283, The Lin Family's Retreat. Betrayal and the Cowardly Factions. In the North Wilderness spiritual realm, the Lin family. At this moment, every member of the Lin family had returned to their ancestral home, engulfed in anxiety. In the Heavenly Saint Hall, the upper echelons of the Lin family, including Lin Xianxiao and the 3 elder ancestors, along with the outstanding talents of the family, were all present. The breaking of the celestial demon emperor's seal is a calamity for the entire continent, and my Lin family cannot escape its grasp. Let us brainstorm on how to preserve the Lin family's lineage amid this disaster, Lin Xianxiao declared, his expression grave. The celestial demon emperor is far too powerful. My Lin family is but an insignificant ant in his presence. They could not ally with the demon realm. So they had to devise every possible means to safeguard the Lin family's legacy. I propose. Just as the discussion unfolded, Lin Xuan, seated in a corner, wore a serious expression as he communicated with the system, seeking a solution to this impending catastrophe. System, do you have any means to avert this disaster? Or to preserve my Lin family? Ding. Host, it is not difficult to protect the Lin family. If they take refuge in the Celestial Emperor's cave dwelling that you previously obtained, the Demon Emperor, with his current cultivation, will be unable to locate the cave's anchor point. However, alleviating the current predicament proves to be somewhat arduous. Nonetheless, there remains a glimmer of hope on this continent. If you can procure a particular item, perhaps it could augment the likelihood of our survival. Really? What item? Lin Xuan inquired eagerly. Resolving or resealing the Dark Demon Emperor would undoubtedly be the most favorable outcome, for who wishes to be trapped in a cave for years, akin to a stray dog? He was confident that, given 2 or 3 years, he could attain the same level as the Dark Demon Emperor, at which point he would not fear the adversary. Beep. Host, that item is called the Crystal of Heaven and Earth. The Crystal of Heaven and Earth? What is it? Can it contend with the Dark Demon Emperor? Lin Xuan expressed his skepticism. Moreover, with only 3 days remaining, how could I possibly find it? Even if I enlisted the help of other factions, it might not guarantee success. Beep. Ahem. Host, have you forgotten that this system is supreme and omnipotent? What is it that I cannot procure? So, how many clan fortune points will it cost? Lin Xuan rolled his eyes at the system. Hee, not much, just 5 million. What? 5 million? Why don't you just rob it? Lin Xuan exclaimed, exasperated by the system's greed. Host, this is hardly excessive. You must understand that this is an item capable of contending with the Dark Demon Emperor. 5 million is merely a friendly price from this system. Once this opportunity passes, there will be no second chance. Lin Xuan gritted his teeth, ultimately compelled to acquiesce to the unscrupulous merchant. Fine. I, Lin Xuan, agree to your terms. In order to resolve this crisis, he was willing to risk it all. Clan fortune points could be accumulated again, but if the Lin family perished, everything would be lost. Host, may our collaboration be fruitful. Here is your Crystal of Heaven and Earth. I shall take the 5 million clan fortune points now. Hee. Beep. 5 million clan fortune points deducted. Remaining, 1,003,000. Su Yun gazed at the colorful crystal, roughly the size of an ostrich egg, feeling as though he had been duped by the system once more. What was so extraordinary about this item that it could confront the Dark Demon Emperor? System, what exactly are its functions? How should I utilize it? Host, you will know in due time. Rest assured, all products from this system are of the highest quality. System, frustrated by the system's elusiveness, Lin Xuan longed to deliver a sound thrashing to it for not providing clarity on the item's usage. In the mysterious realm, the system chuckled. Hee, another profitable day? Little Lin, let us collaborate frequently in the future. Several hours later, upon Lin Xuan's suggestion, the Lin family convened and decided to first arrange for the elderly, women, and children to enter the Heavenly Emperor's cave. The remainder would retreat into the cave if, after 3 days, the continent was unable to withstand the forces from the demon domain, thereby preserving the Lin family. Should they manage to withstand the Dark Demon Emperor, the Lin family would naturally fight to the bitter end. The Dark Demon Emperor's decree was akin to shackles forged from ancient ice, binding the hearts of every being on the southern underworld continent. 3 days, merely 3 days. Would they kneel in supplication for survival, or march forth to their demise? This harrowing dilemma lay before every individual, from the humble beggar to the mighty overlords. Panic spread like an uncontrollable plague, ravaging every corner of the 5 great continents. In the mundane realms, once mighty emperors languished on their dragon thrones, surrounded by wailing ministers. The incense in the temples burned with unprecedented fervor, yet it seemed pitifully ineffectual. The cultivation world was rocked by upheaval. Elder meetings in medium and small sects erupted into fierce arguments, even leading to drawn swords. Meanwhile, loose cultivators flitted about like headless flies or dug deep into the earth in search of ancient caverns for refuge. Ultimately, the continent's powers swiftly divided into 3 factions. The largest was the resistance faction, centered around the human overlords of Central Continent, the Beast Clans, the holy Buddhist lands of the Western Continent, the foreign tribes of the Southern Continent, and the Ice Clan of the Northern Continent, along with the majority of forces across the 5 continents. They understood that their grievances with the Dark Demon Emperor were irreconcilable. The ancient battle had seen their ancestors stain the heavens with blood to seal him away. And now that the Demon Emperor had returned, how could he spare the descendants of those he deemed traitors? Surrender might offer a brief respite, but the ultimate fate would likely be more brutal than death. The second faction was the Surrender faction, primarily composed of forces that had covertly allied with the demon domain. Entities with deep-seated enmity against both humans and beasts, and numerous frightened opportunists. Within less than a day of the decree's issuance, a notorious faction known as the Black Sha Valley was the first to step forward, with its leader leading all disciples and elders to the demon-subduing abyss. Kneeling in abject submission, tearfully pledging loyalty to the Dark Demon Emperor for eternity. Once a precedent was set, other factions like the Wind Cave and the 10,000 Poisons sect hastily followed suit, eager to curry favor with their new master. Even more disgraceful were those sects that had once proudly championed righteousness, now quietly donning the banners of the demon domain, justifying their betrayal as compliance with fate. All in the name of preserving their legacy. Most shocking of all was the revelation that even some of the dominant powers had chosen to ally with the demon domain, including the Tiandao sect from the eastern continent, the Ice Clan's elder lineage from the northern continent, the Witch Clan from the southern continent, and a faction from one of the three major Buddhist holy lands in the western continent. The third category was the reclusive faction, lacking the courage to fight to the death and unwilling to bear the eternal condemnation of siding with demons. They open-sealed secret realms and exhausted their resources to fortify their small worlds, attempting to bury their heads in the sand like ostriches amidst the coming cataclysm. Among these, even the remnants of some dominant powers could be found. Damn it, the Nangong Imperial Clan has closed its gates, vanishing entirely into the void. Are they turning into turtles? Within the Zhan Emperor clan, upon hearing reports from his elders, Zhanzu furiously shattered the conference table crafted from 10,000-year-old cold iron, his blood surging with rage, causing the hall to resonate with a deep hum. It was not just him. When the Star Emperor from the Ziwei Imperial Palace, the Sword Ancestor from the Tianjian Emperor clan, the Dan Ancestor from the 100 Arts Alliance, and the other 6 major overlords received similar news, their faces darkened, as if they could squeeze water from them. The Beast Clan leader, the Old Dragon Emperor, spoke in a low tone, his dragon eyes ablaze with golden flames of fury. How dare they think that hiding will allow them to escape unscathed? If the Dark Demon Emperor seeks retribution, where in this world is there truly a sanctuary? The old Phoenix Lord of the Tianfeng clan sighed, the flames of nirvana flickering around her. Perhaps they hold on to a sliver of hope, believing the Dark Demon Emperor will not seek vengeance against them. Little do they know, beneath a collapsing nest, how can there be unbroken eggs? The actions of these reclusive factions incited even greater ire and dismay among the core of the resistance faction. This was betrayal, a cowardly and insidious form of treachery. Chapter 284. The formation of the 5-continent anti-demon alliance. The eve of the great battle. Time waits for no one. After the initial shock, anger, and panic subsided, the core of the resistance faction, led by Central Continent, displayed remarkable efficiency. High-level anti-demon orders were transmitted through ultra-long-distance teleportation arrays and interdimensional sound transmission disks, reaching the eastern, western, southern, and northern continents. The Ziwei Imperial Palace, the Zhan Emperor Clan, the Tianjian Emperor Clan, and the Beast Clan extended an invitation to all like-minded individuals across the 4 continents to gather at the Meteorite Plain in Central Continent, to forge a blood oath alliance and deliberate on strategies to resist the Dark Demon Emperor. The fate of the continent rested upon this endeavor. The Meteorite Plain, rumored to be the site of fallen stars from ancient times, boasted an expansive terrain infused with peculiar shattered laws. Upon the news spreading, valiant souls from the 4 continents responded eagerly. In the eastern state, the 4 dominant powers, the Heavenly Desolate Emperor sect, the Eastern Origin Imperial Palace, the Northern Underworld Imperial Clan, and the Celestial Emperor's teachings, stand as majestic as a vast galaxy, traversing the skies towards the central state. In the western state, the sacred bells of the 3 great Buddhist sanctuaries resonate, while countless eminent monks and Buddhas tread upon lotus platforms, reciting sacred scriptures, their divine light illuminating the path to the central state. In the southern state, amidst the untamed jungles, the ancient totemic clans, led by formidable foreign monarchs and their valiant warriors, surge forth like a torrent of iron, breaking free from the wilderness. Even the typically reclusive tyrants of the wild emit thunderous roars, joining this grand army against the demonic forces. In the northern state, upon the vast icy plains, ice-clad cultivators ride upon ice phoenixes and snow dragons, conjuring blizzards that sweep through the air, yet their resolve to protect their homeland remains unyielding despite the chill. Countless streams of light converge from every corner of the continent, akin to rivers flowing into the sea, heading towards the ancient and desolate fields of the central state. On the second day, the Meteorite Plain, once an empty expanse, is now teeming with people, their collective auras soaring to the heavens. The cultivators of various races don diverse garb, their energies ranging from fierce to profound, serene to violent. Yet at this moment, all faces were the same expression of solemnity and determination. A hastily erected alliance altar rises into the clouds, built upon lapis lazuli and inscribed with countless ancient formations. Flags representing the 5 states, dozens of hegemonic forces, and hundreds of elite factions flutter in the wind. At the forefront stand the foremost remnants of immortals: Star Emperor, War Ancestor, Sword Ancestor, the Old Dragon Sovereign, and the Old Phoenix Monarch. Exuding a profound aura, their gaze is as steadfast as rock. Without unnecessary formalities, time is of the essence. The Star Emperor, as the host representative, steps forward, his voice amplified by the power of the stars, echoing across the entire meteorite plain, resonating clearly in the ears of every cultivator. Esteemed friends, the celestial demon emperor has emerged, and the demonic edicts compel our surrender. This is an unprecedented calamity for our southern underworld continent. In ancient times, our forebears sealed this demon with blood and bone, safeguarding our realm for millions of years. Today, the demon reappears, intent on annihilating our kin and severing our path. His voice rises sharply, imbued with the resonance of gold and stone. Behind us lies our homeland, our ancestral teachings, the lives of countless beings. To retreat is to plunge into an abyss. To kneel is to forfeit eternal rebirth. We must fight. Fight to the death. Fight, fight, fight. Below, the roars of billions of cultivators converge into a tangible wave of sound, shaking the very clouds above. Their collective battle intent momentarily dispelling the oppressive demonic aura that fills the world. Excellent. The War Ancestor's voice booms like thunder. Since our unity is as solid as a fortress, today, the forces of the 5 states shall swear a blood oath against the demons here on the meteorite plain, forming the alliance against the demon emperor. From this moment forth, let us cast aside past grievances, unite our strength, and collectively oppose the demon emperor. Those who violate this oath shall be forsaken by heaven and earth, and hunted by both man and God. The proclamation of the alliance resounds once more, echoing into the heavens. Following the establishment of the alliance, the next crucial step is to consolidate power and form a joint army. This process, however, is fraught with challenges. The intricate relationships among the 5 states are complicated, with some factions harboring deep-seated enmities. While they may be forced to sit together in the face of a common enemy, disputes and friction inevitably arise when it comes to issues of command, resource allocation, and battle formations. Arguments, debates, and even clashes of energy unfold fiercely atop the alliance altar. Enough. Finally, the long silent acting head of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion steps forward, cradling a cracked compass in his hands. His voice, raspy yet imbued with an unusual penetrating power, declares, though the heavenly mechanisms may be shrouded in darkness, they do not spell our doom. The Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion has exhausted its efforts and calculated that there remains a glimmer of hope. If we engage in internal strife here, before the Demon Emperor even arrives, our coalition will collapse from within, playing right into the hands of the demon realm. At that time, that glimmer of hope will be utterly extinguished. His words send a shockwave through the leaders present. The Sword Ancestor takes a deep breath and solemnly asks, "Friend, do you truly believe there is still a chance?" "Indeed," he replies. "Ha ha ha, splendid. That means we still have hope. Our lives are not yet forfeit." Excitement ripples through the crowd. His words serve as a balm to their spirits, assuring them that their resistance is meaningful. Ultimately, after much negotiation, the Alliance Council is formed, comprising 15 of the foremost remnants of immortals, including the Star Emperor, War Ancestor, Sword Ancestor, Old Dragon Sovereign, Old Phoenix Monarch, the Elder of the Heavenly Desolate Emperor Sect, the Abbot of the Great Thundersound Temple in the Western State, the Beast King of the Southern State, and the Ice Sovereign of the Northern State. Decisions during wartime will be made collectively by the Council, with the majority prevailing. Even more exhilarating is the result of power consolidation. As each faction reveals its foundational strength, even the seasoned remnants of immortals feel a surge of exhilaration. The ranks of supreme beings among the remnants of immortals, excluding those who remain reclusive, number nearly 50 who have explicitly pledged their allegiance to the alliance. Among these, the Central State contributes nearly 20, while the other 4 states collectively add over 30. This constitutes a force capable of upending the very heavens and earth, an essence accumulated over countless ages by the southern underworld continent. At the pinnacle of the Celestial Emperor's might, nearly 200 strong, they are the backbone of sects and the foundation of imperial clans, the mightiest warriors beneath the remnants of immortals, and the very pillars of the alliance. Furthermore, the voluntary enlistment or the drafting of cultivators from various factions has resulted in a staggering number of tens of billions. From cave-dwelling cultivators to the immensely powerful celestial emperors, They gather in a vast ocean of cultivators. Their energies intertwine, blood and spiritual power merging to form a visible tide of overwhelming energy above the meteorite plane. A magnificent divine aura that temporarily dispels the oppressive presence of the celestial demon emperor. The war hall is temporarily led by the war ancestor, who begins urgently training battle formations, mixing cultivators from different sects and races in a bid to unleash the full potential of their combined efforts. The pill and artifact divisions, led by the 100 Arts Alliance, see countless alchemists and artifact masters stoking their fires day and night, producing various spiritual pills and magical artifacts in a seemingly endless stream, distributing them into the hands of the coalition's cultivators. The formation symbols are managed collaboratively by the Quasi-Imperial Palace, the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, and several sects adept at formation arts, as they begin to lay down layers of powerful defensive arrays, lethal formations, and illusionary formations around the periphery of the meteorite plane. The entire meteorite plane transforms into an immense war machine, erupting with astonishing efficiency and power beneath the shadow of despair. All allied cultivators understand that this is a war where everything is at stake. Victory will ensure the continuation of the continent and the preservation of their teachings, while defeat will plunge all into perdition, forever lost to the demon abyss. As the alliance busily prepares for war, the figure of the supreme demon looms coldly above the demon abyss, remaining indifferent to the commotion caused by the gathering ants on the meteorite plane. He does not send forth his demonic army to disrupt or hinder their efforts. The celestial demon emperor sits cross-legged, his demonic energy interwoven with the rules of heaven and earth, crackling softly. He is hastening his adaptation to this era, restoring his power. His divine consciousness has long sensed the feeble, yet gathering resistance on the meteorite plane. A cold, disdainful smile curves his lips, as he muses, "Very well, let them gather. It saves me the trouble of seeking them out one by one. In 3 days, ants. Your final struggle will serve as the finest offering when I return to this world." His whispers go unheard, yet they resonate like the final judgment, heralding a storm of blood and carnage that will engulf the entire southern underworld continent, soon to arrive. On the meteorite plane, battle flags wave like a forest, and the blood oath has been sworn. 50 remnants of celestial beings, 200 pinnacle heavenly emperors, and a coalition of billions of cultivators stood poised for battle. Swords and blades unsheathed, arrays shimmering with light, every gaze fixated resolutely upon the direction of the demon domain, awaiting the conclusion of the 3-day countdown. When the final call to arms would resound, the air was thick with a sense of tragic determination, to survive or to face annihilation. Chapter 285, The Great War commences. The 3-day period loomed over the South Ming continent, a deadly blade suspended above the heads of countless individuals. Amidst the oppressive silence and the fervor of preparations, the countdown quietly approached its culmination. On the Starfall Plain, billions of cultivators formed an imposing line, their armor glistening coldly, weapons raised like a forest, and their collective vitality and magical power interwoven into a vast ocean of energy, coloring the clouds above in vibrant hues. Massive war formations flickered to life with runes, resembling slumbering behemoths, exuding a disquieting aura. The mingled scents of medicinal herbs and gunpowder created a unique aroma befitting the impending conflict. On the Alliance platform, the 15 members of the Council, led by the Star Emperor Ancestor, the War Ancestor, and the Sword Ancestor, stood shoulder to shoulder, their gazes piercing through the void, firmly locking onto the direction of the demon domain and the abyss-like figure within. The Demon Emperor. Should he not be resealed or slain, utter destruction awaited. The 50 supreme beings of the remnant celestials restrained their auras, yet they seemed like 50 volcanoes on the verge of eruption, causing the surrounding space to subtly warp. Further back, nearly 200 pinnacle heavenly emperors stood like unyielding rock, the backbone of the coalition, the sharpest spear aimed at tearing through the enemy lines. The hour had arrived. In the hands of the acting head of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, a cracked compass throbbed erratically, until with a sharp crack, it shattered into a handful of mundane iron. His complexion paled as he murmured, "The heavenly mechanism has been severed. Only the will of man remains." Almost the instant his words fell, a deep thud resonated, not from the outside world, but from the heartbeat of every living being, as if the very heart of the South Ming continent had been gripped tightly. In the direction of the demon domain, the figure seated above the demon suppression abyss, resembling an emperor, slowly rose. Merely rising caused the heavens to dim, and the winds to stir tumultuously. The demonic might, previously diluted by the coalition's momentum, surged forth with overwhelming force, darkening the sky to an inky black, eclipsing the sun and moon, with only those demonic eyes, gazing down upon the world like 2 blood moons, casting a cold light upon the starfall plain. The time limit had arrived. All who do not submit shall die. The Demon Emperor's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in the ears of every coalition cultivator, reaching even the ears of every being on the continent. It carried a disdain and authority that pierced the soul. Some cultivators, weaker in cultivation, turned pale, their resolve wavering. Fiend, do not be so arrogant. The war ancestor's hair stood on end. The 50 remnants of celestial beings stepped forth from the Alliance platform, their voices booming like thunder from the heavens. Echoing across the coalition's ranks, the 5 States Alliance stands here. Today shall be your burial ground, fiend. Burial ground for this emperor? Ha! The cold curve of the Demon Emperor's lips widened, as if he had heard the most ludicrous jest. You who cannot even accomplish what the South Ming once achieved. Dare to challenge me? I shall show you what despair truly is. He made no further movements, merely raised his right hand and gently pressed toward the starfall plain. Boom. The laws of heaven and earth lamented. A colossal demonic hand, enveloping the entire sky, materialized from thin air, its palm marked with deep, chasmal patterns, entwined with chains of destructive laws, descending upon the starfall plain. Before it arrived, the terrifying pressure caused countless cultivators to feel their bones threaten to shatter, and the ground beneath them began to crumble inch by inch. 10,000 stars, boundless, celestial guardians of the cosmos. The Star Emperor Ancestor roared, the celestial star formation, meticulously arranged above the starfall plain, instantly activated, drawing upon the brilliance of the 9 heavens, transforming into a dazzling river of light, spanning across the firmament. Fight the heavens and the earth, bloodshed to break the demons. The war ancestor bellowed as billions of cultivators within the coalition roared in unison, their gathered battle intent, vitality, and magical power soaring skyward, guided by the war formation, morphing into a colossal, dark red axe that cleaved toward the encompassing demonic hand. Clang! The sword ancestor, fingers poised like a blade, unleashed a sword light so refined it seemed capable of slicing through time and space, striking directly at the palm of the demonic hand. Simultaneously, the old dragon sovereign manifested as a 10,000-foot golden dragon, its roar shaking the world, while the old phoenix monarch transformed into a 7-colored divine phoenix. Flames of destruction enveloping the skies. The abbot from the West State chanted a Buddhist incantation, revealing the golden body of the 1,000-handed Buddha behind him, radiating sacred light. While the beast king of the South State howled to the heavens, the power of the primal totems coalescing into the illusory form of a giant ape. The ice ancestor of the North State waved, and a towering wall of ice erupted from the ground, freezing the very air. In that moment, all 50 remnants of celestial beings struck simultaneously. This was the culmination of countless years of accumulation from the South Ming continent, a collective eruption of the pinnacle powers of this realm. Boom! A clash beyond description erupted. An energy storm swept forth instantaneously, shattering the layers of formations meticulously arranged by the forces of the purple weeping Imperial Palace, the heavenly mechanism pavilion, and others, as if they were made of paper. Radiance engulfed everything. Sounds seemed to be stripped away, leaving only the unadulterated chaos of energy. As the light began to dissipate, it revealed that the colossal demonic hand had vanished, while the light of the celestial star formation dimmed by nearly half. The battle axe of Will shattered, the sword ancestor's sword light extinguished, and the onslaught of the remnants of celestial beings dissipated entirely. Among the coalition's cultivators, many coughed up blood, clearly injured by the backlash of the force. The might of a single blow had reached such a magnitude. Yet, the Demon Emperor remained unmoved, standing in place as if he had merely brushed away a speck of dust. Indeed, to withstand a casual strike from this emperor is not too shabby compared to those ancient relics, the Demon Emperor remarked, his tone indifferent, akin to an ancient deity finally exhibiting a hint of interest. Just a casual strike? Despair gripped the hearts of all living beings. They had nearly exhausted their alliance's strongest defenses and counterattacks just to barely withstand that assault, only to learn it was merely a casual strike from their adversary. How could they accept such a reality? A sense of helplessness spread among them. We can wait no longer. Proceed with the plan. The Star Emperor Ancestor suppressed the surging blood within him and barked. According to the plan, 40 remnants shall surround and annihilate this fiend. The remaining 10 shall lead the coalition to eradicate the demonic army. The war ancestor's voice echoed across the lands as he transformed into a streak of crimson light, charging toward the Demon Emperor. Following him, the sword light, dragon form, phoenix flames, Buddhist seals, and totems, 40 figures representing the apex of power in this realm, plunged unhesitatingly toward the unparalleled demonic silhouette. They were resolved to seal the Demon Emperor anew. For failure meant that the powers behind them, the countless beings of the continent, would become slaves and prey to the demon domain. Meanwhile, the remaining 10 remnants of celestial beings, including the elder of the Tianhuang Emperor sect, an ancient Buddha from the West State, a foreign monarch from the South State, and a lord of the Snow Plains from the North State, descended rapidly into the vast ranks of the coalition. All soldiers of the alliance, heed the command. Kill. Accompanied by the thunderous battle cries, like a flood breaking its dam, billions of coalition cultivators surged forth, led by the 10 remnants and 200 pinnacle heavenly emperors, charging into the overwhelming tide of the demonic army pouring forth from the demon domain. The numbers of the demonic army were equally staggering, in the hundreds of millions, with demonic energy surging as various grotesque demons, golems, and demon cultivators emitted piercing roars. Above this demonic army, 20 figures emanating a residual celestial-level demonic might loomed like colossal mountains of malevolence, weighing heavily upon the hearts of the allied forces. The great battle was about to erupt in its entirety. Chapter 286, The Terrifying Celestial Demon Emperor. Above the abyss of demon suppression, at the zenith of the firmament, 40 residual celestial beings confronted the celestial demon emperor. Is this all you have? I must admit, I have been underestimated, the celestial demon emperor remarked, his expression betraying no hint of concern as he beheld the 40 figures before him. To him, they seemed not like formidable residual celestial warriors, but rather like mere ants. Conversely, our regard for you has reached unprecedented heights. The sword ancestor and his companions wore grave expressions. The aura of this demon was even more formidable than 3 days prior. Yet, they harbored no intent to retreat. They represented the pinnacle of the 5 states' alliance's might. Should they fail to withstand the celestial demon emperor, no one would remain capable of confronting him on the continent. Let us engage. I wish to witness the capabilities of this world's beings after millions of years, the celestial demon emperor declared, hands clasped behind his back. His tone as calm as still water. It was as if he had no intention of striking first, merely standing in the void, patiently awaiting the assault from the allied forces. Do not hold back. Kill. The 40 residual celestials launched themselves at the celestial demon emperor. They were acutely aware of his terrifying prowess, and thus unleashed their full strength, employing their most potent techniques, forbidden arts, and pseudo-celestial weapons. The war ancestor wielded a blood-red war spear, the Liatinji, a legacy weapon of the War Emperor clan. With a single thrust, a sea of blood surged forth, threatening to rend the very fabric of eternity. The sword ancestor, fingers poised like a blade, embodied the sharpest sword, in perfect unity with his weapon. The light of the sword cleaved through space, carving indelible black lines that would not mend. The ancient dragon monarch extended his claws, channeling the purest physical might and the ultimate draconic arts. The ancient Phoenix Lord unleashed the Phoenix flame that could purify all things, the sacred South Ming fire. The venerable monk from the western states, the thousand-handed Buddha, manifested countless divine seals, wielding the supreme power of salvation and suppression. The Star Emperor invoked the celestial bodies, sending down cataclysmic beams of starlight like divine retribution. Boom. The heavens transformed into a wasteland of laws, as energy storms roared incessantly. Space shattered and reformed amidst the chaos of earth, water, fire, and wind, as if returning to primordial chaos. However, in the face of this terrifying assault capable of easily annihilating an entire region, the celestial demon emperor remained utterly unmoved. He did not even draw a weapon, merely raising his right hand to gently deflect the onslaught. No matter how ferocious the attacks from the sword ancestor and the ancient dragon monarch were, they were effortlessly thwarted, failing to even rustle the hem of the celestial demon emperor's garment. Is this all you've got? After effortlessly warding off their initial barrage, the cold voice of the celestial demon emperor echoed with a hint of disappointment. Seeing him so easily repel their first wave of attacks, the residual celestials' expressions turned grave. How could he be so powerful? Celestials, are they truly unmatched? Each of them, as the closest beings to celestial existence, were once the continent's unparalleled prodigies, having reigned invincible for an era. In the past, they had been supremely confident, even when facing opponents of similar stature. Yet now, confronted by this legendary taboo, this ancient and unrivaled demon emperor, a sense of helplessness surged within them, their belief in invincibility trembling. Press on. We cannot afford to give him a moment's respite. If we fail to seal him again today, not only shall we perish, but the forces behind us and countless souls across the continent shall meet the same fate. We have no path of retreat left. The Star Emperor bellowed, shattering the oppressive atmosphere and interrupting the crumbling confidence of the others. Indeed, we have lost all avenues of retreat. Today, we either fight to the death or perish, shouted a residual celestial of the Ice Clan. Thus, The assembly once more surged towards the celestial demon emperor. The new wave of attacks descended upon him, yet the celestial demon emperor remained unperturbed, standing his ground. With a flick of his finger, he shattered the beams of starlight summoned by the Star Emperor. With a single hand, he repelled the War Ancestor's earth-shattering strike with the Liatenji. A mere sweep of his sleeve extinguished the ancient Dragon Monarch's claw technique and the flaming onslaught of the Phoenix Lord. With a focused gaze, he summoned dark demonic lotuses in the void, which devoured the thousand-handed Buddha's divine seals, obliterating them entirely. He stood there in the void, never moving an inch, effortlessly neutralizing the full-force strikes from these supreme beings of the continent with the slightest gesture. Too slow. Your power is feeble. Your understanding of the laws is crude, he occasionally remarked, his tone flat yet piercing. With each strike, he easily crushed with overwhelming strength. Boom. The battle raged on, and soon. A quarter of an hour had passed. Yet the allied forces found themselves utterly incapable of overcoming the celestial demon emperor. Despite his absolute strength, he toyed with them like a cat with a mouse, showing no signs of urgency. Even his casual attacks resulted in continuous casualties among the allied ranks. With a sickening crunch, a residual celestial beast king from the southern states transformed into a mountain-like figure, attempting to charge with brute force, only to be met with a swift palm from the celestial demon emperor pressed against his colossal head. With a fierce squeeze, the once resilient skull shattered like a fragile watermelon, gore splattering as the massive body fell lifelessly from the sky. The first residual celestial had fallen. The old lion, a residual celestial from the southern states, his eyes bulging with fury, launched an even more frenzied assault, yet could not breach the seemingly thin but utterly indomitable field of demonic energy surrounding the celestial demon emperor. Without a glance at the fallen corpse, the celestial demon emperor flickered, appearing like a specter behind a residual celestial of the Ice Clan from the northern states. That Ice Clan celestial reacted with astounding speed, instantly conjuring towering ice to shield himself, its chill capable of freezing time itself. Snap! With a mere flick of his finger, the towering ice and the Ice Clan celestial within it shattered like glass, scattering into a myriad of icy crystals. The second residual celestial had perished. He resembled a masterful hunter, effortlessly stalking a pack of frenzied beasts, always reaping rewards with each strike. The combined assault of the 40 residual celestials not only failed to harm him, but resulted in their own ranks dwindling, blood staining the shattered heavens. Despair, like an icy tide, began to seep into the hearts of all participating residual celestials. They finally grasped the utter helplessness faced by their ancient predecessors against such a being. Even the countless souls witnessing this battle were engulfed in despair. They saw no glimmer of hope. Another supreme being had fallen. Did they truly have no hope left? He was too powerful enough to instill despair in all living beings. Who can save our realm? At that moment, countless souls across the continent were steeped in despair, praying and weeping. Chapter 287. One against the entire continent. A horrific spectacle. True despair. Meanwhile, the battle between the Five States Alliance and the Demon Domain raged with equal ferocity. Compared to the clash at the zenith of the firmament between the celestial demon emperor and the 40 residual celestials, the brutality of the battlefield below exceeded all expectations. The numbers of the allied forces surpassed those of the demon domain by more than tenfold, and their average individual strength was not significantly inferior, even maintaining an advantage in mid to low-tier combat capabilities. However, the additional 10 remnants of the demon domain became the decisive weights that shattered the delicate balance. The 10 remnants of the alliance were compelled to confront 20 adversaries of equal rank from the demon domain. Even with a peak heavenly emperor leading a formidable battle array and an array of war machines, talismans, and formations unleashed, the overwhelming disparity in strength rendered sheer numbers futile. To restrain these surplus 10 remnants, the alliance forces had to dedicate the majority of their combat power to this endeavor. The remaining forces were barely stronger than their demonic counterparts, incapable of resolving the threats posed by the demon domain. Nearly every remnant required the support of nearly 10 peak heavenly emperors along with substantial alliance troops just to hold their ground. The cost of such a strategy was exorbitant. Witness the scene where a remnant from the demon domain, with a sinister grin, burst into the ranks of the allied forces, its claws slashed through the air, causing thousands of cultivators to erupt into clouds of blood, their souls unable to escape. The concentrated attacks from the battle formation often only stirred the demonic energy surrounding it without inflicting any substantial harm. Established the Great Formation to slay demons. The peak heavenly emperors of the Tianhuang Emperor sect, their hair standing on end, barely managed to entangle a remnant of the demon domain with the combined might of several peak heavenly emperors. The formation radiated brilliance. and various magical treasures descended like a torrential rain, yet they could only sustain themselves with great difficulty. Defeat was merely a matter of time. Several peak heavenly Buddhas from the western region chanted the Vajra subduing demon sutra, their bodies radiating Buddhist light that temporarily ensnared a remnant of the demon domain. However, the radiance was visibly fading under the corrosive influence of demonic energy. Ha ha ha. Even if there are many ants, they remain but ants. A remnant from the demon domain, appearing ethereal like a shadow, traversed through the ranks of the alliance, leaving a trail of fallen cultivators in its wake, their souls devoured. While its own aura grew ever stronger, the casualties among the allied forces were catastrophic. Blood soaked the shattered earth of the falling star plane, dismembered limbs scattered everywhere, transforming the once desolate fields into a true hell on earth. The roars of fury, cries of agony, the clash of weapons, and the explosions of energy intertwined to create a tragic and brutal war song. Each peak heavenly emperor was driven into a frenzy, often requiring the combined efforts of several, even a dozen, just to barely withstand a casual strike from a remnant of the demon domain. A moment's carelessness could lead to utter annihilation. An elderly heavenly emperor from the eastern region's heavenly emperor sect, under the assault of a remnant from the demon domain, saw his protective treasures shatter, his robe stained with blood. As he gazed upon the fallen disciples around him, a flash of resoluteness crossed his eyes. For the safety of all beings, demon spawn, let us embark on this journey together. He suddenly ignited all his remaining lifespan and essence, transforming into a blazing golden sun, crashing towards the remnant of the demon domain. Boom. The self-detonation of a peak heavenly emperor was powerful enough to severely injure or even obliterate opponents of the same rank. As the brilliance faded, the remnant of the demon domain appeared somewhat disheveled, with cracks appearing on its demonic form and a noticeable reduction in its demonic energy, clearly wounded. It roared in fury, yet could not reverse the tide. This tragic scene inspired more trapped warriors of the Alliance. For our homeland, for our respective paths, let us fight to the last. One after another, peak heavenly emperors, and even some trapped sacred realm and emperor realm cultivators, resolutely chose self-detonation, striving to exchange their lives for even a moment of respite for their comrades, inflicting even a modicum of damage upon the enemy. It was both tragic and harrowing. Damn it, demon spawn, perish. A remnant witnessed this unfolding tragedy, filled with grief and rage, igniting its essence, vowing to slay the remnant of the demon domain before it. The 10 remnants of the Alliance observed anxiously, yet they were themselves entangled with their adversaries, unable to divert even a moment to offer assistance. All they could do was attack desperately, hoping to swiftly defeat their immediate foes and alter the tide of battle below. However, the strength of the remnants from the demon domain was extraordinarily formidable, and their methods were insidious and ruthless, making a swift resolution impossible. On the entire battlefield, whether in the heavens above or on the ground below, the situation for the 5 states alliance was exceedingly dire, and as time passed, this disadvantage was steadily widening, sliding toward the brink of collapse. The great demon emperor stood high in the sky, effortlessly fending off the increasingly frenzied attacks of the remnants around him, while casting a gaze upon the brutal battlefield below, as if savoring a meticulously crafted drama. Within his icy demonic eyes, there was not a trace of turbulence, only an absolute indifference that suggested mastery over all, a complete disregard for the lives of others. Struggle, lament, this is the price you must pay for defying me. When your blood runs dry and your souls burn out, it will be I who holds dominion over this realm. His whispers echoed like a final judgment within the hearts of every Alliance cultivator engaged in the bloody struggle, deepening the already heavy despair. Amidst the battlefield against the demonic army, the members of the Lin family were also fighting valiantly. Lin Xianxiao, Lin Xianxia, and Lin Xianfeng joined forces to battle several demon emperors in a fiercely intense confrontation. At this moment, no one paid attention to the fact that the Lin family had quietly given birth to another emperor. All eyes were solely on the enemy before them. Lin Xuan continued to slay demonic cultivators, and those who fell under his gaze, be they sacred kings or sacred emperors, could not withstand his blade. Even lower-tier quasi-emperors were no match for him. The situation was looking grim. If it continued like this, defeat was inevitable. Lin Xuan's expression turned grave as he beheld the battlefield of the great demon emperor. System, do tell me how to use that celestial crystal. Otherwise, it will be too late. Lin Xuan called out to the system. Ding. Host, it's not that this system won't tell you, but the time is not yet ripe. Using it now would be futile. Damn it. Sooner or later, I'll be done in by your obstinacy. Lin Xuan cursed at the system. Another quarter of an hour passed. Above the falling star plane, the remnants of the energy storm had yet to fully dissipate, with shattered spatial rifts resembling grotesque scars stretching across the sky. The assault of 40 remnants had not only failed to inflict a scratch upon the great demon emperor, but within a mere 15 minutes, several had been lost. Blood and fragments of Tao fell from the sky, each drop striking the hearts of the billions of allied cultivators below like icy daggers. Despair spread silently. The great demon emperor remained standing in place, his garments billowing, untouched by dust. He even slightly closed his eyes, as if that ferocious assault, worthy of being recorded in history, had merely been a trivial dream. Such absolute composure was more suffocating than any boastful proclamation. Boring. He slowly opened his blood-red demonic eyes, surveying the remaining remnants before him, their expressions twisted in anguish over their fallen comrades, their auras chaotic, before gliding over the silence below, where the vast alliance forces maintained their formations. Finally, his gaze settled upon the distant, roiling demonic forces, brimming with ominous energy, poised for action. He gently raised a hand and waved towards the demonic army with a casual gesture. Withdraw. There was no earth-shattering spectacle, only two simple words. Yet, the ominous clouds of demonic energy, the countless demonic forces exuding a fierce aura, including the 20 supreme demonic figures radiating the might of remnants, at that moment, as if swept by a tide, retreated without hesitation, swiftly distancing themselves from the battlefield of the falling star plane, leaving only the swirling shadows of demonic energy at the boundary between heaven and earth. This scene left all the allied cultivators in stunned silence. What is he planning? The starry Emperor Ancestor, half of his imperial robe soaked in his own blood, clutched his chest and watched the great demon emperor's sudden action, a wave of ominous premonition surging within him. The gaze of the celestial demon emperor returned to the coalition, a slight, frigid curve of his lips seemingly widening, exuding a contemptuous demeanor, as if he were surveying mere ants from a lofty perch. Do you insignificant creatures, gathered here, still harbor a laughable glimmer of hope? Do you believe that by sheer numbers and your so-called will, you can shake the very foundations of celestial authority? His voice, though not loud, penetrated the deepest recesses of every being's soul with crystalline clarity. Today, I shall personally shatter your last semblance of hope, so you may understand what true despair entails. At the moment his words fell, the light of the world appeared to be abruptly drained, plunging everything into a disconcerting gloom. An indescribable terror, akin to countless mountains of divine weight, crashed down upon the souls and bodies of every coalition cultivator. He aimed to battle the entire coalition single-handedly. There was no room for negligence. We must gather swiftly. War Ancestor bellowed, his crimson war spear held firmly before him, muscles taut, resisting the omnipresent pressure. All troops, full defensive measures. The starry emperor, disregarding his wounds, roared with fury, his voice resonating through the entire meteorite plane via his magical essence. No further words were needed. All cultivators still capable of movement converged, pouring their magical energies unreservedly into the layered war formations, encasing themselves within the protective barrier. The celestial demon emperor moved. Just a single step forward. Imperial presence. The indifferent tone of the celestial demon emperor resonated throughout the continent. This step seemed to tread upon the very pulse of the southern underworld. The void beneath his feet suddenly collapsed, transforming into an unfathomable vortex of darkness. Above, the once vibrant multicolored clouds, stained by the coalition's vitality, were instantaneously engulfed by pure inky blackness. A hand slowly emerged from before him. Unlike the earlier hand that overshadowed the heavens, this hand appeared almost ancient, its palm lines distinctly visible, reminiscent of a mortal's hand. Yet as it extended, all laws of the universe, light, sound, energy, and even time seemed to collapse and converge frantically towards that hand. With a mere flick, the hand descended upon the most densely packed core of the coalition at the meteorite plane. Boom! There was no sound, yet it felt as if countless thunders erupted simultaneously within the very souls of the onlookers. The trajectory of the hand did not shatter space, it obliterated it entirely, leaving behind an eternal void. Below, the most formidable united defensive system crafted from countless cultivators and formations was rendered as fragile as soap bubbles in the presence of that hand. Unable to withstand even a moment, the resplendent galactic barrier was extinguished, the thick ice walls vaporized, the savage totemic illusions collapsed, the golden Buddha figures dimmed and shattered. As the hand truly pressed down upon the earth, time seemed to freeze for an instant. Immediately, radiating from the point of impact, an indescribable wave of annihilation silently expanded in a circular pattern. Wherever the wave traveled, whether it was heavily armored body cultivators, or those adept in profound magical arts, or even the formidable war beasts and puppets, all were instantaneously reduced to nothingness, leaving not even a trace of ash behind. With a single strike, countless lives were extinguished. Millions? Tens of millions? Perhaps even more? No one could tally the toll. All that remained was a bottomless pit, its edges smooth as a mirror, within which all existence, both life and matter, was utterly erased from the world. Gasp! Upon the Alliance platform, and among the several remaining immortals suspended in the air, they collectively spat forth blood, their forms swaying violently, faces as pale as paper. They had fought valiantly alongside the coalition to protect the majority. But this blow had only exacerbated their injuries. If such an attack were to be repeated several more times, they would surely perish. With just one strike, the coalition suffered immense casualties, and the remaining immortals were collectively wounded. The meteorite plain descended into a profound silence, broken only by the heavy, fearful breaths of the survivors and the wisps of deathly smoke rising from the deep pit. The celestial demon emperor retracted his hand, as if merely having accomplished a trivial task. His gaze shifted to the rear of the coalition, where the ultimate and mightiest offensive and defensive formation, the 10,000 stars slaughtering immortals array, was maintained collaboratively by the Starry Emperor and the remaining immortals. So, it was this formation that preserved the majority of you. The voice of the celestial demon emperor remained devoid of any discernible emotion. Moreover, that formation was now ravenously siphoning the strength of all survivors, coalescing into a destructive star radiance potent enough to pierce through vast worlds. How dare the flickering light of fireflies compete with the brilliance of the full moon? The Emperor's wrath. The celestial demon emperor made no move to attack. He merely cast a glance. His blood-red demonic eyes, akin to two blood moons, suddenly ignited with an eerie glow. Wherever his gaze fell, the coalescing destructive star radiance, which had sent shivers through the hearts of all the remaining immortals, began to unravel, collapse, and distort at a visible speed, as the myriad intricate runes and interconnected laws of the universe disintegrated before their very eyes. No, impossible. The Starry Emperor and the others, who presided over the formation, screamed in terror and despair. They could never have anticipated that the attack they had consolidated with all their might would be effortlessly extinguished before it even began. Quickly disperse. The formation is, a nearby elder from the Tiangong Pavilion, eyes wide with horror, shouted a warning. But it was too late. Boom! An explosion more terrifying than the previous one, more immediate in its proximity, erupted at the heart of the Coalition-S formation. The 10,000 stars slaughtering immortals array, which had gathered the last vestige of hope, coalescing the remnant's strongest powers, detonated violently under the gaze of the celestial demon emperor. A cataclysmic energy storm instantaneously engulfed an area spanning hundreds of thousands of miles. The 10 closest remaining immortals could not even emit a cry before their physical forms were obliterated, their souls shattered. Nearly 200 peak heavenly emperors were swept away like leaves caught in a tempest, with nearly 100 torn to shreds amidst the blood rain. At the very center of the explosion, the Starry Emperor frantically burned his imperial blood and essence, the ethereal images of the celestial bodies appearing behind him only to shatter, as he attempted to withstand the onslaught. Yet the backlash and explosive force exceeded his limits. Ugh! With a wail of utmost despair, his proud Starry Emperor body was obliterated on the spot, followed by his soul. In a single glance, the Coalition's most formidable killing formation was shattered. Over a dozen remaining immortals perished instantly. Nearly 100 peak heavenly emperors were reduced to dust, and the coalition suffered catastrophic losses. The meteorite plain had transformed into a hellscape. Corpses lay strewn everywhere, rivers of blood flowed ceaselessly, and severed limbs and shattered artifacts littered the ground. Deep pits, scorched earth, frost, and flames intermingled in a tapestry of devastation. The surviving cultivators had completely lost their capacity for thought, their gazes vacant, resembling mere walking corpses. The sounds of weeping, groaning, and desperate howls merged with the residual hum of energy, composing a dirge for the apocalypse. The celestial demon emperor remained suspended in the air, as if the cataclysmic explosion had merely been a distant firework, irrelevant to him. His gaze calmly swept over the 30 or so remaining immortals who had sustained injuries during the initial attack. Now further wounded by the backlash of the formation and the explosion, their breaths labored and faint. At this moment, the sword Ancestor leaned against the half-broken blade, barely maintaining his stance, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. The war Ancestor's heaven-shattering halberd lay shattered, his armor in tatters, drenched in crimson. The old Dragon Emperor had lost most of his dragon scales, his horns fractured. The old Phoenix Master's 7-colored feathers dimmed, and the phoenix fire flickered weakly. The venerable abbot of the Western State bore a shattered golden body, the radiance of his Buddha light dissipated. Each remnant immortal stood at the precipice of exhaustion, their vitality waning. The heavenly demon emperor surveyed them, gazing upon these once supreme beings who towered over all life in this realm, now devoid of any compassion. Their eyes reflecting an eternal, frigid indifference. 2 strikes. Merely 2 strikes. On the meteorite plains, the remaining coalition cultivators were fewer than 30% of their original number, each bearing wounds, their spirits crushed. Among the supreme beings of the remnant immortals, fewer than 20 could still tenuously sustain their forms, while the others lay gravely injured and on the verge of death, stripped of any fighting capacity. Silence enveloped the realm, a profound stillness. Only the silhouette of the heavenly demon emperor stood resolutely beneath the shattered firmament, his demonic might overwhelming, embodying both god and devil, becoming the singular sovereign of this domain. The faint demonic aura that surrounded him materialized into a palpable despair, casting a shadow over the entire southern underworld continent. It was over. Everything was over. The sentient beings of the continent had succumbed to utter despair. The entirety of the 5 states' alliance's foundation, all their power, all their sacrifices, appeared ludicrously feeble in the face of absolute strength, utterly incapable of withstanding a blow. They were not even worthy of eliciting a serious response from their adversary. This emperor vowed to show you what genuine despair entails. From this day forth, in this realm, I shall reign supreme. Chapter 288. The true purpose of the heavenly demon emperor, the heart of the world. The stillness of the meteorite plains was not devoid of sound, but rather filled with a deeper, more suffocating despair. The wind wailed, stirring the blood-soaked sands and ashes of the ground, as if millions of lost souls wept in unison. At the edge of a bottomless pit, smooth as a mirror, the darkened sky was reflected, resembling a vast, numb eye of death. The surviving coalition cultivators either lay prostrate on the ground or leaned against their broken weapons, their gazes hollow, stripped of all brilliance. Faith, honor, homeland, everything was shattered into fragments by the casual strikes of that demonic figure. The heavenly demon emperor hovered in the air, his faint demonic energy appearing as the sole color and authority in this realm. He did not even glance at the remnants of the immortals clinging to life, his indifferent gaze sweeping over the hell he had wrought, akin to a monarch surveying his dominion, devoid of any emotion. Ants remain ants, and even when gathered in swarms, they can alter nothing. His deep voice resonated once more, low yet etched into the very souls of every survivor, bringing a bone-chilling frost. Now, do you comprehend? To defy this emperor is to meet such a fate. The surviving remnant immortals, each breathing weakly, bore bloodstains upon their tattered robes. The sword Ancestor's half-broken blade trembled slightly, while the war Ancestor gripped the shattered heaven-shattering halberd, his knuckles white from exertion. Yet they had long since depleted their inner reserves, barely managing to stand. Resistance? That had become a distant and laughable notion. The heavenly demon emperor appeared utterly satisfied with this profound silence and submission. He ceased to regard the now harmless ants, and slowly raised his head, his blood-red, demonic eyes penetrating the fractured void, gazing into the depths of the southern underworld continent, where the very essence sustaining the world lay hidden. The fortunes of this realm had dissipated, the rules lamented, making it the perfect moment to refine the heart of the world and become the true sovereign of this domain. As his words faded, his form began to blur, not vanishing, but merging into the very fabric of the laws governing this realm in a manner beyond spatial comprehension. The onlookers felt the entire southern underworld continent tremble slightly, as if an invisible hand brutally and mercilessly caressed every corner of the world, probing for something. "What is he planning?" murmured a heavily wounded elder of the heavenly emperor's sect, his eyes filled with dread. Suddenly, a knowledgeable remnant immortal from the heavenly machine pavilion coughed up blood and grimly exclaimed, "This is bad. He seeks the heart of the world. He aims to refine the entire southern underworld continent, becoming its true and sole master." The heart of the world? What is that? Instantly, someone questioned. The heavenly machine pavilion remnant immortal recalled the ancient texts passed down in the pavilion. The heart of the world is the essence of a realm's origin. To refine it equates to becoming the master of this world, rendering one invincible within it. At that time, his will shall be the will of heaven. His path shall be the path of heaven. Our lives and deaths shall rest in his thoughts. Even transcending reincarnation will become a distant luxury. Upon hearing this, the surviving cultivators turned ashen. Defeat had become a foregone conclusion. Now, even the very land they stood upon was to be entirely controlled by this fiend. Simultaneously, the members of the Lin family, struggling on the battlefield's edge, felt the encompassing probing force. Positioned at the periphery and shielded by the heavenly emperor's puppet and the 5-clawed golden dragon, the Lin family suffered relatively minor losses, with nearly 10,000 lower-tier clansmen perishing. A stark contrast to the other factions that had nearly been wiped out. Lin Xianxiao leaned on his spear, his complexion pale, What a terrifying means. Is this the power that transcends the southern underworld continent? Lin Xuan, her beautiful eyes filled with worry, exclaimed, if he succeeds, there will be no peace left in this world. The will of the heavenly demon emperor spread like an invisible web, reaching every corner of the southern underworld continent. Mountains and rivers, the veins of the earth, and even the hidden thoughts of all beings laid bare to his perception. He disregarded the superfluous noise, pursuing the most ancient and pure essence that governed the birth and death of the world. Time seemed to stretch infinitely, then condense into a fleeting moment. At last, deep within the endless veins of the earth, in a core space where chaos and order intertwined, he beheld it. It was a mass of light indescribable in color and form. It seemed to encompass all hues of the world, yet appeared transparent and formless. It rotated slowly, each pulse resonating with the breath of the entire southern underworld continent. Vast, ancient, majestic, yet imbued with a hint of primordial purity. This was the heart of the world, the essence of the southern underworld continent. Even the heavenly demon emperor, in that moment, felt a faint ripple within his eternally cold, demonic eyes. It was desire. The thrill of an ambition to control all was on the verge of realization. "Ha, I found it," he whispered, his figure vanishing completely from the meteorite plains. The next moment, he had traversed endless space, appearing outside that chaotic core space. The space contained no entities, resembling more a sea of rules. The heart of the world floated at its center, radiating gentle yet overwhelming power. Approaching this space, even the heavenly demon emperor felt a repulsion and pressure emanating from the entire world. Yet this pressure could not halt his steps or ambitions. From this moment forth, I am this realm, and this realm is I. The heavenly demon emperor slowly raised his hand, gently touching the strength of that space. Just as he prepared to step into that realm, an ancient, deep voice suddenly resonated throughout heaven and earth. Alas, heavenly demon, I never expected that after tens of millions of years, you would emerge once more. The great emperor of the celestial demons was instantly taken aback, swiftly turning around. However, in that fleeting moment, a figure had already materialized before him, delivering a powerful strike to his chest. Bang! Uft! The great emperor of the celestial demons was grievously wounded, hurtling backward. This sudden turn of events utterly stupefied the entire continent. Under the horrified gazes of the remaining cultivators from the Five States Alliance, the denizens of the demon realm, and the beings of the continent, a spectral form appeared not far from the great emperor. It was the ethereal silhouette of a middle-aged man clad in an ancient imperial robe, seemingly unremarkable. His features were indistinct, but his eyes seemed to encompass the vastness of the universe, the sun, moon, and stars swirling within, radiating an aura of boundless majesty, compassion, and antiquity. His presence did not exude a violent aura. Rather, it instantly became the absolute center of this chaotic space. As if the heart of the world had found its anchor, its brilliance growing more stable and magnificent. Nan Nanming. Impossible. You perished, did you not? Even the contingency you left on the continent has been thoroughly eliminated by me. The great emperor of the celestial demons, steadying himself while clutching his chest, roared in fury. You should not be able to reappear. Chapter 289. The Nanming Celestial Emperor. The uses of the crystal of heaven and earth. As the great emperor's roar echoed across the continent, all beings came to realize the true identity of that spectral figure. It was the ancient powerhouse who had left behind countless legends, the Nanming Celestial Emperor. Outside the chaotic space, the beings who had strained to glimpse the scene through secret techniques gasped in astonishment, their voices quivering with profound shock. This exclamation resounded like thunder, echoing in the hearts of all the powerful entities who sensed the change. What? The Nanming Celestial Emperor? The supreme being from ancient times who shattered the ambitions of the great emperor of the celestial demons single-handedly and sealed him away? Had he not already transcended into the void of eternity? How could this be? Is it the contingency left by the celestial emperor? Surely. The celestial emperor foresaw the calamities of the future and left behind this guardian contingency. Ha, we are saved. We are saved. We welcome the celestial emperor. Countless beings erupted into ecstatic cheers. In that moment, the Nanming Celestial Emperor became the supreme deity in their hearts. The stagnant despair was suddenly disrupted by a colossal stone, creating towering waves of hope. On the meteorite plain, the coalition cultivators, who had previously felt as though their hearts were ashen, suddenly lifted their heads. Their eyes rekindled with incredulous light. The supreme being, who had only existed within ancient legends and texts, had now manifested in this manner. The sword ancestor, the battle ancestor, the ancient dragon emperor, the ancient phoenix sovereign, and all the remaining immortals trembled with excitement, as if they had glimpsed the soul light in the darkness. The celestial emperor. Some cultivators were so moved that tears welled in their eyes as they prostrated in that direction. From the Lin family's direction, Lin Xianxiao and others were equally dumbfounded. Lin Xuan was also immensely shocked. The Nanming Celestial Emperor? By the heavens! Is this truly the ancient powerhouse? A remnant of his essence has such might? Is this the opportunity you spoke of, Master? Indeed, it is, host. The response from the Master finally allowed Lin Xuan to breathe a sigh of relief. That is good. I feared I would have to hide in the Celestial Emperor's cave for years to come. Outside the chaotic space, the great Emperor of the Celestial Demons glared at the spectral figure in the Imperial robe, his eyes ablaze with fury. How can your primordial essence still exist? I have explored these past few days, and the continent has no remnants of you. The sudden appearance of the Nanming Celestial Emperor, who had launched a sneak attack and grievously injured him, incited his wrath further. Indeed, there are no remnants of me on the continent. This is my final fragment of essence, the Nanming Celestial Emperor replied with a smile, adopting a rather sly demeanor. However, this primordial fragment of mine is sealed within the space where the heart of this world resides. It will only awaken when you draw near to this space. Haha. There may be none on the continent, but that does not imply there are none in this chaotic space, does it? The great Emperor of the Celestial Demons could not have anticipated that the Nanming Celestial Emperor would employ such cunning, nearly driving him to the brink of fury. Humph. Nanming. The great Emperor snorted coldly, his voice low and frigid. A remnant of primordial essence that has survived for eons dares to obstruct me? Even though you have just ambushed and severely wounded me, with this mere fragment, you cannot contend with me. Once I obliterate this fragment, this world will still belong to me. The great Emperor deliberately ensured that his and the Nanming Celestial Emperor's voices resonated throughout the entire continent, wanting every being in this world to understand that even if the Nanming Celestial Emperor's essence had appeared, it would not alter anything. He sought to extinguish the flicker of hope that these ants had so painstakingly ignited. The great Emperor's words indeed plunged all beings on the continent back into despair. Yes, the Celestial Emperor is merely a fragment of essence now. Can he truly contend with the current great Emperor of the Celestial Demons? Must we really resign ourselves to becoming blood fodder and slaves of the demon realm? Yet, in the face of the great Emperor's declarations, the spectral figure in the Imperial robe, the primordial essence left by the Nanming Celestial Emperor, remained unperturbed. His gaze, imbued with the essence of the stars, calmly fixed upon the great Emperor, and his grand voice reverberated through the space, carrying a soothing power for the world. Celestial Demon, your power transcends the limits of this realm. Currently, as nothing more than a fragment of essence, I am indeed no match for you. The Nanming Celestial Emperor's words chilled the hearts of the masses. However, what if another were to join? The Nanming Celestial Emperor smiled enigmatically, reminiscent of a cunning trickster. This caused the great Emperor's brow to furrow momentarily, but he soon relaxed, sneering, nonsense. The strongest beings on the continent are mere remnants of immortals. Insignificant ants in my eyes. Who else could possibly challenge me? If such an existence truly existed, why has it yet to reveal itself? Nanming, it seems your fragment has been sealed for too long and has become foolish. Haha. Humph, you shall find out shortly. The Nanming Celestial Emperor responded with a cold smile. He then ceased his further discourse, directing his gaze towards the entire continent. Humph, concealing oneself in tricks. The great Emperor of the Celestial Demons snorted. He possessed unwavering confidence and strength. No matter how many means the Nanming Celestial Emperor had, he remained confident in his invincibility. At that moment, Lin Xuan was also utilizing the secret methods of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion to observe the Nanming Celestial Emperor and the great Emperor of the Celestial Demons outside the chaotic space. Suddenly, he noticed the Nanming Celestial Emperor seemingly gazing in his direction. Just as he was puzzled, a serene, ancient voice unexpectedly resonated in his ear. Young friend, would you lend me a hand? Ah, Lin Xuan was clearly startled, pointing at himself. Me? Me? Hee, indeed, it is you, and only you. The voice of the Nanming Celestial Emperor echoed once more in his ear. Currently, I am but a fragment of essence, like a rootless reed, unable to exert my full strength. I can only unleash my power by borrowing the physical form of another. Yet only a body with a special constitution can endure my might. Through my exploration, I have found that you alone possess that capability on the entire continent. Though I cannot discern the specifics of your constitution, I can tell that your level is remarkably high, surpassing the holy body. Only a constitution of such caliber can withstand my power. Therefore, I ask, would the young friend be willing to assist me? Understanding dawned upon Lin Xuan regarding the reason the Nanming Celestial Emperor sought him out. The next moment, Lin Xuan firmly nodded. Senior, for the sake of my family, for the sake of all beings, I shall not decline. Good. I truly did not misjudge you. In the next moment, before Lin Xuan could react, With a gentle wave of his hand, the South Ming Emperor traversed the boundless distance, finding himself beside Lin Xuan in the chaotic expanse. Hee. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. I am the South Ming. I am immensely grateful to you, young friend. The South Ming Emperor chuckled lightly. Esteemed senior, I am Lin Xuan. It is an honor to meet you. Lin Xuan responded promptly with a respectful gesture. A mere ant at the pinnacle of the Holy King? Is this the one you spoke of, South Ming? Ha ha ha, the Demon Emperor of Heaven exclaimed, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Lin Xuan, before bursting into raucous laughter. In the next instant, he let out a thunderous reprimand, shaking the entire space. South Ming, to seek out a mere Holy King ant. Are you attempting to insult this emperor? The Demon Emperor felt a palpable sense of indignation at what he perceived as an affront to his dignity, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. Beside them, Lin Xuan too felt a sting of humiliation. What of it? The pinnacle of the Holy King means nothing. Ascending to the realm of immortality is a grand achievement, is it not? Just give me a few years, and I shall strike you down as one would a dog. The South Ming Emperor disregarded the Demon Emperor's derision, turning his gaze to Lin Xuan with a serious demeanor. Young lad Lin Xuan, let me speak plainly. Although your physique can withstand a portion of my power, your cultivation is far too low. With my strength, over time, your body may very well collapse under the strain, posing a significant risk. Have you truly thought this through? Senior, I have made my decision, rest assured. Lin Xuan declared resolutely. Excellent. On behalf of all living beings, I thank you. The South Ming Emperor bowed respectfully to Lin Xuan. Senior, please, no need for such formalities. This is entirely my choice, Lin Xuan quickly averted. He then produced the celestial crystal, inquiring, Senior, might this item assist you in any way? This is the celestial crystal. You possess such a treasure. The South Ming Emperor was visibly taken aback upon seeing the celestial crystal. He then erupted into hearty laughter. Ha, young friend, you truly are a blessing to our continent. This resolves all issues at once. Senior, what exactly is the purpose of this item? Lin Xuan asked with curiosity. Ha ha ha, this item is nearly extinct in the world. It is entirely understandable that you are unaware of its significance. While it may seem insignificant under normal circumstances, it is a timely boon now. For it can protect your physical form from disintegrating, allowing my power to reach its full potential. The South Ming Emperor elucidated. I see. It is indeed a timely boon. Lin Xuan responded with a smile. No wonder the master previously mentioned that the timing was not right. Even if it had been used prematurely, it would have been futile. It turns out we had to wait for the South Ming Emperor's avatar to appear. This item would not only enable the South Ming Emperor to unleash the full might of his avatar through Lin Xuan's physical form, but also safeguard it from being overwhelmed by the immense energy. Though seemingly trivial at other times, it was of utmost importance at this juncture. Hee, South Ming, is this your trump card? You could do nothing to me in your prime, let alone now. The Demon Emperor of Heaven scoffed. Hee, we shall see. Lin Xuan declared. Let us proceed, Senior. Indeed. The South Ming Emperor intoned, his voice deepening. The ethereal image of his imperial robe suddenly erupted with indescribable radiance. No longer an illusion. It coalesced into a torrent of tangible energy, vast, majestic, ancient, and imposing. This force transcended the remnants of immortals, imbued with the ultimate principles of the immortal path, as if it embodied the very will of the cosmos itself. Buzz. The brilliance surged like a celestial river, enveloping Lin Xuan in an instant. Lin Xuan felt an indescribably immense power, gentle yet domineering, flooding into his limbs and bones, every meridian, every cell. This power was overwhelming, far surpassing the limits of his Holy King physique. Almost immediately, his body emitted a mournful cry of strain. His skin cracked, blood oozed only to evaporate, and his bones creaked ominously, as if they were on the verge of shattering entirely. Now, the South Ming Emperor's voice resonated within Lin Xuan's consciousness. Without hesitation, Lin Xuan activated his sacred power, channeling it into the celestial crystal in his hand. Celestial crystal, refine. Buzz. The celestial crystal blazed with light, no longer a hazy glow, but transformed into a layer of resilient, yet gentle energy that rapidly enveloped Lin Xuan's entire being. In an instant, intricate and profound runes flowed across Lin Xuan's flesh, seemingly connecting him to the very roots of the universe, forming an impenetrable shield. At that moment, the terrifying energy, which had nearly ruptured Lin Xuan's body, found an outlet, as if tamed by this layer of energy, becoming docile and orderly. The shattered skin swiftly healed, cracked bones were restored and reinforced by a vibrant force. And the excruciating pain that had threatened to overwhelm him vanished, replaced by an unprecedented sense of fullness and strength. Lin Xuan's aura surged at an astonishing rate. Holy Emperor. Pinnacle of the Holy Emperor, Great Emperor, Heavenly Emperor. He ultimately surpassed the limits of the South Ming continent, ascending to the realm of immortals. Finally, he reached a level that left all the powerful beings across the continent who sensed this moment breathless and trembling. It was a presence potent enough to rival the Demon Emperor of Heaven. As if with a mere gesture he could invoke the laws of the universe and obliterate countless stars. Boom. The chaotic space trembled violently under the clash of these two opposing forces, with countless spatial rifts spreading forth, only to be smoothed over by even greater power. Lin Xuan stood resolutely in the void, surrounded by a resplendent celestial radiance, clad in an energy-formed robe that mirrored that of the South Ming Emperor in life. Exuding an aura of unyielding authority, his eyes were strikingly distinctive, one clear and resolute, belonging to Lin Xuan, while the other was profound and expansive, imbued with the essence of starry births and deaths, belonging to the South Ming Emperor. Is this the power of the Heavenly Emperor? Reborn through the vessel of that youth. The voice of the sword ancestor on the meteorite was hoarse, filled with profound shock. As a remnant immortal who had once considered himself at the pinnacle of this realm, he now realized, upon sensing the aura emanating from the chaotic space, how inconsequential and laughable his existence was in comparison to such beings. Alas, before such beings, we are but dust. The old Dragon Emperor's massive eyes filled with awe and excitement. Other remnants of immortals, such as the War Ancestor and the Old Phoenix Master, were similarly affected, gazing toward that direction as if mere mortals beholding divinity. Across the continent, the myriad beings who glimpsed this scene through secret techniques were overwhelmed with exhilaration. The Heavenly Emperor. This is the true power of the Heavenly Emperor. So formidable. Who is that person? Their appearance is obscured. One cannot discern if they are male or female. Yet they can bear the power of the Heavenly Emperor. The heavens have favored our realm. With the return of the Heavenly Emperor, the demon will surely fall. We welcome the Heavenly Emperor. Annihilate the Demon Emperor. The flames of hope had never burned so fiercely in the hearts of every living being. The scorn and disdain on the face of the Demon Emperor of Heaven finally vanished, replaced by a weighty sense of disbelief. The Celestial Crystal. It is this item that has safeguarded his physical form. South Ming, you shall not stop me. He could distinctly sense that at this moment. Lin Xuan's aura was no less potent than his own. This was utterly inconceivable. An ancient fragment of consciousness combined with a mere holy king lad, and the celestial crystal could yield such terrifying power? Yet even so, you are ultimately wielding borrowed strength. This emperor shall see how long you can maintain this state. The demon emperor roared, his demonic energy surging as he launched the first attack. Devour the world. The endless demonic energy coalesced into a colossal maw that obscured the starry sky, descending upon Lin Xuan with the intent to devour. Within that monstrous jaw resided the annihilating power of celestial laws. Naming Imperial Seal, suppress. Lin Xuan raised his hand, forming an ancient and profound seal. As the seal manifested, it summoned the power of the stars from the cosmos, transforming into a vast imperial seal that spanned the galaxy. Upon this seal, dragons and phoenixes entwined, and divine beings prostrated, exuding supreme might capable of subduing all evils and stabilizing the universe, crashing fiercely against the monstrous maw of demonic energy. A thunderous sound, indescribable in its terror, erupted forth. The barriers at the edge of the chaotic space warped violently, as if they were on the verge of shattering completely. A dreadful shockwave surged forth like a cataclysmic tide, radiating into the boundless void. Wherever it passed, falling stars were reduced to dust, and space itself fragmented inch by inch. Across the continent, all cultivators, regardless of their level of mastery, felt their hearts seize and souls tremble at that moment. Even from unfathomable distances, those observing through secret techniques felt the residual waves of the collision, causing their primordial spirits to waver, nearly disintegrating. It was utterly, overwhelmingly terrifying. Was this the nature of battles between immortals? It was countless times more formidable than the clashes witnessed during the struggle against the heavenly demon emperor by the surviving predecessors. Were it not for the heavenly emperor's efforts to mitigate much of the power, even the residual waves would have been sufficient to obliterate our very beings. In the chaotic realm, the first clash ended in a stalemate. Kill. The heavenly demon emperor's gaze turned fierce. He understood that further delay was untenable and that a swift resolution was imperative. The Nanming heavenly emperor's condition was unique, and prolonging the fight could lead to unforeseen consequences. With a sudden movement, he transformed into a towering demonic form, wielding an unparalleled celestial weapon, the demon spear, rending the void as he aimed it at Lin Xuan's head. Wherever the demon spear passed, the laws of the universe wailed in despair, retreating in fear. Lin Xuan, undaunted, extended his finger like a sword, and within him surged the vast imperial power akin to a sea of stars, coalescing into a resplendent sword of celestial brilliance. Nanming's sword art slashed the galaxy. With a single stroke, the sword light cascaded like a falling galaxy, radiant with a lethal edge that sought to obliterate all, clashing fiercely with the world-destroying demon spear. Boom! The reverberations pierced the soul, and the terrifying aftershocks radiated outward, each capable of annihilating any remaining immortal. The two figures engaged in a frenzied dance within the chaos, their speed transcending the very concept of space, rendering ordinary cultivators powerless to perceive their movements. All that could be seen were two luminous auras of destruction colliding, separating, and colliding again. Each encounter caused the heavens and earth to tremble. The Heavenly Emperor of Nanming, with his vast combat experience, though utilizing Lin Xuan's physical form, executed each move imbued with supreme profundity, maximizing the potential of this divided divine strength. At times, he summoned the heavens and earth, clashing directly with the towering form of the Heavenly Demon Emperor, while at other moments, he wielded unparalleled divine abilities, invoking the essence of chaos to unleash earth-shattering attacks, and at times elegantly unraveling the Heavenly Demon Emperor's arcane magic with exquisite techniques. The Heavenly Demon Emperor, on the other hand, relied on his formidable demonic essence and powerful physique, launching an aggressive and domineering assault. As the demon spear swept through the air, it tore the very fabric of the sky, exuding an overwhelming demonic aura, effortlessly employing various forbidden magics in an attempt to subdue his opponent through sheer force. This battle transcended the comprehension of all beings on the continent. Time and space seemed to lose meaning before them, as laws were recklessly altered and clashed. They plunged deeper into the void from the edges of chaotic space, only to emerge back into the void, leaving devastation in their wake. Days passed, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Chapter 291, an epic battle lasting 10 days and nights. The final move? The conflict raged on, showing no signs of respite. The inhabitants of the continent, once filled with excitement and joy, gradually became tense and anxious. Through secret techniques, they could only glimpse the distant eruptions of destructive energies and feel the escalating waves of terror, yet the specifics of the battle remained shrouded in obscurity. 3 days had already passed. Could the Heavenly Emperor emerge victorious? He must. The Heavenly Emperor is invincible, yet the Heavenly Demon Emperor showed no signs of defeat. Anxiety spread widely. Even those from the demon realm began to harbor concerns. After all, should the Heavenly Demon Emperor fall, they would not escape the wrath of the Nanming Heavenly Emperor. Surely, nothing will go awry with the Heavenly Demon Lord. Silence. Our Lord is unrivaled. That Nanming Heavenly Emperor is merely a divided divine being, no match for our Lord. A remaining immortal from the demon realm barked. Indeed, anyone who dares to speak out of turn, I, the demon ancestor, shall be the first to slay him. Humph. The Lin family, including Lin Xianxiao and others, clenched their fists, their nails digging deep into their flesh unbeknownst to themselves. They felt immense pride that Lin Xuan could bear the Heavenly Emperor's power and partake in this world-saving battle, yet they were equally filled with anxiety for his safety. After all, he represented the future of the Lin family, bearing the hope of their rise. Nothing must go wrong. Xian'er, Lu Mingxin gazed at the battlefield, gripping Lin Tianhai's right hand tightly, her eyes filled with worry. Do not fret, my lady. Xian'er is no ordinary cultivator. And with the ancient prowess of the Nanming Heavenly Emperor at his side, he will surely be safe, Lin Tianhai reassured, patting her hand comfortingly. Though his words were light, it was evident to any discerning observer that his own worry matched Lu Mingxin's. The battle beyond the chaotic realm had devolved into a war of attrition. The divided divine power of the Nanming Heavenly Emperor was steadily depleted through the prolonged high-intensity conflict, while the Heavenly Demon Emperor, though initially injured by a surprise attack, remained in complete form, not a divided divine being, and with a foundation of nearly limitless demonic essence, gradually began to gain the upper hand after several days of battle. On the 7th day, the Heavenly Demon Emperor seized an opportunity, and the demon spear tore into Lin Xian's shoulder, blossoming into a brilliant spray of blood. Although the wound healed instantaneously, it was evident that his aura had weakened slightly. Nanming, you cannot endure much longer. You are merely a divided divine being, destined for exhaustion, and now your strength is rapidly waning. The Heavenly Demon Emperor laughed maniacally, intensifying his assault. The Nanming Heavenly Emperor remained silent, skillfully controlling Lin Xian's body, but his responses were markedly less fluid than at the outset. The protective light membrane formed by the essence of heaven and earth remained steadfast, shielding Lin Xian's body from collapse. Yet the burden on Lin Xian's own soul intensified due to the overwhelming power he was tasked to bear. Lin Xian could sense his consciousness as a fragile boat in a tempest. solely sustained by the joint protection of the divided divine power of the Nanming Heavenly Emperor and the essence of heaven and earth, preventing his annihilation. 3 more days passed. On the 10th day, this monumental battle had persisted for a full 10 days and nights. Now, it had arrived at a pivotal moment. The chaotic space had been shattered to the brink of oblivion. The two figures stood facing each other, their auras significantly diminished from their initial strength. Lin Xuan's imperial robe appeared somewhat dim, with a trickle of golden blood escaping his lips, and his breathing had quickened slightly. The divided divine power of the Nanming Heavenly Emperor had been depleted by more than half. Across from him, the Heavenly Demon Emperor, though bearing various injuries and entangled with the imperial power and demonic energy at his wounds, still exuded a formidable demonic aura, his momentum overshadowing that of his opponent. "It is over, Nanming." The voice of the Heavenly Demon Emperor proclaimed victory. "Your divided divine self shall dissipate. This intriguing flesh, along with this world, shall belong to me." He gripped the spear with both hands, pouring all remaining demonic essence into it, as the weapon emitted a resonant hum, its tip coalescing into a dark singularity that threatened to consume all. Ultimate abyss of demons, annihilation. He thrust forth his spear, and in an instant, the dark singularity expanded, transforming into an abyss that threatened to engulf the cosmos, descending upon Lin Xuan. This was one of his ultimate killing moves, infused with the pinnacle of celestial principles. Vowing to obliterate the avatar of the South Nether Emperor, along with Lin Xuan's corporeal body and soul. The South Nether Emperor's pupils constricted sharply. He could sense the terror of this strike. With the remnants of his current power, taking it head-on could indeed lead to the dissolution of his avatar. Yet, there was no retreat. "Lin Xuan, it seems I must fight with all my might today. My apologies for dragging you into this." The South Nether Emperor's sigh echoed in Lin Xuan's consciousness. "Predecessor, why speak such words? It is an honor for me to fight alongside you. I would have no regrets even in death." Lin Xuan's mental response was unwaveringly resolute. "Ha ha ha, splendid. Then let us clash with him." The Emperor descended upon the heavens, all paths converging into one. The South Nether Emperor ignited the last remnants of his avatar's essence, and the imperial power within Lin Xuan surged once more. Reminiscent of a radiant return, he moved his hands, drawing upon the remaining laws of heaven and earth, condensing the fruits of his lifelong cultivation into a resplendent beam of light, akin to the first glimmer of dawn at the creation of the universe. Meeting the all-consuming dark abyss head-on. Boom! An explosion of a magnitude tenfold greater than any previous clash erupted. An indescribable brilliance intermingled with darkness, annihilating all in its wake. Every secret probing technique failed at that moment. The beings of the continent could only perceive an enveloping darkness. Their souls struck as if by a mighty hammer, causing countless lowly cultivators to faint. Even the sword ancestor, the battle ancestor, and other remnants of the immortals spat forth blood, their faces pale with shock. The brilliance and darkness persisted for an extended duration before gradually dissipating. Chaos. The term no longer sufficed to describe that region, which had transformed into absolute nothingness, devoid of even the turbulence of the void. At the heart of this void, two figures slowly emerged. The Demon Emperor held the demon spear, his demonic body marred with terrifying wounds, resembling fragile porcelain on the verge of shattering. His aura at its nadir, yet he still stood resolute. Opposite him, Lin Xuan had shed his imperial robe, revealing his true form. His complexion was ashen as parchment. His body cracked and bloodied, barely sustained by the faint yet tenacious celestial radiance and the energy of the world's essence within him. However, the supreme celestial might he once wielded had dimmed to a flickering candle in the wind, feeble beyond measure. The avatar of the South Nether Emperor was nearly depleted. Silence. A deathly stillness cloaked the entire continent. All beings capable of sensing that battlefield felt their hearts plummet into an abyss of despair. The Demon Emperor had endured, and it seemed that the South Nether Emperor had, perhaps, faced defeat. Coughing, the Demon Emperor expelled a vile black blood, his voice hoarse yet brimming with insatiable pride and malice. "Ha ha ha ha, South Nether. In the end, this Emperor has triumphed. You have lost." The manic laughter of the Demon Emperor reverberated across the continent, causing the hearts of all beings to plummet to the depths of despair. Even the legendary South Nether Emperor had been vanquished. Once again, despair engulfed the masses. After a prolonged fit of laughter, the Demon Emperor raised his demon spear, pointing it at the feeble Lin Xuan. "Now, who can stop me?" Hope, as fragile as glass, shattered with the Demon Emperor's proclamation. The oppressive clouds of despair descended upon the continent anew, thicker and more suffocating than before. On the falling star plains, the coalition cultivators wore faces of deathly pallor. The flickering light they had just ignited extinguished completely. From the direction of the Lin family, an uncontrollable wailing arose. Was it truly, finally, over? Suddenly, the South Nether Emperor's somber voice resonated in Lin Xuan's mind, his avatar on the brink of dissolution, so feeble that even his voice trembled. Lin Xuan, it seems I cannot aid you in slaying this demon today. However, I shall provide you with one final push, hoping to grant you a bit more time for cultivation. Chapter 292, The Path to Seal the Demon Emperor. The Emperor disperses. In the external world, the Demon Emperor sneered, slowly raising the demon spear. Its tip once again coalescing with a heart-stopping dark demonic light. Though it was far less terrifying than the ultimate abyss of demons, it was sufficient to utterly extinguish his opponent, who was at the end of his strength. It is over, South Nether. Take your grievances and be annihilated. The dark demonic light tore through the void of nothingness, bearing the scent of death, and pierced directly toward Lin Xuan's brow. Yet, in the face of this lethal strike, Lin Xuan's face, pale as paper and riddled with cracks, managed to twist into a faint, enigmatic smile, laced with endless ridicule. This smile reflected in the Demon Emperor's blood-red eyes, causing his heart to lurch, an ominous premonition washing over him like cold water. Demon, a clear syllable, steeped in ancient desolation and boundless disdain, resonated not through thought, but directly within this realm of nothingness. Did you truly believe that I, in these 10 days and nights, expending all my might to battle you, was merely to compete in endurance, to measure the length of our struggle? The moment the words echoed, a resonant sound, not from the material world, but from the very essence of the great Tao, suddenly erupted. Centered around Lin Xuan's battered body, a surge of indescribable light exploded forth. This light was neither celestial radiance nor demonic energy, but an intricate multitude of ancient runes, so intricate that they defied imagination. These runes, as if long dormant in the deepest void, hidden within the crevices of time, were now fully awakened. What? The Demon Emperor's thrust of the demon spear halted abruptly as he was horrified to discover that the void, which had transformed into nothingness, was now filled with countless glowing rune formations. These formations interconnected, layer upon layer, weaving into an immense net that enveloped the heavens and imprisoned myriad paths. An irresistible, incomprehensible force instantaneously bore down upon his demonic soul and body. The Demon Emperor emitted a piercing, anguished howl, feeling as if all the years of arduous cultivation, all the dogwa he had refined, representing supreme authority within the demon Tao, were being forcefully sealed by a wild and tyrannical power. It was the ultimate agony of having one's soul and path sealed, sealing the Tao, forbidding the law. This is the long-lost first forbidden technique of the ancients. The Demon Emperor's voice was filled with incredulous terror and rage. South Nether, you've lost your mind. You dare invoke such a forbidden technique. To wield this art, you will forfeit even the chance of reincarnation. Countless ancient runes, like living entities, entwined around the Demon Emperor's body, penetrating into his consciousness and invading his foundational Tao. The once overwhelming demonic might surrounding him swiftly diminished as if receding tides, yet at this moment, he was utterly unconcerned with the pain of his physical form. The terror of having his Tao forcibly sealed overshadowed all else. Predecessor, upon hearing the Demon Emperor's words, Lin Xuan was taken aback, hastily calling out to the South Nether Emperor. If what the Demon Emperor claimed were true, then invoking this forbidden technique would leave the South Nether Emperor utterly dead. Lin Xuan attempted to dissuade him. However, before Lin Xuan could finish, the South Nether Emperor's calm voice interrupted him. Lin Xuan, I know what you wish to say. This is the only way to resolve this crisis. So there is no need for you to dissuade me. I am but a man already deceased, and now I have merely succumbed to death in a more complete manner. It is of little consequence, spoke the Southern Underworld Emperor with an air of nonchalance, as though he were merely discussing a trivial matter. Yet, Lin Xuan felt a pang in his heart, a weight pressing heavily upon his chest. How could this be of no consequence? He had taken it upon himself to safeguard the lives of all beings. For their safety, he was willing to sacrifice everything, even forsaking the opportunity for reincarnation. Throughout his life, he had devoted himself to the welfare of the people, and now, even with but a fragment of his spirit remaining, he continued to dedicate himself to their cause. The noble intentions of a teacher, the aspirations of the masses, echoing through the annals of time. Once again, the voice of the Southern Underworld Emperor resonated, calm yet imbued with a transcendent understanding of life and death, reverberating across the battlefield and clearly reaching the hearts of every top-tier powerhouse who had peered into this realm through the remnants of secret arts. The Demon Sovereign. I have long since perished, existing now as a lingering obsession, a remnant of my former self. What fear do I have of dying once more? But you. His voice turned icy, laden with a chilling disdain, who has reveled in power for countless years, accustomed to looking down upon the masses. Are you prepared to descend into the mundane and experience the helplessness of 3 years? No. The demon sovereign roared in despair and defiance, frantically channeling the remnants of his demonic essence in a futile attempt to resist the all-encompassing sealing force. The demon spear unleashed its final ferocity, dark demonic light sweeping wildly. Yet it could not shake the ancient prohibition forged from the Southern Underworld Emperor's last fragment of spirit and the hope of all future reincarnations. The resplendent light of runes completely engulfed the figure of the demon sovereign, transforming him into a colossal, enigmatic cocoon of chaos, sealing him within. Above the cocoon, a glimpse of an unparalleled demonic figure could be seen thrashing violently, yet it was akin to a caged beast, unable to break free. Outside the cocoon, Lin Xuan's body floated silently. Before him, the ethereal form of the Southern Underworld Emperor had become so intangible that it was almost imperceptible. Lin Xuan, you are the most extraordinary individual I have ever encountered. The monumental task of confronting the demon sovereign in the future rests solely upon your shoulders. I am weary. It is time for me to depart. Predecessor Lin Xuan, farewell. With that, the ethereal figure of the Southern Underworld Emperor transformed into countless golden rays, gradually dissipating into the chaotic expanse, as if he had never existed. This ancient emperor, who had safeguarded the last hope of this continent, extinguished the final remnants of his being, returning entirely to the void, never to reincarnate. Farewell, Emperor. Lin Xuan clenched his fists tightly and then bowed deeply in reverence. Simultaneously, all beings allied on the continent, whether remnants of immortals or mortals, children or the elderly, wiped away their tears and knelt solemnly, offering the highest tribute to the Southern Underworld Emperor. Farewell, Emperor. Chapter 293. In 3 years, mobilizing the entire continent for a glimmer of hope. Silence descended once more. Yet this silence was starkly different from the previous despairing stillness. An ineffable sense of shock, tragedy, and the bewilderment of survival filled the hearts of every being who witnessed this scene. The chaotic cocoon that contained the demon sovereign was now slowly contracting, ultimately merging entirely with the body of the demon sovereign, sealing his path irrevocably. For 3 years, he would be unable to act. Is it over? Someone murmured on the meteorite plain, their voice trembling. The Emperor, he. Eyes turned towards the dissipating figure of the Southern Underworld Emperor. Tears streamed forth anew. The seal. The Emperor has sealed the path of the demon sovereign at the cost of his own eternal reincarnation. An elder cultivator, his hair and beard white, trembled with excitement as he prostrated himself towards the void. The Emperor's great grace. Cries of sorrow and elation intertwined, spreading like wildfire across the continent. Countless beings, in that moment, instinctively knelt in reverence towards the battlefield, towards the ancient hero who had sacrificed everything for the sake of the people, expressing their utmost respect and deepest mourning. Tears of survival washed away the previous despair and fear. The Lin family embraced one another in tears, Lin Tianhai's fierce eyes glistening as he tightly held his wife. Lu Mingxin, choked with emotion, Xianxiar is alive. The Emperor, bless us. Lu Mingxin had already dissolved into tears, but those were tears woven from joy and lingering fear. However, this euphoric relief did not last long. From all corners of the continent, the top-tier powerhouses and remaining remnants of immortals, after the initial exhilaration and admiration, quickly wore expressions of grave concern. They could clearly sense that while the chaotic cocoon was formidable, the sealing power upon it was not eternal. A sense of impending doom whispered to them, indicating that this seal was time-limited. Indeed, the very next moment, a cold voice, dripping with boundless resentment, reverberated through the heavens and the earth. Nanming, you old thief. I swear to annihilate every living being in this realm, to eradicate all your legacies. 3 years. This sealing law can only bind my path for 3 years. After 3 years, when I break free from this seal and reclaim my path, it shall be your time to be reduced to ashes, mere ants. To the demon realm, we return. The last 3 words were imbued with a deep-seated hatred and unwillingness, yet laced with helplessness. As soon as the words left his mouth, the demon sovereign transformed into a streak of light, tearing through the still unsettled void, vanishing from sight, clearly retreating to the depths of the demon realm. At this moment, the seal had completely merged into his body, his own path sealed, his power diminished to almost nothing. He could only return to the demon realm to devise his plans. At the edge of the battlefield, the demon lords and demon sovereigns exchanged glances, ultimately departing as rainbows of darkness, returning to the demon realm. The retreat of the demon sovereign, the withdrawal of the demon forces. The crisis had been temporarily averted. A thunderous cheer erupted once again across the continent. Countless people embraced one another in celebration, tears of joy streaming down their faces. The sunlight seemed to shine more brilliantly, dispelling the gloom that had lingered for days. However, beneath the jubilant cheers, a heavier, suffocating sense of urgency surged like a chilling undercurrent among the top-tier powerhouses, who understood what the 3-year time limit truly meant. One day later, on the meteorite plain, the temporary camp of the Allied forces, the atmosphere was so tense it felt as though it could drip with water. The Sword Ancestor, the Battle Ancestor, and other veteran remnants of immortals sat at the head, while below them were the representatives of various top-tier factions. Lin Tianhai and Lin Xianxiao, as representatives of the Lin family, were also present. No one bore the slightest trace of victorious joy upon their faces, only an unshakable worry and gravity. Everyone, the situation is clear to all, the Sword Ancestor began slowly, his voice hoarse and laden with profound fatigue. He too had sustained considerable injuries in the prior battle and was now quite weakened. Senior Southern Underworld Emperor, at the cost of his own eternal reincarnation, has granted us 3 years. 3 years. The Battle Ancestor clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles whitening, his eyes filled with a sense of helplessness. Only 3 years. After 3 years, when the demon sovereign breaks free, regaining his full strength, who among us will be able to withstand him? An elder from an ancient family spoke in a hushed tone. Does the Emperor have any contingency plans left? Or has he left behind any legacies or treasures that could aid us in cultivating powerful beings to counter the demon sovereign within these 3 years? Yet, throughout the assembly, not a single voice was raised. The tent once again succumbed to an oppressive silence. The Southern Underworld's celestial emperor had utterly burned out. With no contingency plans, no legacy to rely upon, hope seemed to flicker for a moment before being cast into an even deeper abyss of despair. Were we to resign ourselves to inaction, awaiting the slaughter that would come 3 years hence? Someone growled in frustration. No. The Sword Ancestor abruptly lifted his head, a glimmer of resolute determination flashing in his eyes. The Celestial Emperor had fought for these 3 years for us, not for us to wallow in despair and await our demise. He surveyed each person present, his voice rising with fervor. 3 years. We must exhaust every possible means within this time to seek a path to breakthrough. We will consolidate all the resources of the continent, unseal every ancient secret realm, unearth all possible remnants of ancient texts and arcane methods. At any cost, we shall nurture the next generation of prodigies. We, the old guard, must also strive with all our might. We shall enter seclusion and strive for that elusive higher realm. Even if there exists but a sliver of hope, even if it leads to our demise, we shall not surrender. The War Ancestor stood up with a thunderous voice. Indeed, I refuse to believe that, uniting the strength of our entire continent, we cannot forge a single flicker of hope in 3 years. The urgency transformed into palpable pressure, weighing heavily on every heart. Resources, legacies, talent, opportunity, and time. Only 3 years. For whatever cause, this was the last resort for all. Thus, this proposal swiftly garnered the unanimous agreement of all present. They resolved to harness the entirety of the continent's strength to forge a glimmer of hope. The assembly quickly made several resolutions to coordinate all forces of the continent, to open the secret caches of various factions, to share some cultivation resources, to organize elite warriors to explore those ancient ruins once deemed hopeless, seeking potential opportunities, while simultaneously striving to identify and cultivate promising youth. The entire Tianxian continent, after a brief period of celebration, swiftly transitioned into an unprecedented state of preparation, where every citizen became a soldier. Grief was suppressed, despair transformed into motivation, and a solemn yet fervent atmosphere began to permeate the air. 3 days later, within the Lin family's quiet chamber, adorned with spirit-gathering formations and soul-nourishing prohibitions, Lin Xuan slowly opened his eyes. In the instant of his consciousness returning, he was met with an overwhelming sense of weakness and excruciating pain tearing at his soul. For days prior, upon returning to the Lin family, he had been unable to hold on any longer and collapsed. It was only now that he began to awaken. Though his body bore no wounds, and the previous battle had been led by the Southern Underworld's Celestial Emperor, enduring that immense power for 10 days and nights had placed a tremendous burden upon him, resulting in nearly 4 days of deep slumber before he finally awakened. Ancestor, he murmured, the image of the Celestial Emperor's calm, yet resolute gaze as he burned himself out flickering in his mind. Struggling to sit up, he was immediately enveloped by the joyful embrace of Lu Mingxin, her eyes brimming with tears. Xianer, you've awakened. How do you feel? Lin Tianhai quickly entered, concern and relief evident in his eyes. Father, mother, I am fine, Lin Xuan rasped, shaking his head. That's good. That's good. You've been in a deep slumber for so long. Your mother was worried sick. Lu Mingxin wiped her tears and smiled. He raised his gaze to meet his parents, then looked towards the seemingly calm sky outside the quiet chamber, which hid turbulent undercurrents beneath its surface, his eyes becoming uncommonly firm and sharp. 3 years. Ancestor, your sacrifice shall not be in vain. Chapter 294, Recuperation. The resurgence of hidden forces. The ambitions of the Nangong Imperial Clan. The dust from the battle at the Falling Star Plain gradually settled, the calamity that swept across the southern underworld continent, nearly dragging all into the abyss of annihilation, reached a temporary conclusion due to the tragic sacrifice of the southern underworld's celestial emperor. The demonic clouds that had shrouded the continent dispersed, and the long-awaited sunshine bathed the scarred earth, illuminating the countless survivors who trembled at the memory of their near demise. The 5 great regions, Eastern, Western, Southern, Northern, and Central, each paid a bloody toll in that brutal conflict. Countless factions and sects were shattered, legacies severed, and powerful warriors fell like rain, particularly in the Falling Star Plain and its surrounding areas, where the ground was strewn with corpses, the landscape altered, and the natural spirit energy disrupted and thinned due to that peak confrontation. Wounds required healing, and losses needed replenishing. For a time, the entire continent seemed enveloped in a profound silence of mourning. All factions, whether once standing atop the pinnacle of power or those in remote corners, retracted their claws, sealed their gates, and devoted themselves to the arduous process of recuperation and revitalization. Medicinal pills, spirit stones, and healing techniques became the most sought-after resources as the surviving disciples, filled with sorrow and uncertainty about the future, silently cleared the ruins under the guidance of their masters, mourning the deceased and striving to restore the foundations of their sects. An atmosphere of shared animosity towards their common foes and solidarity in hardship emerged, becoming the dominant theme following the initial jubilation of survival. The warnings of a 3-year deadline issued by the Sword Ancestor and War Ancestor loomed overhead like a sword of Damocles, urging all aware of the situation to remain diligent. As they entered seclusion to heal and cultivate, seeking that elusive thread of hope amidst despair. Yet, where there is light, shadows inevitably breed. Beneath the surface of apparent unity and collective struggle against adversity, undercurrents began to stir. Those forces that had chosen to retreat and hide in the face of the impending battle reemerged with great fanfare before the world. They had preserved their full strength. Watching as other factions bled and sacrificed themselves at the front lines, their sect's foundations depleted. Now, with the storm temporarily abated, as those who had once stood firm were left battered and weary, these hidden forces believed their time had come. The Central region, traditionally the heart of the Tianxian continent, rich in resources and brimming with talent, has always been a fiercely competitive arena. In this calamity, the major factions of the Central region also bore the brunt of the conflict, suffering particularly heavy losses. Several renowned remnants of old immortals either fell or were gravely injured, and it was common to see elite disciples under Imperial-level forces losing over 30% of their ranks. Amidst this landscape of desolation and unprecedented vulnerability, the re-emerging hidden forces began to reveal their predatory fangs. Leading the charge was the long-established hegemonic force of the Central region, the Nangong Imperial Clan. The Nangong Imperial Clan, with its ancient heritage and formidable bloodline, boasts a wealth of powerful individuals and immeasurable depth. In the wake of the devastation wrought upon other dominant factions, the intact strength of the Nangong Imperial Clan positions it as the unequivocal strongest force in the Central region. Moreover, the current clan leader, Nangong Ju, is a figure of profound cunning, ruthless methods, and boundless ambition. At the onset of the calamity, when the various factions of the southern underworld continent rallied to combat the celestial demon at the Falling Star Plain, the Nangong Imperial Clan had chosen to conceal itself entirely. While the outside world was engulfed in chaos, blood flowing like rivers, the Nangong Imperial Clan remained an onlooker, preserving their complete strength. Now, the opportune moment had arrived. Gazing upon the weakened factions of the Central region, who had suffered greatly due to the conflict and even lost their ancestors, diminishing their high-end combat power, flames of ambition ignited in Nangong Ju's eyes. He viewed this as a once-in-a-millennium opportunity for the Nangong Imperial Clan, if fortune favored them. Unifying the human race of the Central region would not be an insurmountable task. A bunch of fools, sacrificing their sex for the so-called great cause of humanity, have become mere lambs awaiting slaughter. How laughable. In the depths of the Nangong Imperial Clan, Nangong Ju stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his voice cold and laced with disdain. Behind him stood several elders of the Nangong Imperial Clan, their presence solemn and imposing, exuding a profound aura that starkly contrasted with the weary strongmen of the outside world. The clan leader is indeed wise. Had our clan not chosen to bide our time, We would not possess such formidable strength today, one elder extolled. Humph, the Southern Underworld Emperor? Merely a pretender seeking fame. In the end, he met his demise. Nangongju scoffed. Only survival and power hold eternal significance. He then commanded, dispatch orders to commence action according to the established plan. First, eliminate those bothersome neighbors. Thus, upon the land of Central Continent, still suffused with a faint sorrow, yet beginning to rejuvenate, a tempest of bloodshed unleashed by the Nangong Imperial Clan erupted without warning. Leading the charge, the Nangong Imperial Clan allied with several vassal families and sects that had retained substantial strength amidst the turmoil, forming a powerful coalition that surged forth like a rampaging tiger, pouncing upon those factions struggling to recover. The pretext for war was grandiose, ostensibly to consolidate resources in Central Continent to prepare for impending calamities. Yet the actions taken were brutal and efficient. The first targets were several severely weakened imperial factions. Their ancestors, either perished in the meteorite plain or gravely injured in seclusion, left their disciples suffering tremendous casualties. Faced with the well-prepared Nangong Imperial Clan coalition, their resistance seemed feeble and ineffective. Within a mere day, the once mighty Xiangui Emperor sect, along with other imperial factions, had their gates forcefully breached, their legacies plundered, and any who dared to resist ruthlessly quelled. The remaining disciples either scattered in flight or were compelled to submit. All that they had, vast territories, spiritual veins, and marketplace resources, fell entirely into the hands of the Nangong Imperial Clan. The power of the Nangong Imperial Clan expanded at an alarming rate, akin to a snowball rolling downhill, leaving no one capable of standing in their way. Their brazen demeanor and ruthless tactics drew the attention and trepidation of forces throughout Central Continent and beyond. Many factions dared not voice their anger, as they were still recuperating and unable to contend with the resurgent Nangong Imperial Clan. Meanwhile, some previously neutral factions began to waver under the coercion and enticements from the Nangong Imperial Clan, even opting to ally with them. Having devoured several imperial factions, the ambitions of the Nangong Imperial Clan only grew, ultimately setting their sights on another pivotal hegemonic force in Central Continent, the Ziwei Imperial Palace. Chapter 295, The Nangong Imperial Clan Strikes. The catastrophe of the Ziwei Imperial Palace. In times past, even with 100-fold courage, the Nangong Imperial Clan would never have dared to lay hands on the Ziwei Imperial Palace. However, during this calamity, the Ziwei Imperial Palace emerged as one of the primary bulwarks against the demonic forces, paying an exceedingly heavy price. An ancient remnant immortal within their ranks, the Starry Sky Emperor Ancestor, fell in the battle at the meteorite plain. The palace lord and elders also suffered grievous injuries and remain in seclusion to recuperate. Over 2/5 of their elite disciples, elders, and stewards perished in the continuous conflicts, rendering their strength severely crippled. Currently, the only remaining support for the Ziwei Imperial Palace is another figure, the Big Dipper Emperor Ancestor, who also sustains significant injuries yet strives to maintain the precarious balance. The overall strength of the Ziwei Imperial Palace has plummeted to historic lows. Were it not for the presence of the Big Dipper Emperor Ancestor and the deep-rooted foundation of their hegemonic power, they might have already fallen from the ranks of dominion. In Nangongju's eyes, the present Ziwei Imperial Palace undoubtedly resembled a succulent prey stripped of most of its fangs and claws. The Ziwei Imperial Palace, humph. Once a rival to my Nangong Imperial Clan, it is high time to settle the score. Nangong Ao gazed down upon the expansive territory belonging to the Ziwei Imperial Palace, a cold smirk playing upon his lips. Issue orders. Let the army advance and devour all adjacent vassal forces and vital mineral veins first. I shall see how long the current Ziwei Imperial Palace can endure. Understood. Clan leader. The ominous clouds of war once again loomed over the Ziwei Imperial Palace. Confronted with the full might of the Nangong Imperial Clan coalition, the already weakened Ziwei Imperial Palace found itself at an overwhelming disadvantage from the outset. Surrounding strongholds, marketplaces, and vassal forces fell one after another beneath the iron hooves of the Nangong army, unable to muster even a semblance of resistance. Though the Big Dipper Emperor Ancestor was formidable, his injuries hindered him from recklessly engaging in a full-scale war against the intact and unfathomably powerful remnants of the Nangong Imperial Clan. Instead, he was forced to consolidate defenses, relying on the core regions and protective formations that the Ziwei Imperial Palace had cultivated over countless years, the Starry Sky Great Array, to hold their ground. Yet, even this diminished line of defense began to falter under the relentless assaults from the Nangong clan. Vast stretches of fertile land were forcibly seized by the Nangong Imperial Clan, and the forces aligned with the Ziwei Imperial Palace were either annihilated or turned traitor. Within a mere few days, The territory under the control of the Quasi-Imperial Palace had been reduced by over half. The once brilliant scene of starlit glory and the gathering of myriad sects had vanished, leaving only the core area, dimly illuminated by the protective array, struggling to uphold its existence like a flickering candle amid a tempest. Inside the Quasi-Imperial Palace, the atmosphere grew oppressively tense. The remaining disciples, faces etched with grief and exhaustion, tirelessly channeled star power into the array, mending the fissures wrought by the assaults. Deep within the palace, the Big Dipper Emperor Ancestor sat beneath the starry sky, his complexion pale, his aura fluctuating erratically, clearly still suffering from old wounds, further exacerbated by the fatigue of recent days. Old Ancestor, the Nangong clan is being excessively tyrannical. Let us fight back, exclaimed an elder, bloodied and just retreated from the front lines, his eyes ablaze with fervor. The Big Dipper Emperor Ancestor slowly opened his eyes, revealing deep weariness and resignation. Fight? With what shall we fight? Brother Star has perished, many elders remain gravely injured, and over half of our disciples are lost. Engaging the fully formed Nangong clan in battle would be akin to striking a rock with an egg, playing directly into their hands. Shall we simply watch as they devour our lands and slaughter our forces? Lamented another elder. The Big Dipper Emperor Ancestor fell silent for a moment, gazing towards the distorted sky illuminated by the array's light, his voice hoarse yet imbued with undeniable resolve. We shall defend, with all our strength. We must hold the core region of the Imperial Palace. I have sought assistance from several other hegemonic forces. They too understand the principle of mutual survival, and they should not refuse our plea. Now, the forces of the Nangong Imperial Clan have assembled at the final line of defense surrounding the Quasi-Imperial Palace. Nangong Ju personally supervises the assault, with terrifying remnants of the Imperial Clan lurking in the shadows, their imperial might radiating ominously, standing in stark opposition to the starry sky great array of the Quasi-Imperial Palace. The final offensive seemed poised to erupt at any moment. The disgraceful actions of the Nangong Imperial Clan and their allies swiftly spread across the continent like wildfire, igniting a tumultuous uproar. Countless factions expressed their outrage, some decrying the predatory behavior of the Nangong Imperial Clan, others expressing sympathy and concern for the plight of the Quasi-Imperial Palace, while some felt a chilling sense of impending doom. However, the vast majority of factions were preoccupied with their own survival, unable to extend a helping hand. Though the Sword Ancestor, Battle Ancestor, and others were incensed upon hearing the news, their own injuries remained unhealed, and their strongest forces were similarly in poor condition, causing them to hesitate. Ultimately, after careful consideration, they did not refuse the plea for assistance from the Quasi-Imperial Palace. In the northern wilderness spirit realm, the Lin family. On this day, he was practicing sword techniques in the courtyard to solidify his realm when his father, Lin Tianhai, approached with a grave expression. Lin Xuan sheathed his sword and turned to his father. Father, is this about the Nangong Imperial Clan again? Lin Tianhai nodded heavily. The Nangong Imperial Clan is poised to launch a full-scale assault on the Quasi-Imperial Palace. At present, the Quasi-Imperial Palace is barely holding on, relying solely on the North Dipper Ancestor and the dilapidated Celestial Star Formation. Defeat seems to be only a matter of time. Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan furrowed his brow tightly. The Quasi-Imperial Palace had maintained a cordial relationship with the Lin family, having offered assistance on numerous occasions in the past. He had mourned the heroic fall of the Starry Ancestor. Now, with the echoes of the hero's demise still resonating, their sect faced such dire straits, which was truly disheartening. The Nangong Imperial Clan had truly lost all sense of dignity. Lin Xuan's voice turned icy, a glint of sternness flashing in his eyes. He recalled the calm yet resolute gaze of the Southern Emperor before his dissolution. To squander time for such petty beings was nothing short of a desecration. What is the reaction of the various factions across the continent? Lin Xuan inquired. There are many who condemn, yet few who take action, Lin Tianhai sighed. Though the Lin family wishes to assist, given our current strength, we cannot exert a decisive influence. However, we are not an ungrateful faction. After deliberation, the three ancestors have resolved to lend a hand. When the Nangong Imperial Clan initiates their assault, the first and second ancestors will lead the five-clawed golden dragon to provide support, while the third ancestor and the heavenly emperor puppet will remain to defend our family. Lin Xuan fell into silence for a moment, his gaze directed toward the central continent, as if he could pierce through the endless void to witness the impending unjust war. Father, it must be so, Lin Xuan suddenly spoke, his voice resolute. On a public front, the Quasi-Imperial Palace is a bastion against the demonic forces and should not be subjected to such bullying. Otherwise, it would chill the hearts of righteous souls across the world, who would still be willing to strive for the common good. On a personal note, the Nangong Imperial Clan has long-standing grievances with our Lin family. Aiding the Quasi-Imperial Palace is tantamount to aiding our own kin. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Moreover, our Lin family has always enjoyed a good rapport with the Quasi-Imperial Palace. Indeed, the three ancestors share this sentiment. And it is precisely for this reason that they have decided without hesitation to support the Quasi-Imperial Palace. Lin Tianhai replied slowly. Let us hope that the Quasi-Imperial Palace can weather this calamity.